Welcome back to my channel. This episode continues with the second part of Floating Island Survival. He fishes up a 100% loyal goddess partner daily and builds a babe army. Before we delve into the story, let's briefly review the main plot of the first video. The young Jiang Yu was originally a soldier fighting with a gun on the battlefield, and just a second ago he was firing wildly in a hail of bullets. The next second, he was suddenly teleported to a floating island with an area of only 16 square meters, thus beginning his survival journey in another world. The rules for survival in this world are not complicated. Everyone starts by being bound to their own sky island and randomly drawing a talent. They could only rely on a fishing rod that would never break to fish for various supplies from the vast sea of clouds, trying every possible way to survive. Beyond the sky island lies an endless sea of clouds, shrouded in eerie black mist every night, making the surroundings fraught with danger. After Jiang Yu successfully bound himself to the island, he unexpectedly drew the unique farmer talent. This talent was practically a bug-level ability, possessing 3 special effects. 1. The first cast of each day will definitely catch a female employee of a special race. 2. All resources caught will be doubled. 3. All employees caught on the island will be absolutely loyal to Jiang Yu, and Jiang Yu can check anyone's loyalty at any time. It was precisely because of this special talent that Jiang Yu's development speed quickly far surpassed that of other survivors. On his very first cast of the first day, he caught a golden treasure chest and opened it to find the catwoman Xena. Xena's strength and speed are both at the A level, with strength of 29 and agility of 33, making her almost invincible in the early stages of the game. With her by his side, Jiang Yu no longer worried about catching any demons or monsters from the sea of clouds. Subsequently, after discovering that resources could be doubled, Jiang Yu quickly came up with the idea of making his own crude fishing rods, allowing multiple rods to be used simultaneously, thus maximizing the efficiency of resource acquisition. He bent iron nails to use as fishhooks, and combined them with fishing line and wooden sticks to create a working fishing rod, thus once again putting him ahead of most survivors. In the early stages of development, Jiang Yu obtained metal by dismantling treasure chests, while continuously consuming wood and stone to upgrade the island. What was originally a small island of only 16 square meters was quickly expanded by him to 100 square meters, 1,000 square meters, and then grew to several square kilometers. Jiang Yu also built a basic well, which could stably produce a large amount of fresh water every day. In the early stages, when there was a severe water shortage, he sold it to other survivors at a high price, thus earning a lot of resources. He then built a workbench to synthesize ropes and various tools, and also constructed a wooden hut to protect against the cold winds and harsh weather. On the third day, Jiang Yu caught the wood elf, Fair. Fair is a healer with a mental strength of 39. She not only possesses healing magic and the Song of Life, but can also accelerate plant growth. With Faye joining, agricultural development on Jiang Yu Island also began to accelerate rapidly. As the island continues to upgrade, Jiang Yu has recruited even more powerful employees. Kai Ning, a snake man, possesses petrification and poison mist skills, and her 4 attributes are very well balanced. Angel Daisy emerged from the emerald chest, her combat power overwhelming everyone present, making her the true anchor of the island. The succubus Loja emerges from a platinum treasure chest, possessing 3 powerful skills: Blink, Shadow Harvest, and Death Whirlwind. She also comes with her family's sacred artifact, the soul-devouring Shadow Scythe. The cook, Xiao Meiren, possesses superb culinary skills, which completely solves everyone's food problem. Later, the fox demon, Baixianer, the mermaid, Lily, the shadow elf, Chui Xiao Xiao, the archer, Qing Lan, and others also join Jiang Yu's camp one after another. These female employees not only possess stunning looks, but their abilities are also formidable. As their numbers grew, Jiang Yu's originally desolate floating island gradually transformed into a fairyland teeming with beautiful women. After the newbie protection period ended, the real crisis finally arrived. The first wave of lizard men attacking the island was quickly and easily dealt with by Xena and her companions. But Jiang Yu also realized more clearly that the cruelty of this survival world far exceeded his initial imagination. Every day, a large number of survivors die in the entire area. Some have lost their lives because they were fishing at night and provoked a terrifying being in the sea of clouds. Some people were bitten to death by monsters that suddenly appeared when they opened treasure chests, while others were defeated in the process of island annexation and eventually became slaves of other island lords. In contrast, Jiang Yu, relying on his increasingly powerful lineup, has always been able to steadily defend the island. He also explored the treasure land of Sonar according to the treasure map, and cut down a lot of timber and collected various resources in the forest, and gained a very rich harvest. As the island further developed, Jiang Yu built a high-quality fertilizer processing plant, which greatly increased crop yields. Later, he discovered a moon well, which could produce a drop of life essence every day. After consumption, not only would all attributes increase by 10 points, but lifespan would also be extended by 10 years. This precious resource allowed Jiang Yu and his subordinates to rapidly improve their overall strength. Afterwards, Jiang Yu built a mysterious barracks that could continuously recruit different types of troops, such as butterfly demons and female archers, with a maximum of 50 people recruited per day, causing the population on the island to grow rapidly. At the same time, Jiang Yu also continuously acquired a large amount of resources and demon cores by occupying other islands and annihilating pirate groups. The crocodile leader and Wolverine co-leader of the Nabil pirate crew were both killed by him, and the captured demon cores were used to upgrade the island and refine elixirs. After that, Jiang Yu traveled to Cloudsea City via a teleportation array. This was a bustling city in the survival world, inhabited by various races such as humans, orcs, and half-orcs. After arriving in Yahai City, Jiang Yu gathered information and purchased the supplies he needed. He also met An Yun and her daughter, and eventually brought An Xiao back to his Penglai island. Over time, Jiang Yu's island has progressed from the lowest level, Tier 1, to Tier 7, and its area has expanded from the initial 16 square meters to 43 square kilometers. As the island's prosperity continued to increase, it began to attract a large number of caravans and ronin to come and trade. However, Jiang Yu's adventures are far from over. In the upcoming stories, he and his army of beautiful women will face even more new adventures and challenges. He will continue to recruit more beautiful female employees to expand his army, upgrade the island to the highest level, and lead this army of beauties to conquer other island lords step by step, becoming the strongest island lord in this other world. Chapter 201 Friends from District 12. Name, Ling Binger. Race, Glacier Clan. Appearance, 97. Strength, 25. Constitution, 25. Agility, 35. Spirit, 40. Skill, Ice Spike, conjures an ice spike that deals significant frost damage to the target, while also inflicting a slow and bleeding effect. Hailstorm, summons hailstones, dealing continuous damage to an area within a 10-meter radius and having a small chance to inflict the frozen status. Frozen targets cannot move or use skills. Extreme Ice Domain, after activation, a 100-meter radius around the user becomes their domain, significantly boosting combat power during battles within the domain. Evaluation, the Glacier Clan, a rare race that lives year-round in the extreme ice regions. Just as Jiang Yu had guessed, Ling Binger possessed ice attribute abilities, so the Snow Maiden now had a companion. After briefly greeting Ling Binger, Jiang Yu had someone take her to the Snow Valley and leave her in the care of the Snow Maiden. Since both were of the ice element, they would likely have plenty to talk about. Wait, here, take this. Ling Binger had just been carried a few meters away by a butterfly demon when Jiang Yu suddenly called out to her. He then took out the Xianbing flower he had obtained in the Snow Valley from his spatial ring, and handed it to Ling Binger. This item wouldn't be of much use to Jiang Yu anyway. It would just take up a space in his backpack. It would be better to just give it to Ling Binger. Thank you, Master. Ling Binger could clearly feel the immense attraction of the Xianbing flower to her, so the refusal that was on the tip of her tongue ultimately remained unspoken. Besides the mystic ice flower, there are also some teas and special fruits on the island. You can take them too, Jiang Yu added before letting the butterfly demon continue leading Ling Binger to the Snow Valley. With the Xianbing flower, special tea, and fruits that can enhance attributes, once Ling Binger has consumed them all, at least one or two of her attributes will likely increase to around 50, or even 60. If she enters the mysterious training camp again and takes the life essence, her strength will become even greater. The same applies to Ao Xian and Ni Chang. As soon as they consume the life essence, some of their attributes will immediately break through 70 points. After all, there are just too many things on Penglai Island that can directly increase attributes these days. After watching Ling Binger disappear from sight, Jiang Yu quickly refocused his attention on fishing. Jiang Yu's points increased by 10,000 points, which naturally attracted the attention of countless people immediately. However, the sensation caused this time was obviously not as great as it had been in the previous 2 days. After all, Jiang Yu had gained 50,000 points instantly every time he started a game in the previous 2 days, but today he only gained 10,000 points, so everyone was naturally more accepting of it. Luo Shishir felt the same way. Seeing that Jiang Yu had only gained 10,000 points at the start of the day, her confidence returned immediately. If she's even slightly lucky today and manages to catch a red item, she has a real chance to surpass Jiang Yu and take the top spot in the fishing competition. Thinking of this, Luo Shishir suddenly felt full of energy. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Luo Shishir suddenly felt like she could do it again. The discussion about Jiang Yu in the world chat lasted only a short while before it quickly shifted to Lu Guan. After all, no one had forgotten that Lu Guan had bid for a challenge ticket at the auction house last night, and they wondered what the current situation was. Gu Zian, District 71 Brother Lu, hurry up and tell the brothers, did you manage to get the cross-regional challenge ticket last night? By Yundan, District 37 I can guarantee that I definitely won the bid, because I was the one who put up that challenge ticket last night, and the auctioneer shown at the end was Brother Lu. However, no matter how many people in the World Channel asked him, Lu Guan never responded. Perhaps it was because he was in a bad mood, or perhaps he was busy fishing and didn't have time to reply, or perhaps there were other reasons. No one knows the specifics. Time passed slowly, and as noon approached, Jiang Yu, who was quietly fishing, was suddenly interrupted by a series of friend request notifications. Jiang Yu casually opened the friend request interface. Wang Lu, District 12, requested to add you as a friend. Accept reject. P.S. Master, could you give me a friend slot? Upon seeing the friend request, Jiang Yu immediately understood the reason. It turned out that as long as Daisy was in District 12, it was equivalent to him entering District 12 in a sense. Therefore, people in that area could use this method to add Jiang Yu as a friend. However, this also created problems. Jiang Yu himself is clearly in Zone 1, but the friend request came from Zone 12. Does this count as adding a friend across zones? Jiang Yu didn't bother to dwell on the issue. All he needed to know was that as long as he sent Sina, Kai Ning, and Lily to other areas, people in those areas would be able to add him as a friend. Whether this discovery will be useful in the future is not important. At least for Jiang Yu, it is indeed a discovery of a new rule. Jiang Yu didn't waste any more time on this matter, but instead began searching for the person he was truly looking for. Su Shuni, District 12, has requested to add you as a friend. Accept reject. Message, hey bro, I noticed that the person from Star Path Merchant Guild who left a message for you when I was listing Originium was me. Please accept my request. That's her. Jiang Yu immediately agreed, and less than 3 seconds later, she sent a message. Su Shuni, District 12 Boss, I've heard so much about you. Chapter 202 An invisible wall exists at the edge of the area. Jiang Yu immediately contacted Su Shuni to inquire whether the people from the Star Path Chamber of Commerce had left her island. Su Shuni said that the other party saw that she didn't have many spirit stones and couldn't make many transactions, so they left 2 hours ago. 2 hours is too long to catch up with. What Jiang Yu wants to know most right now is where the caravan went and how far it is from the 12th District's teleportation array. If Su Shuni's island is near the teleportation array and the caravan is heading towards it, Daisy's trip might be in vain. Su Shuni quickly replied that she was nearly 2,000 kilometers away from the teleportation array, and the direction the caravan had left was not in the direction of the teleportation array. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yu's worries lessened considerably. Since they weren't heading towards the teleportation array, the other party was most likely still in District 12. But then another question came to his mind. What if the caravan went straight into another region and then used the teleportation array in that region to return to Cloudsea City? Jiang Yu had never tried driving in the same direction continuously, and he had no idea what the situation was like outside the area boundary. There was no need to guess. He immediately asked on the World Channel if anyone had ever tried driving in the same direction the whole time. Before that, he told Su Shuni that he had sent people to guard the area near the 12th District teleportation array. As long as they caught someone from the Star Path Chamber of Commerce, she would definitely get her resources. Su Shuni quickly thanked him and said that she would tell Jiang Yu everything she knew if he still had any questions. In the world chat, Hoshinori was the first to speak up, thinking that no one would be so bored as to keep driving an island in one direction. But soon after, Sujio stepped forward and said that she had tried it. Each area has an end, at which point there's an invisible wall. The other side of this wall should be another area, but it's impossible to pass through. There are only two ways to cross areas, either find a teleportation array or wait for the new week to begin. Yu Xiaoli also confirmed this, and even posted a photo of an invisible wall. Jiang Yu clicked on it, and saw that the wall was so faint that it was almost invisible. If the photo hadn't been clear enough, no one would have been able to detect its existence. Having received the answer, Jiang Yu was completely relieved. With each district separated by an invisible wall, the Star Path Merchant Guild would ultimately have to pass through the teleportation array to leave District 12. As long as Daisy continued to wait, they would eventually be able to catch the caravan. Just then, the bell rang, and a sudden pull came from the fishing rod. Jiang Yu lifted the rod, and a harpy that had just emerged from the water was instantly killed by him. He gained 1 intermediate-level demon core and 10,000 fishing points. It was 5:30 p.m., just half an hour before the end of the 10th fishing competition. Everyone was constantly refreshing the leaderboard, eager to see the final rankings. Jiang Yu ranked first with 261,000 points, followed closely by Luo Shishir with 215,500 points, with a difference of less than 50,000 points between them. Jin Haoyun ranked third with 166,500 points, while Jiang Xiaoyu ranked last in the top 10 with 145,800 points. Lu Qin ranked 201st, and Xingye Li was just in the 1,000th place. The difference between the top and second place on the leaderboard is only over 40,000 points. If Luo Shishir can catch an epic item in the last half hour, she will have a chance to surpass Jiang Yu directly. The World Channel immediately became lively. Chen Wenji said that as long as Luo Shishir catches Jiang Yu and catches an epic item in the last minute, she can achieve an amazing reversal. Yang Qian and Xiao Fan also chimed in, hoping that Luo Shishir would get an epic item, or even fish out a jade treasure chest. What people wanted to see wasn't a humiliating defeat for Jiang Yu, but rather that he had dominated the top spot for far too long, so long that many couldn't believe anyone could challenge him. Now, Luo Shishir had given everyone a glimmer of hope, and everyone wanted to see the moment Jiang Yu was dethroned. Jin Haoyun joked, asking if he had a chance to catch a legendary gold item in the last half hour and become number 1 on the leaderboard. Hoshinori didn't mince words, telling him to go to sleep early, that anything was possible in his dreams. Min Zhongnan and Ji Bado teased Xingye Li, saying that she always made it onto the list, but always ended up in last or second to last place, and that such consistency was a skill in itself. Time passed amidst the laughter and banter, and the gap between Jiang Yu and Luo Shishir's scores remained at just over 40,000 points. As long as the match isn't over, and as long as Luo Shishir can catch an epic item, she'll always have a chance to turn the tide. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and with less than 10 minutes left in the match, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Luo Shishir was equally tense, constantly praying that she could catch an epic item in the last 10 minutes. She wanted nothing more than to beat Jiang Yu just once, even if it was just once. Unlike everyone else's tension, Jiang Yu remained completely unfazed. Chapter 203 The fishing competition ends. For Jiang Yu, whether he's first or second on the leaderboard doesn't really matter. Taking first place would be ideal, but not taking it isn't a big deal. because he can't afford to be completely overtaken by others just because he lost first place once. The emerald chest and the epic fishing rod were indeed valuable, but clearly not enough to catch up with him. Time ticked by, and the match quickly entered its final minute. 59-58. The top 2 spots on the leaderboard remained unchanged, and those who had hoped for Luo Shishir to overtake her were gradually becoming disappointed. Was it really not enough? Jiang Yu truly lived up to his name. Even in a competition that seemed purely based on luck, no one could beat him. If Jiang Yu heard these words, he would probably laugh out loud. Fishing competitions are never just about luck. 10, 9, 8. The countdown kept ticking, and everyone stared intently at the leaderboard. 3, 2, 1. The 10th fishing competition has officially ended. The next moment, the leaderboard shone brightly, the virtual interface suddenly expanded, and the final rankings were clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. First place, Jiang Yu, fishing points, 263,000. Second place, Luo Shishir, fishing points, 217,500. Third place, Jinhaoyun, fishing points, 168,500. 200th place, Lu Qin, fishing points 131540. 999th place, Helena Lisa, fishing points 115500. 1000th place, Hoshino Ricky, fishing points 115500. Rewards are being distributed. Even after the match ended completely, the anticipated comeback never happened. Jiang Yu secured first place with a massive lead of over 40,000 points. Countless people could only shake their heads and sigh, ultimately unable to dethrone Jiang Yu from the top spot. Meanwhile, Hoshino Ri's ranking once again sparked discussion. This woman is truly remarkable. Out of 10 updates to the list, she makes it onto the list 7 or 8 times, and most of those 7 or 8 times, she's stuck in the bottom 2 spots. It's not surprising to be on the list frequently, but it's truly outrageous to consistently rank last or second to last. While the outside world was abuzz with excitement, Luo Shishir stared at the jade treasure chest she had just fished up, remaining silent for a long time. Just 3 seconds short. If she had hooked the treasure chest 3 seconds earlier, she would have been number 1 in this competition. This was the closest she had ever come to the top spot, but she missed it by a mere 3 seconds. After a long silence, Luo Shishir sighed softly. So be it, it's fate. Perhaps she was destined to be out of luck with the top spot, and there was no point in forcing it. But from another perspective, she has already obtained her first emerald chest, which will allow her to possess her first epic item once opened, which is also a huge breakthrough. In the 3-day competition, she gained an emerald treasure chest, 3 platinum treasure chests, an orange fishing rod, a title, and more than 10 mid-level demon cores. These resources were almost enough for her to upgrade her island to the 7th tier. The harvest in 3 days was even equivalent to a week's worth before. It was a huge profit no matter how you looked at it. After figuring this out, Luo Shishir's regrets lessened considerably, and she happily opened the jade treasure chest. Meanwhile, on Penglai Island, after the competition, a jade treasure chest and a red fishing rod fell from the sky, landing beside Jiang Yu. Lu Qin, Qitong, Hiroashin, and others also received their respective competition rewards. They barely hesitated before starting to open the chest. Whether the contents were good or not was another matter. After all, it was the result of 3 days of hard work. Master, let's open the chest, Yu Wu said, carrying the jade treasure chest to Jiang Yu, her face full of anticipation. After Lu Qin and the others opened their rewards, they all gathered around. They wanted to know what Jiang Yu would get from the jade treasure chest, and they were also eager to see just how powerful the red quality fishing rod really was. Jiang Yu didn't waste any words and directly opened the treasure chest. In an instant, a blinding red light shot into the sky, forcing him to turn his head. When the red light dissipated, a blueprint lay quietly inside the treasure chest. You have opened an emerald treasure chest and obtained a teleportation array construction blueprint, red X1. Jiang Yu picked up the blueprints and examined them. His expression immediately changed. This was a blueprint for a private teleportation array. Once completed, he and the island's inhabitants could teleport freely to any area with an existing teleportation array. Without his authorization, outsiders would be unable to enter Panhwa Island via the teleportation array. In addition, the teleportation array has 4 other functions. First, random teleportation, twice a week, allows you to randomly travel to an island or planet that is not occupied by survivors. Safety is unknown. Second, directional teleportation, allowing you to teleport directly to a location after entering coordinates. But this is a one-way trip. You'll have to find your own way back. Third, spiritual energy gathering. The longer the teleportation array exists, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy on Panhwa Island will be. Fourth, targeted placement. Every 2 days, 1 to 3 items will randomly appear on the array, ranging from cyan to possibly even red. The construction requires a considerable amount of materials: orange source stones, mystic crystals, space stones, ethereal stones, void stones, and mid-grade energy crystals or time-space stones. But after reading the description, Jiang Yu immediately made a decision: build it. Just the fact that it allows free travel to other areas makes this teleportation array a must-build. Not to mention its practical functions like random teleportation, spirit gathering, and targeted deployment. If Jiang Yu had obtained this blueprint a day earlier, he could have sent someone directly to District 12 to add Su Shuni as a friend and obtain the island's coordinates when he saw Su Shuni's auction items today. Then use teleportation to send Daisy there. The rest is self-explanatory. After the raid, Daisy can simply pilot the pirate ship back to Panhwa Island. Convenient, fast, and hassle-free. Although the blueprints arrived a little late, it's never too late. Jiang Yu didn't believe that the Star Path Merchant Guild would remain confined to Cloud Sea City forever. There would always be a time when they would venture out to trade again. As for random teleportation, he was quite satisfied with it. When he had some free time, he could easily take people out for random teleportation to explore unknown islands and planets, and perhaps even go hunting. He wouldn't even have to wait long. It might come in handy tomorrow. The ability to gather spiritual energy is equally important. With more and more buildings gathering spiritual energy on Panhwa Island, sooner or later, this island will truly become the Panhwa Immortal Island in Jiang Yu's mind. As for targeted deployment, Jiang Yu isn't particularly optimistic about it, but it's basically a freebie anyway. Send someone over every 2 days to check and collect whatever they can. If a red item drops, that would be a huge win. Even if there's no red, getting a few orange items is still a good deal. As for the building materials, Jiang Yu had them all. Time-space stones were no problem, but he had plenty of intermediate-level energy crystals. Chapter 204: The Magical Fishing Rod. Furuoli, come here for a moment. Jiang Yu beckoned to Furuoli, who was not far away. Furuoli immediately came to his side and respectfully asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Jiang Yu took out a teleportation array construction blueprint and handed it to her. Find a suitable location on the island and build the teleportation array. Understood. Mission accomplished. Furuoli took the blueprint and turned to find an open space. After handing the teleportation array to Furuoli, Jiang Yu dismantled the jade treasure chest and then picked up the epic-level fishing rod he had just obtained. This was the first time he had obtained a fishing rod of orange rank or higher, and he was naturally full of anticipation, immediately checking its attributes. Magic fishing rod. Read: this is a magical fishing rod. Using it for fishing will always bring you surprises. After reading the description, Jiang Yu was full of questions. A dignified red quality rod, and this is all the explanation? Qitong, Lu Qin, and the others were equally dumbfounded. The descriptions of the purple items were far more detailed than this, not to mention the orange and red items on Panhwa Island. Does less text mean more powerful functionality? Someone speculated. Hiroshin said directly. Stop guessing, Ayu, just cast your line and see. Jiang Yu nodded, baited the hook, and cast it into the sea of clouds. It was only a little past 6 o'clock, and the sky wasn't dark yet. Fishing a few more times would be a good way to test the effectiveness of this red fishing rod. Qitong, Lu Qin, Hiroshin, and the others packed up their beginner fishing rods and gathered behind Jiang Yu, staring at the bobber on the sea of clouds. While waiting, Jiang Yu checked the title of the fishing competition champion. 10th Fishing Competition Champion. Participate in the 10th fishing competition and win the championship. Title bonus: Hook bite rate plus 30% while fishing. Item quality upgrade rate plus 30%. Must be equipped to take effect. Jiang Yu immediately changed his one-time clear title and put on the fishing competition champion title. He would use this title for fishing on ordinary days and switch back to one-time clear when there was a battle or a leaderboard update, so he could do both without any problems. About 20 minutes passed, and the float remained motionless. Brother-in-law, it's been so long without any movement, could this red fishing rod be fake? Someone couldn't help but wonder. Others said, maybe it's holding back something big. The words had barely left his mouth when the float suddenly trembled slightly. It moved! Everyone fell silent instantly, staring intently at the float. The next second, the float sank sharply into the sea of clouds, and the bell on the fishing rod rang urgently. Jiang Yu immediately pulled back his rod, and a violent struggle came from below, but no matter what it was, it couldn't escape his power. Soon, a silvery white object emerged from beneath the sea of clouds. It was a platinum treasure chest. But just as the treasure chest was halfway through the sea of clouds, its silvery white color rapidly turned emerald green. The platinum treasure chest had transformed into an emerald treasure chest. Everyone except Jiang Yu was stunned. Ayu, what happened? How did the platinum treasure chest suddenly upgrade to an emerald treasure chest? Could it be that the red fishing rod can improve the quality of the items you catch? Jiang Yu didn't immediately confirm, but instead shared the champion title with everyone. It might be related to the fishing rod, but this title is definitely involved. The title has a 30% chance of improving the quality of the item, and the red fishing rod itself probably has special effects as well. The first cast upgraded the platinum chest to an emerald chest. That was an amazing result. The women were immediately excited. With the champion title and the red fishing rod, would Jiang Yu ever have to worry about not getting good loot in the future? Jiang Yu retrieved the treasure chest, cast his line back into the sea, and then opened the jade treasure chest he had just caught. Inside lay 2 transparent stones, seemingly unremarkable. You have opened a jade treasure chest and obtained 2 red time stones. Jiang Yu then understood that these were time-space stones. Time-space stone, red, contains powerful time and space energy. Can be used for spatial teleportation arrays, construction of special buildings, and crafting of special equipment. 2 time-space stones were precisely the essential materials needed to construct a teleportation array. Moreover, the higher the quality of the items he catches in the later stages, the more terrifying his talent becomes. Non-living creatures can be doubled, and if he catches a colored item, 1 item can become 2. His talent is indeed strong from beginning to end. Half an hour later, the bell rang again. Jiang Yu lifted his rod and fished up not a treasure chest, but an orange-quality 5-colored flower. The 5-colored flower doubled in value, becoming 2. Jiang Yu continued casting his line, fishing until 8 p.m., only packing up when it was completely dark. During this time, he caught 2 more purple items. In just 2 hours, 1 red, 1 orange, and 2 purple items. This haul was quite impressive. Jiang Yu wasn't sure if it was due to the protection period after he first got the red fishing rod, or if it was inherently this effective, but as long as it maintained this pace, the fishing rod definitely deserved its red quality. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a semi-golden rod, somewhere between red and gold. Even if he can't be this productive in the future, as long as he can catch 1 red item every day, or every 2 or 3 days, combined with his doubling talent, 1 red item is equivalent to 2 red items. After dinner. Like trying to stop a stream by pulling the gun. Chapter 205 Mysterious Summoning House, Day 32 of the Survival Game. After a night of hunting, Jiang Yu was still full of energy. He resumed his usual routine, going to the edge of the island to cast his first line of the day. Not long after, he caught a platinum treasure chest. As soon as the treasure chest was opened, a pair of fluffy ears peeked out, and Jiang Yu immediately guessed what was going on. Without a doubt, it was another bestiared girl. When she stepped out of the chest and he saw her face clearly, he indeed wore an expression of unsurprising agreement. This time, it wasn't just a bestiared girl who came, but also a wolf girl named Miomon, whose race is the moon wolf. She is 21 years old, With a beauty rating of 97, strength of 35, constitution of 25, agility of 40, spirit of 25, and loyalty that is directly at the maximum value. Miomon possesses the speed skill, which increases her speed and attack speed by 25% for 1 minute. She also has the ability to ignore defense, allowing her attacks to penetrate any shield and defense, directly dealing true damage. Her final burst damage is even more ferocious. If she hits the same target 3 times in a row, the opponent's accumulated damage will be unleashed on the spot. Jiang Yu briefly greeted Meow Man, then handed her over to Baixianer for arrangements, before heading towards the mysterious military camp and the mysterious shop. The mysterious military camp was closer, so Jiang Yu entered it first. The units that appeared in the crystal ball today were a tiger on the left and a wolf on the right. Neither the tiger nor the wolf was the type Jiang Yu wanted. He glanced at them and immediately went back to the history to continue recruiting sprites. Since we haven't found suitable unit types, let's continue to add sprites, which will increase the island's population. Now, Palai Island can plant, water, and harvest with a single click, so there's no shortage of ordinary labor. Moreover, the sprites have 7 points in all 4 basic attributes, so they're by no means without combat power. After recruitment, Palai Island's population increased by another 300, bringing the total population to over 1,000, less than 1,000 short of the target of 2,000. At this rate, even if suitable troop types cannot be recruited later, the population can be replenished in a maximum of 3 days. Jiang Yu left the barracks with the newly recruited sprites and waited for them to disperse before heading to the mysterious shop. Half an hour later he emerged from the shop. This time the refresh results were slightly better than the last, 3 red and 5 orange. The 5 orange items were 2 intermediate-level energy crystals, a 5-colored flower, a building upgrade scroll, and a void stone. Jiang Yu had obtained these items before, so they weren't particularly surprising. What really caught his attention were 3 red items, a high-grade water attribute energy crystal, a random upgrade scroll, and a blueprint for building a mysterious summoning house. Jiang Yu first put away the high-grade water attribute crystal, then without hesitation used the random upgrade scroll. The scroll transformed into a red light and shot into the sky, flying straight towards a mysterious training camp on the island. A few seconds later, a notification sounded, and the random upgrade scroll took effect, upgrading a mysterious training camp to epic level. This result was not unexpected. Jiang Yu had built several training camps, so it was normal for one to be randomly selected. He immediately went to the upgraded training camp to check the new attributes. In the epic mysterious training camp, simply staying for 5 minutes would randomly grant a 7 to 10 point boost to total attributes. This effect could only be activated once every 2 weeks, with a maximum of 5 people allowed to enter each day. Furthermore, the training camp only applies to those whose 4 basic attributes are below 70. Once all 4 attributes exceed 70, the buffs will no longer be available. This improvement wasn't as dramatic as Jiang Yu had anticipated, but it was certainly not bad either. Previously, the training camp could only increase attributes by a total of 6 to 15 points per day, but now it has been increased to 35 to 50 points, and the attribute cap has also been raised to 70. After the cooldown period ends, Daisy and Ao Xian can go in again to improve their strength. After reviewing the training camp, Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the last red blueprint. The mysterious summoning house. Just from the name, he knew it was another mysterious building. Jiang Yu eagerly checked the description, but his expression gradually became strange. After the summoning house is built, 2 people will be refreshed every other day. Jiang Yu can use resources such as spirit stones, gold coins, and source stones to recruit them to work for him. The refreshed characters are all-encompassing, including historical figures, novel characters, and anime characters, with a 50-50 chance of being male or female. Characters like Diqiao, Xiao Qiao, Diao Chan, and Zhu Qingzhu can be summoned. Recruited individuals have an initial loyalty of 80, and each character is unique. Once recruited, they will not reappear. If you don't choose to recruit after the daily refresh, you'll have to wait for the next refresh to change your mind. Construction requires a large amount of resources, 100 each of mystic crystal and source stone, and 200 each of star steel, mystic iron, fine gold, mithril, refined stone, and starwood. In addition, 2 void stones or 5 colored flowers are required, as well as a red time-space stone. More importantly, this blueprint is unique. There is only one in the world. After reading the description, Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Although this building was of red quality, it didn't directly provide him with much of a power boost. Its greatest function seemed to be allowing him to collect various beauties from history books and novels. There were already plenty of beautiful women on the island, and now a summoning house had appeared. Wasn't this going to make him completely addicted to her? Jiang Yu even had a fleeting thought of selling the blueprints. But he immediately rejected the idea. Selling it is out of the question, absolutely out of the question. It's the only red blueprint in the world. Only a madman would sell it to someone else. Since it's not for sale, then let's build it. Jiang Yu stopped hesitating. Since his location was near the mysterious shop, the mysterious barracks, and the mysterious training camp, he decided to build his summoning house in this area of mysterious buildings. The location was quickly selected, and a prompt appeared. Build your mysterious summoning house here? Jiang Yu answered directly. Yes. Then, the system asked him to choose one material between 2 void stones and 2 5-colored flowers. Jiang Yu glanced at his inventory and decisively chose the 5-colored flowers. Relatively speaking, he had more 5-colored flowers in his possession. The next second, mystic crystals, source stones, various ores, and wood were deducted one after another, and 2 5-colored flowers and a time stone were also consumed. The mysterious summoning house officially began construction. Chapter 206 Silver. A gray mist enveloped the surroundings, then slowly receded, revealing a building remarkably similar to the mysterious military camp before Jiang Yu's eyes. The biggest difference between the two was the color of their spatial portals. The mysterious military camp's portal was white, while the newly built mysterious summoning house possessed a purple spatial portal. Jiang Yu circled the building, examining it before finally stepping into the summoning room. The room was only about 100 square meters. Although small, it was sufficient for recruiting only 1 or 2 people each day. There were no crystal balls, no stone pillars, just emptiness all around. Only in the very center of the ground was a complex pattern carved into it. Jiang Yu examined it closely but couldn't recognize what it was. It only seemed to resemble a teleportation array. The moment he stepped into the central area, the ground pattern lit up, and a virtual interface he had never seen before appeared before his eyes. The interface was divided into 2 parts by a diagonal line, with a question mark displayed on each side. Jiang Yu raised his hand to touch it, and a prompt immediately popped up. Draw a character this time? Yes. Skip the drawing screen? No. Jiang Yu naturally didn't want to skip the first draw. The next moment, the screen flickered wildly to the left and right, countless figures flashing by, too fast to even see their faces clearly. Soon, both images stopped simultaneously, freezing on 2 figures. At the same time, 2 illusory projections also appeared 2 meters in front of Jiang Yu. He first looked to his left, where a character introduction appeared before him. Yin, female, transformed from the silver immortal grass. Recruitment requirements: 1,000 spirit stones, 20 orange source stones, 20 orange mystic crystals, 1 orange intermediate wood attribute energy crystal. Recruiting required a considerable amount of resources, but Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and continued to check Yin's attributes. Yin was a member of the Silver Immortal Grass clan, age unknown, with an appearance score of 97. Strength was 25, Constitution 25, Agility 30, Spirit 35, and Loyalty 80. She possesses 3 skills: Silver Immortal Entanglement, which summons Silver Immortal Grass to bind enemies, Silver Immortal Blessing, which provides area of effect healing, and Silver Immortal Thorns, which conjures thorns to attack targets. Seeing the question mark in the age section, Jiang Yu paused slightly but didn't think much of it, directly selecting to recruit her. Are you sure you want to recruit? Yes. As resources were deducted, the Silver Phantom gradually solidified. She had long blue hair, the strands of which gradually changed from light blue to dark blue under the light, and her azure eyes seemed to hold starlight. She wore a multi-layered blue gauze dress, a light blue long skirt, and dark blue boots, the hem adorned with golden leaf vein patterns. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her figure was full and graceful. Recruitment successful. The illusory figure fully materialized, and Ian bowed slightly to Jiang Yu, her voice gentle and melodious. Ian greets master. Wait behind me first. Jiang Yu beckoned, then turned his gaze to the illusory figure on his right. Lu Bu male. If you do not reject me, I am willing to become your adoptive father. Recruitment requirements: 400 spirit stones, 40 purple source stones, 40 purple mystic crystals, 3 purple basic metallic energy crystals. After reading the message, Jiang Yu didn't choose to recruit Lu Bu, but turned and walked towards the spatial portal. Let's go! Ian immediately followed. On the way, Jiang Yu casually asked, Ian, do you remember where you came from? Silver thought carefully for a moment and replied softly, Master, I don't remember very well. I only remember that I once lived in a forest full of silver fairy grass. Not long after I successfully transformed, I encountered a human wielding an iron hammer. Before that human could say more than a few words to me, I was summoned here by my master. You mean you come from another world? Jiang Yu paused, turning to look at her. Yes, master. These words stirred something within Jiang Yu. He had only asked casually, but he hadn't expected to uncover such important information. Whether Ian remembers the details of the original world is not important. What is important is that she does come from a world outside of the old gods. Since Ian can be summoned from other worlds, will the historical figures and anime characters that appear in the mysterious summoning house in the future also come from real worlds? Jiang Yu suddenly realized that he might have discovered an astonishing secret. Beyond the old god star, there might exist countless worlds, tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of planets, and countless parallel universes. Otherwise, how could Ian have come here from another world? And where did those characters from different eras come from? Master, did Ian say something wrong? Ian was a little uneasy when Jiang Yu did not respond for a long time. No, I was just thinking about something else, it's not your fault. Jiang Yu came back to his senses and asked again. Since you come from another world, do you still remember things from there? Ian shook her head. I don't remember much. I only remember that the humans in that world really like to hunt monsters like us. It's alright, this is enough. Let's keep going. The two left the mysterious summoning house, and just then saw a butterfly fairy flying by in the distance. Jiang Yu recognized her name and called out, Jiojio, come here for a second. The butterfly spirit immediately turned and flew over, respectfully asking, Master, what are your orders? Take her to familiarize herself with the island. Jiang Yu then looked at Ian. Ian, you go with Jiojio to familiarize yourself with the island. Yes, sir. Okay. After the two agreed, Jiojio quickly led Ian away. Jiang Yu walked alone towards the teleportation array. He hadn't forgotten that the teleportation array offered 2 random teleportation opportunities per week. Later, when things got busy, he might have Ao Xian and Ni Chang lead the exploration. But today was the first random teleportation, and Jiang Yu couldn't suppress his curiosity no matter what. Chapter 207 Digging the Island. On the teleportation array, options popped up in front of Jiang Yu: Cloud Sea City, Airspace 1 to Airspace 10010, as well as random teleportation and directional teleportation. Random teleportation can be used twice a week. After teleportation, a spatial channel will be created that lasts for 24 hours. People from Panlai Island can come through the channel, but outsiders cannot enter Panlai Island without permission. When Jiang Yu saw Airspace number 1, he couldn't help but take another look. It was a place he had been to before, and his private teleportation array could naturally connect directly to it. He turned to look at Xena, Ao Xian, and the others below the teleportation array and said, Wait for my message. When you need help, I will send you a message, and then you can come over through the spatial channel. Yes, master. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate any longer and directly chose random teleportation. He also wanted to see which island he would land on this time, whether there were enough resources, and whether the area was large enough. The automatic excavators, mining machines, and logging machines had been prepared long ago, and now they could finally be put to use. He couldn't take the island back, but he could hollow it out and take all the resources with him. A white light suddenly flashed, and Jiang Yu's figure disappeared from the teleportation array, leaving only a spatial passage behind. Although Xena and Ao Xian wanted to go in and help immediately, they did not act on their own. Instead, they stood guard outside, waiting for Jiang Yu's orders. On the other side, Jiang Yu opened his eyes and found himself teleported into a mountain cave. Behind him was only a spatial passage, and all around were thick mountains. There was no way out in any direction, clearly indicating that this was the deepest part of the cave. Fortunately, light could be seen 2 or 3 kilometers ahead, indicating that the cave wasn't too deep. Jiang Yu didn't stop and immediately headed towards the cave entrance. He covered the 2 or 3 kilometers in just 2 minutes. As he approached the entrance, Jiang Yu stopped, entered stealth mode, and continued to move closer. With his current strength, it would be almost impossible for anyone other than a powerhouse like Ao Xian or Anai Chang to detect his invisibility. Just as he reached the cave entrance, Jiang Yu was stunned by the sight before him. 700 or 800 meters below lay an endless forest and plain, the thickets stretching out densely, with clusters of houses visible on the distant plains. Looking up, he saw a kilometer or 2 above the cliff, and looking down, he saw the vast, boundless land. Jiang Yu immediately realized that he was in a cave in the middle of a cliff. And this island, which he couldn't see the edge of even from this height, was definitely several times larger than Penglai Island. Perhaps even tens or hundreds of times larger. This island is so big. If all the automated machines were to dig continuously for over 20 hours, they could probably gather all the basic resources needed for the next island upgrade in one go. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu leaped off the cliff. He was falling from a height of 700 or 800 meters. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he activated his aerial flight, paused for a moment in midair, and landed steadily on the ground. He might not have been hurt even if he had crashed down, but there was no need for that. After landing, Jiang Yu circled the mountain and quickly realized that the edge of the island was not far behind it, while the area in front of him stretched out into the distance. It turned out he wasn't in the center of the island, but at its edge. When he was standing at the cave entrance, his view was blocked by the mountain, which was why he hadn't been able to see what was behind him. After confirming there was no danger nearby, Jiang Yu immediately took out a large number of automated machines from his backpack and ordered them to start digging. These machines consumed low-grade oil and energy, so he wasn't worried about supplies. Even when powered by spirit stones, 1 spirit stone was enough for 1 machine to run continuously for a day. The resources the machines could extract in a day were worth far more than a single spirit stone. Thousands of machines soon roared to life, like a swarm of locusts, frantically digging towards the back of the mountain. Jiang Yu didn't let them dig further because there were houses and buildings more than 10 kilometers ahead, clearly indicating that many people lived there. He didn't want anyone to discover that he was digging on the island before he had a clear understanding of its situation. Starting from behind the mountain was the safest approach. As the machines continued to advance, notification sounds rang out in Jiang Yu's ears. Gained wood +1. Gained stone +1. Gained soil +1. The island's soil was extremely hard, but it couldn't withstand the simultaneous operation of thousands of automated machines, and resources began to pour into Jiang Yu's backpack. Jiang Yu needed to continue exploring and didn't have time to stay and watch the machines. He was worried that someone would pass by and smash them all as soon as he left. Damaging the machines wasn't a big deal. Delaying resource collection was the real issue. So he opened the group chat and contacted Ao Xian directly. Ao Xian, come over here. Ao Xian quickly replied. Coming right away. Xena and Kai Ning also hurriedly asked if they needed to come and help. Jiang Yu sent a video of the excavating machines and replied, It's fine for now, you don't need to come. I sent Ao Xian here so she can supervise and prevent anyone from interfering with the machines. He continued exploring the island, but someone needed to stay behind to oversee things. And on Palai Island, the most suitable person for this task was, of course, Ao Xian. With the aura of her dragon bloodline present, ordinary demonic beasts would be too frightened to even approach her. They would probably turn and flee in terror at the mere sight of her. Chapter 208. Is this still within the old god star? Master, please give any orders. Ao Xian flew out of the cave and quickly arrived in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu pointed to the busy automated machines. Your task is simple. Keep an eye on them and don't let anyone disturb them while they work. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Ao Xian immediately agreed, then looked at the cave. But Master, what if they hollow out the whole mountain? So what if they hollow it out? We can fly anyway. We'll leave a spatial passage so we can fly back directly. Jiang Yu didn't care at all. Even if the entire mountain range disappeared, let alone the cave being hollowed out, it wouldn't be able to trap him and Ao Xian. However, he still added, if the land under the teleportation channel is hollowed out, remember to remind everyone in the group. He didn't want Xena, Lily, and the others to worry, so after teleporting over without permission, he immediately lost his footing and fell into the sea of clouds below. Those who can't fly should either not come, or come by pirate ship. Don't worry, Master, I've remembered. After settling things with Ao Xian, Jiang Yu headed towards the center of the island alone. Once he entered a certain area, he immediately activated his invisibility. However, as he ventured deeper into the forest, he didn't see a single person, or even a small animal. Such a large island, such a vast forest, yet eerily silent. Something was amiss, and Jiang Yu became even more wary. He wasn't afraid of any movement. What he feared most was complete silence. According to his memory, the island's residential area should be about a kilometer ahead. Despite being so close, the area ahead remained eerily quiet. Jiang Yu even wondered if this was an abandoned, deserted island. But if it was truly uninhabited, how could there be no trace of animal activity? After leaving the forest, a cluster of houses indeed appeared on the flat ground. The houses were remarkably well preserved, yet there wasn't a soul in sight. Jiang Yu, unconvinced, circled all the houses and randomly opened 2 or 3 to examine them. The room was filled with household items, not empty at all, and the things were quite new, clearly not indicating long-term neglect. Either this place is extremely special, where items never accumulate dust, or someone lived here not long ago but suddenly disappeared for unknown reasons. Jiang Yu didn't linger and continued searching the entire island. There was no one near the teleportation portal, no one in the residential area, so he searched the entire island. If he confirmed it was truly an empty island, he wouldn't have any qualms about digging. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu returned to the vicinity of the house. After a brief moment of thought, he continued synthesizing the automated robots. Before long, thousands of robots were engaged in logging and digging. No matter how hard the island's soil was, it couldn't withstand so many machines digging continuously. More than 20 hours would be enough to dig through the island. Jiang Yu didn't want to go to such extremes, but the entire island was devoid of both humans and animals. He had searched every area, and apart from obtaining a platinum treasure chest and a gold treasure chest, he had found nothing else. Jiang Yu, Ao Xian, come to the center of the island. Since there was no danger on the island, he wasn't going to waste any more time. It would be more worthwhile to return to Panlai Island to fish. In less than a minute, Ao Xian flew to his side. Master, what are your orders? Jiang Yu explained the follow-up arrangements, telling her to stay in the center of the island to guard the machine, while he immediately returned to Panlai Island. Just as he stepped out of the teleportation tunnel, Xena's voice came through. Master, why are you back so quickly this time? She was fishing near the teleportation array and naturally spotted Jiang Yu immediately. There's no danger over there, and nothing much to see, so I came back. Wait a minute, Jiang Yu said, then suddenly looked at the teleportation panel. The random teleportation option was still lit up. This means that he can activate the second random teleportation before the first one closes. There's no need to wait for the 24 hours to end. Xena, I need to go out again. You guys continue to wait for my message. Having encountered nothing on his first teleportation attempt, Jiang Yu's curiosity was simply overwhelming. Okay, we'll wait for you. Jiang Yu immediately clicked on random teleportation and headed to the unknown area again. As his figure disappeared, a new spatial passage appeared next to the previous teleportation channel. On the other side, on a massive altar, countless people knelt and kowtowed, devoutly worshipping heaven and earth. Their clothes were tattered, and they were emaciated, clearly living in extreme hardship. Before the altar stood an emperor in a dragon robe and an empress in a phoenix robe, accompanied by the crown prince, princesses, and court officials. The crown prince couldn't help but ask the imperial advisor in a low voice, "Do gods really exist in this world? My father, mother, and countless people have been offering sacrifices for many years, so why have we never seen a god appear to save our country?" The imperial preceptor, dressed in a Taoist robe, quickly raised his finger and said, "Sure, the ceremony is not over yet, Your Highness, be quiet." The crown prince snorted coldly. Though he was dissatisfied, he did not speak again. Just then, a figure appeared out of thin air 100 meters above the altar. Behind him, a spatial passage was suspended. "Where is this?" Jiang Yu didn't even have time to see what was happening before his body suddenly lost its balance and plummeted downwards at high speed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, immediately taking to the air and landing steadily in midair. The teleportation portal was actually open in the air, almost catching him off guard. Jiang Yu cursed under his breath and immediately scanned his surroundings. What he saw stunned him completely. Ahead stood an emperor in a dragon robe and an empress in a phoenix robe, followed by a crown prince, princesses, and a dense crowd of kneeling worshippers. Jiang Yu's gaze lingered on the empress for a moment before shifting to the group of ragged, emaciated people. Where had he been transported to? Was this still within the old god star? Chapter 209 G Kingdom. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yu thought he had returned to the ancient world. But the teleportation array had clearly indicated that he would be sent to an island that was not for survivors, so what he saw before him could only be an island on the old god star. He immediately activated location tracking and entered the coordinates between this location and Pumlai Island. The distance was a staggering 990,000 kilometers. This number was ridiculously far. The distance from Earth to the Moon was only 384,000 kilometers. Even traveling at full speed, it would take Pumlai Island 2 months to reach them. Even with only the tip of the iceberg visible, the sheer size of the ancient planet was becoming increasingly apparent to Jiang Yu. However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. The presence of so many people, including representatives of nations, was enough to demonstrate the island's astonishing size and extreme seclusion. A bold guess then emerged. Could Blue Star just be an island on the ancient planet? Perhaps it's hidden beneath the clouds, or in some special spatial node high in the sky. If we could randomly teleport back to Blue Star in the future, that would be quite interesting. Jiang Yu suppressed his thoughts and turned his gaze back to the area around the altar. "Hey, God!" The crowd below looked up at Jiang Yu, who was suspended in midair, their expressions shifting from shock to fervor. "The gods have appeared! We're saved!" Those whose eyes had been numb, and who had almost given up on life had their hopes rekindled and were bowing down to him. He appeared out of thin air during the sacrifice, possessed extraordinary charisma, and had an impeccable appearance. He could even fly in the sky. What else could he be but a deity? The emperor at the very front knelt down again, piously shouting, "Greetings, immortal! I beg you to save the millions of people of G Kingdom from their suffering. Where is this place?" Jiang Yu asked, while checking his attributes. This man, named Ji Wang, was the emperor of the G Kingdom. He was 44 years old, with 5 points in strength, but only 4 points in the other 3 stats, and no skills whatsoever. The system's final evaluation was a single word: ineffective. Jiang Yu glanced at Empress Kumeyu again. She was 36 years old, with an appearance rating of 96, and her attributes were generally between 4 and 5 points. The system popped up a comment: "Well, someone's eyeing you again." He then checked the Imperial Advisor, his personal guards, and others. Only a few had an average attribute level between 5.5 and 7, while most others hovered around 3 or 4. This was clearly a mortal kingdom, and Jiang Yu felt much more at ease. In such a place, no one could pose a threat to him. King Ji cautiously replied, "Reporting to the immortal, this place is called the State of Ji, and I am the king of the State of Ji." Facing Jiang Yu, he didn't even dare to refer to himself as "I, the Emperor." "Are there any other countries besides the State of Ji?" Jiang Yu wasn't concerned about neighboring countries, but rather about the sheer size of this land beneath his feet. King Ji quickly replied that there were 2 other major powers nearby, Huan and Kun, in addition to hundreds of scattered tribes. Jiang Yu's heart stirred slightly. A region capable of accommodating 3 kingdoms and hundreds of tribes must be quite large. Taking advantage of the opportunity, King Ji invited. Immortal, would you mind moving to the palace? I am willing to host a banquet on behalf of the people of Ji. Whatever you wish to know, I will answer without hesitation. If you do not know, I will immediately send someone to investigate. Jiang Yu agreed after only a second of consideration. Since there was a country here, any treasures would likely be kept in the national treasury, so he might as well go directly to the treasury. However, he was also prepared to make a wasted trip. If a mortal kingdom truly possessed a treasure that could change one's destiny, someone would have already used it to improve their attributes and step into the extraordinary realm. Seeing Jiang Yu nod, King Ji was overjoyed and personally led the way. After Jiang Yu left, the people at the altar still looked on with fervent eyes. The Grand Preceptor whispered a reminder to the dazed Crown Prince. Crown Prince, we should follow too. The Crown Prince finally snapped out of his daze and hurriedly followed the others, muttering to himself. Immortals! There really are immortals in this world, how is that possible? Upon arriving at the palace, Prince Ji quickly set up a banquet. The head seat was reserved only for Jiang Yu. No one else, not even the Emperor, dared to sit down. Looking at the food presented, Jiang Yu continued. How large is the territory of the Ji Kingdom? Replying to the immortal, approximately 1.9 million square kilometers. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. The Ji Kingdom alone was so large. If other countries were included, wouldn't it be at least 6 or 7 million square kilometers? The Huan Kingdom covers 2.3 million square kilometers, and the Kun Kingdom covers 2.05 million square kilometers. As for the other tribes, their land is also vast, but it is mostly desert and sandy soil, which is difficult to cultivate, so it has not been counted in detail. 6 or 7 million square kilometers, that's clearly a conservative estimate. This area is probably over 10 million square kilometers. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could he have been teleported to a small planet enveloped by an ancient god star? These so-called spatial nodes might be the entrances to and from these small planets. The nodes he had previously discovered might also lead to different worlds. But this idea was far too audacious. Even Jiang Yu himself felt it was mostly wrong. After all, some islands in space nodes are pitifully small, and calling such places planets is an insult to the word planet. Chapter 210 Self-Discipline. Jiang Yu first asked King Ji, how long has your country been established? How many years of history existed before the establishment of the country? King Ji dared not hide the truth and immediately replied that the Ji Kingdom has been established for 199 years, and the history before the establishment of the country recorded in books is 2,680 years. As for even earlier times, they certainly existed, but no records have survived, so they cannot be certain. Then, Jiang Yu subtly inquired about many other things until he had a fairly good understanding of the area, before finally asking the crucial question. Over the years, have you ever discovered anything special that you can't understand at all? Everyone recognizes ordinary items, and 9 times out of 10 they are unlikely to be treasures. If you really want to find something good, you should keep an eye on things that locals don't recognize. Ji Wang's eyes lit up, and he quickly smiled and said, Immortal, there are indeed some rare items, which are currently stored in the treasure vault. If you are interested, I will take you there now. Lead the way, Jiang Yu said calmly. If there is anything that I find interesting, I will certainly not let you suffer any loss. Yes, please, Immortal. King Ji's smile deepened. He had been worshipping the gods and immortals for so many years, and this was the day he had been waiting for. If there was something in the treasure vault that the immortals took a liking to, even a small gift from them would be enough to save the Ji Kingdom from its peril. More importantly, he himself might be able to embark on the path of cultivation and seek immortality. Ji Wang had thought of immortality before, but it was just a vague idea. Now that a true immortal stood before him, he could no longer suppress his desires. Seeing that his guards were about to follow, Prince Ji hurriedly turned around and scolded them. You don't need to follow. With the immortal here, who can harm me and the Empress? In his view, if Jiang Yu wanted to harm them, it would be pointless for his guards to follow. But if Jiang Yu was willing to protect them, then no one in this world could harm them in the slightest. In fact, Jiang Yu's descent from the sky had already brought great benefits to King Ji. When a flying immortal suddenly descended from the sky during a sacrificial ceremony in the Ji kingdom, the people would naturally believe it was a divine manifestation. Even the people of the other two countries would feel that the Ji kingdom had gained the approval of the immortals and was protected by the gods. This prestige alone would be enough for King Ji to stabilize the situation. Of course, Jiang Yu didn't intend to take anything for free. He would leave behind potato, corn, sweet potato, and rice seeds if he could acquire one or two valuable treasures. The area was filled with emaciated people, clearly indicating a severe food shortage and a lack of high-yield crops. If these seeds can be planted, they will be enough to alleviate the future food crisis in Ji Kingdom. As for whether they can survive until the harvest season, that is not Jiang Yu's concern. Not long after, Prince Ji led Jiang Yu and Empress Yu to the treasury. After the door opened, Jiang Yu glanced inside and found that the amount of gold and silver was pitifully small. Fearing that Jiang Yu might misunderstand, King Ji hurriedly explained. In recent years, there have been continuous floods, droughts, and locust plagues. Most of the money in the treasury has been used for disaster relief, which is why there is only a little left. I apologize for the poor immortal. Jiang Yu waved his hand. It's all right, I didn't come here for gold and silver jewelry. What are the things you don't recognize? Immortal, these are the things. Yu bent down and picked up a few items from the corner. King Ji was initially annoyed by her sudden interruption and was about to reprimand her. But when he looked up, he was stunned to find Jiang Yu staring at the Empress's back. Could it be that the immortal had taken a liking to the Empress? This thought, far from angering King Ji, filled him with overwhelming joy. He already had a secret he couldn't tell anyone. If Jiang Yu really took a liking to Yu and bestowed benefits upon her because of him, it might save his life or even cure his hidden ailment. Jiang Yu didn't pay any attention to his thoughts. He simply walked to Yu's side, pointed to the items on the ground, and asked, "These are the things you can't recognize?" "Yes, immortal." "All right, let me see if it works." Jiang Yu examined each stone from left to right, his gaze quickly settling on a strange rock. Mysterious Yellowstone, purple, a relatively rare building material, also usable for equipment crafting. Jiang Yu's interest was piqued at just one glance. There were indeed extraordinary items here. Then, he looked at a bead. Dust-avoiding bead, azure when carried, it prevents dust from getting close. This was also an extraordinary item, but its level was too low, like the Xianhuang stone, and it didn't catch Jiang Yu's eye for the time being. But when he saw the third item, his expression finally turned serious. Primary would attribute energy crystal, purple. The moment the energy crystal appeared, many guesses flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. Could there have been a survivor on this island before? That person disappeared for some reason, leaving behind a huge empty island, and the people on the island developed into the present-day Ji kingdom over a long period of time? Or perhaps there were slaves and subordinates on the island to begin with, and after the island's owner disappeared, they gradually evolved into a new civilization? But this hypothesis also has problems. If there were survivors on the island, it shouldn't have developed so backwardly. At least some seeds of high-yield crops like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and rice should have been left behind. These seeds are not precious to the survivors nowadays. Almost everyone has them. Unless, of course, this island has experienced some great upheaval, even these most ordinary things would be lost to time. Jiang Yu was still pondering when Prince Ji quietly summoned Yu outside the treasury. The two discussed in hushed tones for a long time. Yu's pretty face slightly flushed, but her eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. "He's an immortal. Would he really take a liking to a mortal like me?" She hesitated. Prince Ji immediately reassured her. "Immortals are still human. Yu, you are exceptionally beautiful and are the Empress. I believe even an immortal would be tempted." He added, "Besides, you haven't experienced the ways of the world yet. The immortal will surely like you even more when he finds out." Yu remained silent for a moment, finally making up her mind. If she could truly be taken away by the immortal, she could completely escape the cage of the harem. As for whether she felt burdened, of course she did, but not much. After all, it was Prince Ji who had taken the initiative, and the crown prince and princess weren't her biological children. Soon, Kamayu re-entered the treasury and closed the door behind her. Seeing this, Prince Ji quickly pressed his knees against the door, trying to listen to what was happening inside. Chapter 211 Phoenix Egg. Jiang Yu was pondering when he suddenly felt something soft press against his back. He turned around and saw it was Kamayu. The treasure vault door was already tightly closed. "Empress, what are you doing?" Kamayu responded softly, and Jiang Yu was speechless. He hadn't meant it that way, but since things had come to this, he could only accept it. A moment later, Jiang Yu asked with a puzzled look, "Mayu, aren't you the Empress of Ji Kingdom? Why is your first time still intact?" Kamayu explained softly that a few days before she married into the palace, the Emperor was poisoned. Although she was lucky enough to survive, she lost her ability to have sex. Jiang Yu then realized that the current crown prince and princess were children born to the Emperor and two maids. And the one who poisoned them was the maid who gave birth to the prince. To secure her son's position as crown prince, she didn't hesitate to poison the Emperor. Although her scheme was exposed and she died, her entire clan was wiped out, but the Emperor had no other sons to choose from, and her son ultimately became the crown prince. "That's ruthless," Jiang Yu remarked as he straightened Kamayu's clothes. Then, he asked the question he was truly concerned about. "Was this your own idea, or did the Emperor send you?" Kamayu thought Jiang Yu was angry and hurriedly tried to kneel down, but he stopped her. "I don't blame you, I just want to know if you had any thoughts about this." Kamayu was silent for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she admitted softly, "I had this thought the first time I saw Jiang Lang." Jiang Yu nodded and told her not to call him immortal anymore, but to just call him by his name. Kamayu changed her address to Jiang Lang, and then explained the Emperor's purpose. The Emperor had asked her to do this for two reasons: first, to curry favor with Jiang Yu and exchange him for more treasures, and second, to hope that Jiang Yu could save the Ji Kingdom and take him to seek immortality. "You're saving Ji Kingdom because of the food crisis?" Jiang Yu asked. Kamayu nodded. Ji Kingdom has suffered from constant natural and man-made disasters in recent years, resulting in a severe food shortage and making life extremely difficult for its people. Jiang Yu said calmly, "For your sake, I will leave some seeds before I leave. With these seeds, the Ji Kingdom will no longer have to worry about food for at most 2 or 3 years." Kamayu bowed deeply to Jiang Yu with a solemn expression. "On behalf of the countless people of Ji Kingdom, I thank you, Jiang Lang." She had been empress for many years, and she was not entirely without feelings for the people of Ji Kingdom. Jiang Yu waved his hand. "There's no need for this between us. Now that we've finished discussing the Emperor's matter, what about yourself? What are your plans? Will you come with me or stay here?" Kamayu was taken aback for a moment, then asked expectantly, "Can I really go with Jiang Lang?" "Of course, as long as you're willing." Kamayu nodded without hesitation. If she could leave with Jiang Yu, why would she want to stay in the palace alone? Jiang Yu took out 4 cups of tea, a pile of special fruits, and a mixed spirit fruit from his backpack and handed them all to Kamayu. "Drink and eat these first, and then familiarize yourself with your strengthened body. I'll go check on the remaining items." Kamayu swallowed them as instructed, and soon felt her internal power continuously increasing, leaving her speechless with shock. The item Jiang Yu casually produced unexpectedly boosted her strength and granted her 2 new skills. Her initial exhaustion vanished in the blink of an eye, and her admiration for Jiang Yu reached its peak. At that moment, Jiang Yu's gaze suddenly fell upon a fiery red round stone. The object was oval-shaped, about the size of an ostrich egg, with a smooth surface. At first glance, it resembled a strange stone, but upon closer inspection, it looked more like an egg. Phoenix egg. This is a phoenix egg, stolen after its birth and never able to be incubated by fire. Without the nourishment of fire for so long, the phoenix inside is on the verge of death. If it still doesn't receive fire within 7 days, it will become a dead egg. Jiang Yu looked away, checked again, and immediately picked up the phoenix egg. He never expected to find a phoenix egg in the treasure trove of a mortal kingdom. "Where did you get this egg?" Kamayu looked at the thing in his arms, her face full of doubt. "Jiang Lang, isn't this just a stone?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "It's not a stone, it's an egg. Kamayu was stunned. She said that someone had used this thing to break rocks and iron blocks before, and everyone had always thought it was just an exceptionally hard red round stone. As for its origin, even the royal family didn't know. Since she could remember, this stone had been kept in the treasury. Remembering how everyone had used the phoenix egg to smash things, Kamayu couldn't help but worry that the creature inside might have been killed long ago. Jiang Yu was equally surprised upon hearing this, but also marveled at the baby phoenix's tenacious vitality. "It's all right, it's not dead yet, but it'll be soon. We'll take it with us when we leave, it'll be fine for now," Kamayu said, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Jiang Yu carefully put away the phoenix egg and looked around the treasure vault. "Let's go. Apart from this egg, there's nothing else worth taking here. I'll listen to Jiang Lang." Kamayu followed behind Jiang Yu and walked towards the treasure vault door. Chapter 2:12 Hatching the Phoenix Egg. Jiang Yu and Kamayu stayed in the treasure vault for over an hour. When they came out, they happened to meet King Ji. King Ji was beaming, as if his previous frustration and anger had never existed. He respectfully asked, "Are you satisfied with the treasures in the vault, Immortal?" Jiang Yu nodded and said, "Excellent, I am very satisfied with your arrangement. Don't worry, I will leave some treasures, enough to help Ji Kingdom get rid of the food crisis within 1 or 2 years. King Ji was overjoyed and quickly bowed in gratitude. Although the Immortal did not mention imparting cultivation techniques, which made him slightly regretful, as long as Ji Kingdom could overcome the crisis, his throne would be secure. Back in the main hall, Jiang Yu took out seeds of potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, and rice from his backpack and piled them in front of everyone. "These are potatoes. After planting, the yield per mu can reach 3,000 jin, which is about 300 shur. This is corn. The yield per mu can reach 80 shur. Sweet potatoes and rice are also high-yielding crops." Jiang Yu introduced each seed one by one, adding, "These are just conservative estimates. If planted properly, the yield could even double." King Ji was already dumbfounded when he saw Jiang Yu conjure up so many seeds out of thin air. Upon hearing the terrifying yields of these crops, he was completely stunned. If anyone else had said such things, he would have thought they were insane. But this was an immortal, someone who could easily annihilate them. Why would they deceive him with such a thing? After a brief moment of stunned silence, King Ji was filled with ecstatic joy. With these highly productive divine treasures, the people of Ji would no longer have to endure famine. Who would dare to call him incompetent and foolish? Who would dare to say that he was unworthy of his position, causing endless natural disasters? The Immortals bestowed divine objects upon him. This was the greatest recognition and protection they could offer. "On behalf of the countless people of Ji Kingdom, I thank the Immortal for bestowing this treasure." King Ji solemnly knelt and kowtowed several times to Jiang Yu. After he finished kowtowing, Jiang Yu spoke calmly. "Get up. This is what you deserve." After all, even the Empress had given him these things. Receiving them was indeed not excessive. After Ji Wang stood up, he cautiously asked, "This is the first time we've seen such a divine object, and we don't know how to cultivate it. Please give us some simple guidance, so we don't ruin this divine object." Jiang Yu then briefly explained how to cultivate crops such as potatoes, and then took out the phoenix egg and asked, "Where did this thing come from?" King Ji looked at the red round stone and shook his head, saying, "It's been in the treasury for a long time, and I don't know its origin. Immortal, please wait a moment, I'll send someone to investigate immediately." At his command, the guards outside the hall immediately entered. "Go and investigate immediately where this red round stone came from. Return and report back as soon as you find out. Also, take the divine object bestowed by the Immortal away and arrange for it to be planted immediately." The guards obeyed and carefully took the seed away. Clearly, even King Ji hadn't realized that the so-called red round stone was actually a phoenix egg. He then tentatively asked, "How long will the Immortal stay in the mortal realm this time?" "1 day. Could you stay a few more days? That way I can arrange for someone to entertain the Immortal." "No." Jiang Yu was too lazy to explain. King Ji dared not ask any more questions and could only say, "Would the Immortal like to move and rest? I will report immediately if there is any news." "No need, I will go back first and come back later." After saying that, Jiang Yu picked up Yu and flew towards the altar in full view of everyone, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This scene once again caused countless people to kneel and kowtow in worship. As for Yu, who was taken away by the immortal, everyone was even more envious. In their eyes, since the Empress had followed the immortal to the celestial realm, she would surely enjoy endless blessings in the future, and might even have the chance to live forever. King Ji gazed at the altar, his heart filled with disappointment. The immortal had only taken the queen, not him. He too had longed to embark on the path to immortality, seeking eternal life. But he quickly suppressed this thought, and immediately dispatched messengers to inform the court officials and major noble families. Anything unfamiliar to them but appearing precious and extraordinary was to be sent to the palace, awaiting the immortal's selection. If Huan and Kun weren't so far apart, King Ji would have even wanted those two countries to send treasures as well. In the past, if he gave such an order, perhaps no one would have bothered to obey. But now, news of the immortal's descent had already spread throughout Ji, so who would dare to disobey? Those powerful families and high-ranking officials already wanted to bring treasures to the palace to curry favor with the immortal, but they were afraid of angering him by showing themselves rashly. Now that the emperor has given the order, they immediately opened the treasury, took those strangely shaped but seemingly extraordinary objects, and personally rushed to the palace. Hearing that the immortals had already returned to the celestial realm with the empress, many were filled with regret, feeling they had missed a tremendous opportunity. Since the emperor was still collecting treasures, it meant the immortals might return. Therefore, everyone dared not delay and rushed to the palace to await their chance. Meanwhile, news of the immortals' descent spread far and wide. Those who had been secretly plotting a rebellion dispersed on the spot after confirming the news. With the immortals' approval, what reason did they have to rebel? To rebel against him now was tantamount to suicide. Back on Panlai Island, Jiang Yu looked at Yu and said, "Yu, you will live here from now on." "Yes, Jiang Lang." Yu looked at the scenery of the island and quickly fell in love with it. Jiang Yu then said to the butterfly demon Yao Yao beside the teleportation array, "Yao Yao, show her around the island and tell her about this world." "Leave it to me, master." Yao Yao fluttered her butterfly wings and flew away. Jiang Yu said to Yu, "Go with her. Ask her if you don't understand anything." Yu nodded and followed Yao Yao away. Jiang Yu then teleported to Qilin Valley, picked up Huir, and placed the phoenix egg in the very center of the valley. "This is a phoenix egg. You'll have to give up this spot for a few days. I'll return it to you once it hatches." Huir turned her head away, looking aggrieved, not wanting to pay him any attention. Jiang Yu laughed and said, "Don't be angry. After it hatches, if it's male, we can all roast it and eat it together. If it's female, you'll have another fire attribute divine beast companion. Isn't that a good thing?" After saying that, he turned and left. He believed that Huir and Zhu Qing were both reasonable and wouldn't disobey his arrangements even if they were angry. Huir felt a little better after hearing this and muttered softly, "All right then." However, she secretly hoped that this egg would hatch into a male phoenix. She had never tasted the meat of a divine beast of her own level before. On the ancient tree of blazing flames, Zhu Qing watched all this and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Heh, that damn Qilin, it finally got its comeuppance this time. Chapter 213 The Universal Key, Golden Silk Armor. After leaving Qilin Valley, Jiang Yu returned to Xena's side, rubbed her cat ears, praised her for fishing up the emerald treasure chest, and even kissed her. Xena had just fished up the treasure chest with her magical fishing rod but hadn't opened it, waiting for Jiang Yu to return. "Master, please open it quickly." Jiang Yu nodded and opened the jade treasure chest. Inside were 2 high-grade earth attribute energy crystals, both of red quality. Overjoyed to suddenly have 2 more high-grade energy crystals, Jiang Yu picked up Xena and rubbed her gently. Ji Wang and his group couldn't gather information so quickly. The teleportation channel wouldn't close for another 10 hours, so Jiang Yu continued fishing with Xena. An hour later, Daisy finally sent a message. "My lord, we've spotted the Star Path Merchant Guild." Jiang Yu immediately perked up. After waiting for 2 days, the Star Path Merchant Guild's merchant ship had finally appeared. He immediately replied, "Go straight for it, show no mercy." Less than 5 minutes later, Daisy sent another message. "My lord, It's all taken care of. Jiang Yu instructed her to pack the spoils into her backpack and upload them, then he would tally their value. He hadn't forgotten their agreement. The person responsible for delivering the message would receive 20% of the total loot. Soon, the items were put back into the backpack. Jiang Yu called the butterfly fairy to sort them out, and then had Helena Lisa, Qitong, Yang Xuexue, Lu Qin, and others estimate the value of the items according to their quality. In less than half an hour, all the items were tallied. This time, I obtained 2 red quality items, 5 orange quality items, 12,900 spirit stones, 160 orange source stones, and a large amount of purple source stones, orange mystic crystals, and other resources. The total value, after conversion, is close to 60,000 spirit stones. Of the 2 red items, one is a high-grade metallic energy crystal, and the other is surprisingly a key. Master key, red can open all locks and diamond chests. Opening ordinary locks and items does not consume a key, but each time a diamond chest is opened, 1 master key is required. After reading the description, Jiang Yu understood that the diamond treasure chest was different from other treasure chests. It couldn't be opened directly and required a universal key. If even the diamond treasure chest had this limitation, the higher-level colored treasure chests would likely also require special keys. However, colored treasure chests were still far off for him, and even diamond treasure chests hadn't appeared yet. Jiang Yu put away the universal key, only remembering to collect more of these things in the future. Next, he looked at the 5 orange quality items, 2 mid-level energy crystals, a 5-colored flower, a building upgrade scroll, and a piece of golden silk soft armor. Jiang Yu had seen the first few items before, but the golden silk soft armor was a new piece of equipment. Golden silk soft armor, orange, crafted by the Goblin clan's Kushi. It appears to belong to the same set as the golden silk cloud stepping boots. Collecting the complete set may grant additional bonuses, 2 to 5. After wearing, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 10. Characteristic 1, Defense plus 20%. Characteristic 2, Protects the master. Generates an invisible shield that automatically triggers upon being attacked and regenerates after 24 hours if broken. Jiang Yu hadn't expected that the golden silk soft armor and the golden silk cloud stepping boots would be a set. Now that red quality items were gradually becoming mainstream, it seemed a bit late for him to start collecting orange sets. At this rate, gold quality equipment would appear sooner or later, and a single piece of gold equipment might be stronger than a whole orange set. But then he thought again, he'd never seen any red quality equipment before. High quality equipment was just too rare. A set of orange quality gear was still worth collecting slowly. After putting on the golden silk soft armor, like the golden silk cloud stepping boots, it automatically conformed to his body, feeling as comfortable as if it had been tailor-made. Jiang Yu's strength and physique improved once again, and his combat power surged to 15.8 million. However, the system's evaluation was merciless. Evaluation, no real strength whatsoever, relying entirely on equipment. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. If he removed his golden silk soft armor, golden silk cloud stepping boots, and flowing light sword, his combat power would indeed only be a few million. His equipment boosted his stats to over 10 million, but this was merely an inflated display of strength. Even with both his strength and constitution exceeding 70, he would still struggle to defeat Daisy. Daisy's strength was the result of genuine training. His power stemmed largely from equipment enhancements. Even with a completed title that pushed his strength above 80, he would still be no match for Daisy in a serious fight. But being unable to defeat the angel race doesn't mean he can't handle ordinary demonic beasts and leaders. Even if some of their attributes exceed 70, Jiang Yu is confident he can take them down. As for whether his combat power is inflated or not, Jiang Yu doesn't care at all. As long as he can make it onto the rankings when they update, the combat power provided by his equipment is also his combat power. After playing for a while, Jiang Yu sheathed his flowing light sword and messaged his friend Su Shuni. "We've successfully raided the place, and our total loot is about 60,000 spirit stones. Do you want the spirit stones ready, or would you like a share of the loot?" Chapter 214 Fallen Phoenix Valley. Su Shuni, District 12 Boss, can you send me spirit stones directly? Jiang Yu, District 1 sure, it's 12,000 spirit stones. On an island in District 12, Su Shuni stared at the message in astonishment. She had only provided a piece of information, yet it was worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. This information was far too valuable. She hesitated to accept it, and quickly lowered her price. Su Shuni, District 12 no need for so many. It takes a lot of time and effort for the big boss to sell items. Just give me 6,000 spirit stones. Even 6,000 spirit stones is a huge fortune for her. She has received such a large sum of money with almost no effort. Jiang Yu, Region 1 then 10,000 spirit stones. Go to the regional trading post and list any item, I'll buy it. The regional trading post doesn't charge taxes, so this is the most convenient method. Su Shuni, Region 12 it's already listed, ID 5201314. You can find it by searching. Jiang Yu, Region 1 nice ID. Su Shuni, Region 12 hee, thanks for the compliment. Jiang Yu casually complimented his opponent, then contacted Daisy and asked her to search for item number 5201314 in the trading house and buy the item priced at 10,000 spirit stones. Daisy quickly replied that there were no items priced at 10,000 spirit stones in the trading house. The highest price was only 8,000. Jiang Yu immediately understood that Su Shuni ultimately felt that 10,000 was too much, and secretly lowered the price to 8,000. Since that was the case, he didn't stand on ceremony, and had Daisy buy the items before returning to the island. Less than 2 seconds later, a transaction notification appeared. You have completed a transaction, losing 8,000 spirit stones and gaining 1 purple origin stone. Exchanging 8,000 spirit stones for a single purple origin stone, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this the most expensive purple origin stone in history. Jiang Yu stayed with Xena for a while before getting up and heading towards the teleportation array. Several hours had passed, and the necessary information should have been gathered. If there were still no results, there probably wouldn't be an answer within a day. In that case, it was best to go and return as soon as possible. The moment Jiang Yu stepped into the teleportation channel, the teleportation array lit up, and Daisy, who had been away for 2 days, returned. Seeing Jiang Yu's departing figure, her first instinct was to follow. However, seeing Xena fishing by the teleportation array, she guessed that Jiang Yu had something to do and ultimately stopped. On the other side, as soon as Jiang Yu appeared, King Ji, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came forward to greet him. Immortal, the origin of the red round stone has been investigated. I have ordered many treasures to be prepared. I would like to invite you to come and take a look, and see if there is anything that catches your eye. Behind King Ji stood a group of noble families and high-ranking officials of the Ji Kingdom, all dressed in luxurious clothes. Behind them were also many beautifully dressed women. Although they had long heard of the existence of immortals, they were still utterly astonished to see Jiang Yu descend from nowhere. Immediately, everyone knelt down, excitedly shouting, "We respectfully welcome the immortal!" If immortals truly existed, did that mean they too would have the opportunity to cultivate immortality? Even the Empress could catch the eye of an immortal. If their wives or daughters could also gain the favor of an immortal and obtain 1 or 2 celestial treasures, wouldn't they also be able to ascend to heaven in one step? Thinking of immortality and a chance encounter with immortals, everyone's eyes were filled with fervor. This was also the real reason they brought their wives and daughters here. All right, lead the way. Jiang Yu was quite excited about the treasures they had brought. The collections of those long-established aristocratic families might not be inferior to those in the imperial palace's treasury. Prince Ji led the way, with Jiang Yu following closely behind, and a large group of people following behind them. Along the way, Prince Ji began to explain the origin of the phoenix eggs. Immortal, that red round stone has been in the Ji Kingdom's treasury for decades. It was a congratulatory gift from the Huan Kingdom's anvil. Back then, on the 150th anniversary of the founding of the Ji Kingdom, a grand banquet was held for all parties. Various countries and tribes sent gifts. Among the congratulatory gifts from the Huan Kingdom was this round stone. We have already found out that the round stone came from Luofeng Valley in the Huan Kingdom. Seeing that Jiang Yu did not react, King Ji continued. Fallen Phoenix Valley is a famous valley in Huan Kingdom, where it is extremely hot all year round. The people of Huan Kingdom once went in to explore and found that round stone on the outer perimeter. After bringing it back and studying it for a long time, they found that it was unusually hard and had no other special features. So they presented it to the Ji Kingdom as a congratulatory gift. The Ji Kingdom studied it after receiving it, but found nothing, and it was left to gather dust in their treasury. After I ascended the throne, I also treated it as a particularly hard stone, until the arrival of the immortal. That is all we have found. Jiang Yu then spoke. Besides the heat, is there anything else unusual about Falling Phoenix Valley? For example, is it extremely dangerous, with most people who go in barely surviving? Reporting to the immortal, no. King Ji shook his head and said, The King of Huan has sent many people in to investigate, and I haven't heard of many deaths. However, they probably only operate on the outskirts and dare not venture too deep, which is why there have been no losses. How far is it from here to Falling Phoenix Valley? 860 kilometers as the crow flies. Jiang Yu immediately calculated in his mind. At the pirate ship's fastest speed, it would take a little over 2 hours to get there, and about 6 hours round trip, which was plenty of time. The only problem was that the search might take place at night. But that wasn't a big deal. Searching at night wasn't like fishing at night, so it wouldn't have much of an impact. Jiang Yu immediately decided that after examining the treasures these people had brought, he would set off for Falling Phoenix Valley. He then asked, Besides Fallen Phoenix Valley, are there any other special places or events in Huan Kingdom? Not just Huan Kingdom, but Ji Kingdom and Kun Kingdom can also be mentioned. King Ji thought for a moment and said, A while ago, something shocking happened in Kun Kingdom. What was it? A chicken plague. What does that mean? Chapter 215 Island Upgrade Qualification Scroll. Tell me in detail. King Ji suppressed a laugh and recounted the strange events that had occurred in Kun Kingdom recently. For some unknown reason, all the chickens in Kun Kingdom, whether domesticated or wild, had gone mad, swarming and pecking at anyone they saw, completely unafraid of death. Unfortunately, food was scarce at the time, and the ruler of Kun dared not directly order the chickens to be slaughtered for food. He could only command the entire nation to find the source of the chickens' madness. However, 2 days passed, and no one had been able to solve the problem. Just as the ruler was furious and preparing to slaughter some chickens for a meal, the mad chickens inexplicably returned to normal. Now, this incident has become a laughingstock in Ji and Huan. King Ji didn't know why the chickens had gone mad or suddenly recovered, and dared not say more. If the immortal thought this matter was important, he would investigate it himself. This is quite interesting. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, but did not change his plans. After finishing things here, he would first go to Luofeng Valley in Huan Kingdom. After everyone entered the palace, Jiang Yu took the main seat. The prince clapped his hands, and items were carried into the hall one by one. Jiang Yu examined them one by one. There were indeed many extraordinary items, but most were only green or blue quality. Cyan and purple were extremely rare, and there wasn't a single item above orange. After scanning the last item, Jiang Yu stood up and said, These things are useless to me. Take them all back. Just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly shouted, Immortal, please wait. I have something here that might catch your eye. Jiang Yu turned around and saw an old man of about 60 years old walk out from the crowd and hand him a rolled-up piece of paper. This is a family heirloom. We've tried countless times, but we still can't open it. We can't get it wet with water, we can't burn it with fire, and we can't even damage it with swords or spears. Jiang Yu immediately became interested upon hearing this. This kind of thing was definitely not ordinary. It was either a blueprint or a scroll. He took the paper and tried to unfold it, but he did indeed feel a resistance, and couldn't open it easily. Interesting. Jiang Yu increased the force, and the scroll finally unfurled slowly. When he saw the text on it, his eyes lit up with joy. Island Upgrade Qualification Scroll, red used for island upgrades. It was actually a red quality island upgrade qualification scroll. Jiang Yu had long suspected that this item wouldn't be of low quality, but he hadn't expected to obtain it in the Ji Kingdom. First came the Phoenix Egg, then the Island Upgrade Qualification Scroll, and now the Fallen Phoenix Valley he was about to visit. The random teleportation function was indeed not to be underestimated, Even landing in a mortal realm might not be without great opportunities. This is good, it's very useful to me. Tell me, what do you want? Upon hearing this, countless people in the hall looked at the old man with envy. The old man quickly bowed. This old man dares not speak presumptuously. I leave it all to the immortal to decide. Of course, he wanted to follow Jiang Yu to the immortal realm to cultivate, but he dared not bring it up himself. If he angered the immortal, not only himself, but his entire family and even the country might suffer. Jiang Yu nodded, took out a 1-liter bottle of moon goddess water from his backpack, and presented it to the old man. I bestow upon you a bottle of moon goddess water. This water tastes excellent, can ward off illness, maintain your health, and even extend your life by 2 or 3 years. The old man accepted the jade bottle, trembling with excitement, and hugged it tightly to his chest. Thank you for this treasure, immortal! Thank you for this treasure, immortal! For him, exchanging a worthless piece of paper that he couldn't open for a life-extending elixir was already an incredible stroke of luck. But the people around him, staring at the moon goddess water, gradually grew greedy. Immunity to disease, maintaining health, and extending lifespan by 2 or 3 years, such a treasure was enough to drive anyone mad. If Jiang Yu hadn't been standing there, someone would probably have rushed forward to snatch it already. Jiang Yu took in everyone's reactions and left with a parting sentence. No stealing what you've exchanged with me. He couldn't let the person who had just delivered the red scroll to him end up dead in the wilderness. As these words fell, the madness in everyone's eyes subsided somewhat, but the burning passion remained. If they can't openly rob, then they'll try to exchange. If they can't exchange, perhaps they can steal. As long as no one dies, the immortals might not bother with such trivial matters. Immortal, are you returning to the immortal realm? King Ji was the first to react and hurriedly chased after them out of the palace, with the others following closely behind. Jiang Yu stopped outside the palace gate and asked, Which direction is Luofeng Valley? King Ji was startled. Didn't the immortal say he could only descend to the mortal realm for 1 day? Was it still possible to reach Luofeng Valley in time? But he dared not ask further. The immortal had his own ingenious plan. It was not for him to speculate. Immortal, are you going to Falling Phoenix Valley now? Yes. King Ji quickly replied. How about I send someone to accompany you, to guide you and keep you entertained? With that, he pushed Princess Ji forward. Seeing this, the crowd behind him were also tempted. If King Ji could send a princess, they could certainly send someone too. The princess, who was pushed forward, was overjoyed, but deliberately put on a shy demeanor. Jiang Yu glanced at her, his expression subtly changing. He detected several different scents emanating from this princess. Name, Ji Qi. Race, human. Identity, Princess of Ji Kingdom. Age, 20. Appearance, 88. Strength, 4. Constitution, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 4. Skills, none. Evaluation, plays quite skillfully. Chapter 216 Fire Spirit Orb. Seeing Ji Qi's comment, Jiang Yu finally understood why she had such a mix of scents. So this princess has such outrageous private life. No wonder he felt something was off earlier. For Mayu's sake, I'll let it slide this time. Come here, which direction is Falling Phoenix Valley? Jiang Yu left those words behind, bypassed King Ji, and pointed to someone behind him, asking a question. The man trembled with fright and quickly pointed into the distance. Immortal, it's in that direction. As soon as he raised his finger, Jiang Yu transformed into a streak of light and shot into the sky, while the man held a drop of moon goddess water in his hand. For these people, a single drop of moon goddess water is enough to bring about amazing effects. After flying into the air, Jiang Yu took out the fastest pirate ship, set the distance to 800 kilometers, and headed towards Falling Phoenix Valley at full speed. Jiang Yu's sudden change of expression instantly silenced the restless crowd. King Ji stood there, still filled with lingering fear and confusion, unable to understand why Jiang Yu had suddenly become angry. When the immortal presented the gift to the Empress, he accepted it with great joy. Why did his attitude suddenly turn cold when it came to the princess? Could it be that Ji Qi is not as beautiful as the Empress? But Ji Qi is equally beautiful. Even if the immortal doesn't fancy her, he shouldn't be so furious. After thinking for a long time, King Ji suddenly remembered a report from some time ago. Some have said that Ji kept a group of male concubines in the princess's residence. He sent people to investigate, but they found nothing. Since Ji was usually well-behaved and obedient, he assumed that someone was maliciously slandering her. But now it seems that the report was clearly true, and the immortal's reaction just now could not possibly be faked. Prince Ji's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he roared angrily. "Speak! Someone reported that you are keeping male concubines. Is this true or not?" Ji knelt on the ground, her lips pale, wanting to deny it but unable to utter a word. This matter cannot withstand scrutiny. As long as Father Emperor investigates seriously, the whole truth will be revealed within an hour. "Father, please calm your anger. I was just confused for a moment." Upon receiving his daughter's admission, King Ji coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot. No wonder the immortal was angry. If it were him, he would never tolerate such a thing. He actually tried to use such a daughter to please the immortal. He was simply courting death. Fortunately, Jiang Yu didn't pursue the matter because of Kameyu. Otherwise, not only him, but millions of people in Ji Kingdom might have been implicated. King Ji angrily pointed at Ji, wanting to order her to be dragged out and beheaded several times, but the words just wouldn't come out. No matter how absurd it may seem, she is still his daughter. Guards, take the princess back to her residence and keep her under strict guard. Without my order, she is not to step out of the residence even once. Find all those male favorites from the princess's residence and have them all beheaded. After everyone learned the reason for Jiang Yu's anger, their previously extinguished thoughts were rekindled. It turns out that the immortals didn't dislike the emperor's actions, but rather looked down on the princess's behavior. They might not be without their chance. What impressed them even more was that Jiang Yu had only met Chi today, yet he saw through her long-hidden scandal at a glance. The immortal is indeed worthy of being called an immortal, but no one knows whether he will ever return. On the other side, Jiang Yu looked down at the valley that reflected the red sky and slowly brought the pirate ship to a stop. As dusk settled, the valley remained ablaze with a fiery red light, standing out starkly from its surroundings. After traveling for so long, this is the only place that is so unusual. It must be Falling Phoenix Valley. As the pirate ship continued to descend, Jiang Yu could clearly feel the surrounding temperature steadily rising. After descending to a certain height, he stowed the pirate ship and fell rapidly. After landing, Jiang Yu observed his surroundings and felt the heat waves around him, quickly determining that he had entered the inner perimeter of Falling Phoenix Valley. The temperature here has exceeded 100 degrees Celsius. It would be impossible for it to reach this level in the surrounding areas. As for how ordinary people outside entered the valley and searched for the phoenix eggs, Jiang Yu didn't intend to think about it at all. He carefully sensed the temperature in all directions, and then proceeded deeper into the hottest area. He didn't know exactly where the deepest part of Falling Phoenix Valley was, but as long as he followed the high temperature, he was sure he would find his way. As Jiang Yu walked into the valley, he encountered no danger, but the temperature quickly rose from over 100 degrees to 500 or 600 degrees. This environment is a treasure trove for fire tribute creatures to cultivate. If it could be integrated with Qilin Valley, Hui'er and Zhu Qing would definitely love it. Jiang Yu wasn't worried about the high temperature hurting him. Penglai Island belonged to him, and even the most terrifying heat would only make him feel hot. After going a kilometer or two further, the temperature finally broke through the 1,000 degrees. This should be considered the depths of Fallen Phoenix Valley. Jiang Yu put away his relaxed demeanor and began to carefully search his surroundings. Before long, he saw a ball of flame burning fiercely in front of him. Strangely, the flames, which existed as if they were out of thin air, remained unextinguished despite the absence of any flammable material around them. Perhaps this is the real reason why Fallen Phoenix Valley was formed. Jiang Yu immediately moved closer to the flames. The flames rushed towards them, and the invisible shield formed by the golden silk armor was quickly burned through. Jiang Yu didn't care at all, and directly withstood the flames, putting his right hand into the fire. The next moment, a slippery sensation came from the palm of his hand, which was very similar to that of the water spirit orb and the earth spirit orb. Could it be the fire spirit orb? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed the object from his hand. As it was taken out, The raging flame was instantly absorbed into it, and a fiery red bead appeared in Jiang Yu's palm. It really is the fire spirit orb. Jiang Yu confirmed its identity with just one glance. The location of the fire spirit orb will cause the temperature to become extremely high, creating the most suitable living environment for fire tribute creatures. This trip was very fruitful. Not only did I obtain the island upgrade qualification scroll, but I also got the fire spirit orb, plus the queen and the phoenix egg. It was definitely worth it. Jiang Yu carefully searched the surroundings again, and after confirming that there was nothing else, he turned and went back. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. If he rushed back now, he might be able to hold Xena and sleep for a while. As Jiang Yu took the fire spirit orb, the temperature in falling Phoenix Valley began to drop rapidly. Before long, this once scorching valley will become an ordinary valley. In another day or two, when someone comes to investigate again, they will find that the temperature in falling Phoenix Valley has already returned to normal. Chapter 217: A Difficult Choice. Upon returning to the capital of Ji Kingdom, Jiang Yu did not linger but flew directly to the teleportation channel to return to Panlai Island. As soon as he stepped into the passage, several figures quickly left the vicinity of the altar. These were all spies placed by the Ji King and various families, just to confirm Jiang Yu's whereabouts as soon as possible. Inside the palace, a guard quickly reported, "Your Majesty, the Immortal has returned to the celestial realm." King Ji sighed deeply. The Immortal had indeed departed. He had received neither the cultivation techniques nor the means to prolong his life, and his heart was filled with resentment. Did the Immortal leave anything behind? "Your Majesty, no." After a moment of silence, the King of Ji suddenly spoke. "Issue the order that a beauty pageant be held nationwide in a week. The top 10 contestants will all be appointed as officials in the court, and the first-place winner will be appointed as a first-rank official and a celestial attendant." The guard was stunned. "Your Majesty, our country has never had an official who serves as a celestial attendant. From today onwards it will be here." King Ji waved his hand. Since it was just a nominal position anyway, what harm was there in bestowing it upon him? Upon returning to Panlai Island, Jiang Yu immediately sent the fire spirit orb into Qilin Valley. As soon as the fire spirit orb landed, the flames in the valley surged, and the temperature rose accordingly. Hua Ir and Zhu Qing were overjoyed to learn that their master possessed the fire spirit orb, and they were happy for an entire day. After leaving Qilin Valley, Jiang Yu returned to his bedroom and fell asleep holding by Sienna. The next day, Jiang Yu played with the cat ears and fox ears for a while before washing up and going out to continue fishing. Not long after, he fished up an emerald treasure chest. The treasure chest was opened, and a graceful and voluptuous figure appeared before them. She bore some resemblance to the butterfly fairy on the island, possessing butterfly ears and wings as well, but her appearance was even more perfect, her colorful dress dazzling, and the butterfly wings on her back shimmering with iridescent light. Jiang Yu recognized her at a glance. She was also a butterfly demon, but a higher-ranking butterflyer girl. Name: Sonhee. Race: rainbow butterfly. Age: 28. Appearance: 97. Strength: 30, Constitution: 30, Agility: 42, Spirit: 50. Skills: Extreme Speed Flight, Butterfly Wing Gale, Automatic Evasion, Illusory Realm. The illusory realm can create a mesmerizing environment. If the enemy is mentally weak and unable to break free on their own, they will never be able to distinguish between the illusion and reality, and will be completely trapped in it. Loyalty: 100. Comment: It's better to let her create illusions than to dream about them. She can do whatever she wants in those illusions, as long as she wants. Jiang Yu's heart stirred. The butterfly demons he had recruited earlier finally had a leader of their own race. From the lotus, I pay my respects to the master. Sonhee fluttered her colorful butterfly wings and flew to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded, found a butterfly spirit, and had her guide Sonhee to familiarize herself with the island. Then, he disassembled the jade treasure chest and headed towards the mysterious military camp. Upon entering the barracks, Jiang Yu immediately began drawing troop types. However, the two options that appeared this time gave him an unusual dilemma. On the left is the conch maiden, and on the right is the clam spirit. Both are female races living in the sea, with incredibly hard shells but bodies as soft as water. The recruitment costs are exactly the same: 150 spirit stones, 10 purple source stones, and 10 purple mystic crystals, with a daily limit of 100 recruits for both. In the scene, two beautiful women are lying on their sides on their respective seashells, gazing at Jiang Yu with their alluring eyes. The conch girl appears youthful and lively, while the clam spirit is more mature and full of charm. Jiang Yu was even more confused after checking the attributes. Both have an appearance score of 92 to 96, strength of 15, constitution of 28, agility of 15, and spirit of 24. Even their water control and indestructible abilities are exactly the same. Water control allows the user to manipulate water flow, creating water shields and water arrows to attack enemies. Once activated, the indestructible shell becomes even harder and more difficult to destroy. Apart from the different race names, there is almost no difference. The system even provides an evaluation. Adults can have both, but they should also prioritize and make their own choices. Multiple choice questions? Ha, that's no problem for me. Jiang Yu couldn't understand why such identical unit types would spawn at the same time, so he simply took out an ordinary die from his backpack. This is not the magical die we got before, it's just an ordinary die. He casually tossed it into the air. Choose the conch girl on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Choose the clam spirit on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Since we can't choose for ourselves, let's leave it to fate. The dice spun wildly in the air, but Jiang Yu had a vague feeling that they seemed to spin even faster after he explained the rules. The die landed, its spinning speed gradually decreased, and the number facing up was about to stop at 1. But Jiang Yu had a premonition that things wouldn't be that simple. The next second, the dice suddenly flipped to 2. Then, the time was turned to 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 5 o'clock. It was almost stopped, but it seemed to be struggling desperately, and finally flipped over again, coming to a steady stop at 6 o'clock. Jiang Yu exclaimed in amazement. Sure enough, someone was watching him in the dark and even interfered with the result of the dice roll. Jiang Yu had actually suspected this long ago, but he had simply been too lazy to pay attention. Given the other party's level, killing him would probably be easier than crushing an ant. But he not only didn't die, he lived a more and more comfortable life, which clearly showed that the other party had no ill intentions and even had good intentions all along. Knowing this is enough for Jiang Yu. As for who that person is and why they are paying attention to me, those are not questions I should be considering now. Now, all he needs to do is continue developing the island, live for the moment, do what he needs to do, and enjoy himself to the fullest. That way, even if I die someday, I'll still have come out ahead. Chapter 218. Goodbye, Aisha Nicole. At 6 o'clock, let's recruit the clam spirit first, and talk about the conch girl tomorrow. Jiang Yu casually made a decision, clicked to recruit clam spirits, and directly selected 100. Spirit stones, purple source stones, and mystic crystals were quickly deducted, and the crystal balls shimmered with light as fair-skinned, scantily clad clam spirits emerged from it. The small seashells on their heads became decorations. Among the 100 clam spirits, 10 mutated, with their 4 attributes increasing to 18, 30, 18, and 26, while they still retain 2 skills. Greetings, Master! Jiang Yu led them away from the mysterious military camp and found Lily. These clam spirits are yours to take care of. Lily beamed with joy upon seeing the sudden influx of marine life. With the island's several upgrades, Reflecting Moon Lake had grown to an astonishing size, easily accommodating not just 100 people, but many more. Jiang Yu added, "The mysterious barracks also has the conch girl. Go recruit 100 of them tomorrow." Lily nodded immediately. The underwater palace was finally becoming more and more complete. As for what new troop types would spawn the day after tomorrow, Jiang Yu would check the history records then. After making the arrangements, Jiang Yu had nothing to do, so he went to the fishing spot, took the magic fishing rod from Xena and started fishing, while Xena switched to the beginner fishing rod and continued to practice. Before long it was noon. Ao Xian recalled the automated machines that had gone out. The process went smoothly, and they brought back a large amount of basic resources. It can be said that the island no longer lacks the ordinary resources required to advance to the next level. Jiang Yu dispatched more machines to continue searching for monsters like rat men and tree men. Bringing them back was naturally for the island's upgrade, They were now close to meeting the requirements for the next upgrade stage. He had originally planned to bring some people back from G State, but time was too tight, and he couldn't just grab a bunch of people at will, so he had to give up on the idea for the time being. Anyway, the consumables could still be used, so there was no rush. Just as Jiang Yu was fishing, a shout suddenly came from outside the island. "Island Master Jiang, open the door quickly, I've come to see you!" The voice sounded familiar, but Jiang Yu couldn't immediately place it. "Master, the wandering merchant Aisha Nicole has arrived." Little Float floated to his side to remind him. Jiang Yu suddenly realized. So it was her. No wonder her voice sounded so familiar. Jiang Yu had even thought that Aisha Nicole had met with an accident while she was on a business trip because she had been missing for so long. He never expected that she was still alive. Shao, bring her in. I'll wait in the living room." Panlai Island was heavily guarded, and without a guide, Aisha Nicole couldn't get in at all, which is why she could only shout from outside. Xiao Xiufei went to pick up the person, and Jiang Yu put down his fishing rod and returned to the living room to wait. When Aisha Nicole returned to Panlai Island, she was completely bewildered. It had only been 22 days since she last visited this place. Yet, the Panlai Island before her had undergone earth-shattering changes, and countless auras far more powerful than hers were now hidden on the island. 20-odd days, not more than 20 years, is this kind of change really normal? If Xiao hadn't led the way herself, and if she hadn't seen the towering shadow of the Tree of Life, she would have definitely doubted that she had gone to the wrong place. It wasn't until she entered the living room and saw Jiang Yu with a smile on his face that she finally confirmed that this was indeed still Panlai Island. "Island Master Jiang, after 22 days, the changes on your island are beyond words." Even after Aisha Nicole sat down, the shock on her face hadn't faded. Anyone who witnessed this scene would likely have reacted no more calmly than she did. Jiang Yu poured her a cup of tea. "Have a cup of tea first, and calm down. This tea is truly the tea of life. Although the special tea varieties bestowed by the goddess of life are few in number, the bonus from Panlai Island is so high that Jiang Yu no longer lacks tea." Aisha Nicole took a small sip and felt the power within her body increase, instantly freezing in shock. "Lord Jiang, this tea. It was a gift from someone. Does it taste alright?" "Not just okay, this is the best tea I've ever had," Aisha Nicole exclaimed in amazement. "Not only is it delicious, but it can even enhance my strength. Thank you, Island Master Jiang, for the tea." Her favorability towards Jiang Yu has increased again, reaching 50 points. Jiang Yu picked up the teapot. "If you like it, drink more. I'll make sure you have plenty." The tea of life, paired with moon goddess water, which is further purified by the water spirit pearl, naturally tastes excellent. Jiang Yu also tried brewing the 4 special teas together, but the taste was very strange, far inferior to brewing them separately. Aisha Nicole quickly waved her hand. "Enough, Island Master Jiang, let's talk about serious matters." Jiang Yu looked at her. "Before we get down to business, I'd like to ask you something. What happened to you last week? Why didn't you come on time?" Aisha Nicole's expression gradually turned serious. "This matter is related to the important thing I want to talk about. I originally wanted to tell you after the transaction was completed, but since you asked, I'll tell you in advance. I would like to hear the details." "Lord Jiang, this may be the last deal we make." Jiang Yu frowned slightly. "Why do you say that?" "Because the old gods will soon be plunged into turmoil," Aisha Nicole said in a deep voice. "Maybe next week, maybe the week after, I can't be sure of the exact time. But what I am sure of is that you survivors will soon face a huge crisis. The teleportation channel between the Taijin realm and the old god star will close in 2 days. At that time, I will no longer be able to come to the old god star to trade with you." Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. "You're from another planet?" "That's right, I come from the Taijin realm," Aisha Nicole explained. "The Taijin realm is similar to the old god star, but there are no survivors there, and its area is far smaller than the old god star. In other words, the Taijin realm is more like a special space attached to the old god star. It's just that the space is so large that it's called the Taijin realm." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu instantly understood. The situation in the Taijin realm is very similar to the Ji Kingdom world he visited yesterday, only it is larger and stronger than the world where the Ji Kingdom is located. Chapter 219 Leave Behind. Is it far from here to Taijin Realm? Very, very far, Aisha Nicole answered without hesitation. Starting from here, even if I had 3 months to travel by spaceship, I might not be able to get there. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. This distance was almost the same as the distance to the world where the Ji Kingdom was located. Since there is a teleportation channel between the Taijin Realm and the Old God Star Region 1, and Aisha is able to come here every time, there must be an entrance to the Taijin Realm within Region 1. Jiang Yu then asked, "Could you tell me exactly where the teleportation channel is located?" Aisha Nicole shook her head. "I'm sorry, Island Master Jiang, it's not that I'm unwilling to tell you. Before people from the Taijin Realm go out, a restriction is planted in their minds. If core information is leaked, the restriction will be triggered immediately, and they will die on the spot." I was being presumptuous. Jiang Yu changed the subject. "Are there many passages connecting the Taijin Realm to the Old God Star?" "There are many. There are 50 on the surface, and there are definitely more hidden ones. Our family has one too, but it doesn't lead here." Jiang Yu asked again. "You said the passage will be closed in 2 days, is it completely closed?" "Yes, shut them all down." "When will it reopen?" "I don't know, we can only wait for further notice. It might take a week, or it might take 2 weeks. In any case, once you get through this crisis, the passage will definitely reopen." Jiang Yu looked at her. "You just said this might be the last deal. Do you really think we can't withstand this crisis?" As he spoke, he pointed to Daisy, then to Ao Xian, and Ai Chang, Song He, and others. Sensing the presence of everyone, Aisha immediately corrected herself. "Island Master Jiang, I misspoke. After this, the next transaction will probably just be delayed for a while." She almost forgot that there were no normal people on this island. If even Jiang Yu and these people can't be stopped, how can the others survive? Jiang Yu then got down to business. "Why didn't we go out to do business last week? The teleportation channel has been forcibly closed, and we can't get out even if we want to." "It's that simple?" "That's right, otherwise what would Island Master Jiang think it is? I thought you got robbed by space pirates on the way." Jiang Yu had been genuinely worried that the woman might have encountered some mishap while carrying the goods, but it turned out that the passage was simply closed, and he had been overthinking it. Aisha blinked. "Island Master Jiang so worried about me? I'm truly honored." "Is it possible that I'm worried about your product? I was originally going to give you a 20% discount, but since you've said so, then forget it." Jiang Yu immediately changed his tune. "I've been hiding my feelings so well, yet you still found out." "That's right, I was so worried about you last week when you didn't come that I couldn't even eat, and I've almost lost weight." Aisha smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Island Master Jiang. Since you are so concerned, the extra price is a token of your appreciation, and there will be no discount." Jiang Yu sighed seriously. "Thinking about how you got into trouble while carrying the goods, I couldn't eat or drink, and I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking, why couldn't you have completed the transaction first before this happened?" Aisha remained silent. That scoundrel, he really only cares about the goods. After the joke, Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. "Your passage last week was forcibly closed, not closed voluntarily?" "That's right, even now, the Taijin realm still doesn't understand the reason." Jiang Yu was also somewhat confused. Could it be related to irregular movement and random matching? But the two sides don't affect each other at all. Others can still trade. And Yun and her daughter in Xiao are still on Panlai Island, so it's obviously impossible to completely prohibit merchants from traveling there. "Did you shut it down voluntarily 2 days later?" "Yes, the news has spread throughout the Taijin realm. Those who are traveling merchants wandering or treasure hunting will have to fend for themselves if they cannot return within 2 days. Jiang Yu nodded, his doubts now mostly resolved. "I've asked enough questions. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. If not, we can start the transaction." "There really is one." "Explain." Looking at Panlai Island, Aisha finally asked the question that had been weighing on her mind. "Island Master Jiang, how did you do it? How could the island develop to this extent in just over a month? And why have they suddenly become so strong?" Her gaze fell on Cui Xiaoxiao. During the last transaction, Cui Xiaoxiao was slightly weaker than her. But now, Aisha feels that she probably wouldn't even last a single move against Cui Xiao. What shocked her even more was the spiritual energy on the island. She had been to many places, but she had never seen a place with such abundant spiritual energy. One day of cultivation here was equivalent to at least 10 days or half a month outside. Given the rapid development of Panlai Island, it may even reach a point where one day on the island is equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. This isn't just one question, it's 3. Jiang Yu laughed. But the answer is the same for all of them. If you want to know, just stay on Panlai Island for a few days, and you'll understand. It's free, no money required. Jiang Yu knew very well that it was easy to move in, but difficult to leave. If Aisha stays on Panlai Island for a few days, she'll find a way to stay on her own without him even having to ask. Even if she misses her family and goes back for a day or two, she'll eventually return soon. Aisha hesitated for a moment. But you survivors are about to face a major crisis. You don't believe in their abilities? Aisha looked up at the island, paused for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, I'll stay. She was willing to take a gamble to uncover the secrets of Panlai Island. Moreover, this place is home to many powerful races, including angels, dragons, demons, elves, mermaids, glaciers, wind spirits, and moon spirits. If anyone dares to attack this place, it would be tantamount to offending so many races at once. If all these people were to die here, the entire old god star would be shaken. Therefore, no matter how great the crisis the survivors face, Panlai Island is unlikely to be in danger easily. On the contrary, this place is probably safer than the Taijin realm. Calling it the safest island on the old gods would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 220 Beacon of Light Warning. Having figured this out, Aisha Nicole was completely at ease and decided to stay on Panlai Island for the time being. As for the Taijin realm, we can send a message back tonight to explain briefly, and there shouldn't be any major problems. Bring out all your merchandise, I'll buy it all. Jiang Yu no longer cared about the discount. After all, in a few days, the spirit stones he had spent would eventually return to his hands. As for how he will return, he doesn't plan to explain for the time being. Please take a look, Island Master Jiang. All the goods we brought this time are packed in this spatial ring. Aisha Nicole took out the items one by one, counted them, and said, The total value is about 32,000 spirit stones, but you can give me 25,000. The spirit stones are all inside. Turn around yourself. Jiang Yu readily agreed, immediately taking 25,000 spirit stones from his backpack, putting them into a large enough spatial ring, and handing it to her. Aisha Nicole took the ring and quickly transferred the spirit stone into her own spatial ring. It's fine to let her keep them for now. Once Jiang Yu truly wins her over, these spirit stones will still be his. Then, Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the pile of goods, and he picked out the few of the highest quality items. 1 red quality universal key, 1 high-grade metallic energy crystal, 1 mid-grade wood attribute energy crystal, and 1 bottle of orange quality stabilizing pill. He left the rest of the items to the other people on the island to handle. The effect of the beauty-fixing pill is simple. After taking it, it can slightly improve one's appearance and permanently fix it, but only the first pill is effective. Each bottle contained 10 pieces, and the items were indeed quite good, but Jiang Yu didn't rush to distribute them. Instead, he put them into his backpack first. With the island's population growing, giving the prize to anyone first could easily spark controversy. It's better to keep it in reserve. There will always be a suitable time in the future. Are you really sure you want to stay here for a few days? Jiang Yu confirmed with Aisha Nicole again. I've made up my mind. Aisha Nicole nodded without hesitation. Okay, you're more familiar with Xiao now, so just follow her for the next few days. If you don't understand anything, just ask her. Good. Jiang Yu looked at Cui Xiao and blinked. Xiao, I'm leaving her in your care. Don't let me down. Don't worry, Master, leave it to me. Cui Xiao instantly understood Jiang Yu's meaning and confidently agreed. After settling Aisha Nicole in, Jiang Yu returned to the fishing spot and continued fishing. Night quickly enveloped the sea. Jiang Yu shuddered violently, and it took him a while before he released Hirooshin. Just as midnight fell, the beacon of light, which had been silent until now, suddenly issued a warning to him. Lighthouse, next week, an endless horde of vampire bats, led by the Bat King, will wreak havoc on this area. Island Master, please prepare accordingly. If Jiang Yu were to step out of the room at this moment, he would see the beacon of light in the darkness, flashing a blinding red light. The red light flashed on and off for a full 5 minutes before finally stopping. An endless stream of vampire bats are ravaging the area. Is this the major disaster that Aisha Nicole was talking about? Jiang Yu's expression gradually became serious. Ordinary vampire bats have an attribute of up to 50, so if they appear in large groups, there is no need for thousands or tens of thousands of them. If hundreds of them attack at the same time, most of the survivors in Zone 1 might not be able to withstand them. If ordinary bats are this strong, just how terrifying must the Bat King who leads them be? Jiang Yu estimated that the opponent had at least one attribute that had broken through 70, or even more than one. If anyone is unlucky enough to run head-on into the Bat King's swarm of bats, apart from him and a few top survivors, everyone else will probably be doomed. Since vampire bats have invaded Zone 1, the other zones are sure to be in turmoil as well. Scorpions, ghouls, harpies, and evil-eyed hounds, these monster races that have appeared in the past may launch attacks in different areas. From this perspective, this disaster is indeed a tremendous crisis that all survivors must face. It's no wonder that Taijin Realm chose to close the teleportation channel. If countless terrifying monsters were allowed to rush in, even if they were eventually repelled, the Taijin Realm would inevitably be devastated. What might be a disaster for others was a rare opportunity for Jiang Yu. If handled properly, he could harvest a large number of mid-level demon cores, and even hunt down a few high-level demon beasts to obtain high-level demon cores. Once he has enough demon cores, he can not only synthesize the Mii staff for everyone on the island, but also upgrade Penglai Island to the 8th rank. Even the upgrade resources needed for a 9th-tier island can be collected during this opportunity. When the time comes, as long as we find the upgrade scroll for a 9th-tier island, and if we don't have enough people, we can just capture a group of people and the 9th-tier island will be within our grasp. Even if the colored treasure chests haven't been released yet, he can still obtain 1 or 2 colored treasure chests in advance by relying on Liu Qin's talent. This matter has great potential. But a new problem arises. Vampire bats will most likely attack in different groups, so how can he gather them together to hunt them down? Jiang Yu quickly came up with a solution. The majority of the survivors in Zone 1 were gathered together in a special space. As long as the crowd is concentrated, the vampire bats will naturally gather there, and he doesn't need to worry about the prey scattering and escaping. Once everyone has entered the special space, have them all retreat to the back. Jiang Yu stood guard at the entrance alone, waiting for the army of vampire bats to arrive before harvesting them in batches. This method is not only feasible, but it also allows for the collection of protection fees. For example, each island could pay 1,000 spirit stones, or contribute items of equal value. Faced with a life or death crisis, there will be no shortage of people willing to pay money to save their lives. Of course, Jiang Yu would make things clear beforehand to avoid anyone being envious of his gains and causing trouble in return. Those who are unwilling to pay protection money are not without value. Jiang Yu has already chosen the location for the special space. The coordinates are 4444.4444, the area where the lion, tiger and leopard pirate gang used to be located. Located in the relatively central part of Zone 1 and close to the teleportation array, it is the most suitable place for survivors to gather. Jiang Yu opened the World Channel, edited the good news, and sent it immediately. Jiang Yu, Region 1 reliable sources indicate that an endless horde of vampire bats, led by the Bat King, will invade Region 1 next week. Everyone should prepare accordingly. Brothers in other regions, don't be careless either. I suspect you'll also face monster invasions, possibly including scorpions, ghouls, harpies, and evil-eyed hounds. After sending the message, Jiang Yu immediately chose to pin it to the top. Immediately afterwards, he rushed to the coordinates, 4444.4444, and changed the color of the energy shield. He adjusted the energy shield to black to prevent outsiders from peeking inside. After using it for the past few days, Jiang Yu has also figured out the capabilities of the energy shield. Although the synthesized energy shield is usually invisible and colorless, it can actively change its appearance color. If the color is changed to another color, People outside will not be able to see inside. They will only see a huge energy barrier. Jiang Yu, however, could observe from the inside out without being affected in the slightest. Sam White, District 44. Holy crap, really? It's so late, don't scare me, boss. Chapter 221 Collection. As soon as Jiang Yu's pinned message came out, the channels in all regions exploded instantly. There were endless vampire bats, and each one had an attribute of up to 50. Who could guarantee that they could survive? Gu Zian gasped, saying that if even one was this abnormal, how could they possibly play with an endless series? They might as well just wait to die. Hoshinori even tagged Jiang Yu directly, sobbing and begging the big shot to take her in. Lu Guan immediately rallied the survivors in the same area to unite, and Sujio also put away his jokes, reminding everyone that this monster invasion was not a matchmaking game. If you weren't strong enough, you would really die. Yu Shan was convinced that Jiang Yu wouldn't lie about something like this, so Fan Yun simply called for a group to assemble and prepare for the team battle. Xiao Fan from the 3rd District also stepped forward, instructing those he trusted to gather at the coordinates to overcome the tribulation together. Some people worry that if humans gather, monsters will also launch a concentrated invasion. But many others feel that even if gathering is dangerous, it's still better than being targeted by monsters alone. After all, they are not Jiang Yu, Luo Shishir, or Xiao Fan. Without top-tier combat power, they would almost certainly die if they were separated from their own group. Suddenly, countless people began to envy Zone 1. If they could get Jiang Yu's protection, they might be able to safely weather the disaster, but now, there was simply no chance to transfer to Zone 1. Since Jiang Yu's reputation spread, the number of people applying to transfer to Zone 1 has been ridiculously high. Zone 1 has always maintained a full capacity of 10,000 people, and even if someone dies, the vacancy will be filled immediately. District 3 was also extremely popular, simply because Xiao Fan, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, was based there. But for people in other districts, they could only band together and gamble on a slim chance of survival. In the first channel, everyone was frantically pleading with Jiang Yu to step in and organize a team. Some said they lacked confidence without Jiang Yu's leadership, while others offered 2,000 spirit stones, hoping the powerful figure would help them escape this calamity. The price was quickly raised to 3,000 spirit stones. Hoshino Riri even offered to hand over all her possessions, including herself, and let Jiang Yu do as he pleased, just to be taken in. Upon seeing this, Luo Shishir only uttered a string of question marks. Jiang Yu, seeing the increasing number of requests in the channel, knew the time had come. He publicly stated that he was willing to provide shelter for those who lack confidence. At the coordinates of 4-4s, there is an extremely secluded and special space. Those who arrive there can pilot their islands into a special space to hide, while Jiang Yu will block the entrance with his own island to shield them from the vampire bats. But this isn't free help. Each island needs to pay 1,500 spirit stones to enter the special space. Jiang Yu was very direct. Those who think he's profiting from disasters, those who worry he'll run away with the money, or those who fear he'll take action against the islands, should just stay away. He gets to keep the loot from any vampire bats he kills at the entrance. If anyone is willing to stay and guard the entrance together, whoever kills a bat gets the loot. He concluded by warning that anyone willing to pay should come, and those unwilling should shut up. He added that anyone who dared accuse him of profiting from the disaster would be severely punished if he found out. Jiang Yu originally only planned to charge 1,000 spirit stones, but seeing so many wealthy people in the channel, he naturally raised the price. However, the people in Zone 1 not only didn't resent it, but instead went on a wild celebration. Trading 1,500 spirit stones for the protection of a top-ranked player was simply too good to pass up. As long as you follow Jiang Yu to fight off the bats, killing 2 or 3 will break even. You'll start making money after 4, and killing 5 or 6 will be a huge profit. Linen immediately said he had already set off and would definitely arrive the next night. Qin Cheng also said he was on his way, but he had reached the edge of the area, which was too far away. When asked why he hid near the invisible wall, Qin Cheng frankly admitted that he was worried about encountering other islands. Su Qingshan, however, felt it was unnecessary. Who would start a war for no reason these days? Before figuring out each other's background, normal people would just brush past each other. Chenbusi, however, countered, What if we met Jiang Yu or Luo Shishir? Su Qinshan immediately spoke up for the two men, convinced that they were good people and would never attack others indiscriminately. Luo Shishir replied casually. What if she said she could? Su Qinshan coughed twice and immediately gave the coordinates, indicating that he would head over right away. Ningzi noticed that everyone else seemed to have the ability to move the island at night, except for him. Faced with everyone's questions, he was filled with confusion, and his heart sank. Hoshino Riri asked Jiang Yu again. Does the island really not accept people? Jiang Yu simply replied. Let's come first, and then we'll talk about it. Linen immediately understood and jokingly said he would accept the ones he liked, and apologize for the ones he didn't. Lu Lantian countered by asking what he would do if given the chance. Linen said without hesitation. The answer has already been given, stop talking nonsense. The channel erupted in laughter. Amidst this bustling scene, islands are speeding towards the coordinates of 4-4s. Who wouldn't go to a team personally organized by Jiang Yu, the #1 player on the invincible leaderboard, unless they're out of their mind? Chapter 222 Medusa. The next morning, Jiang Yu pushed away Yun and her daughter in shower and got up to start his first round of the day. The moment the fishing rod dipped into the sea of clouds, the bell rang rapidly, indicating a perfect, instant catch. Jiang Yu quickly reeled in his line, pulling a platinum treasure chest out of the sea of clouds. Inside the chest stood a woman in a black robe. The wide robe concealed her face but could not hide her graceful figure. Name, Shijiao. Race, Shadow Clan. Age, 21. Appearance, 97. Loyalty, 100. Her attributes lean towards strength and agility, and she is proficient in shadow clones, shadow clone techniques, and shadow strike, clearly making her a Shadow Clan powerhouse specializing in assassination. Shi Jiao greets her master. She removed her hood, revealing an exceptionally beautiful face. Jiang Yu nodded and said, Pamlai Island welcomes you. After a brief chat, Jiang Yu handed Shi Jiao over to Xena, asking her to familiarize herself with the island. Since both possessed assassin-type abilities, they should get along more easily. Next, Jiang Yu went to the mysterious summoning house. Today was refresh day again, and he was curious about what characters he could draw this time. The system asked if he wanted to draw a prize, and Jiang Yu directly selected, confirm, and skipped the drawing screen. A flash of light appeared, and two projected figures stopped in front of him, two women again. Jiang Yu first looked to his left, and system information immediately appeared. Medusa, Queen of the Snake People Clan. Recruitment requires 2,000 Spirit Stones, 40 Orange Source Stones, 40 Orange Mystic Crystals, and 2 Intermediate Fire Attribute Energy Crystals. Another half-human, half-snake being. Jiang Yu thought of Kai Ning on the island, then looked at Medusa, and suddenly felt that this draw was quite good. Moreover, Medusa's recruitment resources are twice that of Silver, so her strength is naturally not weak. Medusa. Race, Snake People. Age? Appearance, 98. Strength 30, Constitution 30, Agility 30, Spirit 40. She possesses the power to petrify. Anyone with a weak spirit who makes eye contact with her will be instantly turned to stone. She also has snake-like eyes, capable of discerning an enemy's weaknesses and predicting their actions. With the assistance of the strongest Serpent King, 2 illusory Serpent Kings with 60% of the original Serpent King's strength can be summoned, and the original Serpent King and the illusory Serpent King can switch positions at any time. Jiang Yu saw another question mark in the age column and couldn't help but mutter to herself. Does the system not want to display her age at all? Despite his mixed feelings, he still decisively confirmed the recruitment. After deducting resources, Medusa's illusory image gradually solidified. She had a pair of narrow, pale purple eyes, full of allure, yet her brows carried the unique majesty of the queen. A purple brocade robe draped her mature and voluptuous figure, while a purple snake tail swayed slowly behind her. Her half-human, half-snake posture did not appear strange at all. Instead, it possessed a wild and dangerous allure. Recruitment successful. Medusa greets her master. Medusa circled around Jiang Yu, scrutinizing him closely. Jiang Yu was about to call her Sasha, when she interrupted him with a frown. Master, please don't call me Sasha, it sounds creepy. Just call me Medusa instead. Jiang Yu immediately asked. Then can I call you your majesty? Medusa remained silent for a moment, then had no choice but to change her address. Master, please call me Sasha. Yes, your majesty. Jiang Yu stroked her snake tail while looking at the remaining projection. Jinmi, goddess of the Luo River. Recruitment requires 500 spirit stones, 50 purple source stones, 50 purple mystic crystals, and 3 basic water attribute energy crystals. Jiang Yu checked her attributes and found that Jinmi was much weaker than Medusa and Een, with only 2 skills and her highest spirit attribute being only 30. However, Panlai Island has no shortage of resources to improve attributes, and her strength can be cultivated sooner or later. But Jiang Yu quickly realized something was wrong. Jinmi in history was clearly just an ordinary person, and her average attribute value should have been only around 5, but now all of them were above 20. Does being summoned by the system also enhance one's strength? Jiang Yu was puzzled, but he didn't hesitate and decided to recruit the people first. Resources were deducted, the illusory image solidified, and Jinmi finally appeared before Jiang Yu. But as soon as Jiang Yu saw her clearly, he was stunned. Jinmi wore a phoenix crown and a wedding robe, which was actually a wedding dress. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the system summoned her here directly when she got married? Where am I? Jinmi looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, her expression somewhat uneasy. Jiang Yu calmly said, This is the old god star. You will understand the specifics later. Upon hearing the voice, Jinmi looked up at Jiang Yu, hesitated for a moment, and softly called out, Master? She had no idea what was going on, but for some reason, she felt no resistance to the man in front of her. Chapter 223 Hoshinori is a loli. Tell me, what's the story behind your outfit? Jinmi looked down in confusion, then recalled her experience before the summons. At that time, she was still sitting in the bridal sedan chair, following the wedding procession to the altar. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly rang in her mind, and after she agreed, she was directly summoned here. Jiang Yu was shocked, so this was how summoning was done. But Jinmi had suddenly disappeared. Would the Jin family of that era suffer as a result? After you were summoned here, will there be any trouble with your family? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yu realized that he had asked an unnecessary question. Jinmi replied earnestly, Master, rest assured, the voice that summoned me said that nothing will happen. Jiang Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected her to actually know the answer. He then inquired about Jinmi's strength and learned that she was originally just an ordinary person who had inexplicably become so powerful after arriving here. It seems that the summoning process not only brings people to the scene, but also enhances their strength. Jinmi was clearly delighted by this. Anyone would be happy to suddenly possess great power. Jiang Yu then looked at Medusa and asked her how her current strength compared to before. Medusa calmly replied that she had actually become weaker. It's alright, they'll recover soon. Jiang Yu let the two familiarize themselves with their new home first. After leaving the mysterious summoning house, he handed them over to the butterfly demon who happened to be passing by. Afterwards, Jiang Yu went to the edge of Panlai Island, where he fished while waiting for other survivors to approach. His coordinates had already reached 4,444.4444, and the energy shield enveloping the island remained black. Suddenly, a large black area appeared in the boundless sky, extremely conspicuous from afar. He did this on purpose, firstly to avoid revealing the situation on the island, and secondly to prevent anyone from seeing the strength of Panlai Island and becoming blinded by jealousy, thus voluntarily coming to their deaths and providing resources. When the vampire bats arrive, Daisy, Ao Xian, and Ai Chang, and Song He, these high combat power individuals, will definitely be exposed, since Jiang Yu can't just leave them unused. But it's better to expose as few as possible than to reveal them all. Suddenly, a message popped up in the chat channel. Hoshinori sent a photo showing the huge black energy shield and tagged Jiang Yu, asking if it was his island. Jiang Yu replied directly, Yes, come closer. The crowd erupted in excitement. Some were shocked that Panlai Island was at least 40 or 50 square kilometers in size, some praised Jiang Yu for living up to his reputation as a big shot, and others clamored for him to remove the black energy shield and take another picture of the island. Some even said that it was reasonable for Jiang Yu's island to be any bigger, and that she could handle it no matter how big it was, and the chat channel was immediately flooded with a string of question marks. Jiang Yu reeled in his fishing rod and looked at an island that was getting closer. Soon, the two islands were less than 10 meters apart. Because of the energy shield, Jiang Yu on Penglai Island can see the other side clearly, but the people on the other side cannot see the inside of Penglai Island. At the very front of the island stood a figure who looked to be less than 1.5 meters tall. She tilted her head, carefully examining the black energy shield in front of her. The girl was dressed in Lolita-style clothes, with a delicate face and an excessively cute appearance. Jiang Yu was stunned. Hoshino Riri was actually a loli? She was usually so bold in her speech, yet she was such an adorable loli. System information immediately appeared. Hoshino Riki is 18 years old, with a combat power of 130,100. Her talent is Explorer. Resources obtained from explorations can be doubled when brought back to the island. She also possesses skills such as Cloud Leap, Leaf Blade Storm, Meditation, and Charge. Her Explorer talent, in particular, caught Jiang Yu's eye. This means that the fire spirit orb she obtained during her exploration of the Ji Kingdom should have been converted into 2. Even the seemingly complementary island upgrade scroll might have become 2 as well. If Jiang Yu had known that Hoshino Riri had such talent, he would have found a way to bring her to the island long ago. The fact that Jiang Yu could still assess her talent from across the island shows that she genuinely came to join him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have proactively revealed her trump card to Jiang Yu. "Boss Jiang Yu, can you hear me?" "Can." As he spoke, Jiang Yu flew out of the energy shield. The moment Hoshino Riri saw him, she immediately raised her right hand and waved it forcefully at him. Jiang Yu's photos have long been circulated throughout the survivor community, and now almost everyone knows him. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Yu, my name is Hoshino Riki." "Hello, I've heard so much about you." Jiang Yu reached out and shook her hand. Hoshino Riri quickly waved her hand. "It should be that I have long admired Jiang Yu's great name." Jiang Yu glanced at the island beneath her feet and noticed that it was even larger than Penglai Island at its 5th tier, so he asked, "Is this a 6th-tier island?" "No, I'm still at tier 5. Hoshino Riri immediately explained that she had already gathered all the resources to upgrade to tier 6, but she didn't have enough people, so she couldn't upgrade for a long time. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised. "It's been so long, and you still haven't gotten the barracks blueprints. If you can't fish them up yourself, you can buy them, right?" "I have the blueprints, but I'm not satisfied with them, so I haven't built it yet. I originally wanted to recruit some weak people to make up the numbers, but I haven't found any suitable ones." As Hoshino Riri said this, she suddenly stopped worrying about the island's upgrade and looked up at Jiang Yu with anticipation. "Boss, let's not talk about that now. First, answer my question from before. I want to join your island, is that alright?" Chapter 224 Hoshino Riri joins. "Are you serious? With your current strength, you're not weak at all." Standing outside her island, Jiang Yu could see at least 2 orange buildings. If she went inside and took a look, she would definitely find more. This is enough to show that Hoshino Riri has a good foundation and is fully capable of developing on her own. "I'm very serious." Hoshino Riri nodded solemnly without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Yu said, "Come with me to Penglai Island first. If you still haven't changed your mind after seeing it, then I'll welcome you to join us." "That's great." Hoshino Riri immediately followed. The moment Jiang Yu set foot on Penglai Island, he checked her loyalty. Loyalty, 50. Before even officially joining, the loyalty level was already 50, which completely put Jiang Yu at ease. Once Hoshino Riri saw the scene on the island clearly, butterflies fluttering in the air, succubi dressed in various uniforms coming and going, she immediately understood why Jiang Yu had used an energy shield to cover the island. "No wonder the big boss doesn't let people see it. Turns out he's quite the player in private," she jokingly asked. "Boss, can you handle so many people?" Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Underestimating me? I could take on 10 of you at once." "I don't believe you unless you prove it to me." Jiang Yu then asked. "You mean prove it now?" Hoshino Riri's face flushed. With so many eyes on her, she couldn't bear it no matter how bold she was. She could only whisper, "Tonight I'll come find you tonight." Jiang Yu stopped teasing her and instead asked seriously, So you still insist on joining us? Hoshino countered. If I say I disagree now, will you still let me go? Of course not. From the moment she set foot on Palai Island, Jiang Yu knew he could never let her go. Hoshino smiled helplessly. That settles it then. Hoshino requests to become your subordinate. Do you agree? Jiang Yu didn't rush to confirm, but instead asked. Do you have a mystery shop on your island? What is the mystery shop? Hearing this answer, Jiang Yu was immediately relieved. She didn't even know about the mysterious shop, so obviously she didn't have such a building and wouldn't lose one for nothing during the island merging. That's fine, I agree. Rumble. The two islands shook violently, and the ground continued to extend and piece together, eventually merging completely in a short time. Horai Island has merged with Hoshino Island, expanding its area to 46 square kilometers. After the integration was completed, 3 more orange-quality buildings appeared on Palai Island. However, these 3 are all defensive structures such as laser towers and spirit towers, which shows that Hoshino had previously focused on defense in order to protect her island. Unlike Jiang Yu, the survivors outside don't have as many powerful subordinates. To avoid being swallowed up by other island lords, they naturally need as many defensive structures as possible. Boss, these are the resources I've collected over this period of time. Hoshino made a deal with Jiang Yu in person, handing over all the resources she had accumulated. She had said before that she would give up everything she had if Jiang Yu was willing to take her in, and now she has indeed kept her word. Jiang Yu roughly calculated that this batch of resources was definitely enough for her to upgrade the island to the 7th level, but after the upgrade, there wouldn't be much left. If it weren't for population restrictions, her original island would probably have reached level 7 long ago. And this is the last one. Hoshino solemnly took out an energy crystal and personally handed it to Jiang Yu. That was a high-grade fire attribute energy crystal. Looking at the vast amount of resources before him, Jiang Yu was indeed somewhat surprised. Who among those who have survived to this day isn't capable and ambitious? Getting them to willingly submit to others and hand over their entire fortune is by no means an easy task. You've brought so many resources to me, how can I possibly repay you? Hoshino shook her head and said, I don't dare to ask for anything in return. As long as I can live a peaceful life on Palai Island without having to worry every day, that's enough for me. That won't do, I must repay you. Jiang Yu leaned close to her ear and whispered, Don't forget to come see me tonight. I'll give you a big reward then. Hoshino pretty face flushed, and she gave him a light glare. You're so mean, boss. If you're so mean, why didn't you approve my application before? I thought you were joking. Hoshino was speechless. Afterwards, Jiang Yu had Chitong show Hoshino around Palai Island, while he checked the island's advancement requirements. Materials, source stones, spirit stones, high-grade energy crystals, qualification scrolls, prosperity value, and building requirements are almost all met. The only thing holding him back is still the total population. The island's total population exceeds 2,000. Damn it! Jiang Yu glanced at the current population. Population, 1285. They still need over 700 people. If they rely on natural recruitment, it will probably take 3 days. It's not a long time, but Jiang Yu doesn't want to wait. If there isn't enough people, then make up for it with disposable items. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance and sent people out yesterday to capture the rat people, tree people, werewolves, and other monsters. Otherwise, he would have had to wait for 3 days in vain, which he could not bear. Ultimately, the problem lies in the fact that the mysterious military camp can only recruit too few people each day. If the mysterious military camp could speak, they would definitely curse him on the spot. It's clear that Jiang Yu collects resources ridiculously fast. No matter how high the island's upgrade requirements are, he can gather them within a few days. Others can't keep up with his resource speed, yet he complains that recruiting soldiers is too slow. Just as Jiang Yu was figuring out how to quickly replenish the population, another shout came from outside the island. Brother Jiang Yu, please come out and meet me. Another person came knocking on the door. Jiang Yu immediately flew off the island. If someone isn't proactive in collecting money, they're out of their mind. Chapter 225 Countless spirit stones enter the account. Su Qi-shan has met Jiang Yu before. I have long admired his name and am finally able to meet him in person today. You're too kind. You must be Su Qi-shan. You arrived quite quickly. As Jiang Yu spoke, he casually checked Su Qi-shan's attributes, only to find that her talent section still had a question mark. This is not surprising. Anyone with ambition will not easily let others know their hand. Su Qing also tried to investigate Jiang Yu immediately, but the difference in strength between the two was too great. He couldn't even discern Jiang Yu's talent, skills, basic attributes, or title. That's how the game system works. It's difficult for players with lower strength to detect information about stronger players unless the other player reveals it intentionally. The big shot actually knows my name? You're so active on the regional channel every day, it's hard not to remember you. Jiang Yu glanced at Su Qingshan's island. There were many people working there, both men and women, but their appearances didn't quite match his aesthetic standards. Su Qingshan laughed and said, There are only a few people speaking on the regional channel every day, so it's normal for the big shot to remember me. Let's get down to business. What do you want with me? I heard that the big boss wants to charge 1,500 spirit stones, so I brought them to you. Before he finished speaking, Su Qingshan had already initiated the transaction and paid the money very readily. He certainly wouldn't be willing to submit to Jiang Yu, or even be incorporated into Panlai Island. If he could overcome this crisis by spending 1,500 spirit stones, he would be perfectly willing to accept it. Once the crisis is over, he will move the island far away and continue living his carefree life. This world has many natives. As long as he survives, he can rely on his status as the island lord to make a living whether he captures people or recruits from the military camp. Today, most survivors actually share the same idea. Who would want to merge into someone else's island and live under someone else's orders, when they can do whatever they want on their own island? Especially now that they've weathered the tough early days and entered a relatively stable phase, it's even harder to get them to back down. After accepting the spirit stones, Jiang Yu didn't hide anything. The special space is a few hundred meters below the Sea of Clouds. If you pilot the island down and search carefully, you will see a spatial node, which is the special space I was talking about. After he finished speaking, he added another sentence. Don't spread this news for now. And don't let anyone else take a detour to sneak into the Sea of Clouds and secretly enter the special space. Don't worry, Boss Jiang Yu, I would never speak carelessly. Su Qingsen smiled somewhat awkwardly, because Jiang Yu had guessed what he was thinking. He originally intended to sell the information to a few close friends, charging each of them 500 spirit stones, so that they could dive down into the spatial node from a distance. This way, he can both earn his money back and avoid being easily discovered by Jiang Yu. But now that Jiang Yu has pointed it out in advance, how could he dare to act recklessly? If Jiang Yu sends someone to keep watch near the spatial node, he'll be completely finished. I believe you. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. You can stay here and wait, or you can go inside and fish for a day or two. You can also go out for a stroll if you want, as long as you come back before the end of this week. I'll go inside and wait, and maybe fish for a while. Su Qingshan immediately piloted the island to dive. They've already rushed over here, how could he possibly go out and wander around again? Just as Su Qingshan's island disappeared into the Sea of Clouds, another island arrived. Jiang Yu chatted briefly, and another 1,500 spirit stones were deposited into his account. He silently did some calculations. If 1,000 people arrive within 2 days, that would amount to 1.5 million spirit stones. 3,000 people is 4.5 million. If half of them could come, that would be a whopping 7.5 million. If more than 7,000 people arrive here, he can directly reap tens of millions of spirit stones. Tens of millions of spirit stones, more than you could ever spend. Even if he goes to Cloudsea City to buy island upgrade materials in the future, he may not be able to buy them all, since he may have the money, but others may not have the goods. Of course, Jiang Yu thought it was unlikely that so many people would actually come. But as long as 3,000 or 4,000 people come, he can earn more than 5 million spirit stones, which is already quite astonishing. From this perspective, eliminating vampire bats has become an easy task. The real money comes from this protection fee. Next, island after island arrived. Later people all knew that Jiang Yu was busy. After handing over the spirit stones, he would dive down on his own. Almost no one dared to delay him any longer. However, Jiang Yu was still worried that someone might sell the location of the spatial node at a low price. So he had Cui Xiao hide near the spatial node and simultaneously start a live broadcast to monitor it. With Cui Xiao's current strength, as long as she doesn't attack first, even if she stays in one place, few people will be able to spot her. Jiang Yu also secretly started a live stream, and had Xena, Fair, and Kai Ning monitor the 2 live stream rooms to see if anyone had secretly entered the special space. These are all pure white spirit stones, so he naturally has to keep a close eye on them. As more and more people arrived, Jiang Yu asked Merriman Shunny, Helena Lisa, Qi Tong, Yang Xuexue, and Lu Qin to come out and help. They were all survivors, and everyone had already guessed that they had joined Jiang Yu's side, so there was no need to continue hiding it. During this time, many women looked at Jiang Yu with particularly ardent eyes, and some even directly expressed their willingness to join Penglai Island and let him arrange things for them after joining. Their eyes were practically piercing with desire. Jiang Yu was certain that if he nodded, they would pounce on him on the spot. But he refused them all. Those people were of ordinary appearance, and their aura was mixed. There didn't seem to be any resources on the island. He's not stupid, he wouldn't accept just anyone. Around noon, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Yu, it's been a long time. At the same time, an island was rapidly approaching him. Jiang Yu recognized the person instantly. Emperor Rian, it's been a long time. The person who arrived was none other than Lu Rian, who had accompanied them to the invitation from the goddess of life. How have you been lately? Thanks to Jiang Yu, things are not bad. Chapter 226 1 million spirit stones in hand. It seems your island is developing very well. Jiang Yu glanced around casually and immediately noticed that Lu Ruyan's island was exceptionally well managed. With her current strength, aside from himself, probably no one could confidently claim they could take her down at this stage. Lu Ruyan was filled with gratitude. I have to thank you so much, sir. If you hadn't kept your promise back then, I probably would have been reduced to ashes long ago, and I wouldn't be where I am today. If it weren't for that meeting, and if Jiang Yu hadn't given her the blueprints for building the mysterious shop, she would never have reached where she is today. Jiang Yu simply waved his hand. It's all right. We were just taking what we needed back then. You don't owe me anything. After a brief chat, Lu Ruyan handed over the spirit stones and entered the special space to wait. Neither of them brought up the matter of joining Penglai Island. Merriman Shunny, Helena Lisa, and Qi Tong had invited her before, but she declined. Lu Ruyan initially intended to agree, but after learning about the situation on Penglai Island, she thought long and hard and ultimately chose to develop on her own. Her reasoning was that she would first rely on her own efforts, and if she couldn't hold on, she would then bring more resources to join Jiang Yu. But she never revealed the real reason. She might be able to accept sharing Jiang Yu with a few people. But the thought of competing for his favor with dozens or even hundreds of others was something she simply couldn't accept. The 3 women tried to persuade her several times, but in the end they could only give up. The 2 sides remained friends who chatted occasionally. As time went by, Lu Ruyan watched Merriman Shunny and the others frequently break into the top 10 of the rankings, and she naturally felt envious. Following Jiang Yu, they lacked nothing in terms of resources, strength, and enjoyment, and Jiang Yu himself was ridiculously powerful. She had regretted refusing the invitation, but upon reflection, she realized that even if she had the chance to do it all over again, she would probably make the same decision. She may envy them, but she still can't accept facing countless competitors every day. After Lu Ruyan, more and more survivors arrived. Some took the opportunity to talk to Jiang Yu, while others paid their spirit stones, obtained the location of the special space, and then drove the island directly there. During this time, many people who saw Merriman Shunny, Helena Lisa, Qi Tong, and Yang Xuexue were all shocked. Especially Yang Xuexue and Hiroashin, the mother and daughter who were famous throughout the country in their previous life, were quickly recognized. So what if they recognize it? They are all Jiang Yu's people now. Who would dare to show even the slightest greed or ulterior motive in front of Jiang Yu? If they really anger this big shot, everything they have accumulated before will be wiped out. Everyone could only grit their teeth in silence, feeling indignant. Jiang Yu is eating way too well. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Yu's hands were sore from collecting spirit stones. In just one morning, the number of spirit stones in his backpack had exceeded 1 million. And this is only the first day. If this trend continues, his income will definitely exceed 5 million spirit stones by the start of the new week tomorrow night. After all, not everyone was in such a hurry to get here as Su Qi-shan and his group. Many people planned to explore the outside world for a day first, or even take a stroll around Cloudsea City, before slowly making their way to the special space. Anyway, it's not far away, so I'm not worried about missing it. 5 million spirit stones is almost a certainty. This way of making money is much faster than burning, killing, and looting. Just as Jiang Yu was in a good mood, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Jiang Yu, I've long admired your name. I wonder if my sisters and I could join Panlai Island together?" Jiang Yu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a dashing and elegant woman standing at the front, piloting the island closer. In terms of both appearance and temperament, she is no less than Yang Xuexue and Hiroishin. If Jiang Yu were to rate her, she would score at least 93 or 94 points. What truly surprised Jiang Yu was not her, but the person behind her. There were thousands of beautiful women, densely packed together. Their appearances were generally above 80 points, with many even exceeding 90. Judging from their clothing and posture, Jiang Yu quickly identified that a small number were survivors, while the majority were recruited soldiers. The survivors stared boldly at Jiang Yu with curiosity, some even whispering amongst themselves. Jiang Yu casually checked his attribute panel, confirming that they were indeed survivors. As for those who stand ramrod straight, holding weapons, and ready to go at any time, they are undoubtedly soldiers. Thousands of survivors and a large number of military units are going to join Panlai Island together? Jiang Yu couldn't help but take a deep look at the mature woman, then observe the island beneath her feet, before his pupils contracted slightly. This island is actually larger than Panlai Island. Although it is far less prosperous than Panlai Island, its large area and the large number of survivors clearly indicate that they have already integrated into the island and live together. This scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Those who had handed over their spirit stones and were preparing to enter the special space to wait also stopped on the island and watched from a distance. Two large islands of similar size, one with Jiang Yu, the big boss, and the other full of beautiful women. Could this be a prelude to war? Upon realizing this, everyone became excited. Many people immediately shared the news on the channel, inviting their friends to come and watch. Those who received the message also rushed over in their spaceships, and those who originally planned to fly to the island switched to spaceships instead. After all, if Jiang Yu mistakenly thought I was a newcomer and tried to extort spirit stones from me again while I was driving the island closer, I would be devastated. Spaceships are much safer, and most islands have automatic defenses, so there's no fear of someone taking the opportunity to raid your base. Jiang Yu looked at the thousands of people in front of him, his eyes filled with doubt. "Are you sure you all want to join Panlai Island? Or are you just trying to fool me?" Chapter 227 Purple Rose Guild. The fact that Bai Rawling was able to merge so many islands, whether through persuasion or force, is enough to prove that she is by no means simple. Moreover, such a beautiful and capable woman, leading dozens of people to voluntarily join Jiang Yu, seems like a windfall. Jiang Yu was certainly suspicious, but he was not prepared to refuse. He'd rather have dozens of survivors and dozens of talents for free than refuse. Once they're on Panlai Island, their loyalty will be immediately apparent. If they harbor any disloyalty, they won't escape his grasp. Moreover, once these people join, Panlai Island will immediately be upgraded to the 8th tier, and those who went out yesterday can be recalled. Jiang Yu couldn't think of a reason to refuse, so he checked Bai Rawling's attributes. Bai Rawling, 22 years old, ID number 88888, Strength 30, Constitution 30, Agility 28, Spirit 25. Her talent remains unknown, but her skills are quite formidable, including Golden Wheel Slash, Thunderclap, Sky Step, and Barrier, and her combat power reaches as high as 173,600. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't Bai Rawling the president of the Purple Rose Guild? When the rankings were last updated, the Purple Rose Guild was the second-ranked guild. Now, they've merged the entire island and come to the first server to join him. Of course I'm serious. Bai Ruoling nodded and turned to look at her sisters behind her. Not just me, they all agree. Yes, Boss Jiang Yu, we all want to join Pumlai Island. Brother Jiang Yu, let us join! The women all echoed their agreement. Those who disagreed had already parted ways with them, and those who remained were naturally those who were willing to follow. Fortunately, both Pumlai Island and Bai Ruoling's island were large enough that the others, intimidated by Jiang Yu's power, only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to approach. Otherwise, if they heard that so many beautiful women wanted to join Pumlai Island, they would probably curse Jiang Yu as a monster on the spot. It's one thing to snatch resources normally, but now they're even taking away so many beautiful women. They're leaving no way for anyone else to survive. Jiang Yu didn't rush to agree, but instead asked, "Tell me your reasons. You wouldn't come to me for no reason, would you?" Bai Ruoling gave a bitter smile. "Boss, we've been targeted by demons and can't get rid of them, so we have no choice but to ask for your protection. The day before yesterday, a sister in the guild caught a jade treasure chest. It was the first time she had ever gotten such a treasure chest, and she was so happy that she opened it immediately. But there was no treasure in the chest, only a painting. She picked it up and saw that the painting depicted a terrifying, demonic face. There's also a sentence written on the scroll, 'You will all come down to keep me company.'" She intended to throw away the scroll before telling everyone what had happened, but the scroll suddenly exploded, turning into countless black rays of light that flew in all directions. The Purple Rose Guild usually stick together, with over 80% of its members residing in that special space. Before anyone could react, the black light entered their minds. At first, no one knew what had happened. It wasn't until the sister who opened the scroll stepped forward and admitted her mistake that everyone realized the trouble might have started because of her. Someone confronted her on the spot, and she had nothing to say. After all, whether it was intentional or not, she was the one who brought the trouble upon herself. However, no one died at the time, and Bai Ruoling and others spoke up for her, so the conflict did not fully erupt. That same night, the 9 sisters died mysteriously. One of them was the girl who unfurled the scroll. The guild was thrown into complete chaos after the body was discovered the next day. Some wanted to join Jiang Yu, some suggested that everyone unite to withstand the disaster, and many more felt that they should immediately disband and flee to different areas. Bai Ruoling ultimately chose the second option, to persuade everyone to gather on her island. But that very night disaster struck. Just as it was 3 a.m., 9 ghostly figures appeared out of thin air and pounced on the person closest to them. They reacted quickly, launching an attack the instant the ghost appeared, but the speed difference between the two sides was too great. The attack had barely begun when the heads of the 9 targeted individuals were severed. With the death of all 9, the ghostly figure vanished. Bai Ruoling's voice was deep. 18 people have died in 2 nights. We can roughly guess that those black lights are the markers. According to this pattern, probably 9 people will die every night. This time, the Purple Rose Guild was completely in an uproar. Those who had not entered the special space and were not marked by the black light left the guild without hesitation after learning the news and fled for their lives. The remaining people continued to argue and eventually split into 2 groups. More than 80% of the members chose to leave the guild and scatter to other areas. Only a small number were willing to come to Pumlai Island to seek Jiang Yu's protection. Including me, there are 49 people in total, all of them are here, Bai Ruoling said. Since we've decided to join the big boss, we don't want to waste spirit stones transferring between islands one by one. So let's just merge the islands into one, and only pay the transfer fee once. Bai Ruoling looked at Jiang Yu, her tone solemn. That's how it is. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Chapter 228 Joined Together. After Bai Ruoling finished speaking, she stood quietly in place, waiting for Jiang Yu to continue asking questions. Jiang Yu only asked one crucial question. You clearly have 49 people, so how did you all transfer into Zone 1 at the same time? Where did Zone 1 get so many empty spots? He knew that the population of District 1 was always kept at full capacity of 10,000, and even if someone died unexpectedly, a new person would be immediately added to the ranks. Even though Mary and the others gave up their island lord status to join Panlai Island, they still each occupied a population quota. After the 49 members of Purple Rose merged, they couldn't be counted as just one person. Unless a large number of people died in District 1 at that time, this matter simply does not make sense. Rowling smiled and pulled out a girl. This is Chini. Her talent can explain everything. Chini, show your talent to the big boss. Sure, boss, just watch me. Tong Chini stepped forward and winked mischievously. Jiang Yu was stunned after checking her information. Tong Chini's talent is called population modification, which allows her to change the population of herself and the island she is on, with a maximum increase of doubling and a minimum of one person. The 49 survivors on Purple Rose Island have been reduced to just one. I see, no wonder they were able to successfully transfer regions. Jiang Yu was shocked. This strange talent had actually appeared, and it came at just the right time for him. Tong Chini can not only modify the survivor population, but also double the non-survivor population. In the future, when Panlai Island is short of population for upgrades, there will be no need to worry about population size anymore. A simple modification will solve most of the problems. Your talent is truly extraordinary, Jiang Yu said sincerely. Tong Chini laughed self-deprecatingly. What the big shot really meant was, this talent is really useless, right? In those 30-odd days, her talent was hardly of any use. If she hadn't met Rowling early on and joined Purple Rose Island, she probably would have died in the wilderness long ago. Jiang Yu shook his head and said, No, your talent, and your arrival, are very useful to me. I was just worried that the island's population was not enough to continue upgrading. As he spoke, he sent messages to Qin, Qiyu, Kai Xia, and Qinglan, telling them not to capture any more demons and to return directly to Panlai Island. With the addition of Purple Rose and her group, the population of Panlai Island has reached the target. Upon hearing this, Rowling's expression immediately changed. The island is going to be upgraded again? Boss, you're not already planning to upgrade it to an 8th-tier island, are you? When the rankings were last updated, Jiang Yu was already a 6th-tier island. The fishing competition has been over for so long, and she herself is almost at level 7. There's no way Jiang Yu is still stuck in the same place. Since it's not 7th rank, it can only be 8th rank. Jiang Yu nodded. That's right, 8th rank. Rowling was completely certain of her choice, and smiled sweetly. It seems we made the right choice. Boss, please accept us. Jiang Yu did not agree immediately but said, You should go in and take a look at Panlai Island first, and then make a decision. While others are afraid of ghosts, Jiang Yu doesn't care at all. On Panlai Island, let alone mere ghosts, even if the Ghost King himself came, he would have to kneel and speak. He wasn't afraid of Purple Rose's joining with ulterior motives, but rather of them joining without any reason. However, since these people have decided to merge the islands and come to join us, they are obviously mentally prepared. Those who truly couldn't accept it had already left Purple Rose. Okay. Rowling replied without hesitation. She piloted the island closer to Panlai Island, and under Jiang Yu's guidance, she entered Panlai Island, with the women and soldiers behind her immediately following. The survivors watching from a distance were in an uproar when they saw this. What's going on? Why did they all end up on Boss Jiang Yu's island? They're too far away, we can't hear what they're saying at all. Some people couldn't help but speculate. Do you think they might be planning to join Panlai Island? Impossible, absolutely impossible, someone immediately retorted. With so many of them and the island being quite large, why would they pledge allegiance to Jiang Yu? How could the woman who leads the group, who has managed to subdue so many survivors, be willing to be subordinate to someone else? But the other person coldly said. Then explain why they even brought the recruited troops to Panlai Island. What else could this be but defection? Everyone fell silent, still unable to accept this fact. The fact that a group of beautiful women brought their troops to join Jiang Yu was even more unbearable for them than Jiang Yu voluntarily giving up Panlai Island. Soon, the two islands began to merge. Finally, someone broke down in anger and shouted, Jiang Yu, you scoundrel! I'll never forgive you! Why should this kind of good thing fall into your lap? From this day forward, Jiang Yu is no longer the big boss in my heart, but an irreconcilable enemy. Hee hee. What are you heeing about? I'd love to, haha. Everyone was filled with anger, but no one dared to actually make a move. This was Jiang Yu's territory after all, and given his terrifying strength, they could only suppress their anger for the time being, avoid his sharp edge, and choose to be tolerant. Chapter 229 8th Tier Island. By merging with Bairoling's Island, Penglai Island has expanded in size, currently covering 127 square kilometers. After merging with Bairoling's Island, Penglai Island's area expanded to 127 square kilometers. The moment they set foot on Penglai Island, they were first stunned speechless by the various bestiared girls on the island, but then they accepted reality. Jiang Yu guessed correctly. These people had long been prepared to fight each other in PUBG. Although the situation on Penglai Island was beyond their expectations, they still decided to stay. After all, it's not just men who like to look at beautiful women, women do too. Bairoling looked at Jiang Yu. Boss, how should we arrange them? There are 49 people in total, with 49 different talents. Surely some of them can help you and the island. Jiang Yu was about to check everyone's talents when a system notification suddenly sounded. Sufficient resources and conditions have been met. The island can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade now? Upgrade the island first. Jiang Yu decided immediately. There are still many people waiting outside to pay. Let's go collect spirit stones first. We'll arrange your positions later based on your talents. Bairoling nodded. We should collect the money first. We'll go out and collect the money, and you'll be in charge of upgrading the island. Jiang Yu, however, told her to select a few people to teach first. Bairoling was puzzled. Why not send everyone? Wouldn't it be faster with more people? They all drove the island here. There's not enough space outside to collect money from everyone at the same time. Jiang Yu shook his head. Besides, I'm afraid some people might try to take advantage of the situation and sneak into the special space without paying. He then arranged for some people to go out and do live streams to collect money, while the rest stayed on the island to compare their records with those of the small live stream room. Although the project is large, there are enough people and the replay can be viewed. In short, no one can evade the fair today. Bairoling and the others were both amused and exasperated. Boss, you really won't take the slightest loss. There's no way around it, they're all pure spirit stones, who wouldn't be interested? Jiang Yu waved his hand. You take the people and go, the rest of you stay and assist. I'll upgrade the island first. Soon, a few people piloted the spaceship out to collect money, while the others rushed into the live stream room to get busy. Jiang Yu looked back at the island interface and immediately ordered. Upgrade. Soil behind you 64 million, stone 24 million, wood 24 million, mud 24 million, gold, silver, copper, aluminum, iron, etc. 24 million, source stone 80,000, spirit stone 160,000, high-grade energy crystal 10, island upgrade qualification scroll 1, island is currently being upgraded. Rumble. The island trembled violently, and a gray fog descended upon it. However, since everyone was checking the virtual interface and several people were sharing a live stream room, they were not significantly affected. Jiang Yu estimated that this upgrade would take at least half an hour, and possibly an hour. Waiting around would be too wasteful, so he decided to fly off the island and continue collecting money. As it turned out, he was right. The 8th tier upgrade lasted a full hour. During this time, Jiang Yu noticed that many survivors looked grim, clearly feeling uncomfortable seeing Penglai Island getting stronger. But he simply couldn't be bothered to pay any attention. As long as everyone pays their money honestly, everyone will be fine. Jealousy or envy are fine, just don't cause him any trouble. Island upgrade successful. The moment the notification appeared, Jiang Yu immediately handed over the task of collecting money to Bairoling and the others, and returned to Penglai Island to check the results. Island name, Penglai Island. Number, 666. Rank 8th tier. Population, 2584. Area, 277 square kilometers. Buildings, Moonwell, red, mysterious shop, red, mysterious training camp, red, mysterious barracks, red, mysterious summoning house, red. Spectacle, statue of the goddess of harvest, gold. Resources, spirit stone mine, source stone mine, Mystic Crystal Mine, Ancient Elf Tree, Blazing Ancient Tree, Mixed Spirit Fruit Tree, Life Tea, Gunger Ancient Tea, Gung Gold Tree, Blood Restoration Tree, Spirit Beauty Tree, Wisdom Tree, Gold Mine, Silver Mine. Belongs to Jiang Yu. Prosperity value, 8.88 million. Advanced requirements, 1.28 billion soil, 560 million stone, 560 million wood, 560 million mud, 560 million gold, silver, copper, aluminum, iron, etc., 640,000 origin stones or mystic crystals, orange, 1.6 million spirit stones, 50 high-grade energy crystals, red, 1 gold scroll for upgrading to a Tier 9 island, island prosperity value greater than 2 million, total island population greater than 5,000. Buildings or wonders, 3 red buildings or wonders, 1 gold building or wonder. Both must be met. Note: the first 10 players to upgrade their island to Tier 9 will receive generous rewards and a rare title. Punlai Island's area has increased dramatically from 127 square kilometers to 277 square kilometers. This upgrade directly added 100 square kilometers, which Jiang Yu was quite satisfied with. As for the resources required for the 9th tier, although they were exaggerated, they were entirely within his expectations. He had already met all the requirements: soil, stone, wood, mud, various metals, 1.6 million spirit stones, prosperity value, and architectural wonder conditions. These basic resources looked daunting, but Jiang Yu's backpack was stocked with an astonishing amount of supplies, plus the harvest from digging up the island a couple of days ago, so he had no shortage at all. After investing billions of resources, he still has a considerable amount left. Currently, the only items that haven't met the requirements are 640,000 origin stones or orange mystic crystals, 50 high-grade energy crystals, and a scroll for upgrading to a Tier 9 island. As for reaching a total population of 5,000, it may seem like a difficult problem, but in fact, there are already solutions. With Tong Chini around, doubling the population would be enough. Tong Chini's arrival completely put Jiang Yu at ease, and he no longer had to worry about the population problem. Chapter 230 Diamond Treasure Chest. The news that a large group of beautiful women had defected to Jiang Yu quickly spread across the world channel. Gu Zian asked Jiang Yu if it was true, and Su Qinshan said that she was there and saw a group of beautiful women land on Jiang Yu's island, and she was green with envy. Yushan even joked that Jiang Yu had so many people around him that he couldn't take care of them all, so he could give him a few of them, and he was willing to help out. Then, everyone turned their attention to the island that Jiang Yu was expanding. Some people have heard that his island has expanded twice today. One expansion was by merging with someone else's island, and the other expansion was probably an upgrade of the island. Sam White was immediately shocked. Had Jiang Yu's island already reached the 8th level? Lu Guan tried to argue that it might only be at the 7th rank, but Su Jiu immediately retorted. How could something of this scale still be at the 7th rank? Xiao Fan quickly inquired about the exact amount of resources required to advance from the 8th to the 9th rank. After all, the process of upgrading from 7 to 8 years old had already exhausted the savings of countless people, and the conditions for upgrading from 8 to 9 years old were enough to make one's scalp tingle just by thinking about them. Luo Shishir also asked whether the island upgrade qualification scroll needed to upgrade from level 7 to level 8 was of red quality. More and more people echoed this sentiment, all wanting to know the threshold for moving from 8 to 9 years old in advance. Now that the fishing competition has ended, many people have upgraded their islands to level 7, and the resource requirements for upgrading from level 7 to level 8 are no secret. Jiang Yu didn't hide anything and answered Luo Shishir directly that the qualification scroll was indeed of red quality. As for upgrading from 8 to 9, it requires 1.6 billion tons of soil, 700 million tons each of stone and timber, and a large amount of other resources. However, his request was already discounted, because Yan Xuexiue's talent reduced his resource consumption by 20%. If others really want to advance to the 9th rank, the price they have to pay will be even more outrageous. The World Chat channel went silent for a moment, then bursts of wails filled the air. Lu Guan said that Jiang Yu had redefined, not much. Hu Jiahao looked at the 2 gold items, dozens of red items and billions of resources, and exclaimed that it was heaven-defying. Jiang Yu immediately decided to give up, stop trying, and go back to conquering his female soldiers. Xiao Fan slapped his thigh in regret, wishing he hadn't asked. When they didn't know, they thought they could give it a shot, but once they found out the truth, they instantly lost their motivation. This perfectly illustrates the saying, when you don't know something, you desperately want to know. Once you know it, you wish you had never asked. After learning about the island's upgrade, Jiang Yu continued collecting spirit stones outside. Before we knew it, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. There were hardly any people around, and the sky had completely darkened. Jiang Yu opened the regional channel and sent a notification. That's all for today. Brothers and sisters who haven't arrived yet, will continue at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. He then returned to Panglai Island with the women. Cui Xiaoxiao was not recalled and remained lurking near the entrance to the special space. Jiang Yu arranged for 2 more people to stand guard nearby. It didn't matter that the live stream footage was blurry at night, as long as Cui Xiaoxiao could see it clearly, that was enough. The 2 women monitoring the live stream only needed to note whether anyone sneaked in under the cover of darkness, and how many people went in. Then Cui Xiaoxiao would identify the identity. Although she could remember it on her own, Jiang Yu didn't want any mistakes to happen. The first thing to do upon returning to the island was to tally up today's harvest. The final figure is 2,668,550 spirit stones. The amount of nearly 2.7 million spirit stones means that nearly 1,800 people came to seek refuge today. Including the spirit stones brought by Jiang Yu himself and by Ruoling, his total number of spirit stones has now exceeded 3 million. The feeling of becoming rich overnight is indeed exhilarating. To welcome Bai Ruoling and the others, Jiang Yu had already instructed the cook to prepare a lavish feast. The women ate to their heart's content, and the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Yu began to examine their talents one by one and made arrangements according to their different talents. 49 people, exactly 49 different talents. Some people can accelerate the growth of plants and animals on the island, some can increase food production, and some can speed up navigation across the island. Of course, there are also some talents that are almost useless. Jelly Shunny and Chitong have rather unique talents. They receive a mysterious item every day. Unfortunately, none of these people possess the same talent as Lu Qin. Lu Qin receives treasure chests or valuable items every time the island levels up. This ability is extremely rare. If we really have to say who has the best talent, it's Bai Ruoling without a doubt. Her unique talent is called Critical Strike. Any item she catches has a 50% chance of triggering a critical hit. Critical hits are divided into quality critical hits and quantity critical hits. Quality critical strikes can improve the quality of items by 2 to 10 times. A quantity critical hit can increase the quantity of items, up to a maximum of 100 times. With such talent, it's no wonder that Bai Ruoling can consistently rank high on the leaderboard every week. If she had been a little luckier, she would have had a real chance to break into the top 3. While checking the talents, Jiang Yu also took the opportunity to check everyone's loyalty. He was only completely relieved after confirming that their loyalty levels were all above 30. As long as the initial loyalty is not negative, there's basically nothing to worry about. Even if someone harbors ill intentions, it won't change anything. Jiang Yu's strength is undeniable, and these newcomers can't harm him at all. However, if the loyalty score were to turn negative, Jiang Yu would definitely be unhappy. When he's unhappy, the other person's life won't be easy either. As for the female soldiers they brought, Jiang Yu handed them all over to Fu Ruoli for arrangement. Currently, in terms of troop type, Fu Ruoli is still the most skilled at management. These female soldiers don't need to do anything too complicated. They are just like the archers and butterfly fairies, responsible for various tasks on the island. Are you done with your work? Jiang Yu had just finished dealing with his business when he saw Lu Qin walking towards him. All done. After Palai Island advanced to the 8th tier, what gift did your talent give you? Was it a diamond treasure chest? Jiang Yu always remembered Lu Qin's talent. That's right, it's a diamond treasure chest. Lu Qin, beaming with joy, took out a treasure chest that none of the people present had ever seen before. Ayu, don't you have 2 master keys? Open them now and see if what comes out is of gold quality. As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking, the women immediately surrounded Jiang Yu, encircling him in layers. Instantly, Jiang Yu found himself surrounded by softness. Chapter 231 Hellgate Construction Blueprints. Fortunately, the main hall was spacious enough, otherwise it would have been impossible to accommodate so many people gathered at once. The diamond treasure chest in Lu Qin's hand was of even higher quality than the jade treasure chest. Even with her eyes closed, one could tell it was no ordinary item. Jiang Yu took the treasure chest and turned it around. It looked much like an ordinary treasure chest, except for a small hole on the front, which was obviously a keyhole. The treasure chest cannot be opened without inserting the key, and it is equally useless if the key is inserted but the chest does not turn. I'll open it now. After enjoying a short massage from the women, Jiang Yu began to try to open the treasure chest. But after struggling with it for a long time, the diamond treasure chest remained completely still, without the slightest reaction. Jiang Yu gave the treasure chest to Daisy to try again, but the result was the same. It seemed that there was no way to cheat this time, and he had to use the red master key. Fine. Jiang Yu wasted no more time, took out a master key, and inserted it directly into the keyhole. With a gentle twist, a click was heard, and the master key vanished on the spot, while the diamond treasure chest slowly cracked open. A dazzling golden light shot out from the crack, instantly invigorating everyone. The golden light meant that a legendary item must be inside. This will be Jiang Yu's second legendary item since acquiring the Harvest Goddess statue. Jiang Yu suppressed his excitement, and slowly lifted the lid of the box. Golden light burst forth instantly, forcing him and the women watching to turn their heads away. A few seconds later, the light gradually faded, and everyone's gaze returned to the center of the treasure chest, where there was only a blueprint. Jiang Yu picked up the blueprint and unfolded it, and a system notification immediately sounded. You opened a diamond treasure chest and obtained one Hell Portal Construction Blueprint, Gold. Hell Gate Construction Blueprint, Gold. The gate to the underworld. Proceed with extreme caution when entering. Once the eerie gate to Hell is built, Jiang Yu will be able to travel between the island and the underworld at any time. When entering the gates of Hell, you can choose one of 5 directions: east, west, south, north, or center. Once selected, a teleportation channel will be formed that lasts for 7 days. During these 7 days, you can only enter the selected direction. If you want to change direction, you must wait until 7 days later. With Jiang Yu's permission, people from the underworld can be brought back from the underworld, but without his permission, they cannot enter the island through the passage. More importantly, when Jiang Yu enters the underworld, his living aura will be concealed, and the people of the underworld will not be able to recognize his identity as a living person. Upon seeing the construction resources, Jiang Yu's expression immediately became complicated. Building the Gate of Hell requires 1,000 source stones and 1,000 mystic crystals, 100 void stones, 10 time stones, 20 high-grade energy crystals, and 1 random construction item. Furthermore, Hell Gates are unique. Only one can be built on each island. This is a legendary item that leads to the underworld. It doesn't seem to offer any direct benefits to the island, its owner, or its inhabitants. Jiang Yu couldn't immediately determine whether he had gained or lost this time. Legendary items are certainly not bad, but for Jiang Yu right now, they don't seem to be of any use. Once the resources are gathered and the Hell Gate is built, how much help it will actually bring remains to be seen. Given Jiang Yu's current pace of development, coupled with the enormous demand for these high-level resources, he even doubted whether the item would still be valuable once he had gathered all the materials. If you go through all the trouble of building the gates of hell, only to find that the underworld is full of insignificant creatures that bring no benefit whatsoever, then you've lost a lot of money. Brother Jiang Yu, we opened a legendary item, but it turned out to be this. It feels like such a loss. Who says otherwise? I was full of expectations just now, but now I'm a little disappointed. The big boss is different. We always get attack and defense tower defense blueprints, but he always gets these weird and strange blueprints. I don't think it's simple. The building materials are all high-grade resources, and the quantity is so exaggerated. It must not be an ordinary thing. Do you even need to tell me? It's just that the introduction is too general. To find out whether it's really valuable or not, we'll have to go inside and check it out for ourselves after it's built. What is the underworld? Is it like the world of ghosts in the novels of my past life? Who knows? We can only wait for the big boss to go in and take a look himself. Whatever it is, at least we understand the world a little more. The women started discussing amongst themselves, and the main hall became quite lively. Jiang Yu waved his hand. Alright, stop guessing. You'll find out eventually. Yes, we'll talk about it later, Hey, you little filthy girl, I seriously suspect you're making a suggestive joke. What's there to doubt? The car wheel is practically running over your face. Pa, I'm perfectly innocent, it's your minds that are too lewd. People with lewd minds see everything as lewd. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. The sounds came one after another, and Jiang Yu was already used to it. After all, these women were always like this. He dismantled the diamond treasure chest, then took the women to Ingwe Pool, where they continued to laugh and play. After a long period of training, Jiang Yu is now full of energy and living a very comfortable life. Meanwhile, inside an incredibly luxurious palace, a group of stunningly beautiful women sat around a table. Among them were angels, elves, succubi, and snake women, and a mirror was placed in the center of the table. The scene reflected in the mirror was the moon reflection pool on Palai Island, and Jiang Yu and the women could see their every move clearly. A woman with 9 foxtails on her back frowned and couldn't help but ask, Archangel, is he really someone favored by heaven? He doesn't seem like it at all. The woman, referred to as the Archangel, remained silent for a moment before speaking helplessly. It is indeed him. I never expected him to be like this. A succubus with a hot figure and unique clothing chuckled. If it weren't for the personal assurances of that person from your clan and that person from the elf clan, I wouldn't believe that such a person could be favored by fate. The other person said calmly. Isn't he just what you wanted? If he wasn't, why would you have sent your people down so early? The succubus licked her lips, her gaze still fixed on Jiang Yu in the mirror. You're right, he really suits my taste. Chapter 232, Different Processes, Same Results. Look at their expressions, they seem to be enjoying it. Is it really that comfortable? As soon as the succubus uttered these words, everyone in the palace snorted in disapproval. If you like watching, just watch quietly. Why do you have to ask? You're utterly shameless. Someone immediately joked. If you want to know, why don't you just go and see for yourself? Knowing his personality, he definitely won't refuse you. If I were to inadvertently reveal that you and Xiao Xia are mother and daughter, he would probably be so excited that he wouldn't get out of bed for days and nights. Exactly, you'll only know once you try it yourself. The large succubus smacked her lips, her eyes darting around, revealing a sly smile. If I could go, I would have gone long ago. But since you all say so, once he enters the core area of the old god star, I'm going to be the first one to go. Nobody can take it from me. The others gave her a casual reply, telling her to wait until Jiang Yu arrived at the core area before discussing it further. The 9-tailed fox demon couldn't stand it any longer, and quickly changed the subject. Have you found out where that kitten came from? How did she even appear? The palace immediately fell silent upon hearing this. The light elf spoke first. Our high priest has performed many calculations, but has never found the answer. The archangel shook his head. My race is the same, no matter how hard we try, we cannot figure out her origin. Everyone's heart sank. If even these two races, who are skilled in deduction, couldn't find out, it was even less likely that others would know. Someone looked at the archangel. Doesn't your race possess a divine artifact for divination? Even with the artifact, you couldn't calculate the origin of that kitten? I can't figure it out. The archangel replied decisively. Even with divine artifacts, there's still no result. The snake woman suddenly seized on the key point. Before the kitten appeared, you must have also deduced Jiang Yu's fate, right? That's right. The archangel nodded. It was with the help of that artifact, after many deductions, that we were able to confirm that he is the one favored by fate. Before, you only said he was favored by heaven, but you didn't explain much. The snake woman stared at her. Now, shouldn't you tell us the reason? The others also looked at the archangel, clearly wanting to know the answer as well. The archangel remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Our high priestess has almost recovered, so there's no harm in telling you. She has divined Jiang Yu 9 times, and the final results of all 9 times were almost exactly the same. However, none of the 9 simulations were the same. 9 times the result was the same, but the process was completely different. Do you know what that means? The 9-tailed fox demon continued. No matter what he does, whether or not he has our help, he will ultimately succeed. That's right, the archangel said solemnly. And in each divination, the high priest bestows upon him different talents. In the first simulation, he possessed the talent he has now, but we didn't provide any assistance. On the first day, he still caught that little kitten, and afterwards he caught ordinary humans and normal demons. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, he still made it to the end smoothly. In the second simulation, the high priest set even harsher conditions for him, causing countless survivors to target him from the very beginning, while suppressing his talent to the most ordinary level. Even with many setbacks along the way, he still managed to fight his way out and finally reached the top. The little cat appeared during his first exploration of the treasure. In the third calculation, the high priest directly cancelled his talent and ordered the fallen race to hunt him down from beginning to end. The result was the same. He not only made it to the end, but also wiped out all the tribes that targeted him. The kitten met him again during the first treasure hunt. The fourth time was even more outrageous. He had no talent, was targeted by all races, and they began to besiege him from the very first day he was trying to survive. But those measures were still useless. He always managed to escape from near death or kill his enemies, and then grows stronger step by step. In that simulation, he almost wiped out all races. And that little cat appeared once again. Jiang Yu was chased and seriously injured. He escaped into a cave and happened to meet her there. The archangel didn't go into detail about the process from the 5th to the 8th time, but everyone was already terrified. It wasn't until the 9th time that she revealed the most outrageous deduction. The 9th time, the high priest awakened the talent with the highest negative benefits for him. He receives half of all resources, and the resources required for island upgrades and construction are doubled. Not only that, on his first day of survival, he was thrown into exile for 2 months on some random pretext. During those 2 months, we only gave him a little food each day to make sure he didn't starve to death. 2 months later, he was released. On his first cast after his release, he still caught that little kitten. Then, he began that outrageous period of his life again. Amidst countless troubles, attacks, and disasters, he still ascended to the highest position. All those who had troubled him were eventually settled by him, including us angels. The archangel looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, 9 deductions, different in process, but exactly the same in outcome. He reached the pinnacle in all of them. Now you should understand why my angel race has spared no effort to help him, even though we have broken the rules many times. The more they listened, the more shocked they became, and the more unbelievable it seemed. No matter how disheveled Jiang Yu was, no matter how many crises he encountered, he always managed to turn danger into safety and take the opportunity to become stronger. It was as if nothing in the world could truly stop him. If this isn't considered someone favored by fate, then who deserves this title? After the initial shock, everyone started discussing Jiang Yu and Xena. Some people questioned. There must be more to it than that. If it were just because he was destined to rise, you wouldn't have needed to involve us at all. As long as we don't provoke him, he might not come back to cause trouble in the future. There must be another reason why you leaked the information so early, even at the cost of breaking the rules. The archangel shook his head. There are indeed other reasons, but the high priest didn't tell me, so I don't know either. Everyone could only sigh, feeling it was a pity. Meanwhile, on Palai Island, everyone returned to their bedrooms after their baths. After discussing with Jiang Yu, Bai Ruoling, Tong Qini, and 49 others decided not to sleep for the time being and instead stayed in the main hall to chat and play mahjong. The crisis is not over yet, and they can't sleep at all. Moreover, with their current strength, they could easily go 10 days and 10 nights without rest, not to mention there are sofas in the hall for them to sit on. The main hall has enough space. If there aren't enough sofas, we'll continue to synthesize them. Jiang Yu is now rich and resource-rich, and can synthesize anything he wants without any pressure. Daisy Aoxian and I Chang Songhe, I'll have to keep watch these next few nights. At times like these, it's definitely not good to have no one keeping watch. To put everyone at ease, Jiang Yu directly assigned the 4 strongest people to be on guard. He wanted to see what kind of ghosts would dare to cause trouble on Penglai Island with these 4 around. "Don't worry, Master, we'll take care of them." Without any hesitation, the 4 of them agreed immediately. For them, keeping watch at night is simply a different place to cultivate themselves. After receiving the assurance, Jiang Yu took Hoshinori, who was hanging in front of him, back to his room. The night was not peaceful. The nights, especially on Penglai Island, are anything but peaceful. Chapter 233 Ghostly Appearance. In the blink of an eye, it was 2:50 a.m. After coaxing the women in the bedroom to sleep, Jiang Yu got up and went to the living room. There were less than 10 minutes left until 3 a.m., and he was curious to see if any ghosts would come knocking on his door tonight. But as soon as he approached, he saw that all the women in the hall were blushing, their eyes filled with longing, staring at him with yearning. Jiang Yu understood at a glance. Oh no, the soundproofing in the bedroom had been forgotten to be turned on. In other words, they had been listening to the noise in the hall for several hours, which explains their strange reactions. Ahem, hello everyone. Jiang Yu remained expressionless and found a seat in the middle. As long as he isn't embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. No matter how good we are, we can't compare to you, boss. Bai Rolling's tone was full of resentment. Next time I will definitely turn on the soundproofing. There will be a next time? Of course there is. Do you really want to go back to your room and sleep alone tomorrow? Bai Rolling was speechless. Judging from this, it wouldn't just be next time, but many more times in the future. The women teased Jiang Yu about his amazing stamina, and Jiang Yu was not modest at all, saying that this level of intensity was nothing, and that he could show them something even stronger in the future. As they chatted, time ticked by, and the closer it got to 3 a.m., the more nervous Bai Rolling, Tong Chini, and the others became. Whether their allegiance to Jiang Yu will be of any use will be revealed tonight. If the ghosts go after the people who are fleeing outside, they will be safe for the time being, but the ghosts will come looking for them one day. The later the ghosts arrive, the more opportunities they have to become stronger, and the more confident they are when facing danger. Therefore, the hundreds of people who had been targeted by the ghost were hoping that the ghost would go after someone else first, and not be the first to fall on them. Daisy, if you have the chance later, try to keep one alive, Jiang Yu instructed. Only by keeping one alive can we view the ghost's attribute panel. 2 days ago, after the ghostly figures appeared and killed people, they disappeared immediately. Bai Rolling and the others didn't have time to check and didn't know how strong those ghostly figures were. Receive. Master, should we spare them? Song He and the others asked. It depends on the situation. If we can keep them, we will. If we can't keep them, we will kill them outright. Jiang Yu initially wanted them to hold back, but then he thought that if the ghost didn't appear on Daisy's side, the others could also seize the opportunity. We understand. Clang, clang, clang. The alarm clock rang. It was 3 in the morning. In an instant, 2 gray ghostly figures appeared near Daisy and Songha respectively. After they appeared, they didn't waste any words and pounced on the nearest people without any expression, clearly treating these survivors as easy prey. But they are fast. Daisy and Holland are even faster. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs rang out, and 2 ghostly figures were sent flying backward on the spot. Only then did they realize that this was not a group of ants for them to harvest, but a tough nut guarded by angels and dragon men. The 2 ghostly figures exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Wasn't the Ghost King supposed to send them to toy with the survivors? How could there be such a freak among the survivors? If I had known there were angels and dragonmen here, I should have used my skills to escape the moment they showed themselves, instead of foolishly rushing up to my death. The thought flashed through their minds, and the 2 ghostly figures gradually faded away, clearly preparing to become ethereal and escape. They recognized each other immediately. These were people they couldn't afford to mess with. They had to get out of there right away. But they were still a step too slow. Daisy and Songha's second attack had already followed. Boom! The ghostly figure's spellcasting was interrupted on the spot, and Jiang Yu immediately checked their attributes. Ghost 17, Ghost Clan, Strength 50, Constitution 50, Agility 55, Spirit 70. Skills include invisibility, stealth, ghost fire, and possession. Invisibility grants immunity to physical damage and allows the user to return to the underworld at any time. Possession, however, is affected by the target's mental attribute. Jiang Yu then looked at the other one and found that the two had almost the same attributes. No wonder Bai Ruoling and Tong Qini were powerless to fight back the previous two knights. With a base attribute of over 50 and a spirit of 70, ordinary survivors simply couldn't stop them. They will be easily defeated by Daisy and Songhe tonight, simply because the difference in strength between the two sides is too great, and this is Jiang Yu's home ground. More importantly, these two ghostly figures rushed straight for their target as soon as they appeared, without even looking at their surroundings or using any skills immediately. They were practically courting death. Daisy, from he, cripple them, but remember to leave them barely alive. Now that he had a general idea of the attributes, Jiang Yu was too lazy to waste any more words. The ghost pills left behind by a ghost clan member with a spirit level of 70 are very likely to correspond to high-grade energy crystals. Qin Xiaojun, you finish the last two blows, and remember to inherit their memories. Qin Xiaojun possesses a unique talent, memory inheritance. As long as she kills a target herself, she can choose to inherit that person's memories without experiencing pain or harm. These two ghosts came from the underworld. After inheriting their memories, Jiang Yu and the others were able to learn about the underworld. With the help of Daisy and Songhe, Qin Xiaojun quickly completed the kill and obtained a large amount of memories. Boss, their memories are still being processed. I'll tell you in detail tomorrow. No rush, digest this first. We can talk about it tomorrow when you have time. The gates of hell are far from being completed, so there's no point in rushing to ask about the underworld now. Then, Qin Xiaojun handed the two ghost pills to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took a closer look, and couldn't help but smile. The ghost pill with 70 attributes indeed corresponds to a high-grade energy crystal. This was a complete windfall. If a few ghostly figures came here to die every night, wouldn't the high-level energy crystals needed for island upgrades and building the Hell Gate be readily available? Chapter 234 Sea Clan, Snake Woman. Tonight's troubles are over. Those who want to go back to their rooms can go back. If you're still worried about the ghost coming again, you can take a nap here. Anyway, it's almost dawn. At 3 a.m, with only 3 or 4 hours left until dawn, Jiang Yu was indeed right. The women finally came to their senses and surrounded Jiang Yu, showering him with praise. The deadly ghost they had seen had been dealt with by Jiang Yu as casually as if it were takeout. There was more than one powerful figure on Panlai Island who could instantly kill Ghost Shadow. Thinking of this, everyone's worries vanished instantly, and they were even more glad that they had joined Panlai Island. Seeing that everyone had finally relaxed, Jiang Yu stayed to chat with them. A beautiful woman took the initiative to come over and use her snow-white thigh as a pillow for him. Jiang Yu didn't stand on ceremony and lay down with his head on her lap, finding it much more comfortable to chat like this. When Jiang Yu woke up the next day, he looked around and found that Bai Ruoling, Tong Qini and the others were basically gone. It turned out they had arranged to visit Panlai Island the night before, as soon as it was light. Yesterday, they were so busy joining the group that they didn't have a chance to really get to know the place, only hearing about it from others, so naturally, they couldn't suppress their curiosity. As they toured the site, the shock on their faces was even more exaggerated than that of Lu Qin and Hiroshin back then. After all, Panlai Island is changing every day, and those who join later see more good things and are more impacted. Jiang Yu knew where they were going, but he didn't bother to care and simply started fishing every day. The fishing rod had barely touched the water when the beeping sounded, a flash of silver light appeared, and the platinum treasure chest was quickly pulled out of the water. After the treasure chest was opened, a beautiful woman dressed in light blue slowly walked out, her appearance almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Her name is Yu, a member of the Sea Tribe, 21 years old, with an appearance rating of 97, and her loyalty is at its maximum. She possesses 3 abilities: water control, death vortex, and tsunami. She can conjure water shields and water arrows, and she can also use vortexes to devour enemies. The stronger her spirit, the more terrifying the tsunami she unleashes. The sea creatures usually live in seclusion in the sea, so Jiang Yu was quite satisfied that he had actually managed to fish out a member of the sea creatures from the treasure chest this time. While chatting with Yu, he called Lily over. When Lily arrived, he asked her to take Yu downstairs to settle her in. Afterwards, Jiang Yu went to the mysterious military camp alone. After entering the barracks, he first looked through yesterday's historical records. Yesterday's refreshed troop types were cavalry and crocodile-headed soldiers. After a quick glance, he immediately began to draw today's troop types. The crystal ball screen flickered, first showing the wolf spirit soldiers. These were soldiers forged from wolf souls, brimming with ferocity, and their attacks were relentless, never ending in a fight to the death. Jiang Yu didn't stop and continued reading. His gaze immediately stopped when the second type of soldier appeared. Snake Girl, a monster girl with a human head and a snake's body, is a unit type, but she is more than just an ordinary unit type. Recruiting 1 requires 180 spirit stones, 15 purple source stones, and 15 purple mystic crystals. A maximum of 100 can be recruited per day. The snake woman's appearance is between 92 and 96. Her strength and physique are not outstanding, but her agility is 25 and her spirit is 28. They possess the ability to petrify. Anyone who makes eye contact with them will instantly turn to stone if their mental strength is insufficient, while even those with sufficient mental strength will be disturbed. Another ability is serpent spirit summoning, which allows you to summon 3 serpent spirits by consuming spiritual energy. Each serpent spirit possesses 40% of the original's attributes and lasts for 3 minutes. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yu immediately chose to recruit, and maxed out the recruitment at once. The spirit stones, purple source stones, and purple mystic crystals in the backpack were instantly deducted, and 10 snake women began to be recruited. Soon, snake women emerged from the crystal ball, wriggling their tails. At the same time, Jiang Yu sent a message to Kai Ning, asking her to come to the mysterious military camp. Before Kai Ning even arrived, her voice came through. "Master, have snake-type units been spawned?" In the past, when Jiang Yu called them over, it was usually because he had refreshed the troop types that were suitable for their respective races. "That's right, take a look. From now on, they'll be in your hands." No sooner had he finished speaking than a snake's tail wrapped around Jiang Yu from behind. Without turning around, he knew it was Kai Ning. Kai Ning leaned close to Jiang Yu and kissed him a few times on the cheek, smiling broadly. "Don't worry about them, I'll definitely train them into the soldiers that Master likes best." After the recruitment was over, Jiang Yu grabbed Kai Ning's snake tail and walked out, while ordering the 100 snake women. "Follow her, and listen to her orders from now on." "Yes, Master!" 100 snake women responded in unison, wriggling their tails and following behind. There were 11 mutated snake women in this recruitment, a fairly normal number. Upon leaving the mysterious military camp, Kai Ning dismounted from Jiang Yu and led the 100 snake women away. She couldn't wait to completely transform these new members into qualified snake people soldiers. Jiang Yu found a place to sit for a few minutes, then took Shitong, Yan Shueshue, Lu Qin, Hiroishin, and by rolling and flew out of Panlai Island. Nothing else to do next, just collect the money. As soon as everyone was assigned their positions, the survivors who had been waiting formed a long queue and stepped forward one by one to pay their spirit stones. This concerns their lives, and no one dares to be careless. Having barely made it to today, no one wants to die in the jaws of the vampire bats that will attack next week. As time went by, the number of spirit stones in Jiang Yu's backpack continued to increase. Just then, someone Jiang Yu never expected walked up to him. Luo Shishir. "Brother Jiang Yu, I've heard so much about you. It's great to finally meet you in person today." Luo Shishir extended her right hand. "Shishir, I didn't expect you to come too." Jiang Yu also reached out his hand, gently shook hers, and then let go. Chapter 235. A girl's blushing is more powerful than anything. "Why didn't you expect me to come? I'm human too, I'm afraid of dying, isn't it normal for me to come?" "Really? I don't believe it." Jiang Yu looked at Luo Shishir, his tone meaningful. Luo Shishir was taken aback. "You don't believe me? Then why do you think I came here?" "You've figured it out." "What have you figured out? What have you figured out?" She was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized what she had said, and her pretty face instantly turned bright red. The girl's blush spoke louder than any explanation. Luo Shishir was about to get angry, but Jiang Yu stopped joking. I'm not teasing you anymore. Are you worried that all the vampire bats will gather here tomorrow? The boss is indeed smart. Luo Shishir nodded, without denying it. Several thousand people have gathered here, and the swarm of vampire bats will likely prioritize attacking this area, draining the blood of these thousands of people before dispersing to find others outside. What she feared most was that Jiang Yu would wipe out the entire swarm of bats, leaving only a few to escape, and that she would never encounter them. If it really comes to that point, she won't regret spending any more spirit stones, which is why she decided to come and see for herself. It was only 1,500 spirit stones, she didn't even care. Jiang Yu thought she was overthinking it. That's a whole group, and the number they've mobilized won't be small, probably at least 100,000. 100,000? Luo Shishir's eyes lit up. Then I'd better come. What if I'm unlucky and run into hundreds or thousands at once? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Then pay up. Jiang Yu stretched out his hand directly. Luo Shishir blinked. Big boss, with so many people here today, you must be very rich, right? What are you trying to say? We all know each other so well, could I have one? Jiang Yu immediately interrupted her. Don't talk nonsense. We're not familiar with each other. We've never even slept together. How can you call us familiar? Luo Shishir's face darkened. Sometimes she really wanted to take action. You're so rich, why don't you give me a discount? No. Jiang Yu initially refused, but then changed his mind. Of course, it's not impossible. Real? As long as you bring them to Palai Island, I'll give you spirit stones, not just free of charge. And I won't refuse you anything you want to do to me, not just spirit stones. Luo Shishir stared at him. Really, anything is fine? More real than real gold. Then I want to kill you and take over Palai Island, is that alright? Fine, as long as you can beat me. Luo Shishir paused for 2 seconds. Then it's okay, I'll definitely do it next time. She simply swiped 1,500 spirit stones and asked, Where is the special space located? I don't believe you didn't know. Jiang Yu looked down. Thousands of people are here. The spatial node should have been exposed long ago. I know, but we still have to go through the procedures. Luo Shishir turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back and put on a pitiful look. Hey bro, I have one more question, could you answer it for me? You ask first, and I'll consider whether or not to answer. She was indeed beautiful, but there were too many good-looking people on Palai Island, and Jiang Yu had long been used to them. This little trick couldn't sway him at all. Luo Shishir didn't beat around the bush. What exactly is your talent? This question had been weighing on her mind for far too long, and now that she finally had the chance, she was determined not to miss it. Jiang Yu countered. And yours? My talent is sheer luck, Luo Shishir frankly admitted. After the fishing competition, I guess many people guessed it, so there's no point in hiding it. It is indeed a great talent. Jiang Yu was not surprised. He had already guessed it. Now it's your turn to speak. If you join Palai Island, I'll tell you. I've already told you, shouldn't you tell me too? I promise to keep it a secret. Who says I have to tell you just because you tell me? Jiang Yu spread his hands. I'll tell you when you join Palai Island. Luo Shishir clenched her 2 little hands into fists. I really want to tie you up and give you a good beating. What a coincidence, I also want to hold you down and give you a beating. Luo Shishir was completely speechless. How could this person be so despicable? It's ironic that such an abnormal talent awakened in him. God is truly unfair. Farewell. If she can't be persuaded, then she can just leave. Jiang Yu waved to her. Little Shishir, see you next time. Palai Island is always open to you. If you sincerely want to join, contact me anytime. But let me make this clear first, if I find out you're not being sincere, you'll be in big trouble, he. Pervert. Get out. Tisk, so easily amused. Once Luo Shishir and the island had flown far away, Jiang Yu's nonchalant expression vanished instantly, and he said calmly, Next. The person behind him immediately stepped forward, looking at him with a shocked expression. So you're this kind of big shot. Stop talking nonsense and pay up. The people behind you are waiting. The man cursed Jiang Yu in his heart for favoring women over men, but still promptly paid the money. There's no way around it. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. As he turned to leave, tears even welled up in his eyes. He also longed to be like Jiang Yu, but unfortunately, his strength didn't allow it. As soon as one person left, another immediately took their place, and Jiang Yu continued to collect spirit stones like an assembly line. But before long, a figure riding a broom flew in and interrupted the procession. Magical girl Aisha Nico landed in front of Jiang Yu, looking disappointed and reluctant. Lord Jiang, I may really have to leave Panlai Island and return to the Taijin realm. Jiang Yu frowned. What's wrong now? Weren't you quite satisfied with your stay? Aisha Nicole looked longingly at Panlai Island. In just 2 days, the spiritual fruits, spiritual teas, and various resources that could enhance her strength had already made her reluctant to leave. But she still whispered, My family has sent people from the Taijin realm, and they should be arriving soon. Chapter 236 People from the Taijin realm. How did you know? Would your family notify you in advance if they sent someone out? No, it was my sister who told me secretly. We've been close since we were little. Whenever I go out on business, she knows what's going on at home and tells me right away. When I get back, I tell her about what I've seen and heard to satisfy her curiosity. Did she say who the people who came were, and what their strength was? It's my sister and my mother. Aisha Nicole continued. Originally, only my mother came out, but my sister kept begging, so my mother had no choice but to bring her along. How strong are those two? Aisha Nicole thought about it seriously. My mother is probably only slightly inferior to Angel's sister and Sister Ao Xian. As for my sister, she's about the same as I was 20-odd days ago, the day you first met me. Jiang Yu felt much relieved. They were weaker than Daisy and Ao Xian, so at least they wouldn't cause any trouble. He looked at Aisha Nicole. Do you want to go back? If not, sit down and talk to them properly. With us here, your mother can't force you to go back. Let's talk about this when they arrive. Aisha Nicole hesitated for a moment. After all, she's my mother, and I can't go against her too much. That works. Once they arrive, they'll take you directly to Panlai Island. I'll come back as soon as I get the news. They won't dare to take you away by force on the island. Take them to Panlai Island? Aisha Nicole's expression changed slightly, and she immediately shook her head frantically. No, absolutely not. We can't trouble Island Master Jiang. Once they arrive, I'll take them to a higher place to talk. It wasn't that she didn't want to go to Panlai Island to talk, but that she simply didn't dare to bring her mother and sister to the island. After spending these past 2 days together, she knew Jiang Yu all too well. If she dared to bring her mother and sister to Panlai Island, this guy would really dare to do it. Getting in will be easy, but getting out will be difficult. Especially her mother. Even she found her figure excessively conspicuous. How could Jiang Yu, that lecherous man, not be tempted upon seeing her? If Jiang Yu makes an excuse to delay and drags it out until night, and the teleportation channel between Taijin realm and the old god star closes, wouldn't they be forced to stay on Panlai Island for a while? She couldn't even imagine what would happen if her mother and sister moved in. She herself had only stayed for 2 days, and hadn't even been taken advantage of by Jiang Yu yet, but she was already reluctant to leave. If her mother and sister really stayed for a while, once the passage reopened, they would probably be just like her, unwilling to return to the Taijin realm. Seeing her strong reaction, Jiang Yu didn't insist any further. Alright, if you don't want to, then forget it. But if you're really worried about being forcibly taken away, you can bring either Ao Xian or Anai Chang with you when you go out to see them. If you trust me, you can also ask me to come along. I know, I'll invite Sister He along then. Invite you? Dream on. Aisha Nicole inwardly cursed. Taking him there would be tantamount to handing her mother and sister over to him. Just keep that in mind. Go back to Panlai Island and wait. I still need to collect more money. Then I won't bother you any longer. Aisha Nicole turned and returned to the island. Only after she had gone far away did the fool waiting to pay dare to drive the island closer. He had wanted to come over for a while, but as soon as he made a move, Jiang Yu glanced at him, scaring him into not daring to move. Enjoying melons is fun, but you have to be alive to enjoy them. It wasn't easy for him to survive until today, and he didn't want to risk his life just to catch a glimpse of the excitement. After Jiang Yu finished talking with the magical girl, he obediently stepped forward to pay, suppressing his curiosity no matter how strong it was. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. On Punlai Island, Aisha Nicole rode her broomstick straight into the sky, with he closely following behind her. Seeing this, Jiang Yu knew that her mother and sister had arrived. He looked up and could only see a small silhouette of a spaceship high in the sky. The spaceship was hovering extremely high, clearly arranged by Aisha Nicole to avoid causing a commotion or bringing him any trouble. She didn't call him, and Jiang Yu felt too embarrassed to follow her, so he could only continue collecting money. On the spaceship, two beautiful figures, one tall and one short, waited quietly. They are Aisha Nicole's mother, Carol Yura, and her younger sister, Celine Nicole. The difference in size isn't about height, but rather the difference in their proportions. While their heights are similar, their body shapes are vastly different. "Mother, look, my sister is flying towards us," Celine Nicole said, pointing into the distance. Seeing that Aisha Nicole was safe and sound, Carol Yura finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, her face darkened. "It's one thing if she's not in a hurry to go back normally, but a major catastrophe is going to happen to this world soon. We told her the news a long time ago, but she still refuses to come back. She's really trying to drive us crazy. Once we take her back, we'll definitely give her a good beating. She's been so outrageous, she didn't take our words to heart at all." Celine Nicole stood to the side, not daring to say a word in her sister's defense. Her mother was clearly still angry, and if she spoke now, she would only be scolded for nothing. She could only pray silently that nothing bad would happen to her sister this time. "You brought someone else with you." Carol Yura's expression turned even colder when she saw Song Hee behind Aisha Nicole. "What, are you worried I'll make a move?" But soon, the anger in her eyes turned into seriousness. Because she realized that the woman following behind her daughter was no weaker than herself. Aisha Nicole approached and bowed her head in apology. "Mother, why did you come all the way here? If you were worried about me being in danger outside, you could have just sent a message telling me to go back on my own. There was no need for you to come all this way yourself. Regardless, it's always better to admit fault first. Besides, she was in the wrong in this matter to begin with." "How dare you say that?" Carol Yura was furious. "How many times have I urged you? Every time you said you were going back or were on your way back? If it weren't for the fact that the mark we left on you hasn't moved, we would have really been fooled by you. The teleportation channel is about to close, but the mark is still there. Is this what you mean by preparing to go back?" Chapter 237: A Visit to the Island. Hee hee. Aisha Nicole chuckled awkwardly, looking somewhat guilty. She had indeed thought about going back more than once, but each time she couldn't make up her mind, and so it dragged on until now. "How dare you laugh?" Carol Yura's anger flared even more. Celine Nicole quickly smoothed things over. "Mother, please calm down. My sister must know she was wrong. She must have her reasons for not going back soon, right, sister?" Aisha immediately replied. "Sarine is right, I know I was wrong." "So where did you go wrong?" Aisha was speechless for a moment. Carol's tone turned serious. "Now, immediately, come back with us right now." Aisha still tried to persuade her. "Can I not go back?" "Mother, you don't need to worry about my safety at all. You have already ascertained Songha's strength, and there are several others on the island as strong as her. There are at least 20 or 30 people who are slightly weaker than her, but whose strength is close to that of yours, Mother. I can't be in any danger here. Besides, I've only been here for 2 days, and my strength has already improved dramatically. Staying will only lead to even faster progress." Her improvement naturally came from the 4 kinds of tea and the mixed spirit fruit. As for the life essence and the mysterious training camp, those are not hers to consider yet. Jiang Yu hasn't truly accepted her, and Xena and the others don't treat her as one of their own on the island. She had taken the blood-replenishing fruit, the spirit-enhancing fruit, and the wisdom fruit before, but they had no effect after taking them again. Carol had certainly noticed the change in her daughter, and had intended to ask her about it on the way back. But now it seemed that Aisha would rather defy her than leave the island. She couldn't help but develop a strong interest in the Punlai Island below. "You really don't want to go back? Could we not go back for now?" "Okay. Carol suddenly changed her mind. Take us to the island to take a look. If the situation is really as you say, I can agree to let you stay. Aisha's expression changed drastically, and she immediately grabbed her mother's hand and started walking back. No! I promise to go back with you, let's go now! She could come to Panlai Island again, but she absolutely could not stand by and watch her mother and sister step into the fire pit. For them, this place is very likely a road of no return. Carol narrowed her eyes, her curiosity growing stronger. I've changed my mind. I'll go to the island first, then go back. Aisha had previously refused to leave, but upon hearing that Aisha wanted to go to the island, she immediately agreed to go back. This clearly indicates that a great secret is hidden on the island that they cannot know. It's just an island, what's so interesting about it? If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Don't worry, we'll make it, Carol said firmly. It's just a quick stroll, it won't take long. The more Aisha tried to stop her, the more determined she became to find out the truth. Celine chimed in. Sister, let's take a look before we go. It won't take too long. It's one thing for Mother to act recklessly, but Celine, why are you acting recklessly too? Aisha glared at her fiercely, only to see that Celine had already looked up at the sky. The sky is so big and so white, Celine exclaimed, feigning surprise before turning back to ask. What did you say, sister? I didn't hear you. Aisha had barely opened her mouth when Carol interrupted her. Stop babbling and take us there right now. Aisha turned her head away and remained motionless. Carol snorted and restarted the spaceship. If you don't lead the way, do you think we can just get off ourselves? Just then, Song-hee, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. You really want to go down and see? Carol then looked at her seriously and asked. What's your name? Song-ha. I'm probably younger than you, so just call me by my name. My name is Carol Yura, and I am Aisha's mother. This is Celine Nicole, Aisha's sister. You can call her Celine. Song-hee nodded. Greetings, both of you. Are you sure you want to visit the island? Carol smiled and said. My curiosity has been piqued. How can I leave with peace of mind without seeing it for myself? That's true. Song-hee turned and led the way. Then follow me, I'll show you around. Carol and Celine followed immediately. Aisha stood there, looking helpless, but in the end she still chased after them on her broom. I hope you won't regret your decision today. She's starting to regret it now. If she had known it would turn out this way, she should have agreed to go back from the beginning and shouldn't have hesitated for so long. Now it's too late to say anything. She can only pray that her mother and sister won't recognize the rare treasures on the island. Alternatively, they might develop a strong aversion to Jiang Yu, this lecherous man. Otherwise, given her and her mother's identities, they might actually become sisters in the future. Although such things are not uncommon on the island, and she is not particularly averse to them, she absolutely does not want such things to happen to her. On the other side, Jiang Yu had been keeping an eye on the movements above and immediately noticed that Song-hee had brought the two people into Panlai Island. Those are Aisha's mother and sister? They're quite good-looking, just as good-looking as her. Jiang Yu only caught a fleeting glimpse before recognizing the two women's faces. He was about to return to the island to check on the situation when he discovered that Aisha had suddenly changed direction and was flying towards him. Jiang Yu stopped and decided to ask her what she wanted to do first. Aisha landed beside him, forcing a smile. Island Master Jiang, seeing you all alone, I came to keep you company while you collect the money. Accompanying him to collect money was a pretense. The real purpose was to stall Jiang Yu. As long as we can stall until my mother and sister have finished looking at the island and leave, that will be enough. Jiang Yu saw through her ulterior motives at a glance, but did not point it out, simply saying, All right then. With Daisy and Nessang on the island, he didn't think Aisha's mother and sister would dare to do anything to betray him. Chapter 238 also remains. How did your conversation go? Jiang Yu asked Aisha Nicole to come and help him collect the money, so he could ask her directly how her conversation with her mother went. Aisha Nicole nodded and said, It's a little different from what I expected, but it's still a deal. My mother has basically agreed to stay. It's good that we've reached an agreement. What do you mean by differences? I originally wanted them to go straight back to the Taijin realm, But they were worried about me and insisted on going up to Panlai Island to check my strength and make sure I was not in danger. That's it. Don't worry, they'll be able to leave with peace of mind after they've seen it. Hopefully. Aisha said this, but she didn't believe it at all. She thought that once her mother and sister had toured Panlai Island, they would probably never want to leave. If they come back to Jiang Yu and ask if they can stay on the island for a few more days, or if Jiang Yu tries to persuade them to stay, that would be troublesome. She decided to stay here and wait for the two of them to come out before immediately pulling them back to the Taijin realm, making sure Jiang Yu had no chance to speak. Jiang Yu didn't pay attention to her little thoughts. Seeing Aisha standing quietly behind him, he waved to the distance. An island rapidly approached, and the newcomer respectfully handed over spirit stones. Brother Jiang Yu, these are my spirit stones. After paying, the person didn't leave, staring intently at Jiang Yu. Brother Jiang Yu, I want to join too. No, you don't want to. Next. Jiang Yu interrupted him directly. With a body size of 160 by 160, wanting to join Panlai Island is simply wishful thinking. Brother Jiang Yu, don't be so heartless. Please, have mercy and take me in too. That sweet, coquettish Brother Jiang Yu sent a shiver down Jiang Yu's spine, and his aura involuntarily dissipated. 3, 2. Before he could even count to 1, the man had already driven the island away at top speed. After that, no one dared to cause any more trouble. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Aisha Nicole was clearly getting anxious. What's going on? Why haven't mother and sister come out yet? They haven't finished exploring yet after all this time. Did they leave from the other side of the island? But if they really wanted to leave, they should have informed her. With no movement now, the only possibility is that they have also decided to stay for a few days. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. Finally, Aisha couldn't help but say, Island Master Jiang, I'm going back to the island to see what's going on with them. Jiang Yu chuckled dryly. Actually, you don't need to go back. Your mother and sister have already decided to stay on the island for a few days. What? They've decided to stay? At that moment, Aisha felt as if the sky had fallen. The relationship between her and her mother was probably about to change completely. Yes, he told me about it 20 minutes ago. The whole thing started with Loja. Carol Yura and Celine Nicole were spotted by Loja as soon as they arrived on the island. Upon learning their identities, she immediately volunteered to show them around the island. Songha felt that it was just a matter of leading people on a tour, and it didn't matter who went, so she entrusted the task to her. In less than half an hour, Loja used a combination of seduction and deception to get the two to agree to stay on Panlai Island. When they passed by the moon well, Loja specifically explained the function of the moon well and told them that as long as they were willing to stay on Panlai Island for a period of time, they could also get a drop of moon well water. She only said that staying would bring benefits, but didn't say what would happen after staying. This was clearly a trap. Carol Yura and Celine Nicole were very interested after hearing this, but they still did not agree immediately. Loja noticed their hesitation and then took them to see the elf ancient tree, the blazing ancient tree, the mixed spirit fruit tree, the mysterious training camp, and various resources such as the tea of life and Gungar ancient tea. With each item she introduced, she emphasized that as long as you stay, you can enjoy these benefits. Faced with a barrage of sweet talk, Carol Yura and Celine Nicole finally relented and agreed to stay on Panlai Island for a while. In truth, Celine had long wanted to stay. Besides the many benefits of the island, she longed to be with her sister, Aisha. However, since her mother hadn't agreed yet, she didn't want to be the first to express her opinion. Now that Carol Yura had relented, she immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. When they finally found the two women in He, they were shocked to hear that they had decided to stay. After understanding the cause and effect, Song He glared fiercely at Loja. The island was already chaotic enough, and this demon actually took the initiative to help his master find people, clearly afraid that they wouldn't fight each other. It's really unreasonable for Croja to ask someone to stay and then immediately send them away. Caught in a dilemma, Song He had no choice but to tell Jiang Yu the news. Jiang Yu didn't say much about it. There were already so many people, it wouldn't make a difference if Carol Yura and Celine Nicole stayed. If they wanted to stay, then they could. Since Jiang Yu had agreed, so he couldn't object. She could only glare at Lozre again before turning and leaving. When did sister he tell you? Aisha's expression had returned to calm. There's no use in worrying now that things have come to this. On the bright side, Jiang Yu might not actually harm his mother and sister. She'd been staying on Panlai Island for 2 days, and Jiang Yu hadn't done anything to her. There were so many beautiful women on the island, Jiang Yu probably wouldn't even look at them. Thinking of this, Aisha couldn't help but laugh. About 20 minutes ago. And what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of something happy. Aisha quickly wiped the smile off her face. Has it been that long? Yes, I thought your mother had already told you. If she hadn't said anything, I would have told you just now. Maybe they want to wait for me to come back and give me a surprise. Are you surprised now? I was just terrified. Pretty much. Aisha was speechless. How could these two be similar? They were clearly worlds apart. After a long while, she asked softly, Do you still need me? If not, I'll go back to the island. It's up to you. Go back if you want. I'm not stopping you. Oh, then I'll stay with you a little longer. Aisha stayed with Jiang Yu for another hour before heading back to the island. Originally, her mother and sister came out to persuade her to return to Taijin realm, but the two of them ended up staying on Panlai Island instead. When she gets back, she'll definitely have a serious talk with them. Chapter 239 Paying the Supplementary Spirit Stones. Time flew by and it was already 6 p.m. Night was falling, and most of the island owners who were supposed to arrive had already come. Jiang Yu left Bai Rolling and a group of people to wait outside, while the rest of them finished their work and returned to Panlai Island. Bai Rolling stayed on her own initiative, wanting to share more of Jiang Yu's burdens. After all the spirit stones were transferred into his backpack, Jiang Yu checked the quantity, and found that there were only 5 million spirit stones inside, much less than he had expected. 5 million spirit stones means that only a little over 3,000 island lords have arrived in the past 2 days. However, Jiang Yu thought again that the actual number of survivors should be far more than that. On many islands there are other survivors who depend on them for survival. Just like on Panlai Island, there are currently over 50 survivors. Others can also unite to develop an island, or directly conquer other islands by force. In this light, it's quite remarkable that over 3,000 island lords have come. After collecting the spirit stones, Jiang Yu immediately asked everyone, Has anyone sneaked into the special space without paying in the past 2 days? Soon, several people responsible for keeping watch responded one after another. Yes, master, I have found 2 people here, and I have sent you the photos. I have 2 people here too. I have someone here. I'm alone here too. 6 people quickly sent over 12 pictures. Each person received a panoramic view of the island, as well as a photo that appeared to be their own identification. After confirming, Jiang Yu said, Thank you for your hard work. Leave 3 or 4 people to keep an eye on Chui Xiao Xiao and Bai Rolling's live streams. Leave everything else to me. As soon as he finished speaking, many people volunteered. As more and more people gathered on Panlai Island, they all understood that if they wanted Jiang Yu to notice them, they had to demonstrate their worth. Jiang Yu casually pointed to 4 people. You 4 stay here, and assigned 2 people to each live stream room. He then directly opened the regional channel. First of all, thank you all for your cooperation. When disaster strikes next week, I will do my best to keep the vampire bats out of the special space entrance. Secondly, during the collection process, I found that 6 people had evaded the ticket and entered the special space without paying spirit stones. You have 5 minutes to pay the difference. If you're still hoping to get away with it after 5 minutes, wait for me to call your name and the price will double. The news caused an uproar on the regional channels. Someone actually dared to evade Jiang Yu's ticket? They're incredibly audacious. Since the big boss was able to accurately identify 6 people, it means he already had evidence. Hurry up and pay the difference. Everyone else paid honestly, but you guys are trying to evade the fare? Hurry up and pay the difference before the boss gets angry. Everyone tried to persuade them, not because they were genuinely worried about the 6 people, but because everyone had paid money, so why should someone want to get something for free? Moreover, since Jiang Yu was able to find out the number of people, he must have already identified them. If Jiang Yu were to publicly name them, those 6 people would truly be in a dilemma. Paying the fare would be tantamount to admitting to fare evasion, while refusing to pay would be a public humiliation and would anger Jiang Yu, with even more serious consequences. Jiang Yu's deterrent power is indeed strong. Less than 2 minutes after the message was sent, 6 people messaged him privately one after another to make up for the spirit stones they owed. Jiang Yu spoke again in the channel. Thank you all for your cooperation, and thank you for your spirit stones. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a man named Ningzi suddenly raised a question. Boss, I've thought of a problem. What if the vampire bats don't attack from the outside, but instead suddenly appear out of nowhere in this special space? What should we do then? There are thousands of islands in this special space, but only one exit. If the Bat King guards the exit, won't we have no way to escape? The channel went silent immediately after these words were spoken, followed by a series of shocks. What? It's actually possible. If they appeared directly inside and then blocked the entrance, wouldn't we be trapped like turtles in a jar? Boss Jiang Yu, we must get a reasonable explanation for this. Many people felt that something was wrong the more they thought about it. If the vampire bats really do descend directly into the special space and get trapped inside, even if Jiang Yu survives, he can easily take over everyone's island. Upon closer examination, many people began to suspect that Jiang Yu had summoned them here because he was already eyeing their spirit stones and island. Actually, this is a question that some people have thought about before. Jiang Yu's reputation and strength were too great, so no one was willing to be the first to question him. Now that Ningzi had started, the others naturally followed suit immediately. Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the questions in the channel. He had considered this possibility long ago. But in any case, it was never a bad thing to get the spirit stones into his possession first. If it really comes to that, he will certainly do his best to protect these people. If he really can't protect them, then he will have no choice but to reluctantly take over the islands they left behind. Jiang Yu quickly responded. Don't worry, everyone, I will do my best to ensure your safety. If anyone doesn't trust me, we can move the island outside of a special space. The outside area is large enough that we don't need to crowd inside. Ningzi immediately retorted. No way, boss. There are too many islands. If we open them all up, it will spread out over a huge area, and then we'll be surrounded by enemies on all sides. You won't have time to provide support. The others quickly echoed, asking if there were any safer methods. Jiang Yu then gave the real arrangements. If you lack confidence, you can gather everyone on an island and then move that island to the vicinity of Panlai Island. I will arrange for people to protect you. Don't worry about their strength, they are more than capable of protecting you. Since you've all left the original island, what can you do even if vampire bats suddenly appear in this special space? Their goal is to kill people by sucking their blood, not to destroy islands. Would they really attack an uninhabited floating island specifically? If they can't find anyone, they will naturally be attracted to living people outside and turn to attack us. As for those who are confident, they can lead their own crew to pilot the spaceship, or directly pilot the island out to meet the enemy. If you can't hold on any longer, go to the island I've arranged to protect and take refuge there until the disaster is over. After reading these words, everyone immediately felt that they made a lot of sense. Judging from the vampire bats caught earlier, they really only wanted to suck blood and kill people, and did not deliberately damage the island. As long as everyone gathers outside, the island in the special space will not be easily destroyed even if it is occupied by bats. But then someone else thought of a crucial question. Since they're going to concentrate on one island, why don't they all just go to Panlai Island to hide? Chapter 240 Matters of the Underworld. Yui Hatsino, Brother Jiang Yu, can't we just go to Panlai Island to hide? I want to go to your precious island. I don't want to go to anyone else's. Wang Chun, although you're making a driving comment, I understand what you mean. I also want to ask, why can't we just go directly to Panlai Island to take refuge? Linen immediately interrupted everyone, saying that this matter should be discussed after the vampire bats appeared. If the bats really did attack from outside, then their current discussion about how to evade them is completely pointless. Yang Mingsuan also reminded everyone that Jiang Yu had previously stated that the vampire bats invaded under the leadership of the Bat King. Since the Bat King is leading the way, it means they must have come from somewhere, They couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. After thinking about it carefully, everyone agreed that it made sense, so they changed the subject. At least Jiang Yu has promised to protect everyone as much as possible, which gives everyone a better chance of survival. At that moment, Ningzi suddenly asked a question that silenced the channel. Ning's boss, I have one last question. What happens to the island someone left behind if they die in this disaster? The people in the area were stunned. Who hasn't thought about this kind of question? But nobody wants to bring it up now. Whoever occupies the island left by the dead first, and how the resources are divided, will both offend people. What's more, the disaster hasn't even happened yet, and they're already asking how the family will divide the property after someone dies. It sounds like they're cursing everyone. Jiang Yu, don't worry, I will do my best to ensure everyone's safety. Suqing-san, Ningzi, what do you mean? Are you cursing us to die by asking this? Huan, Ningzi, I think you've eaten too many red beans. Ningzi then realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly bowed his head to apologize. Ningzi, I'm so sorry, boss, I'm so sorry everyone, I was out of my mind, I really didn't mean anything by it, please don't take it to heart. Jiang Yu, alright, I'm not that petty, and I understand what you mean. But let's talk about this after we get through this disaster. Ningzi, yes, the boss is right. Because of this incident, the regional channel was quiet for a few minutes before gradually returning to its usual lively state. Inside the main hall of Punalai Island, Jiang Yu rested his head on a pair of long, slender, white legs and closed the virtual interface. He looked at Qin Xiaojun and asked her how well she was processing the memories she had received last night. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xiaojun decided to start with the underworld. Jiang Yu possesses the blueprints for the construction of the gates of hell, and the underworld is a place closely related to the gates of hell. Qin Xiaojun told him that the underworld was actually a planet inside the Old God Star. There are 5 entrances between the underworld and the Old God Star, located in the 5 regions of the underworld: east, west, south, north, and center. The ghostly figure that appeared last night came from a region in the western part of the underworld. More importantly, the underworld is located in the core region of the ancient planet. The place they are in now is merely the outer edge of the Old God Star. Jiang Yu immediately grasped the key point. The Old God Star still has a core region? Qin Xiaojun nodded in confirmation that the Old God Star only has 2 major regions, the outer perimeter and the core. There is no so-called inner perimeter. As for how to enter the core area, only one sentence remains in my memory. Once the survivors' island reaches level 10, they will naturally learn how to enter the core area. Jiang Yu nodded. A 10th-tier island. This news was crucial enough. Unfortunately, those ghostly figures were merely the lowest-level beings in the underworld and never left it. Their knowledge of the core region of the Old God Star was merely what they had heard from other ghosts, and it was of no value whatsoever. Jiang Yu told Qin Xiaojun to continue and reveal all the important information. Next, Qin Xiaojun not only talked about the underworld, but also explained the situation of the ghosts. After she finished speaking, Jiang Yu had only one decision left in his mind. Establish. He had to build this gate of hell, even if it meant selling everything he owned. Ghost Shadow is just the lowest level. Above it are Ghost General, Ghost Commander, and Ghost King. What quality of ghost pills can those stronger beings produce? For Jiang Yu, the underworld was not a dangerous place at all, but a treasure trove full of energy crystals. It's okay if we can't beat the strong ones now. We can sneak in and kill the weak ones to collect high-level ghost pills to improve our strength. Once we have enough strength, we can go back and wipe out the big ones. Just as Jiang Yu was pondering, Tong Qini and the others began to ask about another matter. Tong Qini looked at Qin Xiaojun. You mean not only are we innocent, but Lan, who lured the demon scroll, is also innocent? Yes. Qin Xiaojun nodded solemnly. Lan is innocent too. They are in this situation because of the leader of the Ghost King who sent ghosts to kill them. For some reason, the Ghost King was unable to leave the castle and was trapped there all day. Out of extreme boredom, it set its sights on the survivors. After screening, it discovered that the place with the most survivors was this place. So it took out a demonic scroll and used special means to make the scroll only be fished out by people in the same space. So even if Lan doesn't catch it, someone else will definitely catch it. Some people couldn't help but ask, If the Ghost King could keep an eye on them, were they always exposed to the surveillance of the underworld? Qin Xiaojun shook her head and explained that the Ghost King could not observe them at all times. It was able to locate this place because it possessed a special item. That item can roughly sense where the most survivors are gathered. Chapter 241. The sixth week arrives. What item? Qin Xiaojun explained that the Ghost King should have some kind of spherical object in his hand, and all survivors who land on it will turn into small red dots. The special space they were in before had the highest density of red dots, which is why they were targeted by the Ghost King. After everyone was affected, they were left with special marks, which allowed the Ghost King's subordinates to find them directly. Bai Ruoling and the others were filled with resentment after hearing this. If it weren't for that Ghost King, they would still be living peacefully in District 15. Although life is better now, the dangers and fears of the past few days were all brought by the Ghost King, and he almost lost his life. Once the gates of hell are completed and their strength has increased, they will definitely seek revenge against the Ghost King. And behind them is Jiang Yu. All the women looked at Jiang Yu, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. All right, stop looking at me like that. I'll avenge you all in the future. The Ghost King possesses high-quality ghost cores. Even without any prior grudge, Jiang Yu wouldn't let it go once he learned of its existence, especially since the two sides have already formed animosity. Thank you, Brother Jiang Yu. Luckily we have Brother Jiang Yu, otherwise we really wouldn't know what to do. Jiang Yu's dad. The women expressed their gratitude, and then gathered together to chat. Before long, it was already past midnight, and a new week officially began. Congratulations on surviving another week. For the next week, the teleportation array will be unusable, and you will not be able to teleport to other areas or Cloudsea City. Players within Cloudsea City will be forcibly evicted and returned to their respective islands. For the first 3 days, their island locations will be fixed and they will be unable to move. These locations will be restored on the 4th day. The announcement was unusually brief, but the shorter it was, the more uneasy everyone felt. The teleportation array was closed, making it impossible to switch regions. Survivors in Cloudsea City were also forced back to the island, and they couldn't even move around on the island for the first 3 days. These changes combined clearly meant that the 6th week would be anything but peaceful. Remembering Jiang Yu's warnings from a few days prior, everyone finally believed that the demonic beasts were likely about to launch a large-scale attack. The World Channel and regional channels were immediately filled with lamentations, but many more people were thanking Jiang Yu. If Jiang Yu hadn't reminded them in advance, they would probably still be scattered, and their weapons and defenses would not be fully prepared. Su Qinshan, since the island can't be moved, there's no need to worry about opening the island for battle. We can only pilot the spaceship. Wan Toji, what if we don't have a spaceship? Qinshan, pay someone else's boat, or stay on the island and wait for the battle to end. Zhao Chun, what if the vampire bats sneak into the special space? Jiang Yu, don't worry, I've already sent people in to keep watch. They'll kill any vampire bats they find immediately. Seeing Jiang Yu's reply, the unease in the channel immediately lessened. Jiang Yu was not lying. After the announcement, he immediately had Ni Chang board a pirate ship to enter the special space to prevent vampire bats from sneaking in. It's only right to do things for money, but Jiang Yu can't guarantee everyone's life or death. He can only help as much as possible while ensuring the safety of Panlai Island and his own people. After Ni Chang set off, Cui Xiaoxiao and Bai Ruoling were also called back by Jiang Yu. The island had already been settled, and even if there were still people on their way, they could only wait until the first 3 days were over. Boss, when do you think the vampire bats will arrive? Hiroashin asked after finishing her life essence. When Yan Shuashua saw her mother get up, she quickly took her place. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. If they don't show up tonight, then it'll most likely be tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Usually, all kinds of activities start at 8 o'clock in the morning, so they will probably make their move at that time as well. Everyone agreed with this reasoning and could only continue to endure the agonizing wait. At 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 ghostly figures suddenly appeared in the main hall of Panlai Island, and were instantly killed by Jiang Yu as soon as they showed their faces. Jiang Yu once again gained 3 high-grade energy crystals for free, while the women who came to seek refuge also spent the day peacefully. On the 36th day of the survival game, Jiang Yu woke up and walked out of the house, only to encounter two strange women. He looked them over for a moment, and immediately understood. You must be Aisha's mother and sister. Their information immediately appeared. The mature and beautiful Carol Yura is Aisha's mother, with extremely high attributes. The other, the youthful and lively Celine Nicole, is Aisha's younger sister. Celine, in particular, had an initial favorability rating of 50 for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu then remembered that they had just joined Panlai Island yesterday, but Aisha had left her mother and sister in the room all night, so he hadn't officially met them yet. Carol's attributes are already quite strong. If she were to consume the life essence and enter the mysterious training camp, her strength would continue to surge. As for the special tea brewed by the goddess of life, they clearly haven't tried it yet. Thank you for taking us in, Lord Jiang, Carol said calmly. I am Carol Yura, and this is my daughter Celine. You can just call us by our names. Last night they learned about Jiang Yu from Aisha. When Carol first learned that there was such a man on Panlai Island, she even thought that she and her daughter had entered a wolf's den. But it was already dark, and the passage between the two worlds was about to close, so they had no time to leave and could only stay on the island overnight. Unlike her mother, Celine was not reserved. She looked Jiang Yu up and down and asked, You're the survivor my sister always talks about? Besides being really handsome, you don't seem to have anything special about you. How did you develop the island into this? Sarine, don't be rude. Carol quickly pulled her daughter behind her. Jiang Yu didn't mind and laughed. We're all on the same island, no need to be so formal. My name is Jiang Yu, just call me by my name. Hearing this, Jiang Yu understood why Celine had such a high initial impression of him. Clearly, Aisha had often spoken well of him to her sister. Celine peeked out and said with a grin, Then I'll call you Brother Jiang from now on. Jiang Yu looked at her lively demeanor and didn't mind, only finding her personality quite endearing. Then he took out 2 cups of special tea from his backpack. Have you ever had this tea before? Celine looked puzzled, and Carol shook her head. Then give it a try. It will help improve your strength. Carol hesitated for a moment, then took the tea and drank it. The next second, she clearly felt her strength surge, and the wariness in her eyes immediately dissipated. Such a precious thing, and Lord Jiang actually gave it to us to drink directly. What have we done to deserve this? It's nothing, there's more here. Jiang Yu took out 6 more cups of tea and let the 2 of them continue drinking. After drinking the tea, all their attributes increased by 5 points, resulting in a significant change in their strength. Carol, in particular, saw her mental attribute reach 70, a remarkably noticeable improvement. Thank you for the tea, Island Master Jiang. Carol had completely let down her guard against Jiang Yu and finally understood why Aisha was unwilling to leave Panlai Island. If she could live like this in the future, she wouldn't want to leave. Celine was overjoyed. Brother Jiang Yu, my sister was right, you are such a good person. Jiang Yu waved his hand. It's just a small cup of tea, nothing to mention. You guys go ahead and look around, I'm going to get busy. There's still at least a week left, and Jiang Yu isn't in a hurry to win them over. He has plenty of time. Carol pulled Celine aside, saying, Island Master Jiang, please continue with your business. We won't disturb you any longer. Jiang Yu didn't say anything more and turned to walk towards the fishing spot. Chapter 242 Phoenix Dawn, Gold emerges from the mysterious shop. Jiang Yu arrived at the familiar fishing spot, skillfully took the fishing rod from Zena's hand, and began fishing immediately. Not long after, the bell rang urgently, and he raised his hand and pulled the rod, and a jade treasure chest of emerald green broke out of the water. As soon as the treasure chest was opened, blazing flames erupted out, and a wave of scorching heat rushed towards us. However, with Jiang Yu's current strength, this temperature is not harmful to him at all. As the flames subsided, a stunningly beautiful woman in a fiery red dress, exuding a noble and aloof air, slowly emerged from the treasure chest. The moment she appeared, the surrounding flames and high temperatures were completely averted, and the fishing spot quickly returned to normal. Jiang Yu knew without guessing that she must be related to a fire attribute race, and immediately checked her attributes. Name, Huangxi. Race, Phoenix. Age, 25. Appearance, 98. Strength, 30. Physical fitness 30. Agility 40. Spirit 50. Skills: Phoenix Rebirth, Phoenix Rock Sunrise, Fire Control, Phoenix True Form. Phoenix Rebirth allows her to have a chance to be reborn from the ashes when she is on the verge of death for the first time. Not only will she be restored to her peak condition, but her 4 attributes will also be permanently and significantly improved. Phoenix Rock Sun can unleash a sky-covering Phoenix True Fire, which can even melt the weak within its range on the spot. Her fire control ability allows her to perfectly manipulate flames for offense and defense, while her Phoenix form allows her to transform into a phoenix, and she can travel back and forth to transform once a week. Loyalty 100. Comment: Did you think phoenix eggs hatch too slowly, so you just fished out a phoenix directly? Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised. The phoenix eggs on Panlai Island had not yet hatched, yet he had already caught a phoenix that had already taken human form. Huang Shi greets her master. Huang Shi bowed slightly, and Jiang Yu waved his hand, saying, "No need to be so polite." As soon as Huang Shi came out, she sensed a faint aura of her own kind on the island and immediately asked, "Master, are there any of my kind on the island?" "There is a phoenix egg. Come with me." Jiang Yu took Huang Shi to Qilin Valley to check on the progress of the phoenix eggs hatching. The egg has been on the island for a few days. It's time to check on it, lest Hui'er and Zhu Qing have their eyes on it someday. As soon as they entered Qilin Valley, Hui'er rushed into Jiang Yu's arms and snuggled up comfortably. "Master, what brings you here?" "Let's see how the phoenix eggs are hatching, and also see if you've eaten them yet." Hui'er immediately put on a wrong look. "Master is so annoying. How could I disobey? I would never eat it." Jiang Yu gave her a squeeze. "Stop pretending, let's get down to business." Hui'er immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, the phoenix egg is in good condition. The shell has already cracked, and it should hatch in a few days. By the way, who is this?" She sensed that Huang Shi's fiery aura was no weaker than her own, and her expression instantly turned serious. Jiang Yu introduced. "Her name is Huang Shi, and she is also from the Phoenix clan. She will most likely be cultivating here in the future." "Little Qilin, little vermilion bird, hello there." Huang Shi greeted them with a smile. Zhu Qing immediately replied, "Hello, Sister Phoenix." Hui'er could only reluctantly call out, "Sister Phoenix," but she began to feel worried. Qilin Valley originally only had one Qilin, but now a phoenix has arrived, and there will be phoenix eggs to hatch in the future. Is this place really going to be renamed Phoenix Valley? Jiang Yu saw through her little scheme and patted her on the shoulder. "Don't overthink it. What's yours is yours." He then asked, "Your strength is already so high, why haven't you taken human form yet?" Hui'er's total attributes are even higher than Huang Shi's, yet she still maintains her Qilin form. Hui'er explained, "I can already transform, but I haven't decided what I want to look like yet. I only have one chance to transform, and once I decide on my appearance, I can only transform into that form in the future. So what do you want to look like?" Hui'er immediately nuzzled against his chest. "Whatever form Master likes, I will become Master's favorite form." Jiang Yu casually replied, "I like all pretty things." Hui'er snorted. "Master is so lecherous. It's not like you just found out today." Jiang Yu then looked at Zhu Qing and found that her situation was similar. Zhu Qing said, "Master, I can also transform now, and I'm also considering what I'll look like after transforming. Then take your time to think it over, and come find me when you've made your decision. I need to see what you look like in your human form first. I'll leave Huang Shi in your care for now, take her around the island." After saying that, Jiang Yu left Qilin Valley, and Hui'er jumped down from his arms. As soon as Jiang Yu left, Hui'er set her sights on Zhu Qing. "Free-range chicken, no, that vermilion bird, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Remembering that Huang Shi was still nearby, she quickly changed her words. She couldn't just call the chickens walking chickens anymore, since she had offended 2 phoenixes. "What are we betting on?" Zhu Qing retorted without backing down. "We'll bet on who the master will like more after the transformation, and the loser will have to be the other's follower for a week. Let's gamble. Who's afraid of who?" The two agreed to meet Jiang Yu together 3 days later, transform into human form in front of him, and then let Jiang Yu decide who was more attractive. Listening to the two beasts bickering like children, Huangxi smiled helplessly and then walked towards the phoenix egg. She wanted to try to use her own strength to speed up the hatching of the other members of the same species inside the egg. After leaving Qilin Valley, Jiang Yu headed straight for the mysterious shop. Today happens to be the day the mysterious shop refreshes, and with the threat of vampire bats still present, he naturally prioritizes improving his strength. You can wait for the mysterious barracks and the mysterious summoning house, but you absolutely can't miss the good stuff in the mysterious shop. Upon entering the store, Jiang Yu didn't even glance at the items below orange quality. He simply bought them all. Not long after, he finished his shopping spree and came out with a full haul. This shipment can only be described as perfect. 1 gold, 2 reds, and 5 oranges. Chapter 243 Boa. The 5 oranges are a mid-grade earth attribute energy crystal, a mixed spirit fruit, a 5-colored flower, and 2 void stones. The 2 red items are the master key and the time stone. Jiang Yu had obtained these orange and red resources before, so they weren't exactly a surprise. What truly caught his eye was that golden item, the primordial stone. Primordial stone, gold, a very ancient stone, which may have been used for building structures, crafting weapons, and other equipment. Regardless of its specific use, as long as it's a gold resource and can be used to build a nether portal, that's enough. Now that the golden materials are in hand, all that's missing are high-grade energy crystals and time-space stones. There is a considerable demand for these 2 materials, and Jiang Yu is still short of the quantity he has, but he is not in a hurry. The vampire bat attack is about to begin, and even with all the materials, he doesn't have time to explore the underworld right now. After sorting through his loot, Jiang Yu arrived at the door of the mysterious summoning house and stepped inside. Should we select participants for this round? Yes. Skip the extraction screen? Jump over. The scene flashed by, and 2 figures were fixed on the left and right sides respectively. 2 projections also appeared in front of Jiang Yu. He looked to the left first. Boa, female empress. Recruitment requirements: 2,000 spirit stones, 40 orange source stones, 40 orange mystic crystals, 2 orange intermediate water attribute energy crystals. The recruitment price is exactly the same as the last time for Medusa. Since the price is the same, Boa's attributes are probably no different from Medusa's. Name: Boa. Appearance: 98. Strength: 40. Physical fitness: 30. Agility: 30. Spirit: 30. Loyalty: 80. Review: extremely brutal and masochistic. The attributes were exactly the same, so Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and clicked Recruit. Is recruitment underway? Sure. Your inventory contains 2,000 spirit stones, 40 orange source stones, 40 orange mystic crystals, and 2 intermediate fire attribute energy crystals, orange. Recruiting is currently underway. Boa's phantom image continued to solidify until it completely transformed into a real person. Recruitment successful. When Boa, who had been summoned, saw Jiang Yu, she immediately bowed and paid her respects. Boa greets her master. Jiang Yu? After exchanging brief greetings, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to another figure. Yi Feng, male the Dragon King, has returned. Recruitment requirements: 500 spirit stones, 50 purple source stones, 50 purple mystic crystals, 3 purple basic wood attribute energy crystals. Upon seeing that it was yet another Dragon King, Jiang Yu immediately gave up on recruiting him. Let's go outside. Yes. The 2 left the mysterious summoning house one after the other. After coming out, Jiang Yu casually summoned a butterfly fairy and handed over the newly recruited Boa to her for arrangements. He then entered the mysterious military camp alone. Not long after, Lojia also entered the barracks, and a few minutes later, she came out again with 30 succubi. Since the unit type Jiang Yu wanted didn't appear today, he opened the history and continued recruiting succubi that had appeared before. Although the succubus was recruited before the mysterious barracks was upgraded, the mysterious shop still retains the corresponding record. After finishing his daily activities, Jiang Yu returned to the fishing spot to fish again. Meanwhile, in a vast, dilapidated, gloomy castle, vampire bats have begun to stir. Children, the teleportation portal to Airspace 1 will open in 15 minutes. Let's have a blast then. A bat with a human face, bigger than a person, screamed, its voice filled with impatience. Your Majesty, why is it so many days ahead of schedule? Fool! The king already said last time that an extraordinary individual has emerged among the survivors. So many things have been brought forward. The largest bat nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Last time, our various races suffered heavy losses, so this time we've already agreed to annihilate all the survivors. Mission accomplished! We'll definitely wipe out all the survivors in 7 whole days. With 1 million tribesmen wreaking havoc simultaneously, who can survive for 7 days? The vampire bats inside the castle were making a ruckus. Suddenly a bat asked, Your Majesty, will you also have to wait until the 4th day before you can step onto the teleportation channel to travel to Zone 1? That's right, I will be able to lift the restrictions on the 4th day and head to the airspace to meet you. Bat King quickly issued the order. On the 1st day, you few will lead 100,000 people ahead. When you see any survivors, drain them dry. The next day, send another 200,000 tribesmen in. On the 3rd day, 230,000 were distributed. On the 4th day, I will lead the rest of my people there. It paused, then added, The Emperor left a decree that over 60% of the survivors in Airspace 1 are concentrated in the southwest direction of the teleportation array. After entering the airspace, you can prioritize searching in that direction. The bat in charge of the 1st day's departure immediately became excited. 60% of the survivors are grouped together? Then we can just fight our way through. For them, this was practically free prey. No need to fly around aimlessly or search for prey. Just find that group of people and you can suck your fill. The bats, who were in charge of departing tomorrow and the day after, immediately objected. That's not a good idea. We should hunt down the survivors who are scattered and hiding first. The group in the southwest should go with the king on the 4th day to enjoy the final feast. That's right, that's how it should be. They certainly didn't want the first group of their kind to kill off all the survivors. If the survivors are too weak and are wiped out by 100,000 of their kind on the 1st day, what will they have left to eat? The Bat King pondered for a moment, and realized that there was indeed some truth to what he said. Then I will make new arrangements. Of the 100,000 tribesmen who set off today, 70,000 will head southwest. Once they find the group of survivors, they are not allowed to attack without authorization. They can only surround them. Surround them without attacking, and send the remaining 30,000 to sweep away the survivors hiding in the airspace. The same applies to tomorrow and the day after. Tomorrow, send 160,000, and the day after, send 250,000. Some will continue to guard the southwest, while the rest of the tribesmen will disperse to hunt down the survivors who are hiding. When I arrive on the 4th day, we will enjoy a grand feast together. Do you understand? The bat's response was clearly one of resentment. Did you hear me clearly? Bat King's voice deepened. Your Majesty, I heard you clearly. Very well, the teleportation channel has been opened. Remember my words, now get lost! Yes. One by one, vampire bats burst out of the gloomy castle and flew towards the teleportation portal. Chapter 244 Red Warmth Again. At this moment, a large number of spaceships have gathered around Panlai Island, forming a tight encirclement. Jiang Yu, who was on the island, watched this scene and couldn't tell whether he was being paid to protect these people or they were voluntarily paying to protect him. Meanwhile, near an island in Zone 1, a teleportation portal suddenly opened. Before the people on the island could figure out what was happening, swarms of vampire bats poured out of the passage, blotting out the sky and attacking all around. He glanced at it once and was immediately terrified, filled with endless regret. 2 days ago, in order to save 1,500 spirit stones, he did not go to the meeting point and thought that he could be safe by hiding. Now vampire bats are appearing right at my doorstep. I still have the spirit stones I saved, but I'm almost gone. He immediately rushed onto the spaceship and desperately fled towards Panlai Island, while simultaneously sending the photos he had casually taken to the regional channel. Zhang Chunjin, vampire bats, so many vampire bats. Swarm of vampire bats. The moment the photo was released, the channel exploded with activity. The sky was covered with countless bats, numbering at least tens of thousands. Everyone pressed Jiang Chunjin for his location, trying to estimate how long it would take for the swarm of bats to reach them. Several minutes passed, but Jiang Chunjin still did not respond. Everyone understood that he had most likely met with misfortune. Those who didn't go to the meeting point on Penglai Island immediately regretted it to the core. What's 1,500 spirit stones? If you're actually targeted by a swarm of bats, even if you manage to escape, the losses will far exceed that amount. If they could go back 2 days, they would have rushed to coordinates 4,444.44444 immediately, paid the fee, and entered Penglai Island for refuge. Those who had already arrived at Penglai Island were also quite frightened by the photos, and many of them immediately returned to the special space to save their own islands. They discovered that the vampire bats came from outside and wouldn't appear out of thin air in a special space, so there was no need for them to venture onto Penglai Island. After all, Penglai Island is the outermost point, and if war really breaks out, staying on the island might not be safer. Lin and boss Jiang Yu, the vampire bats have appeared. You'd better come out and take charge. Songhui, yes, brother Jiang Yu, everyone is waiting for you. The situation outside was already extremely urgent, but Jiang Yu had not yet shown up, and everyone was getting very anxious. Jiang Yu quickly replied in the channel. Jiang Yu, don't worry, my people are keeping an eye on the surroundings. They will notify you as soon as the vampire bats arrive. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yu had clearly made arrangements in advance. Jiang Yu then asked if everyone was strongest when they stayed on their own islands. Everyone immediately replied that the island had various defensive towers and facilities, which were certainly more advantageous than staying on the spaceship. Jiang Yu, that makes things easier. You don't need to stay outside Penglai Island. You can all return to your own islands. Some, however, were not satisfied and wanted to hunt vampire bats to obtain demon cores. Jiang Yu stated directly that he would block most of the bats, and then release some into the special space in batches. Initially, he said he would release 6,000 or 7,000 at a time, which would average out to 2 per island across the more than 3,000 islands, making it easy to manage. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately thought it was a good idea, as it could ensure safety while also yielding benefits. The spaceships immediately returned to the special space and headed towards their respective islands. However, some people quickly went too far, thinking that 6,000 or 7,000 was too few, and suggested that Jiang Yu put in 10,000 or 20,000 at a time. With this distribution, there would be only 5 or 6 islands per island, which they felt they could easily handle. Jiang Yu, okay, I understand. Jiang Yu glanced at the channel, a cold smile playing on his lips. He had already seen through their intentions. These people are simply afraid that he will kill all the vampire bats, and they will not get any benefit from it. Since they were deliberately courting death, Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't stop them. If 20,000 vampire bats simultaneously flood into the special space, the group closest to the exit will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. But this is for the best. Some people won't understand who can save their lives until they suffer a real loss. Not all spaceships returned to the island. A large spaceship remained parked outside Penglai Island. Jiang Yu immediately saw that Luo Shishir was standing at the bow of the ship, followed by several strong subordinates. Jiang Yu, why don't you go back? Luo Shishir, I want to test my own abilities. Jiang Yu, aren't you afraid of dying if you try? Luo Shishir, when that time really comes, I believe the big boss won't stand by and watch someone die, right? Jiang Yu, yes. Luo Shishir, you scoundrel. Jiang Yu immediately changed his mind, saying that he could save Luo Shishir's life in a real crisis, but from then on, Luo Shishir would be his. Luo Shishir retorted angrily, saying that those women who joined Penglai Island the day before yesterday weren't enough for him to torment. Jiang Yu retorted, Are you jealous? Luo Shishir, eat your big head, you idiot. Jiang Yu, if you go to Penglai Island now, I can give you something to eat. These words stunned Luo Shishir for a moment. After realizing what they meant, her face instantly flushed red. Luo Shishir, get out. Jiang Yu, you're so angry, come up here and let me calm you down. Luo Shishir, you bitch. Jiang Yu, these are all compliments. Luo Shishir was completely devastated. How could this guy be so despicable, and yet she couldn't even beat him? She simply ignored him, but secretly vowed that one day she would catch this scoundrel, trample him underfoot, and treat him like a dog. Chapter 245. Suddenly the laughter stopped. As noon approached, Ao Xian suddenly pointed into the distance. "Master, look over there, they're coming." Jiang Yu looked in that direction and saw a dark, oppressive sky filled with tens of thousands of vampire bats, each the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child, creating a scene of extreme oppression. "After waiting for so long, it's finally here." Jiang Yu put away his fishing rod, shrunk the energy shield by half, revealing a large area of land at the edge of the island. These are all areas that were expanded after the upgrade of Panlai Island. There are no buildings or important spiritual plants planted there, so they are perfect for receiving bat carcasses. Jiang Yu immediately notified everyone in the chat channel, and Su Qinshan, Linen, Yui Hatsino, and others responded, indicating that they were ready. Luo Shishir, aboard the spaceship, saw that half of Panlai Island was visible and immediately became interested, so she piloted the spaceship to circle the island. But after looking at it, she immediately lost interest. All Jiang Yu had shown was ordinary land. She didn't see any high-level buildings or special spiritual plants, clearly indicating that he had hidden it very well. After settling the women in, Jiang Yu went alone to the edge of Panlai Island, where a large open space was fully revealed behind him. Luo Shishir piloted her spaceship closer, stopping a few meters from the island, and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, why are you all alone? Where are the others on the island?" "Don't rush, you'll find out soon enough," Jiang Yu retorted. "You only brought 7 people. 8 people against tens of thousands of bats. Aren't you afraid of being drained dry?" Luo Shishir said nonchalantly. 8 against tens of thousands, the advantage is in my hands. Besides, don't you have me? You've taken my money, so you'll definitely have to stand in front of me." Jiang Yu laughed and said, "Rather than standing in front of you, I'd rather silently protect you from behind." "You scoundrel, can't you be serious for once?" Luo Shishir had just laughed out of anger when Jiang Yu suddenly raised his finger to his lips. "Sure, we're here." As soon as the words were spoken, a large swarm of dark shadows descended instantly, and countless vampire bats covered the sky, their scarlet eyes fixed on the two of them. Luo Shishir's expression immediately turned serious. The 7 people on the spaceship were even more terrified, their faces pale. If they hadn't been so loyal, they probably would have already fled for their lives. A sharp voice rang out from the swarm of bats. "Humans, why don't you run away?" "Because I'm not afraid," Jiang Yu replied calmly. "Why aren't you afraid?" "Not being afraid means not being afraid." The lead vampire bat was instantly enraged. They had slaughtered their way here, and every human they encountered either knelt and begged for mercy or fled in panic. Jiang Yu dared to say he wasn't afraid to his face. He was practically courting death. The lead bat sneered. "Human, I don't know where your confidence comes from. But for your audacity, I'll give you a quick death later." It sniffed the air again. "There are countless different smells here. Is this a gathering place for you humans?" "Yes, this is it," Jiang Yu admitted without hesitation, and pointed downwards. "There's a spatial node a few hundred meters away, they're all hiding inside." The lead bat immediately sent its subordinates to investigate. Not long after, the bat returned to report that there was indeed a spatial node below, and the scent at the entrance was similar to that here. The lead bat was completely convinced and looked at Jiang Yu again. "You are very honest. As long as you swear allegiance to me, I can take you as my male concubine and spare your life." "Vomit!" Jiang Yu vomited on the spot. This ugly thing actually wanted to take him as a male concubine. It was simply unbearable. Luo Shishir laughed so hard she almost fell over. "Boss, I think its suggestion is good, why don't you just make do?" Seeing that Jiang Yu disliked him, the lead bat flew into a rage. "You little human, kneel down and kowtow immediately. If you are sincere enough, I may grant you the opportunity to reproduce with me." "Ha ha ha, boss, you've agreed after all." Luo Shishir laughed even harder. Jiang Yu's face turned completely dark, and he shouted, "Attack! Leave some alive, the rest dead or wounded are no match. Summon a meteor!" In an instant, Daisy, Ao Xian, and the others rushed out from Panlai Island, instantly sealing off all escape routes for the bat swarm. Without the slightest pause, all the women unleashed their skills simultaneously. The Light of Judgment. Butterfly Wing Gale. Rain Summoning Technique. Butterfly Wing Whirlwind. Countless area of effect attacks crashed into the swarm of bats in an instant, creating a deafening roar. The next second, a rain of bat corpses fell to the ground. Then a strong wind swept up the corpses and blew them toward Penglai Island, with a wind wall blocking the outside, determined not to let any corpse escape. These corpses all contained intermediate-level demon cores, and some even contained advanced-level demon cores, so Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't waste them. He originally planned to lure the bats into the island before making his move, but after the leader bat's humiliation, who could tolerate it? The sudden turn of events left both the surviving bats and Luo Shishir completely dumbfounded. In just one wave of attacks, nearly 10,000 vampire bats died on the spot, and most of the rest were seriously injured. Luo Shishir's smile froze instantly. With such a powerful figure, wouldn't she become a clown if she stayed? One wave crippled half of the bats. How can we compete with them? Chapter 246. No pressure at all. Luo Shishir stared at Jiang Yu, then glanced at the angel Daisy, the dragon girl Ao Xian, and the butterfly girl Tsonghe, feeling completely numb. With so many freaks on Penglai Island, she had no chance to pick up any bargains if she stayed. The rumors were indeed true. Not only were there many bastard girls here, but their varieties were also outrageously diverse, and their strength was increasingly exaggerated. Not only her, but the lead bat was also too frightened to speak. How could such a monster appear in just over 30 days? Previously, the Bat King said that a powerful figure had emerged among the survivors, and he even thought he could drain the other person dry in one gulp. Now that it has seen Jiang Yu in person, it realizes that he is not a powerful figure at all, but a super powerful and invincible monster in the universe. With Jiang Yu present, it already foresaw the fate of the vampire bat swarm. This invasion would likely result in their complete annihilation. Look over here, everyone! Jiang Yu spoke, and the living bats all turned their heads as if controlled by an invisible force. Send out 20,000 of them to invade the special space below. As long as you survive, I will not make things difficult for you. The bats were taken aback at first, then one by one they rushed out of the formation. Entering the special space to fight other survivors offered at least a chance of survival. Staying here to face Jiang Yu would mean certain death. Your attributes are too high, stay. Jiang Yu sensed his surroundings and suddenly pointed to a bat with a single attribute reaching level 70. Having one attribute at level 70 meant it could drop high-level demon cores, so he certainly couldn't let it pass him by. With a flash of sword light, the bat was instantly cleaved in two, its corpse swept back to Penglai Island by the wind. This sword strike directly stunned all the bats with higher strength. Soon, nearly 20,000 bats broke away from the colony. Jiang Yu checked the strongest ones and found that their highest attribute was only 68, which made him nod in satisfaction. You're the ones I'll choose. Go! These words were like heavenly music to the bats, who rushed toward the sea of clouds below. A bat tried to escape using the sea of clouds as cover, but as soon as it left the group, a flash of sword light cleaved it in two. The remaining bats completely abandoned any thought of escape and could only obediently burrow into the special space. Kill! Jiang Yu showed no mercy to the remaining tens of thousands of bats. A barrage of area of effect attacks was unleashed, with Daisy, Ao Xian, and others holding the line, leaving the bats with nowhere to escape. Even the most unprecedented disasters were rendered helpless against Jiang Yu. This battle was completely stress-free for him. Brother Jiang Yu, you'll have no friends if you keep going like this. Luo Shishir watched enviously as the bat corpses were blown back to Penglai Island by the gale, piling up into a mountain of corpses. With so many corpses, how many demon cores must there be? At this rate, Jiang Yu will probably have a mountain of demon cores in a week. Aren't you going back to the special space? If you're any slower, there won't even be any soup left. Jiang Yu reminded her. She shouldn't even think about the bats outside. If she didn't go back soon, she wouldn't be able to catch up with the 20,000 inside. With you standing in my way, I've lost all interest. Despite saying this, Luo Shishir acted swiftly, immediately piloting the spaceship back to the special space. Her resolve was beginning to waver. Joining Penglai Island seemed like a good option. She saw absolutely no hope of surpassing Jiang Yu, let alone trampling him underfoot or ordering him around, she could never even dream of it. No, there might be another way. Thinking of this, Luo Shirshi's pretty face suddenly turned red. Jiang Yu quickly ended the battle, leaving only Ao Xian to guard the entrance to the special space to deal with any survivors, while everyone else returned to Panlai Island. Entering a special space guarantees survival? What a joke. Now that they're here, how could Jiang Yu possibly let these bats leave? Panlai Island was once again shrouded in a black energy shield, and bat corpses, from which their demon cores had been extracted, were thrown into the sea of clouds one after another. With more than 2,000 people working together, all the vampire bat demon cores were extracted in less than 10 minutes. After Jiang Yu retrieved the demon cores, he counted the total number, 50,400. Among them, there were 16 high-grade demon cores, 36,870 mid-grade demon cores, and 13,514 low-grade demon cores. Brother Jiang Yu, with so many demon cores, why don't we put them all up for sale on the trading house? The women all spoke up. They'd already amassed over 50,000 on the first day, and there would definitely be more later. The prices of demon cores and energy crystals had already begun to plummet. Now was the most cost-effective time to sell. Their analysis was correct. The monster invasion has spread across all regions. Those who survived generally don't lack energy crystals, and those who died naturally don't need them. In a few more days, the price will continue to drop. Jiang Yu hesitated. He wasn't short of spirit stones, but he felt that the primary and intermediate level demon cores would still be useful later. Just then, Carol Yura squeezed in from a distance. Island Master Jiang, are you going to sell those demon cores from earlier? I have this idea. I suggest we don't sell for now. Why? Carol Yura said. I have heard that you survivors have special items that can combine low-level demon cores and low-level energy crystals into higher-level entities. Is this really true? 9/10 true. I know what to do now, thanks for reminding me. Jiang Yu immediately abandoned the idea of selling. Not only would he not sell, he would also send people to keep an eye on the trading house, waiting for others to sell off large quantities of low and mid-level demon cores, and then buying them up in bulk when the price dropped to its lowest point. I'm glad I could help you. Could you tell me more about this planet, and about us survivors? Sure. In the following time, Carol Yura began to tell everyone everything she knew. Chapter 247 Dominating the Rankings. While Carol Yura and Jiang Yu were talking, the regional channel had already erupted in a frenzy. Yang Mingxiu laughed excitedly. He had killed 4 vampire bats and obtained 4 mid-level demon cores, which made him earn back the protection fee he had paid in one go. Huang Feiqing said he killed 5, and although he only got 3 mid-level demon cores, it was still a considerable gain. Qin Cheng immediately joked. Could it be that the other 2 dropped high-level demon cores, which is why Huang Feiqing didn't dare to say? Huang Feiqing was too lazy to explain and simply replied, If you think so, then so be it. Everyone was showing off their spoils, but Luo Shishi, who had personally witnessed Jiang Yu taking away tens of thousands of demon cores, couldn't be happy at all. She couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the people on the channel getting excited over just a few demon cores. If these people knew that Jiang Yu had acquired tens of thousands of demon cores in one go, probably none of them would be laughing. At this moment, Wang Chun reminded everyone that with the sudden appearance of a large number of demon cores, their prices would likely plummet. Song Yijing disagreed. He thought that the price of low-level demon cores might drop, but that might not be the case for mid-level demon cores since many people had not yet upgraded their islands to the 7th rank. Wang Chun said that it only takes 20 intermediate energy crystals to advance from the 6th to the 7th rank. After the disaster, who among the survivors wouldn't have dozens of them? Linen said that there was no need to remind them. The prices of demon cores and energy crystals in the trading house had already started to drop. Su Qinshan didn't want to continue the discussion and advised everyone to use their time to fish more. Maybe they could catch a red quality item. Chen Gui immediately jumped out to show off, saying that he had just caught a jade treasure chest. Lu Yang retorted without any politeness. Who asked you? After sharing the information she knew, Carol Yura stood still, waiting for Jiang Yu to continue asking questions. What Jiang Yu cared about most was that, besides the Taijing realm, there were actually more than a dozen other planets that had been discovered on the old god star. Carol Yura nodded. There were indeed more than a dozen known to exist, but as for those that had not yet been discovered, no one knew exactly how many there were. Jiang Yu then asked whether there were any indigenous people on those planets. Carol Yura answered, "Yes, and their existence is similar to that of the Taijin realm, hidden very deeply. As for the location and method of entry, she didn't know. Strangers simply couldn't enter those planets without an invitation." Jiang Yu nodded, increasingly sensing the immense size of the old god star. There are more than a dozen known planets, but how many secrets are hidden in the unknown regions? Afterwards, Jiang Yu chatted with Carol Yura and the other women for a while before they all went about their own business. Jiang Yu did not rush to the fishing spot immediately, but instead headed towards the teleportation array first. The system has clearly blocked region transfers, and he wants to test it himself to see if the teleportation function is still usable. But after he stepped onto the teleportation array, Cloud Sea City, various airspaces, random teleportation, and directional teleportation all turned gray. All teleportation functions have been disabled. However, Jiang Yu wasn't too disappointed. The random teleportation would be unblocked on the 5th day of this week, and he still had 2 chances left to use, so he wouldn't waste them. Then he arrived at the fishing spot and continued fishing, resting his head on several pairs of soft, white thighs. While fishing, Jiang Yu didn't forget to occasionally open the regional and world channels to check on the situation outside. More and more people are playing the victim and complaining on the channel, especially on the world channel, where many people say that their region has suffered heavy casualties. They all regretted not spending the small fee to transfer to Zone 1 when the teleportation array was first discovered. If I had gone to District 1 earlier, with the protection of Jiang Yu, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Before we knew it, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. A system notification sounded, the leaderboard was officially updated, and everyone could view the people on the list. The updated rankings include individual combat power rankings, island level rankings, total island combat power rankings, and alliance/guild rankings. Those on the list are survivors from all servers, and only the top 100 are eligible to be listed. The individual combat power ranking, island level ranking, and island total combat power ranking will award 3 emerald treasure chests to the first place, 2 to the second place, and 1 to the third place. The 4th to 10th place winners will receive 3 platinum chests, and the 11th to 100th place winners will receive 2 platinum chests. Even if you don't make the list, as long as you're alive, you can still get a platinum chest. The rewards for the Alliance Guild ranking are equally generous, with all members of the top guild receiving 2 platinum chests. Members of the 2nd and 3rd guilds will also receive a platinum chest each. After seeing the rewards, everyone immediately opened their individual combat power rankings. What they were most looking forward to was whether Jiang Yu and the people from Panlai Island could completely dominate the top 10 of the individual combat power rankings this time. Last time we were just a little short, but this time we finally have a chance to make it happen. When the list was released, everyone was stunned. First place, Jiang Yu, Zone 1, combat power 6.66 million. Second place Helena Lisa, third place Chitong, fourth place Bai Ruoling, and fifth place Hoshino Ri are all from Zone 1. Until Lu Qin, ranked 10th, with a combat power of 1.01 million, there was still no one from outside the top 10. Even though Jiang Yu removed a lot of his equipment, he still maintained his top position with overwhelming combat power. The top 10 spots were completely dominated by Zone 1. More accurately, almost all of them were from Panlai Island. Luo Shishir's ranking of 11th with a battle power of 1 million is enough to say everything. The entire server couldn't hold back any longer. This list is simply outrageous. Chapter 248 The Statue of the Goddess of War. The island rankings have been updated, and Jiang Yu's Panlai Island, with its 8th tier and 9.11 million prosperity points, firmly holds the top spot. Luo Shishir's Poetry Island and Xiao Fan's Yingzhou Island followed closely behind, with Adam and Jinhaoyun also in the top 10. The islands of Jiang Xiaoyu, Yushioli, Mo Xiaoyao, and others also all made it into the top 100. Of the top 10 in the individual combat power rankings, only Jiang Yu actually made it onto the island rankings, a result that is not surprising. Following that, the island's total combat power ranking was released. Panlai Island's total combat power reached a staggering 150 million, far surpassing Luo Shishir's 11.1 million in second place, a truly terrifying gap. On the Alliance Guild rankings, Purple Rose also ranked first, with Jiang Yu as its leader. Xiao Fan Xiao Yaij ranked second, and guilds such as Free Beacon and Cloud Return Guest also made the list. A system notification sounded, and the leaderboard rewards began to be distributed. The rules for the World Channel and regional channels were also adjusted accordingly. After Jiang Yu took over by Roaling, Tong Chini, and others, he automatically inherited the Purple Rose Guild. Now, all the members of this guild are on Panlai Island. The guild only owns one island, Panlai Island. It sounds exaggerated that an island could support the number one guild, but Panlai Island truly deserves that title. Unfortunately, the guild rankings are based on islands, so Purple Rose only gave Jiang Yu 2 platinum chests. Shortly after the announcement, 12 emerald chests and dozens of platinum chests rained down from the sky, landing in the hall where Jiang Yu and the others were. Don't just stand there, let's open the box. Jiang Yu casually opened a jade treasure chest. You opened an emerald treasure chest and obtained one high-grade metallic energy crystal, red dot. The second treasure chest contained a random upgrade scroll. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu used it immediately. The scroll transformed into a red light and flew straight towards Helena Lisa's golden cloud stepping boots. The random upgrade scroll has been used. The golden silk cloud stepping boots, orange, have been upgraded to golden silk cloud stepping boots, red dot. Helena Lisa was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly took off her boots to check her stats, and was completely shocked. The upgraded golden silk cloud stepping boots grant a plus 15 bonus to all attributes, increase movement speed by 30%, allow for 3 consecutive jumps in the air, and reduce damage taken by 20%. Random upgrade scrolls, they can even upgrade equipment? They've all been successfully upgraded, what do you think? Jiang Yu was equally shocked. The bonuses from red equipment are so exaggerated, no wonder they're so rare. If everyone were equipped with a full set of red gear, he'd dare lead his men to conquer not only vampire bats, but even the underworld. The rankings have been updated, so you can keep this equipment. Good. Helena Lisa put her boots back on, and Jiang Yu continued unpacking. Next, he opened 22 void stones and 1 red time stone. As he was driving, Jiang Yu suddenly gasped. Not because of the reward, but because Helena Lisa took off her boots and placed her delicate white feet on his lap. Jiang Yu suppressed his unease and continued opening the treasure chest. High-grade wood attribute energy crystals, the heart of life, and a moonwell construction blueprint appeared one after another. Another moonwell means the production rate of life essence can be increased further. Jiang Yu handed the blueprints and the heart of life to Feyre, then looked at the remaining treasure chests. After the 8th emerald chest was opened, a statue appeared before everyone. It was a statue of the goddess of war, clad in armor, with an exquisite appearance, and about the same size as the statue of the goddess of life, looking as if she were a real person standing there. The only difference is that the statue of the goddess of life is legendary, while this statue of the goddess of war is only epic. Jiang Yu wasn't disappointed. He'd almost exhausted himself trying to upgrade the goddess of life statue to legendary level. If it weren't for the abundant resources back then, the statue would probably have remained at epic level. Statue of the goddess of war, red, an epic level statue, unique in the world. After being placed on the island, the combat power of all allied members on the island increases by 50%, and the probability of awakening combat skills is greatly increased. All flying objects under the island's name, including the island itself, will have their flight speed increased by 30%. When the island is invaded, a phantom of the goddess of war will materialize to fight the enemy. The phantom's strength will be equal to that of the island's lord in real time. The bonus from this statue doesn't seem significant enough to justify its red quality. But Jiang Yu stared at the 4th effect and immediately made a judgment. The power of the war goddess phantom will increase in tandem with his own power. In other words, as he grows stronger, the value of this phantom will become infinitely greater. Chapter 249 The statue of the goddess of war ascends to gold. Jiang Yu had the statues of the goddess of war and the goddess of harvest placed together, and then continued to open the last 4 jade treasure chests. The first treasure chest contained a time stone, and because his real name was on the list, he also received an extra void stone. He disassembled the empty box, immediately opened the second one, and a red blueprint appeared before his eyes. Interstellar Shuttle Blueprint, red maximum speed up to 1,000 km per hour, possessing both defensive and offensive capabilities. This spaceship can freely change size, from large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people to small enough to be lifted with one hand, and its onboard AI can perfectly execute the captain's commands. Although there were quite a few crafting materials, mystic crystals, source stones, star-patterned steel, and mystic iron, plus time-space stones, it was nothing to Jiang Yu. This was the first high-quality spaceship blueprint he had ever obtained. Its base speed was already 1,000 km per hour, and with various enhancements, its speed would definitely increase dramatically. No matter how far away he is from now on, nothing can stop him. Jiang Yu immediately chose to build 2 ships. Materials were instantly deducted, and the 2 interstellar shuttles entered the construction phase. Not long after, a system notification sounded. 2 starships, red, successfully built. 2 mini spaceships hovered in front of Jiang Yu, their surfaces flashing red light as they began to recognize their owner. Identification successful, Master. Starship 1 is at your service. My name is Xiaoyi. Identification successful, Master. Starship 2 is at your service. My name is Xiaoyin. 2 youthful female voices came through, almost without any trace of AI mechanicality, sounding just like real people speaking. Jiang Yu instructed. Enter everyone on the island into the system. Remember to enter each new person as well. No one is allowed to attack them. Received, Xiaoyi. Xiaoyin received it. 2 beams of red light instantly spread outwards from the island, and in just 3 seconds, the 2 spaceships completed the entire data entry. The speed was so fast that even Jiang Yu was a little surprised. Everything's alright for now, you can go out first. Yes. The next second, the 2 interstellar shuttles turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the spot. Jiang Yu continued opening chests. The 3rd jade chest contained a universal key, which he put into his backpack before opening the last one. You opened an emerald treasure chest and obtained 1 random upgrade scroll, red. Another random upgrade scroll. Jiang Yu used it without hesitation. The scroll transformed into a golden light, suddenly flew out of the hall, and disappeared into the night sky. Jiang Yu was stunned on the spot. What? Golden light! He couldn't be mistaken, that was the golden upgrade effect. The surprise came so quickly. The random upgrade scroll has been used. The statue of the goddess of war, red, has been upgraded to the statue of the goddess of war, gold. Jiang Yu was completely dumbfounded. The statue of the goddess of war had just been unveiled and placed, and in the blink of an eye it had been upgraded to gold. He quickly opened the island panel to check the attributes of the golden statue. Statue of the goddess of war, gold, a legendary statue, unique in the world. Once the statue is placed on the island, the first bonus is that the combat power of all friendly members on the island increases by 100%. The second option is even more outrageous. The probability of all allied members awakening combat skills becomes 100%, but the awakening time is uncertain, and each person can awaken a maximum of 3 combat skills. The third benefit is that all flying objects belonging to Jiang Yu Island, including the island itself, will have their flight speed increased by 50%. The fourth item is the most terrifying. Once the island is invaded, it will conjure up a phantom of the goddess of war to fight back. The phantom's strength is equivalent to 200% of the island lord's. In other words, a phantom of a war goddess, twice as powerful as Jiang Yu, will appear. The already impregnable Panlai Island has now seen its security level rise even further. Even if Daisy were to use her true angelic form, she might not be able to defeat this phantom. The women in the hall also saw the golden light fly out, and curiously gathered around. Brother Jiang Yu, another item has been upgraded to gold? What upgrade did that golden light just now undergo? Jiang Yu said. It's that statue of the goddess of war from just now. What? It just opened and it's already upgraded to gold? This is unbelievable. Jiang Yu shrugged. He himself hadn't expected it to be such a coincidence. Some people suddenly speculated that perhaps the goddess of war was watching this place and, seeing that the statue of the goddess of harvest was already golden, secretly tampered with it out of a sense of superiority. Jiang Yu recalled the story of the conch girl and the clam spirit, and felt that this guess was not entirely impossible. However, he was too lazy to investigate further. Who cares why it's an upgrade? It's a good thing it's an upgrade. What did you guys get from your platinum chests? While Jiang Yu was opening the emerald treasure chest, the women were also busy, each opening their own platinum treasure chests. Brother Jiang Yu, I found a mid-level energy crystal. Me too. I found a void stone. Mine is a 5-colored flower. I also got to bloom a 5-colored flower. I got a blueprint, but we already have one, so it's not very useful. The women then announced the items they had obtained. Chapter 250 Golden Silk Purple Cloud Robe. I got a piece of equipment, which is part of the Golden Silk Cloud Stepping Boots and Golden Silk Soft Armor set. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately became interested and ordered someone to bring the item over. Soon, a purple robe fell into his hands. It was an orange-quality Golden Silk Purple Cloud Robe. This piece of equipment was also crafted by the Goblin clan's Kusi. It belongs to the same set as the Golden Silk Cloud Stepping Boots and Golden Silk Soft Armor, and the set currently consists of 3 pieces. Wearing it increases Constitution by 10 points, Spirit and Strength by 7 points each, and Defense and Recovery Speed by 15%. If this trend continues, he really has a chance to collect all 5 pieces. Once he wears them all, his attributes will probably all exceed 100. No wonder the equipment is ridiculously expensive on the market. Purple equipment can sell for the price of orange equipment, and orange equipment can be exchanged for red items. The attribute bonuses are indeed worth it. Jiang Yu then inquired about the others' gains, which included resource packs, random building upgrade scrolls, intermediate energy crystals, orange spaceship construction blueprints, and a start over scroll, among others. Most of these items were already stocked up, so after Jiang Yu quickly dealt with them, he started playing mahjong and cards with the women in the hall. Meanwhile, the world and regional channels remained bustling with activity. The leaderboards had just been updated, and messages were flooding in non-stop. If these 2 channels were to become completely deserted one day, it would probably mean that there are very few survivors left on Earth. Time passed quietly, and at 3 in the morning, the 3 ghostly figures appeared as usual, and Jiang Yu obtained 3 more high-grade ghost pills. The next day, which was the 37th day of the survival game, Jiang Yu went to the mysterious military camp after getting up and successfully recruited 100 fox girls. He didn't want to go to the barracks every day, so he entrusted the recruitment to Xena. If a man and a woman appeared in the recruitment pool, he would recruit the woman. If both were women, he would prioritize the good-looking one. If both were men, he would choose from the historical records. If he was really unsure, he would come back to Xena. After making the arrangements, Jiang Yu arrived at the fishing spot and soon caught a platinum treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest was a human woman named Yao Yao. Jiang Yu gave her a few brief instructions, then had the others take her away while he continued fishing. Around noon, the swarm of vampire bats arrived again, their numbers doubling from yesterday. This battle was actually easier because the bats rushed onto Panlai Island as soon as they arrived, actively entering the island's territory. Jiang Yu naturally had the upper hand in the battle on Panlai Island. But he didn't forget his brothers and sisters in the special space, so he specially left more than 40,000 bats, and sent them in 2 batches. After the battle, a large number of demon cores were collected again, totaling 113,800, including 38 high-grade demon cores, 84,230 mid-grade demon cores, and 29,532 low-grade demon cores. With these 38 high-grade demon cores, Jiang Yu has now collected the 50 high-grade energy crystals needed for Panlai Island to advance from the 8th to the 9th rank. In the past few days he has continued to purchase orange source stones and mystic crystals at high prices, and the condition of 640,000 materials has also been met. Now, all that's missing is a level 9 island upgrade qualification scroll for Panlai Island to reach level 9. After sorting through the demon cores, Jiang Yu returned to his fishing spot and lay down on a soft cushion to continue waiting. As night fell, he went to find Karolura, Celine Nicole, and Aisha Nicole to help them complete their transformations, and that night he also harvested several more high-grade demon cores. In the blink of an eye, the survival game has entered its 38th day. After leaving Karolura's side, Jiang Yu went straight to the mysterious summoning house. He was more interested in this place than the barracks, since it was where he could summon characters from history, anime, and games. After mastering the operation, a hot figure appeared in the projection on the left, which was none other than Mai Shirani. Recruiting her requires 2,000 spirit stones, 40 orange source stones, 40 orange mystic crystals, and 2 mid-grade fire attribute energy crystals. The required materials are the same as those for Medusa and Boa. Jiang Yu checked their attributes and found that they were indeed at the same level, so he completed the recruitment directly. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Mai Shirani was summoning, he looked to his right again, but did not find the target he wanted, and could only turn away with slight disappointment. After Mai Shirani appeared, she called out, "Master!" Jiang Yu then led her away from the summoning house, handed her over to a butterfly fairy for care, and returned to his usual fishing spot. He found a comfortable position to lie down and began fishing. 10 minutes passed, and the first shot didn't elicit a response. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised, but he still waited patiently. 10 minutes later, the bell finally rang. It took a full 20 minutes before the first shot made a sound. Jiang Yu, leaning against Yin's chest, immediately raised his club. The pulling force transmitted through the fishing rod was unprecedented, and Jiang Yu was suddenly jolted. This is by no means the power of the platinum chest or emerald chest, nor is it like the gold or silver chest. Could it be? A bold idea popped into Jiang Yu's mind, and he immediately tightened his grip even more. Chapter 251 Diamond Treasure Chest, Immortal Clan. Splash! He fished up a treasure chest that Jiang Yu had only seen once before. Just as he suspected, it really was a diamond treasure chest. Following the diamond treasure chest that Liu Qin's talent brought him 2 days ago, this is the second diamond treasure chest that Jiang Yu has obtained. It was also the first diamond treasure chest he caught with his innate talent, but he didn't know what the highest attribute the person inside would get. 60? Or 70? While he was thinking, Jiang Yu had already taken out a master key and inserted it into the hole. With a gentle twist. With a click, Jiang Yu pushed open the box lid. In an instant, the dazzling golden light made Jiang Yu subconsciously look away. As the golden light faded, Jiang Yu turned his gaze back to the present. A woman appeared with eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, a waist as slender as a silken sash, teeth like pearls, wearing a rosy skirt and a moon-shaped shawl, possessing an ethereal beauty. Her beauty is beyond compare, and her purity can cleanse the world. Like a fairy descended from heaven, she was perfect and flawless. Jiang Yu couldn't take his eyes off her after just one glance. Although Jiang Yu could say that he was attracted to every single woman he met, the one in front of him was definitely the one that attracted him the most. Name, Lin Yuxian. Race, Immortal Race. Age, 27. Appearance, 99. Strength, 60. Physical fitness, 60. Agility, 65. Mental state, 70. Skill, Immortal Essence Conversion, an innate skill of the immortal race, can automatically convert the spiritual energy attracted into the body into immortal energy. Immortal energy is used for attack and defense, and is more powerful. Immortal True Form, exclusive skill for immortals. Upon activation, a massive phantom image of your true form forms behind you. For the next 5 minutes, all your attributes increase by 40%, and other skills receive a 40% boost. After this period, you will enter a 7-day weakened state, during which your attributes decrease by 40%. Elemental control, such as basic elemental skills like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and light, all of which can be mastered. Fairy summoning summons a fairy spirit that can possess an ally, increasing their strength by 30% and rapidly restoring their injuries and spiritual energy for 5 minutes. Each summon must be spaced 2 hours apart. The current maximum number of fairy spirits that can be summoned at one time is 3. Immortal Might. Like the Dragon Clan, the Immortal Clan is a top-tier existence among all races. The pressure they exude can reduce the attributes of 99.9% of all races by 30%. Loyalty, 100. Review, the immortal race, an ancient and terrifying race. Their existence may be far longer than you imagine. Jiang Yu's forehead instantly conjured up 3 question marks. Dude, he had just made a metaphor. Who knew you were really a fairy descended from heaven? They say you're as beautiful as a fairy descended from heaven. Wow. You really are. With a beauty score of 99, she was definitely the most beautiful woman Jiang Yu had ever seen. It's impossible that she's so beautiful that Jiang Yu wouldn't dare to defile her. Ling Yuxian greets Master. She paused for a second, still feeling that the word Master was better. Jiang Yu Yuxian, where did you come from? It came from a treasure chest. Ling Yuxian's perfectly flawless little hand pointed at the diamond treasure chest that hadn't been broken down yet. I mean, how did you get here? It was caught by its owner. What I want to ask is, where does your immortal race live? Does an immortal realm really exist in this world? Master, I do indeed come from the immortal realm, and the immortal realm does exist in this world. Ling Yuxian smiled and continued. However, this immortal realm may not be the same as the immortal realm you are thinking of. How so? Our celestial realm is merely one planet among the ancient god planets. It's just that our celestial realm was discovered earlier, developed better, has denser spiritual energy, stronger power, more resources, a more advantageous location, and greater concealment. Ling Yuxian counted on her fingers and rattled off all the advantages of the immortal realm, leaving Jiang Yu secretly amazed. With so many advantages, this immortal realm, even if it's not the one he envisioned, is pretty close. Can you return to the immortal realm now? After Ling Yuxian stopped, Jiang Yu continued to ask. No, I don't remember my memories of returning to the immortal realm. Besides this, what else have you forgotten? I've forgotten everything. Ling Yuxian shook her head without hesitation. I don't remember anything except what I just mentioned. It's okay, you'll remember everything soon. At this rate of progress, it's certainly not long before the truth is revealed. Let's go, I'll show you around Panlai Island. Given Ling Yuxian's stunning beauty, 99 out of 100, Jiang Yu decided to personally take her to visit Panlai Island. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master. Ling Yuxian maintained her smile, but ultimately did not utter the words of refusal. It was nearing noon. Master, the swarm of vampire bats is here. Ao Xian's voice came from afar, interrupting Jiang Yu who was fishing. What vampire bat swarm? The newly joined Ling Yuxian looked at Jiang Yu with a questioning gaze. When they strolled around Panlai Island that morning, Jiang Yu didn't explain this to her, so she was still unaware of the vampire bats. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, nor did he mean anything else. He mainly felt it was unnecessary, and it wouldn't matter whether he said it or not. Furthermore, she will naturally find out when the swarm of vampire bats arrives. You and I are the ones. Jiang Yu smiled broadly and led Ling Yuxian to the other side of the island. Those vampire bats were already hopeless, and with Ling Yuxian joining today, there's even less hope. The number of vampire bats invading today has increased again, with more than 200,000 vampire bats together, of which more than 80% have an attribute as high as 50. It's breathtaking to look at. Such a massive group would be invincible in any other region, like a locust swarm that leaves nothing but barren land. But they just happened to come to Zone 1, to the area where Jiang Yu was. All I can say is, what bad luck. There are more as expected. On the other side of Panlai Island, watching the dark shadow formed by vampire bats grow larger again in the distance, Jiang Yu was not flustered but rather pleased. Okay. Great. Today is over, and the number of demon cores in my backpack will double again. An hour later. Jiang Yu's backpack has gained 193,570 new demon cores, including 99 high-level demon cores, 150,110 mid-level demon cores, and 43,361 low-level demon cores. Kind-hearted Jiang Yu left nearly 60,000 animals for everyone in the special space, who entered in 3 batches. After 3 days of hard work, Jiang Yu was so rich that even being rolling in money wouldn't be enough to describe him. Those who survived in the special space have all made a fortune. Yes, not just break even, but make a fortune. At this moment, they were all feeling fortunate that they hadn't been arrogant, and that they had been willing to spend money to come here for protection. Otherwise, they would be just like those people outside, constantly begging and praying that their hiding place wouldn't be discovered, always living in fear for their lives. This has led to a constant stream of messages of gratitude towards Jiang Yu on the regional channels. Chapter 252 Beast King leads the way. It was exactly midnight. The surviving players discovered that their island had resumed moving. And Mo Xiaoyao, District Tenhua, the island has finally resumed operations. If it hadn't, we wouldn't have been able to hold on. Lin Tian, District 6, does the island recovery operation prove that the disaster is over and we survived? Jin Haoyun, District 18, is it possible that the disaster tomorrow is even more severe? The reason we are allowed to resume operations is because they are worried that we will be wiped out as a result. Su Jiao, District 88, does that mean we should thank them? Alfred, District 45, it's just speculation, and I'm not even sure if it's true or not. Instead of worrying about this and that, it's better to treat it as if the disaster is over. That way, I'll feel better. Xiao Fan, Region 3, Jiang Yu, do you have any inside information? The island resumed movement tonight. Does this mean the monster invasion disaster is over? Or is something even more serious about to happen? Yu Xiaoli, District 33, Jiang Yu, yes, boss, do you have any inside information? Jiang Xiaoyu, District 666, Jiang Yu. With so many people tagging him, Jiang Yu naturally received the message as well. However, at that moment, he and Hua Wu were charging forward. Only after the charge ended did Jiang Yu open the world channel to check. After understanding the cause and effect, edit a message and send it. Jiang Yu, District 1, there will be another disaster tomorrow. If we get through tomorrow, we will be basically safe. Jin Haoyun, District 18? Really? No way. Xiao Fan, District 3 boss, what kind of disaster is this? Jiang Yu, it's also a monster invasion, but tomorrow the Beast King will lead the charge. For example, if the monsters invading our area are vampire bats, then tomorrow the Vampire Bat King will lead the charge. Your area is probably similar. This information came from a vampire bat that Jiang Yu had deliberately left behind today, which Qin Xiaozhen was tasked with killing. Qin Xiaozhen then inherited its memories. Yu Shuli, District 33, Beast King is leading the team. Boss, do you know the exact strength of the Beast King? And how many hundreds of thousands of monsters does the Beast King lead? Jiang Yu, Region 1, I don't know the specifics, but I estimate that 1 or 2 attributes should reach 80, or even 90 is not impossible. Adam, District 111, 90. What the hell is this? If it weren't for the start over scroll, I'd be dead by now. Even ordinary monsters need the start over scroll to survive, let alone a Beast King with stats at 90. Mo Xiaoyao, District 10, me too. I used one today and I still have one left. I don't know if it will last until tomorrow. Luo Yongyan, District 14, it's the same no matter who you're talking about. Jin Haoyun, District 18, I am not. Su Jiao, District 88, me either. Xiao Fan, Region 3, stop arguing. Tonight, everyone should quickly gather everyone in their respective regions to prepare for the last wave of Beast Tide tomorrow. To all the brothers still stranded in Zone 3, if you want to survive, hurry over to coordinates xxxxxx.xxxxxx and let's work together to survive. Lin Tian, District 6, I hope you understand that tomorrow is the last wave of Beast Tide, but that doesn't mean tomorrow will be the last day of disaster. If we cannot defeat the Beast King and a large number of monsters tomorrow, this Beast Tide will continue until the 7th day. Enough said, brothers and sisters in Zone 6, coordinates 25x times x times 0.69x times x times 91, assemble. Fanyun, District 555, thanks, but we already know that, no need for you to remind us. Brothers and sisters in District 555, hurry up and gather at the coordinates I posted before, otherwise we'll be doomed if we fight alone any longer. If we can't survive, you won't fare well either. If we can hold out, the Beast King will lead hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts to plunder the area for 3 days straight. Can you hide then? So hurry up and gather together, maybe we can get through this together. Alfred, District 45, assemble. Survivors from various regions who have survived to this day through various means are once again gathering together to fight back. Many people listened to Fan Yun's words, and most of them stopped choosing to run away and headed to the central coordinates to gather. Fan Yun is right. If they can't survive even if they gather together, how long can they hide? The Beast King led hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts to plunder for 3 consecutive days. Unless they were incredibly lucky, they didn't think they could escape. Of course, most people would do that, but a small number of people still choose to hide and escape. It's only human nature. Even in the first server, the scene of gathering and preparing for team battle was no exception. However, due to Jiang Yu's presence, there are still significant differences between Zone 1 and other zones. Other areas rallied together to overcome the difficulties, while Area 1 sent messages begging Jiang Yu to take them in, pleading with him to take them in. Zone 1, 7,680 to 10,000. More than 7,000 people are still alive in Zone 1, and that's only because more than 60% of them are under Jiang Yu's protection. Not 60% of the islands that came were occupied, but there were still survivors. Otherwise, it's likely that in Zone 1, like in other zones, less than half the population will survive. Sieto, why boss, is it still possible to travel to your place now, pay money, and beg for your protection? One way, yes boss, I'll pay, I'm willing to pay. You charged 1,500 spirit stones a few days ago, this time I'm willing to pay 3,000 spirit stones. Tangbuchu, I am also willing to pay 3,000 spirit stones, just to ask for your final protection. Wang Chun, I'm telling you all, I think you don't need to do this at all. I've noticed it these past 2 days too. Most of the invading bat swarms will come directly to us, leaving only a small portion to wipe you out. I think it will be the same tomorrow. As long as you guys are careful tomorrow and coordinate with the islands that can be automated, you might not run into the swarms of bats out on a raid. As for whether we can withstand the Bat King's attack, with the expert here, I've never worried. Qin Chen, me too, I wasn't worried at all. Chengui, indeed. Many people echoed Wang Chun's words. They've been enjoying their soup for the past 3 days, and tomorrow is the last day. Guess what, you guys are coming? They can't accept that. If you come any further, won't they lose 1 or 2 demon cores? That won't do. However, since it concerned Jiang Yu, they dared not refuse openly, so they could only persuade him to give up. Jiang Yu, what they said makes sense. You didn't need to come at all. If you insist on coming, I won't refuse. The price will be as you said, 3,000 spirit stones. Jiang Yu had no reason to give up the opportunity to make another fortune. Chapter 253 Yin-Yang Furnace. After Jiang Yu spoke, no one in the special space dared to say anything more, and they all changed their tune to praise Jiang Yu for his benevolence. Having other ideas is one thing, but openly opposing Jiang Yu is another. The bigwigs have spoken, and they're still making excuses. Have they been eating too many red beans? After leaving this message, Jiang Yu closed the regional channel, ignoring their praise and no longer responding to their mentions. Of course, Jiang Yu didn't forget to send Cui Xiaoxiao to guard the entrance to the special space, and leave a few people on night watch, ready to collect money at any time. At 3 a.m, whether the ghosts gave up or went to hunt down people outside, by rolling, Tong Chini and the others did not see the ghosts. Jiang Yu lost several high-grade ghost pills. The next day, after waking up and washing up, Jiang Yu immediately headed towards Jitong and Ge Li Shani. These two were the ones who kept watch last night. Brother Jiang Yu, you've arrived? Seeing Jiang Yu flying towards them, the two quickly waved. How's it going? Were there many people here yesterday? That's quite a lot. I received 366,000 spirit stones. My number is 297,000. Qitong and Ge Li Shani each revealed the spirit stones they had received. 663,000 spirit stones. 221 people came last night, very good. Also, you can go and rest. Jiang Yu easily calculated the number of people who came last night. 200 people is not a lot, but it's definitely not a small number either. For Jiang Yu, it was the last day, and he still managed to earn 660,000 spirit stones for free. What a steal! No rush. Judging from the situation in the past 3 days, the bat swarm is estimated to take several more hours to arrive. In the meantime, dozens or even hundreds of people should arrive. We can rest after we collect their money. Qitong and Guli Shunny exchanged a glance, and then shook their heads. You guys should go and rest for a bit. Leave the rest to us. At this moment, Bai Ruoling and Tong Chini walked over. The next few hours will be left to Bai Ruoling and Tong Chini. You two go and rest for a bit. If you don't want to sleep, you can go fishing to relax. Good. Qitong and Guli Shunny did not persist. Jiang Yu chatted with Bai Ruoling and Tong Chini for a few minutes before leaving and heading towards the mystery shop. Today is the 4th day of the week, and the mystery shop has refreshed again. As Jiang Yu walked away from the mysterious shop, a bright smile spread across his face. Another win! 1 gold and 3 reds. 3 reds, Advanced Water Attribute Energy Crystal, red, X1, Universal Key, red, X1, Time Stone, red, X1. The red quality items were all common items, but the main reason for Jiang Yu's smile was not from them, but from the gold quality items. Yin-Yang Furnace Forging Blueprint, gold. Yin-Yang Furnace Crafting Blueprint, gold. Yin-Yang Furnace, which only has yin and yang effects. Yin, place the item inside, and the smelting process will begin immediately. Any item of gold quality or lower quality cannot be lower than purple, otherwise it will be melted into ashes, can be smelted inside. After smelting, a certain crystal can be obtained, which has a wide range of effects. For example, it can replace mystic stone and originium for island upgrades and building construction, and it can replace fertilizer for fertilization, accelerating the growth of island vegetation, etc. Yang, multiple identical items can be combined and upgraded by placing them inside. If multiple low-level demon cores are placed inside, they can be purified multiple times and then synthesized into a mid-level demon core. Mid-level demon cores can be synthesized into high-level demon cores. If multiple cyan source stones are placed inside, they can be synthesized into a purple source stone, or even higher-level orange or red source stones. The quality of the synthesized item cannot exceed the level of the yin-yang furnace itself. The yin-yang furnace is currently gold, therefore the highest possible purification level is gold. If you don't have enough materials, the synthesis will fail. If you fail, you can get 50% of the materials back. Resources required for construction: 1000 originium, orange, 1000 mystic crystal, orange, 10 extreme yin iron, red, 10 extreme yang iron, red, 25 high-grade energy crystals, red, 1 legendary item, gold. Note: the yin-yang furnace is unique. Only one can be built per island. This is why Jiang Yu is so happy. The yin-yang furnace can be used to smelt or synthesize items. If I'm not mistaken, this synthesis should be the special entity that Karo Yura mentioned a couple of days ago, which can synthesize low-level demon cores and low-level energy crystals into higher-level ones. Even if it isn't, it's not far off. Jiang Yu had no shortage of materials for building the yin-yang furnace, except for a few pieces of extremely yin and extremely yin refined iron. A random legendary item. Jiang Yu has the primordial stone he left behind a couple of days ago. Jiang Yu originally intended to use the primordial stone to build the Gate of Hell, and he needed to collect enough building materials by the first night of this week. The reason why it wasn't built in time that day was because Jiang Yu considered that they would have to face the invasion of vampire bats in the next few days, and even if it was built, it might not be able to open a passage to the underworld. Even if the passage can be opened, they may not have time to explore it in the next 2 or 3 days. After careful consideration, Jiang Yu decided to stay for the time being. We'll save it for the 4th day, which is today. If no golden items spawn today, or if the golden items that spawn are not buildings and don't require primal stones, then he will build the nether portal today. If a golden item appears today and it can be used with primordial stones, Jiang Yu will consider which one to prioritize using primordial stones to build. But now it seems that it would be more cost-effective to use it to build the yin-yang furnace. Once the yin-yang furnace is built, he will collect more time-space stones and void stones, striving to synthesize a golden-quality demon core, time-space stone, or void stone. In this way, Jiang Yu can also build the Gate of Hell at the same time. Jiang Yu is now glad that he had the foresight to create the yin-yang furnace, otherwise he would have to wait until next time to forge it. Jiang Yu opened the server-wide auction house and searched for extreme refined iron. He found that there were indeed some for sale on the auction house. With his deep pockets, Jiang Yu chose to buy 6 pieces of extremely refined iron, bringing his total to 10, and then stopped searching for extremely young refined iron. 5 pieces of Jiang refined iron were purchased. With all the materials gathered, Jiang Yu found an open space near the main hall and used the yin-yang furnace to forge the blueprints. Sufficient resources detected. Confirm the construction of the yin-yang furnace? Create. Please select the legendary item to use. Primordial Stone. Your inventory contains Originium, orange, 1000, Mystic Crystal, orange, 1000, Extreme Refined Iron, red, 10, Extreme Yang Refined Iron, red, 10, High-Grade Energy Crystal, red, 25, Legendary Item, gold, 1, Yin-Yang Furnace is being built. 5 minutes later, the gray fog dissipated. The yin-yang furnace has been successfully forged. A gourd-shaped, high-end-looking furnace appeared before Jiang Yu's eyes. The furnace was closely connected to the earth, and Jiang Yu tried to lift it, but failed. Chapter 254 Immaculate Demon Core. The yin-yang furnace doesn't look very big, but its gourd-shaped opening is a spiral-shaped portal that sucks things in. The gourd's opening looks small, but it's made up of spatial portals. What could it be? Jiang Yu carefully examined the area and found that apart from the topmost spatial opening, there were no other entrances or exits. In this case, the inward-pushing doorway is not only an entrance for items, but also an exit for finished products. Since it was impossible to tell the difference with the naked eye, Jiang Yu began to experiment. He first took out 10 orange-quality mystic crystals and then threw them into the furnace. Please choose between the mystic stones in the yin-yang furnace, yin for smelting, or yang for synthesis. Jiang Yu chose to smelt. We'll try synthesis later. Let's try smelting first and see what kind of crystal it is. 10 seconds passed. Smelting successful. Shall we retrieve it now? Take out. The next second, an orange ball of light floated out from the mouth of the yin-yang furnace gourd and then stopped in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu reached out and received 5 orange glowing crystals. You have obtained 5 yin-yang spirit crystals, orange. Yin-yang spirit crystal, orange forged by the yin-yang furnace, it has a wide range of effects. It can replace mystic crystals and originium for island upgrades and building construction. It can replace fertilizer for fertilization, accelerating the growth of island vegetation, and it can be used for alchemy and weapon crafting. The higher the level of the items added to the yin-yang furnace for smelting, the higher the level of the yin-yang crystals obtained. Currently, the highest level is gold and the lowest is purple. This feature is great. Now those surplus high-quality scraps will finally have a purpose. Although Jiang Yu believed that high-quality items rarely have defective products, nothing is absolute. Having this feature is better than not having it at all. After testing the smelting function, Jiang Yu began to try the synthesis function, adding 10 low-level demon cores into the yin-yang furnace. Adding too few materials might cause the synthesis to fail, so Jiang Yu added them according to the market price. In the market, 1 intermediate-level demon core is roughly equivalent to 10 primary-level demon cores. So from the beginning, he tried it with a probability of 10 to 1. All the demon cores added have the same attribute. Jiang Yu wouldn't be foolish enough to add demon cores with different attributes. Please choose between the mystic stones in the yin-yang furnace, yin for smelting, or yang for synthesis. This time he chose the later synthesis. 10 seconds later. Synthesis successful. Shall we retrieve it now? Take out. An orange ball of light floated out from the mouth of the yin-yang furnace gourd and stopped in front of Jiang Yu. Reaching out to take it, it was indeed a mid-grade demon core. Then Jiang Yu reduced the proportion and added only 9 low-level demon cores. The synthesis failed, so his 4 demon cores were returned. Unwilling to believe it, Jiang Yu tried several more times, but failed most of the time. If you add 9 low-level demon cores, you'll succeed 2 out of 10 times and fail 8 times. Add 10 pills, succeed 4 times out of 10, fail 6 times. Add 11 pills, succeed 6 out of 10 times, fail 4 times. Add 12 pills, 8 out of 10 attempts are successful, and 2 fail. Add 13 pills, and it was successful every time, 10 times in a row. From this, Jiang Yu roughly drew a conclusion. Although the probability might not be very accurate due to the limited number of trials, Jiang Yu felt it was pretty close to the truth. Even if it's not entirely accurate, it won't be far off. If you add 20 intermediate-level demon cores at the same time, two options will appear. 1. Combine them in 2 batches, both of which may fail. 2. Combine them in 1 batch, which will be 100% successful and return the remaining demon cores. Jiang Yu conducted this experiment because he didn't want to do it repeatedly, as it was time-consuming and laborious. This is just the probability of a primary demon core upgrading to a secondary demon core, which is the basic probability of a purple demon core becoming an orange demon core. The orange color has turned red, but Jiang Yu hasn't tried it yet. Jiang Yu added all the remaining primary demon cores to the yin-yang furnace in 5 separate batches, synthesizing them all into intermediate demon cores. Afterwards, Jiang Yu added 50 intermediate-level demon cores to the yin-yang furnace. Please select the number of attempts, 1 attempt, 100% success, and return any excess demon cores, 2 attempts, very high probability of success, 3 attempts, 100% failure. Once. 10 seconds later, a red ball of light floated out. Synthesis successful. Obtained 1 high-grade demon core, red, and 24 intermediate demon cores returned. This means that 26 intermediate-level demon cores can be combined into 1. Knowing this, Jiang Yu proceeded with the experiment. This time, he added 22 intermediate-level demon cores to the yin-yang furnace and succeeded in purifying and synthesizing a high-level demon core. Continue. After numerous experiments, Jiang Yu has basically obtained the results. The result of upgrading a mid-level demon core to a high-level demon core, from orange to red. If you add 18 intermediate-level demon cores, you'll succeed 2 out of 10 times and fail 8 times. Add 20 pills, succeed 4 out of 10 times, fail 6 times. Add 22 pills, succeed 6 out of 10 times, fail 4 times. Add 24 pills, succeed 8 out of 10 times, fail 2 times. Add 26 pills, and it was successful every time, 10 times in a row. That's only possible with him. Anyone else wouldn't have so many demon cores for experimentation. Subsequently, Jiang Yu threw all the intermediate-level demon cores in his backpack into the yin-yang furnace in 5 separate batches, synthesizing them all into advanced-level demon cores. The reason we're holding nothing back is because there's still a battle to fight today. Once the Bat King and his swarm of bats arrive, his backpack will be full of low-level and mid-level demon cores, so he won't have to worry about running out. After all the demon cores were combined into high-grade demon cores, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and added 100 high-grade demon cores into the yin-yang furnace. Please select the number of attempts, 1 attempt, 100% success, and any excess demon cores will be returned, 2 attempts, a slightly higher probability of failure. Once. Jiang Yu has never seen a demon core that is higher than a high-level demon core. I'm going to synthesize one today, no matter what. At the same time, he also wanted to see if legendary quality demon cores could be used as random legendary building items for constructing the Gate of Hell. Logically speaking, demon cores, or energy crystals, of the same quality should have different prices than building materials of the same quality. For example, a time-space stone of the same red quality is much more expensive than a high-grade demon core. Same quality, but different prices. This is also why Jiang Yu is so eager to know whether a golden quality demon core can be used to build the Gate of Hell. That would be wonderful if we could. Synthesis successful. Obtained 1 immaculate demon core, gold, and 35 high-grade demon cores returned. Therefore, above the high-grade demon core is the immaculate demon core, and the same principle applies to energy crystals. A golden ball of light carrying a demon core of gold quality flew out. Judging from the returned high-level demon cores, Jiang Yu could roughly guess the corresponding success rate and did not conduct any further experiments. The main immaculate grade demon cores are not very useful for the time being, so there is no need to synthesize too many. Jiang Yu reached out and took out the immaculate demon core. The moment he touched it, he immediately felt an endless life force emanating from it. The demon core that was just added to the yin-yang furnace has the wood attribute, so it is perfectly reasonable that it can feel an endless life force. Chapter 255 Building the Gates of Hell, the Bat King. To verify whether a flawless level demon core could be used to construct the Gate of Hell, Jiang Yu went to the vicinity of the teleportation array and found an open space. Should we build a gate to hell? Yes. Your inventory contains Origin Stone, orange, 1000, Mystic Crystal Stone, orange, 100 Void Stone, orange, 10, Time-Space Stone, red, 10, High-Grade Energy Crystal Stone, red, 20, Would Attribute Immaculate Demon Core, gold, 1, Hell Gate under construction. Oh wow! It really can. That would be wonderful. In this way, if he builds a golden building in the future, he will no longer need to worry about not having enough materials unless there is a specific need for it. The gate to hell has been successfully constructed. As the gray fog dissipated, an unremarkable black spatial portal appeared before Jiang Yu. The black portal is approximately 5 meters long and 3 meters high. In the middle row of the portal, there are 5 vortexes rotating inwards. Each of these 5 vortexes has a very clear white character on it. The characters on the white background, from right to left, represent east, west, center, south, and north. Without even thinking, Jiang Yu knew that they corresponded to the east, west, center, south, and north of the underworld. Although filled with curiosity, Jiang Yu did not enter immediately. No rush, let's deal with the approaching swarm of bats first, and then we can go in and investigate. Let's start with the first shot of the day. After finishing his work here, Jiang Yu immediately set off for his usual fishing spot. As soon as the fishing rod was cast, the bell rang out. Lifting the fishing rod reveals a golden treasure chest that has not been seen for a long time. Upon opening the box, she was dressed in a leopard print outfit, exuding a wild beauty from head to toe. Name Claire. Race, demi-human, leopard-eared girl. Age 21. Appearance 96. Strength 25. Physical fitness 20. Agility 30. Spirit 15. Skill Extreme Shadow. After activation, your speed becomes incredibly fast. Berserk omitted. Loyalty 100. Review. Do you love women who are born with leopard print? So she's a leopard girl. No wonder her whole outfit is leopard print. She looks incredibly alluring. Jiang Yu greeted her briefly, then had Tiger Girl Tia take him away while he continued fishing. An hour passed. Master, I've caught another jade treasure chest. Xena excitedly carried the jade treasure chest to Jiang Yu. Since obtaining the magical fishing rod, I've been able to catch 1 or 2 jade treasure chests almost every day on Panlai Island. It's okay if you only catch a platinum chest, because after you pull it up, there will always be 2 or 3 that upgrade to emerald chests. Great! Jiang Yu habitually touched her forehead, then opened the treasure chest, inside which was a familiar time-space stone. You opened an emerald treasure chest and obtained 2 red time stones. They continued fishing for a while until Xena's fishing rod rang again, at which point Jiang Yu let her leave. This time, what she caught was a lucky bag, and Xena opened it and found a mid-level energy crystal. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived. At this time, Jiang Yu had already put away his fishing rod and moved to the edge of the other side of the island to wait. This is the Bat King, and it's huge! High in the sky not far from Jiang Yu, a dark shadow that blotted out the sun moved toward Panlai Island. The dark shadow formed by the swarm of bats today is the largest it has been in the past few days. At the very front of the swarm of bats stood a Bat King larger than a human. Name Batwing. Race Vampire Bat. Strength 65. Physical fitness 65. Agility 75. Spirit 88. Skill Clone can create 3 clones, each possessing 70% of the original strength. Sonic Attack unleashes a sonic wave that inflicts shock damage and mental disruption on all targets who hear it. Vampire bats gain strength by drinking blood. The more blood they drink, the stronger they become. Virus creation. Vampire bats can create viruses in an area. Targets within that area are infected, suffering minor discomfort, or even sudden death. Storm wings, flailing wings to create a massive storm. With a spirit level of 88, this is definitely the strongest Jiang Yu has ever encountered. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for him. There's no need to trigger the phantom of the goddess of war. The cold fairy that was caught yesterday is an insurmountable mountain for it. Of the 3 drops of life essence produced today, Jiang Yu prioritized giving 1 drop to Ling Yuxian in preparation for their upcoming trip to the underworld. After consuming some spiritual fruits and teas that enhance her attributes, and taking a trip to the mysterious training camp, her attributes are now no lower than those of the Bat King. If she hadn't consumed quite a few spiritual fruits before, her attributes would far surpass those of the Bat King. According to the Emperor's instructions, the survivors should have gathered here. Where are they? Why is there only 1 island? Could there be another dimension nearby where they've all hidden? And where are my children? The Bat King and his swarm of bats landed outside Pumlai Island. Looking around, they were puzzled to see that there was only 1 island. No, where are the people? And what about the swarm of bats that appeared 3 days ago? Where did it go? Your Majesty, where are our people? We haven't seen a single one. Also, why is there only 1 island here? Have all the survivors in this area merged together? One of the bats behind the Bat King looked puzzled. How would I know? The Bat King retorted irritably, his icy gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. Where are they? Answer me, where did the swarm of bats that went there a few days ago go? Want to know? Jiang Yu grinned. Nonsense! Confess now, and I'll grant you a quick death. Come here, and I'll tell you. If they could lure the Bat King into the Pumlai Island area, Jiang Yu believed that Ling Yuxian, Daisy, and the others would definitely be able to kill it before it could react. Given the Bat King's high stats, Jiang Yu would naturally like to kill it before it can react. Otherwise, with its virus creation and storm wings, it could definitely cause considerable trouble for Pumlai Island. People may be fine, but Pumlai Island, ravaged by the virus and storms, will not be so lucky and will definitely suffer significant damage. Trying to trick me into going up there? The Bat King scanned Pumlai Island with its divine sense but found no one of equal or similar strength, thus putting its mind at ease. Even if I go up there, what can you do to me? As they spoke, the Bat Dynasty flew towards Pumlai Island. I've investigated and found a few with decent strength, but no real powerhouses. I'm not afraid. It can handle it with ease. You've been tricked, Jiang Yu sneered. Send a message in the group. Jiang Yu, now, conceal your auras and come out, prepare to attack together and kill him. Chapter 256 Dividing the Islands. The reason for sending this message is that after Jiang Yu investigated the Bat King's attributes, he had Ling Yuxian, Daisy, and the others entered the mysterious military camp to wait. The mysterious military camp was separated from the Bat King's by a spatial portal. How could the Bat King's divine sense possibly penetrate inside? Those with attributes higher than 70 were all summoned by Jiang Yu to the mysterious barracks to wait, all for this moment. Now that the Bat King has lowered its guard and is flying towards the island, they are simply concealing their presence. The Bat King will not know that several people are secretly watching it, and they are just waiting for Jiang Yu's instructions. Even without these underhanded tactics, Jiang Yu and his team could easily defeat the opponent, but that might cause some damage to Pumlai Island, and Jiang Yu could accept that such a thing happening. Instead, if possible, we should avoid it. Human, I've made it up here, where are you? The Bat King flew into Pumlai Island's territory, showing no regard for Jiang Yu. Look, right there! Jiang Yu pointed casually, and the Bat King subconsciously turned his head. Kill! As soon as he finished speaking. Signal lightning! Holy light judgment! Huanyan Sun! The piercing spear! The voices of Lin Yuxian, Daisy, Huan Shi, and others rang out, unleashing a barrage of deadly attacks. At the same time, a stunningly beautiful phantom appeared above Pumlai Island. She was the phantom formed by the goddess of war. Before the phantom could fully form, the spear in her hand had already pierced through the Bat King. Damn humans, you dare to bomb me? The Bat King was both furious and terrified at the sudden appearance of so many powerful figures. More than anything, he felt regretting that he had been so arrogant, and should have sent his men to the island to investigate first. In that instant, it also knew where its kinsmen who had emerged a few days earlier had gone. With such a terrifying being among the survivors, their whereabouts were obvious. Virus made. In the blink of an eye, The Bat King unleashed his most powerful area of effect damage skill. Unfortunately, before he could even unleash his skills, he was pierced through by a series of attacks and died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Having dealt with the Bat King, Ling Yuxian, Daisy, and the others relentlessly attacked the bat swarm for 6 months. All of them were powerful individuals, and the swarm of bats had no power to resist at all, being slaughtered like chicks. Jiang Yu didn't forget to leave behind tens of thousands of vampire bats, letting them rush into the special space. If you take money from someone, you should always leave them some money. The battle ended quickly, and Jiang Yu's inventory gained 265,870 more demon cores, including 154 high-grade demon cores, 203,910 mid-grade demon cores, and 61,806 low-grade demon cores. Afterwards, Jiang Yu sent Daisy, Ao Xian, and Ai Chang, Songhe, and Huang Shi, each with a group of people, to fly their spaceships in different directions to hunt the vampire bats that were out there. While hunting stray bats, they also went to find unclaimed islands outside. After such a disaster, there must have been many survivors who died outside, and many unclaimed islands lost to the world. He'd have to be out of his mind not to take this opportunity to consolidate and expand the island. Daisy, Ao Xian, and others were divided into 5 groups, 4 of which piloted orange spaceships, and 1 group piloted the interstellar shuttle they had just acquired a few days earlier. As for which group would pilot the interstellar shuttle, Jiang Yu decided by drawing lots. During the drawing process, external forces such as divine sense could not be used to investigate. It was purely based on luck. The draw ended quickly, and Huang Shi was lucky in the end. The interstellar shuttle went to her group. The reason Jiang Yu left behind an interstellar shuttle was because he planned to go to the underworld and take Ling Yuxian with him. With the statue of the goddess of war standing there, Panlai Island is unlikely to suffer any mishaps even without a powerful guardian. Master, let's go. The 5 spaceships have been assembled, and in addition to Daisy, Ao Xian, and the other 4, quite a few other people have also gone along. Daisy, Ao Xian, and the other 4 chose to bring others along, not because they couldn't win, but because it would be nice to have more people to chat with. Go ahead. If you find any unclaimed islands, remember to let us know in the group so we can drive over and claim them. Don't worry, Master, I promise I won't forget. The 5 spaceships set off, transforming into 5 beams of light and departing in different directions. Master, shall we head to the underworld now? Ling Yuxian then stepped forward to inquire. With Xena and Faye still on Panlai Island, even if Daisy sends back a message saying that an unclaimed island has been discovered, Xena and Faye can still drive Panlai Island over to take it over. Don't rush, wait a little longer. Wait for what? Let's deal with the situation in the space below first. In 4 days there must have been over 100,000 vampire bats that entered the space below. Jiang Yu didn't believe that not a single one of them had died. There are 100% certain deaths, and Jiang Yu doesn't need much of the islands they left behind. Half of them will suffice. Lin and Jiang Yu, have you dealt with all the bats inside the space? Have you dealt with the ones outside the outer space? Jiang Yu, it's been resolved. Wang Chun, boss, so we've successfully survived this disaster, right? Jiang Yu, yes, we've wiped out their main force. Only a few scattered bats remain outside. If you're interested, you can spread out and go hunting now. Huang Feiqing, although we've had the protection of the big shots these past few days, we've still lost a small number of people. They all left their islands behind. So, before the hunt, should we first? Huang Feiqing stopped there and continued, but everyone understood what he meant. Let's divide up those islands first. These past few days they've been eyeing those islands with long-standing lust. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's tyrannical power, they would have already claimed them for themselves. Especially after the island became movable last night, they almost couldn't resist driving the island close to the unclaimed island and merging it with it. But they were also worried that their little tricks would be seen by others, exposed, and then Jiang Yu would settle accounts with them. It was precisely because of this that I refrained from taking action. But now that they're on the verge of breaking up and the crisis has passed, their hearts are starting to stir again. Qinghui, yes, since they've already met with misfortune, it's a waste not to use the islands they left behind. We might as well divide them up. Yang Minxiu, Then how do you suggest we divide it? Yui Hatsino. I think you shouldn't ask him this question, but rather ask boss Jiang Yu. Su-chin-san? Just a few days ago she was calling him Dad and Master. How come she's calling him Big Boss Jiang Yu now? I can only say that this woman is truly fickle. Ningzi, I think we should discuss those unclaimed islands first, and then quickly split up. Don't forget, there are still plenty of unclaimed islands and bats waiting for us outside. Lilong, yes, let's quickly resolve things here and disperse, then everyone can rely on their luck. Jiang Yu, please come out and take charge. What's the best way to divide things up? Jiang Yu, I want half. You can roll the remaining half to decide. Remember to roll the one with the highest score of 1000. Then, each of you should choose an island according to your score, with the one with the highest score going first. What do you think? Chapter 257. The area of Panlai Island expands. Jiang Yu didn't hold back at all, directly stating his thoughts, only half of what he was thinking at the beginning. His current strength allows him to do this. As for their opinions, will they think he is greedy because of this, and will their gratitude towards him vanish instantly? Jiang Yu didn't care at all. Even if he hadn't done it, they would still have thought he was greedy afterward, and they wouldn't have felt much gratitude towards him. They'll just think it's only natural for him to do things for money. It may not seem like much in a short time, but it will definitely happen after a while. That's only human nature. Nikari, I agree with the boss's approach. Yui Hatsino, I agree too. Even if the boss wanted it all, I would agree wholeheartedly. Linen, the big boss saved our lives, so it's only fair that we take half. Luo Shirshir, let's do as boss Jiang Yu says. Qin Liang Qin, I have no objection. With so many people agreeing, even the second-rank Luo Shirshir didn't object. The rest of the people, even if they were unwilling, didn't dare to stand up and deny it, and tacitly accepted the big boss's distribution. If you agree by default, you still have a chance to get an unclaimed island. If you stand up and oppose it, you won't have any chance at all. Qin Ching, boss, we all agree with your method. But after you've merged the islands, could you stay and witness this? Yi Yu, yes, boss, we're not at ease without you staying behind as a witness. Jiang Yu, I will stay and bear witness. Jiang Yu understood their concerns and agreed. Jiang Yu, everyone, fly your own islands upwards for a distance. I will now enter the space to count the number of unclaimed islands. After Jiang Yu delivered this message, everyone in the space silently piloted their islands upwards. 8 or 9 out of 10 islands showed signs of activity, while only 1 or 2 out of 10 remained completely still. Driving Panlai Island into the space, Jiang Yu counted the islands that remained motionless. Moment. Jiang Yu, there are 428 unclaimed islands in total, and I will merge 214 of them. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Yu immediately piloted Panlai Island to begin merging with the nearest island. Jiang Yu did not deliberately choose the largest island to merge with. He only chose the island closest to him. The survivors above felt much better after seeing this. It's good that the big boss didn't choose to merge all the largest islands. The big shots have already taken half of the spots. If they still choose the biggest ones, then it seems there's not much they can do. By merging with unclaimed islands, Panlai Island has expanded in size, currently measuring 283 square kilometers. Panlai Island merges into an unclaimed territory. One by one, islands were merged into Panlai Island. Those above watched as the unclaimed islands below disappeared one by one, their hearts aching. But no one dared to object. They dared to have it, but dare not mention it. By merging with Bairoling's Island, Panlai Island has expanded in size, currently covering 1787 square kilometers. When the 214th island was merged into Panlai Island, the area of Panlai Island reached 1,787 square kilometers. It's more than 6 times bigger than before. The 4-day invasion of demonic beasts brought him millions of spirit stones, hundreds of thousands of demon cores, an island area of 1,500 square kilometers, more than 1,000 people, and dozens of survivors. This can't even be described as a huge profit. To get rich, you need a series of disasters. If it were a peaceful development process, Jiang Yu doesn't know how many weeks it would take to obtain so many resources. After the island fusion was completed, Jiang Yu drove Punalai Island to the side. Jiang Yu, now you guys start rolling. Remember not to roll too many, it's recorded. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, numbers appeared one after another on the regional channel. 3 minutes later, Jiang Yu turned on the roll function. Click to filter, view only throws from nearby players, view only throws from the last 5 minutes, sort by highest score. Roll points, ranked from highest to lowest. First place, Luo Shirshir, 1000, number of throws 1. Second place, Nikali, 1000, number of throws 1. Third place, Bailey Meng, 999, number of throws 1. 155th place, Fang Duan, 878, number of throws 2. 215th place, Qin Qing, 808, number of throws 1. That's the advantage of virtual interfaces. You can filter many things without having to scroll up and review them one by one. Jiang Yu casually took a screenshot and sent it along with the message. Jiang Yu, I believe everyone has seen the results. Brothers and sisters who are ranked lower, leave as soon as possible. If you leave now, you might be able to find 1 or 2 unclaimed islands and a few vampire bats before everyone else. Fang Duan, who ranked 155th, violated the rules by throwing twice and has left the game. Fang Duan's ranking is invalidated, and the last spot is awarded to Qin Cheng, who ranked 215th, throwing results. Those who do not find their name in the top 215 should voluntarily leave their island. With Jiang Yu, a powerful figure, guarding this place, what other options do they have but to leave on their own? You can't exactly start robbing someone in front of the big shot, can you? Are you tired of living? Fang Duan, who tried to get through the level by throwing twice, also had to leave. If you're singled out by Jiang Yu and don't leave without being told to, you'll be forced to leave. Nikali, boss, what if we have the same score? Are we still chosen based on the ranking? Jiang Yu, if we're tied, let's pick together. Let's hurry up. After sending the message, Jiang Yu piloted the interstellar shuttle alone out of Punalai Island to wait, and then had Xena pilot Punalai Island out of space, flying at full speed in one direction. Huangxi just sent me a message saying she discovered an unclaimed island and shared its coordinates in the group chat. Jiang Yu arranged for Xena to pilot Punalai Island to take over first, while he would stay behind alone. After dealing with things here, he would pilot the interstellar shuttle to catch up with them. With the interstellar shuttle in hand, Jiang Yu wasn't worried about not being able to catch up with Punalai Island later. Luo Shirshir and Nikali, who had thrown 1,000 points, landed first, looked at the 2 largest islands together, and then drove their own island away. After Luo Shirshir and Nikali made their choices, the next person immediately took their place. They didn't want to waste too much time either. Because everyone was very conscientious, the remaining 214 islands were all merged in less than half an hour. See you next time, boss! Qin Chen, who was in last place, shouted and drove the island away at top speed. Goodbye indeed! Jiang Yu's lips curled up slightly. Xiao Yi, coordinates, 8,388.35521, full speed ahead. Received, Xiao Yi. With a whoosh sound, the interstellar shuttle arrived at the entrance to this space from the island of Xianqin City. This scene completely terrified Qin Qing. Ghost, what the hell is this speed? It's so fast, are you trying to compete with the speed of light? Qin Cheng has gained an even greater understanding of Jiang Yu's power. Chapter 258 Hui'er and Zhu Qing transform into human form. In less than half an hour, Jiang Yu's interstellar shuttle arrived at the coordinates sent by Huangxi, ahead of Punalai Island. When Jiang Yu arrived, he only saw an island of about 5 square kilometers, and did not see Huangxi and the others near the coordinates. This was Jiang Yu's request. If the island found is not too large, there's no need to wait in place, just continue hunting vampire bats and searching for unclaimed islands. If the island is large enough, you can wait in place until Punalai Island arrives. The island in front of them is only 5 square kilometers in size, not worth Huangxi's group deliberately staying to guard it. After some time, Xena arrived at Punalai Island in her vehicle. Master, how come you arrived before us? Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Xena was both excited and puzzled. Because interstellar shuttles are faster. Master, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, you set off a step behind us, but now you've arrived a step ahead. But why haven't we seen any spaceships overtake us? Could it be that Master's route wasn't a straight line? Or was it different from ours? Yes, I took a longer route. I see. After ending his chat with Xena, Jiang Yu merged Punlai Island with the unclaimed island discovered by Huangxi. The islands have been merged, and they await news from Daisy and Ao Xian. Master, we've decided on what we'll look like after we transform. Just then, two figures, one flying and one running, came toward Jiang Yu. They were Huair and Zhu Qing. Huair threw herself into Jiang Yu's arms, while Zhu Qing rested on Jiang Yu's shoulder. Have you thought it through? Then change it now. This? Huair looked around at Xena, Fair, and Kai Ning, and whispered. Master, can we go back inside and change it? We've known each other for so long, why are you still shy? Jiang Yu patted her and agreed. Alright, let's go back inside and change it then. Jiang Yu got up and went back to the house. As soon as they entered the room, Huair and Zhu Qing jumped off Jiang Yu, and two beams of light followed. The holy light blocked their transformation process. As the holy light dissipated, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared. Weren't they a mature woman and a little girl? The two looked completely different after their transformations, but what they had in common was that their appearances were equally flawless and captivating. Their chests, in particular, are very magnificent. Jiang Yu could understand the imposing and magnificent figure of the mature woman, but he absolutely loved that the transformed lowly was also so big. Bigger is better, bigger is better. Master, how is it? Doesn't it look good? The smaller lowly spoke, and her voice was none other than Huair's. It looks great. Jiang Yu looked him up and down, then smiled and nodded. Master, between the two of us, who is more beautiful? Huair asked, looking at him expectantly. When Huair asked this question, Zhu Qing, who had transformed into a mature and elegant woman, looked at him expectantly. You two are equally beautiful. In my heart, you are both the most beautiful beings, and you are both my most beloved treasures. As he spoke, Jiang Yu pulled them into his arms with both hands. He must have been out of his mind to give such a unique answer to this kind of question. No, Master, you must choose the one who is more beautiful and more likable between the two of us today. Huair shifted her body and said coquettishly. Yes, that's right. Zhu Qing chimed in, not wanting to be outdone. You've rebelled. Jiang Yu stood up and covered their mouths with his hand. So even though they were not satisfied with his answer and wanted to continue asking, all they could get were whoosh 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 sounds. Forced by Jiang Yu's tyranny, the two had no choice but to put aside their differences and fight together. Before long, Daisy also discovered an unclaimed island and sent back a coordinate. Taking a break from his busy schedule, Jiang Yu drove Punlai Island at full speed toward that coordinate. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, the 40th day of the survival game arrived. From last night to this morning, Punlai Island has been constantly moving back and forth in Zone 1 airspace. The harvest was quite good, as it incorporated 7 unclaimed islands and further expanded the area. At 3 a.m. last night, once again no ghostly figures appeared. Jiang Yu thought they must have chickened out. Or rather, they're stockpiling a large amount. No matter what, Jiang Yu was not afraid. He would meet force with force and water with water. With Punlai Island's current strength, even if that Ghost King were to arrive, he would only be instantly killed. Furthermore, he was going to take Ling Yuxian to the underworld today. Qin Xiaozhen said that the Ghost King's territory was in the western region of the underworld, so he chose the western region as his first stop in the underworld. If all goes well, we can eliminate the Ghost King directly, so Bai Rawling, Tong Chini, and the others won't need to gather in the main hall every night, and can choose to go back to their rooms to sleep. If things don't go smoothly, then temporarily avoid confrontation and wait until you've improved your strength before seeking revenge. Smack! Time to get up, the sun's almost high in the sky. Jiang Yu casually patted Karoyura, who was still in bed. Unexpectedly, his tap caused Karoyura, who was still dazed, to react instinctively. I can't go on, go find my daughter. Halfway through her speech, Karoyura suddenly woke up and jumped out of bed. She then left the house with her face flushed, not daring to look back at Jiang Yu even once, not even to steal a glance. Jiang Yu also left the house with a dark expression. The remaining Celine Nicole and Aisha Nicole covered their mouths and chuckled. After getting up, Jiang Yu headed towards the mysterious summoning house. He entered the room and started smoking without saying a word. Jiang Yu habitually looked to the left and saw a majestic figure dressed in a dragon robe. Emperor? Jiang Yu had no interest in knowing which emperor he was, and looked to the right. Bao Si, woman, she played with the feudal lords by lighting beacon fires. Recruitment requires 500 spirit stones, 50 purple source stones, 50 purple mystic crystals, and 3 purple basic water attribute energy crystals. Recruiting. Click to recruit. The resources required for summoning are the same as those for Jinmi, and Jiang Yu now basically understands this. Historical figures and fictional/anime characters are on 2 different levels. Of course, the 2 levels mentioned here refer to strength, not beauty. Your inventory contains 500 spirit stones, 50 purple source stones, 50 purple mystic crystals, and 3 purple basic water attribute energy crystals. Bao Si is currently being summoned. The illusory image gradually solidified. Summoning successful. Immortal, did you summon me here? Bao Si, who had been summoned, looked around in confusion, and finally her incredulous gaze settled on Jiang Yu. You could say that. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Bao Si bowed. Come with me, I'll send someone to show you around the island. After leading Bao Si out of the mysterious summoning house, Jiang Yu called over the fox spirit closest to him, and asked her to show Bao Si around and let her learn about the situation on Pumlai Island. Bao Si was handed over to the fox spirit, and Jiang Yu hurried towards the fishing spot without stopping. Chapter 259 First Entry into the Underworld. Ding ding ding. As soon as the bell rang, Jiang Yu immediately lifted the fishing rod, revealing a jade treasure chest. Name, Xianhui. Race, Azura clan. Age, 25. Appearance, 97. Strength, 50. Physical fitness, 35. Agility, 40. Spirit, 30. Skill, Azura domain, exclusive skill for the Azura race. Activating the Azura domain increases the user's strength by 25% and decreases the enemy's strength by 25% within the domain. Combat techniques, your strength will gradually increase after engaging in combat. The longer you fight, the stronger you become. Azura Shadow Strike instantly increases the user's speed, unleashing a powerful, explosive attack. Azura Chain Prison, a series of chains connect heaven and earth, sealing off the surrounding space to form a chain prison and control the opponent's movements. Loyalty, 100. Evaluation, the Azura race, a race renowned for its warrior prowess. Xianhui greets Master. Jiang Yu? Before them stood Xianhui, dressed in blood-red clothes, his eyes also blood-red, making him look exactly like a man. An absolutely stunningly beautiful lunatic. In her hand, there was another weapon, a chain-shaped weapon. Mysterious Heaven Chain, red crafted by artisans within the Azura clan, it is a rare and valuable piece of equipment. After wearing, Strength plus 15, Agility plus 15, Intelligence plus 15, Constitution plus 15. Trait 1. The holder's attack damage is increased by 20%. Trait 2. Holder gains plus 20% lifesteal. Feature 3. The holder has a 20% chance to deal secondary damage with every attack. This weapon, a purely offensive weapon, is a perfect match for Xianhui of the Azura clan. Master, is there any battle where I can be used? Xianhui, who had just arrived, volunteered. No rush. First, get familiar with Pumlai Island and the virtual interface, then consume the island's rare and precious herbs to improve your strength, and then form a team to pilot a spaceship to hunt scattered vampire bats. I know you're confused about what I'm saying right now, but once someone explains it to you clearly, you won't be confused anymore. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he turned around and beckoned to Yu Wu. Little rabbit, take her downstairs and explain. No problem. The bunny-eared girl, Yu Wu, hopped over. Come with me. Then, with a hop and a skip, he led Xianhui away. Jiang Yu himself flew towards the gates of hell, shouting aloud. Yu Xian, Xiaoi, follow me. Entering the underworld for the first time, I feel safer with Ling Yuxian by my side. Master, should I grow bigger now and carry you in? At the gates of hell, a palm-sized interstellar shuttle stopped less than a meter to Jiang Yu's right. Behind Jiang Yu, Ling Yuxian waited quietly. Jiang Yu originally wanted to bring Chen Xiaojun along, because her talent would be of great help to him. Then he remembered the mark on her body and decided to give up. If he really took her with him, he was afraid they would be discovered the moment they entered the underworld. Inappropriate. Not for now, let's go in first, and then we'll talk. Receive! Jiang Yu walked into the second vortex inside the black spatial portal. Ling Yuxian and Xiaoyi quickly followed. Do you wish to open the teleportation portal to the western part of the underworld? Once confirmed, this option cannot be changed for the next 7 days. Confirm. In an instant, the 5 vortexes on the black spatial gate merged together, forming a super-large vortex that covered the entire spatial gate. Both men and their boat disappeared from Panlai Island. In a secluded and eerie place in the western part of the underworld, a spatial fluctuation emanated. Then, a spatial passage opened. Jiang Yu, Ling Yuxian, and Xiaoyi fell out of the spatial passage. Damn! Another spatial passage has formed in midair. As soon as he felt weightlessness beneath his feet, Jiang Yu reacted quickly, taking to the air and descending rapidly. Is this the underworld? Compared to other planets, it doesn't feel any different. After landing, Jiang Yu looked around and found that the so-called underworld had mountains, water, rocks and withered trees, which was completely different from the underworld he had imagined. The underworld he imagined was similar to the netherworld he knew from his previous life. The mountains and land were barren, with no vegetation and scorched cracks everywhere, where the wind howled. As far as the eye could see, there was only barren land, the scorched earth cracked, like an abandoned place, exuding endless desolation. But as it stands now, that's not the case at all. It's not that it's completely different from the underworld he imagined. At least here, the sky is gray with no sun, moon, or stars, and a chilling, ghostly aura permeates the air. Well, actually Jiang Yu didn't think the difference was that big. Because all the trees I saw were dead, and the water I saw was black, blood yellow, gray, and dark red. A river with 4 colors, none of which is colorless, is clearly something is wrong. Master, which way should we go next? Ling Yuxian interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. This is my first time here, and I don't know which way to go. How about this, let's just pick a direction and head forward, find a ghost from the underworld, and then we'll make our plans. Then Jiang Yu casually pointed in a direction. This way. Get in the car, let's go immediately. The interstellar shuttle immediately grew larger, and Xiaoyi urged it on. No rush, let me do an experiment first. Jiang Yu took an automatic excavator out of his backpack, put it down, and started it. He wanted to know whether the soil and stones he dug up in the underworld were ordinary soil and ordinary stones. If it does, he won't hold back. This world isn't inhabited by humans, but by a bunch of ghosts. Why should Jiang Yu be polite to them? Besides, the underworld is so vast, it's no problem for him to place some automated machines to dig up a few million tons. You have obtained 1 unit of Een Earth. Is it Een soil instead of soil? Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yu quickly opened his backpack to check the Een Earth attribute. Een soil, soil from the underworld, cannot be used for planting normal crops, upgrading islands, or constructing normal buildings. Commonly used for planting items of the underworld, such as spider lilies, heartbreak grass, and ghost grass, rarely used in the construction of special buildings. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yu regretted that the soil in the underworld could not be used normally, but he still chose to dig some up for backup. Since he discovered that it has other uses, wouldn't it be a waste of his discovery if he didn't keep some as spares? Go! Jiang Yu took out 10,000 automated machines and had them dispersed to dig soil, quarry rocks, mine minerals, and cut down trees. If Een soil has other uses, then there's no reason why Een stone and Een wood shouldn't have other uses as well. We can't worry about that now, let's dig first. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. He will have enough if he prepares well now and needs it in the future. Jiang Yu set the automatic machine to dig for half a day first, and whatever it could dig in half a day would be the amount. He's dug up so much, it'll be enough for him to use as he pleases for a short time. We'll come back to the underworld to dig some more when we run out. With the gates of hell in place, Jiang Yu wasn't worried about not being able to enter the underworld. Chapter 260 Brahma Ghost Market. Alright, let's set off now. The automated machine was set up to dig nearby, and then they boarded the interstellar shuttle, with Ling Yuxian following closely behind. Master, with so many machines, won't we be discovered? It's alright, I've already sent people to guard it. Jiang Yu called Shui Xiao and Shui Nu over to keep watch. Shui Xiao, needless to say, is also a member of the Ghost Clan, and can cultivate while guarding. The Snow Woman possesses the ability to merge with heaven and earth, as long as she doesn't actively reveal herself. Who could possibly discover her? With these two around, Jiang Yu felt completely at ease. If they can't win, they just send a message in the group chat, and a group of people will immediately come to their aid through the teleportation channel. Xiaoyi, you don't need to go too fast. The interstellar shuttle is going too fast. Jiang Yu quickly reminded him. If we go this fast, we won't even be able to find any treasures along the way. Receive. The speed of the interstellar shuttle decreased. Slap! 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 Smack! Don't misunderstand, this isn't the sound of Jiang Yu and Ling Yuxian cultivating, but... What are you dawdling for? Keep going! Get up and keep walking! Anyone who dares to stop and rest, I'll scatter your ghosts. A bunch of lowly bastards. At the foot of what appears to be a mine, ragged, barely clothed, and dimly lit ghostly figures slowly push a cart forward. The cart was filled with gray crystals, each about the size of a spirit stone. Every so often, a vengeful ghost would wield a long whip, lashing the ragged ghosts. Whether it's walking slowly, stopping to rest, or simply something that doesn't please the eye, the whip in the vengeful ghost's hand falls on the ghost's body without warning. With each lash, the ghostly figures dimmed a little. Master, there's a situation ahead. The interstellar shuttle's speed suddenly decreased, and Xiaoyi, Jiang Yu and Ling Yuxian were the first to detect the abnormal situation ahead. Invisible, get closer. Jiang Yu also noticed the situation ahead and gave the order. The interstellar shuttle possesses stealth capabilities, a fact Jiang Yu learned from Xiaoyi. Not only can it become invisible itself, but it can also bring all the crew members on the ship into an invisible state. However, each time one becomes invisible, it requires a large amount of energy and consumes more spirit stones, source stones, etc. Unless there are special circumstances, such as the current situation, Jiang Yu generally will not allow the interstellar shuttle to activate its stealth mode, so as not to waste money. Receive. The interstellar shuttle took Jiang Yu into stealth mode and sped toward the mine. These must be the ghost slaves Qin Xiaozhen mentioned a few days ago, forced to mine by the oppression of vengeful ghosts. Jiang Yu muttered to himself. You wouldn't believe it, would you? There are ghost servants in the underworld too. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly, his gaze sweeping over the gray crystal on the cart. Netherworld stone, blue, purple, orange, red, a unique mineral found only in the underworld, often used for the cultivation of underworld creatures, the construction of special buildings, and the refining of special elixirs. It is also a type of mineral. Jiang Yu glanced around and found that most of the netherworld stones here were of blue or purple quality. Of the 10 carts, 6 are of cyan quality, 3 are of purple quality, and only 1 is of orange quality. As for the red quality netherstone, he hasn't seen it yet. There were too many carts for him to see them all at once. Then, his gaze moved to the whip in the ghost's hand. He was eager to know what kind of whip it was, that could dim the ghost slave's light with each strike. Soul-striking whip, purple, a whip specifically designed to strike the soul, which has a strong suppressive effect on the soul. Wearer, agility +7, spirit +7. Trait, damage +10%, damage against spirits +30%. Soul-striking whip, soul-striking, such an obvious name, such a weapon specifically designed for souls. No wonder the ghost slave's soul dims a little more with each strike. Jiang Yu felt that he could keep 1 or 2, just in case he needed them later. After looking at the attributes of the vengeful spirits guarding the ghost slaves, I found that their strength was not high, with most of their attributes between 40 and 60, only a few exceeding 60, and only 1 reaching 70. This doesn't match the power level of the underworld in Qin Xiaozhen's memory. The two ghostly memories that Qin Xiaozhen absorbed had a minimum attribute of 70, but they still considered themselves to be the lowest level beings in the underworld. It seems that at the very bottom, there are plenty of people with even lower abilities than you. Perhaps this is because people in different circles see different worlds. The ghostly figures that attacked Penglai Island had been mingling in the upper echelons of the underworld for many years. They had seen and heard that the ghost kings they knew were all stronger than them, so they naturally felt that they were the weakest beings in the underworld. They have never ventured out into the underworld and are unaware that there are many weaker ghosts there. When they do venture out into the underworld, they will discover that they are not the weakest beings at all. The information bias is severe. Master, should we kidnap them? Those brats aren't very strong, we could easily kill them. The person speaking was Ling Yuxian, who had been relatively quiet the whole way. Of course, I'm a soft-hearted person and can't stand this kind of oppression. After you've made your move, remember to leave the strongest one behind. I want to ask it some questions. I will. What about those demon slaves? Let's just liberate them. They've suffered so much, it's a good thing for them to be free sooner. Yes. You to the left, I to the right, let's fight. As soon as the word "take action" was uttered, two figures shot out. Before all the guardian spirits arrived, a large number of ghosts perished. Enemy attack! Enemy! Before he could finish shouting the second time, he was destroyed by Jiang Yu, leaving behind a ghost pill. With the last dying ghost body tossed aside by Jiang Yu, the battle came to an end. The battle lasted less than a minute from start to finish. I'll ask you questions, you answer them. If you cooperate, I can give you a quick death. If you don't cooperate, I have plenty of ways to make you cooperate. Jiang Yu's devilish smile left the other person speechless, causing them to take a few steps back. Please ask away, my lord. I, Ding Ding, will answer whatever I know. Where am I? My lord, this place is the territory of the Brahma Demon King. The ghostly figure pointed tremblingly in one direction. Go straight in this direction for 3,000 kilometers, and you'll find the Brahma Ghost Market. That Brahma Ghost Market is run by the Brahma Ghost King. This place is also the Ghost King's territory. And that's not all. The ghost revealed everything it knew. While Jiang Yu was asking questions, Ling Yuxian went to put all the earthly netherstones back into her backpack. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu ended the dying ghost's life with a single strike. Next, let's go to the Brahma Ghost Market and see if we can win before making a decision. It's up to you, master. After much deliberation, Jiang Yu decided to keep 1,000 automated mining machines. This place is 3,000 kilometers away from Brahma Ghost City. Even if he were discovered, the time wasted going back and forth would be enough for him to pocket all the earth netherstone ore here. For automated mining machines, they are retrieved if they are intact on the return journey. If it's destroyed, so be it. A machine isn't worth much anyway. He can also wholesale in unlimited quantities, no problem. The interstellar shuttle continues its journey. Chapter 261 Return. Master, there's a treasure chest over there. Suddenly, Xiao Yi changed direction while driving and flew towards the treasure chest she had discovered. There's a huge rock in that direction. There really is a treasure chest, and it's an emerald chest. Well done, Littley. When the spaceship got close enough to see the other side of the boulder, Jiang Yu finally spotted a jade on the back of the boulder. I must say, this jade treasure chest was hidden really well. Not only was it on the other side of the boulder, but more than 90% of its body was buried in the soil, with only a small part of its body showing. If the interstellar shuttle hadn't possessed such advanced detection capabilities, Jiang Yu would have truly missed it. There was nothing he could do. The treasure chest was an inanimate object, so it was normal that his divine sense couldn't detect it. Master, watch me dig it up. The interstellar shuttle stopped 10 meters above the ground, and then two mechanical arms extended to excavate most of the emerald treasure chest buried in the soil. In less than half a minute, the treasure chest was dug up. The interstellar shuttle first cleaned it with water before returning it to the ship and handing it over to Jiang Yu. Without pausing for a moment, it returned to its course and continued flying towards the Brahma Ghost Market. This swift and decisive action gave Jiang Yu a deeper understanding of interstellar shuttles. Open the treasure chest, and you'll find a master key. You opened an emerald treasure chest and obtained one universal key, red. Not bad, a free master key, might as well take it. Jiang Yu doesn't mind having too many master keys that can open diamond treasure chests. Is this the ghost market of the underworld? Looking down at the Brahma ghost market, Jiang Yu felt that this ghost market in the underworld was not much different from the Cloud Sea city districts of other old god stars. People come and go, ghosts come and go, they trade with each other, each getting what they need. He even saw many scantily clad ghost women gathered in restaurants, waving to the ghosts passing by below. Good heavens, isn't this a brothel? This kind of job that brings joy to both mind and body is unavoidable everywhere. It's indispensable everywhere. But you know what, if this thing were put in Cloudsea City and the news got out, the number of survivors coming and going to Cloudsea City would definitely increase. Young people these days like to do things that are exciting. Young immortal, how's the investigation going? Are there any beings in the ghost market below that we can't defeat? In fact, Jiang Yu had already sensed several terrifying auras below and knew that he was probably going to make a wasted trip today, but that didn't stop him from confirming with Ling Yuxian again. Yes, master. Ling Yuxian's expression turned serious. There are indeed several auras in the ghost market below that are stronger than ours. If we fight them all at once, they might not be able to defeat me if they join forces. Never mind then, let them go for now, we'll deal with them in a few days. Let's go, let's take a look around the ghost market and see if there's anything worth buying, then we'll head straight back to the island. Jiang Yu wouldn't make a move unless he was absolutely certain. Even if Ling Yuxian went all out, she wasn't sure she could defeat the other side, so she decided to let them keep the ghost cores inside them for now and come back to retrieve them later. It'll only be a few days, not too long. On Punlai Island, his and their strength improved day by day, doubling every day, undergoing earth-shattering changes. This is why Jiang Yu was confident that it would only take a few days. 2 days later, Daisy, Ao Xian, and Ni Chang finished their pursuit of the vampire bat swarm and returned to Punlai Island to improve their strength for a few days. When he visited the underworld at that time, his and their strength was probably enough to completely overwhelm them. It would only take a few days, so Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry. Let's find a place to descend and go into the ghost market to see if we can buy anything useful. Yes. The interstellar shuttle found a secluded corner where no one would notice, and made its stealthy landing. Master, you go ahead, I'll just wait on the boat. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on those people. If they make any move, I'll immediately come to your side to protect you. Ling Yuxian, who disliked crowds, spoke first, deciding to wait on the boat. Okay. Jiang Yu didn't say anything more and walked towards the ghost market. Upon entering the ghost market, Jiang Yu bought any underworld items he deemed useful without hesitation. What Jiang Yu considers useful may not be useful to him now, and it will be useful to him in the future as well. It doesn't matter if I find it useless later. After all, the items I bought were purchased with nether stones, not spirit stones or source stones, so I won't feel bad about it. He plundered the netherworld stone, so he doesn't care how much he spends on it. If the flowers are gone, just send someone in a few days to borrow some more. It's simple. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu returned to the interstellar shuttle after visiting the ghost market, intending to set off back to Punlai Island. Xiao Yi returned to Punlai Island. Xiao Yi received it. After wandering around, Jiang Yu found the underworld incredibly boring. Therefore, he decided to leave the exploration of other areas of the underworld to the other people on the island. The Ghost King who plotted to harm Bai Ruoling has been identified, but he currently has no way to deal with him. This is also why Jiang Yu returned to Punlai Island. There's nothing we can do about the other side for now, and staying here would only allow us to explore other areas of the underworld, which isn't very interesting. This kind of thing can be left to someone else. Let them pilot the interstellar shuttle in to explore. As long as they don't deliberately provoke the Ghost Kings and attract several Ghost Kings to attack them at the same time, there's no need to worry about their lives being in danger, given the speed of the interstellar shuttle. With the powerful exploration capabilities of the interstellar shuttle, there's no need to worry about missing out on treasure chests outside. Return to the island? Master, are we not going to continue exploring the underworld? When Ling Yuxian heard Jiang Yu say he wanted to return to Punlai Island, she became puzzled. Such a huge planet, And you've already given up before even starting to explore it? Of course we should continue exploring the underworld, but I've decided to have someone else lead the exploration. We can't deal with those ghost kings for now, we can't handle their important territories, and exploring the less important territories would be too time-consuming, so let's go back first. There's nothing we can do about the ghost king. His territory outside his own domain is so vast, we can't just let him lead the team to explore it all, can we? That's impossible. Jiang Yu would rather stay on the island, enjoying time with women on both sides while fishing. Master is right. Ling Yuxian nodded in deep agreement. She also felt that exploring the underworld was a trivial matter that her master didn't need to do himself. Not long after, the interstellar shuttle took Jiang Yu and the others back to Panlai Island. Upon returning to Panlai Island, they were immediately met with a barrage of gazes. Brother Jiang Yu, why are you going back now? Yes, Brother Jiang Yu, didn't you just go in to explore for a few hours? Why are you coming back so soon? Did you encounter some unsolvable trouble, so you came back early? Faced with the women's questions, Jiang Yu simply explained to them. The thing is, the underworld ghost king has some strength. Chapter 262 Not a Gift from Nature. After Jiang Yu's explanation, the women understood why he had returned early. If we're not entirely confident in defeating the ghost king, then staying there won't be of much use. They could easily take care of exploring the remaining areas of the underworld. As it stands, the underworld doesn't seem to have much use besides being used to wholesale ghost pills. At least, they haven't discovered any other uses yet. No problem, just for the purpose of wholesaling ghost pills, it's enough for Jiang Yu. Taking over the underworld will bring in a steady stream of demon cores. Isn't that enough? Don't forget, that was Jiang Yu's original intention. Perhaps there are still many surprises waiting for them in the underworld, but Jiang Yu believes that they will definitely be able to explore them completely. Boss, I understand what you mean. Then leave the task of exploring the underworld to me. Bai Rolling stepped forward and said. No, leave it to us. We're not sure yet if the Azure Ghost King has given up on hunting you down. If he hasn't, it would be very dangerous for you to go in. You can't go back to Panlai Island every day. Grease Shunny continued to explain to her. Furthermore, the marks on your bodies may not have been removed yet. If you go in, they might discover you immediately, and then you'll be caught in an endless hunt. The Qingyan Ghost King, the same Ghost King who plotted to harm Bai Ruoling and Tong Qi, was discovered by Jiang Yu during his investigation of the ghost market. The strength of the Azure-stained Ghost King is even greater than that of the Brahma Ghost King. When Jiang Yu learned this, he knew that he could not avenge Bai Ruoling, Tong Qi, and the others for the time being. I need to wait a while, improve my strength, and then seek revenge against the Azure Demon King. Come again next time. This, Greta Shunny's words struck Bai Ruoling like a blow. Yes, they still have markings inside their bodies. If they go in to explore, how is that any different from lambs to the slaughter? All right, the exploration of the underworld will be left to you. Jiang Yu made the decision. Survivors can view item attributes, but they must be accompanied by someone. Since Greta Shunny is willing to volunteer, Jiang Yu has no reason to disagree. Jiang Yu then summoned Xian Hui, Shi Jiao, Qing Lan, and Qi Yu, and asked them to go with Guli Shunny to explore the underworld. Before they set off, Jiang Yu gave them a coordinate, which was the coordinate of the earthly netherstone mine that he had encountered just a few hours earlier. If they happen to pass by this coordinate, they'll stop by and retrieve the automated machines. If not, they'll just leave them to their own devices. It's nothing valuable anyway, so it's already pretty good that I was able to pick it up on my way. If it's not on my way, who cares? Master, shall we use the random function of the teleportation array now? As soon as Xian Hui and Qi Yu left on the interstellar shuttle, Fair, who was sitting on Jiang Yu's shoulders, immediately kicked her legs and asked, Oh, let's just leave this to them. I'll go take a look first. Remembering that he obtained the Red Island upgrade qualification scroll from here last time, Jiang Yu felt it was necessary for him to go there in person. If you encounter a situation similar to last time, it would be a great experience, at least you wouldn't feel bored. Master, is it all right to bring it up this time? Fair kicked her little feet and looked at him expectantly. If Fair wants to go, then of course there's no problem. Okay, let's go now. After saying that, Fair slipped into Jiang Yu's clothes through his sleeve. Fair, what are you doing? You can just sit on my shoulder, you don't need to crawl inside my clothes. Jiang Yu couldn't understand what Fair was doing by crawling inside his clothes. Alright, Fair will obey her master. For some reason, Jiang Yu felt that Fair's tone was a little disappointed. After that, Phil climbed onto his shoulder and sat down. Master, let's set off quickly. Okay. He turned and flew towards the teleportation array. Please select your destination: Cloudsea City, Airspace 1, Airspace 2, Airspace 3, Airspace 4, Airspace 1314, currently blocked, 2 days and 13 hours remaining until unblocking. Random teleportation. 2 more times this week. Directed teleportation. Please enter your coordinates. You will need to return manually. Currently blocked. 2 days and 13 hours remaining until unblocked. Stepping onto the teleportation array again, the previously grayed out random teleportation function lit up once more. Of course, only the random teleportation function is active and usable. The others remain grayed out and are blocked. If you want to switch regions, you'll have to wait 2.5 days. Random teleportation. Jiang Yu and Fair disappeared from the teleportation array, leaving behind a teleportation channel. Ooh! 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 Before Jiang Yu could even check his surroundings, he heard a series of familiar strange cries. This sound, it sounds so much like the cry of a savage. Jiang Yu looked up and exclaimed, "Whoa! This doesn't resemble anything, it's the strange cry of a savage." Directly in front of Jiang Yu, hundreds of savages stared at him with bloodshot eyes as he appeared out of nowhere. This scene would probably scare an ordinary person half to death. Jiang Yu calmly checked their attributes and found that they were low, with the highest not even reaching 30. He was sizing them up, and they were sizing him up too. Some of the savages who were doing primitive exercises stopped when they saw Jiang Yu appear, turned around and drooled over him. Food! Food falling from the sky. Heaven is really kind to them. As soon as they finish exercising, food is delivered to their door. Ooh! The leader of the savages let out a loud scream and lunged at Jiang Yu. Delicious food fell from the sky. Thank you, nature, for this gift. Seeing this, the remaining savages could no longer restrain themselves and rushed to attack. How dare you! A cyan sword appeared in Jiang Yu's hand, and with a single sweep, he instantly killed more than a dozen savages. With a few teleports, he swiftly wielded his sword, and all the savages were annihilated. What kind of strength do they have to treat him like food? They're courting death. After eliminating the savages, Jiang Yu began to explore the jungle beneath his feet. 10 minutes later, the exploration was completed, and it was confirmed that the island under their feet was an ordinary island, about 20 square kilometers in size. With water, fish, and small animals, the group of savages that Jiang Yu first encountered upon entering the island were already among the most powerful beings on the island. After checking for all dangers, Jiang Yu left behind a large number of automated machines and returned to Panlai Island, casually assigning someone to supervise the work. Please select your destination: Cloudsea City, Airspace 1, Airspace 2, Airspace 3, Airspace 4, Airspace 9527. Step onto the teleportation array again and choose random teleportation. Jiang Yu and Fair disappeared from the teleportation array once again, leaving behind a teleportation channel. Chapter 263: The Skeletons in the Castle. This place? It looks familiar. Opening his eyes and looking around, Jiang Yu felt that the surrounding scene looked somewhat familiar. Before him stood a castle, which looked somewhat dilapidated, but only somewhat dilapidated. There wasn't much cobwebs or dust. Someone must be cleaning, Jiang Yu thought to himself. There was a castle in front of him, and behind him was a wall. No! It's not just the back, it's surrounded by walls on all sides. It was similar to Emily's manor, which he visited the last time he used the treasure map. The surrounding area is surrounded by towering, seemingly endless walls. The space inside the walls looks similar to that of Emily's manor last time, probably around 40,000 square meters. A towering, clean, and smooth wall encloses a small space within which a building is constructed. How could Jiang Yu not recognize this scene? Isn't this just like Emily's manor we visited last time? Only this time it's a castle. Another cage sealed by walls. Furthermore, while Emily Manor was dilapidated and overgrown with weeds, the castle in front of us was only somewhat old and broken, and the land outside the castle was not covered with weeds. Not only were there no weeds, but no other plants either. Or rather, they had all been cleared away. Jiang Yu also saw withered grass and leaves on the ground that had not been turned into fertilizer. This indicates that the owner of this place is still alive and has not died, or if he has died, he died recently. As for why not a single plant remained, Jiang Yu didn't know for the time being, but he might find out once he entered the castle. Suppressing the urge to step directly into the castle, Jiang Yu took out a large orange hammer. Grip the sledgehammer tightly with both hands, get into position, and smash it down on the wall with all your might. Last time, even after trying my best, I couldn't leave a mark on the wall. This time, I'm so much stronger, I have to try again no matter what. Boom! The sound of the collision resounded through the sky, and the echoes continued to reverberate throughout the space. Ignoring the echoes, Jiang Yu looked at the wall that had been hit, only to find that the wall surface was still clean and smooth. So strong? What the hell is this wall made of? Jiang Yu was completely astonished that not a single mark could be left. The wall's sturdiness was beyond his expectations. The materials used to build this wall are pretty impressive. Jiang Yu had already come up with ideas about the materials to build the wall. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu doesn't know what the building materials are yet, so he can only make a note of them for now. Is anyone here? Is anyone here to keep this old man company? I'm so lonely. A voice that sounded incredibly lonely and desperate suddenly came from inside the castle. Who's there? Show yourself! The sudden sound startled Jiang Yu, who quickly turned around, put away his sledgehammer, and switched to another weapon, ready for battle. His guess was right. The owner of this place was indeed still alive, though he didn't know how strong he was. Jiang Yu did not rush into the castle to check blindly. Instead, he waited outside, ready to wait for the people inside to come out. But no matter how long he waited, the person inside never came out. Just as Jiang Yu was about to step inside, another voice called out. Is anyone here? Is anyone here to keep this old man company? I'm so lonely. The same voice, the same loneliness and despair. What's going on? Is it a recording? This time, Jiang Yu was at a loss. After waiting a while longer, seeing that the person inside still didn't come out, Jiang Yu reached inside to probe. With plenty of life-saving equipment, there's nothing to fear, you won't die. As Jiang Yu reached the castle gate and was about to push it open to enter, the sound came out again. My lord! I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. I will never dare to disobey you again. The sounds coming out this time are completely different from the last time. Not only were they different, but their tones were also noticeably different. Last time it was loneliness and despair, while this time it was more fear and regret. This made Jiang Yu pause for a moment, his hand resting on the doorway, but his intense curiosity still made him push open the castle gate. Creak! There was no mechanism as expected, and Jiang Yu stepped inside. The castle was completely empty. The spacious hall contained only a table and a chair, and both were so rotten that they were beyond repair. Da-da-da! Footsteps suddenly came from the stairwell. Jiang Yu suddenly turned his head and was stunned when he saw what was happening. A skeleton, whose entire body is just bones, walks down the stairs. Its movements are more mechanical than those of a robot. In its hands were a rag, a pair of scissors, and a broom. These three tools looked brand new. Hello? Jiang Yu tried to greet it, but received no response. Jiang Yu then stepped aside and decided to observe what was going on. Then Jiang Yu witnessed a shocking scene. After the skeleton came downstairs, it picked up a broom and mechanically began sweeping the castle hall. After cleaning for a few minutes, she said, You beasts, wasn't locking me up in this place of exile enough? Why did you even stop me from committing suicide? Why are you treating me like this? This time, Jiang Yu heard and saw clearly that the words came from the skull's mouth. Did you harbor too much resentment in life, causing you to be restless even in death? Jiang Yu didn't make any further moves as to what might be the reason, intending to continue observing the situation. From the skull's words, Jiang Yu also learned where he was. The land of exile. This name is very fitting. Locking down all functions and cutting off all contact with the outside world, confining you to such a small space for eternity, isn't that a place of exile? At this moment, the skeleton, having finished a quick clean of the castle, walked towards the castle gate. Judging from the situation, they need to clean up the spider webs and clear the weeds outside the castle. So, that's why the castle is dilapidated but doesn't have much cobwebs or dust. Given the current situation, this can only be the reason. It's not that there are living people cleaning the castle, it's that there are living dead people cleaning the castle. The skeleton arrived at the gate, and even though Jiang Yu had already opened it, it instinctively made the motion of opening the castle gate before walking out of the castle. It had just stepped out of the castle. I heard you. I heard your conversation. You beasts. Wait until I die, then refine me into a skeleton, leaving only a sliver of consciousness to live in a daze. Beasts. You are all beasts. Aya! The skeleton suddenly released the rag, scissors, and broom in its hands, and covered its ears with its hands, trembling violently. This action lasted for a minute before stopping. Then, the skeleton bent down mechanically and numbly to pick up the rag, scissors, and broom, and began cleaning outside the castle. Even though there were no plants growing on the ground, the skeleton continued its actions, bending down and cutting wherever it went. Completely unaware that they had been cutting through the air the whole time. Jiang Yu also knew why no plants were growing outside the castle. With a skeleton like that around, how could any plant possibly grow? It'll probably be instantly killed the moment it shows its head. Chapter 264 Surprise? Is anyone here? Is anyone here to keep this old man company? I'm so lonely. The skeleton spoke again, only repeating what it had just said. Jiang Yu listened patiently for an hour and found that it kept repeating those 4 sentences without any pattern. Master, it looks a bit pitiful. Shall we help it get rid of this? Feier couldn't bear it and suggested it to Jiang Yu. Okay. But wait a minute, let's wait until it finishes cleaning outside the castle. Jiang Yu wanted to know what its next move would be. How about you stay here and watch, Master, while I fly up and check if the surrounding walls really don't have a roof. Okay, be careful, and turn back immediately if you notice anything amiss. Even if Feier didn't say anything, Jiang Yu would still try to fly upwards after exploring this space to confirm whether the wall was infinitely high. Now Feier has brought it up herself, and she is currently with Jiang Yu. Don't worry, Master, I will. Feier left Jiang Yu's shoulder and began to fly upwards. 10 minutes later. Feier, Master, I'm about 10,000 meters above the ground. This seems to be the top, and I can't fly any higher. Jiang Yu, why can't we fly any higher? Is there a wall surrounding it up there too? Feier, no, Master, it's an invisible wall. There's an invisible wall here, and I can't go any further. Jiang Yu, you start a live stream, I'll go in and take a look. Feier, okay. Then, Feier started her private live stream. Jiang Yu entered to check and, sure enough, saw a faint invisible wall blocking Feier's way. Feier, fly around and check if there's anything unusual about the surroundings. Good. Following Jiang Yu's instructions, Feier flew back and forth. After looking at the situation above, Jiang Yu was slightly disappointed. There was nothing special about it except for the invisible wall. There was nothing suspicious about it. That's enough, Feier, come back now. Okay. After the live stream ended, Feier began to descend. Finally finished cleaning. Meanwhile, the skeleton, having finished cleaning, packed up his tools and returned to the castle. Upon entering the castle, it immediately closes the castle gates. They're quite particular. Jiang Yu chuckled, pushed open the castle gate again, and followed it up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor lobby is basically the same as the first floor, empty and almost nothing is set up. Could that be its bedroom? Seeing the skeleton walk towards a room, Jiang Yu quickly followed. The moment the door opened, Jiang Yu rushed into the room first. After entering the room, it closed the door behind it, put the tools aside, and then returned to the already rotten wooden bed to lie down and sleep. Because the wooden bed had long since rotted away, he appeared to be sleeping on the wooden bed, but in reality, he was sleeping on the ground. After lying down on the wooden bed, the skeleton became completely unresponsive. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the skeleton still did not react. Normally, it should have made a sound at this point, so why isn't it responding? What's wrong, asleep? That's it. Jiang Yu felt completely bewildered. He had seen nothing of value. No, that's all? Jiang Yu couldn't understand the skeleton's behavior, whether it happened daily or every 1 or 2 days, or every 1 or 2 weeks, and couldn't help but speculate. Never mind, let's search other parts of the castle first, and see if there are any treasures left behind. Jiang Yu shook his head, no longer thinking about the problem. He searched the room but found no treasures. They left the room and began searching the castle. Half an hour later, having found nothing, Jiang Yu took Fair back to the room. No, not a single treasure. It was truly empty. There wasn't even an item in the warehouse that had been stored for too long and had rotted. Damn! I hope I didn't make this trip for nothing. Jiang Yu was truly exasperated. Master, do you think that rags, scissors, and broom might be a treasure? Otherwise, why don't they show any signs of rust or damage after all this time? Fair's words made Jiang Yu suddenly realize the truth. You know what, it really is true. Although Jiang Yu didn't know how long it had been trapped here, judging from the decay of the table and bed, it was definitely not short. After such a long time, the rags, scissors, and broom still look brand new, which is obviously strange. Even if the skeleton in front of you uses it every day, it can't possibly still look this new. There's something wrong with it. He had just been drawn to the skeleton's strange behavior, and the 3 items looked so ordinary that Jiang Yu immediately dismissed the idea that they could be anything special. It's really a shame that Jiang Yu didn't think of this at first. Jiang Yu quickly turned his head to look at the 3 tools, with the tallest broom being the first to catch his eye. Mystic Broom, purple, a cleaning tool that can also be used as a weapon. After wearing, Agility +7, Intelligence +7. Trait, Casting Speed +10%. Oh, I think I'm not mistaken, it's not some kind of treasure. His first instinct upon seeing it was right. It was indeed not a good treasure. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the next item, the pair of scissors. Golden scissors, purple, a pair of sharp scissors that can also be used as a weapon. After equipping, Strength +7, Agility +7. Special trait, increases damage dealt to enemies by 10%. What is a surprise? Jiang Yu said he didn't know. But if you ask what empty joy means, Jiang Yu will point to the golden scissors and the mystical broom in front of him and say, "That's what empty joy means." It's impossible that the last thing that looks like a rag is actually a treasure, right? Not to mention Fair, even Jiang Yu himself didn't believe it. Despite his disbelief, Jiang Yu's gaze still swept over. Cloth, blue, it's a high-quality cloth, but there seems to be something hidden inside. Maybe you can cut it open and see. There might be a surprise waiting for you. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yu picked up the rag without saying a word and grabbed it, quickly finding something in the middle of the rag. Let me see what's hidden inside. He picked up the gold-plated scissors with his right hand and cut the rag from the edge. Master, what are you doing? Even if these 3 items aren't treasures, you can't get angry and destroy them. There's something inside the rag. I need to cut it open to take a look. Jiang Yu patiently answered Fair's question. Oh, what is it, Master? I don't know either, I'll find out when I cut it open. After that, Fair didn't bother him anymore. Jiang Yu also made a small cut, then made another cut to increase the diameter. He put down the scissors, put his index and middle fingers together, and inserted them to remove the item inside. A piece of paper? Upon seeing that it was a piece of paper folded several times, Jiang Yu threw the rag in his hand aside and unfolded it to take a look. This was his last hope. If this piece of paper didn't bring him any important news, then his trip today would have been in vain. Chapter 265, Sea of Light. The paper was covered with densely written characters that Jiang Yu couldn't understand. Jiang Yu used the translation function to translate. Hello, survivor who came after me. When you see this letter, it means I am dead. Don't ask me how I know you're a survivor too, because the exile exists precisely to imprison survivors like us. Before I died, I overheard those beasts saying, "When I die, turn me into a skeleton monster, and keep a little bit of consciousness to live in a daze." The conversation I overheard may not have been accidental. It was deliberately leaked to me by those beasts, so that I would live in pain and regret every day. When I first heard the news, I thought about ending my life by committing suicide, but I was stopped every time, and I couldn't even do suicide. I don't know if, after death, I was truly turned into a skeleton monster, as those beasts said. If you, who wrote this letter, see that I have truly been transformed into a skeleton monster, living the life of a living dead every day, I hope you can give me a quick death and dig a pit outside the castle to properly bury me. Don't worry, I won't let you do this for nothing. I left behind a lot of treasures in a mansion in Cloudsea City before, including a 9th tier island upgrade qualification scroll, 2 epic level weapons, and a whole bunch of various resources. The mansion is protected by the rules of Cloudsea City, and no one else can take it for themselves. It's located in the south of Cloudsea City, at coordinates 53xx 38.51xx 543. Once found, you only need to enter the password 8682939 at the gate to prevent rule attacks and gain entry. Everything inside, including the mansion itself, belongs to you. If you ever tire of the survival life, you can move to Cloudsea City. Since you have a home in Cloudsea City, the rules will assume you're a local, and any future mandatory activities won't affect you. To be honest, the treasures inside the mansion are just one aspect of it. Those were all extras I left behind when I went to the core region of the old God Star. When your island reaches level 10 and you decide to enter the core area of the old God Star, you can go to the Sea of Light to find a person named Yu. She was an amazing person. I had stored many items with her. If you are already in the core area of the old God Star, or if you were teleported from there, you can immediately go to the Sea of Light to find her after you leave. Give her my name, and she will return the items I left to you. After all that, I haven't even told you my name yet. Remember, my name is Fong Stan Taylor. If you don't find Yu after arriving at the Sea of Light, there are 2 possibilities: either she is dead, or she has left. Regardless of which one it is, she will leave clues in the Sea of Light. If you can't find her, try rubbing the Sea of Light more often. There's a good chance you'll find clues she left behind. Follow those clues to get the items I once deposited. Of course, if you're like me, exiled here and may never get out again, then forget what I just said. If you manage to get out, remember, do not try to uncover the truth of this world. Do not wonder why I ended up here. And do not believe a single word from the masked man in black. Don't worry if you don't know who the masked men in black are right now. You'll gradually come into contact with them once you enter the core area of the old God Star. They are nothing but a bunch of beasts. Just focus on developing your island. Once you become strong enough, all your doubts will be answered. If you're not strong enough, curiosity will only get you killed. That's all I have to say. In the very end, if I really do become a skeleton monster, please help me find release, thank you. Jiang Yu kept the matter of the letter about going to the Sea of Light to find Yu in mind for the time being, since it would still take some time before they could reach the old God Star. What truly delighted him was the scroll granting him the qualification to upgrade to a 9th tier island. The scrolls needed for upgrading the 8th tier island last time were obtained from the teleportation array, and I didn't expect it to be the same for the 9th tier island this time. It has to be said that when luck comes, there's no stopping it. Master, it's a 9th tier island upgrade qualification scroll. With it, our island can be upgraded to the 9th tier. Feyer's excited voice rang out. That's right, but unfortunately we have to wait 2 more days. Why? You little rascal, have you forgotten that the teleportation array hasn't been unsealed yet? It won't be unsealed for another 2 days, and then we can teleport to Cloudsea City. Jiang Yu gently flicked Feyer's little head. Oh, right? Feyer gently rubbed her head, realizing what she meant. All right, let's quickly give it a break, then return to the island and wait 2 days. Jiang Yu could wait 2 days. It was only a matter of time. Good. Phil immediately transformed into an adult size, took a shovel from her backpack, carried the shovel, flew out of the castle, and randomly found a spot to dig. Jiang Yu turned to look at the skeleton, and was momentarily at a loss. What's the best way to get rid of it? Should we just dismantle it? Or break it into pieces, put it in a jar, and then bury it in the ground? Forget it, let's just scatter the ashes, put them in a jar, and bury them. Jiang Yu stopped dwelling on the issue and pointed his right palm at the skeleton. Fire spell! A flame blew from Jiang Yu's palm, scorching the skeleton. Over such a long period of time, Jiang Yu has long since mastered a whole set of skills. The skill books weren't high level, but he had acquired quite a few skill books during this period. He had learned at least dozens, if not hundreds, of skills. Although many of them are basic skills, it doesn't matter. As long as his strength is high enough, even basic skills are impossible for others to deal with. As Jiang Yu burned fiercely, cracks gradually appeared on the skeleton's bones. Feeling that the speed was a bit slow, Jiang Yu took out a large hammer and smashed it down hard. Meanwhile, in order to prevent the bones from being smashed to pieces, Jiang Yu set up a barrier around them. Boom! It split into dozens, but due to the presence of the barrier, it did not fly around randomly. Meanwhile, somewhere, one of the men in black, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Huh! What? The seal has been broken. What's wrong? At this moment, another man in black opened his eyes and looked at him with a puzzled expression. The seal that turns half-dead people into skeletons, one of the seals was suddenly broken just now, but I can't remember which one it was for the moment. So many people were turned into skeletons by us before, so much time has passed, so let's just remove them. Besides, the seal has been in place for so long, maybe it broke automatically. What's there to worry about? That's true. The man in black thought about it and nodded, closing his eyes to continue cultivating, not taking the matter to heart. Indeed, as he said, so much time has passed, the seal might have been broken on its own, so there's no need to delve into it further. Chapter 266 Xiao Wu is here too. Okay, Master, the burial is done. Let's go back to the island now. After filling the hole with soil, Phil used a shovel to pat the soil a few times, and it returned to the size of a palm. Then let's go back. Having already obtained the most important treasure on this trip, staying any longer would only be a waste of time. Jiang Yu took Fair back to Panlai Island. It's another beautiful day. Hey bro, have you been keeping an eye on the world chat these past couple of days? Jiang Yu had just stepped out of the hall when he bumped into Bai Ruoling. I've been paying a little attention, so what? Jiang Yu stopped in his tracks. This disaster is basically over. Boss, do you know how many people died this time? I'm not sure, but I estimate it's at least 60% or more. Not only that. Bai Ruoling shook her head solemnly. These past 2 days I've been watching the World Channel, and they're complaining almost constantly about how many people are dying. Apart from our District 1, the people in the remaining districts are complaining bitterly, saying that only 2,000 or 3,000 people are left in their districts. Even in District 3, where Xiao Fan is, only a little over 4,000 people have survived. Based on feedback from various regions, I am certain that less than 30% of the people survived this disaster. Today, the total population of the world is unknown, perhaps even less than 100 million. Do you think we can really survive to the end? Bai Ruoling's tone was very heavy, clearly indicating that this disaster had dealt her a significant blow. These past 2 days, she has been thinking constantly, if they hadn't been targeted by the Qingyan Ghost King last week, and if she hadn't made up her mind to lead Tong Qi, Chen Xiaojun, and the others to seek refuge with Jiang Yu, would their fate have been the same as theirs? Some died, some were injured. Don't worry, Earth will never lack strong men capable of turning the tide, and the people of Earth will never be wiped out by disasters. As for whether we'll survive to the end, you don't need to worry about that either, you need to trust us. Jiang Yu patted her on the shoulder. Bai Ruoling wanted to say something more, but then she saw Jiang Yu pick her up and carry her back to the house. An hour later, Jiang Yu strode out of the house and headed towards the fishing spot. Inside the house, Bai Ruoling lay sprawled on the bed, her eyes rolled back, the worry on her face and the various thoughts in her mind long gone. Now, her mind is completely blank. Why do I have so many worries every day? There's no problem that a shot can't solve. If there is, then 2 shots will do. Holding the fishing rod, Jiang Yu cast his first line of the day. Ding ding ding. The fishing rod had just been cast into the sea of clouds, and Jiang Yu hadn't even sat down yet, when the bell rang immediately. Wow, so fast! With a slight effort, he fished up the treasure chest beneath the sea of clouds. Upon seeing the treasure chest he had fished up, Jiang Yu couldn't help but rub his eyes, somewhat incredulous. The reason I can't believe it isn't because the treasure chest is too high level, on the contrary, it's because it's too low level. The treasure chest was silver white, a type of silver treasure chest that Jiang Yu hadn't seen in a long time. Jiang Yu had thought his chances of catching the silver treasure chest were 0, but today's catch made him realize there were none. A rare guest indeed. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and opened the treasure chest, from which a beautiful human woman stepped out. Checking her attributes, I discovered that her specialty is also cooking, so I'm a chef +1. Jiang Yu chatted with her for a few minutes, then asked Xiao Marin to take her downstairs. Time flies, and another day has passed. The survivors have reached the 7th day of this week, which is also the last day of the monster invasion. After 2 or 3 days of hunting, Daisy, Ao Xian and others have basically eliminated the scattered bats. Jiang Yu's backpack now contains more than 10,000 demon cores, bringing the total to nearly 20,000. Not only that, they also discovered 50 or 60 unclaimed islands. After 2 days of travel and integration, Panlai Island had reached an astonishing area of 2,308 square kilometers. With its size, Panlai Island is undoubtedly a behemoth, a colossal entity. If it weren't movable, who would still consider it an island? Jiang Yu, who had just woken up softly, washed up and headed towards the mysterious summoning house. First summon, then fish. After fishing today, he can upgrade the island to level 9 tomorrow. Do you want to draw a character this time? Yes. Skip the extraction screen? Jump over. This has been summoned so many times already. It's impolite to keep looking at the summoning screen. The scene flashed, and Jiang Yu's gaze shifted to the left, where he immediately saw a familiar figure. This face, this outfit, these rabbit ears, how come they look so much like someone I saw in my past life? Xiao Wu, female, my name is Xiao Wu, I dance. Recruitment requires 2,000 spirit stones, 40 origin stones, orange, 40 mystic crystals, orange, and 2 intermediate metal energy crystals, orange. Recruiting. Click to recruit. So this is her. No wonder Jiang Yu felt she looked familiar the moment he saw her. I watched a lot of her action movies in my past life, so how could I not be familiar with her? Name Xiao Wu. Race, enchanted rabbit. Age. Appearance, 98. Strength, 40. Physical fitness, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Skill, teleport, instantaneous teleportation, can be used up to 6 times consecutively within a short period. 7-hit combo, 7 consecutive high-damage attacks, each hit inflicting a 0.5-second stun. Clone, summons 3 clones to fight alongside the main character. Each clone possesses 80% of the main character's strength. Clones can currently only last for a maximum of 5 minutes, and each summoning must last at least 1 hour. Loyalty, 80. Comment: with Yindu here, Xiao Wu is naturally indispensable. Playing like this, right? Okay, Jiang Yu thinks it's great. Click to recruit. Is recruitment underway? Sure! Your inventory contains 2,000 spirit stones, 40 orange source stones, 40 orange mystic crystals, and 2 orange intermediate metal energy crystals. Recruiting is currently underway. Xiao Wu's delicate features and perfect figure continue to solidify. Recruitment successful. With her hair in a scorpion braid, Xiao Wu looked around with her bright eyes, finally settling on Jiang Yu. Xiao Wu greets her master. Xiao Wu skipped over to Jiang Yu's side, circled around him, and looked him over with great curiosity. Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu gave a brief self-introduction and then reached out to stroke her bunny ears. The tingling sensation made Xiao Wu shudder involuntarily, and then she closed her eyes to enjoy Jiang Yu's kneading. Jiang Yu stroked her bunny ears while shifting his gaze to the right. Zhou, female, if we summon her in advance, someone won't be able to kill the 3 sages with 1 shot. But that's not necessarily true, because history will automatically correct itself. Recruitment requires 500 spirit stones, 50 purple source stones, 50 purple mystic crystals, and 3 purple basic water attribute energy crystals. Recruit. She was indeed very beautiful and plump. No wonder Cao Cao, a historical figure, loved his son, general's nephew, crossed out, and hoarse because of her death. Recruit. Chapter 267 The Witch Clan. Recruitment successful. Still possessing her charm and full figure, Zoe swayed her jade-like hips as she approached Jiang Yu. Come with me. Your priority now is to familiarize yourselves with the island. We can talk about other things later. Before Zoe could speak, Jiang Yu spoke first. Yes. I will follow the master's instructions completely. Jiang Yu led Xiao Wu and Zhou Shi out of the mysterious summoning house, but as soon as they stepped out the door, they bumped into Yin, who was walking towards them. Master, who is she? Yin kept staring at Xiao Wu. For some reason, she always felt that she was connected with her. When asked what the connection was, she couldn't answer. Her name is Xiaowu. She comes from the same world as you, but from a different time and space. Oh, no wonder I always felt connected to her. It turns out we come from the same world. You've come at the right time. I'll leave them to you. Take them on a tour of the island and explain the situation to them. This will be a good opportunity for you to get familiar with the place beforehand. Jiang Yu's lips curled up slightly. He wanted to get to know the place first so he wouldn't be too shy later. No problem. Yin Xiaowu and Zhou Shi left, while Jiang Yu headed towards the fishing spot. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Ding ding ding. The fishing rod twitched, and Jiang Yu pulled it up, feeling the familiar sensation. Based on the feel of it, it should be the emerald treasure chest, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Upon pulling it up, it was indeed a jade treasure chest. Upon opening the treasure chest, the person inside stood up. Jiang Yu looked her up and down and found that she was very similar to a human, but he still felt that something was not right. View attributes. Name, Jiangfang. Race, Witch Clan. Age, 25. Appearance, 97. Strength, 50. Physical fitness, 40. Agility, 35. Spirit, 30. Skill, Fierce Combat, briefly increases own strength. Weapon Mastery, you are proficient in all weapons. Any weapon can be fully utilized in your hands. Superior Self-Healing Ability, your body possesses an extremely strong self-healing capacity, and recovers very quickly. The longer you fight, the stronger you become. Loyalty, 100. Evaluation, the Witch Clan, an ancient race. The Witch Clan, what kind of race is that? The Witch Clan from the primordial era? Forget it, there's no point in guessing. Who cares about her background? As long as she's helpful to him, that's fine. Jiang Yu was too lazy to think about it any further. After chatting with Xiongfang of the Wu tribe for a few minutes, he patted a fox girl who was already waiting beside him and said, "Take Xiongfang down for a stroll." Okay. The fox spirit led Xiongfang away, while Jiang Yu continued fishing. Ding ding ding. Less than 2 minutes later, the bell rang again. With a skillful lift of the rod, a streak of silvery white emerged from the sea of clouds, but once the treasure chest had completely left the clouds, the silvery white turned into emerald green. It's obvious at a glance that the original platinum treasure chest that was fished up has been upgraded to an emerald treasure chest. Upon opening it, a heart of life was placed inside. You open the emerald treasure chest and obtain 2 hearts of life, red dot. In that case, with 2 more moon well construction blueprints, he could build 2 more moon wells. Put it away and continue fishing. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu fished up another jade treasure chest. It's a pity that what's inside isn't the blueprint for building a moon well, but a high-grade energy crystal. Longchangchen, District 8. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, 1 hour. Just 1 more hour and we'll have survived this disaster. Ha ha. Shindashan, District 1111. Alas. In our District 1111, only 998 people survived, less than 1,000. Lintian, District 6A. Devastating disaster. I wonder if there will still be 10,000 areas left after the district merge in an hour. Suzhou, District 88. 10,000 districts, 100 million people, maybe there really isn't one. Xiaofan, Region 3. I've survived another week. With the current number of players, I'm afraid I'll become Region 1 after the servers merge. But that's fine too. If I encounter a disaster like this again, I can run to a powerful player for help. Mo Xiaoyao, 10th District Boss Xiao Fan is joking. You are already a big shot. Why would you need to suck up to boss Jiang Yu? It's us little Karami who need to. Usually, District 33, that's right. A new week is about to begin, and everyone is enjoying a long-awaited break. A week of anxiety and fear is finally coming to an end. It's really not easy. Brother-in-law, Dad, you're really mean making the three of us pile on top of each other. Inside the bedroom, Carol Yura, Celine Nicole, and Aisha Nicole were stacked together, with Celine Nicole on top speaking. Carol is her mother and Aisha is her sister, so every night when he comes to visit them, Celine playfully calls Jiang Yu brother-in-law, or Dad. Enhancing Jiang Yu's combat abilities was only one of the objectives. The main purpose was to use this to tease Carol and Aisha. Her goal was naturally achieved. Every time she said this, Carol's face would turn extremely red. Jiang Yu chuckled, without saying a word. An hour later, a new week began. Clang! The toughest week is over. Congratulations to everyone who survived. That was all, just a short sentence. Xiao Fan, Region 1 brothers, as expected, I'd been merged into Region 1. With so many regions merged, Region 1's area must be enormous now, and the other regions must be the same. Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222, it shrunk directly from District 666 to District 222. Sigh, I don't even want to think about how many people died last week. Zhenhaoyun, Region 7 from Region 18 to Region 7, as expected. By the way, are there any brothers who haven't surpassed Region 10,000? Come out and show yourselves, let's see which region is currently the highest. Olanang, District 1001, I'm in District 10001, and the area is full. By Jie, District 47009, stop guessing. My District 47009 is probably the largest, because after the districts were merged, we are not at full capacity here. Only 7,790 people. Lintian, second district, that means we still have more than 400 million people left, which is not bad, not as low as we imagined. Suzhou, District 30 with billions of people, after 42 days, only 400 million remain. Is that really possible? Suzhou's words silenced everyone present. Yes, out of billions of people, only 42 days have passed and now only 400 million remain. How can this be acceptable? Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3, alright, brothers and sisters, it's over, it's all over. The announcement clearly states that the most difficult week is over, and as long as we are careful from now on, we should be able to survive for a long time. Zhenhaoyun, District 7, that's right. Adam, District 36, you're right. Thinking about the announcement they had just heard, their mood improved considerably. Chapter 268, Returning to Cloudsea City. Upon waking up in the early morning, Jiang Yu did not immediately head to the mysterious shop, but instead went to the fishing spot first. He caught the first person of the day and then headed straight to Cloudsea City to find Winston Taylor's mansion and inherit his fortune. Entered the mysterious shop after returning to Panlai Island. Jiang Yu considered why he shouldn't buy items from the mystery shop first. First, go to Cloudsea City to inherit Winston Taylor's estate. If any of the items he left behind can upgrade the mysterious shop, then he can upgrade the mysterious shop first before entering to make a purchase. Even though the probability is very, very low, what if it happens? Jiang Yu knew that such a thing was basically impossible, but it didn't matter if he kept the possibility in mind. If you don't have it, you can come back and buy items from the mystery shop, it's the same thing. Furthermore, now that Jiang Yu has returned to Yuhai City, he can bring with him a huge fortune and the inheritance of Winston Taylor's mansion. He can easily visit various caravans and shops in Yuhai City and perhaps find some good items. Come on, here's today's platinum and emerald treasure chests. Muttering a few words, I threw down the rod and plunged into the sea of clouds. Ding ding ding. So fast, another instant hit? Jiang Yu pulled up to take a look. It's just a gold treasure chest, not even a platinum treasure chest yet. Upon opening the treasure chest, a palm-sized elf flew out, dressed in a sea blue outfit. This must be the water spirit that Feo was talking about. With just one glance, Jiang Yu recognized her as a water spirit. Name, Qi Shu. Race, elf, water elf race. Age 18. Appearance, 97. Strength, 13. Constitution, 13. Agility, 23. Mental state, 39. Skill, healing spell, heals injured targets, restoring their injuries. Inspire, after activation, increases the combat power of all friendly units within a 10 to 20% range for 2 minutes. The interval between uses must be at least 1 hour. Loyalty, 100. Comment, she might know Fair. Chi-Shu, it's you! You've come to keep me company too. Suddenly, Fair flew rapidly towards them from a distance. Fair? Upon hearing Fair's voice, Chi-Shu hurriedly turned around. The moment she saw Fair, she was a little incredulous. So you're here. No wonder I haven't been able to find you lately. Hee, I was caught by my master 40 days ago. Oh right, Chi-Shu said, turning around quickly when Jiang Yu was mentioned. Chi-Shu greets master. No need to be so polite, do you two know each other? Yes, master. Chi-Shu and I have known each other since we were little. We are very good friends. That's right, that's exactly it, Fair said, and Chi-Shu agreed. Since you know each other, that makes things easier. Fair, Chi-Shu is in your care. Even if master didn't say anything, I would still do it. Chi-Shu, come with me quickly, let's walk around and talk. 2 tiny sprites, one blue and one green, flew away. Jiang Yu casually disassembled the treasure chest and headed towards the teleportation array. Jiang Yu is back in Yuhai City. Please select the destination to be teleported to: Cloud Sea City, Airspace 1, Airspace 2, Airspace 3, Airspace 4, Airspace 47009. Random teleportation. 2 more times this week. Directed teleportation. Please enter the coordinates. You will need to return manually. Cloud Sea City. The next second, Jiang Yu appeared randomly at a teleportation array in Cloud Sea City. Is this your first time visiting Cloud Sea City, young hero? Would you like me to show you the way? As soon as Jiang Yu stepped off the teleportation array, a young man dressed in coarse linen clothes immediately came to greet him. Young hero, don't mind him. He's new here and knows Yuhai City better than I do. Choose me, young hero, and I'll show you the way. A heavily made-up, dog-eared young woman pushed the boy aside, raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu, and pretended to be shy as she continued. If you need any other services, young hero, I can provide them for you. As long as you have money, you can do whatever you want to me. Wow. Goodness, this competition is clearly much fiercer than the last one. He had only seen similar situations when he entered the city last time he came, but now he encountered one as soon as he stepped off the teleportation array. This isn't my first time here. With that, Jiang Yu disappeared from the spot and arrived at the city gate. Upon entering Cloudsea City, Jiang Yu used his current location as the starting point, entered the coordinates left in Feng Stan Taylor's letter, and then navigated there. Traveling at full speed, Jiang Yu arrived at the gate of a villa in less than 10 minutes. It's called a villa, but it's really just a larger house. And because it has been uninhabited for so long, it looks a bit dilapidated. It was just old and worn out. Jiang Yu didn't see anything like spider webs or dust. Wow, houses protected by the rules are great. They even come with automatic cleaning functions. As a joke, Jiang Yu placed his hand on the door. Earn! In an instant, a barrier appeared, preventing Jiang Yu from taking another step. At the same time, the door lights up, projecting a 1 to 9 button. 868-2939. Enter the password left by Feng Stan Taylor. Welcome home, master! A sound came from the gate, which then opened automatically, and the barrier that had been blocking Jiang Yu's way disappeared. As soon as Jiang Yu stepped inside, the door closed automatically. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Yu discovered that the furniture was still well preserved and had not decayed like the items in the exile. After searching the lobby for a while without finding what he wanted, Jiang Yu went to the rooms on the first floor to look for it, but still couldn't find what he was looking for. They are all ordinary items of low quality. Go up to the second floor, there are 3 rooms. One of the rooms looks quite upscale, while the other 2 look rather ordinary. Without even thinking, Jiang Yu knew that the room with the more upscale-looking door was Feng Stan Taylor's master bedroom, so Jiang Yu walked towards that room. In this situation, the master bedroom is definitely more likely to contain the treasure. Upon entering the master bedroom, Jiang Yu found it not as tidy as he had imagined. on the contrary, it was rather messy. But none of this concerns Jiang Yu. He has no intention of living here, so he doesn't care about the messiness. The space ring, the 9th tier island upgrade qualification scroll and red equipment that Foam Stan Taylor mentioned should be inside that space ring. Before he even started searching, Jiang Yu spotted a spatial ring in the middle of the desk. He walked over, picked it up, and opened it. What came into view was a densely packed collection of spirit stones, energy crystals, demon cores, source stones, and mystic crystals. Jiang Yu ignored those and looked for items that radiated golden light. This should be it. In the lower right corner of the spatial ring, a closed scroll emitted a faint golden light. Jiang Yu was overjoyed when he saw it and took it out. Chapter 269 2 Red Attire. Tier 9 Island Upgrade Qualification Scroll, gold used for upgrading Tier 9 islands. I got it! Once you return to Panlai Island, you can upgrade the island to level 9. Put away the 9th tier island upgrade qualification scroll and continue flipping through the space ring. Jiang Yu was eager to know if, besides this scroll, Foam Stan Taylor had left him any other golden item. Unfortunately, no. Jiang Yu lowered his quality requirements and began searching for items of red quality. Soon, Jiang Yu found 4 red quality items. Island Upgrade Qualification Scroll, red, Universal Key, red, Ice Flame Ring, red, Forbidden Spell Scepter, red. The first 2 items, the Island Upgrade Qualification Scroll and the Universal Key, need no further explanation. One is used to upgrade to an 8th tier island, and the other is used to open diamond treasure chests. It's worth mentioning the last 2 pieces of equipment. Ring of Ice Flame, red. It was created by an unknown person and upgraded by the survivor Foam Stan Taylor with an unknown power. After wearing, strength plus 15, agility plus 15, intelligence plus 15, constitution plus 15. Feature 1. All your attacks have fire and frost effects. Feature 2. Skill casting speed plus 25%. Trait 3. When casting a spell, skill power is increased by 25%. She put on the ring and looked at another red dress. Forbidden Scepter, red, forged by the goddess of curses in ancient times. After wearing, strength plus 15, agility plus 15, intelligence plus 15, constitution plus 15. Feature 1. When casting a spell, skill power is increased by 20%, curse skills are increased by 40%. Characteristic 2. The holder will be blessed by the curse, increasing cultivation speed by 30%. Note, if one cannot withstand the power of the curse, it will harm them, reducing their cultivation speed by 30%. Jiang Yu acquired 2 more pieces of red equipment, bringing his total collection to several pieces. Wearing just a few of these pieces of equipment, his 4 basic attributes easily surpassed 100. If Ling Yuxian were to wear all of these, her attributes would likely exceed 120 or 130. What? That's so powerful? Wouldn't it be easy to sweep through the underworld? On second thought, Jiang Yu felt it wouldn't be that easy. After all, the underworld was located in the core area of the old god star. If he could take it over so easily, Jiang Yu would doubt whether the core area of the old god star was just a name without substance. Jiang Yu found it impossible that he could conquer a planet located in the core region using a combination of equipment. Most importantly, he has game equipment bonuses that no one else can have. Last week, during the monster invasion, not a single vampire bat was wearing any equipment. Jiang Yu also guessed that the monsters they encountered before were not wearing any equipment either. He guessed that they were restricted by some kind of rule and could not wear equipment. Otherwise, it's inexplicable that we haven't encountered many people wearing protective gear along the way. If he were to launch a preemptive attack on the underworld, and were not bound by the rules, and all the ghost kings and generals there were fully equipped, wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? Jiang Yu didn't know if his guess was right or wrong, but he only had 1 life, so he couldn't afford to be careless, let alone gamble. If the bet is won, everyone is happy. If you lose the bet, you lose everything. Those ghostly figures simply know too little. If they knew more, they wouldn't need to guess here. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, it's a waste of time. Jiang Yu shook off the thought in his mind, thinking about it was useless. After returning to Panlai Island, the island was upgraded to the 9th level. If the reward included something that could enhance his strength, it would greatly increase his power. Then he can try to eliminate the blue-eyed demon king first. If that's the case, thinking about it any further will only be a waste of time. He put the forbidden spell scepter back into his backpack and informed Qin. Currently, among all the people on Palai Island, Qin is the most suitable for this equipment. Cui Xiaoxiao is a ghost cultivator. Giving her the forbidden spell scepter might not help her, it could even harm her instead. Qin is different. She cultivates the power of curses and curse-related skills every day, so the forbidden curse scepter is definitely the best choice for her. Afterwards, Jiang Yu also put away the spatial ring left behind by Feng Stan Taylor. He had already taken out the high-level items. The remaining lower-level items were left for the fox spirits, snake spirits, and butterfly spirits on the island to sort through. Jiang Yu has obtained the treasures that Feng Stan Taylor left in Cloudsea City. It's time for him to leave. Before returning to the island, Jiang Yu wanted to visit the various shops in Yuhai City. He wanted to try and find some items for upgrading buildings, or other high-quality treasures, and if not, he would return to the island. Yuhai City is very large, but there are only a few famous chambers of commerce. At his current speed, it won't take him long to complete a tour. After leaving Feng Stan Taylor's villa, Jiang Yu headed towards the nearest Zihai Chamber of Commerce. If he could, Jiang Yu would love to conquer Yuhai City, take it over, and go on a buying spree, purchasing goods for free everywhere. However, Yuhai City is protected by rules, so his idea is destined to be impossible to realize. It can't be achieved now, but even if it can be achieved in the future, he probably won't care about the meager sums in Yuhai City. Therefore, it was destined to be impossible. Please come in, young hero. As soon as Jiang Yu arrived at the gate of the Zihai Chamber of Commerce, a rabbit-haired maid immediately came to greet him. What is the highest grade of items that your Four Seas Merchant Guild can sell? Jiang Yu, not wanting to waste words, got straight to the point. Young hero, it's at the highest level. The ultimate quality is orange. The natives are different from the survivors. The natives refer to the levels of items and equipment directly as common, excellent, supreme, epic, and mythical. Survivors like Jiang Yu usually refer to each other by their color, or sometimes simply by their rank. Are there no epic or legendary items for sale? This level of items is sufficient for other survivors, but it's a bit low for Jiang Yu right now. Young hero, our guild also has epic and legendary level items, but we generally don't sell these levels of items directly. Instead, we sell them through auctions. Auction? Yes, young hero, it's an auction. Actually, our big merchant guilds gather together every now and then to hold an auction. At least one legendary item and 5 epic items will appear at the auction. There was even one instance of a legendary auction. However, many years have passed, and such legendary auctions have only occurred twice, making them extremely rare. Young hero, you're quite lucky. There's an auction the day after tomorrow at 11 a.m., and it happens to be our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's turn. It's right here, on the 3rd floor. The rabbit-haired maid nodded above. Jiang Yu wasn't too excited by her words. A legendary item no longer holds as much appeal for him. If all goes well, he'll get 3 items when the leaderboard updates tonight. Chapter 279 Order Island. This is also why Jiang Yu isn't very interested, unless a mythical level item appears at the auction the day after tomorrow. Is that even possible? Cloudsea City has been around for countless years, and mythical level items have only appeared twice. How could they possibly appear this time? That's what I thought, but that doesn't stop Jiang Yu from coming over again the day after tomorrow. It doesn't matter if there are no mythical level items, legendary level items are also good. Jiang Yu is not picky. He's just free these past couple of days, so it wouldn't hurt to come and check in. If something were going on, he definitely wouldn't come. What qualifications are needed to participate in the auction the day after tomorrow? Auctions like this are certainly not something everyone has the opportunity to attend. So Jiang Yu asked first, otherwise it would be awkward if he couldn't get up here the day after tomorrow. It's nothing, just carry 10,000 spirit stones with you, or you can consign a treasure for auction, but the item consigned for auction needs to be approved by us. In that case, I'll come back the day after tomorrow. If the Zihai Chamber of Commerce sells only the highest quality goods, then other chambers of commerce are probably similar. Jiang Yu doesn't need to waste time going to other chambers of commerce to confirm. We should hurry back to the island and upgrade Panlai Island to level 9. Young hero, why don't you come in and take a look? Although there are no epic level items at the moment, there are quite a few exquisite level items that are also very good. Perhaps you can find something you like. The rabbit-eared maid quickly hugged Jiang Yu and rubbed against him, trying to keep him there. I'll definitely do it next time. Jiang Yu withdrew his arm and disappeared on the spot. Please select your destination: Panlai Island, Airspace 1, Airspace 2, Airspace 3, Airspace 4. Unlike before, this time Jiang Yu's teleportation had an additional option: Panlai Island. This option is available to everyone on Panlai Island, but it belongs exclusively to him and them. Panlai Island. There's nothing to think about. Back on the island, Jiang Yu immediately contacted Tong Chini and asked her to modify the island's population, doubling the number of non-survivors. Unable to obtain the items needed to upgrade the mysterious shop from Cloudsea City, Jiang Yu decided to wait until evening to visit the mysterious shop again. The leaderboard was updated in the evening, and based on past experience, he should be able to get 3 diamond chests. 3 diamond chests might contain items that can upgrade the mystery shop. Try to think positively about everything. At Jiang Yu's request, Tong Chini quickly modified the island's population figures. As soon as Tong Chini finished making the changes, the island upgrade notification sounded immediately. Resources are sufficient, and conditions have been met. The island can be upgraded. Upgrade now? Upgrade. Your inventory contains soil 1.28 billion, stone 560 million, wood 560 million, mud 560 million, gold, silver, copper, aluminum, iron, etc. 560 million, source stone or mystic crystal, orange 640,000, spirit stone 1.6 million, high-grade energy crystal, red 50. 9th tier island upgrade qualification scroll, gold 1. Panlai Island is currently being upgraded. Boom! The familiar tremors, the familiar gray fog that enveloped the entire Panlai Island. Brother Jiang Yu, what do you think the colorful treasure chest looks like? Inside the main hall, everyone was gathered together, and someone couldn't help but ask a question. They hadn't forgotten Lu Qin's talent. Once the island reaches level 9, Lu Qin will definitely receive a colorful treasure chest. A colorful treasure chest. It was a colorful treasure chest. It was hard for them not to be curious. At that moment, they suddenly realized how incredibly talented Lu Qin was. You can get your first diamond chest and first colored chest simply by upgrading your island without doing anything else. Of course, they also knew that Lu Qin's talent was so strong because she met Jiang Yu. If I were to encounter someone else or rely solely on myself, let alone reach the 9th rank, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to upgrade the island to the 8th rank in my lifetime. Ultimately, the real reason why Lu Qin's talent was able to come into play was because of Jiang Yu. But that didn't stop them from suddenly realizing how talented she was. A colored treasure chest? I've never gotten one, so I don't know. But since it's called colored, it must be a treasure chest made up of multiple colors. Hee, that makes sense. Actually, we don't need to be too happy yet. Diamond chests require keys to open, and colored chests even more so. Right now, we don't even have the key to open the colored chest, so we can't use it for the time being. Jiang Yu said with some regret. It's alright, brother Jiang Yu. With your abilities, getting a key shouldn't be too difficult. Yes, with brother Jiang Yu's abilities, getting a golden key is a piece of cake. The rankings will be updated tonight, and 3 more diamond treasure chests will be credited. Maybe you'll be able to open the golden key then. The gold quality key, or simply the gold key, is a very reasonable name. Then I'll take your good wishes. Come to think of it, if you can get a colored treasure chest, there's no reason why you can't get a lower level key. Unless the key to open the colored treasure chest also needs to be colored, or someone in the shadows doesn't want the colored treasure chest to be opened so quickly, Jiang Yu thinks this is not difficult. If others knew that we were going to release a colorful treasure chest here, their jaws would probably drop. That's for sure. Even we who see it with our own eyes here find it hard to believe, let alone others who don't know the truth. Time passed quickly amidst the lively discussions in the hall. An hour and a half later. Island upgrade successful. Congratulations on successfully upgrading Panlai Island to Tier 9. Upon hearing this notification, Jiang Yu immediately opened the island panel to check. Island name, Panlai Island. Number, 666. Level, rank 9. Population, 6859. Area, 2,758 square kilometers. Buildings, Hell Gate, gold, Inyang Forge, gold, Moonwell, red, Mysterious Shop, red, Mysterious Training Camp, red, Mysterious Barracks, red, Mysterious Summoning House, red. Spectacles, Statue of the Goddess of Harvest, gold, Statue of the Goddess of War, gold. Resources, Spirit Stone Mine, Source Stone Mine, Mystic Crystal Mine, Ancient Elf Tree, Blazing Ancient Tree, Mixed Spirit Fruit Tree, Life Tea, Gunger Ancient Tea, Gung Gold Tree, Blood Restoration Tree, Spirit Beauty Tree, Wisdom Tree Gold Mine, Silver Mine. Belongs to Jiang Yu. Prosperity value, 25.99 million. Advanced requirements, 80 billion basic resources including soil, stone, wood, mud, sand, gold, silver, copper, aluminum, iron, etc. 50 immaculate energy crystals, gold, or 1 heart of the world colorful. Island prosperity value greater than 8 million. Total island population greater than 20,000. Island owners own attribute in 1 category greater than 80 and the remaining 3 attributes greater than 70. Buildings or wonders 1. Buildings or wonders gold x5. 2. Buildings or wonders colorful x1. Completing either one is sufficient. Chapter 271 Congratulations on the welfare activities of the first 9th tier island. Unexpectedly, the next upgrade will no longer require source stones, mystic crystals, and spirit stones, and the basic resources needed will no longer be separated one by one, but will all be added together. Fortunately, Yang Shuoshua was there, otherwise, we would have needed to add another 20 billion in basic resources. Perhaps this isn't too difficult for him, but he can't help feeling sorry for him. He didn't recognize the heart of the world, but he recognized the immaculate energy crystal. Even without the heart of the world, he could purify and fuse the immaculate demon core. This isn't difficult either. And what's with the island owner's own strength? To upgrade the island to level 10, one needs an average strength of 70 and a maximum strength of 80. It seems I'll have to find more rare and precious materials to enhance my strength in the future. The subsequent conditions are not difficult and can be easily met. From this perspective, the only difficult part of upgrading to a level 10 island is the personal attribute panel. Once this is sorted out, everything else will be a piece of cake. Before Jiang Yu could continue checking, several more system announcements sounded. Since you are the first island owner to upgrade your island to Tier 9, you are rewarded with a Diamond Chest X1, a random red equipment X1, and the title, First Tier 9 Island Owner. It has been detected that you are not only the first to upgrade an island to Tier 9, but also the first to upgrade an island to Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 7, and Tier 8, thus completing the hidden quest. Bonus rewards, 1x Random Attribute Pure Energy Crystal, Gold, 1x Ascension Fruit, Gold, Title. First 9th Tier Island Lord. Upgraded to Supreme. After the rewards were distributed, before Jiang Yu could even check their attributes, several more system announcements sounded. This system announcement wasn't for Jiang Yu, but for all survivors in the world. Announcement 191. Congratulations to survivor Jiang Yu. Congratulations to the human race of Blue Star. Survivor Jiang Yu has successfully upgraded his island to Tier 9. One step closer to Tier 10. Announcement 191. Congratulations to survivor Jiang Yu. Congratulations to the human race of Blue Star. Survivor Jiang Yu has successfully upgraded his island to Tier 9. One step closer to Tier 10. Announcement 191. Congratulations to survivor Jiang Yu. Congratulations to the human race of Blue Star. Survivor Jiang Yu has successfully upgraded his island to Tier 9. One step closer to Tier 10. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row on the World Channel. Before anyone could react, another new announcement rang out, also broadcasting 3 times in a row. Announcement 192. To celebrate the birth of the first Tier 9 island, a new round of welfare activities will begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Announcement 192. to celebrate the first seat. Announcement 192, to celebrate the birth of the first Tier 9 island, a new round of welfare activities will begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. The giveaway event is Survival in Space. Survival in the Universe. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., players who wish to participate in the welfare event will have their souls teleported into a virtual universe. That's right, it's the soul. Dying in the virtual universe doesn't mean you really die. It only means all your attributes will decrease by 5. That's the benefit of this welfare event. After being transported to the virtual universe, you can choose one of 3 fighter jets, and then pilot one of them into space to search for supplies, hunt down other people, and so on. Resources obtained or plundered in space can be exchanged for corresponding points. Once these points are returned to reality, a shop will be opened to exchange them for items. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange not only red and gold items, but also colored items. At the same time, hunting other players in the universe will also earn you points and allow you to inherit 50% of their resources. After the event ends, the top 100 players based on their points will receive a reward, and those who are not on the list will also receive a participation prize. The most important thing is here. In the virtual universe, no matter how much time passes, only 8 hours will have passed when you return to the real world. In other words, no matter how long you stay in the virtual universe, the event will end at 4 p.m. tomorrow. If you wish to leave early or for some reason, such as becoming someone else's prisoner, you can simply say, "I want to leave." Even so, the exit time is still 4 p.m. Even if you quit right after participating, the exit time is still 4 p.m. Of course, to prevent some people from hiding and searching for supplies, the virtual universe will refresh the poison circle. Failure to enter the safe zone within the specified time will result in immediate death. As for how to obtain supplies, there are no other living beings besides you survivors in the virtual universe. Whether the items you obtain can be taken out will be known in due time. Fighter jets have a fixed level and cannot be upgraded, but they can be repaired and modified. Chat functionality is disabled within the virtual universe. More details will be available tomorrow. The world was immediately abuzz when this new welfare program came out. After being suppressed for so long, there is finally an event that won't kill anyone. Death reduces all attributes by 5, but as long as they are fast enough, they can quit a second before being killed and be fine. Without the fear of death, they can hunt others at will and randomly unleash their combat power to bombard others. This is definitely a great activity for them to vent their inner feelings. Lin Tian, 2nd District. Hee. There's such an event? Then I won't hold back. I've been suppressing myself for so long, I can finally have some fun. Xiao Fan, Region 1. Hee. Just wait until I bomb you. Adam, District 36. Fight. Awesome. Alfred, District 19. Great. Jiang Yu is awesome. He upgraded the island to Tier 9 so quickly and even launched such a great event. Awesome. Zhenhaoyan, 7th District. No? Aren't you all curious about the resources needed to upgrade an island from level 9 to 10? Sujio, District 88. I'm not curious. None of you are allowed to be curious either. Nobody is allowed to ask. Boss Jiang Yu, don't reply if anyone asks. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3. That's right, even level 8 to 9 is terrifying, so level 9 to 10 is even more terrifying. I don't want to know, and I dare not know. Jiang Yu, if someone asks, you can tell me, but don't beg me today. Let's wait until tomorrow's bonus event is over. Sujio, District 30. Yes, I know everyone is curious, but please don't ask today, ask again tomorrow after you've had your fun. Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222. Great idea. Let's do it. The world chat was buzzing with discussion, with everyone praising Jiang Yu's awesomeness, discussing tomorrow's welfare activities, and the resources needed to upgrade the island from level 9 to 10. However, everyone had been feeling too repressed lately, and they all asked others not to ask today, but to ask tomorrow. After finally finding out about this event, and then discovering the terrifying resources required to upgrade an island from level 9 to 10, wouldn't that instantly ruin your good mood? Haha, brother Jiang Yu, they're so funny on the World Channel, they're all talking about you. Who says otherwise? I can't help but laugh at it. Hee, what they said makes sense. If they knew that upgrading an island to level 10 required such terrifying resources, they probably wouldn't be in the mood to participate in tomorrow's welfare activities. Who says it isn't? Laughter never ceased in the main hall of Panlai Island. Chapter 272 Ascension Fruit. After Panlai Island was upgraded to the 9th tier, Jiang Yu checked the island's attributes and shared them with them, so they knew how terrifying the resources were needed to upgrade to the 10th tier. Even those who rely on powerful figures and don't need to exert much effort, just eating chicken and acting as healers, find it terrifying, let alone those who are struggling outside. That 100 billion in basic resources alone would be enough to drive a large number of people to despair and give up. Dad, don't worry about them. Let's see what the rewards are after the island is upgraded. The speaker was Yang Xuexue, a big star who had some connection with Hiroashin. There was no problem with her calling Jiang Yu Dad. But she wasn't shouting it seriously. Yes, my good son-in-law, my daughter is right. Hiroashin, standing next to Yang Xuexue, gazed at him with seductive eyes and echoed Yang Xuexue's words. Look how slutty you guys are, Jiang Yu said with a laugh. Isn't it all your fault? Yang Xuexue licked her lips. Don't you think so, mother? That's right, Hiroashin readily agreed. All right, it's all my fault. Let's see what we get first. Jiang Yu suppressed his restless heart and began to examine the reward he had just received. First, regarding the diamond treasure chest, Jiang Yu took out a master key, inserted it into the small hole, and opened it with a click. It was a stone that Jiang Yu had obtained once. You opened a diamond treasure chest and obtained one primal stone, gold. Jiang Yu put his backpack back in and took out the red outfit he had obtained. It was a gorgeous garment. Ever-changing dress, red created by Fairy Chiba. After wearing, strength plus 15, agility plus 15, intelligence plus 15, constitution plus 15. Feature 1. The wearer's defense is greatly increased, and when attacked, the damage is reduced by 30%. Feature 2. Versatile. Clothes can be transformed into any shape according to one's own preferences. Feature 3. After the wearer is injured, their automatic recovery speed is increased by 25%. The ability to transform clothes into any shape you like is a great feature. Jiang Yu had already thought of its other uses. Jiang Yu looked up and saw the women staring at him with longing eyes, clearly enamored with the ever-changing gorgeous dress. It makes sense, women love wearing all kinds of beautiful clothes. And now there's a piece of clothing in front of them that can be changed at will, it's hard not to be tempted. However, they also knew that the dress was extremely valuable, so they didn't say anything to make things difficult for Jiang Yu. Don't worry, everyone will have a similar garment in the future. Jiang Yu temporarily put away the ever-changing gorgeous dress and made a promise. He originally wanted to give the ever-changing gorgeous dress to Xena, but considering that the rankings would be updated tonight, he decided to keep it for the time being. Adding another red outfit will further increase my chances of sweeping the top 10 spots on the individual combat power rankings tonight. The Immaculate Energy Crystal with random attributes is the Immaculate Wood Attribute Energy Crystal, Gold. Ascension Fruit, Gold. It has been said that consuming one Ascension Fruit can grant one a direct path to heaven and transform into an immortal. After consumption, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 20, Lifespan plus 2000. Each person can only consume this once. Repeated consumption will have no effect. The entire dose must be taken for it to be effective. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Plus 20 to all attributes, and an additional 2000 lifespan. Is this the effect of a top-tier spiritual fruit? With this one spiritual fruit and a few red outfits, brother Jiang Yu will be even more invincible. Not only Jiang Yu, but all the women in the hall stared wide-eyed. Is this the effect of a top-quality spiritual fruit? It's terrifying. I'll take this one first. I'll upgrade you all when I get more, or when I harvest the Ascension Fruit tree someday. As he spoke, Jiang Yu swallowed the Ascension Fruit in one gulp. Your first consumption of the Ascension Fruit grants you plus 20 to Strength, plus 20 to Constitution, plus 20 to Agility, plus 20 to Spirit, and plus 2000 to Lifespan. Jiang Yu originally wanted to open the personal attribute panel directly to check, but there was only one title left, so he decided to check the last title first. Supreme, the first to upgrade the island to Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 7, Tier 8, Tier 9. Title effect: Strength plus 18, Constitution plus 18, Agility plus 18, Spirit plus 18. Effective only if worn. A title with even higher bonuses than red tier equipment. No wonder the title's font is gold. After Jiang Yu finished reading the title's effects, he realized that the title's font was actually gold. Before the upgrade, the title, First 9th Tier Island Lord, was displayed in red. Out of curiosity, Jiang Yu took the opportunity to check out its bonus effects. The first island owner to reach the 9th tier, the first person to upgrade their island to the 9th tier. Title effect: Strength plus 9, Constitution plus 9, Agility plus 9, Spirit plus 9. Effective only when worn. The upgrade from plus 9 to plus 18 to all attributes is an incredible boost. Leaving aside equipment for now, the Ascension Fruit and this Supreme title alone directly gave Jiang Yu a plus 38 to all his attributes. Now, even without any equipment, Jiang Yu is undoubtedly the number one person on Panlai Island. Once he put on the equipment, Jiang Yu had no idea who could be his opponent outside the core area of the Old God Star. Jiang Yu removed his equipment and checked his personal attributes. Name: Jiang Yu. Age: 20. Number: 666. Strength: 72 plus 18. Constitution: 68 plus 18. Agility: 69 plus 18. Spirit: 66 plus 18. Talent: Farmer Unique. Skills: Wind Binding, Hardening, Teleportation, Invisibility, Auto Recovery, Aerial Flight, Summon Meteor Flame, Stealth, Unyielding, Resilient. Titles: Supreme, Wearing, 10th Fishing Competition Champion, Not Wearing, Explorer, Not Wearing, One-Time Clearance, Not Wearing. Combat Power: 370 million. Comment: He relied entirely on his own skill, without using any equipment. Without wearing any equipment, his strength reached an astonishing 90. If he were to equip all the available gear, what would that be like? If you wear all the available equipment, your strength will surely reach over 150. No kidding, Jiang Yu now truly feels that he is terrifyingly strong. Jiang Yu had made up his mind that once he had sorted out what he had just gained, he would immediately re-enter the underworld. He won't challenge all the ghosts in the underworld for the time being, but he absolutely cannot let Qingyan Ghost King, who framed by Ruoling and Tong Chini, get away this time. As long as he's fast enough, Jiang Yu will definitely be able to return before the rankings are updated tonight. It's only a little past 9 o'clock now, there's still a long time until 8 p.m. We'll pilot the interstellar shuttle straight to the territory of the Azure Demon King, kill it, loot it, and then turn back. It shouldn't take long. Brother Jiang Yu, quickly close your personal attribute panel so we can see your current attributes and combat power. That's right, let us see. The women expressed great curiosity. Jiang Yu didn't intend to hide it from them and revealed. You can see for yourselves. Chapter 273 Colorful Treasure Chest. Wow! So strong! He's this strong even without any equipment. If he wore a few pieces of equipment, his combat power would exceed 1 billion, right? 1 billion? I'm afraid it's far more than that. Don't forget, as you progress, every point increase in attributes leads to a dramatic boost in combat power. With such high stats and a full set of equipment, the Qingyan Ghost King in the underworld is probably no match for you now. You're right, I'll lead my men back to the underworld soon and kill the Azure-slaying Ghost King. Jiang Yu spoke up at the right moment. Kill the Qingyan Ghost King and then return. It shouldn't take much time. Can we come along this time? Bai Rolling asked. Of course, any of you who want to come along this time are welcome. However, I need you to stay on the interstellar shuttle and observe the situation from a distance. No problem, we promise to stay on the ship and not cause you any trouble. That's right. Bai Rolling, Tong Chini, and Qin Xiaozhen all gave their assurances. I believe you. Jiang Yu suddenly slapped Lu Qin's butt. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take out the colorful treasure chest so we can see for ourselves. As soon as he said that, a series of expectant gazes turned towards him. Then I'll have to wait until you're done with your work. Lu Qin pouted and took out a colorful treasure chest from her backpack. As soon as the colorful treasure chest was taken out, Jiang Yu was immediately attracted by the flowing, mixed colors on it. It is composed of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, and is dazzling. Is this the colorful treasure chest? The material looks incredibly high-end. Jiang Yu picked it up and looked it over carefully, then put it down helplessly. Sure enough, a key was needed to open it. Alright, now that we've looked at everything, let's go to the underworld and settle accounts with the Qingyan Ghost King. She stood up and walked out of the hall. Xiaoyin. Master, Xiaoyin is here. A space shuttle arrived in the blink of an eye. Grow bigger, let's go out for a trip. Yes. Xiaoyin began to grow larger. Jiang Yu boarded the ship, and Ling Yuxian, Daisy, Ao Xian, and Ai Chang and others followed closely behind. Bai Ruoling, Tong Qini, Yang Xuexue, Lu Qin, Hiroxin, and Xingye Li also boarded the ship one by one. Nearly 100 people boarded the ship, and Jiang Yu, seeing that no one else was boarding, said, "Let's go to the underworld." With a "Shut!" Xiaoyin entered the gates of hell. Upon returning to the underworld, Jiang Yu gave Xiaoyin a coordinate, and then closed his eyes in the cockpit to wait. The others scattered around, curiously observing the underworld. Master, Master! Loja's ghostly figure appeared behind Jiang Yu and hugged him from behind. What's wrong? Jiang Yu turned around and hugged her. Master, can I try on the ever-changing dress? Just once, please. Loja nuzzled against Jiang Yu's chest. For you. Hee, thank you, Master. Loja took the ever-changing gown, and immediately changed into it in Jiang Yu's arms. After changing, they immediately began to transform. Chong Sam's, flight attendant uniforms, secretary uniforms, bunny girls, etc., and many of them were not wearing anything underneath. A succubus is a succubus. Jiang Yu declared, enough is enough, there's no need to endure any longer. Loja was about to have sex. His idea was right. This versatile dress was indeed a wonderful thing with many uses. The moment Bai Ruoling, Tong Qini, and the others entered the underworld, they were immediately noticed by the Qingyan Ghost King. In a castle, the green-haunted Ghost King, seated on the main throne, suddenly opened his eyes and pushed away a male ghost from his thigh. Dozens of marks have appeared in the underworld at the same time, and they're rapidly approaching this way? A bunch of lowly humans! I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've come knocking on my door first. Very well! Very well indeed! The Azure Demon King roared in fury. You've killed so many of my men, yet you still dare to come to my door. If I don't kill you all, how can I have the face to live in the underworld? If it weren't for making a mistake that led to his imprisonment in the castle and his inability to leave its grounds. Given his temperament, the moment Bai Ruoling and Tong Qini appeared in the underworld, he led his men to attack. If it can't leave, then it'll just wait for them to come and die. The Azure Ghost King originally wanted to send a group of his subordinates to test their strength, but considering their status as survivors, he felt it was unnecessary to do so. How much stronger can it be in just over 40 days? A bunch of lowly human ants, daring to come to my door, you will be cast into the underworld forever. The thought of those human survivors begging for mercy at its feet made the Azure Demon King burst into laughter. Lord Ghost King, what's wrong with you? The male ghost who had been pushed away by the Ghost King saw the Ghost King's strange appearance, and couldn't help but ask. My affairs? How could a brat like you possibly know? The azure-sensitive Ghost King's eyes turned cold. My lord, spare my life! My lord, spare my life! I was just worried about you, that's why I couldn't help but ask. I beg you to spare my life. He knelt down with a plop. Humph! This is the last time. Seeing its pleading appearance, the green-skinned Ghost King thought of the survivor's pleading appearance. Was it the same as this one? Yes. Definitely. The thought of that scene put the Qingyan Ghost King in a great mood, and he decided to spare the male ghost's life. Your Excellency is merciful, I thank you for sparing my life. Then it kowtowed and thanked you frantically. You may be spared the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. You've already come up here. Yes, yes, yes. The male ghost scrambled away. The interstellar shuttle sped along, arriving at the castle where the Azure Demon King resided in just over 2 hours. You all stay away. Jiang Yu, dressed in red, flew out of the boat and told Xiaoyin to back away. The obedient Xiaoyin quickly retreated several kilometers. Jiang Yu then instructed Ling Yuxian, Daisy, and the others to prepare for battle, protect the interstellar shuttle, and be ready to join the fight at any time. Are you pretending to be an expert and planning to show up later? Jiang Yu saw that Qingyan Ghost King did not appear to confront him immediately, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Thunderous force! If he wants to make a grand entrance later, let him smash the castle to pieces first. Boom! 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 The sky and earth changed color, thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning as thick as buckets struck down wildly. He started by unleashing a powerful attack, using the lightning skill that the Ghost Clan fears most, demonstrating Jiang Yu's determination to end the battle quickly. You brat! How dare you! A furious roar erupted from the castle, and an ugly figure appeared above it. When the Azure Demon King saw bolts of lightning the size of buckets pouring down, his eyes were filled with nothing but disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could such a freakish being appear in just over 40 days? Great formation! Activate! Without giving it time to think, it immediately activated the protective array. A protective barrier suddenly appeared around the Qingyan Ghost King's castle, and a torrent of lightning struck the barrier fiercely. Boom! 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 Boom dash! Naive! Jiang Yu smiled faintly, then controlled the lightning to strike only one point. Click dash! Under the barrage of lightning, a crack quickly appeared in the barrier. Chapter 274 Qingyan Ghost King. Once a crack appears in the barrier, it means that the protective array is on the verge of collapse. Click click dash! Click dash! The crack continued to widen, and a minute later, bang! The barrier shattered into pieces, just like glass. At the same time, the thunderclouds above the castle began to dissipate. The protective formation withstood Jiang Yu's attack. You lowly human! You deserve to die! The Azure Demon King was red from head to toe, teetering on the verge of going berserk. Name, Qingyan. Race, Sony. Strength, 70, plus 15 plus 15. Constitution, 70, plus 15 plus 15 plus 5. Agility, 80, plus 15 plus 15 plus 10. Spirit, 95, plus 15 plus 15 plus 10. Skill, Etherealization. The ghost body becomes ethereal. After complete etherealization, it is immune to all physical damage and can return to the underworld at any time. Ghost Summoning. Summons a ghost to fight for you. The summoned ghost has 60% of your strength and randomly inherits half of your skills. Lasts for 5 minutes. Current number of ghosts that can be summoned, 5. Invisibility. Entering invisibility mode. Will-o'-the-Wisp. Spits out a ball of Will-o'-the-Wisp, dealing continuous and significant damage to the target, and inflicting a severe injury effect. Ghost Domain. Pulls enemies into the Ghost Domain. Within the Ghost Domain, your own strength increases by 10%, and the enemy's strength decreases by 10%. Within the Ghost Domain, you can use basic ghost arts. Possession. You can choose one person to possess. If the selected person's spirit is too high, the chance of possession failure increases greatly. If the selected person's spirit is lower than yours, the success rate of possession is very high. Review. Fight on, young warrior. After reviewing the attributes, Jiang Yu knew that the Azure Ghost King was wearing 2 red outfits and 1 orange outfit. With the added bonuses from the equipment, his maximum attribute reached 135, and he also possessed 6 skills. This was definitely the strongest enemy Jiang Yu had ever encountered. He was right earlier, not only the survivors, but also these monsters could wear equipment. The fact that they weren't wearing it during the invasion was probably due to restrictions imposed by the rules. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly last time and returned in time, otherwise he might not be here today. Human boy, how did you do that? Jiang Yu was sizing up the Azure Demon King, and the Azure Demon King was also sizing up Jiang Yu. Even now, the Azure Ghost King still can't believe that in just over 40 days, a survivor has emerged who is no weaker than it, and perhaps even stronger. This makes it unacceptable. At the same time, I felt a little regretful. If it had known there was such a weirdo among the survivors, it shouldn't have provoked them for no reason in the past. Now things are really messed up. If someone comes knocking on your door, you might not even be able to beat them. If things go wrong, it risks its demise. The more Qingyan Ghost King thought about it, the more he regretted it. What? How do you do that? Jiang Yu pretended not to understand its words. How did you become so strong in such a short time? Want to know? I'll tell you right now. In an instant, Jiang Yu appeared behind the Azure Demon King, his Xian Tian chain piercing towards the king's brain. This Xian Tian chain was naturally Xian Hui's own weapon from the Azura clan, but because its attribute bonuses were so suitable for combat, Jiang Yu borrowed it for a while. Ghostland! Sensing a deadly danger from behind, the Azure Demon King pulled Jiang Yu directly into its ghost realm. Oh no! Where did Brother Jiang Yu go? The sudden disappearance of Jiang Yu and the Qingyan Ghost King caused concern among the crew on the interstellar shuttle. They must have been dragged into the ghost realm by the Qingyan Ghost King. Don't worry, with his current strength, it's only a matter of time before the Azure Ghost King is defeated. I didn't expect the Azure Ghost King to be so strong. Luckily, Brother Jiang Yu didn't act rashly for our sake last time, otherwise I don't want to think about the consequences. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. That's true. Luckily, Jiang Yu acted rashly last time, otherwise he might have been at risk of death. Once he dies, their good days will be over. They didn't think they could inherit his island, nor did they believe Daisy and Ao Xian would listen to them. This is unrealistic. Superior! Just then, Daisy, Lin Yuxian, and Ai Chan, and the others exchanged glances and began attacking the Qingyan Ghost King's castle. He, who disliked fighting, stayed behind to protect Bai Ruoling and Tong Qini, while everyone else who came out of the Emerald Treasure Chest took action. Xian Hui of the Azura clan, in particular, attacked the little ghosts left behind by the Qingyan Ghost King with reckless abandon. Under the siege of so many people, the Qingyan Ghost King's castle was soon torn apart and collapsed. The little devils it left behind were all eliminated by Daisy and Ling Yuxian. Only after confirming that there was no threat did the interstellar shuttle begin to approach the castle, which was now almost in ruins. Bai Ruoling, Tong Qini, Qi Tong and others disembarked from the spaceship and began looting supplies. They can't help with the battle for now, but they're good at scavenging supplies and collecting ghost pills. A few minutes later, the ghostly domain of the Azure Ghost King dissipated, and Jiang Yu carried the Azure Ghost King's corpse away amidst the worried gazes of the women. Jiang Yu's original plan was only to cripple it and leave the final blow for Qin Xiaozhen, but the Qingyan Ghost King, which he had severely injured, committed suicide without hesitation, giving him no chance. The Ghost King, whose strength was only slightly weaker than his, committed suicide, and Jiang Yu could not stop him even if he wanted to. Master, are you hurt? Fei and Qin Shu flew over and sat on Jiang Yu's shoulders, one on each side, and used healing spells on him without saying a word. Regardless of whether he's injured or not, let's get him treated first. Alright, I'm not hurt at all. I'll recover on my own in a bit. No treatment is needed. No, let's speed up the treatment. That's right, with our help, the recovery will be faster. Fei and Qin Shu did not stop their healing skills. You guys are well-intentioned, Jiang Yu said, and didn't stop them. Brother Jiang Yu, the Qingyan Ghost King's spiritual attribute is as high as 95. What level is the ghost core in his body? Is it a flawless demon core or a high-level demon core? Someone asked curiously. A high-grade demon core, Jiang Yu said, taking out the demon core of the Azure Demon King. Ghost Pill, high-grade Earth Attribute Energy Crystal. The Ghost Pill within the body of the Azure Ghost King. Containing incredibly powerful energy, it is commonly used for alchemy, weapon crafting, array formation, building construction, island upgrades, etc. Huh! No way! Such high stats and it's only high level? Hoshinori was instantly shocked. If an attribute of 95 is considered high level, then to reach the immaculate level, the attribute must exceed 100. Upgrading an island to level 10 requires 50 immaculate energy crystals, which means you need to kill 50 demons with attributes greater than 100, an incredibly difficult task. Unless someone else has a similar yin-yang furnace, or is lucky enough to obtain the heart of the world, it is impossible to upgrade an island to level 10. Alright, ask any questions on the way back. Our priority now is to loot the island. Once we're done, we'll head back to Panlai Island. Yes. Chapter 275 Planetarium. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yu, Ling Yuxian, and the others boarded the interstellar shuttle and returned to Panlai Island. Not long after Jiang Yu and the others left, a ghostly figure appeared. Upon seeing the ruins of the Qingyan Ghost King's castle, it remained silent for a moment before beginning to fly towards the central area of the underworld. On the interstellar shuttle, Jiang Yu began to sort through his recent gains. First, let's look at the equipment worn by the Azure Demon King: Shadow Cloak, red; Unyielding Spear, red; and Obsidian Boots, orange. Shadow Cloak, red equipment once used by the Lord of the Underworld, which, after being phased out, ended up in the hands of the Azure Ghost King after several twists and turns. After wearing, Strength plus 15, Agility plus 15, Intelligence plus 15, Constitution plus 15. Feature 1, Stealth. After activation, one can enter a floating stealth state. The noise emitted is not significant, so one will not exit the stealth state. Feature 2, reduces damage taken by 30% when attacked. Unyielding Spear, red equipment once used by the Lord of the Underworld, which, after being phased out, ended up in the hands of the Azure Ghost King after several twists and turns. After wearing, Strength plus 15, Agility plus 15, Intelligence plus 15, Constitution plus 15. Trait 1. The holder's attack damage is increased by 30%. Feature 2. When the holder is controlled, there is a 20% chance to enter a state of invulnerability, lasting for 1 minute, during which they are immune to all control effects. Obsidian Boots, orange equipment once used by the Lord of the Underworld, which, after being phased out, ended up in the hands of the Azure Ghost King after several twists and turns. After wearing, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Constitution plus 5. Feature 1, wearer's movement speed plus 15%. Trait 2, wearer's attack speed plus 15%. Fortunately, the Unyielding Spear and the Azure Ghost King were not a good match, otherwise Jiang Yu would have had to use more methods to defeat him. The Lord of the Underworld? The attribute descriptions of all 3 pieces of equipment mentioned the Lord of the Underworld, making it difficult for Jiang Yu to forget them. Without a doubt, within the Underworld, this Lord of the Underworld is an absolutely invincible being. For example, in his Panlai Island battle, Jiang Yu's strength can be multiplied several times. Is it possible that this underworld was created by the survivors? Jiang Yu boldly guessed that it was created by the previous survivors. Just like now, Jiang Yu increasingly felt that Panlai Island was evolving into a planet. The various ghost kings in the underworld are like by Ruoling and Tong Chini on Panlai Island. The Lord of the Underworld had a different idea from Jiang Yu. He accepted all comers, both men and women, and brought them to his planet. After a long period of reproduction, the population of the underworld gradually increased. With a large number of people, naturally some are strong and some are weak, and the strong outnumber the weak. The strong hide themselves and command the weak, which is why he saw so many weaklings when he first entered the underworld. Those truly powerful individuals have probably been secretly observing his actions all along. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. They were still in the territory of the underworld, and he suddenly felt that his situation was not very safe. It must be said that Jiang Yu's idea was very bold. Whether the truth aligns with his thoughts remains unknown. Son-in-law, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed in your thoughts for so long? Hiroshi shook Jiang Yu's body to bring him back to his senses. I wasn't thinking about anything, just guessing some things, nothing serious. That's good. Since Jiang Yu didn't intend to say anything more, Hiroshi and the others didn't ask any further questions. He had his reasons for not saying, and asking more questions would only put him in a difficult position. The leaderboard will be updated in a little over 2 hours. Let's assign you your equipment now so you don't forget. Jiang Yu retrieved all the advanced equipment, and then summoned the mechanical girl, Fu Ruoli. Ruoli, you'll be in charge of distributing the equipment this time. We guarantee the mission will be completed perfectly. After receiving the red and orange outfits one by one, Furulai began to distribute them according to the order of arrival on the island and contribution points. Jiang Yu himself began to examine the spatial ring left behind by the Qingyan Ghost King. As a Ghost King, it's impossible that he doesn't even have a spatial ring. After clearing away the divine consciousness left behind by the Azure Ghost King, Jiang Yu probed in with his own divine consciousness. What comes into view is a mountain-sized earth-shattering stone. At a glance, more than 90% of the items left behind by the Qingyan Ghost King were things used by the ghost race themselves. Take out the useful items, and leave the rest to Cui Xiaoxiao. If Cui Xiaoxiao knew about Jiang Yu's idea, she would definitely be very moved. Then, the 2 bites of the package brought him a double pleasure of ice and fire. Color, color, color. Jiang Yu frantically explored the spatial ring with his divine sense, muttering to himself as he did so. Of course, he most wanted to see colorful loot. But the result disappointed him. There wasn't a single colorful item. Jiang Yu lowered his standards and began searching for gold items. There is one! Upon seeing an object that resembled a blue star instrument, Jiang Yu took it out to examine it. Astronomical instrument, golden item made by imitating the astral instrument, but its effect is far less than that of the astral instrument. By turning on the planetarium, you can view the population distribution around the old god star and drop items onto a specific location on the old god star. The planetarium displays dots of light: red, survivors; black, native residents; and gray, unknown creatures. Jiang Yu only partially understood this explanation. Furthermore, a replica can be of gold quality? Then how high must the original star gazette be? If the planetarium can show the population distribution around the old gods, then the celestial sphere must be able to show the population distribution of the entire old gods, right? Including the core area. It may still be impossible, but it's probably close. Are these red dots for us survivors? Jiang Yu turned his gaze back to the planetarium and saw a dense cluster of bright spots. Those dots of light included red dots, black dots, and gray dots. The black spots were the most numerous, and ridiculously so. Jiang Yu clicked on the light spot, and suddenly a light spot ratio panel appeared. Black spots, 97%, red spots, 2.99%, and gray spots, 0.01%. Jiang Yu now realized that they weren't the largest group of survivors on the outer edge of the old god star. Surprisingly, the majority of them were local residents, and there were dozens of times more of them than survivors. Who could have imagined this? Even on the first day of their struggle for survival, there were probably fewer survivors than local residents. If Jiang Yu hadn't obtained this astronomical instrument, he would never have believed that so many natives were hidden in the outer regions of the old god star. Wow, they really hid it well. Wow! There are so many native inhabitants on the old gods. They hid themselves so well. It's unbelievable that we survivors make up less than 3% of the population. It's unbelievable that we haven't encountered many indigenous people before, given how many they've hidden away. That Qingyan Ghost King must have used this to send the scroll to us. That should be correct. The women who had been paying close attention to Jiang Yu sighed in admiration. Chapter 276, The Last Ranking Update. Jiang Yu ignored their argument and continued studying the planetarium. It can hide the light spots? After fiddling around for a while, Jiang Yu suddenly discovered that the light spots could be hidden, so he hid the black spots. The majority of black dots have been hidden, leaving a large number of red dots and a few gray dots. From this, Jiang Yu knew where the survivors were mainly located. Place your thumb and forefinger on the planetarium and try to magnify a relatively dense spot of light. No matter how much Jiang Yu zoomed in, the light spot remained just a light spot, and he couldn't zoom in until he could see the survivor it represented. It seems impossible to spy on other people's islands remotely using this method. After studying it for a few more minutes, Jiang Yu had basically finished his research. It is useful, but I don't think it's very useful. At least for Jiang Yu, its only use was to find the local residents who were hiding. In this way, if one day we feel that we don't have enough energy crystals, we can send Daisy and Ao Xian out hunting. What a waste of such a good level! Jiang Yu scoffed, and then tossed it to Qi Tong and Hiroashin. They're very curious, so let them see as much as they want. Let me see if there's a second golden item. His divine sense once again probed the spatial ring left behind by the Azure Ghost King. Yes, there really is. A blood-red flower? Jiang Yu took out a blood-red flower. Red spider lily, gold, a unique flower that grows in the underworld. Commonly used in the refining of special elixirs and the construction of special buildings. Jiang Yu couldn't see the effect of this spider lily for the time being, so he put it away and would deal with the others later. After obtaining the other shore flower, Jiang Yu was unable to obtain any more rare items from the spatial ring. The remaining items were either useless to him, or he had already obtained them before, which was not surprising. Then, Jiang Yu said to the women, "Keep having fun, keep dancing." Before you knew it, it was 8 p.m. Jiang Yu and the others had already returned to Panlai Island and soaked in the hot springs for quite a while. This is the final update to the leaderboard. You can check the leaderboard to see who is on it. After this update, the leaderboard will no longer be updated. This update includes rankings for individual combat power, island level, and total island combat power. Only the top 100 survivors from across the server are included on the rankings. The Alliance Guild rankings will not be updated this time due to frequent personnel changes. Rewards for individual combat power ranking, island level ranking, and total island combat power ranking. First place, Diamond Chest X1. Second place, Emerald Treasure Chest X4. Third place, Emerald Treasure Chest X3. 4th to 10th place, Emerald Treasure Chest X2. 11th to 100th place, Emerald Treasure Chest X1. Those who survived but weren't on the leaderboard, Platinum Chest X2. Upon hearing that this was actually the last update to the rankings, everyone felt a mixture of joy and sadness. The good news is that the leaderboard won't be updated, meaning Jiang Yu won't be able to get a big reward every week and won't be able to widen the gap through leaderboard rewards. The sad thing is that the gap between them and Jiang Yu is already ridiculously large, so large that they don't even have the courage to catch up. Since the gap between the two is destined to never be bridged, it would be better not to cancel the leaderboard rewards. Even if Jiang Yu gains a lot now, it won't have much impact on them. But without the guaranteed weekly reward, their development speed will be slowed down. Countless people wailed, but to no avail. Individual combat power ranking. First place, Jiang Yu, Region 1, combat power 370 million. Second place, Luo Shirshir, Region 1, combat power 8.9 million. Third place, Hiroshine, Region 1, combat power 8.7 million. Fourth place, Lu Qin, Region 1, combat power 8.6 million. Fifth place, Helena Lisa, Region 1, combat power 8.4 million. Sixth place, Yan Xueshire, Region 1, combat power 8.33 million. Seventh place, Bai Rolling, Region 1, combat power 8 million. Eighth place, Helena Lisa, Region 1, combat power 7.99 million. Ninth place, Hoshino Riki, Region 1, combat power 7.79 million. 10th place, Merriman Shunny, Region 1, combat power 7.59 million. 11th place, Greta Shunny, Region 1, combat power 7.5 million. 12th place, Tong Chini, Region 1, combat power 7.1 million. 15th place, Xiao Fan, Region 1, combat power 6 million. 20th place, Qin Xiaojin, Region 1, combat power 5 million. 50th place, Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222, combat power 4.7 million. 51st place, Yu Xiaoli, 11th District, combat power 4.68 million. 100th place, Su Jiu, District 30, combat power 4.1 million. After seeing the individual combat power rankings, everyone was amazed by Jiang Yu's combat power of 370 million, and cheered even more for Luo Shirshir. Shirshir is amazing. She managed to climb back to second place on the list. And what the hell is this supposed to be called, a personal combat power ranking? It should just be renamed the Jiang Yu Boss and his women ranking. Damn, the list is full of female names, and they're all from the same district. Anyone with a brain can figure out how they did it. With so many women, isn't the tycoon afraid of being drained dry and dying young? If someone suddenly dies from exhaustion, that would be quite a spectacle. Island ranking. First place, Jiang Yu, Region 1, Panlai Island, Rank 9 Island, Prosperity Value 26.22 million. Second place, Luo Shirsher, Region 1, Poetry Island, Tier 8 Island, Prosperity Value 2.51 million. 3rd place, Xiao Fan, Region 1, Ingzhou Island, Tier 7 Island, Prosperity Value 1.88 million. 7th place, Adam, District 36, Freedom Island, Tier 7 Island, Prosperity Value 1.62 million. 12th place, Jinhaoyuan, 7th District, Lidianhaoyuan Island, a 7th tier island, with a prosperity value of 1.5 million. 20th place, Jiang Yu, District 222, Dream Island, Tier 7 Island, prosperity value 1.39 million. 21st place, Yuxiaoli, District 11, Peach Blossom Island, Tier 7 Island, prosperity value 1.38 million. 50th place, Suzhou, 30th District, Kyushu Island, Tier 7 Island, prosperity value 1.2 million. 100th place, Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3, Xiaoyao Island, Tier 7 Island, prosperity value 1 million. Island Overall Combat Power Ranking. 1st place, Jiang Yu, Region 1, Total Island Combat Power 3.1 billion. 2nd place, Luo Shirsher, Region 1, Total Island Combat Power of 88.88 million. 3rd place, Xiao Fan, Region 1, Total Island Combat Power 69.99 million. 25th place, Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222, Total Island Combat Power 58.8 million. 26th place, Yuxiaoli, 11th District, Total Island Combat Power 55.55 million. 100th place, Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3, Total Island Combat Power 40.4 million. Rankings updated, rewards being distributed. The regional and world chat channels remain unchanged. They are the same as before. Chapter 277 Immortal Ascension Fruit Tree Seedling. Jinhaoyuan, Region 7 370 million combat power. Holy crap. I'm afraid all of us combined wouldn't be a match for this big shot in one move. Suzhou, District 30 You're overthinking it. Unless the big boss can destroy the entire Old God Star with one blow, it's unlikely that he can wipe us all out in one strike. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3 This is too insane. Yuxiaoli, District 11 Wa Brother Jiang Yu, is it too late for me to turn to you now? Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222 That's right, Brother Jiang Yu, is it too late for us to seek refuge now? We don't ask for much, we just want something to eat. Adam, District 36? Xiao Fan, Region 1 Both of them are top-ranked players on their respective leaderboards. They joked at the same time. Are you out of your mind? Alfred, District 19 Everyone, guess how many days he has left to live? Suzhou, District 30 I bet he won't live past tomorrow. Jinhaoyuan, District 7 I don't think it's a big deal. They shouldn't be that petty. Despite his outbursts, he didn't forget to ask someone to apologize on his behalf. There was nothing he could do. He could only send one message in the world chat. Hejian, District 23 Dear Yuxiaoli and Jiang Xiaoyu, that brother said he knows he was wrong and that he didn't mean to tease you. They came to me to apologize and hope you can forgive him. Yuxiaoli, District 11 It's okay, just be more careful in your next life. Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222 Yuxiaoli, you're really quick. When I challenged him to a duel, I found out that he had already been challenged to a duel first. These two sentences gave everyone a deeper understanding of the phrase, "Don't mess with women." Jiang Yu paid no attention to the farce on the World Channel. His attention was entirely focused on the 3 diamond chests and dozens of emerald chests that had just been distributed. Jiang Yu opened the first diamond treasure chest and found an energy crystal. You opened a diamond treasure chest and obtained 1 pure water attribute energy crystal, gold. Because you are listed with your real name, you will receive an additional reward of 2 high-grade water attribute energy crystals, red dot. I received 2 extra high-grade energy crystals. What a pleasant surprise. Disassemble the diamond chest and open the next one. You opened a diamond treasure chest and obtained 1 ascension token, gold. Ascension token, gold. After use, you can choose 1 piece of equipment, 1 building, 1 statue, etc., to upgrade from epic to legendary. Finally, I can upgrade the mystery shop to the gold level. It was worth it for him to keep today's purchase opportunity in use. Now it seems it was all worthwhile. Jiang Yu was eager to use the Ascension token to designate the mysterious shop and upgrade it immediately. There are still so many jade treasure chests. If he manages to open a few random upgrade scrolls from them, and use them to randomly upgrade the mysterious shop to gold, he can save an Ascension token and use it to upgrade other buildings. With this in mind, Jiang Yu decided not to use it for the time being, and would wait until all the jade treasure chests were opened before doing so. After carefully storing the Ascension token, Jiang Yu casually disassembled the diamond treasure chests and opened the last one. Inside the treasure chest was a sapling. The moment Jiang Yu saw the seedlings, his heart started racing. The seedlings that came out of the diamond treasure chest were of the legendary level. A legendary seedling is very likely what he imagined. You opened a diamond treasure chest and obtained one Ascension fruit tree sapling, gold. What? It really was the fruit tree seedling he had imagined. Amazing! Ascension fruit tree seedling, orange, a rare and precious natural treasure, which can produce Ascension fruit after planting. The Ascension fruit tree takes 300 years from seedling to flowering, fruiting, and maturity, producing 30 fruits each time. The Survivor Island has a unique feature. Plants grown there will mature in just 300 days. The number of fruits produced can be affected by various island buffs. Even with various buffs and enhancements on Panla Island, it would still take about a month to reach 300 days. In a month, I harvested several hundred immortal fruits, which is acceptable. Jiang Yu was not disappointed by the long growth cycle of the immortal Ascension fruit tree. It was perfectly reasonable for such a treasure to take a long time to grow. By the time it matures, it may be useless to Ling Yuxian, Daisy, Xena, and others, as they have already taken it. Don't forget, Panlai Island also has thousands of beautiful butterfly fairies, fox fairies, snake fairies, and succubi. They also need rare and precious materials to enhance their strength. You should plant them now. The sooner they mature, the sooner they will ripen. Yes, master. After handing over the fruit tree saplings, the women took them to plant. Jiang Yu then turned around and opened the jade treasure chest. The first jade treasure chest contains a high-grade energy crystal. Jiang Yu opened the second emerald treasure chest and found a blueprint, a moon-well construction blueprint, red. The third emerald chest contains a time stone, red. Jiang Yu opened the jade treasure chests one by one. You opened an emerald treasure chest and obtained one random upgrade scroll, red. Jiang Yu immediately used the first random upgrade scroll he obtained. The scroll in his hand turned into a red light and landed on the golden silk purple cloud robe worn by Hiroishin. The random upgrade scroll has been used. The equipped golden silk purple cloud robe, orange, has been upgraded to the golden silk purple cloud robe, red. I upgraded one piece of equipment, and it's not bad. Jiang Yu continued unpacking. Advanced Energy Crystal, red. Super Resource Pack, red. Heart of Life, red. You opened a jade and obtained a Wood Spirit Orb, red. X1. Wood Spirit Orb, red. Placed on an island, it will accelerate the growth of plants and the production of resources such as fruits and vegetables. Long-term coexistence can also increase the lifespan of the island's inhabitants. Oh? It's another bead. The Wood Spirit Pearl can accelerate the growth of plants on the island and increase the output of resources such as fruits and vegetables, so it has arrived at just the right time. The newly obtained Ascension fruit tree seedlings are growing much faster, and the yield of Ascension fruits has increased significantly. Chapter 278 Mysterious Shop Gold Rising. The arrival of the Wood Spirit Orb. At this point, he had successfully collected the Wood Spirit Orb, Water Spirit Orb, Fire Spirit Orb, and Earth Spirit Orb. Normally, the only thing missing is the Golden Spirit Orb. Jiang Yu hoped to get it from the remaining jade, but it didn't matter. He would get it eventually. If something is abnormal, such as if there are Wind Spirit Orbs, Rain Spirit Orbs, Thunder Spirit Orbs, etc. outside, then we'll talk about it. Thayer, here you go. You can put it with the ancient tree of elves sometime. Yes, master. Jiang Yu handed the Wood Spirit Orb to Thayer and continued opening the jade treasure chest. Time-Space Stone, red. Moonwell Construction Blueprint, red. High-grade Metallic Energy Crystal, red. What? We've been set up by Capital. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded, as he kept getting the same few items from the openings. He strongly suspected that he had been tricked by Capital, and that it was either a time-space stone or an energy crystal. Was that right? You opened an emerald treasure chest and obtained one random upgrade scroll, red. This is better. If possible, Jiang Yu would rather all the remaining jade treasure chests yield this one. Random upgrade scrolls have a chance to upgrade items from epic to legendary, which is much better than repeatedly using time stones, energy crystals, etc. Alternatively, he could obtain more moon well construction blueprints and hearts of life, allowing him to build more moon wells and produce more life essence daily. While thinking, I used up the scroll. The scroll transformed into a streak of red light and flew towards the hall. Random upgrade scroll used. 1 Mysterious Training Camp, orange, has been upgraded to Mysterious Training Camp, red dot. The Mysterious Training Camp had the most members, so Jiang Yu was not surprised to be randomly assigned to it. Jiang Yu initially found that the remaining jade treasure chests contained items he had obtained before. Damn! It's 100% a setup by Capital! After opening all the jade treasure chests, Jiang Yu's face darkened. In the end, to upgrade the mysterious shop to gold, you still need an ascension token. Take it out and use it. Please select the item you wish to upgrade. The mystery shop. Please select the upgrade direction. 1. Upgrade to maintain the status quo. 2. Upgrade to modify. Maintain status upgrade. After selecting this option, the number of items refreshed in the mystery shop will increase by 3 as usual, and the probability of finding items will also increase as usual. The shop will refresh as usual every Monday and Thursday. Change/upgrade. After selection, the mystery shop will refresh with a fixed number of 9 items, with the lowest quality being red. It will refresh only once a week on Mondays. The mystery shop will remain unchanged and be upgraded to gold. The number of items refreshed in the mystery shop will increase by 3, and the current number of items refreshed is 30. The product refresh probability is green 0.1%, blue 2%, cyan 7.9%, purple 25%, orange 40%, red 19%, gold 5.5%, and multicolor 0.5%. Product discounts, as low as 20% off, up to 90% off. It refreshes twice a week, on the first and fourth day of each week. The mystery shop has been upgraded to gold, with a fixed number of items refreshed at 9, and the item refresh probability is not specified. Red 40%, gold 53%, and multicolored 7%. Product discounts, as low as 50% off, up to 90% off. It refreshes only once a week, on the first day of each week. Without hesitation, the first choice will result in more reds and a higher probability of golds, but fewer colored ones. Jiang Yu is more inclined to choose the second option, the upgrade. Higher chance of winning. Better discounts and deals. The second option offers an extra rainbow, which is much more cost-effective than the first option, which offers several more golds and a dozen or so reds. One color can be worth countless amounts of gold. Change and upgrade. Upgrade successful. You have consumed 1 ascension token, gold, to successfully upgrade the mysterious shop to gold. Brother Jiang Yu, how is it? After the mysterious shop was upgraded to gold, what's the probability of refreshing the items? As soon as Chitong said this, the women once again cast curious glances at her. You can see for yourselves, Jiang Yu said, sharing information about the mysterious shop with them. Everyone who saw it was shocked. The probability of getting a colored item is as high as 7%, which means that as long as our luck isn't too bad, we have a chance to get a colored item every time we refresh. It seems like there's a 63% chance of getting a good item, but each item refreshes independently, so there's no way that probability is actually possible. Don't forget, there's also that 53% chance of getting gold items. That means you can get 4 or 5 gold items for free every week, which is way ahead of the competition. Ahem, Brother Jiang Yu, didn't you not buy anything from the mysterious shop today? What are we waiting for? Let's go buy it now. Yes, yes, yes. The women chatted amongst themselves, eager to enter the mysterious shop and see what had been refreshed. Let's go. Not only them, Jiang Yu was also very eager to know what the upgraded mysterious shop had given him. Jiang Yu stood up, followed by a group of women. Everyone was very curious and wanted to know the items that had been refreshed as soon as possible. Upon entering the mysterious shop, Jiang Yu smiled and walked towards the first item, seeing that the number of items had returned to the initial 9. High-grade fire attribute energy crystal, red. Description: commonly used for island advancement, and can also be used for equipment enchanting, elixir crafting, etc. Price: 10,000 spirit stones. Discount: 20% off, final price 2,000 spirit stones. This is the first item I'll buy. It's only 2,000 spirit stones after the discount, so I definitely have to buy it. You lost 2,000 spirit stones, but successfully purchased a high-grade fire attribute energy spirit stone, red dot. The second item. The primordial stone, gold. Description: commonly used in equipment manufacturing, construction of high-level buildings, etc. Price: 400,000 spirit stones. Discount: 20% off, final price 80,000 spirit stones. Gold items are still so expensive. No matter how expensive it was, Jiang Yu would not let it go. It doesn't matter if he doesn't need the gold items. He can just take them out and resell them. Since the survivors don't have the money to buy it, Jiang Yu can simply take it to Cloudsea's city for auction. Jiang Yu only needs to sell it at the original price of 400,000 after buying it at a 20% discount to make a huge profit. Even if we can't sell it at the original price, selling it at a lower price is still a profit. You lost 80,000 spirit stones but successfully purchased a primordial stone, gold. Next. Immaculate Earth Attribute Energy Crystal, gold. Description: commonly used for island advancement, it can also be used for equipment crafting, elixir refining, and high-level building construction. Price: 300,000 spirit stones. Discount: 10% off, final price 30,000 spirit stones. Therefore, it appears that the price of immaculate energy crystals is lower than that of primordial stones. Afterwards, the construction of the golden building will yield random golden items, and Jiang Yu would prefer that they be random items such as immaculate energy crystals and immaculate demon cores. You lost 30,000 spirit stones, but successfully purchased a pure earth attribute energy crystal, gold dot. Look at the fourth item. Chapter 279 Dream Maiden's Painting. Ascension Fruit, gold. Description: I don't know if you can become an immortal after taking it, but the first time you take it, you will gain plus 20 to strength, plus 20 to constitution, plus 20 to agility, plus 20 to spirit, and plus 2,000 to lifespan. Price: 1,000,000 spirit stones. Discount: 20% off, final price 200,000 spirit stones. Its market price is as high as 1,000,000 spirit stones, much more expensive than primordial stone and immaculate energy crystal. You lost 200,000 spirit stones but successfully purchased an ascension fruit, gold dot. After buying the ascension fruit, Jiang Yu gave it directly to Xena. Given the current situation, there is no one outside the old god star who can rival him, and there is also a statue of the goddess of war on Panlai Island. Jiang Yu no longer needs to prioritize improving the strength of one person to protect the island. In that case, it can be given to Xena, who was the first to arrive on the island first. As for the need for stronger cold young immortals to protect him after entering the core area of the old god star, Jiang Yu did not believe that the island had failed to obtain the third and fourth immortal ascension fruits before it advanced to the 10th level. Jiang Yu gave the fruit to Xena and then went to the fifth item, a red one, which was a super resource pack. Jiang Yu opened it and got a huge amount of basic resources. The sixth item is also red, the moon well construction blueprint. Including this, there are now 7 moon wells on Panlai Island, and Panlai Island can currently produce 7 drops of life essence per day. The key to the 5 elements, metal. Description: its only purpose is to open colored treasure chests. Price: 500,000 spirit stones. Discount: 30% off, final price 150,000 spirit stones. Holy crap! I finally found the key to open the colorful treasure chest. A key costs 500,000 spirit stones. That's really expensive. Fortunately, the colored treasure chest only requires a gold key, not a colored key, which is good news. Jiang Yu was afraid of the colored treasure chest, because it could only be opened with a colored key. The appearance of the key of 5 elements made Jiang Yu realize that it wasn't true. You lost 150,000 spirit stones but successfully purchased the key of 5 elements, gold. Even if the remaining 2 items aren't outstanding, it doesn't matter. With this key, he can open the colorful treasure chest in his hand. Soon, he will be able to own his first colorful treasure. Jiang Yu quickly looked at the last 2 items. Flame necklace, red. Description: a fire attribute equipment. Price: 100,000 spirit stones. Discount: 40% off, final price 40,000 spirit stones. Normal red items are priced at around 10,000 to 20,000, while red equipment can cost as much as 100,000, which shows just how scarce high-quality equipment is in this world. Flame necklace, red, an extremely rare necklace, its creator is unknown. After wearing, strength plus 15, constitution plus 15, agility plus 15, spirit plus 15. Feature 1. The wearer's attacks deal fire damage, burning the target and inflicting a severe injury effect. Trait 2. Fire attribute skill power plus 30%. Equipment with 2 attributes can cost as much as 100,000, while equipment with 3 attributes, even better and more perfect attributes, can cost 200,000 to 300,000. High-quality equipment is something that money can't buy. Although 100,000 or 200,000 is expensive, it's not that the survivors can't afford it. Jiang Yu believes that as long as they are willing to sell some of their family property, they can definitely come up with 1,000,000 spirit stones. With 1,000,000 spirit stones, you can definitely buy 3 to 6 pieces of equipment. Wearing several pieces of equipment at the same time will cause their combat power to surge. The reason we haven't seen this happen is simply because we have too little equipment. They're so rare that even if they had the money, they couldn't buy them. You lost 40,000 spirit stones but successfully purchased the flame necklace, red. Looking at the last item, it's gold. The 5 gold and 4 red items were not particularly outstanding. What a pity! Jiang Yu thought to himself. Fortunately, I found a 5 elements key, which I can use to open the colored treasure chests, so it's acceptable. Immaculate metallic energy crystal, gold. Description: commonly used for island advancement, it can also be used for equipment crafting, elixir refining, and high-level building construction. Price: 300,000 spirit stones. Discount: 20% off, final price 60,000 spirit stones. You lost 60,000 spirit stones, but successfully purchased a flawless metallic energy crystal, gold. After purchasing all the items in the mysterious shop, Jiang Yu did not rush to leave. Instead, he took out the colorful treasure chest and the 5 elements key. Judging from the curious looks on the faces of the group of women behind me, it would be better to just open the colorful treasure chest on the spot. The 5 elements key slipped into the small hole of the colorful treasure chest as smoothly as Jiang Yu inserted it into a hole. Twist it. Snap! 7 colored lights spread. Everyone was drawn to the rainbow-colored light emanating from the treasure chest. So beautiful, such dreamy light. As the 7-colored light dissipated, an object that resembled a scroll when closed appeared before Jiang Yu. The first colored item turned out to be a blueprint, which was completely unexpected for Jiang Yu. What is this? Could it really be a painting? You opened a colorful treasure chest and obtained the Dream Maiden's painting, colorful. It wasn't just a resemblance. It really was a painting. Painting of the goddess Meng Shu, color a scroll painted by the immortal painter for the goddess Meng Shu, only one of its kind in the world. The first person to open the scroll will be bound to it. The person who is bound to this painting will grant all attributes of everyone on their island +1 every day. Once all of someone's attributes reach 120, the effect ends and the attributes can no longer be increased. At the same time, the person who is bound to the device gains the supernatural power of pulling others into dreams. Pulling others into dreams. You can use this painting to actively pull others into your dream. The target must be someone you have seen before and at night, otherwise it will not be successful. If the target's strength is lower than yours, you will succeed 100%. If the target's strength is higher than yours, you have a 30% chance of success. The number of times you can bring someone into your dream each night is 2. The time ratio between dreams and reality is 2 to 1. 2 days in a dream are equivalent to 1 day in reality. You can pull others into your dream state between 22 hours and 6 hours. At 6 a.m. sharp, the other party will be forcibly exited from the dream. This is an amazing upgrade tool. Everyone on the island gains +1 to all attributes every day. With several thousand people on Panlai Island, this painting could give him tens of thousands of attribute points every day. Ox. When the population of Panlai Island reaches 10,000, this painting will bring him 40,000 attribute points every day. If the island has a small population, this painting will not be worthy of color, but once the population on the island increases, its role will be enormous. With a stable +1 to all attributes every day, Jiang Yu only needs 8 days to meet the island lord's strength requirements for a 10th tier island. That's a good feeling. And then there's the supernatural power to pull people into dreams. At first glance, it seems useless, but upon closer inspection, you'll find that this power is actually quite useful. Putting everything else aside, if anyone provokes him one day, he can drag them into his dreams at night, and then subject them to unspeakable torture. Psychological attacks can sometimes be far more powerful than physical attacks. Chapter 280 Pulling People into Dreams, White Snake and Green Snake. Under the expectant gazes of the women, Jiang Yu slowly unfolded the painting of the goddess Meng Shu. The moment the scroll opened, a beam of colorful light entered Jiang Yu's body. You have successfully bound yourself to the Dream Maiden's painting for the first time. The scroll was fully unfurled, and Jiang Yu stared intently at the goddess Meng Shu depicted on it. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Breathtakingly beautiful. Just by looking at the goddess Meng Shu in the painting, Jiang Yu was certain that her beauty was no less than that of Ling Yuxian. What a nice view. Yes, she's really beautiful. Her looks are definitely on par with Sister Yuxian. Be confident, you can definitely do it. So lifelike. If the goddess could ever step out of the painting, I have no doubt that she would be just like a real person. Me too. The women behind and around Jiang Yu were amazed by the beauty of the goddess Meng Shu in the painting. You have successfully bound the Dream Maiden painting. The painting is now active. You gain Strength +1, Constitution +1, Agility +1, Spirit +1. Not only Jiang Yu, but also the identities of the other survivors around him received a notification. Your island is now bound to the Dream Maiden painting. The painting is active, and you gain Strength +1, Constitution +1, Agility +1, Spirit +1. Xena and Fair didn't receive any system notifications, but their strength was indeed genuinely enhanced at this moment. The show's over, everyone can go home now. Jiang Yu returned to the bedroom with the goddess Meng Shu and hung it in a suitable spot in his master bedroom. After that, he played cards and mahjong with Mai Shiranui Boa and others. In a world where entertainment resources are scarce, there's not much to do at night except play cards, mahjong, peek into chat channels, or have sex. A new day has begun. You have gained Strength +1, Constitution +1, Agility +1, Spirit +1. As soon as dawn broke, the goddess Meng Shu immediately exerted her power, granting Jiang Yu a +1 to all attributes. It was 3 in the morning. Jiang Yu held tied Na in his left arm and Yin in his right arm, closed his eyes to rest, and tried to use the dream-pulling technique he had acquired a few hours earlier. Open your personal attributes panel and find the divine power between talents and skills. Name, Jiang Yu. Talent Farmer Unique. Supernatural power, pulling people into dreams. Skill, Wind. Who should we pull? Jiang Yu thought it over and finally decided to bring someone he was relatively familiar with who wasn't on Panlai Island. That's right, it's you, Luo Shir. Select a target and silently recite. Enter dream. The next second he entered a dream, and according to his imagination, the scene in the dream was in a city on Earth, the city where he had grown up. Meanwhile, Luo Shir, who was lying in bed watching the world and regional channels, was suddenly overcome by a heavy drowsiness. The next second, she closed her eyes and successfully fell asleep, entering Jiang Yu's dream. What's going on? Luo Shir, who possessed independent consciousness, was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't she just spying on the chat channel a second ago? How did she suddenly appear here the next second? Also, where am I? Why does this place look so much like Earth? Have I returned to Earth? Luo Shishir was filled with questions. Even now, she has no idea that she has fallen asleep and entered a dream. 1 second they're full of energy, spying on the chat channel, and the next they're fast asleep and dreaming. Who could possibly realize that? Hey! Boss, what are you doing here? Luo Shishir, who was looking around, suddenly spotted Jiang Yu and hurriedly ran towards him. I brought you in, so of course I'm here. Big boss, you brought me in here? Then, big boss, do you know where this place is? It looks so much like a city on Earth. That's right, in a sense, this is a city on Earth. Luo Shishir was greatly shocked. Big boss, you have the ability to return to Earth? Of course not, this is just my dream. Jiang Yu had no intention of hiding anything, and he was too lazy to hide anything from those who were weaker than him. Is this a dream? How is this possible? I haven't even started to sleep yet, how did I enter a dream? Luo Shishir, who was still awake, naturally didn't believe it. Nobody would believe that they could suddenly enter a dream while still browsing chat channels and not asleep. Hee, it's okay, I'll make you believe me. The next moment, the scene changed, and the two appeared in another scene. After switching between several scenes, Jiang Yu suddenly whispered in her ear. How about trying other ways to play in the dream world? What kind of game is it? Luo Shishir asked subconsciously. But seeing Jiang Yu's mischievous grin, he seemed to realize something and immediately lowered his head, neither agreeing nor denying. Jiang Yu took this as tacit agreement. In the master bedroom outside, Lojia, who was still awake, noticed Jiang Yu's uncomfortable expression. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly tried to help him in her own way. One device serves two purposes. 6 a.m. No! 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 In her sleep, Luo Shishir's body moved violently, twisting and turning wildly. With a whoosh, Luo Shishir suddenly woke up from her sleep. The way she looked after waking up was just like someone who had just experienced a nightmare. Upon waking, she immediately looked around to make sure Jiang Yu wasn't beside her. She breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a sense of emptiness and loss. You scoundrel! Upon discovering that her bed and pajamas were completely soaked with sweat, Luo Shishir couldn't help but curse. After his angry outburst, his cheeks flushed red instantly. Recalling her dream, she involuntarily squeezed her legs together. What a bastard! On the other side. Hey, you little brat, I'll get you sooner or later and make you willingly come to me to merge the islands. Jiang Yu didn't get up immediately after waking up. He stayed in bed for another half hour before leaving Lojia and getting out of bed. After getting up, Jiang Yu headed towards the mysterious summoning house. Summon the female character that appeared today, then go fishing for over an hour before participating in the next round of bonus events. If there were urgent matters, Jiang Yu would naturally not participate in this benefit activity. But since there's nothing urgent, isn't there? I have nothing to do today, so going out for some fun shouldn't be a bad idea. Should we select participants for this round? Yes. Skip the extraction screen? Jump over. The screen flashed, and a beautiful figure appeared on the left. Seeing her graceful figure, Jiang Yu knew that she was a good candidate. However, the more I look at her lower body, the more it resembles a snake's tail. By Sujin, female, a white snake transformed into human form. Recruitment requires 2,000 spirit stones, 40 orange source stones, 40 orange mystic crystals, and 2 orange intermediate water attribute energy crystals. Recruiting. Click to recruit. The case is solved. It wasn't just a coincidence, it was the truth. Good heavens, there are snakes too. Falling into a snake pit is an example of this. The resources required for recruitment are the same, and the attributes are basically the same as well. Jiang Yu glanced at her attributes and chose to recruit her. Bai Sujin's illusory image continued to solidify, while Jiang Yu's gaze turned to another one. Qing'er, female, a green snake in human form, and also Bai Sujin's younger sister. Recruitment requires 2,000 spirit stones, 40 orange source stones, 40 orange mystic crystals, and 2 orange intermediate female attribute energy crystals. Recruit. This. Did I really fall into a snake pit? It's really absurd that both the white snake and the green snake appeared at the same time. If the facts weren't right in front of him, Jiang Yu really wouldn't have been able to believe it. Never mind, recruit. Bringing it in a package is fine, he likes things packed together. Chapter 281 Chu Sha Sha and Huang Xian. They're in your hands now. Jiang Yu led by Sujin and Qing'er out of the mysterious summoning house and handed them over to Kai Ning, who was also a member of the Snake Clan. Arriving at the fishing spot, I cast my line and started fishing. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, and Jiang Yu lifted the fishing rod. The heavy feel of it surprised him slightly. Judging from the feel, it should definitely be a diamond treasure chest. The treasure chest was fished up, and it was indeed a diamond treasure chest. Take out a master key and open it. It's just a red master key. He opened quite a few last night. The person inside the diamond treasure chest looked exactly like a human, except that her clothes were similar to those of a sword cultivator from my previous life, and she carried a long sword on her back. Name, Chu Sha Sha. Race, human. Age, 27. Appearance, 98. Strength, 70, plus 15. Constitution, 60, plus 15. Agility, 65, plus 15. Spirit, 60, plus 15. Skill, 7-star sword shadows. The sword vibrates, creating 7 sword shadows whose trajectories resemble the Big Dipper, moving at extremely high speeds. Rift through the void, gathering spiritual energy from the body to wield the sword, creating a spatial rift. The longer the gathering time, the more spiritual energy is gathered, and the more astonishing the power. Sword formation. Upon activation, the sword in hand splits into 9, forming a sword formation to trap and kill enemies. Although the sword is split into 9, the attribute bonus only applies once. 10,000 swords return to 1, a supreme martial art where countless sharp swords swirl and dance in the air like a storm, their power forming a net, incomparably sharp and deadly. To use this skill, one needs either enough long swords or enough spiritual energy, which can be transformed into swords. Sword intent. Comprehend sword intent. Your sword attacks and sword skills deal plus 20% damage. Loyalty, 100. Evaluation. A female sword immortal. Chu Sha Sha greets master. You may call me Sha Sha. Jiang Yu? After greeting her, I subconsciously checked the attributes of the long sword she was carrying. Shadowless sword red can be upgraded. The sword is invisible. The move is without shadow, hence the name Shadowless Sword. After wearing, strength plus 15, agility plus 15, intelligence plus 15, constitution plus 15. Characteristic 1, growth. The Shadowless Sword will continuously grow as its master's strength increases. The higher the master's strength, the higher the level of the Shadowless Sword. This characteristic only applies to the first master, namely Chu Sha Sha. After Chu Sha Sha, whoever obtains the sword will no longer possess this characteristic. Characteristic 2, Shadowless. The ordinary blade of the Shadowless Sword is invisible to the naked eye. It can only be detected and reacted upon by divine sense. Trait 3, Holder's attack speed plus 20%. A sword that can grow stronger. What a fine sword! As Chu Sha Sha grows up, this sword will also be able to upgrade its level. This sword's blade is invisible to the naked eye during normal attacks, making it a great skill for sneak attacks. Sasha, I'm going to throw a rock out later, and you can try to slash it with the Shadowless Sword. Okay. The Shadowless Sword behind Chu Sha Sha flew up and landed in her hand. Jiang Yu then took a stone from his backpack and threw it off the island. Chu Sha Sha gripped the Shadowless Sword in her hand and swept it casually. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yu saw that the stone he had thrown more than 10 meters away suddenly split in two. Is this the Shadowless Sword's normal attack? Sure enough, no blade is visible to the naked eye. Indeed, this is an absolute killer weapon when facing the enemy. After all, in the heat of battle, not everyone can unleash their divine sense while fighting and paying attention to their surroundings. Okay, that's enough. Jiang Yu chatted with Chu Sha Sha for a while longer before having someone take him down to show him around the island. With her abilities, she could easily explore Penglai Island even without a guide. But there are just so many things to see and learn about Penglai Island, it's much easier to understand them quickly with someone guiding you, isn't it? Dad, why don't you come to see me? Just then, a childish, bewildered voice came from behind. Just as Jiang Yu turned around, he was bumped into by a little phoenix. This little phoenix is the phoenix egg that Jiang Yu obtained from Lilfeng Valley in Huan State some time ago. The little phoenix was hatched 2 days ago. The moment she was hatched, Huai reacted even faster than Huangxi, and was the first to tell him the news. Upon learning that it was a female phoenix, Jiang Yu went to take a look but did not disturb it further, leaving it in Huangxi's care. And it was only during that one visit that he was recognized as the father by the little phoenix, and as for the mother, of course, it was Huangxi, who was also a member of the Phoenix clan. Of course, we also named it Huangxian during this trip, with the nickname Shaoxian. Name, Huangxian. Race, Phoenix. Age, newly hatched. Appearance, ... Strength, 12. Constitution, 12. Agility, 12. Spirit, 12. Skill, Phoenix Rebirth, exclusive skill of the Phoenix clan. When a phoenix is near death for the first time, there is a high probability that it will undergo a rebirth. After rebirth, it will not only return to its strongest state, but its 4 attributes will also be greatly and permanently increased. Loyalty, 100. Comment, she's a daughter, but not quite a daughter. The newly hatched Phoenix Amaranth has all attributes of 10, and after the blessing from Goddess Mengshu yesterday and today, it has reached 12. Jiang Yu originally wanted to feed it various spiritual fruits to improve its strength, but Huangxi stopped him. Huangxi told him, if you start feeding Shaoxian spiritual fruits right after it is born, you are not helping it, but harming it. In other words, feeding them spirit fruits is fine, but we'll have to wait a while before doing so. So Jiang Yu abandoned his idea and handed the little phoenix over to Huangxi. As a fellow member of the Phoenix clan, Huangxi was naturally overjoyed. The fact that Shaoxian called her Mom and Jiang Yu Dad from the moment she was born made her even more satisfied and gave her a greater sense of accomplishment. You should know that in the past 2 days, Huai and Zhu Qing have tried to persuade Shaoxian to call them Mom as well. The reason is simple: his father is Jiang Yu. However, either of them succeeded in tempting her, which left Huai and Zhu Qing feeling helpless. They often complained that Shaoxian wasn't a male phoenix, so they could have an extra meal. They've never tried phoenix meat before, what a pity. It's not that I don't want to come see you, it's just that I've been very busy lately, so I haven't had time to visit you. Jiang Yu held it in his arms, stroking its soft fur as he fished. Really? Shaoxian's eyes were full of doubt. Of course it's true. Okay, then Shaoxian forgives her father. Shaoxian twisted her body, trying to find the most comfortable position in Jiang Yu's arms. Then Shaoxian, you can stay here and fish with me. Jiang Yu and Shaoxian started fishing. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock. The Cosmic Survival event is now open. Would you like to participate? If you do not make a choice within 5 minutes, you will be deemed not to participate. Chapter 282 Survival in Space. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Yu immediately put away his fishing rod and went back to his bedroom to lie down. Join! Jiang Yu's soul left his body in an instant, and he fainted. Is this the virtual universe? When he reappeared, Jiang Yu found himself in a space that wasn't very large. Behind him, there was an invisible wall blocking his way. In front of him were 3 fighter jets with different shapes, and a wormhole. Got it. After choosing the right fighter jet, pilot it out of the wormhole, and you'll be in the universe. Your strength has decreased. Jiang Yu suddenly realized that his strength had decreased, and not just by a fraction, but had returned to its original state as an ordinary person. With all attributes reduced to the initial 6 points, this level of power would undoubtedly result in the destruction of the machine and the death of the crew. Hello Jiang Yu, you have 5 minutes to choose and familiarize yourself with your fighter jet. If you haven't left this area after 5 minutes, you will be forcibly removed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu quickly checked the attributes of the 3 fighter jets. First, the one on the far left is the smallest. Unit 1. Health, 1000. When attacked, your health is not depleted, so you never need to worry about crashing or missiles penetrating the glass and taking your life. Missile damage, 100. Missiles launched are all in a straight line. To launch missiles that can turn, you need to obtain modification parts. Speed, 150 meters per second, The speed is deliberately kept slow to prevent the driver from not being able to see the surrounding changes and missing too many items. Initial missile count 30 to 30. You'll need to replenish them yourself once they're depleted. You can get more by blasting away meteorites scattered across space and eliminating other survivors. Missile speed, 120 meters per second. Normal missile speeds are naturally much higher, but we still need to give you reaction time, right? Remaining energy, 100%. Remaining flight time, 8 hours. If energy is depleted without replenishment, you will fall into the abyss and die. Modification 0 to 5. Unmodified. Evaluation. Speed is your advantage. Choose this if you prioritize speed. In a 1v1 situation, your opponent's missiles will always outrun your fighter jet. Looking towards the center, the person is of medium build. Unit 2. Health 1500. Missile damage 150. Speed 100 ms. Initial missile count 50 to 50. Missile flight speed 100 meters per second. Remaining energy, 100%. Remaining flight time, 6 hours. Modification 0 to 5. Unmodified. Evaluation. Compared to Unit 1 and Unit 3, you are clearly mediocre, with no particular attribute standing out. However, sometimes, mediocrity has its advantages. After looking at the middle one, look at the last one, which is the largest of the three. Unit 3. Health, 2000. Missile damage 200. Speed 50 ms. Initial missile count 70 to 70. Missile flight speed 80 meters per second. Remaining energy 100%. Remaining flight time 4 hours. Modification 0 to 5. Unmodified. Evaluation. Speed is your weakness, but your strengths are your toughness, high missile damage, and ample firepower. If you prefer overwhelming firepower, this is the one for you. After reviewing their attributes, Jiang Yu hesitated between number 1 and number 3. If there are relatively few people you encounter, the number 1 machine, which is faster, will definitely have an advantage. However, if it's a chaotic battle among a group of people, then Unit 3, with its high health and strong attack power, will definitely have the advantage. With so many missiles in the melee, how could he possibly dodge them? Unit 1, I suppose? Finally, Jiang Yu walked towards Unit 1. His main purpose in participating in this welfare activity was to explore the situation inside. He did not intend to kill anyone he saw, so there was no need to choose machine number 3. The original intention was to broaden one's horizons, so naturally the faster the speed, the better. Open the cockpit of Unit 1 and enter. The space is quite large. Upon entering the cockpit, Jiang Yu found that the space inside was quite large, not as cramped as he had imagined. Putting everything else aside, it wouldn't be a problem to have a few more people in the cockpit. It wouldn't necessarily feel crowded. Please select a driving mode: intelligent driving, semi-intelligent driving, or manual driving. Intelligent driving, autonomous driving, automatically flying towards the safe zone, and automatically controlling fighter jets to evade incoming missiles, meteorites, etc. If already within the safe zone, it will randomly select a direction to fly in, and will automatically change direction when preparing to leave the safe zone. Semi-autonomous driving, you are the one who drives, but when you encounter an emergency, the system will determine whether you have the ability to avoid the emergency based on the situation at the time. If there is a threat, the system will not intervene. If not, the system will intervene forcibly to try to avoid it as much as possible. Manual driving, you are in complete control and driving. No matter what happens, it is your right and has nothing to do with the system. Note, regardless of the mode you choose, you must launch the missile yourself. Intelligent and semi-intelligent driving modes will automatically aim at the target, but you must press the launch button. It's quite intelligent. After watching Jiang Yu choose semi-automatic driving, after fiddling with it for 2 minutes, Jiang Yu finally understood how to drive. After maneuvering Unit 1 around the space twice, I piloted it into the wormhole and left the space. As Jiang Yu entered the vast and boundless universe, before he could even take a closer look, he saw a meteorite flying towards him. At the same time, a red exclamation mark kept flashing on the control panel, reminding Jiang Yu. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly pressed the launch button. Fortunately, the semi-automatic driving function can automatically aim, otherwise, by the time it has aimed, the meteorite would have already hit Unit 1. Of course, Jiang Yu could control Unit 1 to dodge. Given the meteorite's current speed, dodging wouldn't be difficult. However, Jiang Yu wanted to blast open the meteorite to see what was inside. Press the button. A missile was launched and struck the incoming meteorite directly. Boom! With a loud explosion, the meteorite shattered into small pieces and fell into the abyss. You smashed a meteorite, but it was hollow inside, and you gained nothing. Is it still empty? 666. Jiang Yu expressed his agreement and opened the map function on the display panel in the cockpit. The map was large. Jiang Yu found the red dot on the map and located his position. You are currently 400 kilometers from the safe zone. Please enter the safe zone within 2.5 hours, or you will be automatically killed. 400 kilometers is not far. Jiang Yu calculated that it was 400 kilometers, and at his current speed, he could reach the destination in less than an hour. With just over an hour left, you can use it to search for supplies or engage in firefights with others. Unfortunately, the map only circles the safe zone and doesn't indicate where you can quickly find supplies. Jiang Yu looked away from the map in disappointment and piloted the number 1 aircraft toward the safe zone. What is that? A house? Chapter 283 almost died immediately. Just a few minutes after flying out, Jiang Yu saw a shadow that looked like a house. It really is a house. 2 kilometers ahead, a floating island appears, and on that island stands a house. The island doesn't look very big, only about 100 square meters, and the houses are 2 stories high, in a modern style. We should be able to search for supplies. Jiang Yu quickly slowed down and approached. The number 1 aircraft stopped, and just as Jiang Yu was about to open the door and go ashore, suddenly, a large red exclamation mark on the control panel began flashing wildly, accompanied by a beep 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 sound. Someone's attacking! Jiang Yu immediately realized what was happening and returned to the pilot's seat of Unit 1. If a red exclamation mark appears at this time, it's highly likely that someone is passing by and launching a sneak attack. Before Jiang Yu could even sit down and control Unit 1 to dodge, the system automatically intervened, maneuvering Unit 1 upwards to evade. Stop! Stop! As soon as the number 1 aircraft started moving, 2 missiles whizzed past the aircraft below and quickly disappeared from Jiang Yu's sight. Before Jiang Yu could even breathe a sigh of relief, another missile came flying in. Boom! Your Unit 1 has been attacked, HP -100, current HP 900. Your Unit 1 is damaged, flight speed has decreased to 140 meters per second. The speed at which it started again after stopping was still too slow. It could dodge the first day of the month, but it couldn't dodge the 15th, and it was hit by a missile. After being hit by a missile, the number 1 aircraft shook and was unable to dodge the missile behind it immediately. Boom! 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 Your Unit 1 has been attacked, HP -100, current HP 800. Your Unit 1 is damaged, flight speed has decreased to 130 meters per second. Your Unit 1 has been attacked, HP -100, current HP 700. Your Unit 1's damage has increased, and its flight speed has decreased to 120 meters per second. Your Unit 1 is under attack. Your first aircraft has been attacked, HP -100, current HP 300. Your first aircraft has suffered severe damage, its flight speed has been drastically reduced to 80 meters per second. Beep beep beep. Attention! Your current Unit 1, has only 300 HP remaining and is 70% damaged. Please take cover. Please take cover. Hearing the system's beep 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 notification, Jiang Yu felt a wave of irony. Damn it, you think I don't want to hide? The aircraft was under continuous attack and couldn't even stay stable, so what was the point of me dodging? With 300 HP and the ability to withstand 3 missiles, Jiang Yu was ready to withdraw. Unable to dodge or retaliate, what other options are there besides waiting to die? Damn it, what a stupid welfare event. Once you stop searching for resources and someone successfully ambushes you, you can't escape it even if you want to. You'll be strangled to death. Boom! Your first aircraft has been attacked. HP minus 100, current HP 200. Your first aircraft has suffered severe damage. Its flight speed has been drastically reduced to 70 meters per second. Beep beep beep. Attention! Your current unit, Unit 1, has only 200 HP remaining and is 80% damaged. Prepare to die. Wow! Now you know I can't avoid it, so you didn't even warn me to dodge, and just told me to prepare to die. You're really something. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Yu's face turned pale. Boom! Wait a while. Another bombing sound rang out, and Jiang Yu only managed to utter half of the word exit, before swallowing it back. Because the explosion came from behind. Jiang Yu quickly opened the window and looked back, only to see a meteorite crashing into the fighter jet behind him, carrying it forward at high speed and slamming it hard into the floating island. The floating island swayed slightly, then returned to calm. Jiang Yu then saw this scene. Between the meteorite and the sky island, there was a fighter jet whose half of its body had been crushed. Such a good thing really exists? Jiang Yu was shocked. He managed to utter the word quit. This sudden good thing happened, and he didn't know how to express it. I almost got eliminated immediately upon landing, but luckily the other person was just unlucky. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Yu's number 1 aircraft stabilized and turned to aim at the fighter jet that had ambushed him. Die! Jiang Yu pressed the launch button repeatedly, 10 times in a row. He wasn't sure how much damage the meteorite had caused to Unit 1, so just in case, he decided to take out the enemy with 10 missiles first. What if the 9 missiles only dealt 900 damage, and the meteorite only dealt 1 to 99 damage, leaving it with a few drops of health to turn the tables and kill it? Jiang Yu definitely wouldn't be able to explain that. Or, like the other side, if you don't press the launch button multiple times immediately, trying to slowly torment them with missiles one by one, and then get hit by a meteorite, that would be ridiculous. With the other party's previous mistakes still fresh in everyone's mind, how could he repeat them? Isn't that just plain stupid? Boom! 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 10 consecutive bombardments shattered the enemy's fighting force, along with the meteorite, into fragments. The floating islands were not greatly affected. They simply shook and returned to normal. You shattered a meteorite and obtained the item inside, modified Part 1. You have killed the survivor and inherited their remaining resources, 20 missiles. The welfare event had just begun, and it was normal for the other party to have nothing at all. They only inherited his remaining 19 missiles. Modification Part 1, valued at 1,000 points. Once the modification parts for upgrading fighter jets are taken out of the virtual inventory, the system will prompt you whether you want to upgrade them. After the upgrade, your fighter jet's missile damage will increase by 50. Jiang Yu opened his virtual backpack and saw that the previously empty backpack now contained an item. There is no limit to the number of virtual backpack slots generated by the welfare activities. During this event, no matter how many supplies you collect, don't worry about not having enough space. Your backpack will be full. Unit 1. Health, 200. Missile damage, 100. Speed, 70 ms. Missile count, 19 to 30. Missile flight speed, 120 meters per second. Remaining energy, 90%. Modification 0 to 5. Assessment: your Unit 1 is severely damaged. Please search for supplies and repair it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you're doomed. Seeing the current state of Unit 1, Jiang Yu knew there was no way he would modify it now. Jiang Yu wouldn't consider any modifications until Unit 1 was repaired to 80% of its original condition. With such a slow flight speed and low health, even if it's modified, it'll still get one-shot by a single shot if it encounters someone. Therefore, it's better to keep the first modification part. That way, if you encounter someone who says they want to quit, you can still earn 1,000 points. Even though 1,000 points are useless, at least they won't be wasted. Hopefully there are supplies on the island to repair Unit 1. Continue piloting Unit 1 closer to the floating island, and then land on the island. Given all this, there's no way he wouldn't go to the island. If they land on the island and aren't ambushed, they still have a chance. If they don't land, they still have to go find the meteorite. Same. Chapter 284 Encountering Hiroshi. After landing on the island, Jiang Yu first looked outside the house and, finding no supplies, went inside. Pushing open the door, the first thing you see is 2 bags of bread and 2 bottles of purified water. It seems that even in a virtual world, food is still needed to satisfy hunger. Jiang Yu picked up the bread and water and continued searching other areas. The house has no rooms, only a hall and a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. What's this? A first aid kit? At the bottom of the stairs, Jiang Yu saw something that looked like a first aid kit, and he quickly went over and picked it up. Level 1 repair pack, valued at 1,000 points. Use on your own fighter jet to restore 300 health and the corresponding flight speed. Jiang Yu was overjoyed. This repair kit had come at just the right time. He put his backpack back in. He had searched the 1st floor and found no more supplies, so he headed to the 2nd floor. As soon as Jiang Yu went up to the 2nd floor, he saw a special stone. Level 1 energy stone, worth 1,000 points. When used on your own fighter jet, it can restore 30% of its energy. Got it, it's engine oil. His first unit currently has 90% of its energy remaining, which is enough for a long time, so he doesn't need it for now. First, put it back in your backpack. If you don't need it after the event ends, you can exchange it for points. In addition to the level 1 energy stone, Jiang Yu also found an item worth 5,000 points. It can't be modified or repaired. Its only function is to be automatically converted into corresponding points after the event ends. In other words, all the items he found on the first island were worth a total of 7,000 points plus 2 bags of bread and 2 bottles of water. I wonder how much purchasing power points have. Before knowing the purchasing power of the points, Jiang Yu was unsure whether this trip would be a loss or a gain. Strictly speaking, he lost out, because if he hadn't wanted to go to the island to search for supplies, he wouldn't have been ambushed. After searching all the resources in the house, Jiang Yu went downstairs. However, as soon as Jiang Yu stepped out of the gate and returned to the ground of the floating island, he heard a loud boom. Your first aircraft has been attacked. HP -100, current HP 100. Your first aircraft has suffered severe damage. Its flight speed has been drastically reduced to 60 meters per second. Beep beep beep. Attention! Your current unit, Unit 1, has only 100 HP remaining and is 90% damaged. It's on the verge of disintegration. You're doomed. Damn. Someone else. This luck is unbelievable. With only 100 HP left, and not even on the first machine, it's hard not to quit now. Retreat. Oh! My good son-in-law, it's you! Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted Jiang Yu's spellcasting. Jiang Yu's second attempt to withdraw was interrupted once again. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yu turned his head and saw Hiroshi, who had rolled down the window, piloting a fighter jet toward him. Judging from the damage dealt, even deducting 100 HP is still the damage dealt by Unit 1. Thankfully it was Unit number 1. If it had been Unit number 3, the person would already be dead. Unit 3 has 200 HP. One missile is enough to kill it instantly, before the user can even react. Jiang Yu was puzzled. It wasn't a friend. The first person who ambushed him was hit by a meteorite, and he escaped unscathed. The second person who ambushed him was Yang Xue's mother, Hiroshi, and he escaped again. Jiang Yu was unsure whether he was lucky or unlucky. You could say it was lucky, because you were ambushed twice in a row within minutes. You could also say it was unlucky, because you weren't eliminated in either of the ambushes for some reason. Sister Xian, wait a minute. I need to go fix my number 1 machine first. I'll come back and talk to you when it's fixed. After leaving those words behind, Jiang Yu returned to his own unit and used the level 1 repair package. Should we use the level 1 repair package? The moment the level 1 repair kit was taken out of the backpack, the sound rang out. Repair! Level 1 repair pack successfully used. Your Unit 1's HP increased by 300, and its speed restored to 90 meters per second. Unit 1 was still severely damaged, so Jiang Yu was in no hurry to use the modified Unit 1. After the repairs were completed, Jiang Yu piloted his Unit 1 and merged it with Hiroshi's Unit 1, almost merging them together. Opened the door and board Hiroshi's number 1 machine. Sister Xian, thank goodness it was you who came, otherwise I would be dead. Oh dear, my good son-in-law, I didn't know this number 1 aircraft was yours. I'm so sorry for launching a missile. Hiroshi looked somewhat remorseful. It's okay. Luckily you recognized me quickly and didn't fire a second shot, so you didn't eliminate me. Son-in-law, your main machine looks like this. Was it just attacked? Hiroshi pointed her fair little finger at Jiang Yu's damaged Unit 1. Even after the repairs, Jiang Yu's number 1 unit was still severely damaged, and before the repairs, it was on the verge of disintegration, so it's no wonder Hiroshi asked that question. Right. Jiang Yu met her and told her what had just happened. Hey son-in-law, your luck is still so good. That guy almost succeeded in his sneak attack but still got hit by the meteorite. Nobody else can do that. Hiroshi couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. I was almost eliminated by you, and you're still laughing. Jiang Yu slapped her hard a few times. By the way, why did you only launch 1 missile just now, and not another? Jiang Yu did not stop at this moment, but instead changed from hitting to kneading. Son-in-law, you'll understand once you see it yourself, Hiroshi said, sharing her number 1 phone with Jiang Yu. Unit 1. Health, 1000. Missile damage, 100. Speed, 200 ms. Missile count, 28 to 30. Missile flight speed, 150 meters per second. Remaining energy, 85%. Modifications, 1 to 5. Modification part number 7. Assessment. Speed is your only advantage in combat. The attributes of Hiroshi number 1 are that its speed and missile flight speed are significantly faster. Jiang Yu immediately knew it was because of that number 7 modified part. Since his right hand was busy, he used his left hand to open it and take a look. Modified part number 7, worth 3,000 points. For fighter jet modifications, after taking it out of the virtual backpack, the system will prompt you whether to modify it. After the upgrade, your fighter jet's flight speed will increase by 50 meters per second, and your missile's flight speed will increase by 30 meters per second. Because of the flaws in this modification, it will introduce a disadvantage to the fighter jet after the modification. Disadvantages. Missiles cannot be launched in rapid succession. The next missile can only be launched after the previous one hits or explodes. It has this kind of drawback. No wonder Hiroshi didn't fire consecutively. After the first missile hit, I was halfway through pressing the button for the second one when I saw you, son-in-law, walking out of the house, so I quickly cancelled it. Hiroshi explained intermittently, sounding distressed. I see. Jiang Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. Although the number 7 modification had some serious drawbacks, Jiang Yu could understand her actions. If he were in her shoes, he would have done the same. Early speed is an advantage. Chapter 285 Takeoff. Being fast in the early game allows you to find more resources and upgrades before others, and develop faster. Once you find more good modification parts, you can replace modification part number 7. The rules state that after 5 modifications, further modifications can still be made. However, in this case, the replaced part will disappear directly instead of returning to the inventory. In other words, if Hiroshi replaces the number 7 modification with a new one, she will have wasted 3,000 points. But it doesn't matter, because these 3,000 points might bring her more resources. The premise is that you can eventually withdraw in time and avoid being ambushed and killed. Son-in-law, I feel terrible. Hiroshi's eyes were practically brimming with tears as she looked at Jiang Yu. It's okay, you'll feel better soon. As he spoke, Jiang Yu set up his number 1 machine to automatically follow Hiroshi's number 1 machine. He picked up Hiroshi, sat her in the first seat of the aircraft, and then put her down again. Hold on tight, we're going to move together now, we're about to take off. Under the partial control of Jiang Yu and Hiroshi, the 2 stationary number 1 aircraft took off again and moved forward. Oh dear. Jiang Yu's initial purpose was just to come in and have some fun. He didn't intend to win first place in this giveaway event, so he figured he might as well play however he wanted. Meteorite, son-in-law, a meteorite is hurtling towards us from ahead. Hiroshi, who was lying on the control panel, kept exclaiming in surprise. Upon hearing her exclamation, Jiang Yu pressed the launch button. Missile. Target. Launch. A missile was launched from Hiroshi's number 1 aircraft, and struck the incoming meteorite. Boom! The meteorite merely cracked. It did not shatter into pieces and fall into the abyss. It wasn't shattered? It seems not all meteorites can be blasted apart by a single missile. Jiang Yu pressed the button again, and another missile was launched. A meteorite that requires 2 missiles to blast open must contain even better items. Boom! Both missiles hit their targets, striking the very center of the meteorite, their power successfully shattering it into pieces that fell into the abyss. Is there anything inside this meteorite? Yes. Hiroshi rolled her eyes. What kind of item is it, and what is its value? The items inside the meteorite, launched by Hiroshi's #1 machine, would naturally belong to her. Good son-in-law, take a look for yourself. Hiroshi, her body trembling, took an item from her backpack and handed it to Jiang Yu. Okay, I'll see for myself. Jiang Yu examined the item Hiroshi handed him closely. It looked very much like a modified part. Modified part number 5, valued at 7,000 points. Once the modification parts for upgrading fighter jets are taken out of the virtual inventory, the system will prompt you whether you want to upgrade them. After the upgrade, your fighter jet's HP increases by 400, damage by 50, and speed by 20 meters per second. No wonder a modification part with no flaws can be worth 7,000 points. Compared to the first modification, it adds 400 HP and 20 ms speed, so its higher value is understandable. You can use this directly, and you can also use this first modification part. Jiang Yu returned the modified parts to her, and took out the first modified part from his backpack. No, son-in-law, let's modify your Unit 1 instead. Hiroshi turned around, sat down opposite Jiang Yu, and waved her hand in refusal. In her opinion, such a good thing should definitely be given to her good son-in-law, Jiang Yu. Arm him well so I can follow him and get involved. Listen to me, you can use these 2 first. My first unit is too badly damaged, and it would be a waste to modify it. Jiang Yu held her down and insisted. My first unit only has 400 HP left. If it gets hit by 2 or 3 missiles, it will have to shut down. Modifying it won't help. You're different. Your Unit 1 is intact. After being modified and strengthened, it will be better able to find supplies and repair kits to fix my Unit 1. Okay, I understand. I'll use it now. Since Jiang Yu had already said so much, Hiroshi didn't refuse. After experiencing ups and downs, she accepted the 2 modification parts from Jiang Yu and began to modify her #1 machine. After the modification, her #1 aircraft flew even faster. If it weren't for the intentional reduction in speed, Jiang Yu's #1 unit wouldn't have been able to keep up at all. A meteorite is coming. Upon seeing the meteorite, Jiang Yu quickly pressed the launch button. A small meteorite can be shattered by a single missile. An item that is no longer needed is worth 500 points. Hiroshi took a moment to check the item she had acquired and reported back to Jiang Yu. After driving for a while, Jiang Yu saw a floating island ahead. The island's area remains around 100 square meters, and there is still a 2-story modern building on it. Jiang Yu piloted Hiroshi's #1 aircraft around the Sky Island, making sure there were no Lao Lu nearby before approaching the Sky Island. I'll be on the island soon. You'll patrol the area. Jiang Yu instructed Hiroshi. Good. Several minutes after Unit 1 approached the edge of the floating island, Jiang Yu finally straightened his clothes, opened the door of Unit 1, Hiroshi's unit, and boarded the island. He successfully landed on the island, and Hiroshi immediately closed the aircraft door and took off to patrol around the island. Jiang Yu's own #1 aircraft was naturally parked at the edge of the Sky Island, waiting. With Jiang Yu absent, missiles cannot be launched. What purpose does following the patrol serve, other than expanding our own target area and making us easier for the enemy to spot? Outside the building, there's not a single item again. Just like the previous floating island, there was nothing outside the building. After confirming that the supplies were only inside the building, Jiang Yu pushed open the building door and stepped inside. Looking around, Jiang Yu spotted an item in a corner on the first floor and picked it up. Meteorite, worth 5,000 points. Produced only in outer space, it is commonly used for equipment forging. 5,000 points, not bad. Jiang Yu put it away and headed upstairs to the second floor. As soon as Jiang Yu went up to the second floor, he immediately saw the familiar repair kit. Level 1 Repair Pack, valued at 1,000 points. Use on your own fighter jet to restore 300 health and the corresponding flight speed. Another Level 1 Repair Package, and his number 1 machine can be restored to 70% of its original condition. In addition to the Level 1 Repair Kit, Jiang Yu also found a Barrett rifle and 20 Barrett specific bullets on the second floor. Barrett, worth 10,000 points. With no recoil and significantly reduced weight, you can use it in combat. Barrett damage per bullet, 50. Range, 20 kilometers. Damage, 100 to 100. After 50 uses, the weapon is slightly damaged, and its value decreases by 30%. After 100 uses, it is severely damaged, its value decreases by 70%, and it becomes unusable. Barrett exclusive bullets, worth 50 points. As its name suggests, it only works on the Barrett. It cannot be used with other weapons. Chapter 286 Enjoy it, and then quit. There's such a thing? Jiang Yu picked up the Barrett and played with it. It wasn't very heavy, and if there was no recoil, he felt he could use it with one hand. It has to be this kind of extraordinary world. If it were on Earth, the recoil would be so strong that it would break your hand if you tried to use it with one hand. 20 special bullets, just enough to fill one magazine. This time, the building yielded supplies worth 18,000 points. If you want to get rich, you'll have to search for buildings on the Sky Island. Level 1 Repair Pack successfully used. Your Unit 1's HP increased by 300, and its speed restored to 120 meters per second. Upon returning to his own unit, Jiang Yu immediately used the Level 1 Repair Package. After 2 repairs, his number 1 machine has now been restored to 70% of its original state. Once he finds a Level 1 repair kit, he will be able to return to the very beginning. Son-in-law, have you found the repair kit? Hiroshi, who was on patrol, flew her number 1 aircraft closer. Find one Level 1, and another one will restore everything to normal. By the way, did someone just pass by? I vaguely heard the sound of a missile exploding inside the building. The building's soundproofing was so good that Jiang Yu wasn't sure if he had misheard, so he asked. Yes, there was a number 3 machine passing by, but it was too slow and I've already taken care of it. Was he killed? Did he manage to escape? I did manage to escape, but as you know, son-in-law, my number 1 machine can only launch 1 missile at a time, not continuously. That's why I failed to kill him, and he quit. Aside from the 50 missiles I couldn't carry away, nothing else dropped. It's alright, even if we can get missiles, that's fine too. If we capture enough missiles, we can blast open more meteorites to find supplies and find the modification parts that can replace the number 7 modification parts faster. Well, son-in-law, from now on, will you continue to ride with me, or will you be piloting your own number 1 aircraft? Hiroshi awaited Jiang Yu's reply with great enthusiasm. So which one do you want me to choose? Jiang Yu looked at her with a mischievous grin. Hey dash. Haha, let's keep each other company for a while longer. Jiang Yu boarded Hiroshi's number 1 plane. No wonder she's a young married woman, she's got a real addiction. More than an hour later, Jiang Yu and Hiroshi finally arrived at the edge of the safe zone after dawdling for a while. Along the way, the two encountered many meteorites and strangers, but they all eliminated them. I earned 50,000 to 60,000 points. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's number 1 unit was also repaired in the same way, and 2 additional parts were modified. These are modification parts number 6 and 7, respectively. Unlike Hiroshi, the number 7 modification part he obtained was flawless. Without flaws, there are naturally no shortcomings. Modified part number 7, worth 10,000 points. For fighter jet modifications, after taking it out of the virtual backpack, the system will prompt you whether to modify it. After the upgrade, your fighter jet's flight speed will increase by 50 meters per second, and your missile's flight speed by 30 meters per second. Modified part number 6, worth 8,000 points. For fighter jet modifications, after taking it out of the virtual backpack, the system will prompt you whether to modify it. After the modification, the fighter jet's missile flight speed increased by 30 meters per second, and it also gained the ability to turn. Once the missile is aimed at the target, and evaded by the enemy, it will turn and continue to pursue the target. Each missile can turn once. Of course, at this point, Jiang Yu and Hiroashin had already broken out of their cross-body combination and returned to piloting their respective Unit 1s. Although the cross-combination status has been lifted, the illegal team-up status has not been lifted. The two were illegally teaming up, and their flight speed was so fast that they could basically kill anyone they saw. Boom! 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 As soon as we entered the safe zone, we heard a series of explosions from our left. There's a fight going on over there, shall we go take a look? Hiroashin, looking satisfied and still wanting more, leaned over. Let's go take a look. Without a second's hesitation, Jiang Yu piloted the number 1 aircraft to turn and fly towards the sound of the explosion. After driving for several kilometers, we were shocked to see hundreds of fighter jets engaged in a chaotic battle. Among them, Unit 1 has the most seats, followed by Unit 3, while Unit 2 has only a dozen or so. Son-in-law, should we turn around and leave? Hundreds of fighter jets are engaged in a chaotic battle. If you join in, it's impossible to completely avoid them. You'll inevitably get hit, and there's a high probability you'll die here. The best course of action is to leave immediately and search for supplies. Jiang Yu naturally understood this principle, but he did not intend to leave. From the very beginning, his goal wasn't to come in and win the championship. He just came in to take a look. Now that we've seen and had our fill of fun, it's time to leave. Joining the fray and being on the verge of death is the perfect time to quit. If you're the last one standing, that's even better. You get a bunch of supplies after having fun, isn't that great? Let's join. If you're ready to die, just quit. Jiang Yu replied. When Unit 1's HP is down to 400 or 500, don't hesitate, quit immediately to avoid being instantly killed and losing 20 attribute points for nothing. I obey my son-in-law's orders. Whatever my son-in-law tells me to do, I will do. Hiroashin's way of speaking suddenly changed, almost making Jiang Yu rush over and hang her up for a beating. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Leaving behind these words, Jiang Yu piloted Unit 1 to the battlefield. Aiming at the fighter jet that was relatively badly damaged, he pressed the button 4 times in a row with his left hand. If you fire 4 missiles in one go, who else but you will die? He took out a Barrett with his right hand, the barrel protruding from the window, aimed at another badly damaged fighter jet, and pulled the trigger 10 times in quick succession. Boom! Boom! Bang! 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 The missiles and bullets were so fast that the 2 people who were ambushed from behind by Jiang Yu had no time to react. You killed a survivor and inherited their remaining supplies, 9 missiles, 1 celestial steel, and a Tier 2 energy stone. You killed a survivor and inherited their remaining supplies, missiles X7, meteorite X2, modified part 1 X1, psionic accelerator X1. After dealing with the 2 men, Jiang Yu didn't even glance at the reward he received. He dodged the incoming missiles and continued hunting down the rest. Because his and Hiroashin's 2 number 1 planes were flying too fast, their sneak attacks were as easy as entering an empty field, and they were always successful. In a short time, more than 10 survivors died at Jiang Yu's hands, and more than 30 were eliminated by him. The 20 men withdrew in time and were not killed by him, so no supplies other than missiles were discovered, which is a pity. Their strength quickly attracted the attention of others, and the group then tacitly stopped fighting and collectively targeted Jiang Yu and Hiroashin. Missiles rained down on them. Boom, boom, boom. There were too many missiles, and the 2 inevitably got hit by several. Your Unit 1 has been attacked, HP -100. Your first aircraft has been attacked, HP -100, current HP 400. Your first aircraft has suffered severe damage, its flight speed has been drastically reduced to 90 meters per second. Quit. Having had his fill of fun, Jiang Yu simply withdrew, too lazy to argue with them anymore. Anyway, all the missiles and bullets had been fired, and staying would only make them sitting ducks, so it was better to leave sooner rather than later. Have your fun and then leave. Hiroashin, who had been keeping a close eye on Jiang Yu, saw that Jiang Yu had withdrawn, so she didn't hesitate and immediately withdrew as well. Her son-in-law and master have both left, so why should she stay? Chapter 287 Your Mother Killed My Motivation. You have withdrawn from the Cosmic Survival event. Your earnings, converted to points, amounted to 285,800. You did not make the leaderboard. The moment I opened my eyes, a series of system notifications rang in my ears. The Space Survival event has ended. Would you like to view the leaderboard rankings? Check. The reason I checked was simply to confirm whether Luo Shishir was at the top of the list. He went in for a bit, and then came out. Logically speaking, Luo Shishir should have won the top spot in this welfare event. People who can awaken a strong talent for luck are generally lucky. His ability to gain nearly 300,000 points was related to the final wave of hunting. Ranking of survival events in the universe. First place, Luo Shishir, Region 1, total points, 4.5 million. Second place, Xia Xinian, Region 2, total points, 3.75 million. Third place, Zhenhaoyuan, District 7, total points, 3.55 million. 200th place, Bai Rolling, Region 1, total points, 3 million. 201st place, Han Jiang, District 9, total points, 2.99 million. 999th, Hoshino Riki, Region 1, total points, 2.01 million. 1000th place, Yui Hatsino, Region 1, total points, 2 million. Rewards are being distributed. Without him, Luo Shishir indeed became the number one on the list. When everyone opened the list, they were shocked to see that Luo Shishir was at the top. Xiao Fan, Region 1 huh? Why is Shishir the top scorer this time? Where's Jiang Yu? Didn't he participate in this giveaway? Suzhou, District 30 I didn't see Jiang Yu's name on the list. He must have had something to do and didn't participate in this event. Zhenhaoyuan, 7th District cough cough, we've broken the myth of the undefeated boss. As for how we defeated him, don't worry about that. Everyone speculated that Jiang Yu had not participated in this event, otherwise he wouldn't have been left out of the rankings. Jiang Yu, Region 1 is it possible that I participated, but was simply less skilled than others? Luo Shishir, Region 1 impossible. You must not have participated, or you entered the game and found it uninteresting, so you quit. Not to mention anyone else, even Luo Shishir, who's always been second best, doesn't believe it. In her opinion, there are only two possibilities for Jiang Yu not being on the list: either he didn't participate, or he entered for a bit and then left. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3 I think Luo Shishir is right. Jiang Yu didn't take the welfare event seriously at all and deliberately gave up the top spot. Suzhou, District 30 that's how it should be. Jiang Xiaoyu, Region 222 Wow, you're such a big shot. You have such a grand vision. You just gave up the top spot that was within your grasp. I love it. Yu Xiaoli, District 11 who says otherwise? The world's channels are buzzing with discussion. Jiang Yu didn't make the list in this giveaway, but no one thought he was disappointed because of it. They'll just assume he didn't participate, or only went in briefly before quitting. And that was indeed the case. Jiang Yu only went in for a short while and then came out. This is the points shop? It doesn't seem like there's much to redeem. Jiang Yu opened the points shop, glanced at it once, and immediately closed it. A high-grade red energy crystal is worth 500,000 points. Even the worst gold quality items require 5 million points, which is ridiculously expensive. This means that even after Luo Shishir's hard work, she still didn't have enough points to buy the worst gold quality item. Luo Shishir, did you not participate in this giveaway event? Luo Shishir sent Jiang Yu a private message. Even now, she still can't believe she has won the top spot. Jiang Yu, I really participated. I have no reason to lie to you about that. Luo Shishir, so did you withdraw early? Jiang Yu, almost. Luo Shishir, I knew it would be like this. By the way, why did you quit early? Staying until the end would also take 8 hours, and quitting early would also take 8 hours, so why quit early? Jiang Yu, if I didn't want to continue searching for supplies I just quit. Why are you asking so many questions? Luo Shishir, you're really quite willful, saying you don't want the top spot reward just like that. Jiang Yu, it's alright, just consider it a gift from me. Besides, what's yours is mine too. Luo Shishir, since you're so generous, could you also give me your Panlai Island? Jiang Yu, sure, come find me, and I'll give you Panlai Island. Coordinates, 38 by 95.86 by 215. Jiang Yu then sent her a coordinate. Luo sure, with your character, wouldn't I have been a lamb to the slaughter if I had gone to the past? Jiang Yu, what are you saying? Last night, I don't know who it was, but they kept rolling their eyes and shouting. Continue! Don't stop! And they never stopped. Luo sure, get out! Jiang Yu, how dare you talk to your father like that? Last night you were calling him Dad all the time, and now you're acting so tough? Luo sure, get out! Get out! Jiang Yu, see you at dawn. I'm going to give you a good beating a few more times. I'll make sure you come to me willingly. Luo sure, dream on. Jiang Yu, don't rush, let's talk about it at midnight. Luo sure. After ending his call with Luo sure, Jiang Yu got out of bed and walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he heard Yang Shueshue ask, Brother Jiang Yu, why didn't you compete for the benefits this time? It's all because your mom is too slutty. She's worn away all my motivation. You met my mother? Yes, I ran into her not long after I went in. You know your mom, she's sensitive, and she extinguished my motivation to work hard. That's such a pity. The first place prize just went to someone else. The speaker was Lu Qin, and her expression showed some jealousy. What a pity! What a pity! Why wasn't the person Jiang Lang met inside her? That way, she can also experience what it feels like to take off in a fighter jet. It wasn't just her. Griselda, Helena Lisa, Qitong, and Bai Rolling were also all a pity. Why didn't they encounter such a good thing? No need to feel sorry. Luo sure is not an outsider. The first place reward is not for anyone else. Not counting outsiders, Brother Jiang Yu, you really did make a move on her after all. Qitong revealed an expression of certainty. She's so beautiful, it's no wonder she couldn't escape your clutches. By the way, Brother Jiang Yu, when did you extend your clutches to her? How come we didn't know? Aren't you shocked at all? Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless at the women's calm expressions. What's so shocking? With your lecherous nature, always taking family photos of mothers and daughters or sisters together, it would be shocking if we didn't make a move on her, okay? Helena Lisa's words elicited nods of agreement from the other women. Exactly. That's true. It seemed to be true, and Jiang Yu didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, they're right, so what's there to be embarrassed about? Chapter 288 Auction. In the early hours of the morning, Jiang Yu once again pulled Luo sure into his dreams so they could learn from each other and fight together. Jiang Yu waited until she was delirious before letting her leave. Compared to the first time, Luo sure took much more initiative this time, and even turned the tables on him several times. She figured it out. Instead of passively resisting, she should take the initiative and enjoy the benefits. Furthermore, being able to release stress every night in such a world, especially with Jiang Yu as the target, is pretty good. Day 45 of the survival game. Today, Jiang Yu caught a platinum treasure chest while fishing. The person inside the treasure chest was a demi-human, a fish spirit named Yawen. After greeting her, Jiang Yu handed her over to Lily. The auction held by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce doesn't start until 11 o'clock, and it's only 7 o'clock now, so there's no rush. Jiang Yu continued fishing. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Ding ding ding. Finally, the last fish has arrived. Jiang Yu had been waiting for nearly 20 minutes for this final shot. This feel? It's a diamond treasure chest. As soon as he lifted the rod, Jiang Yu could tell from the heavy feel of it that it was the object under the sea of clouds. A diamond chest, or at least a legendary item, is required, otherwise it wouldn't have this feel. It really is a diamond treasure chest. When the item was fished up and Jiang Yu saw the diamond treasure chest, he couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, this last shot resulted in a diamond treasure chest for him. That's really impressive. Take out the master key and open the diamond treasure chest. You opened a diamond treasure chest and obtained 2 5 elements keys, gold. I used 1 key to open a treasure chest, but I got 2 keys instead. That's interesting. Good, with these 2 5 elements keys, we won't have to worry about not having the keys to open the colored treasure chests in the future. Putting away the key and dismantling the diamond treasure chest, Jiang Yu handed the fishing rod in his hand to Mai Shirani, who was lying on his chest, letting him do whatever he wanted with her. You can fish from now on. I'm going out for a bit. No problem. Jiang Yu got up from the chair and flew towards the teleportation array. Please select your destination: Cloud Sea City, Airspace 1, Airspace 2, Airspace 3, Airspace 4, Airspace 9831. Random teleportation. 2 more times this week. Directed teleportation. Please enter the coordinates. You will need to return manually. Cloud Sea City. Back at the teleportation array in Cloud Sea City, Jiang Yu didn't linger, ignoring the various beasted girls blocking his way, and headed straight for the Four Seas Merchant Guild. Young hero, you've arrived! As soon as Jiang Yu appeared at the gate of the Sea High Chamber of Commerce, he was immediately recognized by the rabbit-eared girl who had received him 2 days ago. I'm not too late, am I? There should still be seats available at the auction house, right? Yes, young hero. There are still plenty of seats left, and a few private rooms as well. Let me take you up there. Okay. The rabbit-eared maid swayed her hips and pulled forward, with Jiang Yu following closely behind. Upon entering the Sea High Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Yu glanced around casually. The items on the first floor are mostly ordinary, with quality generally at or below purple. Young hero, do you have anything you wish to consign for auction? If so, please tell me now so I can consult my supervisor. The rabbit-eared maid leading the way asked. Once the auction begins, no more items can be added to the auction unless they reach legendary quality. No. Upon entering the second floor, Jiang Yu scanned the area once more. I noticed that there were far fewer items on the second floor compared to the first floor, but the quality was much better. The lowest quality is purple, orange is the most common, and there are even a few red ones. Thinking back to what the bunny-eared maid said a couple of days ago, even epic and legendary items are generally not sold directly, but rather through auctions. Jiang Yu roughly understood that these red quality items were mostly just displayed as a facade and not intended for direct sale. Unless the buyer can offer a price that the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce cannot refuse. Young hero, if you want to go up to the third floor, you need to verify your identity. Only after the identity verification can I continue to take you up. At the top of the stairs leading from the second to the third floor, the rabbit-eared maid stopped. It wasn't that she wanted to stop, but that she had to stop. Because in front of her, a group of people were guarding her path. In the very center of the group was a beautiful woman, still exuding charm, dressed in a cheongsam. She was also a beast-eared girl, a cowgirl with pointed horns on her head, whose cheongsam could barely conceal her, and who was almost bursting out of her skin. That's a damn dairy cow. Jiang Yu felt that even the cowgirl Luo Yu on Panlai Island wasn't as big as her. Dear guest, in order to arrange a seat for you, we need to verify your identity. The cowgirl in the cheongsam said to Jiang Yu. See for yourself. Jiang Yu casually swiped 1,000,000 spirit stones from his backpack into a spatial ring, then tossed the ring to her. Niu Nyang probed with her divine sense, and her face immediately changed to a smile. Xiao Xia, please take this distinguished guest to private room number 6. The spatial ring was returned to Jiang Yu, and then they made way for him. Yes. Xiao Xia, the rabbit-eared maid, held Jiang Yu's right hand with both hands and continued to lead the way. Young hero, please follow me. Unlike before, she was much more enthusiastic this time. Jiang Yu, who's behind her, is a rich man. She can't afford not to be enthusiastic. Being able to enter the private room means that he provided at least 500,000 spirit stones for the verification. To be assigned to private room number 6, you need at least 1,000,000. This is just what he showed to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. What you can show to others is definitely only a small part, less than half of your net worth, or even less than half of your net worth. So rich and so beautiful, if she were lucky enough to be chosen, she would never need to be a maid in the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce again. This is also why she became more enthusiastic. Young hero, this is the place. Xiao Xia led Jiang Yu to a relatively spacious private room and pushed open the door to enter. The room was fully furnished with teacups, tea sets, sofas, and a large bed. Jiang Yu even saw whips and candles. Is this what life is like for the rich? That's great. The auction won't start for another half hour, young hero. Would you like to relax for a bit? After saying that, the rabbit-eared maid Xiaoxia went around behind Jiang Yu and hugged him. Don't worry, young hero, the soundproofing in the private room is very good. No matter how loud the noise is, it won't get out. The sense of relaxation she conveyed was self-evident. No need, you can go out now. I'll call you when I need you. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yu flicked away the little rascal behind him and sent him out of the private room. He came for the auction, not for them. If there is such a need, he can just bring a few people from Panlai Island. Aren't they much prettier than these maids? If it's that scheming woman who blocks the road to verify funds, then it's worth a try. So clueless about romance. Xiaoxia, who had been pushed out of the private room by Jiang Yu, stomped her feet, unwilling to wait in place. She certainly wouldn't dare to enter the private room without being summoned. If she angered the distinguished guest, she wouldn't even know how she died. The only thing she could do was wait for him to change his mind and call her in. Chapter 289. A good start. There are quite a few survivors. Jiang Yu shifted into a comfortable position and lay down, looking down through the one-way glass. From his seat at the back, he saw quite a few survivors. The admission ticket only costs 10,000 spirit stones, and quite a few people meet the requirements. Many survivors linger in Cloudsea City, enjoying the besteared girls and listening to music in brothels every day. It's quite normal for them to know that the Four Seas Merchant Guild is holding an auction today. As more people learned about this news, someone would inevitably mention it in the world chat, and that's how the news spread. Therefore, Jiang Yu wasn't surprised that all that survivors had come today. Luo Shishir, you scoundrel, you didn't attend the auction held by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Yunhai City? While he was waiting, Luo Shishir suddenly sent him a private message. Jiang Yu, I participated. Luo Shishir, then why didn't I see you? Jiang Yu, I'm in room number 6. You'll see me as soon as you come up. Luo Shishir, TSK, they've even got a private room, they're really rich. Jiang Yu, well, thank you so much for your support over the past few days. Luo Shishir did not respond. 2 minutes later, Xiaoxia's voice came from outside the door, trying to stop her. Esteemed guests, the private room is already occupied and you are not permitted to enter. Please move to another room. Boss, it's me. Luo Shishir's voice rang out. Let her in. She's with me. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, the door was flung open with a creak. Luo Shishir's familiar figure entered. Is this what a private room for the rich looks like? I'm so envious. Luo Shishir looked her over and praised her. Come here! Jiang Yu shouted sharply. Yes, Dad! Luo Shishir responded instinctively, then realized she wasn't dreaming. Her face flushed red as she lunged at Jiang Yu, yelling. You scoundrel! You're going to die! It seems to have been quite successful. Noticing her reaction, Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. I believe that in a few days, even if he refuses, the other party will beg him to accept her. That day will definitely be before the island reaches level 10. Ah, you scoundrel! You treacherous villain! You pervert! Luo Shishir threw herself at Jiang Yu, venting her shame and anger to the fullest. However, her actions served no purpose other than to excite Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu pulled her into his arms and said, Stop fooling around, the auction is about to start. At this moment, a mature woman in a cheongsam slowly walked onto the auction stage with a cat-like gait. The cheongsam she was wearing had a slit that went all the way up to her waist. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, the crowd below became excited, craning their necks and widening their eyes to see what they wanted to see. Unfortunately, although the host cheongsam was slit up to her waist, her vital parts were well covered, so they were destined not to see anything. But that doesn't stop them from peeking. All I can say is that they know how to dress and how to attract men. It has to be that subtle, ambiguous feeling. That's what makes it exciting. If they could actually see it directly, the audience wouldn't be as enthusiastic. Distinguished guests, welcome to this auction hosted by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. I am your host, Lon Lon. Lon Lon! Lon Lon! Lon Lon! Lon Lon! Lon Lon! As soon as the host finished his self-introduction, cheers erupted from the audience. Most of those cheering were natives of the old god star. Judging from their behavior, Lan Lan is quite famous. At first, they were mostly indigenous people, but after a short while, they gradually became survivors. Before this, they didn't even know who Lan Lan was. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Lan Lan was pretty. Thank you for your patronage, esteemed guests. After the crowd below the stage had been shouting for 2 or 3 minutes, Lan Lan Fong on the auction stage raised her hand to signal the crowd to be quiet. This auction has been held countless times, and I'm sure you're all more familiar with the process than I am. I won't say any more. Let's begin this auction now. Without any unnecessary words, the auction began immediately. At this moment, a maid carried an item onto the stage, which was covered with a red cloth. The host removed the red cloth. The first item, an epic weapon, the Dragonbone Blade. It is said to be a machete forged from dragon bones, incredibly powerful and invincible. Epic-level weapons alone are enough to prove their value. On the auction stage, the host gave a long explanation of the Dragonbone Knife. The Dragonbone Knife will be auctioned off, with a starting price of 10,000 spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 100 spirit stones higher. 11,000, 12,000, 13,000, 15,000. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of bids rang out. No wonder she became a host. Her eloquence is truly exceptional. After her introduction, almost everyone became extremely interested in the Dragonbone Knife. Of course, the most important thing is that the item itself is hard enough. Who wouldn't want a legendary weapon? Survivors, especially those who haven't seen much of the world, couldn't take their eyes off them. This weapon grants plus 15 to all attributes. Obtaining one will greatly increase your combat power. If I wear a few more orange tier items, I might have a chance to make the list. No, the rankings have been cancelled. It's too late to get the equipment and improve your strength now. It doesn't matter, it's a good thing if your own strength is improved. Dragonbone Blade, red forged from dragon bones and supplemented with other materials, it possesses immense power. After wearing, strength plus 15, agility plus 15, intelligence plus 15, constitution plus 15. Feature 1, holder's penetration plus 20%. Trait 2, the holder's attack damage is increased by 20%. She started off in a red outfit, and this great start made many people exclaim that they made the right choice. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough money or can't win the auction, at least you've seen the world. Furthermore, if they don't have the money to auction it off, do they also lack the strength to intercept and kill it? With so many people coming in for the auction, they won't hold back if even one of them passes by their area on their way out. 23,000! 25,000! 27,000! The bidding from the audience continued, and instead of decreasing, it intensified. You scoundrel, aren't you going to bid? Inside private room number 6, Luo Shishir, with her fair and delicate feet planted on Jiang Yu's closed hands, asked a question. No rush, we'll talk about it later. So, you've also taken a liking to the Dragonbone Blade? Of course, treasures are always welcome. Well, it seems like I've come to this auction for nothing. Luo Shishir immediately deflated. He said the more treasures the better, so how could she possibly compete? How can you say you came for nothing? Isn't seeing me once enough? Roll! Luo Shishir channeled her grief and anger into motivation, and no longer held back as she stomped on the ground. At this moment, Jiang Yu only wanted to say that being strong, having a good physique, and recovering quickly is just great. Otherwise, who the hell could withstand such high-intensity battles every day? This group of people are all crazy. Sometimes he can't even rest when he wants to. Just now, he wanted to spend the auction with Luo Shishir in his arms, but she wouldn't let him. 40,000! 44,000! At this point, the bids outside had reached over 40,000, and the number of bidders was gradually decreasing. Chapter 290 The Heart of the World. 50,000! 60,000! 80,000! Inside the private room, the people started bidding, adding 10,000 spirit stones at a time. 100,000! With the soundproofing of the private room turned off, Jiang Yu joined the bidding, and the exit price was 10 spirit stones. The millions of spirit stones in my backpack are just sitting there anyway, so I might as well spend them to arm the people of Pamlai Island. 120,000! 130,000! After the price was raised to this point, there were practically no more bidders left. 135,000! 140,000! 150,000! Jiang Yu called out a high price of 15, and everyone gave up bidding. 150,000 spirit stones per time! 150,000 spirit stones twice! The auctioneer drew out the word 150,000 spirit stones, deliberately waiting a few seconds without receiving a new bid, before finally declaring 3 times! Congratulations on winning the epic weapon Dragonbone Blade from treasure chest number 6. As she was speaking, a maid came on stage with a tray, handed the tray to the host, and then left the stage with the Dragonbone knife, heading towards Jiang Yu's private room. The second item is an epic level elixir, the longevity pill. The host removed the red cloth, revealing a pill brimming with terrifying life force. Longevity pill, as the name suggests, it extends the lifespan of the user. The longevity pill can restore the user's hidden injuries, repair aging organs, and extend your lifespan. Of course, it is only effective for first-time users. Lon! I wonder how much lifespan can be extended by taking one pill? Someone in the audience asked. 1,000 years! The host smiled mysteriously and uttered a number that excited countless people, especially the elderly who were nearing their end and had never taken any longevity pills. I'm sure you're all eager to get started, so I won't go into any further details. Let's begin the auction. Starting bid, 10,000 spirit stones, minimum increment, 100 spirit stones. 20,000! 50,000! 60,000! Immediately, a series of bids rang out. You scoundrel, you want the life-extending pills too? I don't need this. Jiang Yu immediately shook his head. You can keep it if you want it. It only adds 1,000 lifespan and doesn't increase attributes, so what's the point of buying it? The lifespan gained is less than that of a single ascension fruit, not to mention that the ascension fruit can increase all attributes by 20. This longevity elixir is useless. Me? I don't want this kind of thing. Luo sure pouted. Given our current experience, we don't even know if we can live for a year. What's the point of making this kind of thing? Even if lifespan is increased by 1,000, we still need to have the ability to survive. I didn't expect you to be so clever as to think of this. Get out! Get out! Get out! 80,000! 90,000! The bidding continued from the audience. Crunch. The door to Jiang Yu's private room was opened, and a maid carrying a dragon bone knife walked in. Dear esteemed guests, this is what you just photographed. She bowed respectfully and handed the dragon bone knife to Jiang Yu. As he bent over, a large expanse of snow-white skin was revealed. Rich and generous. Jiang Yu checked it over and confirmed that it was indeed the dragon bone knife he had photographed, then promptly paid the money. After receiving the money, the maid saw that Jiang Yu made no further moves and wisely left. The auction for the longevity pill quickly came to an end, with the item being sold to room 5 for 180,000 spirit stones. The fact that it's more expensive than the dragon bone knife only shows that the people in room number 5 really need that pill. The third item, epic level. Another new epic item has been added to the auction, starting a new round of bidding. 20,000 spirit stones! 30,000. Time passed second by second, and one item after another was sold at auction. During this period, Jiang Yu also participated in the auction several times and won the bids each time. The 12th item, a legendary item, the planetarium. Many people may be unfamiliar with planetariums and may be hearing about them for the first time, but that's okay, because your Lon will explain their function to you. An astrolabe, that is. The host, Lon, spoke eloquently, slowly introducing the planetarium in her hand. In short, whoever possesses the planetarium can view the coordinates of survivors, natives, and others in this world at any time, and can also drop items to them at any time. Think about it, if everyone's location is exposed to you, how wonderful would that be? Before the host could finish his introduction, a chorus of urging voices rose from the audience. Lon, we understand. Let's start the auction. That's right, let's get started. We can't wait. The explanation is detailed enough, there's no need to go any further, let's get started. Most of the people urging us on are menacing looking and look like they're not to be trifled with. In fact, their thinking was entirely correct. Those urging them on were mostly space pirates, bandits, and the like. They couldn't wait to get their hands on the planetarium. With this, they will never have to worry about not finding targets to plunder again. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's start taking pictures of this planetarium now. Starting bid, 100,000 spirit stones. Minimum increment, 1,000 spirit stones. 110,000. 150,000. 180,000. 280,000. 300,000. In no time, the price jumped to 300,000 and is still rising. You scoundrel, do you want to film this? After swallowing the juice, Luo Shishir pinched Jiang Yu's waist. You want to take a picture? I have this idea. Then go ahead and take the picture, I don't need this. Why? Because I already have one. As he spoke, Jiang Yu took out the astronomical instrument he had previously obtained from the Qingyan Ghost King. You have something like this? How did you get it? It was an unexpected find. The specific reason will be mentioned to you in a few days after you join Pamlai Island. Oh, then I won't take any more pictures. This time, Luo Shishir did not refute Jiang Yu's suggestion to join Pamlai Island. She also felt that she could no longer escape his grasp. Oh? Why aren't you taking pictures anymore? You already have everything, why would I need to film anything? Hee, are you about to give up and join us? Jiang Yu groped him. Humph, it's all your fault. Luo Shishir turned her head to the side. When I get back, I'll drive my own island over to find you. I have several thousand people on my island, and I'll eat you out of house and home and drain you dry. That's right, I'm going to have thousands of people on my island attack you together, drain you dry, and then inherit your Pamlai Island after that person dies. Then I'll wait. With several thousand people joining in, the requirement of 20,000 people to upgrade the island to level 10 is met. He only needs to improve a few more points in the strength attribute to upgrade Pamlai Island to level 10. The auction for the astrolabe quickly came to an end, with the item being sold to someone in VIP room number 2 for 1 million spirit stones. Distinguished guests! Honored guests! The next item is our second to last item, which is also the grand finale of today's event. You'd never guess its level, because I was shocked when I learned someone was putting it up for auction. It is a mythical being, the heart of the world. Chapter 291 Frenzied Auction. The heart of the world, a mythical item used to create a small world. Having it means having your own little world. Think about it, it belongs only to yourself. The host, Lan Lan, gave a passionate introduction. When everyone in the audience and the private room heard the words, mythical level, they all stood up immediately, their eyes burning with excitement. They practically wanted to go on stage and start snatching it. If it weren't for the rules protecting us, people would have already started snatching things up. A divine level item! Inside room number 6, Luo Shishir stood there stunned after hearing the host's introduction. After a moment, she came to her senses and frantically shook Jiang Yu's shoulders. You scoundrel! The heart of the world needed to upgrade a 10th tier island. Last night, after the welfare event ended, someone asked in the World Channel about the resources needed to upgrade the island from level 9 to 10. Jiang Yu has already mentioned this. This is also why Luo Shishir knows that the island needs the heart of the world to advance from level 9 to level 10. Don't get excited, I can see it. Jiang Yu never expected that a colorful item, especially the colorful heart of the world, would appear at this auction. Heart of the world, colorful natives often use it to create a small world, while survivors often use it to upgrade their islands to tier 10. An island upgraded with the heart of the world is far better than one upgraded with energy crystals. He was all prepared to synthesize 50 immaculate demon cores to upgrade the island, but then a world heart suddenly appeared. He only came to this auction to try his luck, but who knew that something colorful would actually appear? Prices must not skyrocket. Jiang Yu glanced at the spirit stones in his backpack. 17,862,500. More than 10 million spirit stones, it doesn't feel like enough. It's decided, let's grab it. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu decided to fire. Rather than spending all your spirit stones to auction off such an item, only to have countless people still covet it afterward, it's better to voluntarily give it up and let the person who auctioned it take the initiative to do so. Jiang Yu is confident that as soon as the person who manages to acquire the heart of the world leaves Cloudsea City, countless people will immediately flock to snatch it up. On second thought, it doesn't seem so easy to steal. After all, he didn't know if the person who bought it would leave Yahai City, or if they did, which region they would go to. They could even skip all other areas and teleport directly back to their own little world, just like Carol Yura and Aisha Nicole, who came from other little worlds. It seems we'll have to participate in an auction. Alright. He can bid, then return to the teleportation array in Zone 1 and contact Ling Yuxian, Chu Sha Sha, Daisy, and the others to prepare for battle. With the heart of the world in his hands, Jiang Yu didn't believe no one would come after him. Once they catch up with him, he can recoup his losses from them. Using the heart of the world as bait, I don't believe no one will resist. As for the claim that others didn't know which area he teleported to, that's even more impossible. These indigenous people have lived for countless years, and those who are strong all have the means to mark others. As long as he pretends not to know and lets others mark it, he doesn't need to worry about no one using it. The plan is in place. The prerequisite is that we can get our hands on the heart of the world, otherwise, it's all out of the question. How many spirit stones do you have? Jiang Yu pinched Luo Shishir's hand. Over 2 million, you scoundrel. Do you want to participate in the Heart of the World auction? Let's give it a try. Otherwise, if someone else snatches him up and he doesn't leave Yahai City, or if we can't find him, it's not easy to rob him. You're already prepared to rob it? You don't have it? With you here, what's the point of me having this plan? Be sensible. Turn around. Luo Shishir turned around subconsciously. Shishir's pool was 1,000 feet deep. When the mythical heart of the world appeared, not only did the auction site on the 3rd floor explode, but the world channel also went wild. Sujio, District 30 what? 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 Brothers, colorful items will appear at the Cloudsea City auction. Jinhaoyun, 7th District Brother Su went to the brothel in Yahai City to listen to music again. He knows how to enjoy himself. Wait, what did you say? Colorful items? Really? Sujio, District 30 of course it's true. With so many people seeing this, why would I lie to you? Also, what do you mean by going to the brothels in Yahai City to listen to music again? I'm just balancing work and rest, you know. Baiyun, District 13 I can attest that it was indeed a colorful object. And Brother Sujio is right, we were indeed balancing work and rest, not just listening to music in a brothel. Wang Zhongtuo, District 38 absolutely. Absolutely. Yu Xiaoli, District 11 so you said so much, but you haven't said what that colorful thing is. Can't you pick out the key points? Adam, District 36 the heart of the world. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3. The heart of the world. Is that the heart of the world that Jiang Yu mentioned yesterday, the one needed to upgrade an island from level 9 to 10? Hanjing, 9th District I think there is no other heart of the world besides this one. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3 enough said, I'm heading towards the teleportation array. Even if I can't get the heart of the world, just seeing it is good enough. Suzy Per, District 36 me too. Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222 it's a pity that Yahai City is protected by the rules, otherwise we could attack Yahai City together. Xiao Fan, Region 1 that's a real pity. On the World Chat channel, messages were scrolling wildly as countless people rushed toward the teleportation array. With Jiang Yu around, they knew they had a 99.99% chance of not being able to obtain the heart of the world, so coming here would be a waste of time. But what if? Even if they actually get that 0.01% chance, they could laugh their deceased relatives back to life. Back at the auction venue on the 3rd floor of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the host, who had been introducing the heart of the world for half an hour, finally relented and started the bidding. Mythical Grade World Heart, starting bid 0, unlimited increments. The introduction to the heart of the world alone wouldn't have taken this long, but in order to allow enough time for the people in the audience and private rooms to contact their families to send over spirit stones, and to give them time to find more spirit stones, she deliberately dragged it out for half an hour. The effect was excellent. When many people heard about the mythical level heart of the world, they immediately began to secretly trade with their families to bring more spirit stones to bid, or brought their clansmen to prepare to snatch it. 1 million spirit stones! The starting price is 1 million spirit stones, and that's not even the price offered by the people in the private room. 2 million! 3 million! 3.5 million! 4 million! As the prices were announced one by one, Luo Shishir was dumbfounded. My goodness, there are so many rich people here. She originally thought that her 2 million spirit stones would be enough, but now she realizes that it's pitifully little. 6 million! 7 million! 8 million! 10 million! Just then, the third private room shouted out a high price of 10 million spirit stones, which scared away a large number of people. In particular, 99% of the bidders outside the private room were scared away. Chapter 292 Mortgage. The real battle is about to begin. Jiang Yu knew that the real battle had only just begun. 11 million! Jiang Yu was visibly excited when he called out the price. With so many wealthy people around, once he gets his hands on the heart of the world and uses it as bait, I can't even imagine how many rich people he can swindle and how many spirit stones he can harvest. Once he got his hands on the heart of the world, he pretended to leave in a hurry, giving the impression that he was in a great hurry. Seeing that they were leaving in such a hurry, others couldn't keep up immediately, let alone find someone to help them keep their belongings safe. Since they didn't have time, they could only bring their valuables to chase after him. If Jiang Yu and his group are strong enough and their ambush is well planned, they can definitely make a fortune. It's decided, we'll sell everything we own to get our hands on the heart of the world. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can always take out a small portion of your treasures from your backpack and pawn them to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Yu believed that as long as there were enough valuable items to be pledged, the Sea Chamber of Commerce would be happy to accept them. 12 million! 13 million! 15 million! 20 million! Jiang Yu suddenly offered a high price of 20 million, scaring away another group of people. You scoundrel, you're so rich! Luo Shishir turned around in shock, almost not recognizing the person in front of her. He shouted out 20 million spirit stones without even blinking. That's hilarious. It's alright. As long as I can get my hands on it, someone will come and help reimburse me for the spirit stones I spent. Do you think everyone else is stupid enough to come and reimburse you for expenses? Luo Shishir suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. You plan to use it as bait to lure them to chase after us? Not too stupid. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yu's audacity shocked Luo Shishir. I know what I'm doing. My men have already gone to the area around the teleportation array in Zone 1 to prepare, just waiting for them to walk into the trap. Which teleportation array in Zone 1? After Zone 1 merges with other zones, the teleportation arrays of those zones are also merged into it. Therefore, after selecting the teleportation array in Zone 1, it will display Zone 1 teleportation array number 1, Zone 1 teleportation array number 2, etc., which is why Luo Shishir asked this question. That's obviously the area around teleportation array number 1 in Zone 1. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Yu was the first to discover this teleportation array, he chose it simply because it was the closest to Panlai Island. I'll contact the people on my island now and have them drive my picturesque island over there. Hopefully, we can make it in time. Although the native inhabitants of her island cannot use the virtual interface, there are also some survivors on her island, in addition to the native inhabitants. Where is your poetry island now? Hiding in a special space near teleportation array number 4 in Zone 1. That far? We definitely won't make it in time, but you can have them come closer first, and then you can just come with me to Panlai Island to wait. Luo Shishir did not deny Jiang Yu's words, which clearly meant she agreed. Someone come here! The next bid must exceed the total number of spirit stones he and Luo Shishir possess. Such collateral needs to be discussed in advance. If we don't tell him in advance, and he offers a price higher than the spirit stones we currently possess, and we can't use them as collateral, then things would get really messy. Sir, what service do you require? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, the rabbit-haired maid waiting at the door eagerly opened the door and entered. Hearing Jiang Yu's bid, she longed even more for him to take a liking to her and for her to be able to get close to such a wealthy man. If I don't have enough spirit stones, can I use other items as collateral? Your Four Seas Merchant Guild can pay the extra money for me first, and I will come back tonight or tomorrow to repay you and take back my collateral. Jiang Yu didn't waste time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go and consult my supervisor. Go. The rabbit-eared maidservant rushed in and rushed out. They returned in less than a minute. Behind her followed a cowgirl, the same enormous cowgirl Jiang Yu had seen when he went up to the third floor. I heard from Xiaoxia that you are a distinguished guest who wants to pawn some items so we can help you pay off any extra spirit stones. After closing the door, Nianyang twisted her body and sat down next to Jiang Yu. At the same time, pressed the soundproof button for this private room. Countless eyes and ears are watching this side. Even if they speak quietly, they might still be overheard by those with ulterior motives if the soundproofing isn't turned on. Yes, is that possible here? Of course. May I ask how much value of the items you wish to pawn, and when you plan to return them? I currently have 20 million spirit stones on me. I don't know how many spirit stones I need to bid for the heart of the world. So, whatever extra spirit stones I have after bidding for the heart of the world, I will pledge to you that amount. As for repayment, I can repay you by tomorrow night at the latest. Distinguished guests, may I first examine some of the collateral? See for yourself. Jiang Yu handed over a spatial ring. The space ring contains dozens of immaculate demon cores and more than 10 immaculate energy crystals. Nianyang probed into it with her divine sense, and even though she was very knowledgeable, she was still shocked by the number of immaculate demon cores. I think this thing would be useful to you indigenous people as well. It's useful, of course it's useful. Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, the Bustica woman came back to her senses. Each of these things has a market price of about 300,000 spirit stones. If you take them out as collateral, you can't use the market price as the collateral price. Our Sihai Chamber of Commerce can offer our esteemed guest a collateral value of 200,000 spirit stones per stone, with 78 stones in total, for a total collateral value of 15.6 million spirit stones. I can personally grant our esteemed guest 16 million spirit stones. Okay, if the final price exceeds 16 million, I'll use other collateral. Jiang Yu didn't stand on ceremony with her. Thank you for your trust. We do not require you to return it tomorrow. Our Sihai Chamber of Commerce can give you 7 days of free time. If the esteemed guest returns the spirit stones within 7 days, no interest will be charged and the collateral will be returned. However, if the return exceeds 7 days, interest of 100,000 spirit stones per day will be charged. If more than 30 days have passed, the mortgaged property will belong to our Sihai Chamber of Commerce. That's about it. If you have any further questions, please feel free to ask me, and I will answer them one by one. By the way, my name is Lucy. Jiang Yu? Would you like to disable the soundproofing now and continue bidding for the heart of the world? Shut it down. In order to use the heart of this world as bait, Jiang Yu ordered all the treasures in his backpack to be taken out as collateral. If the people who come to hunt him down don't bring enough spirit stones, then they'll be doing him a disservice. When the soundproofing of room number 6 was turned off, outside noises entered the room again. 26 million! The bidding for the heart of the world has reached 26 million. This is an absolutely terrifying price. Countless people spend their entire lives and still can't save even 10% of it. Chapter 293: A Turbulent Affair. By now, not only those outside the private rooms, but also most of the people inside have given up bidding and are planning to choose another way to obtain it. The only rooms that could continue to hold out were Room 1, Room 2, Room 3, and Room 6, where Jiang Yu was. 26.5 million spirit stones. The voice came from private room number 2. 27 million! Came the reply from the person in room number 3. 28 million! Room number 1 was not to be outdone. 30 million! As soon as Jiang Yu made his offer, the third floor of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce fell into a brief silence. Even if they only received half of the 30 million spirit stones, It would be enough for them to spend their lives indulging in food, drink, and entertainment in the brothels of Yanhai City. 30 million spirit stones at once! Host Lanan exclaimed excitedly. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? It's impossible for her not to be excited when an item sells for tens of millions. After today, her reputation will surely rise to even greater heights. Although this was brought about by the mythical level world heart, it was also created by her, wasn't it? 30 million spirit stones, in 2 ounces. She began, drawing out the words. Twice. 31 million. 32 million. The prices for private rooms number 1 and number 2 continued to rise. 3,300. Jiang Yu followed without hesitation. At this moment, the people in the number 1 private room heard Jiang Yu continue to raise the price, their faces darkened, and they activated the soundproofing function to ask the people next to them. Does anyone know who's in room number 6? His question caused the guards around him to exchange glances, all seeing the doubt in their opponent's eyes. Young master, I know. A guard in the corner raised his hand in acknowledgement. Oh? Tell me, who is he? Young master, he is a survivor. I went out to buy something before the auction started, and I saw him when I came back. I happened to see him enter room number 6. What did you say? Are you sure he's a survivor? The man called young master immediately burst out laughing. I'm sure. Great! Now we can save tens of millions of spirit stones. A cold smile flashed across the man's lips. Young master, what do you mean? Nonsense, the survivors can't stay in Cloudsea City forever. They'll inevitably return to their own islands. What's it to idiots if we don't seize this opportunity? A survivor who can offer tens of millions is definitely a big fat sheep. How strong can a survivor who has only been trying for a few dozen days really be? Such a good fat sheep, wouldn't it be a fool not to slaughter it? Young master is wise! Young master is wise and mighty, invincible under heaven! His guards immediately began to flatter him. 34.5 million! The people in VIP room number 2 were still holding on. At this moment, the people in room number 2 were a little confused. Why did the person in room number 1 give up? This is not like the other person's personality. That's right, they understood the personality of the person in room number 1, and knew that the person in room number 2 wouldn't give up easily. You said you didn't have enough spirit stones? Nonsense. He knew very well how rich the person in room number 1 was, but also how stingy they were. Are you unwilling to spend so many spirit stones? That's practically impossible. That's a mythical world heart, something you can't buy even with money normally. Now that one has finally appeared, even if the other party is stingy, they wouldn't be reluctant to part with the money. That can only mean another situation. Is he also prepared to rob it? But what if the person in room 6 teleports back to their own planet and can't find it? How can they rob it then? Unless the other party knows the location where the person in room 6 was teleported to, they can also teleport there. Could it be? He suddenly thought of another possibility and whispered to the person next to him. Go and find out who the people in room number 6 are. Yes. A figure slipped out of private room number 2. 35 million spirit stones per time. Jiang Yu has offered 35 million. The host waited a while, but no one bid. 35 million spirit stones, 2 bids at a time. A moment later. 35 million spirit stones 3. 35.5 million! Just as the deal was about to be finalized, the person who went out to gather information had not yet returned, so the people in room number 2 had no choice but to raise the price again. If his guess is wrong, and the heart of the world falls into someone else's hands, how could he be willing to accept that? His current plan is to stall for time until the people who went out to gather information return. If his guess is correct, he will give up bidding and then try to snatch the item. If his guess is wrong, he will continue bidding. 36 million! If others continue to raise the price, Jiang Yu will have to offer new items as collateral to borrow money. If you want to know Jiang Yu's opinion, it would be best if others didn't raise the price. We can accept further price increases. The higher the price, the more it shows they have a wealth of spirit stones. When it comes to fishing, the bigger the fish, the better. Dear esteemed guest, you are welcome to continue borrowing spirit stones as collateral. Lucy smiled and stared at Jiang Yu. That's right, in order to make it easier for Jiang Yu to continue mortgaging and borrowing money, she has not left since entering room number 6. If someone keeps raising the price, I will. 36 million spirit stones per time. The host's voice came through the private room again. A moment later. 36 million spirit stones, in 2 or 3 transactions. Hearing this, the person in room number 2 was about to add another 500,000 spirit stones when the door was pushed open, and a person stumbled to his side and whispered in his ear. Master, we've gathered information. The person in room number 6 is a survivor. In an instant, he suddenly realized why the guy in room number 1 had given up the bidding. So that's why. So he gave up on raising the price further. Humph! Let's see who can snatch it by their own skill. With that thought, his gaze turned to private room number 1. Like the people in room number 1, he didn't take Jiang Yu seriously. After dragging out the bid for 2 or 3 minutes to confirm that no one was bidding higher, the host finally announced. 3 times. Clang! Congratulations to room 6 for winning the mythical artifact, Heart of the World with 36 million spirit stones. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. The tray containing the Heart of the World was placed on the table beside her, and she was the first to applaud. She had expected the price to be 40 million, but now it's 4 million less. It's impossible for her not to feel regret. The regret in her heart was only fleeting. After all, a single piece fetching a high price of 36 million is something that hasn't happened in nearly a century, enough to boost her fame even further. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as she clapped, everyone in the audience and in the private room joined in. Thunderous applause erupted. It resounded through the sky. I just don't know how many of them are sincere and how many have ulterior motives. In short, the moment the auction for the Heart of the World ended, the entire Cloudsea city was abuzz with excitement. Chapter 294 Auction ends. As the applause subsided, the host continued. Congratulations again to Room 6 for successfully winning the Heart of the World. After the last item is auctioned off, I will personally bring the Heart of the World to VIP room number 6 and hand it over to our distinguished guest. Now, let's look at the last item up for auction. The grand finale of today's auction, a legendary item, the Ascension Token. You probably already know the function of the Ascension Token. After using it, you can choose a piece of equipment, a building, a statue, etc., and upgrade it to legendary level. Having an Ascension Token means having a legendary item, and you can even choose the legendary item yourself. Its importance is self-evident. Without further ado, the Ascension Token auction is now open. Starting price, 100,000 spirit stones, with each bid increment no less than 10,000 spirit stones. After the introductions, the host smiled and waited for the bidders to begin their auction. Although many people are still immersed in the world's heart and have not been able to get out, the Ascension Token is also a rare treasure, and she is not worried at all that no one will participate in the bidding. The mere fact that you can choose to upgrade one legendary item is enough to drive countless people crazy. She would be a little worried if it were random, but she's not worried at all if she can choose for herself. Furthermore, the Heart of the World is still on the stage, and has not been taken by the maid to room number 6 for trading. This proves that the VIP in room number 6 did not leave. Since he did not leave, the other people who had similar ideas were naturally reluctant to leave as well. This is also why she wanted to wait until the last Ascension Token was auctioned off before personally taking it to room number 6 for the transaction. The Heart of the World transaction should end now. If the VIP in room number 6 takes the Heart of the World with them, they will have to take a group of people with them. Although this behavior may seem to take advantage of VIP guests, it is all for the purpose of maximizing profits. 110,000! 200,000! 500,000! Seemingly in an effort to end the battle as soon as possible, the auction price for the Ascension Token rose rapidly. Before the people in the private room could even raise the price a few times, the people in private room number 1 shouted out a price of 500,000. 800,000! Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and immediately added 300,000. Just like the Heart of the World, he was determined to obtain this Ascension Order. With so many red buildings on the island, and the Ascension token allowing you to choose any one to upgrade to gold. This is definitely not to be missed. If someone else manages to get their hands on him, and that person doesn't come after him, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Jiang Yu would not allow even the slightest possibility to exist. As soon as Jiang Yu spoke, those who already had designs on him fell silent. Great! The photo taken in room number 6 is excellent. All the good stuff is in your hands. You can just grab it all when the time comes. This survivor is such a kind person, saving them tens of millions of spirit stones. 850,000. 900,000. Not everyone withdrew. Some continued to participate in the auction. None of the people participating in the auction knew Jiang Yu's identity as a survivor. 1 million! 1.05 million! 1.1 million! 1.3 million! Hearing Jiang Yu's confident tone, no one continued filming. 1.3 million spirit stones per time. 1.3 million spirit stones in 2 or 3 rounds. The host scanned the room, confirming no one would bid higher. 3 times. 1.3 million spirit stones, 3 times. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in room number 6 for successfully bidding on the Ascension token. In her mind, 1.3 million spirit stones was several hundred thousand less than she had expected. Don't be fooled by the fact that the market price of the Ascension token is only 1 million. If you actually spend 1 million to buy it, you'll lose if you can't. Items like this usually fetch over 1.6 million, and sometimes even over 2 million. It's only 1.3 million now, which hasn't met her expectations. But she could roughly guess what was going on and why the VIPs in the private rooms hadn't made a move. They just wanted to wait until the VIPs in room number 6 left before they could snatch it all together. It's only human nature. Whether you grab 1 item or 2, it's all the same, there's no difference. This auction has now concluded. Distinguished guests may depart in turn, or stay to rest, or perhaps make some purchases on the 1st or 2nd floor before leaving. After speaking, the host, Lan, carrying the heart of the world in the Ascension token, swayed her hips as she walked towards VIP room number 6. Sujio, District 30 Hee. Brothers, the auction is over, the real show is about to begin. Wu-chun, District 56 who says otherwise? 1 colorful one, 2 gold ones, and 5 red ones. It's impossible for that guy in room number 6 not to be watched. Mo Xiaoyao, District 3? What? 1 rainbow, 2 gold, and 5 red? Who the hell is so rich? No way, I really have to go and take a look, otherwise I won't be satisfied. Zhenhaoyun, District 7 Me too. I regret not coming to Yanhai City this morning. By the way, do you guys know who's so rich? Jiang Yu, District 1 I know. Luo Shishir, District 1 I know too. Jiang Yu and Luo Shishir's sudden 2 sentences immediately energized countless people. Xiao Fan, Region 1 you 2 big shots, tell me quickly, which bastard is so rich? I'm so envious. Baiyun, District 13 exactly, I'm so envious. Jiang Yu, District 1 it's me. Luo Shishir, Region 1 it's him. Jiang Yu. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3. Sujio, District 30. The World Channel fell silent for a moment, but then became lively again a few seconds later. Yu Xiaoli, District 11 oh no, you're finished? You said Jiang Yu is a bastard. Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, Region 1 no, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Boss, you know me, I was just controlled, that message wasn't sent by me. Yu Xiaoli, District 11 it was you who posted it, I saw it too. Jiang Yu, Region 1 Xiao Fan, alright, I know what you mean, I won't take it to heart. I'll say it again, I photographed all those things, anyone interested can go and try. Jiang Yu reminded them because their lives were more valuable than their deaths. Xiao Fan, Region 1 you're so generous, sir. I don't know about others, but I certainly don't have any ulterior motives. Chentai, 75 me too, I didn't have any extra thoughts at all. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3 me too. I have absolutely no thoughts about it right now. Zhenhaoyun, District 7 same here. Those who originally planned to come to Yanhai City to snag a bargain all turned back after learning that Jiang Yu was the one who won the heart of the world. What's the difference between causing trouble for a powerful figure and suicide? Those survivors on the third floor of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce left the Chamber of Commerce immediately and returned to their own island. This group of people simultaneously memorized Jiang Yu's voice. Most of them came from different regions, so it was normal that they couldn't recognize Jiang Yu's voice before, but they remembered it now. Why not leave them to attack Jiang Yu and seize the treasures in his hands? Haha, just kidding. With the boss's terrifying strength, they didn't think they would lose to those indigenous people. The fact that the big shot dared to bid for the heart of the world proves that he has enough confidence to face the coming storm. If that's the case, what are they doing if not sending themselves to their deaths? Going to the theater? Be careful, the big boss might go berserk and slaughter everyone watching. It's better not to go. Chapter 295 following. Crunch. The door to VIP room number 6 opened, and the host, Lan Lan, walked in. Sister C, you're here too. Upon seeing Lucy, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her eyes. I'll talk to you later. Come over and complete the transaction first. Lucy put away the 2 spatial rings and made room for him. One of them was hers, containing 20 million spirit stones that Jiang Yu had just traded. The other one belonged to Jiang Yu. In addition to the 78 immaculate demon cores and energy crystals, it contained some other items. These items should have been worth 2 million spirit stones, but since they were used as collateral, the collateral value was only 1.3 million. Good! The host, swaying in her slit cheongsam, sat down beside Lucy and handed the Heart of the World and the Ascension token to Jiang Yu. My lord, these are your Heart of the World and the Ascension token. Jiang Yu took it, checked its attributes to make sure the other party hadn't given him a fake, and then put it back in his backpack. I finally got my hands on the colorful Heart of the World. I've already given the Spirit Stone to Sister Lu, you can check it out yourself. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the host turned to look at Lucy, who nodded in agreement, and his smile became even brighter. Thank you for your support of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. From now on, you are a senior member of our Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and you can enjoy a 20% discount on purchases made on the first and second floors. Oh, Sister Lu already told me about this, Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly widened because he suddenly saw that the host Lan Lan was wearing nothing underneath her cheongsam. Whether she did it on purpose or didn't notice, she sat down without properly adjusting her cheongsam, which Jiang Yu saw clearly. Jiang Yu was more inclined to believe that she did it on purpose, because she was wearing the same outfit when the auction was being held on the auction stage. But no matter which angle the audience tried to peek from, they couldn't see it. The key parts were completely covered. Just now, in order to make the final Ascension token easier to sell, Lan Lan deliberately blocked your world heart, and only took it out after the event. I hope you will forgive me and not hold a grudge against our Four Seas Merchant Guild or me because of this. As she was talking, she changed her gesture, and this gesture was full of sincerity. The case is solved, it was intentional. Good heavens, Jiang Yu was speechless. The atmosphere in Yuhai City is truly unusual. There's a pervasive sense of wickedness and evil everywhere you go. It's alright, the Ascension token is something I need too, it's the same thing. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. I thank you, the host said in a high-pitched voice. Young Master Jiang Yu, the auction is over and the transaction is complete. Now there are many eyes watching you outside. Would you like to stay for a while? Lucy continued. If you choose to stay, I can arrange to waive your accommodation fees for 7 days. If we stay, we won't need to. If we stay, how will we earn spirit stones to redeem those collateral items? But if you leave now, you will face a very serious manhunt. Yes, sir, you should stay here for a while before leaving, or wait until nightfall and when those people are less vigilant before sneaking away. No need, I have a way to get away. Jiang Yu pulled Luo Shishir to her feet. I'll send more spirit stones tomorrow to redeem my belongings. After saying that, he quickly led Luo Shishir toward the door. Although the host's sister was furious with Jiang Yu, he knew that time was of the essence, and he had to leave Yuhai City as soon as possible. In this way, those with ulterior motives will be unable to find someone to safeguard the money they bring. As soon as Jiang Yu stepped out of private room number 6, the person secretly watching him immediately perked up and followed him. They didn't understand why Jiang Yu was in such a hurry to leave the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. In their opinion, He should stay for a few days or sneak away at night when they weren't looking. But none of that matters. What matters is that the target has appeared. They can begin. Am I not pretty enough? Am I not charming enough? Jiang Yu's departure was extremely damaging to the host, almost causing her to fall into self-doubt. No! He must have had a reason to leave, otherwise he wouldn't have left in such a hurry. Yes. That's it. Having confirmed this in her heart, a confident smile returned to her face. He just said he would come back tomorrow to redeem his belongings. She didn't know the specifics yet, but she knew she would come again tomorrow, and that was enough for her. Tomorrow, she must try again tomorrow, to prove that it's not that she lacks charm, but that he really has an urgent matter. After thinking it through, the host straightened her cheongsam and sat down. Sister C, why do you think he was in such a hurry to leave? How would I know? He never told me. Oh, then what did he mean by redeeming his belongings? That's how it is. Next, Lucy and the host explained Jiang Yu's act of mortgaging spirit stones for auction. After Lucy's explanation, the host understood what Jiang Yu had just said. They're being so sincere, why don't you stay and have a good meal before you leave? If you want, you can ignore us and stab us right in front of us. Walking on the streets of Yahai City, Luo Shishir teased. Clearly, she had also noticed the host's subtle actions. Since you want to see so much, I'll let you see as much as you want tonight. Get lost, you shameless person. Stop joking around and hurry up, I can sense a lot of presences following us. If nothing unexpected happens, we're going to be rich after today. Are you really confident you can handle them? Luo Shishir's expression turned serious at this point. The fact that they dared to follow means they have enough confidence. Don't take me to my death. Don't worry, I'm guaranteed to win. No one on my island can beat me. Back on his Panlai Island, his combat power increased infinitely. With the phantom of the goddess of war and Lang Yuxian, Daisy, and the others, Jiang Yu couldn't imagine the possibility of losing. Will they come to Panlai Island? What if they're waiting outside after you get on the island? They will. If they want to get the heart of the world, they will definitely risk coming to the island. Don't underestimate the allure of colorful things. From the very beginning, Jiang Yu planned to use the heart of the world to lure them to Panlai Island, and then hunt them down there. With the heart of the world present, and having Ling Yuxian, Daisy, and Chu Sha Sha hide in the mysterious building beforehand to avoid revealing any trace of their presence, Jiang Yu wasn't worried at all that they wouldn't come to the island. They can be fooled by a bag. Once they land on Panlai Island, what suspense remains? In the end, it will be up to him to call the shots. Whether they live or die is none of his business. Please select your destination: Panlai Island, Airspace 1, Airspace 2, Airspace 3, Airspace 4. Remember to select Teleportation Array number 1. After leaving this message for Luo Shishir, Jiang Yu chose Airspace number 1. The following teleportation arrays are available in Airspace 1. Please select 1, Teleportation Array 1, Teleportation Array 2. Teleportation Array number 1. Chapter 296. Everything is ready. With a flash of light, Jiang Yu returned to the teleportation array located at coordinates 5,000, 5,000. Luo Shishir appeared right after him. Come with me. After exiting the teleportation array, Jiang Yu took out an ordinary pirate ship from his backpack and immediately flew towards Panlai Island after leaving this special space. The interstellar shuttle is too fast. It would be ridiculous if they couldn't keep up. As soon as the two piloted their pirate ship away, dozens of spaceships appeared and followed. Jiang Yu was right. They did indeed have a way of knowing the area he had teleported to. Some originally wanted to make a move directly, but because there were so many people following along, no one dared to strike first to avoid being ambushed or having their chances taken advantage of. Everyone tacitly followed from a distance. Another reason is that if Jiang Yu has so many spirit stones on him, wouldn't he have even more on his island? We'll make our move once he returns to the island. The rewards will be far greater. You scoundrel, why don't you just increase the speed? This is too fake. The spaceship is so slow, even a ghost would know there's something wrong with it. On the pirate ship, Luo Shishir couldn't help but complain. I know, but isn't the concern that some of them might lose track of us and not be able to find our location? Those who have designs on us are probably already catching up. We need to speed things up. The pirate ship beneath our feet is moving at top speed. Jiang Yu sped up, and the group of people following behind him sped up as well. Half an hour later, the pirate ship sailed to the accident-prone area, coordinates 4444.4444, and descended without hesitation. Pumlai Island was too large and attracted too much attention from the outside, so Jiang Yu had them land in that special space. Although the entrance is small, it allows free access to Pumlai Island. Enter the special space and return to your own Pumlai Island. Master, we are all ready as you requested. As soon as Jiang Yu returned to the island, Xena, Fair, and the others immediately came to greet him. Okay, you should also find a secret building to hide in. The enemy will catch up soon, and we're going to make a fortune. Jiang Yu rubbed Xena's cat ears. After consuming the ascension fruit, Xena's strength is no less than that of Ling Yuxian and Daisy, so it would be better for her to hide away as well. The top combatants, such as Xena, Ling Yuxian, and Daisy, had already put on Jiang Yu's own equipment and had their backpacks ready, so they could put it on after the group behind them landed on the island. It can be said that everything is ready except for the final push. Okay, I'll go hide it right away. Xena randomly chose a mysterious building to enter. You scoundrel, why are there so many bastard girls on your island? Upon arriving on the island, Luo Shishir was stunned to see a group of butterfly fairies, snake women, fox women, succubi, and clam spirits bustling about. She suddenly felt a tiny bit regretful about agreeing to join Pumlai Island. There were so many people, and they were all so good-looking. If she didn't put in some effort, would she even get a turn once a week? She was joking when she said she would have thousands of people on her island work together to drain Jiang Yu dry. But now it seems that it wasn't a joke. Bad. Regret it? If I say I don't regret it, would you believe me? I believe you. Pa! You pervert! You lecher! Thank you for the compliment. Luo Shishir was speechless for a moment. No, was that a compliment? Did she say anything that was a compliment? Outside the special space, spaceships were parked where Jiang Yu had disappeared. Where is he? He's nowhere to be seen. On the largest spaceship, a richly dressed young man stood with a furious expression. We've finally found such a rich and easy target. If we lose him, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Don't worry, young master, we haven't lost them. They just descended to a lower level here. A figure flew out and stopped where Jiang Yu's pirate ship had landed. I guess there's a special space in the sea of clouds below, where they're hiding, along with their island. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go down to investigate. It is indeed the entrance. Young master, please wait a moment. I will go down and investigate immediately. The figure began to fly down. In less than a minute he flew back. Young master, we've found it. There is indeed a special spatial entrance a few hundred meters below the sea of clouds. Good, you did a great job. You'll be richly rewarded when we get back. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing this, the figure laughed from the bottom of his heart, while the guards accompanying him looked at him with envy. Their young master may be demanding and stingy, but he never hesitates to keep his promises. He promised a great reward, and that he would definitely reward him handsomely when he returned. They had no doubt about it at all. Many people regretted not having stepped forward earlier. Young master, what should we do now? Should we just go in? Another guard stepped forward and said, We can't let that guy take all the credit. He wants to compete for it too. Go straight in. He glanced around and then piloted his spaceship down. If we go straight in, what if those people ambush us from behind? Don't worry, it won't happen now. They haven't even gotten their hands on treasures like the Heart of the World and the Ascension Token yet, so why are they launching a sneak attack now? Isn't that just plain stupid? Be careful, he might abandon his ambition to conquer the world and turn against them. As soon as he made his move, the people around him rushed to approach his spaceship and descend. This is the Survivor's Island? It's huge! Upon entering the special space, the elegantly dressed youth was greeted by a large black energy shield. Activating the energy shield is also part of Jiang Yu's plan. Imagine, such a large island, and you don't even have an energy shield. Would anyone believe it? You can afford the Heart of the World, But you can't even buy an energy shield? Who would believe that? Those who overthink things might find it strange, believing that Jiang Yu did it on purpose to lure them to the island. If one of them is too timid and runs away, then Jiang Zia will be doomed. Once the energy shield was activated, they carefully attempted to break through it. Once the energy shield was broken, they saw that there were few strong people on the island. Most of them were weak. They immediately let their guard down and took the opportunity to land on the island. In this way, it will be Jiang Yu's home turf. How is it? Is the survivor on this island? The young man in fine clothes looked at an old man behind him. Young master, we are here. The old man nodded immediately. The mark I left is on this island. Also, I explored the island the moment I entered, and only that survivor is somewhat strong. The others are not a concern. With Elder Mo's guarantee, I'm relieved. I thought he had some hidden tricks up his sleeve for daring to bid for the heart of the world, but it turns out he's just a hothead. The richly dressed youth walked to the bow of the ship with a mocking expression, facing those who had followed him, each with their own hidden agendas. Gentlemen, why have you all come here? I presume. Chapter 297 Welcome to Panlai Island. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know why you've come here without me having to say more. What does young master you want to say? What I want to say is that instead of standing around waiting for someone else to go first, we should all work together to take down that clueless survivor. His precious child, let's each rely on our own abilities, what do you think? Hee, not so good. Oh? Then what do you intend to do? The elegantly dressed young man, whom they called Young Master Yu, narrowed his eyes slightly. You guys are the strongest here, why don't you go ahead and we'll cheer you on from behind? Then let's just wait it out. Young Master Yu made a note of the person who had sent them to lead the charge. He was determined to kill him later. You all had better think this through. The longer this drags on, the more likely something unexpected will happen. The island is so big. What if they choose to escape from somewhere else? Or what if they know they are doomed and sell all the valuables on the island at a low price or for free? Then we'll have come all this way for nothing. Don't forget, the survivors have their own way of trading. They can trade remotely. The longer we drag this out, the more likely we are to end up with nothing. After saying this, young Master Yu stepped off the bow of the boat and found a deck chair to lie down on. Bah! What kind of trash are they? You want them to lead the charge? That's ridiculous. You're not in a hurry, and neither am I. Everything will be sold for free, and we'll both get something for nothing. As soon as young Master Yu said this, everyone became anxious. What? It really is. Survivors have their own way of trading, and they can trade remotely. When the survivor takes the auction, they can clear out all the valuable items on the island, and then it will be too late for the survivors to regret it. Ahem, I think what young Master Yu said earlier makes a lot of sense. Let's work together to take down that survivor on the island first. I second that. I second that. Me too. Me too. The representatives of each spacecraft agreed. The person who initially objected and suggested that young Master Yu and his group take the lead remained silent this time, acquiescing to the situation. I'll settle the score with you later. Young Master Yu glanced at him coldly, then regained his usual calm and said indifferently, Since everyone agrees on this method, let's begin. After saying that, he resolutely piloted the spaceship beneath his feet and crashed it hard into the black energy shield. The same goes for everyone else. Boom! Boom! Boom dash! Boom! Boom! Boom dash! Terrifying crashes echoed through the sky. Click dash! Cracks quickly appeared on the energy shield. A crack has appeared, let's try again! The appearance of the cracks thrilled everyone. All the spaceships retreated and then crashed into it again. Boom! Boom! Boom dash! Click dash! Click dash! Bang! The energy shield shattered completely, just like glass. The shattered energy shield transformed into spiritual energy and dissipated into the air. Of course, this is only temporary, because after a while, a new energy shield will be generated. Using inertia, the spaceships rushed to the relatively central position of Panlai Island. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh dash! Before they could react, beams of lasers and energy cannons came hurtling toward them. The closest people were immediately blasted to death by lasers and energy cannons. Not only that, Jiang Yu, who was always ready, was fully armed in a second and teleported to young Master Yu's spaceship, his weapon aimed at Elder Mo, who had the strongest aura. In his hasty attempt to defend himself, Old Mo had one of his arms severed by Jiang Yu, and blood was flowing incessantly. "Welcome to Penglai Island." Jiang Yu teleported to the front of the wealthiest young Master Yu, grinned, and amidst the young master's shocked, regretful, and fearful gaze, he swiftly slashed his neck with his weapon. Head severed from body. Perhaps, until the moment of his death, he himself did not believe that he would die at the hands of a survivor. "You can't escape!" Seeing that Elder Mo was about to run away, Jiang Yu instantly took the spatial ring off young Master Yu's hand and teleported after him. That wasn't all. Xena, Daisy, Ling Yu Xian, Chu Xia, and the others, who had been hiding in various mysterious buildings, rushed out, first forming an encirclement around all the spaceships, and then unleashing their various area of effect skills that they had been preparing. In an instant, countless natives who invaded Penglai Island were killed or injured. The Undying Spear! The phantom of the goddess of war appeared above Penglai Island, and with a sweep of her spear, countless more were killed or wounded. After these waves of attacks, the indigenous people who invaded Penglai Island were almost all killed. Those who survived were either seriously injured or slightly injured. None of them were unharmed. Most importantly, at this moment their minds went blank with fear, and they all fell into a daze. Is this the island for the survivors? Is it normal for a survivor who has only been around for a little over 40 days to possess such strength? Is it reasonable? Is this really not a joke? The surviving natives were stunned, so much so that they didn't have time to resist the second wave of attacks from Xena and Daisy, and were taken away one after another. Not to mention the indigenous people, even Luo Shirshir below was stunned. Is this the true strength of Penglai Island? That's just too outrageous. She had previously overestimated the strength of Penglai Island, but now it seemed she had underestimated it by a large margin. Jiang Yu is simply inhuman. At this moment, Luo Shirshir suddenly felt less regretful. Such a strong island makes me feel so safe. Not only is he strong, but he's also so cautious. I feel so safe I could burst. Just like Jiang Yu's attitude towards him, overflowing with affection. Dozens of invading spaceships and hundreds or thousands of natives were dealt with one by one in her eyes. They were killed like chickens, helpless and unable to fight back. The same was true for the fleeing Mo Lao. He was killed by Jiang Yu before long. "Shirshir, are you stunned?" Bai Ruoling suddenly appeared beside her. "Yes." Luo Shirshir nodded subconsciously. In the first few days after joining Penglai Island, I was just as amazed as you were by everything on the island. You're only seeing the island's high-end combat power now. After you've explored Penglai Island and seen its various rare treasures, facilities, and more, you'll be even more astonished." "Really? I'll wait and see." Luo Shirshir finally came to her senses. "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Bai Ruoling." "Bai Ruoling, I know you, the former president of the Red Rose Association." "Wow. I never thought that someone as insignificant as me could be remembered by the great Shirshir. I'm honored." "You." Luo Shirshir gave a wry smile, not knowing what to say, and changed the subject, saying, "From today onwards I'm joining Penglai Island just like you. I'll have to ask you to show me around Penglai Island. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll take you to get familiar with Penglai Island after we've cleaned up the battlefield. Then I'll have to trouble you." "There's nothing to trouble you with. We're helpless anyway. The battle is over, let's go clean up the battlefield now." "Good." Chapter 298 Getting Rich Quick. Half an hour later, the battlefield was cleaned up. Jiang Yu stared at the number of spirit stones in his backpack, momentarily dazed. 294869250. 290 million, nearly 300 million spirit stones. In particular, the young Master Yu whom he killed provided him with more than 40 million spirit stones. Damn, so rich and yet so stingy. If he were willing to spend over 40 million, how could he have so easily acquired the heart of the world? Jiang Yu suddenly felt grateful to him, and it was fortunate that he was reluctant to part with it, otherwise he would have had to waste more than 10 million spirit stones. The nearly 300 million spirit stones were just one part of the problem. While cleaning up the battlefield, they also found a large number of items in their spatial rings. It's a pity that the highest grade is only gold, and there are no colored ones. There are a total of 9 gold items: primordial stone, gold, x3, purple cloud meteorite iron, gold, x2, ascension token, gold, x1, earth spirit liquid, gold, x1, key of the 5 elements, gold, x1, and eternal sword, gold, x1. 3 more primordial stones have arrived. Let's keep them for now. Ignoring the primordial stone, Jiang Yu's gaze turned to the extraterrestrial meteorite. Purple cloud meteorite iron, gold, a rare meteorite iron from the purple cloud realm. You might be able to use it to build structures, craft equipment, and more. Like primordial stone, it is a high-grade material. That's fine, something is better than nothing. Jiang Yu continued reading, the Ascension Token. With this Ascension Token, he now possesses 2. He needs to carefully consider which 2 buildings he should use the 2 Ascension Tokens to upgrade. Jiang Yu had also considered using the money to upgrade equipment, but he felt it was better to upgrade buildings first. I wonder if the life essence produced after the moon well is upgraded will still have any effect after he consumes it. If so, one of these 2 Ascension Tokens must be used to upgrade the moon well. Jiang Yu also knew that it was highly unlikely. Because if it really existed, it would be too incredible. Even without it, he still intended to use an Ascension Token to upgrade a moon well. This way, the attributes gained by those who take it later will be even greater. With 1 rod remaining, Jiang Yu planned to upgrade the magic fishing rod first. The magical red quality fishing rod, combined with the title of Champion of the 10th Fishing Competition, has brought him about 10 jade treasure chests and a few diamond treasures during this period. Once the magical fishing rod turns from red to gold, won't you get 1 or 2 diamond treasure chests every day? If you're lucky, you can even take down a colorful treasure chest. Jiang Yu had considered using the Ascension Token to upgrade the blueprints, but basically, over 90% of the advanced blueprints could only be used to build 1 building. The remaining ones, such as the mysterious training camp, are only of orange quality, and he can't upgrade them even if he wants to. The Ascension Token is upgraded from red to gold, not directly from orange to gold, so he can't upgrade the mysterious training camp construction blueprints even if he wants to. He could only use the Ascension Token on a mysterious training camp construction blueprint if a random upgrade scroll were to upgrade it to red. Jiang Yu didn't know when that day would come. He couldn't keep an Ascension Token indefinitely, could he? Isn't that just plain stupid? Without further thought, Jiang Yu took out the 2 Ascension Tokens, one to use on the first moon well he had built, and the other on the magical fishing rod. You have successfully upgraded a moon well, red, to moon well, gold, by consuming 1 Ascension Token, gold. You have consumed 1 Ascension Token, gold, to successfully upgrade 1 magical fishing rod, red, to 1 magical fishing rod, gold. They couldn't wait to check out the upgraded versions. Moon well, gold, a legendary divine well, coveted by countless people. It is something that can only be encountered by chance and not sought after. Originally an epic level item, it was upgraded to legendary level by survivor Jiang Yu using the Ascension Token. The moon well condenses 1 drop of life essence every year. Due to the special nature of the survivors, the moon well, built on the survivor island, condenses 1 drop every day. The effects of the life essence. Life extension. 1 drop of life essence can extend lifespan by 30 years, with a maximum of 100 drops effective per person. Resurrection. No matter how severe your injuries, as long as you have a breath left, a single drop of life essence can restore you to your strongest state. Also effective on spirits. Transformation. A drop of life essence can bring about a transformation, increasing your strength, constitution, agility, and intelligence by 18. Only the first drop will take effect. Subsequent drops will not have the same effect. Transformation. Pour ordinary spring water into the moon well, and after 1 night, or 1 year outside the survivor's island, the ordinary spring water will be transformed into moon goddess water. While the effects of moon goddess water are not as strong as those of the essence of life, it can still heal injuries, and long-term use can extend lifespans slightly. The effects are the same as before, but the results are even more powerful. A comprehensive upgrade. The magical fishing rod gold. This is a magical fishing rod that will always bring you amazing surprises when you use it for fishing. The description of the magic fishing rod is similar, except that it adds 3 words. The last will always bring you surprises becomes will always bring you huge surprises. I went straight to the fishing spot, changed my username, and started fishing. He couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and wanted to know just how big this so-called huge surprise really was. Having dealt with the ascension order and cast the fishing hook, Jiang Yu continued to look down at the golden object. Earth spirit liquid, gold, a spiritual liquid that only forms deep underground, often used in alchemy, special food production, and the construction of special buildings, etc. Looking at the half-empty bottle of earth spirit elixir, Jiang Yu couldn't glean any useful information from the description, so he simply put it away. The key of the 5 elements is the key to opening the colorful treasure chest. Keep it safe. Eternal sword, gold, a legendary quality long sword, extremely rare. After wearing, strength plus 25, agility plus 25, intelligence plus 25, constitution plus 25. Trait 1, attack damage plus 30%. Sword attack plus 50%. Feature 2, attacks can ignore 30% of physical defense. Feature 3, attacks have a 30% chance to trigger double damage. Is this a legendary weapon? All attributes plus 25, total attributes plus 100, that's outrageous. And this is special, swordsmanship damage increased by 50%. Jiang Yu only had 2 words to say about this. Absolutely defying the heavens. 2 weeks ago, a weapon like this would probably have instantly propelled an ordinary person to 2nd place on the combat power rankings. Is this what it feels like to suddenly become rich? It's awesome! After putting away the eternal sword and reviewing the golden items, Jiang Yu glanced at the red items as well. There are even more items in red and below, but most of them are crafting materials for pills and equipment, or building materials. A small portion also includes finished equipment, elixirs, and universal keys. Things like blueprints are extremely rare. There were 3 or 4, but they were basically useless to Jiang Yu. The golden spirit pearl? Jiang Yu suddenly saw a golden spirit pearl. Just as he was about to take it out to examine it, he heard a bell ring. Ding ding ding. Chapter 299, Merging Luo Shirshir Island. As soon as the bell rang, Jiang Yu's attention returned, and he lifted the fishing rod. A diamond treasure chest! The moment he lifted the rod, the familiar feel confirmed to Jiang Yu that the item below was definitely a diamond treasure chest, or a legendary item of equal value. I just caught a diamond treasure chest this morning, and now I've caught another one. Is this the upgraded magical fishing rod? Not bad at all. It would be even more perfect if the object below could be upgraded to color the moment it leaps out of the sea of clouds. It really has been upgraded to color? The diamond treasure chest, barely peeking out from beneath the sea of clouds, was immediately vandalized by colorful. When fully retrieved, the original diamond chest has been upgraded to a colored chest. Such a good thing? This time alone, Jiang Yu felt that using the ascension token on the magical fishing rod was definitely worthwhile, a huge profit. Even if the magic fishing rod only catches up a bunch of trash later, it's still a worthwhile investment. Let me see the colorful treasure chest we fished up. Let me see what it contains. Jiang Yu rubbed his excited heart, his hands trembling, and took out the 5 elements key, inserting it into the lock and opening it. Here we go again. The dazzling colorful light forced Jiang Yu to look away. When the light faded, a beautiful and exquisite crystal was revealed, captivating Jiang Yu's attention. You opened a colorful treasure chest and received 2 fairy crystals, colorful. Immortal crystal, rainbow, a rare crystal unique to the immortal realm. It is needed for crafting mythic and higher level equipment, constructing mythic and higher level buildings, and refining mythic and higher level elixirs. Colored materials? That's interesting. It's estimated that we won't be able to use it until we enter the core region of the Old God Star. You dismantle the colored treasure chest and obtain 20 mythic-grade basic materials. After the colorful treasure chest disintegrated, Jiang Yu's attention returned to his backpack, and he took out the golden spirit orb to examine it. Golden spirit orb, read the island where the golden spirit orb is located has metallic ores, such as gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum, chromium, and manganese. The faster the production rate, the higher the yield, etc. Generally, in his opinion, this golden spirit orb would be far less helpful than the wood, water, fire, and earth spirit orbs. Well, something is better than nothing. Something is better than nothing. Jiang Yu casually dug a hole at his feet and buried it. At this point, he had finally collected all 5 spirit orbs: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Time flew by as Jiang Yu fished. 11 p.m. Luo Shishir pushed open the door to Jiang Yu's bedroom, ignoring the white-clad, bestirred girls in various uniforms inside, and grabbed Jiang Yu's arm to pull him out. "You scoundrel, stop what you're doing, we've arrived at Poetry Island." "Seriously, are you a cow? You have so much stamina and energy, don't you need to rest at all?" "Whether I need to rest or not, you've already seen it, haven't you?" Jiang Yu casually took out a set of clothes and put them on. "Abnormal! Stop cursing, let's hurry up and pick up your people." "What do you mean, my people?" "Soon they will all be yours." "Oh, then let's hurry up and pick up my people." "You really don't hold back at all." Luo Shishir, who had no way to deal with Jiang Yu, remained silent and simply quickened her pace. How unfair is God to let this guy awaken such a monstrous talent? They're absolutely blind. You should have told the people on your island about this beforehand, right? I already said that. No one objects? Poetry Island is the second largest island after all, and now it's going to be merged into someone else's island. No one on the island objects, and Jiang Yu thinks it's impossible. At first they did, but when they found out that the target of my merger was you, they stopped. They've all chosen to join you, which means they're not ambitious people. Now that they can use this opportunity to come and serve your island, they're overjoyed. Why would they possibly object? Luo Shishir pouted. After all, how can a mere woman like me compare to you, Jiang Yu? Besides, by coming to your island, they can sometimes be fed by you, so they don't have to do it themselves every night. They're well fed and clothed. Are you jealous? No. That means he's jealous. You're right about everything. Luo Shishir was truly speechless. What kind of people were these? In a place like this, does she, a newcomer, have the right to be jealous? If you're really going to get jealous, can you handle it all? This is your Poetry Island? In the darkness, an island, illuminated by lights, slowly approaches Penglai Island. That's right. Island owner Luo Shishir has applied to become your subordinate. Do you agree? Agree. Boom! The merger of the 2 largest islands among the survivors caused quite a stir. 5 minutes later, Penglai Island, now integrated with the scenic island, has expanded in size. Its current area is 3,290 square kilometers. Come and pay your respects to your new island master. Upon hearing Luo Shishir's words, the more than 2,000 people who had been waiting lined up in an orderly fashion, secretly observing the new island master, Jiang Yu. This is the legendary Jiang Yu, so handsome, so powerful. I feel intimidated by him. Hello everyone, welcome to Penglai Island. Jiang Yu glanced around and was quite satisfied. They were all women, and all of them were pretty. Although there were relatively few who scored above 90, none of them fell below 80. Not bad. Dress them up in various uniforms, and they become a beautiful sight to behold. Jiang Yu also noticed that the vast majority of them were recruited by Luo Shishir, and the proportion of survivors was only a very small part, estimated to be less than 50. But it doesn't matter, as long as they're good-looking and pleasing to the eye. Greetings to the new island lord. Their voices rang out in unison. No need to be polite. From now on, just follow Shishir's arrangements as usual. Yes. Jiang Yu then opened their attribute panels to check their loyalty. He can ignore everything else, but loyalty is something he absolutely cannot ignore. A quick glance reveals that their loyalty levels are generally above 50. Such high loyalty right from the start is probably one of the benefits of consistently topping the leaderboard. Alright, you guys go and rest first, we'll talk about the rest tomorrow. It was the middle of the night, and Jiang Yu didn't want to take up too much of their time. They're all yours now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Flora. She'll answer your questions and give you advice on how to arrange them. I know, you can go back to what you're doing. Humph! I'll come find you later. I hope you'll still be awake then. You still don't trust me? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. That would be best. Without wasting any more words with Jiang Yu, Luo Shishir turned to the people who originally belonged to Poetry and Painting Island. Go back to your rooms and sleep first. I'll bring people over to arrange the rest tomorrow morning. Yes. They gathered hastily, and then dispersed just as quickly. Luo Shishir didn't rush back to the master bedroom with Jiang Yu, but instead went to find Fu Roli to talk to her about their plans. Chapter 300. Let's go to the realm of Taijin. The next morning, as soon as Jiang Yu woke up and moved, he immediately felt a soft, furry sensation. He reached out and grabbed by Siena's 2 foxtails. Sienna, I think it won't be long before you grow your 7th tail. As her strength continues to improve, Sienna of the Qingqiu Fox clan has grown from 3 tails to 6 tails. It's all thanks to our master's support that our strength has increased as we've been playing around with him. Siena's other 4 tails teased Jiang Yu, who played with them for a while before getting up. Just outside the main hall, they encountered Carol Yura, Celine Nicole, and her 2 daughters, Aisha Nicole. What a coincidence, you guys just woke up too. No, we came here specifically to find you, said Carol Yura, who was at the front. Is something wrong? Or are you about to lose your temper again? Jiang Yu asked, winking and making faces. Celine Nicole and Aisha Nicole blushed instantly. Carol Yura was all right. Her expression didn't change much, but she glared at Jiang Yu. Dad? Carol Yura quickly changed her tune, realizing they weren't in bed. Jiang Lang, the passage between the Taijin realm and the old god star reopened last night. You wish to return to Taijin? Yes, but not us, just me. They will stay. Before Jiang Yu could answer, Carol Yura continued. Don't worry, Jiang Lang, I'm just going back to get something. I'll be right back. Brother Jiang Yu, your attributes will meet the requirements for upgrading to a 10th tier island in 3 or 4 days, at which point the island can be upgraded. After Pulai Island reaches the 10th tier, we are worried that it will be directly teleported to the core area of the old god star. If we can't return to the outer area by then, we won't be able to go back to the Taijin realm to retrieve our belongings. That's why my mother wants to go back now and move everything we left in the Taijin realm here, or exchange it for spirit stones and bring it over as well. Celine Nicole continued her mother's words. My sister and I wanted to go back with them, but our mother was worried about encountering pirates on the way, so she didn't agree. Is it really necessary to go? You all know the current situation on Pulai Island. If it's just some ordinary items, there's absolutely no need to go back. If you think 100 million spirit stones is nothing, Brother Jiang Yu, I will definitely do everything in my power to stop Mother from going back. 100 million spirit stones? What could possibly be worth 100 million spirit stones? That's how it is. Carol Yura began to explain. After she finished explaining, Jiang Yu finally understood what the 100 million spirit stones in Celine Nicholson's mouth meant. It said that Carol Yura has a business in the Taijin realm, and it's quite large. If she were to sell it, she could probably fetch around 100 million spirit stones, even in a rush. If there's no rush, the price could rise further. If you ask where she got her business from, it's simple. It was given to her by her family. So you're a rich woman. Jiang Yu rushed into Carol Yura's arms, rested his chin on her big white coat, and looked up directly into Carol Yura's eyes. Rich woman, food, hungry. Don't give me that. Unable to stand it any longer, Aisha Nicole reached out to pull Jiang Yu away, but Carol Yura slapped her away, leaving Jiang Yu to do as he pleased. So you guys are this rich? Why haven't you mentioned it before? You're always either in this woman's arms or on that woman. We don't have time to talk to you. Hey! Whose jealousy is about to boil over? I'm ignoring you. Aisha Nicole turned her head away, but her eyes, which kept glancing in Jiang Yu's direction, betrayed her. All right, stop fooling around. We need to get down to business. Before Jiang Yu could continue joking, Carol Yura interrupted him. We had thought about bringing this up with you before, but the passage between the Taijin realm and the old god star was still closed at that time, so it was delayed until now. There's something Carol Yura didn't say. Every time she was driven to the brink of madness by him, she got so excited that she forgot to say it. I'll go with you, Jiang Yu suddenly said. That's 100 million spirit stones. He wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't go and ensure her safety. Besides, I don't have much to do lately, so it's a good opportunity to go to the Taijin realm and broaden my horizons. What? Jiang Lang, you're going too? Don't you believe me? No, it's just a small matter. It would be too much trouble for you to come along and waste your time. No trouble at all. It's not a waste of my time, and I don't have much to do lately anyway. If you insist, let's do it together. Carol Yura didn't refuse again, and the thought of what would happen on the way back made her want to squeeze her legs together. It seems like it would be great if he could come along. At least he wouldn't be bored on the way, and it would be quite fun. If Brother Jiang Yu goes, I want to go too. Me too. Celine Nicole and Aisha Nicole both spoke. Everyone go. With Jiang Yu going along, safety was guaranteed, so Carol Yura agreed. When do we depart? It's up to you. You decide when to set off, and that's when we'll set off. Then wait for me a while. Once I've completed my first fishing of the day and summoned the character that spawned in the mysterious summoning house, we'll set off. Is Jiang Lang not going to Yunhai City to repay the money and redeem the Immaculate Demon Core before going? No need, I'll have Chu Sha accompany Luo Shishir later. Luo Shishir followed him the whole time yesterday, and she knew how much he had mortgaged. Luo Shishir is still a survivor, and she can distinguish between real and fake by checking her attributes, so she won't be fooled by the people from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce with counterfeit goods. As for Chu Sha, she naturally went to protect Luo Shishir's safety. Jiang Lang, you go ahead with your work. We'll go sit by the ancient tree of spirits and wait for you. Go. After temporarily bidding farewell to Carol Yura, Celine, and Aisha, Jiang Yu went fishing at the edge of the island. As soon as Jiang Yu cast the pole into the sea of clouds, he opened the group chat, edited a message, and sent it. Jiang Yu, Luo Shishir, Chu Shishir, you two need to go to the Sea Chamber of Commerce in Yunhai City later to redeem the things we've mortgaged there. It's okay if you don't know, Shishir does. Chu Master, received. Luo Shishir, aren't you going yourself? The host is practically begging you to poke her, and that supersized cowgirl, she'll probably join in too if you agree. Jiang Yu, I need to go to the Taijin realm. Luo Shishir, I understand. I guarantee I'll perfectly redeem the things that were mortgaged there. Although Luo Shishir, who had just joined Panlai Island, didn't know what the Taijin realm was, she didn't ask. She could easily ask anyone on Panlai Island about such a trivial matter. There was no need to trouble Jiang Yu. They might bicker occasionally, but she wouldn't bother Jiang Yu if it wasn't necessary. Ding ding ding. Just as I finished explaining, the fishing rod bell rang. Chapter 301 Frigga. Name Bai Shui. Race White Tiger. Age 21. Appearance 98. Strength 50. Physical fitness 30. Agility 40. Spirit 30. Skills: White Tiger, True Form, Battle Spirit, Berserk, Extreme Shadow. Loyalty 100. Review: It's a real white tiger. After reading the introduction and seeing the petite, barely 1.5 meters tall Bai Shui, Jiang Yu's lips twitched. Another legal loli, and a white tiger at that. Actually, there are quite a few white tigers on the island. Master, my name is Bai Shui. Please take care of me in the future. Bai Shui jumped up from the jade treasure chest and into Jiang Yu's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. She smelled an unusually pleasant fragrance on him, a scent she really liked. That's why she rushed into Jiang Yu's arms as soon as she arrived. Shui, let me have someone take you to get familiar with our island first, and we can talk about the rest later. Okay. Jiang Yu then called Hoshino Riri over. Since they were both lawless, the two should have more to talk about. When Hoshino Rika arrived, Bai Shui reluctantly got off Jiang Yu. Hoshino Riri left with Bai Shui. After Jiang Yu dismantled the treasure chest, he walked over to Xena in a few steps, petted her for a while, and then left the magical fishing rod behind before heading towards the mysterious summoning house. Moment. Should we select participants for this round? Yes. Skip the extraction screen? Jump over. The screen flashed, and a burly figure appeared on the left. With such a robust physique, Jiang Yu didn't even need to think about whether it was a man or a woman. Suchu, male. As expected, my gaze shifted to the other side. Frigg, female queen of the gods in Norse mythology. Recruitment requires 2,500 spirit stones, 50 orange source stones, 50 orange mystic crystals, and 3 intermediate water attribute energy crystals, red. Recruiting. Click to recruit. The resources required for recruitment have increased somewhat, but not by much. It's likely just a slight increase in attributes. Name Frigg. Race Protoss. Age dot. Appearance 98. Strength 30. Physical constitution 32. Agility 35. Mental state 40. Skills Purify, Retribution, Light Shield. Loyalty 80. Rating Rigiamo +1. Sure enough, the attributes have increased. Recruit. Your inventory contains 2,500 spirit stones, 50 orange source stones, 50 orange mystic crystals, and 3 intermediate water attribute energy crystals, red. Frigga is currently recruiting. The stunningly beautiful, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Frigga's illusory form gradually solidified. Frigga greets her master. The phantom image completely solidified, and Frigga walked up to Jiang Yu. Come with me. After leading her out of the mysterious summoning house, Jiang Yu summoned Helena Lisa and asked her to show her around the island. Let's go. After finishing his work, Jiang Yu went to the ancient elven tree to meet up with Carol Yura and the others. So fast? Aisha Nicole was somewhat surprised. How long will it take to do something so simple? That kind of thing doesn't take much time, but my sister just bet us that you'll be unable to resist having some fun with them before coming over. Celine Nicole leaned in with a wicked grin, betraying her own sister without hesitation. Literally. The next second, an interstellar shuttle appeared next to Jiang Yu. Grow bigger, we need to go out. Literally started to grow bigger. Tell Xiaoyi the coordinates we're going to later. Jiang Yu said to Carol Yura, then without hesitation, pulled Aisha Nicole onto the boat. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Me too, me too. Celine Nicole excitedly followed suit. Carol Yura boarded the ship last, entered the coordinates she wanted to go to, and set up automatic travel. Call out! The interstellar shuttle left this special space and flew towards the coordinates. After completing her mission, Carol Yura went through a fierce internal struggle before finally unable to resist heading to the next room. Who cares? We've done it so many times already, what's there to be shy about? On the other side. Inside a luxurious room on the 4th floor of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Yuhai City. Miss Shershur, do you mean that the sir was busy yesterday and couldn't come over, so he sent you to redeem the collateral? The host, Lan Lan, looked at Luo Shershur and Chu Sha in front of her and felt somewhat overwhelmed. No, this morning she was all dressed up and in various uniforms, and since you didn't have time to come and redeem her, you asked someone else to come and help redeem her. This is a complete waste of all her morning's effort to get dressed. She made all sorts of mental preparations, ready for a fierce battle. She was also prepared to use her body to make him her slave, and then do everything she could to drain his wallet. To everyone's surprise, they didn't even show up. Damn it! All that preparation for nothing. She began to doubt her own charm once again. If she is charming enough, even if that person is very busy, he will come in person to redeem the collateral. If you have something to do today, you can come tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the day after that. But sending someone else now shows that he has no interest in me. This was something that she, who was always proud, couldn't explain in a short time. Yes, he was busy, so he didn't come. I understand. Please wait a moment, I'll go and call Sister C over right now. The collateral is still in Sister C's hands. It's all right, you can go ahead. Composing herself, she forced a smile at Luo Shershur before getting up to find Lucy. Another room. Sister C. I know what's going on, let's go over there. Before La Mun could finish her third word, Lucy interrupted her. I didn't expect him to send someone instead of coming in person. Sister C, should we stall her and say that she needs to come in person for the transaction to proceed? La Mun said with resentment. No! That Luo Shershur was with him the whole time yesterday. Their relationship is obviously not ordinary. We have no reason not to let her redeem the collateral. Lucy immediately rejected her suggestion. If we really do that, the reputation of our Sihai Chamber of Commerce will be ruined. Besides, the other woman who came with her is quite powerful. You received yesterday's news as well. Everyone who chased after them was killed. You can imagine how terrifying that survivor's strength was. If we offend them over such a trivial matter, will our Sihai Chamber of Commerce still be able to conduct business abroad in the future? But it was after receiving yesterday's news that she became even more determined to win over Jiang Yu. She's rich and powerful. If I could win her over, what wouldn't I get? No buts. We can consider getting into his bed next time he comes. Our priority now is to go and complete the deal with them to avoid turning against each other. I see. Chapter 302 The Realm of Taijin. If you're so rich, why do you still need to travel around doing business? And why is the quality of your goods so low? After educating Aisha Nicole, Jiang Yu summoned Carol Yura and Celine Nicole and asked about Aisha. Recalling his first meeting with Aisha Nicole, Jiang Yu found it outrageous that the total value of the items she brought was only a little over 100 spirit stones. With assets exceeding 100 million, how come when he went out to do business, the total value of all his goods was less than 200? Isn't that outrageous? Oh, that? Aisha Nicole looked a little embarrassed when she mentioned it. Because my purpose at the time was to run away and have fun. Just came to the old gods for a visit, to broaden my horizons, and to do some business on the side. The reason why the goods are of low quality is because of the arrival of you survivors. After you survivors appeared, our traveling merchants will be restricted and will not be able to bring out high-level goods to sell temporarily. So he was just out having fun. No wonder he didn't try to raise prices for his goods from other sellers afterward, but instead continued to sell them all to him. Presumably, after selling them all, they didn't return to the Taijin realm immediately, but instead circled around the old god star several times before heading back. None of that matters. What matters is what she means by the restrictions she's talking about. Restricted? What restrictions? Whenever you release a platinum chest, we will be able to bring out items of the same level as the platinum chest. In other words, when you release a prestige chest, you will be able to bring out items of the same level as the epic chest, and so on. You just said that this only happens after we survivors appear, so doesn't it happen before we survivors appear? Of course not. Before you arrived, any goods could be taken out for trade. I understand, As he spoke, an intense feeling of comfort suddenly came over him. Carol Yura collapsed, her eyes rolling back. The group of people, who were used to it, didn't react and continued chatting. Is this the location of the passage between the old god star and the Taijin realm? It's too well hidden. Having regained some strength, Carol Yura and Jiang Yu went outside with a satisfied expression. The two Nicole sisters lay there like dead dogs, completely lacking the strength to go out and check. If it weren't for the guards on both sides of the passage between the old god star and the Taijin realm, requiring locals to explain, Carol Yura would probably have ended up like her two daughters. The interstellar shuttle was now docked in a sea of clouds where it was impossible to distinguish east from west or north from south. Jiang Yu's coordinates at this time are 9831.9991. The coordinates are these coordinates, but if someone comes to these coordinates, they will never be able to find Jiang Yu. Because Jiang Yu is 10 kilometers directly below this coordinate, 10 kilometers below the sea of clouds, who could find that? And who would have the time to venture deep into the sea of clouds to search for some unknown special space? This is not the entrance/exit of the passage. The entrance/exit is inside the space. Carol Yura pointed her jade finger to the entrance to the space in front of her. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in now. Jiang Lang, there are people from the Taijin realm guarding inside. When you go in later, don't say anything. Just leave it to me. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As long as Jiang Lang knows his limits. Carol Yura's fiery red lips pressed hard against Jiang Yu's face. Are you itching for a beating again? It's not that I'm itching for a beating, it's that I'm itching for a beating. I'll deal with you later, you insatiable little devil. Should I go inside and hide for a bit? No need. There's a large array inside the space that can automatically identify people who don't belong to the Taijin realm. The array's recognition ability is very strong. No matter where you hide, Jiang Lang, it won't matter, you'll still be identified. It won't attack automatically, will it? Don't worry, Jiang Lang, it won't happen. At most, we'll be surrounded by guards. But with me here, there won't be any problems. Then what are we waiting for? Jiang Yu patted her on the shoulder. Carol Yura responded instinctively. Ha! Jiang Yu immediately burst into laughter. Carol Yura, snapping back to reality in a second, blushed, turned around and glared at Jiang Yu. Then, without saying a word, she controlled little E to fly into the entrance. As soon as the spaceship entered space, it was immediately stopped by a guard in armor. At the same time, a series of beep 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 sounds rang out. As soon as the sound rang out, the guards stationed at the passage were on high alert, flying into the air to intercept the spaceship. Who goes there? Snort! Carol Yura instantly regained her composure and tossed the token to the lead guard. The lead guard took the token and saw a dragon and phoenix design on the back. Upon seeing the pattern, he felt it looked familiar and quickly flipped it over to examine the front. On the front of the token, only 2 words were written: Neela. The Nira family. The lead guard was startled, recalling the news he had heard a few days ago. Some time ago, there were reports that Carol Yura and her 2 daughters from the Nira family failed to return to the Taijin realm in time, and their whereabouts were unknown. Lady Carol? The lead guard looked cautiously at Carol Yura and returned the token. The Nira family is considered a large family in the Taijin realm. Although they may not be in the top 5, they are definitely in the top 10. The direct descendants of such a large family can kill him at any time if they dislike him, and most likely he will not be punished. He cannot afford to be careless. You know it's me, so why don't you get out of the way? This? The lead guard hesitated for a moment, his gaze occasionally falling on Jiang Yu. Sir, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that it's my duty. That young master isn't from the Taijin realm, and I really can't make the decision to let him in. Although it's unknown what the man's relationship is with Lady Carol, he was probably taken home by Lady Carol, so his status is obviously extraordinary. Therefore, for the sake of your life, you should never call someone boy. It's better to call them adult. As a member of the Nira family, I don't even have the qualifications to bring one person into the Taijin realm? Carol Yura's voice turned cold. No, sir, please come in, please come in. The head guard dared not stop them any longer and stepped aside. Seeing this, the other guards quickly made way for them. Immediately afterwards, Carol Yura piloted her spaceship into the passage and entered the Taijin realm. As soon as the spaceship disappeared, a guard said worriedly, Brother Liang, if we let outsiders into the Taijin realm, we'll be in trouble if we're discovered, won't we? Then why didn't you stop it just now? This is me. All right, how many times have those powerful families brought outsiders into the Taijin realm without permission? As long as nothing major happens, there won't be any problems. Furthermore, there's more than one entrance to the Taijin realm. Even if that person is discovered, as long as either of us speaks out, how will others know which entrance they entered through? Then why did we stop them just now? Idiot, it's just for show, a photo. The lead guard took out a photo stone. In case things really come to light, this photo stone can prove that we tried to stop them, but for our own safety, we had to let them go. Brother Liang, that move of yours was absolutely brilliant. Of course, Xiao Lu, you still have a lot to learn. Yes, Brother Liang is right. Chapter 303 The Nira Family. The interstellar shuttle exited the teleportation channel and entered the Taijin realm. Jiang Yu also saw a group of guards in this passage. The guards did not stop the spaceship when it appeared. On the other side of the passage, Jiang Yu, Carol Yura, and others had already been checked. Since the spaceship could fly in, it meant they had passed the check, and the guards were too lazy to check them again. Their job here is to collect money. People from the Taijin realm need to pay a fee to go out. Upon entering the Taijin realm, Carol Yura gave Xiaoya a coordinate, allowing it to fly automatically, while she lay sprawled in Jiang Yu's arms, watching the scenery along the way. If it weren't for conserving her energy for what was to come, she would have already pulled Jiang Yu into the cockpit. She hasn't tried it in the cockpit yet. They and he did it in the rest area just now. Carol, from your conversation just now, you and your daughters are from the Nira family? As soon as the spaceship moved away from the teleportation channel, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him. Yes, Jiang Lang wants to know, so let me tell you about our Nira family. Our Nira family is considered a large family in the Taijin realm, with diverse businesses and wide-ranging interests. Next, Carol Yura spent about 10 minutes briefly introducing Jiang Yu to her Nira family. So you're saying you're the daughter of the previous family head? And the current family head, or your older sister? After listening, Jiang Yu looked at her in shock. That's right. With your high status in the Nira family, did they really allow you to sell your assets and run away with Aisha and the others? Don't worry, Jiang Lang. They're not unreasonable people. They might try to persuade me, but they certainly won't forcibly stop me. Of course, I'll have to sell my assets to the family at a low price first. Jiang Lang, think about it. If they dared to restrict my movements, they wouldn't have let me and my daughter go out in the first place, and we wouldn't have run into you, you scoundrel. Carol Yura grabbed him, clearly indicating that the bad guy she was referring to wasn't just Jiang Yu. That's true, but are you really willing to give up your fortune and run away with me? Everyone can't live without you, you bad guy, don't you think? Carol Yura rolled her eyes at Jiang Yu. Hee hee, you're very happy too, aren't you? Jiang Yu chuckled mischievously. By the way, you're the sister of the current family head, and Aisha is the niece of the current family head. Why weren't there any guards with you when you went out? Jiang Yu truly couldn't understand why, as a direct descendant of a prominent family, he went out without a single guard. We didn't allow them to come along. We all have advanced self-defense techniques that we can use to escape if we encounter danger. The family's guards don't have these. If we encounter danger, they can only provide us with a little bit of time to escape, which is no different from sending them to their deaths. So we didn't let them come. You are so kind, I'm so glad I met you. Don't give me that. If I didn't know that Panlai Island was full of your harem of beauties, I might have actually been fooled by your sweet talk. That's what she said, but the sweet smile and happy expression on Carol Yura's face betrayed her true feelings. There's another question. Since you come from the Nira family, why don't you and your daughter have the name Nira in your names? Does your family not value names? No, it's because our family rules stipulate that only the current head of the family can take the surname Nira. No one other than the head of the family can. For example, my sister's name was Milo Yura before she took over as head of the family. She changed her name to Milo Nira after she took over. Once she steps down from her position in the family, she will have to revert to her original name, Milo Yura. The name Nira will be passed on to the next head of the family. Ah, this. After hearing Carol's explanation, Jiang Yu had only 2 words for the Nira family. Hard to describe. This was a rule he never imagined in his life. Not the head of the family? For non-family members, as long as their surname contains either an I or a La, it's fine. Jiang Lang, don't find it strange, because this is how most of the major families in our Taijin realm do it. Goodness, such a difficult rule to judge. It turns out it's not just the custom of their Nira family, but the custom of the entire Taijin realm. Oh well, never mind. I don't understand, but I respect it. Your 2 daughters have woken up. Would you like to go see them? I'm not going. They're fainting right under my nose. Nothing's going to happen. What's there to see? I'm going to stay here and enjoy the scenery with Jiang Lang. After saying that, Carol Yura snuggled closer to Jiang Yu. She had finally managed to spend some quality time alone with him, so she had to cherish it. Tell me, if your daughter finds out what you've done, won't she be furious? Humph, it's all because of that wretched girl. If she had obediently returned to the Taijin realm, Celine and I wouldn't have needed to go out and look for her, and this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. You incompetent mother who stole your daughter's man, you should be grateful. Without me, you'd still be living a life of self-sufficiency. As soon as Carol Yura finished speaking, Aisha's voice came from behind. You wretched girl, you deserve a beating! Carol Yura immediately became furious and left Jiang Yu's embrace, walking towards Aisha. How could someone say such a thing? It's utterly lawless and shows no respect for her status as a mother. They have no choice but to teach them a lesson. Although what she said was true, doesn't she have any pride as a mother? What's wrong? It's fine if you call Jiang Yu sister, at crucial moments to provoke her, but do you really want to call her sister on ordinary days? Hee, brother Jiang Yu, how long have you and my mother been embracing here? Ignoring the two of them, Celine Nicole went to where her mother had been and leaned against Jiang Yu. Less than half an hour. Then I want one too. Aren't you going to plead for your sister? She's about to get a lecture from your mother. My mother is sensible and knows how to handle things properly, so I don't need to go. You little rascal. Jiang Yu ruffled her hair. Time passed second by second. As the spaceship approached its destination, Carol Yura, looking delighted, brought a sullen-looking Aisha to Jiang Yu's side. It feels so much better after being taught a lesson, Carol Yura thought to herself. Jiang Lang, our Nira family is just ahead. Following the direction Carol Yura pointed, Jiang Yu saw a magnificent and imposing city. The city covers a vast area, and Jiang Yu cannot see the end of it at a glance. You mean that the city over there belongs to your Nira family? Of course not. The castle inside the inner city is the territory of our Nira family. Other families also live in the city. Actually, it's pretty much the same, because that city is named after our Nira family. It's called Nira City. Your family is really rich. Chapter 304 Milo Nira. After this, it's none of our business anymore. Who told you to turn us into your image? Carol Yura rolled her eyes at Jiang Yu again and continued. Jiang Lang, shall we go to the outer city for a stroll, or go straight to the inner city to deal with my properties? Let's finish the mission first. If all goes well, we can go for a stroll and then return to Panlai Island. Yes, I'll do whatever Jiang Lang says. Having finally found satisfaction after a long period of loneliness, Carol Yura displayed a girlish demeanor. Celine Nicole and Aisha Nicole, standing to the side, pursed their lips but said nothing. A higher social status can be incredibly oppressive. Jiang Lang, spaceships are prohibited from entering Nira City. Let's find a place to disembark. As they approached Nira City, Carol Yura pointed to an open space. This is your territory, you can make the arrangements. I was just here to help them get their things, so I wanted to minimize the trouble. Xiaoyi landed on an open space, and Jiang Yu, Carol Yura, and the other three got off the spaceship. Jiang Lang, let's go in by flying sedan chair. Just as Jiang Yu put the spaceship back into his backpack, Carol Yura took out a bridal sedan chair. It looks like a bridal sedan chair, but it can float and fly. Moreover, there were two small flags on either side of the bridal sedan chair, with the word Nila written on them. Nira City is large, and spaceships are prohibited from entering, so naturally, a new means of transportation is needed. Nira City does not prohibit small modes of transportation such as horse-drawn carriages, flower bridges, and flying palanquins. It's true that high cultivation levels allow for faster travel, but if one had to walk everywhere to get around, Nira City would have been in an uproar long ago. Jiang Yu didn't waste any words with them and got into the sedan chair first, followed closely by the mother and her two daughters. The sedan has a large interior space. It can comfortably seat not only 4 people, but even 10. The 4 sat down, the flower bridge rose 1 meter off the ground, and then flew towards Nira City. When they passed the city gate, the guards saw the words, Nila, on both sides of the bridal sedan chair and did not dare to stop them, letting them pass directly. 20 minutes passed in a flash, and the bridal sedan chair smoothly entered the inner city, flying towards the tallest and most magnificent castle. Lady Carol, is that you who's back? As soon as the sedan chair approached the castle gate, it was immediately recognized by the gate guards, who said uncertainly, Open the door. Carol Yura's voice came through, sounding somewhat muffled. Although the voice the guard heard was not very clear, he was certain it was Lady Carol's voice. Upon confirming that it was Lady Carol, they dared not delay and hurriedly opened the castle gates. After the bridal sedan chair entered, the castle gates closed again, and the guard Fang Gong began to mutter under his breath. Don't you guys think Lady Carol's voice sounds strange? It's like she's eating something. What's so strange about it? We're just lowly guards, we just need to do our jobs. Why do we care so much? And you want to gossip about those adults? You're asking for trouble. No, Brother Luo, what are you saying? I'm just curious. What's there to be curious about? Don't you know curiosity killed the cat? Besides, you're curious about what Lady Carol is eating? I think you're tired of living. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Inside the castle, the bridal sedan chair entered the courtyard where Carol Yura had previously lived. The bridal sedan chair was parked in the courtyard, but the people inside did not rush to get off. Sister, you're finally back. A melodious voice came from outside the courtyard, and the next moment, a voluptuous woman who looked remarkably like Carol Yura walked in. The woman entered the courtyard, looked around but saw no one, then sensed a familiar presence in the sedan chair. Sister, my two nieces, you're all home now. What are you still doing in the sedan chair? Get down quickly. Sister, wait a minute, gulp. Carol Yura's voice had barely been uttered when it was abruptly interrupted. Thinking her sister had some urgent matter, Milo Nira waited in place for 2 minutes. Seeing that no one had come down yet, he frowned, stepped forward, and was about to lift the curtain when the person inside lifted it first. Auntie, have you missed us? Auntie, we're back. Celine Nicole and Aisha Nicole were the first to get off the bridal sedan chair, which conveniently blocked Milo Nella's view inside. You two little girls are finally back. If you hadn't come back, I was even planning to send people out to look for you. Milo Nira, concerned for them, continued. Where's your mother? What's she still up there for? Why hasn't she come down yet? Don't worry, Auntie, Mother will be here soon, she's coming down. A sly glint flashed in Celine Nicole's eyes as she spoke, and then Carol Yura stepped down from the bridal sedan chair. You guys wrote to me saying you wouldn't be coming back for a while, and would return after the Taijin realm passage reopened. You scared me to death. I couldn't even send people out to find you back then. Luckily you're all alright, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain it to your grandmother. Milo Nira first scolded Celine Nicole and Aisha Nicole, then turned around and scolded Carol Yura. And you, those two are so immature, how can you, as their mother, be immature too? Ugh! Honestly, you make me worry every single day. Sister, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again next time. Carol Yura hugged Milo Nira's right hand, shaking it affectionately, while winking at her two daughters. The two Nicoles immediately understood and imitated their mother, saying, Yes, Auntie, we know we were wrong. It's good that you know you were wrong. Milo Nira's heart softened, and she didn't pursue the matter further. It's good that they're all safe and sound. I don't know anything else. Little sister, what's this on your lips? Milo Nira suddenly noticed a life essence left on Carol Yura's lips, scraped it off with her index finger, and licked it. What kind of spiritual liquid is this? It tastes pretty good. Do you have any more? If you do, I'll have some too. Milo Nira was so fast that Carol Yura had no time to react. Carol Yura and the two Nicoles exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment. What are you doing? I'm asking you a question. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. What's so hard to answer? Sister, there aren't any for now. Remember to save some for me next time. This flavor is very unique, and I really like it. I'll try my best. What do you mean try your best? It's definitely. I'm your older sister, what kind of elixir can't I try? Oh well. Put everything else aside for now. Now you can tell me who that person in the bridal sedan chair is, right? Milo Nira turned to look at the bridal sedan chair. Friend, aren't you going to get off? Having been discovered, Jiang Yu no longer intended to hide and stepped down from the bridal sedan chair. Greetings, Patriarch Milo. My name is Jiang Yu, and I am their good friend. Stepping down from the bridal sedan chair, Jiang Yu was deeply impressed upon seeing Milo Nira for the first time. Goodness, are the Nira family members so well nourished? Each one is more tolerant than the last. In Jiang Yu's opinion, Carol Yura was already quite tolerant, but he never expected her sister to be even more so. Name, Milona Nira. Race, human. Identity, head of the Nira family. Age, 40. Appearance, 97. Strength, 50, plus 15 plus 15 plus 15. Constitution, 50, plus 15 plus 15 plus 15. Agility, 65, plus 15 plus 15 plus 15. Spirit, 80, plus 15 plus 15 plus 15. Skills omitted. Loyalty? Evaluation, strong capabilities. Chapter 305 I didn't agree. As expected of the head of the Nira family, she wears 3 red outfits in her daily attire. Jiang Yu glanced at them and saw that they were a ring, a necklace, and clothes. If you normally wear 3 red outfits, then you'll need to add a few more pieces of equipment during battle. Is this the head of a major family in the Taijin realm? Indeed, he is incredibly powerful. If he also takes over Milo Nira, wouldn't that mean the entire Nira family's wealth would be his? As soon as the thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind, he immediately dismissed it. No, he's already ruined Carol Yura and her 2 daughters. To go and ruin someone else's older sister too would be too much. But then again, he doesn't seem to be a good person either. Besides, harming one person is still harming another, so there's no difference. Well, let's take it one step at a time. This is within the Taijin realm, not on my own Panlai Island, so I can't allow him to act recklessly. Furthermore, the purpose of this trip is to quickly liquidate the assets held by Carol Yura, and then return to Panlai Island. They won't be staying for long. It should only take a day or 2, and if you don't want to miss the first stroke tomorrow, you only have 1 day left. 1 day is hardly enough time to win her over. Even if I don't go back tomorrow and miss the first fishing day, it'll only add 1 or 2 more days, which is about right. He can't possibly wait until he takes over the Nira family before leaving, can he? That's definitely not going to work. A man? The man who rode back in the same bridal sedan chair as you? Milo Nira's expression changed, and she turned to look at Carol Yura. Aren't you going to explain this to me? If Jiang Yu hadn't stepped down from her sister's bridal sedan chair, Milo Nira would have attacked him the moment she saw him. The family's backyard is of utmost importance, and no man is ever allowed to enter it. Recalling their unusual behavior and the spiritual liquid she had just licked, Milo Nira suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Could it really be what she thinks? It shouldn't be. With her 2 nieces around, even if she's confused, she wouldn't dare to do anything reckless in front of them. Milo Nira dismissed her speculations, believing it was impossible. She only went out for a short while. Her sister and her 2 nieces wouldn't become unrecognizable to her. Sister, let's go inside and talk. Carol Yura opened the door to the side room and went inside. I'd like to see what tricks you're up to. Milo Nira followed. Jiang Yu, Aisha, and Celine exchanged a glance and followed them inside. With Milo Nira present, no one dared to act recklessly and obediently found their seats. Sister, it's like this. Carol Yura explained Jiang Yu to Milo Nira, and finally subtly mentioned that they wanted to go with Jiang Yu to the core area of the old god star to broaden their horizons. The power of Panlai Island was mentioned, but not in detail. It was only briefly explained. They were also afraid that if they explained in detail, Milo Nira would become extremely curious about Panlai Island and Jiang Yu. If that happens, the whole family will be doomed. The thought of the whole family having to work together to deal with Jiang Yu is terrifying. They were absolutely convinced that Jiang Yu was capable of such a thing. If it weren't for the fact that they would only be back in a day or 2, or at most 3 days, and there was no need to worry about any accidents, they would feel at ease taking Jiang Yu back with them. So you mean he's Aisha's niece's boyfriend, and he wants to take her to the core region of the old gods in a few days? You're worried about leaving her behind, so you're planning to go with her. You're also worried about leaving Celine behind, so you've decided to take her with you? Milo Nira glanced at Aisha, then at Jiang Yu, and almost burst out laughing at their antics. It turns out that someone who is speechless to the extreme can actually laugh. Goodness, Aisha's niece went out a few times and found a man who is a survivor and quite skilled. In just over 40 days, the aura he exuded was no weaker than hers. She couldn't deny his strength even if she wanted to. Not only did she find a man, but she also planned to travel with him to the core region of the old god star. She went to the core area with them, and even brought her mother and sister along. It's one thing to involve her mother and sister, but to also plan to sell off assets is unacceptable. Milo Nira really wanted to laugh. Her niece Aisha had gone out a few times, and now her own sister and niece Celine were both about to be kidnapped. Who can she complain to? Yes. Carol Yura cautiously met her sister's eyes. This is what we planned to do. This time we're back, cough cough. Besides returning our assets to the family at a low price, we also want to say goodbye to you, sister. After all, we've never set foot in the core region of the old god star, and we don't know if it's convenient to return to the outer regions, so it's quite necessary to come back. The claim that Jiang Yu was Aisha's man was something they had agreed upon on the way. The explanation that Carol and Celine went out for Aisha is clearly more convincing. That's right, Auntie. I believe you can understand us. Understand? How do you expect me to understand you? Milo Nira was practically standing up and pointing her finger at Aisha, yelling. If you hadn't insisted on going out to play, none of this would have happened. And you, it's one thing that you didn't bring back your niece Aisha on that trip, but now you're planning to take her to the core region of the old gods? That's ridiculous. I don't agree. Head of the Miro family. Shut up. Jiang Yu was interrupted immediately as soon as he started. No matter what you want to say, I will not agree to it. If you leave Nira's house now, for Aisha's sake, I can pretend you never existed and won't make things difficult for you. I will also give you 1 million spirit stones. These 10 million spirit stones are, firstly, to thank you for taking them in and preventing them from dying in the beast tide, and secondly, to thank you for bringing them back and ensuring they were not harmed. As she spoke, Milo Nira took out a spatial ring and placed it on the table in front of Jiang Yu. Seeing this, Jiang Yu smiled and put it away. You agree? Milo Nira was overjoyed. Carol, Aisha, and Celine, the mother and daughter, also looked at him with puzzled expressions. They knew he wasn't that kind of person, and 10 million spirit stones was far less than 100 million spirit stones, so he couldn't possibly agree to it. But what was the point of this? Agree to what? Jiang Yu asked, feigning ignorance. What do you mean by agreeing? Milo Nira's eyebrows twitched. Taking my money proves that you agree with me, agreed to leave Aisha, and leave our Nira family? I didn't agree. Then why did you take my money? Oh, I thought this was a blessing gift for us, wishing me and Aisha a speedy marriage and many children. How can you be so shameless? Milo Nira immediately turned red. Jiang Yu's strength was similar to hers, or even possibly stronger, so she simply didn't believe that he couldn't understand what she was saying. The other party definitely did it on purpose. She was truly speechless. No, this guy was just like that. What exactly did her niece Ashisa see in him? She really doesn't understand. Chapter 306 The Hanging Heart finally died. Conversely, Carol, Aisha, and Celine, mother and daughter, would definitely nod in agreement. That's right, that's the Jiang Yu they know, that's the true nature of this lecherous thief. He wants the money, and he wants them too, he wants them all. The three of them were not angry but rather pleased that Milo Nila had been scammed out of 10 million spirit stones. That's good, because that way, his sister, Aunt, won't have a good impression of him. If you don't make a good first impression, it's hard to make a good one again. That put their minds at ease, no longer worried that their sister, Aunt, would be harmed by him. That's great. Are you sure you want to go with him to the core region of the old gods? When the room in front of her fell silent, Milo Nira knew that they had made up their minds and were determined to go to the core area of the old god star with him. Sister, although I am also very reluctant to leave you in the family, I think our Nila family can't stay in the Taijin realm forever. We should go into the core area to explore, so that stronger people will come out of the core area in the future. If the person is kind-hearted, he won't bother with us. But if the person is cunning and greedy, and he discovers the location of our Taijin realm and sends people to invade, what will we do then? As soon as Carol Yura said this, Aisha and Celine both agreed. Yes, Aunt, Mother is right. We must be prepared for danger in times of peace and plan ahead. If we stay in the Taijin realm forever, and one day we are invaded by a stronger force, we will be at their mercy. Mother and sister are right. Is that really what you think? Milo Nila's eyes held deep suspicion. I don't believe it. Haha, she didn't believe a single word of it. Why weren't they this enthusiastic before? Now that they've brought a random guy back, they've suddenly become so? Let her see that her supposed sense of being prepared for the worst and planning ahead is just a pretense. Her real intention is simply to run off with that other man. What Milo Nira couldn't understand was that she could understand her niece Aisha wanting to go with him, since Aisha was his woman. Why are my sister and niece Celine joining in the fun? Was it really because she was worried that she went along? Milo Nira thought that was highly unlikely. Judging from Jiang Yu's appearance, His strength in just a few dozen days was no less than hers, clearly indicating that he was a very capable person. Not only is he capable, but he's also shameless. Milo Nira doesn't think she'll suffer a loss because of him. Adding to the Punlai Island they just mentioned, if they weren't lying, Punlai Island is definitely an extremely safe island. Based on the above 2 points, Milo Nira can confirm that her niece Aisha is safe with him. They were absolutely certain of this, so there was no reason for them to go along out of concern. If it wasn't because you were worried about them that you went along, then what was it? Combining their unusual behavior with the drop of spiritual liquid at the corner of Carol's mouth, Milo Nira's bold idea resurfaced. If the guess is true, then didn't she just? Thinking about it, Milo Nira's face turned pale. She glared at Jiang Yu and got up to leave the room. Let me think about this. I will give you an answer tomorrow morning. You don't need to worry about those assets you have. If I agree by tomorrow morning, I'll take 150 million spirit stones from the family to buy them, so you won't have to sell them off cheaply and let other families profit from them. Milo Nira came and went in a hurry. Oh, why did your sister leave? Fine, she's gone, but why did she glare at me like that? I don't know either. Maybe she's upset that you're taking us away. Don't worry, Jiang Lang, even if my sister doesn't agree tomorrow, we'll find a way to sneak out and find you. Really? Mother, how did you sneak out? Celine immediately became interested. Don't worry about that. Tisk. Brother Jiang Yu, Mother, since Aunt has agreed to buy the assets for 150 million spirit stones, saving us the trouble of doing it ourselves, why don't we take advantage of this time to go out and have a look around? Aisha suddenly suggested. What if Auntie doesn't agree tomorrow? Celine asked. We can go out for a trip later and gather some information on the way. As soon as we leave the castle tomorrow, we can quickly sell the assets and leave. Great idea, sister, you're so smart. Let's go out for a walk now. Alright, let's set off now. Don't worry, when we leave, I'll leave something behind so your family won't suffer too much. They chatted away, making Jiang Yu a little embarrassed. Not only did they steal Nira's sister and 2 nieces, but they also took so many spirit stones with them. Jiang Yu himself felt that he was somewhat of a beast. It's decided. If I really do sneak away tomorrow, I'll leave some treasures behind as compensation. Keep some of things like Hunyuan fruit, tea that increases attributes, and fruit trees that increase attributes. Anyway, Jiang Yu has plenty of these things. Especially the special tea made by the goddess of life, which the Nira family absolutely does not have. He can get some seeds. With the life goddess-like tea available, the Nira family will eventually be able to recoup their losses. Thank you, Jiang Lang. You're so kind. Thank you, brother Jiang Yu. You're so kind. Let's go. Afterwards, the 4 of them left the Nira family in a bridal sedan chair. No sooner had they left than Milo Nira entered Carol Yura's villa. I'd like to see what tricks you're playing, and whether it's really as I think. In all the rooms of Carol Yura's courtyard, Milo Nira left behind an item for real-time monitoring. Fortunately, there are only 5 rooms in the courtyard, and her 2 nieces, Aisha and Celine, did not move out, otherwise she would not have had enough surveillance equipment. A few hours passed in a flash, and Jiang Yu, Carol, and the other 3 returned to the Nira family. Normally, they only get together for a meal every 2 or 3 weeks. But today is different from the past. They have finally reunited, so naturally they have to get together for a meal. After having dinner and chatting for a while, I returned to the villa. Jiang Yu, Carol, Aisha, and Celine went to Carol's villa together and entered the master bedroom together. On the other side, Milo Nira saw the situation in her sister's master bedroom through a mirror, and seeing the 4 of them enter the room together, her suspicions became more and more certain. Immediately afterwards, she saw her younger sister, 2 nieces, and Jiang Yu enter the large wooden tub for a bath. Shameless! Shameless! Milo Nira's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. A few hours ago, she had indeed indirectly licked the elixir and even swallowed it. She also thought the taste was unique, and wanted to drink it again. Thinking back to what happened during the day and the strange looks those people gave her, Milo Nira felt like killing Jiang Yu. She had never been touched by a man in her entire life, yet she had unexpectedly consumed a spiritual elixir. Fate is cruel, Fate is cruel indeed. After the anger subsided, a feeling she couldn't quite describe arose within her. The scene in the mirror grew increasingly intense. Milo Nira thought about turning it off several times, but for some reason, she kept it on and couldn't help but continue watching. Milo Nira unconsciously lowered her raised hand. Chapter 307 Grandmother? The next day, Jiang Yu, Carol, and the other three got up early to avoid being caught cheating by Milo Nira. Little did they know, their entire situation last night was being watched live through a mirror by Milo Nira. Milo Nira tried to turn off the live stream more than 10 times, but she couldn't in the end. She watched it all night, and her bed was soaked with sweat. Call. In front of Carol's courtyard gate, Milo Nira took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but put it down halfway through. Normally, we just push the door open and enter, just like yesterday. But now, by suddenly knocking, we might actually be noticed by the others. Crunch. With that in mind, Milo Nira pushed the door open and went in. Upon entering, they instructed Jiang Yu, Carol, and the other three to sit properly in the courtyard to the side. Seeing how well behaved they were, Milo Nira just wanted to laugh. If it hadn't been for the fact that she was secretly watching late at night, she might have actually believed their lies. No wonder they all want to leave with that scoundrel. They've become like him from head to toe, they can't live without him, how could they not leave? Sister, you've come. Milo Nira had barely stepped into the courtyard when Carol's voice came right behind her. Yes, I'm here. Milo Nira tried her best to remain calm and not give herself away. You haven't been home for so long, did you sleep well last night? I walked step by step into the courtyard and found a place to sit down. Auntie, we slept very well. I slept quite well. Now that we're home, we naturally slept very well and peacefully. How about you, sister? Thank you for your concern, Master Milo. I slept very well. I slept very well, of course. That's what she said, but that's what Milo Nira thought to herself. Heh, if you knock her out, how can she not sleep well? You all slept well, but it's tough on her. She didn't sleep all night, and now she has to pretend that she slept very well. Damn it! Despite her strength, she could go without sleep for a while without any problems, but she still felt very uncomfortable inside. And you bastard, who the hell cares about you? She wants to fuck you to death. This idea intensified last night. Now that daylight has arrived, she has calmed down considerably. I hope I didn't disturb you by coming so early? Sister, what are you saying? We're all family, there's no need to disturb us. Auntie, you've come so early, have you already decided to give me an answer? Celine looked at Milo Nira with hopeful eyes, wanting to hear the good news she longed for. When Celine asked this question, the other three also looked over, waiting for her answer. Are you so eager to have your little sweetheart? Milo Nira thought to herself, almost losing her composure. He said, I have considered my own situation, but now the decision of whether you stay or leave is no longer in my hands. Sister, what do you mean by that? What happened? Yes, Andy, what happened? Or have you given us back the decision and let us decide for ourselves whether to stay or leave? You really have a way with ideas. Milo Nira glared at Aisha. What I mean is, Mother, your grandmother, has finished her seclusion. She knows that you want to go with him to the core area of the old God Star. My mother just wrote to me this morning, asking me to bring him to see her. The decision of whether you stay or leave now rests with your mother, and with him. Milo Nira pointed her fair little finger at Jiang Yu. After the meeting, if he can get his mother's consent, you can leave together. If not, you should stay here obediently, and he can leave alone. Speaking of Jiang Yu, Milo Nira immediately thought of the scene from last night, and a blush flashed across her face. Ah, has mother finished her seclusion? Why at this particular time? A hint of panic flashed across Carol Yura's face. She remembered her mother as notoriously strict. Now that she's out of quarantine, they're very likely to become inseparable from her. Her little tricks might be enough to get her away with secretly leaving without her sister's knowledge. Trying to hide it from mother? Absolutely impossible. In other words, their fate now truly rests in the hands of their mother and Jiang Lang. Island Master Jiang, this time you really need to take concrete actions to obtain my mother's consent before you can leave. Carol was about to call out to Jiang Lang when she suddenly remembered that her sister was still there, so she quickly changed her address to Jiang Island Master. Yes, brother Jiang Yu, if we don't get grandmother's permission, it's possible that only you and sister can leave together, or even that sister might not be able to leave at all. Aisha was alright, but Celine's expression subtly changed. Wait, grandmother, mother? What is all this about? Mother-in-law, you have a mother to care for. I didn't mean that. Please let me explain. Island Master Jiang, I understand what you mean. Before Jiang Yu could explain, Carol interrupted. Your question is actually very easy to explain. This is a transcendent world where any cultivator can live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Not to mention the many spiritual fruits and elixirs that extend lifespan. I'm only 38 years old now, so it's normal that my mother is still alive. Upon hearing Carol's words, Jiang Yu immediately realized what she meant. Yes, this is a world of extraordinary beings. Ordinary people with spiritual fruits and pills can live for thousands of years, let alone cultivators, especially from such a powerful family. It makes perfect sense that her mother and grandmother are still alive. So, does that mean your great-grandfathers and great-great-grandfathers are still alive? They were originally alive, but decades ago a catastrophe occurred on the old god star, and our Taijin realm was also affected by that catastrophe. They perished in that catastrophe. The person who answered was Milo Nira. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so rude. It's alright, so much time has passed, and we haven't seen them since, so it's nothing. So, do you want to come with me to see my mother now? Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Do I have a choice? Yes, but you have to give up taking them with you. You can leave now. When should we meet? If you're free now, go now. If you're not free now, you can go later. Let's go now. How do we get there? I'll take you there. Then let's set off. Milo Nira stood up and walked to the front. Jiang Yu followed closely behind. Just as Carol, Aisha, and Celine were about to get up, they heard Milo Nira say, Sister, and two nieces, mother hasn't called you yet, so you'd better stay here and wait. The three of them sat back down. Don't worry, I will definitely persuade her to agree to let me take you with me. Jiang Yu turned around and gave the three of them an affirming look. Yes, Jiang Lang, keep it up. We believe in you. It was Aisha who spoke. After all, in this situation, only Aisha would call Jiang Yu, Jiang Lang, without any problem. Brother Jiang Yu, your grandmother's appearance may surprise you. You should be prepared. Don't worry, I will. Chapter 308 Whose grandmother is a little girl? Miro, Aunt Miro, may I call you that? Jiang Yu, who was following behind Milo Nira, suddenly spoke up. Whatever. Milo Nira said without turning her head. Haha, what's so special about Auntie? After what you did to Carol last night, you could call her Sister Milo. Milo Nira thought to herself. Aunt Milo, are you injured? The way you walk looks a little unsteady. How dare you ask? She became like this because of you, you piece of trash. Although she was the one who peaked, it was all your fault, you bastard. There was a slight mishap during my cultivation, but it will be fine in a little while. Milo Nira tried to keep her tone of voice calm and her gait normal, so as not to give the bastard behind her away any clues. No, how did he know her walking posture was uncoordinated? Did he watch her from behind the whole time? The thought of Jiang Yu following her recklessly, coupled with the scene she witnessed last night, gave Milo Nira an unusual feeling. Stop talking nonsense and just follow me. Too lazy to waste any more words with Jiang Yu, she paused briefly, gave a sharp rebuke, and quickened her pace. TSK, a woman's face, it really changes in an instant. Jiang Yu had no idea what was wrong with Milo Nira, but he quickly followed, though his gaze never left her. Jiang Yu's gaze was simply one of admiration, nothing more. After walking around for a while, the two finally stopped at the entrance of an ordinary little courtyard. Go inside, my mother is already waiting for you. As soon as she stopped, Milo Nira eagerly pushed open the courtyard gate, but did not go inside herself. Aren't you going in? My mother is seeing you, why would I go in? Milo Nira rolled her eyes, grabbed him with her left hand, pushed him inside, and then closed the courtyard gate. I'll wait in this courtyard right across the street. If you come out and don't see me, knock on the gate of this courtyard, and I'll take you back the way we came. As she spoke, Milo Nira opened the gate to the courtyard directly opposite the small courtyard and went inside. "New!" Jiang Yu shouted in response. "I wonder what Carol's mother, Aisha's grandmother, is like, and whether she's easy to communicate with." Jiang Yu composed himself and walked inside. If there's no one in the courtyard, it can only mean that people are inside their rooms. The courtyard only has one house that occupies a small portion of it, and she can only stay in that house. Jiang Yu walked to the door in a few steps and raised his hand, about to knock. "Island Master Jiang, please come in." A relatively young voice came from inside the house. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu pushed open the door and entered. Contrary to Jiang Yu's expectations, the interior design of the house was not simple, clean, or plain at all. Not only is it not, it's completely different. The interior design is full of pink, which is very girly. This was something Jiang Yu never dreamed of. Jiang Yu's courtyard is not large, and the design inside is very simple. Who would have thought that the design inside the house and the courtyard would be so different? "What are you standing there for? Come over here!" That childish voice came out again. Following the sound, Jiang Yu saw a pretty girl who looked to be only a little over 10 years old. She sat quietly at a table. "Little beauty, whose child are you, and what are you doing here? Also, where is your grandmother? She's the one who sent me here." Jiang Yu asked subconsciously. "What little beauty?" "Island Master Jiang, I am Aisha's grandmother and Carol's mother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu fell silent on the spot. Name, Jinling Nian. Race, human. Identity, former head of the Nira family. Age, 99. Appearance, 97. Strength, 130. Plus 25 plus 25. Constitution, 110, plus 25 plus 25. Agility, 110, plus 25. Spirit, 100, plus 25 plus 25. Skills omitted. Loyalty? Comment. When he was a teenager, he accidentally took a youth-preserving pill, which caused his appearance to remain unchanged since that moment. So, the beautiful teenage girl in front of you is indeed the grandmother of the Nicole sisters and the mother of the Carol and Milo sisters. No wonder Celine just warned him that his grandmother's appearance might surprise him, and that he should be prepared. I see. This was completely unexpected. Whose grandmother is a little girl? A little girl who's only 1 year shy of being 100? "Aren't you coming over? Are you worried I'll eat you up?" Jinling Nian urged again. Seeing her incredibly youthful appearance, Jiang Yu couldn't bring himself to call her grandmother. Despite his reluctance to speak, Jiang Yu forced himself to say, "Grandmother, please forgive me. You look so young, I was quite surprised." As he spoke, Jiang Yu walked over and sat down in front of her. "You have a sweet tongue. No wonder you took advantage of my unfilial daughter and those 2 unfilial granddaughters." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically. "What do you mean by that, grandmother? I haven't said anything to them. Don't even think about refuting it. Since I brought this up with you, it means I have ample evidence." As she spoke, Jinling Nian waved her hand, and a light screen appeared in front of Jiang Yu. There was a scene on the light screen, showing Jiang Yu cultivating with Carol, Aisha, and Celine last night. "Do you still want to refute this?" Jinling Nian's voice was calm and her expression was serene, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. "Grandmother, please forgive me. Jiang Yu knows he was wrong." Jiang Yu immediately lowered his head to admit his mistake and promised. "And grandmother, please rest assured, I will never let them suffer any injustice." Jinling Nian cut to the chase, so directly revealing the footage from last night, something Jiang Yu never expected. However, the fact that she didn't directly take action, given her strength, indicates that there is still room for maneuver in this matter, so Jiang Yu immediately admitted his mistake. With the evidence laid bare before him, he was speechless and unable to deny it, so he had no choice but to quickly admit his mistake. "Really? You really won't let them suffer any injustice? Is it really true?" "I, Jiang Yu, am not." All right, stop with the fake promises. I didn't call you here today so you could make those fake promises." Jiang Yu was interrupted by Jinling Nian halfway through her sentence. "You can fool the 3 of them with a verbal guarantee, but you can't fool me." As she spoke, Jiang Nian pointed to Carol, Aisha, and Celine in the light screen. Jiang Yu really wanted to ask, he's already admitted it, so why aren't you turning off the light screen? What are you doing? What, you want to stay and watch together? To learn together? However, due to Jiang Nian's formidable strength, he dared not ask. Perhaps on your way here, you already had a plan for how to win over my other daughter. Jiang Nian said something truly shocking. Chapter 309 Relocation. Cough cough, grandmother, you've been wronged. Jiang Yu wouldn't dare. Jiang Yu lowered his head even further. At this point, even if that's what she really thinks, and what she says is true, Jiang Yu definitely can't accept it. Before figuring out why Jiang Nian called him over, admitting it would only lead him further down the path of self-destruction. I wouldn't dare, I'm afraid you'd be very bold. Then, Jiang Nian suddenly said something that made Jiang Yu's scalp tingle. Don't even mention that girl Milo, I'm afraid she's had designs on me since she saw me. Grandmother is Aisha's elder, and also my elder. How could I dare to make a move on you? Isn't Carol your elder too? This. Jiang Yu didn't know how to answer for a moment. Leaving aside other matters, you said you wouldn't dare to make a move on me. Why wouldn't you? Am I not pretty enough? Jiang Nian's voice suddenly became alluring. But if I'm not pretty enough, why are you staring at my toes even though you've already lowered your head? As she was talking, Jiang Nian suddenly lifted her bare foot and waved it in front of Jiang Yu, almost shoving it into his face. Does it look good? Grandmother is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Jiang Yu swallowed hard and forced a smile as he replied. Beautiful. Of course, she was one of the most beautiful women. He didn't say the word, one of, aloud, but rather filled in the blank in his mind. So you dare? Jiang Nian put her feet down, her voice suddenly rising a few decibels. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu fell silent, unsure whether to reply or not. How is he supposed to respond? If you can't reply, then remain silent. I guess right. I don't know how to answer. These young people these days are really bold. Grandmother's words are right. Unable to figure out her methods, Jiang Yu decided to give up. Yes, you're right. Despite all his calculations, Jiang Yu hadn't anticipated that Aisha's grandmother would have such an unconventional personality. Yes, that's right, it's all about being unconventional. If it weren't for the fact that her age was 99 years old as certified by the system, Jiang Yu would never have believed that the person in front of him was Carol's mother. Stop calling me grandma all the time, it's making me feel old. Besides, it's not just my granddaughter who suffered, my daughter didn't escape either. Is it appropriate for her to call me grandma? Then what should I call you? With a flick of her hand, Jiang Nian caused the light screen to dissipate, disappearing just as Jiang Yu stopped to rest. My name is Jiang Nian, you can just call me Jiang. You've already ruined our family like this, do you think it matters what we call each other? Jiang Yu paused for a few seconds then said. Jiang Yu received this. Say it out and let me hear it. Jiang. Although it sounded awkward, Jiang Yu finally managed to call out the name. You're being quite obedient. Alright, let's get back to business. Seeing Jiang Yu's restless state, Jiang Nian stopped troubling him and got back to business. Do you know why I called you here today? Please enlighten me, Jiang. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It felt a little awkward the first time I said it, but it wasn't so awkward the second time. And damn, finally we're getting to the point. Take a guess first. Is it because of Carol, Aisha, and Celine? It's clear that Jiang Nian is quite playful. Through this period of contact, Jiang Yu has roughly figured out her personality. 2 words, hard to judge. But this is good too. This personality is far better than other personalities. Yes and no. Jiang Yu did not respond immediately, waiting for her to continue explaining. Part of the reason I called you here is for the sake of the 3 of them, and another part of the reason is for the core area of the Old God Star. Jiang, do you also want to go to the core region of the Old God Star? Yes. Not just me, but also my other daughter Milo Nira and another granddaughter Mia Nicole, as well as the direct descendants of the clan. Do you plan to relocate the entire Nira family to the core region of the Old God Star? You could say that since the entire direct line of the clan moved there, and the remaining collateral lineage members can't represent our Nira family. Can you tell me why? The Nira family has worked so hard to develop to this point. Why would they suddenly decide to move to the core region of the old god star? Jiang Yu genuinely couldn't understand why the Nira family, having finally grown to such a scale, would suddenly want to move away, especially taking all the direct descendants with them. Are you worried about Carol, Aisha, and Celine, and concerned for their safety? That's partly true, but it's definitely not the main reason. How could such a large family relocate to protect 3 people just because they were worried about their safety? That's impossible. It's even more absurd to think about it for him. Jiang Yu was very confident in his charm and strength, and firmly believed that given time he could win them over. But this is only the first time we've met. How could she possibly move house just because of him? That's utter nonsense. Want to know why? Jiang Yu nodded quickly. Someone told you this morning that there was a catastrophe on the ancient planet Apollo several decades ago, right? She also said that the Taijin realm was also affected by that disaster, and many people perished in it. Could it be related to that disaster? It's relevant. Jinling Nian nodded. I'd like to hear more details. Also, what was that disaster? Could you tell me about it? I didn't know what the disaster was because I was too young then. All I knew was that none of the people who went to fight the disaster came back alive. However, one of the elders sent back a message through other means. The message was roughly as follows: when the survivors appear later, if any survivor can enter the Taijin realm and come to the Nira family within 50 days, we need to take all the direct disciples with him and leave together to go to the Taijin realm. Otherwise, the entire Nira family will be submerged in the next disaster. I used to think this news would take a long time to come true, but who would have thought that you would appear in the next batch of survivors after the news was relayed back? If I remember correctly, this should be your 47th day of survival, right? Yes. Then that's it. Jinling Nian crossed her right leg over her left and kept swinging her fair, bare feet. Jiang Yu said that there must be other reasons why they chose to relocate. As expected, it turns out they were following ancestral teachings. Although it's still unclear what kind of disaster she's referring to, it doesn't matter. We'll meet force with force and water with earth. The truth will come out sooner or later. Once his power is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, what answer can't he get? You mean all the core members of your Nira family are going to move to my island? Hee, what do you think? Jinling Nian stared straight at Jiang Yu, her meaning self-evident. Jinling, you don't know this, but my island is a bit special. Oh? You want to refuse? No, it's just that my island is really a bit special. Chapter 310 Excitement. The claim that it's special is false. The truth is that Jiang Yu doesn't want to fully accept it. Since everyone on Panlai Island except him was female, and Jiang Yu didn't know if any of the core members of the Nira family were male, he couldn't give a proper answer. Special? What's special about it? It's just that the island is full of women, and you only want to bring women to the island. How did you know? Since Jinling Nian had already said it, Jiang Yu was too lazy to pretend to be stupid anymore. Since she was the first to speak up, it proves that she has confirmed the matter, so pretending not to know won't work. You don't need to worry about how I know, just agree. Jinling Nian looked down at Jiang Yu with disdain and contempt. Don't worry, all the direct descendants of my family are women. How is this possible? Jiang Yu said subconsciously. It's no wonder he didn't believe it. After all, which large family has only women as direct descendants? I know you don't believe it, but it's true. Could you please explain why? Are you afraid that your family will fall into the hands of outsiders, and that you are using mother and child water to pass on your lineage? This matter is related to the disaster that happened decades ago. Jinling Nian was lost in memories. Before that disaster, our family had both men and women in the direct line, and most of the time the men were in charge of the family. But after that disaster, our family seemed to be cursed. One by one, the direct male members of the clan died unexpectedly, leaving only me and a few other direct clan members. Since I was the daughter of the clan chief at that time, I naturally took over as clan chief, which is the position of family head. After becoming the head of the family, through years of hard work, our Nira family has grown stronger again, but a strange thing happened. That is, any man who tries to get close to us will die inexplicably. I once thought about finding a man for the remaining direct descendants to marry into our family for the sake of the clan, but as soon as I chose a target, and before I could even take action, he died inexplicably. Later, refusing to believe in superstition, I selected a few more people for the remaining tribesmen, but each time they died unexpectedly, so I gave up. Let's think of another way, that is, the mother-child spirit essence. Mother-child spiritual marrow, what is that? Is it similar to mother-child water in terms of its effects? Since the names are similar, Jiang Yu figured the effects would probably be about the same. Both are things that can make someone pregnant. They are similar, except that the offspring born from the mother-child spirit marrow have better aptitude. At first, I tried giving the remaining direct descendants the mother-child spirit essence, hoping to use this method to give birth to a boy. As you might have guessed, it didn't work out, and all the babies born were girls. Later, I accepted my fate and decided to go into seclusion to improve my strength, waiting for the person mentioned in the ancestral teachings, which is you, to appear, and then go with you to the core area of the old god star. Go find out the truth, find out the reason, and avenge your family. The disaster decades ago nearly wiped out our Nira family, and afterwards, the direct descendants of the family could only have daughters. Such an irreconcilable hatred must be avenged. But while seclusion was easy, such a large family couldn't be left unattended, so I also took the mother-child spirit essence and gave birth to Milo Nira. Later, worried that Milo Nira would be bored, she took the medication again and gave birth to Carol Yura. After raising them both to adulthood, I went into seclusion. I originally thought this seclusion would last for hundreds or thousands of years, and you would only appear in the ancestral teachings, but who knew it would be less than 20 years? That's roughly the process. Do you have any questions? After Jinling Nian finished speaking, she waited quietly for Jiang Yu to ask her questions. You said all the men who were close to your direct descendants are dead, then I. Jiang Yu paused, then cautiously asked. Had sex with your daughter and granddaughter, so why is nothing wrong with me? That's what I find puzzling too. To be honest, if I hadn't confirmed that you really are only 20 years old, I would have suspected that the reason our family has become like this is because of you. You can't just put this kind of hat on me. My head is small, and I can't fit into such a big hat. Don't worry, you're perfectly fine now. Besides, if you merge with them, you might be able to resolve the curse that may or may not exist in our race. Jinling Yan waved her hand, and the light screen reappeared. Do you know what my first reaction was when I saw this scene? Anger? No, it's excitement. Jinling Yan's words remained as unrestrained as ever. Excited? Do you want to join too? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yu immediately regretted it. That's not what I meant. You couldn't help but blurt out what was on your mind, huh? Jinling Yan stared at him with a half-smile. I've never met a beast as audacious and uncontrollable as you before. Do you have any more questions? Are the other families in the Taijin realm in the same situation as you? It's different. Their family is perfectly normal, with both men and women. What, you want to make a move on them? That's not true. Ideally, it should be something that doesn't exist, rather than something that's convenient. Are there any other issues? No more for now. Since you don't have one, then get out of here. Jinling Yan suddenly appeared next to Jiang Yu, raised her right foot, aimed at Jiang Yu's handsome face, and kicked him out of the courtyard. Go and play with Carol, Aisha, and the other two first. We need to pack up our valuables and arrange the next steps for the Nira family. It will take us a day. We'll set off tomorrow. Jiang Yu was kicked out of the courtyard by Jinling Yan, whose voice followed immediately. TSK. I originally only wanted to bring Carol, Aisha, and Celine along, but who would have thought there would be an unexpected bonus and that I could bring so many people with me? It's still the head of the family, the previous head of the family, and all the direct descendants. How much wealth will they take with them? A huge windfall. Jiang Yu stood up, dusted himself off, walked to the courtyard directly opposite the main courtyard, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. If Jinling Yan leads the entire direct line of her family to relocate, then most of the Nina family's assets will definitely have to move with her. Once he gets to his own island, he'll slowly drain all his wealth. The door creaked open from the inside, and Milo Nira walked out. Come on, I'll take you back. A few minutes later, the two returned to the gate of Carol's villa. Go and by yourself. Mother just told me that she wants to bring all the direct descendants with you into the core area of the old god star. I have to go and deal with the family business now. After saying these words, Manhwaedit left in a hurry. Crunch. Brother Jiang Yu, has grandmother agreed to let us leave with me? As soon as they entered the villa, Celine's voice rang out. Agreed. Very good. Then I'll give my assets to my sister now and ask her for some spirit stones. Carol Yura stood up and made a move to walk out. No need. Jiang Yu carried her back to her original position as he passed by. What happened? It's like this. Jiang Yu began to tell the three of them about his conversation with Jinling and Yen. Detailed information, actions, and content were not provided. Chapter 311 as expected of a mother and daughter. At first, Carol, Aisha, and Celine were happy, but the more they listened, the more they felt something was wrong, and the more ominous they became. All the direct descendants of the family went to Panlai Island together, and went to the core area of the old god star with Jiang Yu. Isn't this like lambs to the slaughter, or meat buns thrown to dogs and never to return? If they go to Panlai Island, they'll inevitably become sisters with each other sooner or later. Although the grandmother's, mother's, reasons were sufficient, and she was doing this in accordance with ancestral teachings, Carol, Aisha, and Celine could not be happy at all. Knowing Jiang Yu's character well, they knew that once they set foot on Panlai Island, it would be a one-way trip. But they couldn't find a reason to stop it. And is it true that men who get close to them will die suddenly? It seems so. Carol, Aisha, and Celine recalled that it seemed that this had indeed happened. Many men had approached them with ill intentions, and later they all died mysteriously, except for Jiang Yu. At the time, they thought they were all a bunch of unlucky guys, but it turns out that it was most likely their fault. The family has always allowed them to go out alone, and this is probably one of the reasons as well. Shouldn't we have come back to say goodbye and collect the money? Carol Yura asked, her expression complicated. It's all predestined, didn't grandmother say that? If any survivor manages to enter the Taijin realm and arrive at the Nira family within 50 days, they must bring all their direct descendants with them to leave and travel to the Taijin realm together. Otherwise, the entire Nira family will be submerged in the next disaster. If we don't come back, and wait until we return from the core region of the old god star, we might not see them anymore. So I think it was the right thing to do to come back. Celine Nicole is very accepting of things and believes that these are all predetermined events that cannot be changed, so it's better to accept them early on. The thought of possibly joining them in the future gave her a faint sense of excitement deep inside. Humph! It's all his fault. If he hadn't appeared, none of this would have happened. Aisha pushed Jiang Yu onto the grass. I've decided to teach him a lesson so he won't have the heart to think about other women. Me too. And me too. Time flies, and another day has passed. Yesterday was the first day since Jiang Yu began his journey to survival that he didn't go fishing and didn't trigger his first talent trait. After getting up, Carol, Aisha, and Celine began packing their luggage, while Jiang Yu went to the pavilion in the courtyard alone, found a place to sit down and wait. Just a few minutes after I sat down, a melodious voice came from behind me. Are you the survivor grandmother mentioned who's going to lead us to the core region of the old gods? A person who looked to be about the same age as Aisha sat down in front of Jiang Yu. Her appearance is somewhat similar to that of Aisha and Celine, but she looks most like Manhwaedit, and can be described as a younger version of Manhwaedit. It's me, my name is Jiang Yu. You must be Mia Nicole? Name, Mia Nicole. Race, human. Identity, daughter of Manhwaedit. Age 20. Appearance, 97. Strength, 20. Physical fitness, 20. Agility, 35. Mental state, 40. Skills omitted. Loyalty? Comment, trying to wipe them all out. Huggy you beast. How do you know that your sister Aisha mentioned me to you? No, it was your grandmother who mentioned it to me once. You know I have a very good memory, so I remembered it. I don't know. This is the first time I've met you. How would I know if you have a good memory? For example. Who is Li? Why did you hit him? Seeing Jiang Yu's speechless and exasperated expression, Mia Nicole chuckled and said, Just kidding. If I heard correctly, you called Aisha little sister. How many days older are you than her? Jiang Yu decided to start a new conversation. It'll only take a minute. Mia Linny chuckled as she said this. Only 1 minute? Yes, didn't you know? Didn't your sister Aisha tell you about this? No. Do you want to know? I can tell you secretly. Mia Nicole's voice suddenly lowered. I don't want to. No. You want to. I really don't want to. The balance of power has shifted. No. No. You have to think about it. You're not allowed to not think about it. Mia Nicole clung to Jiang Yu's arm and acted coquettishly. But I just don't want to. If you want to, just give me a kiss. Aren't you afraid of dying? It's just a kiss, it's not like I'd be killed for it, is it? Get killed? Who would kill you? Then why did you say you were afraid of death? Haven't you heard of our Nira family? Anyone who gets close to us ends up dying mysteriously. Now, which major family in the Taijin realm doesn't know our reputation? I've had close contact with your sister Aisha, and nothing's happened to me. It seems so. Wait, what does negative distance contact mean? Mia Nicole's innocent face was filled with confusion, and it was unclear whether she really didn't understand or was pretending not to. Jiang Yu leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Do you understand now? Okay, Mia Nicole said in a barely audible voice, quickly kissing Jiang Yu on the cheek. Now you want to know, right? Okay, go ahead and say it. Ahem, listen carefully. Mia Nicole turned around and looked around. Seeing that no one was around, she continued. Back then, after my mother, Milo Nila, took over as head of the family, she needed to give birth to an heir to maintain the stability of the family. One night, she took out the mother-child spirit essence from the treasure vault and consumed it, a scene that my Aunt Carol Yura happened to witness. My aunt thought my mother was taking some kind of elixir of heaven and earth. After my mother took it, she still had a lot of spiritual essence left, so my aunt cried and made a fuss, insisting that she take it too. Before my mother could explain the effects of the mother-child spirit essence, my aunt took it herself. That's why Aisha is a minute younger than me. After hearing this, Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. He had considered countless possibilities, but he never imagined that Aisha came to be like this. No wonder when he asked Carol, Aisha, and Celine, they hesitated and tried to change the subject, refusing to answer. It turns out things are so interesting. It makes sense, considering that Carol Yura conceived Ashisa Nicole in such an unexpected way. If you ask them, they'll definitely be too embarrassed to answer. If you ask Celine, one is her mother, and the other is her sister, would she dare to speak? And what about Celine? How did she get here? Oh, her? It's because my aunt thought that having one child was the same as having two, and she was worried that Aisha would be bored, so she had another one. Jiang Yu was speechless. Damn, Jinling Yan and Carol Yura are truly mother and daughter. Their reasons for having a second child are exactly the same. That's incredible. Chapter 312 The Return Journey. Besides these, are there any other interesting, little-known secrets? Yes, is there anything else you'd like to know, Brother Jiang Yu? Let me tell you about your mother first. Why did you choose my mother first? Are you trying to take advantage of her, Brother Jiang Yu? Grandmother was right, Brother Jiang Yu, you are a daring scoundrel. No wonder grandmother repeatedly told me to stay away from you. Then why did you come looking for me? Oh, Mia, am notoriously disobedient. The more my grandmother and mother tell me to do something, the more I want to do it. No, you're actually proud of it? You're quite the clever one. By the way, you and Celine must get along very well, right? Celine Nicole has a similar quirky personality, and Jiang Yu thinks the two of them should get along very well. Oh, Brother Jiang Yu, how did you know? I've known Celine and Aisha since we were little, but I'm closer to Celine. It's not that I don't get along with Sister Aisha, it's just that she's not as close as Sister Celine. Brother Jiang Yu, you should understand what I mean, right? I understand. Jiang Yu nodded, returning to the previous topic. You haven't told me about your mother yet. Let me think about where to begin, Mia Nicole said, feigning thought. Let's start with yesterday, Brother Jiang Yu. I'll let you in on a secret. My mother, who's a grown woman, wet the bed last night. How did you know? If you ask him that, he'll get interested. This morning, when I passed by my mother's room, I secretly saw that the sheets on her bed had. What is it? Just then, a voice as ghostly as a ghost came from behind them. Upon hearing the voice, Mia Nicole shuddered and ran for her life. No, nothing at all. Jiang Yu and I didn't talk about anything, and I certainly didn't say anything bad about you. Her explanation only made things worse. It turned Milo Nira's sunny mood into a cloudy one. Even Jiang Yu was speechless. Damn, what a terrible teammate. Considering her behavior just now, Jiang Yu couldn't tell whether she was genuinely stupid or just pretending. I'll deal with you later. Milo Nira called out in the direction Mia Nicole had fled before turning to Jiang Yu and saying, Island Master Jiang, the packing is almost done, and the handover is basically complete. We can depart in an hour. Is that all? Is that all? Otherwise, what else does Jiang Yu want to do? What can I do? No, what I mean is, it's such a small matter, you don't need to come all the way here in person. You can just notify them directly. The them that Jiang Yu was referring to were naturally Carol, Aisha, and Celine. He really wanted to ask her if she had really wet the bed last night, but then he thought better of it and decided not to be reckless. There's an old saying that goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. It's all right, I just happened to need to talk to Mia too. With that, Milo Nira chased after Mia Nicole in the direction she had fled. What can you do? What do you mean? While chasing Mia Nicole, Milo Nira suddenly remembered Jiang Yu's words. After thinking it over carefully, he finally understood the meaning of those words, and cursed them inwardly as lecherous thief, while speeding up his pursuit. An hour flew by. Is anyone else here? If not, let's set off. The interstellar shuttle now carries 25 people, including Jiang Yu and his 3 companions who arrived. Mia Nicole's mental state wasn't as good as when they first met, and Jiang Yu guessed that she had probably been taught a lesson by Milanella. That's all, let's head back. Jean Ling Nian took out a recliner from her spatial ring and lay down. The Nira family isn't without good spaceships, but with only 25 members, there's no need for them to pilot an additional spaceship. It's not just a waste of spirit stones, but also makes you a big target, which makes you easy for others to covet. Although with her around, there's no fear of being intercepted, but it's best to minimize trouble. Good. Little E takes off and begins its return journey. As soon as they left Taijin Realm with Jiang Yu, the remaining powerful families in Taijin Realm instantly became abuzz with excitement. Without Jinling Nian in charge, the Nila family is now a fat sheep. However, when they discovered that most of the Nira family's businesses had been sold off, their eagerness to seize the opportunity was suppressed. Most of their businesses were sold off, leaving only a few to allow the clansmen to maintain a prosperous life. They had no reason to offend the Nira family for those few businesses. After all, Jinling Nian and Milo Nila were just out, not dead, and they might come back any time. If they're going to wipe them out now for that little bit of property, they'll be in trouble once they return to the Taijin realm. Furthermore, since Jinling Nian dared to leave without worry, she must have left some kind of method for the family. If angered, those family members would use all their methods to attack each other, which would backfire. With this in mind, the major families shifted their focus away from the Nira family and turned their attention to the forces that would take over the Nira family's assets. Several hours later, Jiang Yu and his group returned to Pamlai Island without any incident. Because there were many more people on the return journey, Jiang Yu, Carol, Aisha, and Celine behaved themselves and did not do anything out of line. We've arrived. This is my island. It's bigger than I imagined. Jinling Nian glanced around. And you're even more horny than I imagined. Next, let Carol, Aisha, and Celine show you around the island. You can stay in any of the empty rooms on Pamlai Island. If you're not satisfied, you can also apply to me for a piece of land to build your own. Or you can contact Fu Lingling, tell her your needs, and she will create blueprints according to your requirements, and then build it with one click. If you're unfamiliar with her, you can ask Carol or the others. After saying that, Jiang Yu left without lingering, amidst the strange, trash-like stares of the Nira family's direct descendants. Mother, let's go too. Carol Yura took Jinling Nian's hand. Mother, would you like to familiarize yourselves with the island first, or find some empty rooms to stay in? Take us on a tour of the island first. Jinling Nian answered without hesitation. The moment she stepped onto the island, she sensed many treasures she had never seen before, but she didn't know what they were. As long as some of the treasures are useful to them, then the relocation of the family will be more beneficial than harmful. The ancestral teachings left by our ancestors are therefore more credible. Yes, in her heart, she still harbored a slight doubt about the ancestral teachings left by her ancestors. Despite her doubts, she couldn't gamble with the future of the entire Nira family, so she decided to come along and see for herself. If Punlai Island can win her over, she will stay on Punlai Island with the rest of the Nira family. If not, after following Punlai Island into the core area of the Old God Star, she will leave Punlai Island to explore and become stronger on her own. She will leave the other members of the Nira family with her on Punlai Island as well. She cannot let her people go on adventures with her. Of course, her slightest doubt vanished completely after she had toured the entire Punlai Island. Jiang Yu was naturally unaware of Ji Ling Nian's thoughts. Jiang Yu had already arrived at the fishing spot on the edge of the island. He took the fishing rod from Xena, cast it out, and then hugged Xena and stroked her for a while. Chapter 313 Another Acquaintance. Name, Hunwan Bai. Race, Soul Race. Age, 24. Appearance, 97. Strength, 30. Physical fitness, 35. Agility, 40. Spirit, 50. Skill, soul tracking, locks onto the target's soul, leaves a mark, and continues to pursue regardless of stealth status. The mark left on the target lasts for up to 3 hours. Soul imprisonment, imprisons the target's soul, rendering it unable to move. Soul spikes, a series of attacks resembling sharp spikes that only affect the target's soul and do not cause any actual damage to the body. Soul extraction, after activation, this skill extracts the target's soul. The lower the target's spirit level, the higher the success rate, and vice versa. When activating this skill, there is a small chance that the target will randomly and permanently forget one skill. Loyalty, 100. Evaluation, the Soul Clan, a race that specializes in cultivating the soul. Soul Clan member Soul Wan Bai is the employee Jiang Yu just recruited. After exchanging a few words with her, Jiang Yu had someone take her downstairs. On his way to the mysterious summoning house, Jiang Yu casually glanced at his personal attributes. Name, Jiang Yu. Age, 20. Number, 666. Strength, 78, plus 15 plus. Constitution, 74, plus 15 plus. Agility, 75, plus 15 plus. Spirit, 73, plus 15 plus. Talent Farmer Unique. Titles, Supreme, Not Wearing, 10th Fishing Competition Champion, Wearing, Explorer, Not Wearing, One-Time Clearance, Not Wearing. With a base strength of 78, it will only take 2 more days to meet the island upgrade requirements. 2 days, which happened to be the day the new week started, and also the 50th day of his survival attempt. The island was upgraded to level 10 in 50 days, which can be said to be entirely due to perseverance and hard work. Where does the perseverance come from? Being manipulated by so many people every day, with hardly any chance to rest, isn't that enough perseverance? Where does the effort lie? It lies in diligently cultivating the land every day, reclaiming new fields, and nourishing new forests. Isn't that hard work? As for titles, Jiang Yu only switches to Supreme when he goes out or is in battle, otherwise he usually wears Champion of the 10th Fishing Competition. Lost in thought, Jiang Yu entered the mysterious summoning house. To draw or not to draw? Extract and skip the extraction screen. The scene flashes by, revealing her porcelain white skin, a long black robe paired with flowing black hair, a voluptuous figure, and eyes that are cool yet occasionally soften. Her ears resemble cat ears. Another familiar face arrived. Zhu Qingzhu, female eye, Zhu Qingzhu, will not easily admit defeat. Recruitment requires 2,000 spirit stones, 40 origin stones, orange, 40 mystic crystals, orange, and 2 intermediate metal energy crystals, orange. Recruiting. Click to recruit. Xiaowu, your best friend is here too. Is recruitment underway? Sure. Your inventory contains 2,000 spirit stones, 40 orange source stones, 40 orange mystic crystals, and 2 orange intermediate metal energy crystals. Zhu Qingzhu is currently recruiting. Zhu Qingzhu's delicate features and perfect figure continued to solidify. Recruitment successful. Dressed in all black, Zhu Qingzhu looked around with her bright eyes, finally fixing her gaze on Jiang Yu. Zhu Qingzhu greets her master. Come over. Yes. Zhu Qingzhu walked up to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's hands instinctively reached for his ears, and the tingling sensation made Zhu Qingzhu tremble involuntarily. She then closed her eyes and enjoyed Jiang Yu's kneading. Jiang Yu shifted his gaze to the other side. Familiar faces. All of them were famous acquaintances from his previous life. Nie Xiaoqian, female, there is already one ghost on the island. What's wrong with one more? Believe in yourself, you can take on multiple ghosts at once. Recruitment requires 2,000 spirit stones, 40 orange source stones, 40 orange mystic crystals, and 2 orange intermediate wood attribute energy crystals. Recruit. We chose to recruit without hesitation. Your inventory contains 2,000 spirit stones, 40 orange source stones, 40 orange mystic crystals, and 2 orange intermediate wood attribute energy crystals. Nie Xiaoqian is currently recruiting. Nie Xiaoqian's ghostly figure continued to solidify. Recruitment successful. Jiang Yu summoned Xiao Wu and handed the 2 newly recruited men over to her. Luo Shishir, you scoundrel, come here for a second, I caught a colorful treasure chest. Not long after Zhu Qingzhu and Nie Xiaoqian were handed over to Xiaowu, Luo Shishir sent her a private message. 2 days ago, after Luo Shishir returned from your high city, Xena followed Jiang Yu's instructions and handed the magical fishing rod to her. Luo Shishir's talent is strong luck, so naturally, a good thing like a magical fishing rod would be more valuable if it were in her hands. There were also random upgrade scrolls, which Jiang Yu gave to Luo Shishir to use, whether he bought them, fished them out, or obtained them through other means. As I said before, she possesses a strong talent for luck, making her more suitable to use it. Jiang Yu was hesitant to think about the possibility of a 1% chance of a gold to color upgrade, but he was quite daring to dream of a 5% chance of a red to gold upgrade. Jiang Yu, I'm coming over now. It's true that Penglai Island is very large now, but Jiang Yu is still the island's owner, so it's easy for him to find out the location of someone on the island. A moment later, Jiang Yu came to Luo Shishir's side. As expected of your strong luck talent, you can even fish up a colorful treasure chest. Upon seeing the location of the colorful treasure chest, Jiang Yu took out the key of 5 elements from his backpack. You're one to talk, aren't you? You caught one the other day too. The key is here. You can open this treasure chest. Let me see if your lucky talent can still be put to use. They're all mythical level items. It doesn't matter who opens them. Do you think that if I open them, the items inside will be upgraded to a higher level? That's impossible. Despite saying that, Luo Shishir still took the key of 5 elements. By the way, do you know what level is after the mythical level? I don't know either. Maybe the day after tomorrow, when I upgrade Penglai Island to level 10, the system will release a new announcement, and then we'll know. I think so too. Once you upgrade the island to level 10, Sister Liuqin's talent will be triggered, and you'll get a treasure chest even better than the colored treasure chest. At that time, it will be impossible for you not to know what level is above colored treasure chest. That's right, that's it. Alright, we'll know about this by tomorrow night at dawn. What's the rush? The most important thing right now is to open the colorful treasure chest in front of us. Your talent is insane. Not only do you catch a bastard girl and a meat sandwich every day, but the items you catch can also double. That's insane. Luo Shishir muttered to herself as she opened the treasure chest. After joining Penglai Island, Luo Shishir also learned about Jiang Yu's talent. However, she only knew the first 2 characteristics, and was unaware of characteristic 3. In other words, she did not know that Jiang Yu could check their loyalty at any time. This was Jiang Yu's doing. This is Jiang Yu's last and most important measure to guard against survivors, and it must not be exposed. Chapter 3:14 Resurrection Pool Construction Blueprints. What Rigiamo! Those are all my darlings. Hee hee. Luo Shishir chuckled and opened the lid of the colorful treasure chest. Colorful light shone in all directions, causing Jiang Yu, Luo Shishir, and onlookers to look away. The light from the colorful treasure chest was still too dazzling. his and their strength was temporarily beyond their direct observation. As the colored light faded and our gaze returned, a blueprint lay there. His talent for good luck is truly amazing. He can even get colored blueprints. Jiang Yu praised Luo Shishir sincerely and bent down to pick up the blueprints. A colorful object, or a blueprint. That's amazing. Open a colorful treasure chest to obtain 2 Resurrection Pool Construction Blueprints, colorful. Resurrection Pool Construction Blueprint. Color a building that brings the deceased back to life. Careful consideration is required before construction. Once the resurrection pool is built, there is a chance that survivors who died in the Blue Star world will be resurrected with their memories intact. The resurrection pool will randomly revive 10,000 survivors every day. These 10,000 revived survivors will be placed in a new area and start over. For the first 2 weeks, no one except you can travel to the newly added area via the teleportation array. At the same time, all resources subsequently fished up, seized, borrowed, or obtained through other means by those resurrected through your resurrection pool will also be yours. You have to hand over 50% of it, which is half. It's useless to refuse or not submit. The whole process is automatic and forced. For example, you catch 100 spirit stones, but you only receive 50 spirit stones. The other 50 spirit stones are automatically turned in. If you catch a blueprint, check its market price. If the market price is 10,000, 5,000 spirit stones will be automatically deducted from your inventory and handed over. If you don't have enough spirit stones, other items will be used instead, prioritizing the highest level items. If you are short 2,000 spirit stones, prioritize using items worth around 2,000 spirit stones instead of a bunch of low-value items. Those selected will be notified in advance before being resurrected. Those who refuse will not be resurrected, and the random spot will be given to the next person. Prioritize reviving survivors who were not killed by you or other members of your island. Resources required for construction: 200 time stones, red, 20 primordial stones, gold, 20 lunar iron, gold, 20 solar iron, gold, 200 units of earth spirit liquid or 200 units of other spiritual liquids of the same level, 50 immaculate energy crystals, gold, and 1 resurrection stone, rainbow. Note: resurrection pools have special characteristics. Only one can be built per blueprint. Those who are resurrected by him must hand over 50% of all the resources they obtain. Doesn't that mean that even after they die, they will still be dragged up by him to be treated like cattle? It's hard to keep up with the pressure of working for him for free. The description of the resurrection pool is similar to that of the moon well. Only one can be built per blueprint, and it does not specify that only one can be built per island. Doesn't that mean he can build as many buildings as he wants, as long as he has enough blueprints and construction resources? But this is just wishful thinking. After all, where would he get the blueprints to build it? There's not much to say about the time stones and primordial stones needed for construction. He had plenty in his backpack. Taiyin refined iron and Taiyang refined iron are upgraded versions of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang refined iron. Although they are not common, they are sufficient for his backpack. He didn't have any other golden spirit liquids, but he did have a little bit of earth spirit liquid. 2 days ago, someone was chasing him to the island, and they happened to give him half a bottle of earth spirit elixir. 1 bottle of earth spirit elixir contains 500 units, and half a bottle contains 250 units, which is enough for now. 50 immaculate energy crystals are sufficient for upgrading a 10th-tier island, as the existence of the heart of the world means they are not needed. Therefore, the construction of the colorful resurrection pool is only missing 1 resurrection stone. How come there are things like this? Opening a treasure chest and getting this kind of blueprint, what a loss! Luo Shishir spoke up from behind Jiang Yu. The extraordinary world is full of all sorts of strange things, so it's normal for it to have this kind of thing. Jiang Yu remained calm, showing little surprise. As for producing this blueprint, we definitely lost money, but it's not a big problem. The reason for this statement is that Jiang Yu is considering whether or not to build it. With his current strength, the gains that the newly resurrected people make in the early stages after the resurrection pool is built will not be of much use to him. They will only be of great use once they enter the core area of the old God Star. If possible, Jiang Yu would rather replace this thing with something else of other colors. You scoundrel, do you even know how to build this? Yes, but it will take some time, until we no longer lack these advanced resources, before we build it. Free labor is free, so why not use it? Don't blame yourself. Let me open it. Maybe the items I get will be even worse. Seeing the self-reproach on Luo Shishir's face, Jiang Yu offered a timely word of comfort. Humph, I'm not blaming myself. I'm just a little disappointed. It's a shame that I finally managed to fish up a colorful treasure chest and then just wasted it like this. What's there to regret? You have to believe in your talent. Soon you'll be fishing up a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth colorful treasure chest. If a colored treasure chest were that easy to fish out, it wouldn't be a colored treasure chest. Ding ding ding. As Luo Shishir was talking, the fishing rod rang, and she instinctively lifted the rod. She quickly fished up the item from beneath the sea of clouds, and it turned out to be another colorful treasure chest. Luo Shishir. I just said that if a colored treasure chest is so easy to catch, then it's not a colored treasure chest. What does it mean to contradict myself so quickly? Jiang Yu. He wasn't a sister, he was just trying to comfort you, saying that you would catch a second colorful treasure chest soon, and it really happened that quickly? Less than a minute after he finished speaking, the second one followed immediately. Is that right? He was joking, just trying to comfort me. Jiang Yu and Luo Shishir exchanged a glance, neither of them mentioning the matter. You scoundrel, you can open this treasure chest now. If you catch 2 colored treasure chests in a row, you have to believe in your incredible luck. Jiang Yu took out the last 5 elements key from his backpack and handed it to Luo Shishir without hesitation. You continue opening it. You scoundrel, if I were to pull out a resurrection stone right now, would you immediately build a resurrection pool? After all, if you don't build it, these resources are just sitting there unused. If we can actually get a resurrection stone, why not just build it right away? But I don't believe it's such a coincidence that we get the blueprint for the resurrection pool 1 minute and then get a resurrection stone the next. Do you think that's possible? Jiang Yu simply didn't believe it. If such a coincidence really happened, there was only one explanation: he had been set up by Capital. Click dash. Colorful light filled the air, forcing everyone to look away once again. When the colorful light faded and our gaze returned, we saw a parchment scroll inside the treasure chest. Unlike the parchment scrolls we had obtained before, this one looked very old. Chapter 315: The Mysterious Sheepskin Scroll. I knew it couldn't be a resurrection stone. Jiang Yu bent down and picked up the colorful object that resembled a parchment scroll, then unfolded it to take a look. Open a colorful treasure chest to obtain 2 mysterious parchment scrolls, colorful. Mysterious parchment scroll, colored, head to these coordinates, and you may find the answer. The core region of the ancient planet, 316765.943837.481. What does this mean? The coordinates within the core region of the old gods are different from those outside? Luo Shishir was dumbfounded. Why did she get another colorful item that she didn't need for the time being? Couldn't they have given her something ordinary? I don't know, we'll find out once we get to the core region of the old god star. As for the coordinates, they should be different depending on the situation. You scoundrel, because of your talent, don't you have another one in your backpack? Take it out and see if it's the same. If it is, see if the coordinates it gives are the same. Jiang Yu did not answer, but simply put away the parchment scroll in his hand and unfolded the one in the muggle backpack. Mysterious parchment scroll, colored, head to these coordinates, and you may find the answer. The core region of the ancient planet, 9999999.6666666.555. Hiss! Although the coordinates on this parchment are neat, they're way too long. The distances look ridiculously far. It is a bit long, but we'll only know how far it is once we go there. 2. After listening, Luo Shishir thought about it carefully and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they haven't even reached the core region of the old god star yet, so how can they judge the distance based on a parchment scroll? If they enter the core region of the old god star and their coordinates are near the coordinates given in the parchment, then the distance is not far at all, but rather ridiculously close. Do you think if we get on the teleportation array now and enter these coordinates, the teleportation array can take us there? Jiang Yu suddenly remembered the teleportation function of the teleportation array. 2 days ago, when Jiang Yu went to the Nira family in the Taijin realm, he thought about using this function, but Carol, Aisha, and Celine insisted on taking a spaceship. Jiang Yu was aware of their little schemes, but he didn't point them out and agreed. It's just a few more hours of waste, which he can afford. I don't know, but I don't think it's possible. The teleportation array is too low level. I don't think it's enough to teleport us to the core area of the old god star. The teleportation array was only at the red epic level, and Luo Shishir believed that it would be difficult for a teleportation array of this level to send them to the core area of the old god star. If that's really the case, then this teleportation array is a bit overpowered. Luo Shishir had inquired and found out that it was extremely difficult for the natives of the outer regions of the old god star to enter the core region of the old god star. If this teleportation array on Panlai Island can do that, they'll be rich. Go to Yuhai City and shout that you can help them smuggle themselves out of the country for a fee, and plenty of people will come knocking on your door. Luo Shishir shared her idea with Jiang Yu, who became very interested and decided to find someone to try it out. There are so many indigenous people outside, just grab one and try it. If it weren't for the fact that those 2 coordinates were unknown and I was afraid there might be some terrifying beings over there, I would really like to try to teleport there myself. Of course, Jiang Yu was just saying it. Let's not even talk about whether he could actually teleport there. Even if he could, he wouldn't do it. Once we arrive on the island tomorrow night, we can reach level 10 and then find a way to travel to the core area of the old god star. There's no need to rush this day. If those 2 coordinates were completely safe, fine, but if they were, he had no confidence he would survive. The core region of the old god star may differ from the outer region. You can try. If you die, I will inherit your Punlai Island. Look at what you're saying. If I were to really die, I'm afraid you would cry very sadly too. No way. No. Jiang Yu stopped teasing her, put away the second parchment scroll, and patted Luo Shishir's shoulder with a smile. From now on, this magical fishing rod is yours. You must catch as many colorful treasure chests as possible for us. I'll try my best. I believe you can do it, keep it up, Jiang Yu said and then ran off. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to dismantle the 2 empty, colorful treasure chests. You dismantle the colored treasure chest and obtain 20 mythic-grade basic materials. You decompose a colorful treasure chest. In the blink of an eye, a new day has arrived. Today is the 7th day of the 7th week of Sky Island survival. If he can get through today, once midnight arrives, the Dream Goddess painting will take effect, and with his power reaching 80, he can upgrade the island to level 10. A 10th-tier island requires 20,000 people, which is definitely not enough given the current population of Panlai Island. Even with Tongchini there, the island's population could double, but that still wouldn't be enough. It would still be short by about 7 or 8,000. But it's alright. Jiang Yu got up early and sent people out to arrest locals. He didn't need many, just 4 or 5,000 would be enough. With 4 or 5,000, and Tongchini doubling that amount, the target can be easily achieved. Once the island is successfully upgraded, the captured monsters will become nutrients for Panlai Island, and we can collect as many demon cores as we can. Moreover, he still has the astronomical instrument, so he doesn't need to search for people separately. He can just go and capture them according to the coordinates. Leave one and throw it onto the teleportation array to see if you can teleport there. Jiang Yu knew in his heart that it was highly unlikely, but what if it was? It's always better to be safe than sorry. It won't take much time to give it a try. Ding ding ding. The fishing rod bell rang, and Jiang Yu quickly lifted the rod. This feel makes it undoubtedly a diamond treasure chest. Upon fishing it up, it was indeed a diamond treasure chest. I opened it and took a look. The person inside the treasure chest is just as beautiful as Ling Yuxian from the Immortal Clan. Name Bingqi. Race Protoss. Age 27. Appearance 99. Strength 70. Physical fitness 60. Agility 65. Mental state 60. Skills omitted. Loyalty 100. Evaluation: the gods, an ancient and terrifying race like the immortals. With Ling Yuxian as an example, Jiang Yu roughly knew that she came from the god realm. Moreover, this divine realm is naturally different from the divine realm he imagined. It should be a realm similar to the immortal realm. So, the instant after scanning her introduction, Jiang Yu summoned Ling Yuxian. After a brief chat with Bingqi, mentioning Ling Yuxian's arrival, Jiang Yu handed Bingqi over to her. After that, Jiang Yu continued fishing while surrounded by women on both sides. Jiang Yu had his men use the remaining 2 random teleportations this week 2 days ago. Both times I was teleported to an unclaimed island by a teleportation array. After that, I won't say anything more. Naturally, it was hollowed out by various automated machines and turned into units of basic resources in his backpack. These are all backup resources. Chapter 316 The Statue of the Beautiful Goddess. Time passed slowly, and noon arrived. Seriously, you guys are so rich? You're too lazy to even pick up the diamond treasure chests? After taking another stroll around Panlai Island, the lowly grandmother, Jin Ling Yen, came to Jiang Yu with a diamond treasure chest. Yesterday and today, Jin Ling Yen can finally confirm that the ancestral precept is true. If they do not follow Jiang Yu into the core area of the old god star, their race will truly perish. And she was certain that Jiang Yu was the one who could save their family. The wealth on Panlai Island far exceeded her expectations. Although many spiritual fruits that enhance attributes, such as the power fruit, the mixed spirit fruit, the ascension fruit, and the mysterious training camp, are no longer useful to her. However, there are still a few items that can improve her attributes, such as force spirit tea and dream maiden painting. These items allowed her to increase her strength slightly in less than a day after arriving on the island, without doing anything. In the Taijin realm, this would be far from possible. It would take a very long time to improve. Jin Ling Yen is now very grateful that she made the right choice a couple of days ago. She has decided to stay on Panlai Island and cultivate diligently from now on. No, perhaps there is no need for cultivation at all, because given the development trend of Panlai Island, after entering the old god star, one can most likely obtain a bunch of spiritual fruits, spiritual marrow, and spiritual items to improve attributes. With those things in place, they can simply lie back and improve their strength. Where did this diamond treasure chest come from? That's the direction I encountered it in when I was passing through a forest. Jin Ling Yen pointed in a direction. Did you find it on Panlai Island? Yes. That's a new treasure chest that appeared today. It's well hidden and hasn't been discovered yet. You just happened to be passing by and found it. Every day at 6 p.m., someone is scheduled to sweep through the island, clearing out the treasure chests that spawn daily on Panlai Island. Therefore, it is clear that the diamond treasure chest in Jin Ling Yen's hands was only obtained today. It's only noon now, and it's not time for the daily treasure chest sweep yet. Jiang Yu briefly explained the matter to Jin Ling and Yen. I see. I thought you were so rich that you wouldn't even bother with a diamond treasure chest. Jin Ling Yen suddenly realized what was going on, and placed the diamond in her hand beside Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took out the master key and opened it, revealing another key. You opened a diamond treasure chest and obtained one key of the 5 elements, gold. Chests that spawn on the island, not those retrieved by fish, will not have their rewards doubled. Another hour or 2 passed, and the team that led the hunt for the monster returned. As Jiang Yu requested, they captured about 5,000 of them, all of which were demonic beasts. Its strength is low. It's obvious at a glance that it's a monster that has only recently gained intelligence. Jiang Yu designated the most barren area on Panlai Island and gathered them there. Wait until Panlai Island is fully upgraded before we start raiding. It was afternoon. Yu Xiaoli, District 11. A golden statue has been listed on the auction house. Those who are interested should hurry up and bid on it. And Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3? What the heck? A golden statue? You're willing to put golden items up for auction? You're that rich? Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222. The statue of the beautiful goddess can make everyone on the island stay at the peak of their beauty forever. Oh, I want it so badly, but I don't have the money. Baiyun, District 13. What? I won't talk about whether it works or not for now, but the fact that it's gold is scary enough. They're willing to put it up for auction? Zhenhaoyun, District 7. Without a doubt, they must have encountered some special circumstances and were short of money, otherwise they wouldn't have put it up for auction. Suzhou, District 30. Great minds think alike, that's what I think too. Xiao Fan, Region 1 Yushioli, could you tell me what happened to you? The golden statue was auctioned off just like that. Yushioli, District 13. I'm sorry everyone, I have no comment. At this time, Yushioli did indeed encounter some extraordinary events. That's a colorful treasure chest. In short, she saved a woman in black who was somehow seriously injured. After the woman in black woke up, Yushioli learned about the mysterious businessman's identity through conversation. Later, to repay Yushioli for saving her life, the woman in black decided to sell her only colorful treasure chest to Yushioli at a 30% discount. It wasn't that the woman in black didn't want to offer a discount as low as 10%, but rather that 30% was the lowest discount she could give. Any lower, and it would violate the ban. The market price of the colored treasure chest is 20 million spirit stones, and even after a 30% discount, it still costs 6 million spirit stones. With 6 million spirit stones, Yushioli currently only has 4.5 million in her inventory, leaving her short by about 1.5 million. Yushioli asked the woman in black if she could have some time to collect the spirit stones. The woman in black gave her 20 minutes, saying it wasn't that she didn't want to give her more time, but that she knew from the marks she left behind that the people who killed her were chasing after her. She was expected to arrive here in about half an hour. If she didn't leave beforehand and they found out that she was the one who saved her, it would harm her. Yushioli asked the woman in black if 10 minutes was enough time for her to escape. The woman replied that it was definitely no problem. Yushioli started collecting spirit stones, and it took her about 20 minutes to gather 1.5 million, which was a bit difficult for her. She tried to borrow money from people, but her messages went unanswered. She also thought of Jiang Yu, one of her friends, but then she realized that the two of them hardly contacted each other, and had no connection, so she gave up on that idea. Helpless, Yushioli had no choice but to put the beautiful goddess statue she had obtained a couple of days ago up for auction, setting the auction duration to 15 minutes. I immediately posted a message on the World channel after it was listed. She knew that Jiang Yu would most likely end up buying the item, and that listing it on an auction house would incur extra fees, so she decided to contact him directly and ask if he would buy it. The problem is that she doesn't know how to price it. If she sets it too high, she's afraid the big boss will be unhappy. If she sets it too low, she'll feel like she's losing out. So she'll just put it on the auction house. While the statue was being auctioned, Yushioli began to empty her backpack of unwanted items at low prices. It wasn't that they were worried about not having enough spirit stones after the statue auction ended, but rather that the woman in black was willing to sell her colorful treasure chest at a 30% discount, as well as all the items she carried with her, at the same discount. She needs to hurry up and collect spirit stones. A statue of a beautiful goddess? Jiang Yu, who was fishing, naturally saw the news about Yushioli. Without hesitation, open the auction house and sort the items by their highest grade. After filtering, Jiang Yu saw the statues in the auction in the first row. Statue of the beautiful goddess, gold, the only statue of the beautiful goddess who has fallen to earth. It can keep everyone on your island looking their best forever. Current auction price, 1 million spirit stones. Bidder, Xiao Fan, Zone 1. Auction time remaining, 13:10. Chapter 3:17 10th Tier Island. To stay young forever when you're at your peak. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. On Palai Island, everyone except her is a beauty. This statue of the beautiful goddess came at just the right time, it's perfect for him. Take a picture. You absolutely must take a picture. Jiang Yu raised the price without hesitation, increasing it to 1.5 million in one go. Statue of the beautiful goddess, gold, the only statue of the beautiful goddess who has fallen to earth. It can keep everyone on your island looking their best forever. Current auction price, 1.5 million spirit stones. Bidder, Jiang Yu, Region 1. Auction time remaining, 12:36. After paying the price, Jiang Yu clicked on the statue of the beautiful goddess to see if it had any other effects besides the eternal youth effect. Statue of the beautiful goddess, gold, a legendary statue, the only one of its kind in the world. When the beautiful goddess descended to earth to travel, she accidentally removed her veil, just as a passerby happened to be passing by. The man caught a glimpse of a beautiful goddess, a face so stunning it could shame the moon and shame the flowers, a face that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, and afterwards, he fell ill with longing for her. He sculpted this statue before he died. The statue of the beautiful goddess has extraordinary effects and can bring benefits to the island and its inhabitants. Placing this statue on the island will grant the following bonuses. 1. All friendly members on the island, when they reach the peak of their appearance, will retain their youthful looks forever. 2. All friendly members on the island whose appearance is between 60 and 80 will gradually become more attractive over time, eventually reaching 80. Those whose appearance is between 81 and 90 will gradually improve to 90. This effect does not apply to those whose appearance is below 60. 3. Increase the combat power of all friendly members on the island by 40%. 4. Island movement speed increased by 40%. 5th. The growth rate of all plants and animals on the island increases by 40%. The effect on island enhancement is significantly less than that of the goddess of harvest and war. But that doesn't matter. The first and second points alone are enough reasons for Jiang Yu to bid on it. If the people on the island found out he missed this, they'd probably devour him alive. Because of his status, they definitely wouldn't hit him, but they would relentlessly exploit him one after another. Jiang Yu offered 1.5 million spirit stones, but the price was quickly surpassed by a new bidder, Xiao Fan, who increased the price to 1.6 million. Jiang Yu followed suit and immediately increased the price by 2 million. With a price of 2 million, plus a 20% markup, Jiang Yu would need to pay 2.4 million spirit stones to acquire it. The auction price of 2 million immediately scared away 99% of those who were interested in the statue. After that, others raised the price several more times, but Jiang Yu quickly resubmitted his bid each time. Finally, Jiang Yu won the bid for 3 million. It's inevitable that such a statue would be more expensive than an ascension token, especially since it was acquired through an auction. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's family was wealthy and powerful, so he didn't care about these spirit stones. You have completed a new auction. 3.6 million spirit stones have been deducted. Congratulations on winning the statue of the beautiful goddess. Once he had the statue, Jiang Yu handed it to his maid and asked her to take it to the statues of the goddess of harvest and the goddess of war and place it there. He continued fishing, enjoying himself as he went. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3. As expected, it was Jiang Yu who won the bid in the end. Next time any of you have high-quality items you want to sell, I suggest you contact Jiang Yu directly. In any case, he will most likely win the bid in the end. Contacting them directly can save them money on the transaction price, and they might even appreciate your kindness. Li Longyun, District 27. Hey. What you said is fucking right. Suzhou, District 30. That makes sense, but the problem is that it's hard to price these kinds of things. You can't price high-quality items at market price, can you? Selling them at market price would make you feel like you're losing out. Wuchun, District 56. That's true, so it's better to list it directly on the auction house. That way, you'll never lose money. Zhenhaoyun, District 7. The world's channels are buzzing with discussion. A new day has dawned. The dream goddess painting has bestowed mysterious power upon you. Congratulations. You have gained strength +1, constitution +1, agility +1, spirit +1. Resources are sufficient, and conditions have been met. The island can be upgraded. Upgrade now? The moment the 4 basic attributes were upgraded, the island's upgrade notification sounded immediately. Upgrade. Please select Upgrade Resources. Immaculate Energy Crystal, Gold, X50, Heart of the World, Rainbow, X1. The Heart of the World. Your inventory contains 80 billion basic resources including soil, stone, wood, mud, sand, gold, silver, copper, aluminum, and iron, and 1 world heart, Rainbow. Island is currently being upgraded. Boom! The familiar tremors, the familiar gray fog that enveloped the entire Pengla Island. Brother Jiang Yu, what kind of treasure chest do you think is on top of the colorful treasure chest? Inside the main hall, a large crowd had gathered, and someone couldn't help but ask a question. The 9th Tier Island brought Lu Qin a colorful treasure chest, so what about the 10th Tier Island? What kind of treasure chest will it bring? Everyone is looking forward to it. Above the colorful treasure chest? How would I know? We'll find out soon enough. The color is truly something to look forward to. Also, Sister Qin's talent is getting stronger and stronger. She always gets the treasure chests one step ahead of others. I'm so envious. Who can argue with that? This talent just keeps getting stronger as time goes on. Everyone felt that Lu Qin's talent was increasingly impressive. No, this has nothing to do with me. It's all thanks to my son-in-law. Without my son-in-law, there would be no place for my talents to be used. Sister Qin is too modest. Lu Qin called Jiang Yu a different name every day, and everyone was already used to it, so they weren't too surprised. Not to mention Lu Qin, they also called Jiang Yu a different name every day, or even every hour. In short, the names are incredibly varied and bizarre. Time passed quickly amidst the lively discussions in the hall. Island upgrade successful. Congratulations on successfully upgrading Penglai Island to Tier 10. Upon hearing this notification, Jiang Yu gave an order to the people waiting outside to kill the monsters, leaving only one alive, and then opened the island panel to check. Island name, Penglai Island. Number, 666. Level 10. Population, 22,180. Area, 4,040 square kilometers. Buildings, Hell Gate, gold, Yinyang Forge, gold, Moonwell, gold, Mysterious Shop, gold, Moonwell, red, Mysterious Training Camp, red, Mysterious Barracks, red, Mysterious Summoning House, red. Spectacles, Statue of the Goddess of Harvest, gold, Statue of the Goddess of War, gold, Statue of the Goddess of Beauty, gold. Resources, Spirit Stone Mine, Source Stone Mine, Mystic Crystal Mine, Elf Ancient Tree, Blazing Ancient Tree, Mixed Spirit Fruit Tree, Life Tea, Gungar Ancient Tea, Gung Gold Tree, Blood Restoration Tree, Spirit Beauty Tree, Wisdom Tree, Gold Mine, Silver Mine. Belongs to Jiang Yu. Prosperity value, 52 million. Advanced requirements, to be revealed after entering the core region of the Old God Star. Chapter 318 New Level Division. Announcement 195. Congratulations to Survivor Jiang Yu. Congratulations to the human race of Blue Star. Survivor Jiang Yu has successfully upgraded his island to Tier 10. The path to immortality is now open. Survivors whose islands reach Tier 9 can travel to the core area of the Old God Star after passing the trials of the path to immortality. Announcement 195, Smiley Face. Announcement 195, Congratulations to Survivor Jiang Yu. Congratulations to the humans of Blue Star. Survivor Jiang Yu can now travel to the core area of the Old God Star. Announcement 196, Details of the Ascension Path trial can be viewed on your personal virtual interface. Announcement 196, Smiley Face. Announcement 196, Details of the Ascension Path trial can be viewed on your personal virtual interface. Announcement 197, The path to ascension has begun. The next levels for treasure chests, equipment, buildings, etc., are Colored Lunar Solar World Universe Immortal Chaos Primordial Chaos. Announcement 197, The path to immortality opens, treasure chests and equipment available. Announcement 197, The path to ascension has begun. The next levels for treasure chests, equipment, buildings, etc., are Colored Lunar Solar World Universe Immortal Chaos Primordial Chaos. Announcements were broadcast around the world, and all of them were announced 3 times in succession. As the first person to upgrade the island to the 10th level and start the Ascension Path trial, Jiang Yu naturally received additional rewards. You have begun the Ascension Path trial and have received the following rewards: 1 colored treasure chest, 1 random gold equipment, 1 gold key of the 5 elements, 1 gold ascension token, 1 gold ascension fruit, and the title, Guide to the Ascension Path. You can initiate your path to immortality. You can skip the trials of the path to immortality, and directly enter the core area of the Old God Star through the guidance of the Immortal Path. You can open the virtual interface to view the new features. Since your Penglai Island was upgraded using the Heart of the World, the following feature has been added: Planet. The next upgrade for Penglai Island will only be revealed upon entering the core region of the Old God Star, so we'll leave that aside for now. After the treasure chests, equipment, buildings, and other items were highlighted, there were still 7 levels. It seems that the core area of the Old God Star is really not simple, and he will face even greater challenges. Afterwards, Jiang Yu checked the rewards. He'd look at the Ascension Path and Ascension Path trials later. The rewards included not only a colorful treasure chest, but also a 5 elements key, which could be opened directly. Click dash. Jiang Yu opened the colorful treasure chest. Familiar colorful light filled the air, and when it dissipated, a fiery red pill lay quietly inside. You opened a colorful treasure chest and obtained 1 9-yang pill, colorful. 9-yang pill, color. After taking it, you will awaken the 9-yang spirit body. Having awakened the 9-yang spirit body, you possess astonishing recovery abilities. Even if you fight tirelessly for a month, you will not feel tired or fatigued. At the same time, each of your attacks will make your opponent feel intensely hot, quickly defeating them. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yu took it out and consumed it without saying a word. This introduction must be exactly as he imagined. It must be. All I can say is, they arrived just in time. You have consumed the 9-yang pill and successfully awakened the 9-yang spiritual body. Simultaneously, under the effects of the 9-yang pill, you gain strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, and spirit plus 10. Unexpectedly, the 9-yang pill not only awakened his 9-yang spiritual body, but also gave him a plus 10 to all attributes. This is definitely a great deal. Jiang Yu's original idea was simply to awaken the 9-yang spirit body so that he could fight tirelessly without worry. Who would have thought there would be such an unexpected surprise? Great! Then Jiang Yu, who had just awakened the 9-yang spirit body, felt countless streams of heat surging through his body because he was not yet familiar with his own physique. He's very angry right now. Jiang Yu pulled Yin over and made her bite it. Name, Jiang Yu. Strength, 90, plus 15 plus. Constitution, 86, plus 15 plus. Agility, 87, plus 15 plus. Spirit, 85, plus 15 plus. Talent Farmer Unique. Titles: Guide to the Immortal Path, Not Wearing, Supreme, Not Wearing, 10th Fishing Tournament Champion, Wearing, Explorer, Not Wearing, One-Time Clearance, Not Wearing. Jiang Yu let Yin and Xiaowu kneel in front of him and bite him wildly, and then continued to look down. The random gold item rewarded by the system is an extremely rare necklace. Ocean Necklace. Ocean Necklace, gold, a legendary quality necklace, formed in the ocean, extremely rare. After wearing, strength plus 25, agility plus 25, intelligence plus 25, constitution plus 25. Feature 1, Ocean Sanctuary. When attacked, a light blue shield is automatically generated. It can provide up to 35% immunity to damage, and when underwater, it can even provide up to 60% immunity. Feature 2, Oceanic Rejuvenation. Your spiritual energy recovery rate is increased by 30%. Trait 3, Ocean's Aid. Your consumed mental energy recovers 30% faster. Gold tier equipment is still ridiculously overpowered. Jiang Yu gave the newly acquired Ascension Fruit to the elf fair. As for the Ascension Token, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before using it on the mysterious Summoning House. Please select the item you wish to upgrade. Mysterious Summoning House. Please select the upgrade direction. 1. Upgrade to maintain the status quo. 2. Upgrade with changes. Jiang Yu clicked to see the differences between the two. Maintain the status quo and upgrade. After the upgrade, the Summoning House will still refresh every other day, with 3 people each time. You can use resources such as Spirit Stones, Gold Coins, and Source Stones to recruit them to work for you. The people refreshed in the mysterious Summoning House are diverse, including characters such as Di Qiao, Xiao Qiao, Diao Chan, and Zhu Qin Zhu. Characters from novels, anime, or history can all be refreshed, with a 50% chance of being male or female. Those recruited by the mysterious Summoning House have an initial loyalty of 90. Each character summoned in the Summoning House is unique. Once recruited, they cannot be recruited again. If you don't choose to recruit a character after it refreshes and want to recruit them later, you'll have to wait for the next refresh. The upgraded characters are even stronger. In other words, maintaining the status quo during upgrades means that, apart from each refresh adding 1 more person, increasing loyalty by 10 points, and making the refreshed person stronger, everything else remains basically the same. Feeling something wasn't right, Jiang Yu opened the Changes and Upgrades section to check. Changes and Upgrades. After the upgrade, the summoning house will refresh weekly, with 8 characters appearing each time. You can use resources such as spirit stones, gold coins, and source stones to recruit them. Characters from novels, anime, or history can all be refreshed, with a 50% chance of being male and 50% female. The probability of being male or female can be changed, up to a maximum of 73%, and vice versa. Those recruited by the mysterious summoning house have an initial loyalty of 90. The characters that appear after the upgrade are even stronger. Additionally, after the upgrade, recruited individuals have a 20% chance of coming with their own equipment. Chapter 319 Guidance on the Immortal Path, Upgrading the Summoning House. Change and Upgrade. Needless to say, the obvious choice is to upgrade. Overall, although the number of people refreshed each week has decreased, the refresh rates for male and female are actually about the same after the changes. Not only does it not require a trip every other day, but there's also a chance to get equipment by default. Jiang Yu would be stupid not to choose this option. Upgrade successful. You have consumed 1 ascension token, gold, to successfully upgrade the mysterious summoning house, red, to mysterious summoning house, gold. Jiang Yu opened the upgraded mysterious summoning house and changed the male to female spawn ratio to 3:7. Tomorrow, he will go to the mysterious summoning house again to see if the effects of the upgrade are obvious. Then, Jiang Yu looked at the final title of the reward, Guide to the Immortal Path. Immortal Path Guide, the first to upgrade the island to the 10th level, thus beginning the Immortal Path trial. Title Effect: Your luck will improve in crucial moments. This effect is effective even without equipping the title, and only applies to you. Isn't this just pseudo-super luck talent? It works even without wearing it, that's great. This is the crucial moment. When is the crucial moment? Is this a critical moment? As he was thinking, Jiang Yu suddenly pressed down on Xiao Wu's head and fed her a large amount of life essence. Xiao Wu relented, and he changed his posture, standing up and then immediately sitting down. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Yu opened the virtual interface and immediately saw the newly added Immortal Path function. Jiang Yu clicked, and 2 options popped up. They are Guidance on the Immortal Path and Trials on the Immortal Path. Immortal Path Guidance. The Immortal Path trials are initiated by you. You are exempt from the trials and can directly follow the guidance to the core area of the Old God Star. The instructions need to be given during the day. It is currently nighttime and unavailable. Immortal Path Trial. Survivors who reach the 9th rank can choose whether to participate in the trial. Those who pass the trial will unlock the Immortal Path guidance and head to the core area of the Old God Star. If a survivor's island reaches level 10, they can be exempted from the trial and will be able to access the Immortal Path guide, following the instructions to proceed. Those who fail the trial should not follow those who have passed. Otherwise they will get lost in the Lost Fog realm and never find their way out. Note: successfully completing the trial will only unlock the Immortal Path guidance ahead of time, granting you early access to the core area of the Old God Star. No other rewards will be given. This Immortal Path trial, aside from sending the 9th tier island to the core area of the Old God Star ahead of schedule, offered absolutely no other rewards. Even if Jiang Yu was very curious about the trial, he wouldn't waste his time making a wasted trip. It's decided. We'll set off first thing tomorrow morning, following the guidance of the Immortal Path to the core region of the Old God Star. I'm here in the core region of the Old God Star. Exiting the Immortal Path function, Jiang Yu saw the planet function next to him. Planet, the 10th tier island was upgraded from the heart of the world. Now the island under your feet has become a planet. The island's energy shield has become a planetary barrier. If the planetary barrier is attacked and destroyed, it can be reformed after 24 hours. The existence of the barrier has no effect on the island's residents. Whether they fly out alone or in a spaceship, they will not be hindered in the slightest. The same applies to items, garbage, corpses, etc., that are thrown out. They will easily pass through the barrier without being blocked by the result. Furthermore, planets can change size. The maximum size can be double the current size, and the minimum size can be a planet with a radius of 1 kilometer. The so-called change in size does not actually change the size of the planet's internal space, but rather the change in its appearance. For example, if a planet is depicted as having a radius of 1 kilometer, its size as seen from the outside would be only that of a radius of 1 kilometer. Only after entering the planet's interior can its actual size be determined. Planet size, click to change planet size. This feature is great. This feature is fantastic. With this feature, Jiang Yu will no longer need to drive around such a large island. He then drove Pumlai Island to move. Although the area was still the same, in other people's eyes it was just a small sphere with a radius of 1 kilometer. Jiang Yu clicked directly and changed the planet's appearance size to the smallest. Now that Jiang Yu has run outside the barrier, the planet and Pumlai Island that he can see with the naked eye are only a kilometer in radius, and only 2 kilometers in front and behind. Its size is smaller than many spaceships. After Jiang Yu and the women became familiar with the new features of the 10th tier island, they finally turned their attention back to the island. Bang! What are you all standing there for? Take out the moonlit treasure chest and show us! Jiang Yu aimed at Lu Qin's buttocks and slapped her hard. Humph, I'm just waiting for you to sort out what you just gained and the new features before I take it out to check. Lu Qin glared at Jiang Yu with a spring-like expression, then took out the moonlit treasure chest she had just acquired from her virtual backpack. Moonlight treasure chest. Opening it will grant you moonlight-level blueprints, weapons, scrolls, elixirs, and other resources. The treasure chest was made of an unprecedentedly high-grade material, but Jiang Yu didn't like what it was made of. All we know is that there is a moon pattern engraved on the front of the treasure chest. There is a keyhole in the center of the moon. If all goes as expected, you'll need a mythic key to open this treasure chest. Jiang Yu doesn't have a mythical key right now, so this treasure chest is destined to be unopenable. Then, the people in the hall began to discuss topics such as the moonlit treasure chest, the Immortal Path trial, and the Immortal Path guidance. In the world chat, ever since the announcement, there have been tens of thousands of messages scrolling every second without stopping. Wu Chun, District 56, a Tier 10 island. My goodness! I only reached Tier 8 yesterday, and now the big shots are already on Tier 10 islands. Long N, District 91. So after the colorful treasure chest, there are 7 more levels: Moonlight, Sunlight, World, Universe, Immortal, Chaos, and Primordial Chaos. That's way too many. Sujio, District 30. Despair. Despair. Xiaofan, Region 1. The Immortal Path trial? I don't know how dangerous it is, but I have to participate no matter what. If I can't get to the core area of the Old God Star in advance, then the gap between me and Jiang Yu will only widen. Chenlu, District 85. I envy you guys who can participate in the Immortal Path trial right now. People like us don't even know when we'll be able to participate. Huantian, District 420. By the way, is it possible to avoid going to the core area of the Old God Star and just hang out on the outskirts? Jinhaoyuan, Sector 7. The system didn't issue a mandatory message, which means it's okay. However, if you don't go to the core area of the Old God Star, be careful, or you'll only be waiting to die if you encounter a disaster later. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3. That's true. So everyone, let's keep working hard and try to enter the core area of the Old God Star as soon as possible. Zhao. Messages scrolled by frantically, and 99 out of 100 of them were related to the new levels, the core area of the Old God Star, and the functions of the Immortal Path. In other words, 99 out of 100 messages are related to Jiang Yu. After all, it was Jiang Yu who caused all of this. Many people asked what materials were needed to upgrade an island from level 10 to 11. Jiang Yu replied that the answer would be revealed once they went to the core area of the Old God Star. So they didn't ask any further questions, or rather, they hoped Jiang Yu would ask after he got there. Chapter 320. Sudaji. Day 50 of the survival game. Jiang Yu woke up in bed at around 6 a.m. The first thing I did upon waking was to check the virtual interface and open the Immortal Path guide. However, Jiang Yu discovered that the Immortal Path guidance interface was still grayed out and could not be used. Recalling the various situations that had occurred, Jiang Yu guessed that it would be available around 8 o'clock. Damn, this idiot has a pretty good sense of time in survival games. Since the Immortal Path guide was unusable, Jiang Yu headed to the teleportation array. Beside the teleportation array, a banshee was bound, with 2 butterfly demons guarding her. The female demon was a chicken demon. She had a human body, but a chicken's head. A chicken head in a human body. It was incredibly terrifying. These are the leftovers from last night, intended to test whether the teleportation array can transport them to those two coordinates. Walking to the teleportation array, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate at all and threw the chicken demon onto the teleportation array. Please select your destination: Cloudsea City, Airspace 1, Airspace 2, Airspace 3, Airspace 4, Airspace 520. Random teleportation. 2 more times this week. Directed teleportation. Please enter the coordinates. You will need to return manually. Directional teleportation. Please enter your coordinates. The core region of the ancient planet, 316765.943837.481. Jiang Yu inputs a coordinate. The current teleportation array level is too low. Teleportation failed. Please upgrade the teleportation array level or build a higher level teleportation array as soon as possible. It still doesn't work, huh? The idea of using this teleportation array to smuggle people across the border ultimately could not be realized. Jiang Yu then killed the chicken demon and threw its body off the island. Having just arrived at the edge of the island, Jiang Yu cast his line and began fishing. Since we're already here, let's catch today's employees while we're at it. Ding ding ding! The bell rang quickly, and Jiang Yu lifted the fishing rod. It contained a rare platinum treasure chest. Upon opening it, a snow-white elf flew out. This must be the ice sprite that Phil was talking about. Name: Bing Rare. Race: elf, ice elf. Age: 20. Appearance: 97. Strength: 41. Physical fitness: 30. Agility: 35. Mental state: 25. Skills: archery mastery, piercing the heart with a single arrow. Loyalty: 100. Comment: every one of her attacks comes with a freezing effect. It really is an ice sprite. Without Jiang Yu even having to call out, the two fairies, Fei and Qing Shu, flew over from afar and landed on Jiang Yu's shoulder. My name is Fei. Her name is Qing Shu. What's your name? Fei spoke first, introducing herself and also introducing the water sprite Qing Shu beside her. My name is Bing Rare. Rare, come with us. We'll help you get familiar with the island. Upon hearing Fei's words, Bing Rare did not immediately agree, but instead looked at Jiang Yu first. It's all right, go with them. Only after receiving Jiang Yu's consent did she nod in agreement. Okay. 3 sprites, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 white flew away. Jiang Yu then went to the mysterious shop alone. A new week has begun, and not only has the mysterious summoning house refreshed, but the mysterious shop has also refreshed. The mystery shop has been refreshed this time, featuring 4 red, 4 gold, and 1 rainbow item. Red, Advanced Wood Attribute Energy Crystal, Red, X1, Random Upgrade Scroll, Red, X1, Time Stone, Red, X1, Universal Key, Red, X1. Gold, Immaculate Metal Energy Crystal, Gold, X1, Ascension Fruit, Gold, X1, Primordial Stone, Gold, X1, Earth Spirit Liquid, Gold, X1. Color, Fairy Crystal, Color, X1. The items that appeared were all things Jiang Yu had obtained before, so there was nothing unusual about them. Give the Ascension Fruit to Kai Ning in the order of arrival on the island, take out the random upgrade scroll, and put all other items back into your backpack. When the scroll was used, it transformed into a beam of orange light and rose into the sky. Orange light? Oh no, this random upgrade scroll is definitely going to be wasted. Random upgrade scroll successfully used. Xian Tian Accelerator, purple, upgraded to Xian Tian Accelerator, orange dot. You upgraded this? That's alright, not too bad. The Xian Tian Accelerator can increase the island's flight speed. Upgrading it will make it as fast as possible. It's better than wasting a random upgrade scroll by using a purple source stone or mystic crystal during the upgrade process. After leaving the mysterious shop, enter the mysterious summoning house not far away. The upgraded mysterious summoning house, apart from being a bit larger, doesn't seem to have changed much. Do you want to draw a character this time? Yes. Skip the extraction screen? No. Check if the extraction screen has changed after the upgrade. The result came back quickly, nothing was found, the same extraction screen appeared as before. However, The ending scene no longer shows two figures on the left and right. Now, there is only one figure on the screen. The word next is clearly visible to the lower right of the figure. Jiang Yu understood. He decided whether or not to recruit this person before clicking next. The first image at this moment shows a fox demon. Su Daji, female. The nine-tailed fox spirit had just possessed Su Daji and entered the palace when you intercepted her. Recruitment requires 10,000 spirit stones, 500 origin stones, orange, 500 mystic crystals, orange, 1 time space stone, red, and 3 high-grade fire attribute energy crystals, red. Recruiting. Click to recruit. Recruiting requires far more resources than other methods. It's certain that the upgraded mysterious summoning house will recruit people with extremely high strength. Jiang Yu checked their attributes to see how high their attributes would be after the upgrade. Name: Su Daji. Race: human, nine-tailed fox clan. Age: Appearance: 98. Strength: 35. Physical fitness: 35. Agility: 40. Spirit: 50. Skills omitted. Loyalty: 90. Review: Daji, I'll play with you. This attribute is equivalent to something you fished out of an emerald treasure chest. No wonder it requires so many resources. If the mysterious summoning house upgrades a few more times, there will likely be even more upgrades. But what does it mean that her race is both human and nine-tailed fox? Could it be that after the nine-tailed fox successfully possessed Su Daji, her original soul did not immediately dissipate? Or does it still exist in the world? We absolutely have to recruit them and see for ourselves. Is recruitment underway? Recruit. Your inventory contains 10,000 spirit stones, 500 orange source stones, 500 orange mystic crystals, 1 red time space stone, and 3 high-grade fire attribute energy crystals, red. Su Daji is currently recruiting. The projected phantom image gradually solidifies until it is completely solidified. Su Daji successfully recruited. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared. Su Daji, who had been recruited, subconsciously looked around before finally fixing her gaze on Jiang Yu and walking towards him. Su Daji greets her master. Should I call you Su Daji, or should I use another name, like Husiena? Chapter 321 Sisters. Master, you know now. Su Daji's expression changed, but she quickly regained her composure. Master, my name is Husiena. I will return my body to Sister Daji right now. A figure remarkably similar to Su Daji separated from her body, this new figure possessing fox ears and 9 fox tails. Jiang Yu checked the attributes of the two after they separated and found that Su Daji's attributes and skills were the same as what he had just seen, without any changes. Husiena's attributes were also the same, but her skills had changed, and she also had a skill called possession. It must be this possession skill that caused her to possess Su Daji and be summoned together. 2 people recruited at once? Master, I never intended to usurp your position. I was just following orders from someone else before. Husiena couldn't remember who she was under orders, so she gave up for the time being and continued. Master, I'm sorry, I forgot. Anyway, my life wasn't in my own hands before. I was forced to possess Sister Daji's body. After explaining, Husiena bowed and apologized to Su Daji. Sister Daji, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I apologize to you. If you want me to forgive you, you'll have to call me sister from now on. Su Daji said slyly, her eyes darting around as her soul returned. The reason Su Daji wasn't so angry was that after Husiena possessed her body, she only imprisoned her and didn't try to kill her. She believed Husiena's explanation. No problem, as long as you forgive me, you will be my sister from now on. In that case, I forgive you, sister. Seeing that the misunderstanding between the two had been cleared up, Jiang Yu then asked. Husiena, you just said that you were forced to do it under duress. Was that person Lady Nuwa? Husiena was startled, vaguely remembering something, but felt it was almost there. Master, I don't know, but deep down my mind tells me it is. That's it. It's okay if you don't remember now. Once you get to know the people on the island, someone will tell you about your origins. There are so many survivors on Palai Island, and many people know their origins. People like Ian, Medusa, Jinmi, Boya, Mai Shiranui, Bao Si, Xiao Wu, Zhou Shi, and Bai Suzhen, who were recruited earlier, have already had their origins told after spending these days together. After learning about their origins, they weren't really sad. On the contrary, they were somewhat happy. Originally, they were just characters in history, novels, movies, and anime. Now that they've become living, breathing people, how could they not be happy? Master, will someone tell me about my origins? Su Daji looked at Jiang Yu pitifully. Don't worry, they'll take care of everything. You two chat first, I need to continue recruiting. Jiang Yu turned his gaze back and clicked, next. Jiling Yan, female tonight, I will dance in your dreams. Recruitment requires 10,000 spirit stones, 500 origin stones, orange, 500 mystic crystals, orange, 1 time space stone, red, and 3 high-grade fire attribute energy crystals, red. Recruit. Jiang Yu began recruiting. Backpack contains 10,000 spirit stones, 500 orange source stones, 500 orange mystic crystals, 1 red time space stone, and 3 high-grade fire attribute energy crystals, red. Jiling Yan is currently recruiting. Jiang Yu then clicked, next. Zhao Fian, female, her dance moves are light and graceful. Recruitment requires 3,000 spirit stones, 150 orange source stones, 150 orange mystic crystals, and 4 orange intermediate water attribute energy crystals. Recruit. The recruitment requirements are higher than those for Xiao Wu and the others, but lower than those for Su Daji, which means that Zhao Fian's attributes are somewhere in between. Jiang Yu glanced at it and confirmed it was correct. Actually, it's pretty much the same, because once they're recruited, they basically don't need to participate in fighting. They just need to wait to win and improve their strength. Their attributes aren't that important to Jiang Yu. Your inventory contains 3,000 spirit stones, 150 orange source stones, 150 orange mystic crystals, and 4 orange intermediate water attribute energy crystals. Zhao Fian is currently recruiting. Next. When Jiang Yu saw the next person's name, he was stunned, because even he found it a bit unbelievable. Zhao Huda, female, naturally charming, her sister Zhao Fian. Recruitment requires 3,000 spirit stones, 150 orange source stones, 150 orange mystic crystals, and 4 orange intermediate water attribute energy crystals. Recruit. Goodness, just a second ago Jiang Yu was wondering if Xiao Huda would appear with his sister like Bai Suzhen and Xiao Qing, whom he had recruited last time, but when he flipped to the next person, he saw it. It's really a sisterly bond, and no one can be left out. Next. Ma Junhong, male. Next. Kaido Kid, male. Next. Chimeng, female, little pot. Recruitment requires 10,000 spirit stones, 500 origin stones, orange, 500 mystic crystals, orange, 1 time space stone, red, and 3 high-grade wood attribute energy crystals, red. Recruit. Click on Recruit. Then look at the last one. Your inventory contains minus 10,000 spirit stones and minus 500 origin stones, orange. Qi Nining, female saintess. Recruitment requires 10,000 spirit stones, 500 origin stones, orange, 500 mystic crystals, orange, 1 time space stone, red, and 3 high-grade water attribute energy crystals, red. Recruit. Your inventory contains 10,000 spirit stones. Qin Yining is currently recruiting. With 8 people, 6 women and 2 men appeared, the refresh probability is 70% to 30%, which is reasonable. Moreover, Jiang Yu also noticed that Jiling Yan, whom he had recruited, was carrying a weapon. After Jiling Yan was summoned, she walked to Jiang Yu's side and waited quietly. Her accompanying weapon is the Fire Spirit Hairpin, which is a red epic grade weapon. With a red outfit included, you could say it's a steal. The equipment nearby is already at the red level. If the mysterious summoning house is upgraded a few more times, the accompanying equipment will be upgraded to the colored level, or even the moonlight or sunlight level. Sister, you've been summoned by the master too. Just then, Jiang Yu heard Zhao Fian's voice. Zhao Fian was overjoyed by Zhao Huda's appearance. Elder sister? Zhao Huda also looked at Jiang Yu with a face full of surprise. The two sisters exchanged a glance, then walked to Jiang Yu's side and said in unison. Zhao Fian, Zhao Huda, greets master. No need to be polite. Please wait here for a moment, and I will arrange for someone to show you the current situation. Little pot dash. Qi Ming hopped and skipped to Jiang Yu's side, and the next second Qin Yining's phantom image also successfully materialized. Follow me. Afterwards, Jiang Yu led them out of the mysterious summoning house and had someone take them to familiarize themselves with Panlai Island and understand the current situation. Once they get to know each other, they will naturally learn about their origins from Qitong, Yang Xuexue, and Luo Shishir. Chapter 322 Nangong Xingyue. When it was 7 o'clock, Jiang Yu opened the virtual interface and saw that the Immortal Path guide was still not activated. Jiang Yu waited while fishing. An hour passed quickly, and it was 8 a.m. Jiang Yu opened the virtual interface again and found that the Immortal Path guidance function was now lit up. Shall we begin guidance on the path to immortality? Note: once the Immortal Path guidance is activated, no one may leave the area within 1,000 meters of your island or planet before reaching the core region of the Old God Star. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The system does not warn that before reaching the core area of the Old God Star, you should not respond to any strange sounds you hear in your mind, such as calls, cries for help, or enticing sounds, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. You don't need to respond to the voices in your mind. Your normal speaking voice will not be affected. Jiang Yu sent the following message to the group chat, so that everyone could be mentally prepared. He warned them not to pay attention to any sounds they heard along the way, otherwise he wouldn't be able to save them if an accident happened. Jiang Yu gave special instructions, especially to the survivors on the island, including Qitong, Yang Xuexue, Lu Qin, and He Ruoxin. There was no other way. Apart from them, the vast majority of the other people on the island had been recruited, and their loyalty and obedience were beyond question. They would obey him 100%. Qitong, Yang Xuexue, and Lu Qin are different. They are survivors and have a lot of thoughts. Jiang Yu is not sure if they will respond to that sentence out of curiosity, which would be dangerous. Jiang Yu does not believe that he is invincible in the world, that he can break any conspiracy or trickery with his strength, or that he can kill any demons or monsters. The women replied with messages such as, received, understood, okay, and don't worry. They have survived to this day and have a sufficient understanding of the dangers of this world, knowing what they should and should not do. The system specifically warned us, ignoring it is tantamount to suicide. In the past few dozen days, tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, of people have died because they ignored the system's advice and announcements. They wouldn't do anything reckless. After receiving their assurances to prevent any accidents, Jiang Yu returned to the main hall and told everyone to put down their work and go back to their rooms to wait, or gather together to chat, play mahjong, or something similar. After doing all this, Jiang Yu finally started. The Immortal Path guide has been activated. Please follow the guidance to the core area of the Old God Star. As he approached, a colored dotted line appeared in front of Jiang Yu. The colored dotted line rose up in front of Jiang Yu, but its destination was unknown. The direction indicated by the colored dotted line is not forward, backward, left, right, or up, but down. Could the core region of the ancient planet be located deep within the sea of clouds below? Seeing that the colored dotted line was pointing downwards, Hoshinori couldn't help but ask, her little face full of confusion. Who cares where it leads? Let's just follow it obediently. That's right, let's not worry about all that. We just need to follow along obediently, not go out unnecessarily, and not give any wrong responses. Someone in the hall echoed this sentiment. That's true. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to control Panlai Island to move along the colored dotted line, he heard shouts from outside. Are the people inside planning to travel to the core region of the Old God Star? If so, could you take me with you? I will repay you handsomely. Upon hearing this voice, 3 question marks appeared on Jiang Yu's forehead. What does this mean? We've only just begun, and there are already strange shouts. Isn't this a bit too fast? Jiang Yu noticed the puzzled expressions on the faces of the women around him and in front of him, and asked, Did you hear the shouts too? Brother Jiang Yu, you heard that too? I thought I misheard. I heard you. I heard it too. Master, I heard it too. The women responded one after another, saying that they had all heard it. Then that's it. There are indeed people outside the island calling out to us, hoping to travel with us to the core region of the old god star. Everyone heard it, which means he was right. There really was someone shouting outside. It turns out it wasn't a voice in my head. I was just scaring myself. So, it's nothing to worry about. He thought the scenario he was told would appear right at the beginning. Jiang Lang, what should we do now? Should we go out and take a look? Jiang Yu was about to object, but quickly changed his mind. You guys wait here. I'll go out and take a look. Don't worry, I won't go more than a kilometer away from the island. He had just activated the Immortal Path guidance when someone came knocking on his door within minutes. Jiang Yu refused to believe that the other party didn't have some tricks up their sleeve. Such a capable person is definitely not an ordinary person. It wouldn't hurt to go out and meet them. After going outside, he stayed close to the island. When he saw the other party making a gesture as if to raise their hand to attack, he returned to the island in a second. Please come out and meet me, those inside. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I simply want to travel with you to the core region of the old god star. Once we arrive, we will not stay for a second and will leave immediately. The shouts rang out once again. I'll go see what's going on. Jiang Yu gave the women a reassuring look and flew out. Let the other people on the island go. They've met with him before, but in the end they'll still need to ask for his opinion. There's no need for that. He didn't think that with his current strength, anyone on the outside could threaten him. In less than half a minute, Jiang Yu flew out of the barrier and left the area of Palai Island. If Jiang Yu were to look back at this moment, he would see a planet with a diameter of 2,000 meters. Half of the planet is submerged in the sea of clouds, while the other half is visible on the outside. An island spanning several thousand square kilometers appears to be only 1 kilometer in size from the outside. This is one of the effects of the heart of the world. You want to come to the island and travel with us to the core region of the ancient planet? As soon as Jiang Yu stepped out of the barrier, he saw a man in black. Although the other person was completely shrouded in black, Jiang Yu could tell from her graceful figure that she was a woman. The black clothes couldn't hide her prominent breasts. Name, Nangong Xingyue. Race, human. Identity, member of the Nangong family. Age, 34. Appearance, 97. Strength, 90, plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 15. Constitution, 90, plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 15. Agility, 110, plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 15. Spirit, 110, plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 15. Skills omitted. Loyalty? Comment, are you scared yet? With 4 gold and 1 red equipment, is he that powerful? This is even without her carrying a weapon. The equipment has 4 gold and 1 red pieces, and the weapons can't be Gundam colored? That's a bit overpowered. This strength definitely comes from the core region of the old god star. You're so damn strong, how could I dare to take you to the island? Yeah, right. For Jiang Yu, there's nothing he wouldn't dare to bring as long as the money is right. Chapter 323 Spirit Stone Exchange Rate. Although Nangong Xingyue was very strong, Jiang Yu was not afraid of her because of Jinling Nian. With her strength, abundant equipment, and the support of various combat forces on the island, Jinling Nian has no problem controlling her as long as the other party dares to cause trouble. Yes, young hero, please take me with you. I will wait at the edge of the island after we land, and I will not wander around or disturb you. I'll leave immediately upon arrival and won't cause you any trouble. If I encounter any problems along the way, I'll lend a hand if I can. Nangong Xingyue pleaded once more. You're that strong? You must have come from the core region of the old gods, right? Jiang Yu didn't rush to answer directly, but instead inquired about her identity first. At 34 years old, her strength is so many times more terrifying than Jinling Nian's. If she were to say that she wasn't from the core area of the old god star, Jiang Yu would never believe it, not even if he were beaten to death. What you say is true, young hero. I did escape from the core area of the old god star. Nangong Xingyue did not deny it. Since you came from the core region of the old god star, you should have a way to return, right? Yes, there is, but that method is a bit difficult for me, and I would lose a lot of resources. I was originally planning to do that, but last night, I suddenly sensed that you survivors had created a Tier 10 island, so I tracked you down and wanted to borrow your island to return together. You won't be wasting your time, young hero. The reward will be more than generous. I'm willing to pay 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones? That means there are also mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Could you tell me their exchange rates? That's no problem at all. The spirit stones used in the outer area, which are the ones you're using now, are 99% low-grade spirit stones. Medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones are abundant only in the core area. Young hero, the ratio you mentioned is normally 100 medium-grade spirit stones equals 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The ratio is as described, but in reality, if you want to exchange low-grade spirit stones for mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones, the price will be more than 10% or 20%. That means it takes 110 to 120 million low-grade spirit stones to exchange for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The reward I just mentioned can be converted into 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for you, young hero. What about top-grade spirit stones? Top-grade spirit stones are even more expensive. One top-grade spirit stone is equal to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, which is equal to 10 million low-grade spirit stones. I see. If what she said is true, then Nangong Xinyue is truly sincere. Just taking her along on the journey will earn me 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is the deal I absolutely have to make. She was willing to spend 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to have him take her for a while, which showed that it was indeed a bit difficult for her to return to the core area of the old god star on her own. If she's willing to spend so many spirit stones to hitch a ride, then there must be many others in the surrounding areas who would be willing, right? Should we wait a couple of days and bring a larger group of people before setting off? Jiang Yu quickly suppressed the thought as soon as it arose. Forget it, Nangong Xinyue is willing to pay 100 million spirit stones because she's rich. Others wouldn't be willing to pay that much. If the harvest is plentiful, that's fine. But if the harvest is mediocre, then he has wasted 2 days and will regret it later. Let's set off now. The sooner we start, the sooner we'll become stronger. I can give you a ride, but could you tell me why you came to the outer area? Of course, you don't have to tell me if it's inconvenient. Jiang Yu did not take advantage of the chaos, because he still wanted to learn about the core area of the old god star from Nangong Xinyue. No matter what, he came from that area, so he definitely knows more than him. There's nothing wrong with talking about it. The reason I came to the outer area was actually by accident. A week ago, I went out to explore, venturing out to sea in search of treasure. Unfortunately, I encountered an undercurrent that day, and before I could react, I was swept away and carried to the outer areas. That was indeed quite unexpected. I must say, you arrived just in time. If you had been a few seconds later, you wouldn't be seeing us now. Ask her about the situation in the core region of the old god star, and then ask her after you get on the island. Here you go, this is your payment. Nangong Xinyue didn't waste any time and first threw a spatial ring to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu probed inside with his divine sense. Don't misunderstand, Jiang Yu didn't suspect the other party of shortchanging him. He just wanted to know the difference between high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. After sensing it, I discovered that the spiritual stones inside the spatial ring contained even more concentrated spiritual energy. In fact, it could be said to be excessively concentrated. Any single spirit stone inside is worth thousands upon thousands of spirit stones in his backpack. These are top-grade spirit stones, and they are no ordinary stones. Come to the island with me. Jiang Yu put the spirit stones back into his backpack, turned around and entered the barrier, with Nangong Xinyue following closely behind. You have obtained 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The moment the spirit stone was put back into the backpack, a notification sound rang out. Upon entering the barrier, Jiang Yu stopped at the edge of Punlai Island and sent a private message to Xena, instructing her to control Punlai Island and guide it along the immortal path. He decided to stay and try to find out some information from Nangong Xinyue, hoping to learn something about the core area of the old god star from her. It's best to know as much as possible, but it's okay if you can't know too much. Just understand, where is the Sea of Light? Who is Yu Xianen? Are there any special circumstances at the locations of those two coordinates on the parchment scroll? If you can understand these 3 questions, that's about it. The spiritual energy on your island is quite abundant, much stronger than some places in the core area. Upon arriving at Panlai Island, Nangong Xinyue briefly experienced the atmosphere and praised it. It's alright. There are quite a few people on the island, some of whom are no weaker than me. No wonder you dared to let me hitch a ride. Are you scared? If you are, you can still leave now, but the money you've already received is non-refundable. As he spoke, Jiang Yu didn't forget to check Nangong Xinyue's personal attribute panel again. I just wanted to confirm whether she really only wanted a ride back to the core region of the old god planet. Name, Nangong Xinyue. Loyalty, 10. If the loyalty value is not negative, it means that the other party has no ill intentions towards him and is genuinely just looking for a ride. Jiang Yu was relieved. He cheated her out of her money, forcibly took her down, and then plundered a whole bunch of treasures from her. Jiang Yu had thought about it, but the ideas only flashed through his mind. Who knows what tricks these big family disciples from the core area might have up their sleeves, or what methods they might use to leave their mark on Panlai Island without anyone noticing. Even if he succeeds once he takes action, he will most likely be hunted down once he gets there, making it a losing proposition. I believe that young hero is not that kind of person. Nangong Xinyue stopped at the edge of the island. By the way, my name is Nangong Xinyue. May I ask your name, young hero? Jiang Yu. Under Xena's control, Panlai Island has disappeared into the Sea of Clouds as guided. Miss Nangong, have you ever heard of the Sea of Light? Jiang Yu was too lazy to waste any more words and asked directly. Chapter 324, a question he knows nothing of. The Sea of Light? I've heard of it. It's located in the core area. Where did you hear about it, young Master Jiang? I found out by chance. Jiang Yu didn't want to explain too much. Miss Nangong, could you tell me about the Sea of Light? I don't know the specifics, I only know roughly where it is. Please inform me, Miss Nangong. The Sea of Light is located in the northern region of the Xiantian domain. There was once a rumor that an astonishing treasure was buried there. After the news spread, countless humans, demons, demi-humans, and spirits flocked to the Sea of Light like moths to a flame, attempting to find the buried treasure. But after so many years, those who went there gained nothing and many even lost their lives. So some people began to think that the news was fake and that the purpose was to trick them into dying for them. After that, fewer and fewer people went to the Sea of Light. The Sea of Light became lively overnight, and then returned to its desolate state overnight. Don't laugh at me, but when the Sea of Light was bustling with activity, I considered joining in the fun, but ultimately didn't go for some reason. You just said that the Sea of Light is located in the northern part of the Xiantian domain. Does that mean that besides the Xiantian domain, there are other known regions in the core area of the old god star? Yes. Nangong Xinyue nodded. The core area is different from the outer area. The core area has many known lands, such as the Xiantian domain, the demon domain, the ghost domain, the demon domain, and so on. These are all known territories. Besides these, there are many unknown territories, and the strength of those unknown territories is only more terrifying. Could you elaborate on the regions you mentioned above? Describe their situations. There's nothing I can't tell you. Even if I don't tell you, you'll gradually find out when you get to the core area. These regions are very large, and I don't know the exact area because I don't know much about them. Nangong Xinyue then told Jiang Yu about the situation in Xiantian domain, demon domain, and other places. She could only give a general overview. There was nothing she could do about it. She didn't know the details, and even if she wanted to, she couldn't explain them. Since you say they are very large, they must all be located in special spaces, right? After Nangong Xinyue finished speaking, Jiang Yu asked a question. Not entirely. The demon realm, ghost realm, and demon realm are all located in special spaces, but the Xiantian realm is not. The Xiantian realm is suspended in midair in the core area of the old god star. I don't know why it floats directly in midair above the core region of the old god star, or perhaps almost no one knows, because it has been like this for a very, very long time. Because of its unique nature, the Xiantian domain is a mixed bag, with all sorts of creatures that you can imagine, including humans, human demons, demons, demi-humans, monsters, demon humans, and ghosts. Since you asked me about the Sea of Light, it means you'll be going there sometime. The Sea of Light happens to be located in the Xiantian domain. You can explore it on your own then. Miss Nangong, have you ever speculated about the origins of the Xiantian domain, the demon domain, and so on? We've made a guess. We suspect they were brought by previous survivors, just like you are now, who came through the survival trials. Then their first owner died or disappeared for some unknown reason, and it gradually evolved into this state. Of course, it's also possible that it existed from birth. But as the saying goes, too much time has passed, and no one knows for sure what happened. Let's put that aside for now. Could you tell me about the other aspects of the core area? Jiang Yu decided not to discuss that issue for now and instead asked about other things. Nangong Xinyu is from the core area, and Jiang Yu would be doing himself a disservice if he didn't catch her and ask her more questions. It is possible, but I have been living in the family for many years and don't know much about the outside world. I can only tell you what I know. In addition to what I mentioned above, there is also. Nangong Xinyue then told Jiang Yu what she knew. 10 minutes later, Nangong Xinyue's voice fell. Well, that's all I know. I don't know anything more. Thank you for informing me, Miss Nangong. I am extremely grateful. Although Nangong Xinyue didn't tell him much, he knew what he could. No need, no need. You take me back to the core area, and I'll tell you some known information. It's nothing. Young Master Jiang, if you have any further questions, please feel free to ask. If I know the answer, I will certainly tell you. Then I won't stand on ceremony. To be honest, I do have 2 questions left. Jiang Yu didn't stand on ceremony and asked another question. Miss Nangong, have you ever heard of Yu Xianen? Yu Xianen? Never heard of her. Nangong Xinyue pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Do you know where these 2 coordinates are located? Jiang Yu then recited the 2 coordinates he had obtained from the parchment scroll. I don't know either, Nangong Xinyue said softly. If Nangong Xinyue were to remove her veil at this moment, Jiang Yu would find that she is somewhat shy. There's nothing she can do. She's supposed to be from the core region of the old god star, but when people ask her questions, she doesn't know anything. Anyone would feel embarrassed, except for those with thick skin. Thank you, Miss Nangong. I have no further questions. Jiang Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. It doesn't matter if you don't know much. The most important thing is to have a goal to strive for. That is the Xiantian domain, the Sea of Light. The location of the Xiantian domain has already been learned from Nangong Xinyue. Once we reach the core area, we can head directly to the Xiantian domain. First, go to the Xiantian domain to gather information, and then head to the Sea of Light to try and find out about Yu Xianen. If we can't find out where Yu Xianen is, we'll give up for now and head to the coordinates given in the parchment first. If it's on our way, we can return to the Sea of Light later. Jiang Yu had already planned the route. The journey is long, and we don't know when we will arrive at the core area of the old god star. Would Miss Nangong like to come in and have a seat? Jiang Yu said politely. After asking so many questions, even if you're just pretending, you should at least invite them in for a chat. No need, I'll just wait here. Young Master Jiang, you should go in, so that the people inside won't be worried. Then please excuse me. If you need anything, just call out and I'll come out the moment I hear your voice. Also, whatever sounds you hear in your head later, such as shouts, cries for help, or threats, do not respond to them or pay attention to them, otherwise an accident may easily occur. Before leaving, Jiang Yu made sure to give her some final words of advice. It would be such a pity if someone with a beauty score of 97 died under mysterious circumstances. It's not that they can't die, but they can't die on his island, otherwise who knows what might happen if they go there. What if the Nangong family pins this on him? Wouldn't that be incredibly unfair? I know your survivorship is a bit strange. I've remembered what you said, and I won't respond to any voices in my head. That's fine then. Jiang Yu returned to the main hall. Chapter 325 Emptying the Mind. Master, who is that person outside? As soon as Jiang Yu entered the house, curious eyes were fixed on him. Don't rush, I'll explain in detail later. Jiang Yu lay back down on the soft spot and began to explain Nangong Xinyue's purpose for coming. Jiang Yu shared the information she had gathered with everyone to satisfy their curiosity. So, we just gave her a ride and we got 100 million spirit stones. Bai Rolling's eyes widened. Yes. Hoshino Riri, Bai Rolling, and Qin Xiaojun were speechless. They had worked so hard for so long before they finally accumulated over 10,000 spirit stones. They're getting 100 million spirit stones just for sending one person into the core area. What kind of world is this? What about all their previous efforts? They all broke down. If one person can earn 100 million, wouldn't we have earned several hundred million more if we had brought more people with us? It's not that easy. Miss Nagong is willing to spend 100 million because she is someone who is born with wealth. People outside may not be willing to spend that much money. After Hoshino Riri finished speaking, Bai Rolling refuted him on his behalf without Jiang Yu even needing to speak. That seems so, but even if we don't earn that much, we should still make a fortune. It's possible, but there's no need. Earning a lot is fine, but earning little would be a loss. 2. Brother Jiang Yu, that person outside has already come to the island. When are you planning to win her over too? What are you talking about? Is that how you see me? Isn't that so? You little brat, you have no sense of propriety. You need to be taught a lesson. Jiang Yu pulled her over. The sounds in the hall rose and fell, one after another, without stopping. Ayu. After an unknown amount of time, a shout suddenly rang in Jiang Yu's mind. Jiang Yu, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened them and spoke to divert attention. Did any of you hear the shouts? Although he didn't speak, Jiang Yu, who was resting with his eyes closed, ignored the voices in his mind under the verbal instruction of the women. But this is something that can't be taken lightly, so Jiang Yu decided to join the chat, as chatting together is also a way to distract himself. Jiang Yu wasn't just doing it for himself, but more for them. Master, did you hear that? I didn't hear it. Xena, who was resting with her arms around Jiang Yu's left arm, also opened her eyes. I didn't hear it either. We didn't hear it either. The tail was responding to the snake women, including Kai Ning, Medusa, and Bai Sujin, who were acting as a cushion for Jiang Yu. Next, those who were recruited or lured into the trap also said that they did not hear any voices in their minds. And you? Jiang Yu asked, looking at Qitong and Yang Xuexue. I heard it. The voice sounds a lot like my dad's, but I didn't respond. Hoshino Riri was the first to reply. I heard it too, but the sound was very muffled, and I couldn't tell whose voice it was. Yang Xuexue added. I heard it too. Me too. Then, Lu Qin and Hiroashin both answered that they had also heard the shouts, but because of Jiang Yu's previous prompt, they did not respond, so nothing happened. Could these sounds be targeting us survivors? Jiang Yu wondered. I think that's how it should be, otherwise it's impossible that only we can hear the sound while they can't. Helena Lisa nodded in agreement. It's not certain yet, we'll know in a little while. Jiang Yu didn't rush to confirm, deciding to wait a while before saying anything. Another 10 minutes passed. Ayu, it's me, it's your mother. Don't you remember your mother's voice? Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to respond. He had never heard of having a mother since he could remember, and now suddenly a voice was saying that she was his mother. How ridiculous! He has quite a few mothers in front of him, and sometimes, in order to flirt or to make things more interesting, some random and nonsensical terms of address are inevitable. Not long after. Ayu, why aren't you responding? Don't you miss your mother? Such a low-level method, so low-level that Jiang Yu was speechless. It's somewhat ironic that he would even respond to this. You traitor Chow! You villain! You scoundrel! You beast! How dare you harm my wife and daughter? I'll kill you! I will definitely kill you! Brother Jiang Yu, save me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! My dear son-in-law, why aren't you saying anything? Haven't my daughter and I provided good service? The further Jiang Yu went into Punlai Island, the more frequently the voices echoed in his mind. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and his mind went blank for a moment. Zhu Qingzhu licked her lips, swallowed the life essence, and sat down. You still haven't heard anything? After a brief moment of mental blankness, Jiang Yu snapped back to reality and tugged at Xena's cat ears. No, Master, I didn't hear any sound except your voices. Master, me too. Me too. We all are. Just like before, those who were recruited or lured into the trap shook their heads, indicating that no sound had been heard in their minds. Don't you have any either? Jiang Yu looked at An Yun and Xiaoer, and Empress Kumeyu of Ji Kingdom. They are indigenous people. If even they are not included, then it proves that the voice in their minds is indeed directed at them, the survivors. Jiang Lang, no? Brother Jiang Yu, Xiaoer didn't hear any sounds other than ours either. Me too. An Yun and An Xiaoer responded. It really is aimed at us survivors. Bai Rolling made a decision. Just now, I heard several voices in my mind in succession. There were my parents' voices, my friends' voices, and one of them was yours, Brother Jiang Yu. If I hadn't been watching you closely and hadn't seen your mouth move, I almost would have fallen for it and responded. Me too, I just heard your voice, Brother Jiang Yu. Me too. Helena Lisa, Chi Tong, and Yan Shua all spoke up, saying they had heard Jiang Yu's voice. I understand. From now on, I will not say another word, and you should also refrain from speaking for the time being. Unable to defend against any attack, Jiang Yu had no choice but to make a change. Everyone, don't speak or listen to anything. Don't pay attention to any sounds you don't hear in your mind. If you can't take it anymore, come over here, I can help you clear your mind. How do you mean to empty your mind? Hiroshine licked her lips and leaned closer to Jiang Yu. What do you think? Needless to say, under Jiang Yu's treatment of letting people freely enter and exit and empty their minds, many people couldn't remember the voices that had echoed in their minds. Their eyes rolled back, they collapsed to the ground, and they were all delirious. Who could remember whether they had heard any other voices in their minds? Chapter 326 Arrival at the core region of the Old Gods. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The path to Panlai Island, which had been following the signs, suddenly stopped. It wasn't that Jiang Yu didn't want to continue driving, but rather that he noticed the colored dotted line had disappeared. Yes. It just disappeared. The disappearance of the colored dotted line suggests only two possibilities: either they lost track of it, or they reached the end of the line. It's impossible to lose them. There are so many people and so many eyes in the hall, it's impossible for everyone to not notice and lose them. That's the second possibility. It's over. Just as Jiang Yu was pondering, Panlai Island suddenly began to rotate. For some unknown reason, not only Panlai Island began to rotate, but everything on the island also began to rotate. Before Jiang Yu, Xena, Fair, and the others could react, they had already fallen over. Not only them, but also tables, chairs, tea sets, and so on. Even when the island is turned upside down, none of the items on it move or leave their original positions. Even the water didn't spill out as the island rotated. After rotating for 1 minute. Guidance complete. Congratulations on entering the core region of the Old Gods. The notification sound ended, and the island returned to calm. We've arrived at the core area. Everyone, go about your business. Jiang Yu told the women and then opened the virtual interface to see if any of its functions had changed. Upon inspection, it was found that there were basically no changes. In addition to the regional and world chat channels, there is now a new universe channel. The universe channel is different from the world channel. The world channel does not display the number of players, so they cannot check the remaining number of survivors by checking the world channel. The cosmic channel displays the number of people. At this moment, the number of people displayed on the channel is over 100, which corresponds exactly to the total number of survivors on Panlai Island. Clearly, this cosmic channel represents the number of survivors who have entered the core region of the Old God Star. Only people from Panlai Island have come in so far, so there are only a little over 100 people. Jiang Yu immediately opened the island panel, not forgetting to check the upgrade requirements for the next tier of islands. Island name, Panlai Island. Number, 666. Prosperity value, 52.1 million. Advanced requirements, 1,600 units of mythical grade basic raw materials, colored, 16 pieces of immortal crystals, colored, 20 pieces of mythical grade energy crystals, colored, and 8,000 superior grade spirit stones. The island's prosperity value is greater than 20 million, and the island owner's own attribute has one attribute greater than 100 and the remaining 3 attributes are greater than 85. Buildings or wonders. 1. Building or wonder, gold, x7. 2. Building or wonder, colorful, x2. Both items must be completed. Upon seeing this requirement for advancement, Jiang Yu cursed under his breath. Damn it, the further you go, the more outrageous the island upgrade requirements become. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones are fine, that's not a problem. The island's prosperity value is simple to obtain, and even the attributes required for the island owner are not a problem for Jiang Yu. The conditions for buildings or wonders are the same, not difficult at all. The difficulty lies in the first 3. 1,600 units of mythical-grade basic raw materials can only be obtained by dismantling 80 colored treasure chests. 16 immortal crystals are not easy to obtain. He only has 3 in his possession right now. There are also 20 mythical energy crystals, which is another huge fortune. Take colored fairy crystals and energy crystals as an example. If one piece costs Jiang Yu 15 million low-grade spirit stones, then 36 pieces would require 540 million low-grade spirit stones. This is a conservative estimate. Jiang Yu estimates their final price will be more than 540 million low-grade spirit stones. Not to mention the 1,600 units of mythical-grade basic raw materials, which will likely cost another 100 million. The first 4 conditions alone require at least 700 million low-grade spirit stones. Who the hell can afford that? This is even with Yang Shueshue reducing upgrade resources by 20%. For others, it would require 800 to 900 million low-grade spirit stones. Let alone others, even Jiang Yu himself had the idea of giving up. Previously, there were leaderboards as incentives, and weekly rewards for rapid island upgrades, but now even those rewards have been removed. It seems like upgrading so quickly is pointless. It's not entirely useless. Luchin consistently provides him with a higher-level treasure chest each time. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. 700 million spirit stones may have been a lot before, but for the core area, it may be nothing. Now that he is in the core region of the old god star, Jiang Yu believes that he should not continue to view the present with the same perspective as before. The past is the past, the present is the present. Previously, in the core area of the old god star, 700 million low-grade spirit stones was indeed an absurd amount. But now that we've come to the core area, perhaps these spirit stones are not worth mentioning at all. Let's go out and check the situation first, and then head to the Xiantian domain after we understand our current predicament. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yu walked outside. Upon reaching the edge of the island, Jiang Yu looked out through the barrier and found that the situation outside was similar to that of the surrounding area. At first glance, all you see is a vast expanse of white clouds. If the system hadn't indicated that this was the core region of the old god star, Jiang Yu would have thought he was still in the outer region. He tried to fly out of the barrier and found that the spiritual energy outside was incredibly dense, at least several times denser than that of the outer area. Even with various blessings, the spiritual energy on Panlai Island, which I had just arrived at, was not as concentrated as that outside. However, as the spiritual energy outside is constantly being absorbed by Panlai Island, Jiang Yu believes that the spiritual energy inside the island will soon far surpass that outside. The process doesn't take long. After getting a feel for the situation outside the island, Jiang Yu returned to the island. He walked in the direction where Nagong Xingyue had been waiting, but when he arrived, she was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yu wasn't surprised. Nagong Xingyue had previously said that she would leave immediately upon arriving at the core area and wouldn't cause him any trouble. It was normal that he hadn't seen her. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had learned the coordinates of the Xiantian domain from her beforehand. Using his current location as the starting point, he entered the coordinates: Xiantian domain 6666666.6666666.66. The search revealed that the Xiantian domain is more than 60,000 kilometers away from here. More than 60,000 kilometers, not too far. At the current speed of movement to Panlai Island, this distance can be reached in a little over a day. Jiang Yu did not fly directly to Panlai Island, but instead entered the coordinates 316765.943837.481 and 9999999.6666666.555. These are the coordinates provided by those two parchment scrolls. After entering the coordinates, Jiang Yu discovered that these two coordinates were even farther away from him. The distance can range from hundreds of thousands of kilometers to millions of kilometers. That's such a long distance, it's impossible for him to go there now. I've decided. Once I reach the Xiantian domain, I'll purchase an advanced accelerator there to make travel to the island much faster before considering going there. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yu headed towards the Xiantian domain at a speed of nearly 2,000 kilometers per hour. The movement speed is very fast, but for everything and every living thing on the island, it is completely imperceptible, and there is no difference between it and being stationary. Chapter 327. It's not your time to appear yet. Please select your destination: Xiantian Domain, Yahai City, Sky Domain 1, Sky Domain 2, Sky Domain 3, Sky Domain 666, level insufficient, currently blocked. Random teleportation. 2 more times this week. Targeted teleportation. Under limited level, currently banned. Jiang Yu also considered using a teleportation array to travel directly to the Xiantian domain. The problem remains the same: the teleportation array is too low level to teleport. Not only that, Jiang Yu also discovered that the teleportation arrays that were previously connected to Cloud Sea City and other areas have now been disconnected. Currently, only the random teleportation function is still usable. All other functions of the teleportation array are grayed out. To be honest, Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised. It wasn't an accident that he couldn't teleport back to Cloud Sea City or the outer areas, nor was it an accident that he couldn't use the directional teleportation function, even though he had never used the directional teleportation function. To his surprise, first, the block teleportation function has surprisingly revealed various teleportation arrays in the Xiantian domain, Yunhai City, and the surrounding areas. What does this tell us? This means that once the teleportation array is upgraded, they will be able to teleport to the Xiantian domain, or to the Cloud Sea City and other outer areas at any time. However, Jiang Yu was unsure what level of teleportation array was required, as it had not been specified. Jiang Yu guessed that it was no less than the moon radiance level, but that was just a guess. He didn't know the exact level at the moment. Second, the random teleportation function is still working. Jiang Yu was quite curious. Would the random teleportation array take him to one of the hidden planets in the outer region, or to some unknown place in the core region? If it's the former, then this random teleportation isn't very useful. If it's the latter, then it's awesome. It's possible that he has both, depending on his luck. Jiang Yu has decided to try using the random teleportation function now to see where he will be teleported to. Anyway, the randomly created teleportation channel will exist for 24 hours, and the channel will move along with the island, so he doesn't need to worry about not being able to return. Random teleportation. Jiang Yu chose to teleport randomly. In an instant, Jiang Yu disappeared from the teleportation array, leaving behind a teleportation channel. Isn't this the treasure hunting place I visited with Qitong before? Jiang Yu stood on an island of less than 1,000 square meters, looked around at the surrounding sea, and immediately remembered. Isn't this the treasure land that Qitong invited him to participate in using the treasure map 8888 before? That lost treasure trove, the fake dragon palace. Qitong's island was destroyed during this treasure hunt, and she also joined Penglai Island during this treasure hunt. Jiang Yu never expected that he would come back after so many days. Last time, the Dragon Palace treasure was stolen by several races, which prevented him from leaving before he could finish looting it. Is this another chance for him to loot the treasure? But Jiang Yu no longer finds those things appealing. Since we're already here, let Xiaohuan, Lily, and Mingxi each bring a group of conch maidens or clam spirits in and plunder the place. Since they were already there, Jiang Yu decided to have Xiaohuan, Lily, and Mingxi lead the team to loot the place. They spend all their time in Yingwei Pool, so they must want to get out and explore. Especially Xiaohuan, who originally came from here, she should go back to her hometown for a visit. Jiang Yu turned around and entered the teleportation channel behind him. After returning to Penglai Island, Jiang Yu told Xiaohuan, Lily, and Mingxi about what happened. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Yu's words, their eyes lit up, they rubbed their hands together, and immediately led their teams off. With their current strength, Jiang Yu wasn't worried about them encountering any danger at all, nor was he worried about anything else. Their maxed-out loyalty, favorability, was no joke. Please select your destination. Xiantian Domain, Yahai City, level not high enough, currently blocked. Random teleportation. 1 turn left this week. Targeted teleportation. Under limited level, currently banned. Jiang Yu stepped onto the teleportation array once again. Random teleportation. To the right of the teleportation channel leading to the small island, a new teleportation channel appears. And here again? When Jiang Yu opened his eyes, he saw a magnificent, pure white elf. Wow! It's huge! As soon as he opened his eyes, Jiang Yu was almost blinded by her impressive breasts. Looking up, Jiang Yu noticed that she looked somewhat similar to Fair. Looking down, Jiang Yu realized that he was in a hot spring, and the other person was soaking in it. What a feast for the eyes! There was a hint of surprise in her eyes, likely because she was taken aback by Jiang Yu's sudden appearance. Here it is! Jiang Yu had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the other party. Why are you here now? This isn't the time for you to be here. Go away. With a flick of his sleeve, the great elf released a fragrant aroma, and Jiang Yu found himself out of control, flying into the teleportation channel. Just a second before she was sent back to the teleportation channel, Jiang Yu happened to check her attributes. Name Lyasali. Race elf, chief of the wood elf race. Age. Appearance 98. Strength. Constitution. Agile. Spirit. Skills: healing spell, song of life, rejuvenation spell, purification spell. Loyalty? Evaluation: she is the current chieftain of the Wood Elf clan and also Phil's biological mother. Upon returning to Penglai Island and seeing her attribute panel, Jiang Yu was shocked. Let's not talk about age. Jiang Yu has encountered the dog system not displaying real age several times before, and he can accept it. What are these 4 attributes? Strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Why are they all question marks? This was the first time Jiang Yu had seen question marks in these lines. Jiang Yu could only think of one reason why these lines would have question marks. Her strength was ridiculously high. Just looking at that row of skills, Jiang Yu counted them: 18. 18 skills. Jiang Yu dared not even imagine how strong someone was who could comprehend 18 skills on their own. Wow! He still has a long way to go. After reading her review, Jiang Yu finally understood why he thought she looked so much like Fair when he first saw her. It was because they were mother and daughter. But what did she mean by what she just said? Now is not the time for him to appear. What does that mean? Jiang Yu couldn't understand why she would say that, but he had one advantage. He would temporarily stop thinking about things he couldn't understand. Whatever she means, she won't hurt her anyway. It's a very simple principle. If the other party would harm him, she wouldn't have thrown her daughter to him the very next day, letting him run rampant. Furthermore, if the other party intended to harm him, the benefits he had just witnessed upon his arrival would have been enough to put him in grave danger, making it unlikely that he would return so easily. Chapter 328: The Soul-Devouring Shadow Scythe unsealed for the 3rd time. Jiang Yu wasn't stupid enough to think that she sent Fair over to try and take advantage of his talent, hoping to help Fair quickly improve her strength through him. The opponent is the patriarch of the Wood Elf clan, whose strength is unfathomable. If he wants to improve Phil's strength, it will be a piece of cake. When we first met Fair, Fair's strength was only a little bit. It was probably because Fair deliberately suppressed her strength so that it wouldn't improve. Otherwise, Fair's attributes would probably be ridiculously high. Jiang Yu could guess why the other party was suppressing Fair's strength. It was because she wanted to send Fair to his side. Jiang Yu had no idea why she did this, or why she sent Fair to his side. Perhaps he has some secrets he doesn't even know himself, or maybe the other party saw his strengths. And his strengths? Those who know, know. Jiang Yu turned around and found that the teleportation channel was still there, but when he tried to enter again, he found that he could not. Unable to get in, Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sent a private message to Fair. Jiang Yu wanted Fair to give it a try and see if she could get in. Fair is the other party's daughter. They can't possibly not even let their own daughter in, can they? Master, is there something you need from me? Before a minute had passed since Jiang Yu's pager was completed, Fair had already arrived in front of him. Accompanying Fair were Qing Shu and Bing Rare. They had just been playing with Fair when they learned that she had been summoned by her master, so they followed her. Fair, I just saw your mother. Your mother's name is Lyasali, right? As soon as the name Lyasali was uttered, memories of her mother flooded back to Phil's mind, and she also unlocked more memories of the elven race. I've remembered some more. Master, you're right. My mother's name is Lyasali, and she is the current chieftain of the Wood Elf clan. Fair asked excitedly. Oh my, Master, how did you know? I just used the random teleportation function and happened to be sent to your mother's side. Jiang Yu pointed to the teleportation channel behind him. This is the teleportation channel, which leads directly to your hometown. Your mother is on the other side of the channel. Oh, Master, why did you come back so quickly? Did you want to tell me the news as soon as possible? Why, Master, Fair is so touched. I was kicked out by your mother. You stinky Master, couldn't you have lied and said you came back so quickly because of me? All right, come and try it. See if you can get to the other side through the passage. I've been banned from entering. A low-level teleportation array is trash. I'm amazed that the island lord can be banned from entering. Master, watch me. Filled with excitement, Phil flew into the teleportation channel. The moment Fair touched the teleportation channel, she was not hindered in any way and entered smoothly. Jiang Yu tried again, but still couldn't get in. Qi Shu and Rare, you two should give it a try too. No problem. Upon hearing this, Qing Shu and Rare, one water and one ice spirit, flew towards the teleportation channel, but like Jiang Yu, they were blocked and unable to enter. Master, we can't get in either. Unable to enter, the two fairies, Qing Shu and Rare, returned and perched on Jiang Yu's shoulders. It seems that only Fair can go in now. I don't know when Fair will be back. Let's go back and wait. Jiang Yu did not intend to wait here. Since Lisa and her daughter Fair hadn't seen each other for so long, they must have a lot to talk about. Waiting would probably take a long time, so Jiang Yu didn't plan to stay and wait. Master, where are you going? But as soon as Jiang Yu turned his head, Fair's voice rang out. Seeing that both of Jiang Yu's shoulders were occupied, Fair crawled into Jiang Yu's clothes and stopped at his chest and collar. Fair, why are you back so soon? Well, my mother saw me, said a few words to me, and then sent me back. What did you say? Just tell me to follow you closely, Master, and ask if I've encountered any danger or been wronged. That's all. Yes, that's all my mother said to me, and then she sent me back. Didn't she leave you anything? No, I didn't even have a chance to ask my mother for one or two treasures before she sent me back first. You're so thoughtful. Jiang Yu raised his hand and rubbed Fair's head, which was peeking out from her collar. Although Fair didn't bring anything back, her intention was enough. These two random teleportation experiments were not entirely without results. At the very least, Jiang Yu learned that random teleportation could not only teleport him to the hidden spaces in the outer areas, but also to the hidden spaces in the core areas. In Jiang Yu's mind, the value of the teleportation array has been greatly upgraded. Back in the lobby, Jiang Yu had just sat down to rest for a while when he saw the succubus Loja, who was almost naked, walking towards him with her explosive figure. Loja came to Jiang Yu's side, straddled him as if no one else was around, and showed him the weapon that had been fished up with her earlier. Master, look at our weapon, the soul-devouring shadow scythe. It has been partially unsealed. As she spoke, Loja twisted and turned. Some more have been unsealed. Let me see them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was startled. He took the document and examined it. Previously, the seal on the soul-devouring shadow side had been broken twice in the outer area. The first time it's unlocked, its attribute bonus is around epic level, and the second time it's unlocked, it's around legendary level. Now that the lockdown has been lifted for the third time, it should reach the mythical level as expected. Soul-devouring shadow scythe, unsealed from the third layer, one of the sacred artifacts of the Loja family. The souls of those killed by this weapon are absorbed by it to nourish and strengthen the weapon. After equipping, strength plus 40, constitution plus 40, Agility plus 40, Spirit plus 40. Not fully unlocked. Feature 1. Holder's combat power plus 40%. Not fully unlocked. Trait 2. Lifesteal plus 40%. Not fully unlocked. Feature 3. Armor penetration plus 40%. Not fully unlocked. Trait 4. Attack speed plus 40%. Not fully unlocked. Feature 5. Unlocked. Jiang Yu stood up on the spot. Not because of Loja's constant rubbing against him, but because he was excited by the attributes of the soul-devouring shadow scythe. He had already given a good idea of the final level of the soul-devouring shadow scythe, but now it seems that he had still greatly underestimated it. If the soul-devouring shadow scythe continues to be unsealed like this, wouldn't its final level be world class? Universe class? Or even immortal class? Hiss! Jiang Yu gasped. Wow, this succubus clan is really generous. The accompanying weapon is of such a high level. I love it! Comfortable. It can be said that the final level of the soul-devouring shadow scythe far exceeded his expectations. No wonder it's one of the family's sacred artifacts. Dash! A strange sound came out of Loja's mouth. It turned out that while Jiang Yu was focused on the soul-devouring shadow scythe, Loja had already learned the purpose of her trip. She is working hard on it. Chapter 329 Daughter. The following day, on the morning of the 51st day. After a night's journey, Panlai Island is getting closer and closer to Xiantian Domain. If the journey goes smoothly, they should arrive before nightfall tonight. Even if the wind isn't favorable, or some unexpected situation arises, we can still reach our destination tonight. Regardless of the method, you'll basically have to wait until early tomorrow morning to ascend to the Xiantian Domain. I wonder if my first fishing trip in the core area will yield a colorful treasure chest. At his familiar fishing spot, Jiang Yu cast his first shot of the day with full confidence. Jiang Yu cast his fishing rod and, feeling bored, opened the world chat to see what kind of crazy things those idiots were up to this time. Xiao Fan, Region 1 damn it, I've spent all my money and sold off all my resources these past 2 days. But I finally managed to upgrade the island to level 9 today. Brothers, the Immortal Path trial starts soon, wait for my good news. Chenlu, District 85 what? You've already upgraded your island to Tier 9? So fast? No words needed. Good luck with the trial. You passed, right? Tell the brothers what the trial was like, and whether there were any dangers. Sujio, District 30 before Xiao Fan goes through the trial, I think you could ask Jiang Yu, the expert, how difficult the trial is. Jiang Xiaoyu, Region 222 The Immortal Path trial offers no rewards other than early access to the Immortal Path guide. The big shots have 10-tier islands and can skip the trial. Do you think they would participate in a meaningless trial? Sujio, District 30 That's hard to say. What if a powerful figure gets curious about the trial's contents and decides to take a look? For example, even if I could be exempted from the trial, my intense curiosity would still lead me to take a look. Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222 You said it was you, but the big boss wouldn't do that. Huang Jingjing, District 96 I also think that the big boss has so much free time. Jiang Yu, core area You guys are right. I wouldn't do something so pointless if I were bored out of my mind. The moment Jiang Yu appeared, the world channel became even more lively. Minako, 8th District Boss, are you in pain? Come to me, I'm good at oral sex, I can blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3 captured a wild big shot. Also, what the heck is the core zone? Jiang Yu. Liang Tanshan, District 1002 Duh, is that even a question? It's definitely the core area, isn't it? Shenhaoyan, District 7 indeed. Qianijin, District 88 Boss, you're up this early too? Awesome. So strong and still up this early, no wonder you're always so far ahead. Also, Ms. Minako, I'm also having a headache, could you blow on my balls too? Minako. Huang Haosha, District 91 Me too. Minako. Tang Chuan, District 33 Me too. As they were chatting, the car suddenly sped up, until Xiao Fan spoke again. Xiao Fan, Region 1 damn it, the Immortal Path trial can't be opened yet. I guess it won't be until 8 o'clock. Jiang Yu, you must be in the core region of the old God Star by now. May I ask if there are any dangers on the way? And are there any differences between the core region and the outer region? Yu Xiaoli, District 11 Jiang Yu. I'd also like to know, could you just say a few words? Baiyun, District 13 Yes, we all want to know when the boss will have time to chat with us. Then came waves of people, eager to know the route to the core area of the old god star, whether it was dangerous, and what the situation was like there. Jiang Yu didn't see any of their messages because he was currently pulling the lever. The first cast of the day, and it's on the hook. This pulling force is a colorful treasure chest. The familiar pull made Jiang Yu's face light up with joy. This was the first time he had caught a colorful treasure chest on his first cast of the day. The treasure chest beneath the sea of clouds was fished up, and colorful light streaked across the sky. Let me see what the attributes of the person who opened the colorful treasure chest are. Jiang Yu was no wonder he was so excited. He took out a 5 elements key, skillfully inserted it into the hole, and with a twist, the locked colorful treasure chest was opened. Push open the lid, and dazzling colorful light shot into the sky. When the colorful light faded, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in light blue appeared, barefoot. Name Tuesday. Race innate being. Age 35. Appearance 98. Strength 75. Physical fitness 75. Agility 80. Mental state 92. Skills omitted. Loyalty 100. Evaluation: a primordial being, similar in existence to the Snow Maiden of the primordial spirit race. In other words, the highest attribute a person can obtain from a colored treasure chest is around 90. Based on previous experience, the highest attribute should be between 90 and 99. Owner. The rabbit, barefoot, stopped in front of Jiang Yu. Go with her to familiarize yourself with the island first, we can talk about other things later. Jiang Yu stretched out his right hand and pulled aside a snake woman not far away. Why don't you take her to familiarize herself with the island? Yes, master. Then, Tu was taken away by the snake woman. With Tu's strength, he could definitely explore Palai Island faster on his own, but even if he did, it would be useless if he wasn't familiar with the various facilities and buildings on the island. The best solution is to find someone to mentor you. After finishing his first cast, Jiang Yu, who had nothing else to do that day, continued casting and then opened the world chat. Although Jiang Yu didn't know what those idiots had posted, the messages kept coming in, and Jiang Yu was curious about what they were doing and why they kept contacting him. After reading it, Jiang Yu finally understood the situation. Jiang Yu, core area. I will give a unified response to your questions here. First, the core area definitely means that I am in the core region of the old god star. Second, as long as you strictly follow the system prompts on your way to the core area, there will be no danger. I followed the prompts, and no one on the island got into trouble. Third, the core area is not much different from the outer area. Apart from the richer spiritual energy, higher level natural treasures, and stronger people encountered in the core area, there is no difference between the core area and the outer area. At least I haven't seen any difference so far. Fourth, after you reach the core area of the old god star, if you want to know a lot or don't know where to start, you can go to the Xiantian domain. Once you arrive in the Xiantian domain, you can ask people for information, and then you will know what to do. Xiantian domain 6666666.6666666.66. Finally, before activating the Immortal Path Guide and entering the core area, you can go to Cloudsea City and ask the natives if you need them to come along. If needed, you can charge them to bring them along. You can decide for yourselves. If you're not confident in your own abilities, it's best not to do this, lest you encounter a powerful but malicious person and lose your life for nothing. Chapter 330. I thought it was a speed bump. Jiang Yu had no intention of keeping anything to himself, so he shared what he knew in general and immediately pinned the message to the top of his chat list. Why did Jiang Yu do this? Of course, it's because they have nothing better to do. Another reason is that their becoming stronger would actually benefit Jiang Yu as well. If they don't hurry up and enter the core area, they'll become scrap he discards later, or scrap he obtains through various means. Who should I sell the scrap items I get from system rewards, opening treasure chests, or treasure hunting to? Without them, we'll lose a huge chunk of the market. Xiao Fan, Region 1, thank you so much, boss. Thank you so much. Sujio, District 30, thank you so much, boss. Thank you so much, boss. Baiyun, District 13, thank you so much, boss. Thank you so much. Yuxiaoli, District 11, thank you so much, boss. Thanks. After that, it was all expressions of gratitude. Jiang Yu did not respond further and settled down to fish. Time passed by, and noon arrived quickly. Master, there's a spaceship blocking our way. Should we stop and take a look? As she spoke, Xena raised her hand and pointed straight ahead. Jiang Yu looked up and saw a relatively large spaceship blocking his way about 10 kilometers ahead. At a distance of about 10 kilometers, given the current speed of Punlai Island, it would collide with them in about a minute. Let's hide. As Jiang Yu finished speaking, Xena controlled Punlai Island to rise a certain distance. Master, they are rising as well. Even without Xena's reminder, Jiang Yu saw the spaceship ahead rise a short distance to continue blocking their path. Hit it! Since you're courting death, Jiang Yu won't hold back. Could the other party really think that Punlai Island is just a small karami, as it appears on the outside? If the other party really thinks that way, then they're in for a world of trouble. If an island with an actual area of 4,000 square kilometers were to collide with it, it would be a disaster for the other side. Just as Jiang Yu had expected, the captain of the opposite spaceship, though unsure of what was shrouded in the barrier, saw that the barrier was only about 2,000 meters in diameter, and immediately decided to intercept it. Ha! When they saw us trying to stop them, instead of slowing down, they accelerated. Do they really think that little thing can smash our spaceship to pieces? Ha! Upon seeing that Punlai Island under the barrier had not slowed down, but instead accelerated, the captain of the intercepting spaceship burst into laughter. Ha! Big Brother is right. When they crash into our spaceship, they'll see how tough and indestructible it is. That's right, ha! Not only that, I can already see them falling apart. The captain, who was in charge, laughed, and his underlings began to flatter him, laughing along with him. Laugh? I hope you can still laugh later. Jiang Yu observed their actions closely, sneered, and began to change the size of the planet. The next instant, the planetary barrier returned to its original size and doubled in size. Upon seeing this, the smiles on the faces of those on the spaceship vanished abruptly. What are you waiting for? Run! Run now! The captain roared like thunder. Big doesn't necessarily mean hard, and big can also be just foam that bursts at the slightest touch. But if you watch something 100 times your size crash into you, anyone would feel fear and instinctively want to avoid it. Yes. The pilot's eyes, which had been filled with mockery, were now filled with terror. He frantically began to accelerate, attempting to escape. Unfortunately, it was useless. The barrier had already reached the face of the spaceship. Boom! A deafening crash resounded through the sky. Jiang Yu only felt the Punlai Island he was on shake slightly, and then there was no other reaction. Someone who didn't know better might think there were speed bumps in the air. The barrier protecting Punlai Island has also developed many cracks, resembling shattered glass. The impact on the very center of the barrier created a large hole. As soon as the hole and crack appeared, the World Heart used to upgrade the island triggered the automatic repair function and began to repair them quickly. If the spacecraft that was actively colliding suffered such damage, the damage to the ship and its crew must have been even more severe. The spaceship caved in half and flew rapidly backward. Of the crew members on board, only the captain was still alive. The rest were all killed instantly by the collision. The wrecked spaceship was about to disappear into the horizon due to inertia, so Jiang Yu quickly piloted Punlai Island to catch up. His spoils are still up there. They can't be wasted. The air raiders in the core area will surely steal a lot of valuables. During the pursuit, Jiang Yu did not forget to change the size of the object, making it the same size as before, which was a kilometer long. If we don't change it, it will take up too much space and be inconvenient. Before long, Punlai Island caught up with the wrecked spaceship. The impact was so powerful that it was still flying very fast. Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry and controlled Punlai Island to follow slowly. Sensing that there was still a dying captain on the spaceship, Jiang Yu didn't forget to finish him off with a fatal blow. During the journey, various fragments that exploded from the spaceship were retrieved from a distance by Jiang Yu, Tai Na, and the others to prevent any space rings from falling into the air. Check if it comes with a space ring, if not, discard it. And so, once the speed of the backward-flying spaceship had decreased to a certain level, Jiang Yu, Xena, and the others finally took action and brought the spaceship back to Panlai Island. The snake women, butterfly fairies, and others who were already prepared began to tidy it up. A few minutes later, the 2 spatial rings were handed to Jiang Yu. One of them is filled with spirit stones, and the other is filled with various treasures of at least epic quality. Jiang Yu first put all the spirit stones back into his backpack. You have obtained 4,539 high-grade spirit stones, 368,900 mid-grade spirit stones, and 468,35960 low-grade spirit stones. A quick calculation shows that the total gain is 12,900 high-grade spirit stones. A very fruitful harvest. The air raiders in the core area are the ones who make the money. If they were to do it in the outer areas, they probably wouldn't even get a fraction of what they earned. Yesterday's decision to go directly into the core area of the Old God Star was the right one. Otherwise, even if we had gone to Cloudsea City, the harvest would not have exceeded this. Not only will the gains be less, but you'll also waste a day or 2, which is not worth it. After carefully storing the spirit stones, Jiang Yu used his divine sense to probe another spatial ring, prioritizing the search for the highest level items. After searching high and low, they only found 4 colored items and 20 units of mythical grade basic materials. The moon grade items they longed for did not appear. Jiang Yu could understand that these air thieves who came out to rob would definitely keep high-level treasures at home or sell them as soon as possible, and would not carry them with them. Immortal Crystal, colored X2, Resurrection Stone, colored X1, Mythical Energy Crystal, colored X1. This is the Resurrection Stone? It doesn't look particularly special. Jiang Yu took out a dark brown stone from his backpack and examined it carefully in his hand. After observing for a while, I still couldn't find anything special about it. Chapter 331 Building the Resurrection Pool. Should we just build a resurrection pool? Judging from what we just saw, the core area is full of treasures, with plenty of high-level materials. If even a highway robber has such wealth, what about the others? Jiang Yu felt that there was absolutely no need for him to save the resources needed to build the resurrection pool. Being in a core area, this amount of resources can be earned back in no time. Jiang Yu decided to build the resurrection pool now, so that he could revive them as soon as possible to work for him. Jiang Yu then found a place on Panlai Island, retrieved a blueprint for building a resurrection pool, and used it. Should we build a resurrection pool here? Put up. Your inventory contains Time Stone, red, 200, Primordial Stone, gold, 20, Lunar Iron, gold, 20, Solar Iron, gold, 20, Earth Spirit Fluid 200 units, Immaculate Energy Crystal, gold, 50, Resurrection Stone, Rainbow, 1. Under construction. A few minutes later, a building covering an area of about 100 square meters appeared, with a strange crystal more than 3 meters high in the center. Resurrection pool successfully constructed. Activate now? Once activated, 10,000 survivors will automatically revive daily in a new airspace, giving them a fresh start. 50% of everything they acquire will automatically be contributed to your account. Activate. Activation successful. The new airspace, Jiang Yu District, has been formed. Survivors are being respawned and deployed. Survivors who die after being respawned will not be able to revive again. In the Jiang Yu District channel, you have absolute autonomy. You can speak freely and also mute everyone in that area. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Yu immediately opened the channels and discovered that in addition to the existing Regional Channel, World Channel, and Universe Channel, there was now a new channel called Jiang Yu District Channel. As soon as midnight strikes tonight, marking the start of a new day, will there be additional channels like Jiang'er District Channel, Jiangsan District Channel, Jiangxi District Channel, and Jiang'an District Channel? Believe it or not, it's actually quite possible. Jiang Yu opened the Jiang Yu District Channel. Jiang Yu District Channel, 10,001 to 10,000. Resurrecting 10,000 people, plus him, makes 10,001, which makes sense. Jiang Yu, you really came back to life? Thank you so much, Jiang Yu. Thank you? Thank you? Thank you? Yixing, he's alive! He's really alive! Jiang Yu is awesome! Thank you, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, you're my god! Chunchuan, ha ha ha, I can really survive, I can really survive, thank you, Jiang Yu. Shinxia Jiang Yu, thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. From now on, whatever you want to do for others, they will be happy to oblige. Hu Xia, Dad. Everyone else is the same. Song Meili, they are too. On the Jiangyi District channel, messages flashed by rapidly. It was all about the excitement of being reborn and the gratitude towards Jiang Yu. They also know the conditions for resurrection. 50% of all subsequent gains must be handed over. But for a second life, they would be willing to give up 80% of the resources, let alone 50%. After their initial excitement and gratitude, they began fishing with great enthusiasm. Starting from scratch, with no resources in my backpack, only a beginner fishing rod, I can't do anything else but fish. While fishing, some people open the World Channel to see if they, who have just been resurrected, have a chance to post a message every 2 days. Upon seeing this, they were overjoyed. They discovered they really did have it. The speaking privileges in the World Channel have not changed. They remain the same as before, with those not on the leaderboard having one speaking privilege every 2 days. Some couldn't contain their excitement, and immediately shared their joy of being reborn on the World Channel. Ren Yiming, Jiangyi District brothers, I'm alive! I've been resurrected! Ha ha ha, I never thought a dead person could be resurrected. The news shocked the world. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3 alive? What the hell? Alive? You mean you died before and are now resurrected? Also, what the hell is Jiangyi District? A newly added area? Mo Beng, District 31 what resurrection? Can you explain more clearly? Zhuang Bufan, Jiangyi District this means that we died before and have now been resurrected. The person who resurrected us is the big boss Jiang Yu, which is why the new district is called Jiangyi District. As for how the big boss did it, we don't know. Xiao Fan, Region 1. What? You can be resurrected after dying? Wow, how did you do that? Jiang Yu. Jin Haoyun, Region 7 the dead can be resurrected, you're awesome. Brothers from Region 1, what are the conditions for your resurrection? And how did you resurrect? Su Yan, District 369 Resurrection? Those two words are so familiar yet so strange. Jiang Yu actually managed to do this. Amazing! You're a god! Li Jiejia, Jiangyi District the condition for resurrection is that half of the subsequent gains will belong to the big boss, and there are no other conditions. How is the resurrection achieved? Our soul suddenly awakens, and a bunch of prompts flood our brain. These prompts are the conditions for resurrection. Then a voice asks us if we want to be resurrected, and we are resurrected after we agree. Bai Zi, District 6 for what? You can do that? Awesome. After you're resurrected, will you start over from the beginning, or will you continue from where you died? Jianbei, Jiangyi District starting from scratch. Xiaofeng, 8th District that's still pretty awesome. Nobody thought there was anything wrong with starting over, and nobody thought there was anything wrong with having to hand over 50% of their resources afterward. After all, this is a resurrection. A resurrection with memories intact. What's the big deal about handing over 50% of the resources in a life or death situation like this? Who wouldn't be happy in that situation? Yu Xiaoli, District 11 Wow, how did you do that? You can even bring someone back to life after they die, that's amazing. Jiang Xiaoyu, District 222 who says otherwise? Yui Hatsino, Daddy's so strong. Daddy's so amazing. Yang Xinjie, District 99 has Yui Hatsino gone? Jiang Yu core area stop guessing. It was brought by a mythical building. I won't say which building it is here. You'll understand when you encounter it. Xiao Fan, Region 1 a mythical building? I see. I hope I'll be lucky enough to encounter it someday. Wu Lily, District 13 I don't dare to hope for that. I only hope that one day I can upgrade the island to the 9th level and go to the core area to absorb some spiritual energy. Mo Xiaoyao, Region 3 Wu Lily, me too, I just want to absorb a breath of spiritual energy from the core area. Jiang District 29. Don't be so humorous. Due to the shock of the resurrection, it will take some time for all survivors to accept and adapt. Chapter 332 Xiantian Domain. After the resurrection pool was built, Jiang Yu refocused his attention on the spatial ring. The colored items have been cleared out, now we're searching for the golden ones. The results showed that almost all golden items were building materials, equipment crafting materials, and elixir refining materials. The only gold item that wasn't a material was a weapon. There were nothing else. Jiang Yu didn't see any of the following: the ascension fruit that could be consumed, the ascension token used to upgrade red items, etc. Jiang Yu could understand that, generally speaking, the owner of such good things as the ascension token and the ascension fruit would use them as soon as possible. After that, Jiang Yu looted the red items. Aside from the 2 random upgrade scrolls, the red items are not worth mentioning. With 2 random upgrade scrolls in hand, Jiang Yu gave both to Luo Shishir to use. Shishir, you have a strong talent for luck, so you can use these 2 random upgrade scrolls. He didn't think his title of Guide to Immortality could compare to Luo Shishir's incredible talent. Good! Luo Shishir reached out and took the random upgrade scroll, and without hesitation, used it. The next second, 2 beams of light, 1 red and 1 gold, shot into the sky. A few more seconds passed. Luo Shishir used a random upgrade scroll, upgrading a mysterious training camp, orange, to a mysterious training camp, red dot. Luo Shishir used a random upgrade scroll to upgrade the teleportation array, red, to gold dot. It takes a lucky talent to upgrade the teleportation array to gold. If it were him, he would probably get 2 reds, or even 1 red and 1 orange. Jiang Yu had seen the red mysterious training camp before, so he skipped it and looked at the teleportation array that had risen to gold. Teleportation array construction blueprint. Gold. You and the people on your island can be teleported to any teleportation array for free, and can travel to other areas at any time. At the current teleportation array level, it is still unable to contact the public teleportation array in the core area of the Old God Star, and it is also temporarily unable to cross boundaries to contact the teleportation array in the outer areas. In addition, it also has the following functions. Random teleportation. You can use the teleportation array to be randomly teleported to a non-survivor island or planet. Its safety is unknown, and this is limited to twice per week. Without your permission, beings from the other side cannot enter Penglai Island through the portal, but powerful beings can prevent you from passing. Targeted teleportation. You can enter coordinates on the teleportation array, and the array will teleport you there. This is only one-way teleportation. Return is not guaranteed. Spirit gathering. The teleportation array has a spirit gathering effect. The longer the teleportation array has been built, the denser the spiritual energy on the island. Targeted drop. Every other day, 1 to 3 items will appear on the teleportation array. Item quality is random, ranging from cyan to gold. Jiang Yu examined it and found that the upgraded teleportation array was basically the same as before, except that it was 1 level higher. In Jiang Yu's opinion, upgrading the highest quality weapon to gold for targeted deployment was completely useless. Since the teleportation array was built, the highest quality items dropped have been orange. Not a single red item has been dropped. Now that the highest quality has been upgraded to gold, the only items that will be thrown at you are occasionally a red item. It's useless. Well, it's not entirely useless. At least the garbage that's thrown in can be listed on the trading house and exchanged for some spirit stones. Jiang Yu checked again and confirmed that the teleportation array was still too low level to directly teleport to Xiantian Domain or Yanhai City, nor could it perform fixed-point teleportation, so he shut it down. Let's wait until its level increases a bit before we see. Jiang Yu refocused his attention and continued fishing, with women on either side of him. Night fell. Xiao Fan, Region 1 passed. Haha, brothers and sisters, I've passed the Immortal Path trial. Tomorrow, I can head to the core area. Ha! Luo Du, District 72 awesome. Congratulations. By the way, Xiao Fan, how difficult is the Immortal Path trial? Will anyone die? What are the contents of the trial? Yu Xiaoli, District 11 same question. Countless people then inquired about the difficulty, and content of the Immortal Path trial. This is crucial to their ability to reach the core area ahead of schedule. They can't afford to be careless. Xiao Fan, Region 1. The trial isn't too difficult. As long as we're careful and attentive enough, the chances of passing are high. I don't know if failing the trial will result in death. The system hasn't given any indication of that. The trial content mine is Nikali, Region 1? Is this being blocked by the system? Xintiandang, District 5. If Xiao Fan wasn't deliberately fooling us, then he must have been blocked by the system. Amo Xiaoyao, Region 3. I knew it. This dog, isn't it? This dear system couldn't possibly let us know the trial content in advance. Jiang Yu, District 1120. Brother Xiaoyao, you changed your tune so quickly? Xiao Fan, Region 1. Sorry everyone, I can't post the trial content. It's been blocked by the system. Also, please don't video chat with me, because anything I say will be blocked too. I just tried. Adam, District 36. That's a bit of a shame. Prometheus, District 9001. It's a real shame. Everyone except those on Punlai Island felt it was a great pity. The trial content is garbled and will be censored if spoken aloud, so they have no way to take shortcuts. Sure enough, whatever methods they could think of, the damned system could also think of. This damned survival world is unlikely to have any loopholes that would benefit them. We are 20 kilometers from our destination. Should we continue? Shortly after midnight, a notification sound rang in Jiang Yu's ears. Inside the house, Jiang Yu could vaguely see a large area of lights directly in front of the island through a projection. Projection is also one of the functions of the heart of the world, which can project and view the inside and outside of the barrier in 360 degrees ultra-high definition without blind spots. Stop advancing and descend into the sea of clouds. The strength of the beings in the Xiantian domain is unknown, and Jiang Yu wouldn't be foolish enough to pilot Punlai Island there. The strength of the creatures within the core area is unknown, and if they are targeted by someone with ulterior motives, he cannot guarantee their safety. Following Jiang Yu's control, Punlai Island descended straight down for about 10 kilometers before stopping. 10 kilometers below the Sea of Clouds, it would be difficult for passers-by to spot it. Master, do you want to go to the Xiantian domain to gather information now? Of course not, it'll be dawn in a few hours, we'll go then. Jiang Yu got up at 6 a.m. After getting up, Jiang Yu went to the nearest fishing spot and cast his first line of the day. Less than 5 minutes later, the fishing rod bell rang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a jade treasure chest. A human woman named Shinjichun emerged from the jade chest. Jiang Yu found someone to take her there, and then summoned the interstellar shuttle. Xiantian domain, he's here. Jiang Yu piloted Xiaoyi for a distance before taking off out of the Sea of Clouds and flying towards the Xiantian domain. Chapter 333. Xingyang City. Is this the Xiantian domain? I wonder if this is the eastern, western, southern, or northern part of the Xiantian domain. Where Jiang Yu was, there was a vast forest in front of him, stretching as far as the eye could see and not reaching the bottom. Nagong Xinyue once said that the Xiantian domain is very large. Now that we see it, it is indeed ridiculously large. It's normal for a place with a large enough area to have mountains, forests, and wilderness. We need to find a city first. In the current situation, we need to locate the city. Nagong Xinyue had once told him that in the Xiantian domain, the various cities were interconnected and had been connected by teleportation arrays. Therefore, Jiang Yu only needs to find the nearest city, and then he can go to all the other cities in the Xiantian domain. Once he has gathered enough information, he can use the teleportation array to travel to a city in the northern part of the Xiantian domain, head to the Sea of Light, and search for Yu Xianen. Although Jiang Yu was unsure whether Yu Xianen was still alive, and did not know how many treasures Feng Stan Taylor had left with Yu Xianen, he did not believe that Yu Xianen would hand over the deposited items after finding them. But none of that would stop Jiang Yu from making the trip. If she could actually find Yu Xianen, she would be willing to hand over Feng Stan Taylor's deposited items. If one or two of the deposited items were of world-class or Sunwell-class quality, then she would have made a huge profit. This way. Jiang Yu chose a direction and piloted Xiaoyi slowly towards it. While it's described as slow, it's not actually that slow. The speed is around 150 kilometers per hour. The reason for slowing down to this speed is that this place is, after all, the territory of the Xiantian domain, and it's always better to be careful. 20 minutes passed. That must be the city. Jiang Yu stood at the bow of the ship and could vaguely see the city about 5 or 6 kilometers ahead. Just as Jiang Yu was about to speed up, an arrogant and domineering voice suddenly rang out behind him. You lowly commoners in front, get out of my way right, or don't blame me for running you over. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu subconsciously looked back. Upon seeing this, he was instantly enraged. Several spaceships were rushing toward him at high speed, with the lead spaceship at the same level as Xiaoyi. If she doesn't dodge, Xiaoyi's but will definitely get hit. Sky-piercing spaceship, gold forged by an unknown master blacksmith, it is thick-skinned and tough, please dodge. Upon seeing that the leading spaceship was of legendary level, Jiang Yu had no choice but to pilot Xiaoyi upwards to make way for it. Xiaoyi is only at the epic level. If he gets hit like that, he will definitely fall apart, and his life will probably be in danger. Jiang Yu wouldn't joke around with his own life. You lowly commoner, you're smart to know your place. Before the sky-piercing spaceship overtook Xiaoyi, a young man in splendid clothes on the spaceship looked up and shouted, and then quickly distanced himself from Jiang Yu's spaceship. While he was speaking, Jiang Yu had already started checking his attributes. Name, Ji Xiao. Race, human. Identity, young master of the Ji family in Jingyang City. Age, 28. Strength, 70, plus 25 plus 25 plus 15 plus 15. Constitution, 59, plus 25 plus 25 plus 15 plus 15. Agility, 60, plus 25 plus 25 plus 15 plus 15. Spirit, 58, plus 25 plus 25 plus 15 plus 15. Skills omitted. Comment, so arrogant, why aren't you taking him down? Ji Jixia? Very good, Jiang Yu has successfully remembered him. Judging from the direction he headed, it was undoubtedly the city ahead. Upon seeing Ji Jixiao's identity, Jiang Yu guessed that the city ahead was most likely Jingyang City. Jiang Yu has decided that the first thing he will do after entering the city is to find out about the Ji family. To dare to be so arrogant as to threaten me to make way, to use that phrase, is to say, they are courting death. Before long, Jiang Yu approached the city's airspace. Airspace is restricted to the city ahead. Please disembark and use other means of transportation to enter. A loud voice rang out, and then a guard in armor blocked Jiang Yu's path, preventing him from advancing. I see. Having just arrived and not yet possessing unparalleled strength in the core area, Jiang Yu didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he obediently put away Xiaoyi and landed. Of course, his premise for not wanting to cause trouble is that no one provokes him. Once someone provokes him, Jiang Yu will make sure that the other party pays the price. Take Ji Xiao, for example. After entering the city, Jiang Yu insisted on finding a way to cause trouble for the Ji family. Upon landing, Jiang Yu immediately headed towards the city gate. Young hero, Xinjiang City is currently in a special period to prevent unscrupulous individuals from entering. You will need to pay 100 mid-grade spirit stones to enter the city. A city guard at the city gate blocked Jiang Yu's way. Could you tell me what special period it was? Jiang Yu asked casually and handed over 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Since you're so straightforward, young hero, I might as well tell you. The city guard first turned his head to look behind Jiang Yu and saw that there were not many people queuing behind Jiang Yu, or rather, they were all queuing with other city guards and agreed. Tomorrow is the wedding day of Ji, the young master of the Ji family. They used this as an excuse to say they were worried that people with ill intentions would enter the city and cause trouble. They suggested to our city lord that people should not be allowed to enter at will, and that anyone entering the city should pay a fee. That's why this situation has arisen. The city guards spoke very softly, as if afraid of being overheard by others. The young master Ji you're talking about, is it Ji Xiao? Tomorrow is his wedding day? Jiang Yu suddenly had an idea. If he were to sleep with his fiancée on their wedding day tomorrow, and cuckold her, wouldn't Ji Xiao be furious? As soon as the thought arose, Jiang Yu quickly suppressed it. The risk was too high, so he could only proceed cautiously, taking it one step at a time. He didn't want to put himself in danger just to get revenge. I'll go check it out tomorrow. If there's an opportunity, I'll take action. If not, oh well. Yes, the news has already spread far and wide. Almost everyone in Jingyang City knows about it now. Is the Ji family very powerful in Jingyang City? How could your city lord actually agree to their words and send people to collect entry fees? Upon hearing this question, the city guard first looked around before whispering in an extremely low voice. The Ji family is one of the 3 major families in Jingyang City, and they are very powerful. The reason our city lord agreed to do this is because the bride he is marrying is our city lord's daughter. If the 2 families become one, the vast majority of this entrance fee will ultimately go to our city lord. Do you think our city lord agrees or not? Someone's coming. For the rest of your questions, young hero, you can go inside and ask someone. Okay. Jiang Yu took out a spatial bag, secretly slipped it into the city guard's pocket as he passed by, and then entered the city. Although he could find out this information after entering the city, Jiang Yu was not stingy in giving some benefits to the city guards who were so sensible and easy to talk to. Inside the spatial bag were 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yu's actions made the city guard's smile even brighter. He was just feeling a bit bored, and seeing that there wasn't much of a person behind Jiang Yu, he decided to share this information with him. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. I made a profit. Chapter 334 Jiang Yang. Young hero, is this your first time in Jingyang City? As soon as Jiang Yu entered the city, a man with shifty eyes and rat-like features came to greet him. Looking at the top of his head, he could see that he had rat ears. No wonder it looks so shifty-eyed, it turns out it's a rat spirit. How did you know? Young hero, I noticed you after you entered the city. You were looking around, which clearly indicates that you are not very familiar with Jingyang City. You're quite observant, Jiang Yu said without denying it. Young hero, would you like me to show you the way? I've lived in Jingyang City for decades and I know this place very well. Whatever you want to know, I can answer it for you. Young hero, I am also very familiar with Jingyang City. I know everything he knows. Choose me, young hero, and I will lead the way for you. Just then, a plain-looking fox-haired girl walked over. Third sister fox? What do you mean by this? The rat spirit's voice was full of anger. What do you mean? This handsome young hero hasn't made a choice yet? Why can't I try? Without turning her head, Fox third sister looked at Jiang Yu and continued. Young hero, I know what Rat Little Fourth knows, and I also know what Fox third sister knows. Besides, I am not like that rat spirit who would harm my employer. When did I ever agree to let you show me the way? Jiang Yu left behind these words and continued on his way, bypassing the 2 of them. Damn you, Fox third sister! You just wait! Little Rat glared at Fox third sister and turned to leave. In Xiaoxi's opinion, Jiang Yu had originally considered needing his help to lead the way, but chose to give up because of Hu San Yang's interference. Therefore, he blamed all of this on Hu San Yang. Ha! What can a little mouse do to me, Fox sister? Fox third sister's eyes were full of disdain, completely ignoring Rat Little Fourth's threat, and she turned to look for her next target. Jiang Yu walked a short distance inside, then randomly asked someone if there were any tea houses or restaurants nearby. When Jiang Yu asked the person, he was told that there was a tavern a kilometer or 2 ahead, so Jiang Yu quickly moved forward. To gather information, just ask anyone in a restaurant or tea house, and you'll get the gist of it. He even paid someone to guide him. He must be crazy to do that. The Yinkalai restaurant must be here. Jiang Yu stopped in front of a restaurant, looked up to confirm, and then stepped inside. Along the way, Jiang Yu kept checking the attributes of the passers-by, and then he discovered that those people's attributes were not as strong as he had imagined. Their attributes generally averaged between 50 and 80, with a small number exceeding 80, but almost none exceeding 120. Jiang Yu only saw 2 or 3 of them along the way. Jiang Yu was referring to their inherent attributes, not their equipment. After all, this is the core area of the old God Star. Jiang Yu originally thought that there were people everywhere with attributes exceeding 100. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. We offer food, drinks, and lodging here. May I ask whether you've come for a meal or a drink, sir? It was still early morning, and most of the people who came were there to eat and drink, not to stay overnight, so the waiter didn't ask Jiang Yu if he wanted to stay overnight. Wait a moment. Jiang Yu gestured and turned to look around. Jiang Yu's original intention was to find a person drinking alone, then walk towards him, drink with him, and then extract information from him. But as he scanned the area, he found a very interesting target. The target was also drinking alone, dressed as a man, but her fair skin and handsome face proved that she was a woman disguised as a man. It's so obvious that she's dressed as a man. This isn't like the TV shows or movies on Blue Star, or the kind of stories in Blue Star novels where they deliberately make it hard to recognize her. How could Jiang Yu not recognize her? Not only could he recognize her, but Jiang Yu also immediately realized that she was a woman disguised as a man. The fact that she was dressed as a man is not the key point, nor is the fact that she was drinking alone. The key point is that she is a member of the Ji family. Name, Jiang Yang. Race, human. Identity, daughter of the head of the Ji family in Jingyang City. Age, 28. Appearance, 96. Strength, 50, plus 25 plus 25 plus 15 plus 15. Constitution, 54, plus 25 plus 25 plus 15 plus 15. Agility, 55, plus 25 plus 25 plus 15 plus 15. Spirit, 60, plus 25 plus 25 plus 15 plus 15. Skills omitted. Loyalty, affection? Comment: you can't handle that arrogant Ji Jishu right now, but you can handle his sister, his twin sister. Ji Jixiao's twin sister, that's interesting. If you want to get revenge on Ji Jixiao, you can definitely find a way through Ji Yangyang. Ji Jixiao messed with him. She really messed with the wrong person. Why not say, fuck his sister, instead of, fuck his mother? Young master, may I sit here? Jiang Yu walked up to Ji Yangyang and sat down in front of her. Ji Yangyang is still disguised as a man, and Jiang Yu cannot afford to arouse her suspicion due to his own mistake. There are so many seats around here. Ji Yangyang frowned, about to refuse, but when she looked up, she was stunned by Jiang Yu's handsome, dashing, and imposing appearance. She changed her mind and said, please go ahead. My name is Jiang Yu. May I ask your name, sir? Just call me Brother Ji. Realizing that she was a woman disguised as a man, Ji Yangyang quickly changed her address after only saying half of her real name. Brother Ji, it's fate that we met. Let me toast you. Jiang Yu picked up the wine in front of her, filled his own glass, then filled hers, raised his glass in a toast, and drank it all in one gulp. Brother Jiang, you're too kind. Ji Yangyang also raised her cup and drank it all in one gulp. Brother Ji, you came to Yinkalai alone to drink alone. I just saw you looked very worried. Is something bothering you? Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry to ask about his own affairs. If he asked as soon as he sat down, the other person might get upset and leave. It's nothing to worry about. Ji Yangyang originally didn't want to answer, but seeing Jiang Yu's handsome face, she couldn't help but speak up. Brother Jiang, if you have the patience to listen, I can tell you briefly. I would like to hear the details. Here's what happened. I have a good friend. We've been friends since we were little, and we're very close. But recently, my good friend was forced into marriage by her family, and to a beast no less. My friend and that bastard's family are both very powerful. This wedding is going to take place tomorrow, and I've tried everything to stop it but to no avail. So I feel sorry for my friend. Unfortunately, her later life was ruined. At this point, Ji Yangyang didn't continue, saying she would just give a brief overview. Chapter 335 Running Away from the Bride? I have a friend? This sentence sounds so familiar. Usually, this kind of opening line refers to oneself. But considering that she was a woman disguised as a man, her identity, that she said she was getting married tomorrow, and that tomorrow was the day Ji Jixiao was getting married to the city lord's daughter, Jiang Yu suddenly had a guess in his heart. The good friend that Ji Yangyang mentioned was indeed her friend, namely the daughter of the city lord. Ji Yangyang grew up with the city lord's daughter, and as Ji Jixiao's younger sister, she knew her brother's character, which is why she felt sorry for her good friend. Brother Ji is referring to Ji Jixiao and the city lord's daughter. Both families are powerful and they are getting married tomorrow. They are the only ones I can think of. That's right, it's them. When Sherman is my good friend. I really can't bear to see her marry that beast Ji Jixiao, but I can't think of a way to stop it. As she spoke, Jiang poured herself a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. That's true. Jiang Yu also learned the name of the city lord's daughter, Wen. Even Jiang, Ji Jixiao's twin sister, speaks ill of Ji Jixiao, looks down on her, and is unwilling for Wen to marry into her family. It's clear that Ji Jixiao is indeed a despicable beast. Brother Ji, since you don't want to see your friend step into a pit of fire, haven't you thought about taking her away from the city lord's mansion? You mean running away from the wedding? Jiang was taken aback, her eyes brightening slightly as she rolled her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. You could say that. No, the city lord's mansion is heavily guarded. I can't even get into the city lord's mansion now, and she can't get out either. Even if I have an idea, I can't carry it out. Jiang's expression darkened again. Her words silenced Jiang Yu. No, I was just saying it offhand. You're really planning to elope with her? Jiang Yu was stunned. It was clear that the two sisters, who had grown up together and were not from the same father but different mothers, had an unusually close relationship. You want to stop your own brother from getting married and even try to elope with the bride? Unbelievable. Those who know you two are best friends, but those who don't might think you're a lesbian couple. After the wedding ceremony tomorrow, Ji Jixiao will face countless people toasting her, and the guards will inevitably relax their vigilance towards the bride. We might find a way to deal with that then. Since Jiang had this idea, Jiang Yu was determined to help her achieve it, since that little brat Ji Jixiao had offended him today, calling him a lowly commoner. If I don't sabotage that wedding tomorrow, I'll be letting him down, since he's always been on a winning streak. Brother Jiang, you are right. His previously dim eyes lit up again. After thinking about it carefully, Jiang realized that it was indeed true. Over the years, countless weddings have taken place in Jingyang City, and every time the groom and the guests have been forced to drink until they were half drunk. At that time, the guards on Wen will likely relax their vigilance, giving them a good chance to escape together. But where can one escape to after escaping? They are just two women. If they escape their family, they are likely to attract unnecessary trouble, and the consequences will probably not be good. Jiang was feeling quite annoyed and decided to put the matter aside for the time being. She raised a glass of wine to Jiang Yu and said, Brother Jiang, I'll drink this. You can drink as you like. Jiang Yu offered her a drink. Brother Jiang, let me leave my matter aside for now. You deliberately sat down in front of me just now, so you must have something else you want to ask me, right? Please feel free to ask me anything, and I will answer to the best of my knowledge. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Brother Ji. I just came to the core area from the outer area these past 2 days, and I don't know much about many things and places. Could you tell me about them? Brother Jiang, you've only been in from the outer area for 2 days? Jiang looked at Jiang Yu with disbelief. That's true. But I noticed that Brother Jiang's strength is no weaker than ours, is it? I got some good fortune and my strength improved quite quickly. I'm afraid it's not just a few opportunities, but a whole bunch of them. Jiang gave Jiang Yu a deep look. Since Brother Jiang wants to know about the core area, then I will tell you what I know. Where should we begin? Jiang pondered for a moment before continuing. Let's start with Jingyang City. There are 3 major families in Jingyang City, the Ji family, the Wen family of the city lord's mansion, and the Lu family. The reason why the Ji family and the Wen family are forming a marriage alliance is because the Lu family's strength has grown rapidly in recent times, and it has subtly surpassed the Wen family, seriously threatening the Wen family's position as city lord. Therefore, in order to deal with the Lu family, the Wen family decided to form a marriage alliance with the Ji family, preparing to take action against the Lu family. After introducing the relationship between the 3 major families in Jingyang City, Jiang began to introduce the other forces in Jingyang City. Brother Ji, what is the highest grade of items sold directly in Jingyang City? After Jiang finished her introduction, Jiang Yu asked what the highest grade of goods sold in Jingyang City were. The highest level of items sold directly is mythic, and occasionally 1 or 2 moonlight level items will appear. As for items of the sunbeam or world level, they have long been divided up by those reclusive families or have appeared in better cities. They are unlikely to appear in a small city like Jingyang City. In our Xiandian domain, the best city is located in the center of the domain, called White Tiger City. I've heard that the city lord is a genuine white tiger divine beast, but I can't be sure if that's true or not. However, according to reliable sources, an immortal level item appeared in White Tiger City, which caused a sensation throughout the entire Xiantian domain. So, Brother Jiang, if you have the chance in the future, you can visit White Tiger City. There must be very few things in Xinjiang City that can improve one's strength, right? If there were enough things to improve strength, then the strength of everyone in the core area shouldn't be so low. Brother Jiang, isn't that obvious? Not to mention the entire core area, just the Xiantian domain alone has a population of tens of billions. How can those rare and precious materials for improving strength be enough to go around? Jiang answered without even thinking. You just mentioned White Tiger City. I've heard that every city in the Xiantian domain has a teleportation array. So, there should also be a teleportation array between Xinjiang City and White Tiger City, right? Yes, there is, but it costs 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for one person to teleport, and 20,000 high-grade spirit stones for a round trip. Unless it's an emergency, who would be willing to spend such a huge sum of money to teleport? 20,000 high-grade spirit stones for a round trip is indeed expensive. Not to mention others, even Jiang Yu was reluctant to spend so much money to teleport to White Tiger City. Brother Ji, is the Xiantian domain very large? If we don't use the teleportation array, will it take a long time to get to White Tiger City? Very, very large. Jiang nodded firmly. Brother Jiang, do you think there is land throughout the Xiantian domain? Isn't that so? Of course not. The Xiantian domain is formed by hundreds of scattered landmasses. These hundreds of landmasses are all very large in area and are far apart. Some landmasses are tens of thousands of meters apart. The White Tiger City I just mentioned is 3.54 million kilometers away from our Xinjiang City, separated by several landmasses and the void. Chapter 336, Taking the Initiative to Help. 3.54 million kilometers, even if Penglai Island is measured at 5,000 kilometers per hour, it would still take about a month, which is ridiculously far. The problem is that the speed at Penglai Island is not even 5,000 kilometers per hour, so it will take even longer. However, Jiang Yu is not considering going to White Tiger City for the time being. The place he is considering going to now is the Sea of Light in the northern part of the Xiantian domain. Brother Ji, which direction is this place located in the Xiantian domain, east, west, south, or north? Northern part. Jiang Yu was overjoyed by Jiang's words. Brother Ji, have you ever heard of the Sea of Light? Of course I'll listen to you. Brother Jiang, do you wish to go to the Sea of Light? I need to go there for something. Brother Jiang is really lucky, because the Sea of Light is not too far from our Xinjiang City, only 40,000 to 50,000 kilometers away. If we fly there in a spaceship, it will only take 1 or 2 days. That's really lucky. Brother Ji, could you please tell me the location in detail? Jiang Yu had no other ideas. The Sea of Light was so close to here. After disrupting Ji Xiao's wedding tomorrow, they could set off for the Sea of Light. No problem. Jiang then gave Jiang Yu a coordinate and added a reminder. If Brother Jiang is going there because of the previous rumors, I advise you not to go, so as not to make a wasted trip. Brother Ji, are you referring to the rumor that a treasure was buried when it flowed out of the Sea of Light? Brother Jiang, you're also aware of this rumor? I've heard about it from others, but I don't know much about it. Yes, that's exactly the rumor I was referring to. If Brother Jiang were to leave because of it, there would be absolutely no need for him to do so. Brother Ji, you're overthinking it. That's not why I went there. My purpose in going to the Sea of Light is to find someone. Brother Jiang, you can tell me who you're looking for. Maybe I've heard of them. Yu Xianin. Yu Xianin? Jiang pondered for a long time, then shook her head. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, I've never heard of this person. It's alright. I'll go look for it when the time comes. Anyway, I'm new to the core area and don't know where to go yet. I'll try my luck at the Sea of Light. If I can find it, great. If not, it's fine. It won't waste much time. Brother Jiang, if I successfully bring Sherman out tomorrow, could I go with you to the Sea of Light? Jiang had a sudden inspiration. If she really does that tomorrow, and takes her best friend Wen Sherman to elope with her, perhaps it would be a good choice to run away to the sea of light with the person in front of her to avoid the limelight. Brother Jiang is so handsome, he doesn't look like a bad guy at all. Are you really planning to do this? Aren't you afraid of incurring retaliation from the 1G families? By the way, Brother G, you also have the surname G, so you wouldn't happen to be a member of the G family, would you? Jiang Yu feigned shock. Haha, of course I can't be a member of the G family. Jiang Yang's face showed a hint of unease. As for the revenge from the 1G families, I'm definitely afraid, but in order to prevent Sherman from jumping into a fire pit, I will save her no matter how afraid I am. Holy crap! Could these two really be a lesbian couple? Jiang Yu became increasingly suspicious. If they really have this kind of relationship, then taking them to Penglai Island would be like fish entering the sea and birds soaring into the sky, free from the constraints of cages and nets. You say when Sherman is your good friend, but have you asked her what she thinks? Do you know what she's thinking? For the sake of a successful marriage between the two families, she might be willing to sacrifice her own happiness? Impossible! Jiang Yu had barely finished speaking when Jiang denied it with absolute certainty. Brother Jiang, you don't understand the Wen family. The Wen family is notorious for favoring sons over daughters. Sherman and her mother didn't have an easy time in the Wen family at all. If Sherman weren't the daughter of the Wen family patriarch, and thus not intended for a marriage alliance, she would have been sold off by her father long ago. This kind of situation is not uncommon in the Wen family. Over the years, 9 out of 10 direct descendants of the Wen family have been used for marriage alliances. Calling it a marriage alliance is practically the same as being sold off. Therefore, the women of the Wen family's descendants mostly harbor hatred towards the Wen family. Therefore, if I could rescue Sherman, I would be more than happy to do so. How could I possibly disagree? After listening to Jiang words, even Jiang Yu, who had seen a lot of the world, couldn't help but scratch his head. This Wen family is hopeless. They've sold all the women in the family. Aren't they afraid that some powerful figure might appear one day and wipe out the entire family? You just said that when Sherman and her mother are having a hard time. Have you thought about what will happen to her mother after you take her away? Jiang Yu's question silenced Jiang. Yes, Sherman was taken away by her. What will happen to her mother? Won't her mother's life be even more difficult then? Ahem, actually I can help you. At this moment, Jiang Yu finally revealed his fangs. Really? Jiang looked up sharply, staring at Jiang Yu in disbelief. It's true, of course, but I'm worried I've mistaken someone else for someone else. You have to answer me first. What does Wen Shimon's mother look like? And is she also willing to escape? Nonsense. Her mother would naturally be willing to take her daughter with her to escape the Wen family. After looking around, Jiang stood up and whispered in Jiang Yu's ear. Brother Jiang, you don't know, but ever since Sherman's mother got pregnant, the head of the Wen family has been unable to get an erection for some reason, and has become extremely irritable. This is one of the reasons why Sherman and her mother have had a hard time since then. Losing his sexual ability, he became irritable and unable to enjoy the company of so many beautiful women in his family. His mentality became distorted, and he would beat and scold Sherman and her daughter at the drop of a hat. Another reason, as I just mentioned, is that the Wen family favors sons over daughters. If Sherman were a boy, their lives would be infinitely better. This is what Sherman's mother looks like. Jiang took out a portrait. The woman in the portrait was extremely beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, and her figure was incredibly voluptuous. This is what Wen Shimon's mother looks like. Is Jiang Zhong really willing to help us? Jiang didn't ask him how he could help. Although she didn't really believe Jiang Yu could do it, she didn't offer to help either. Is it reasonable for someone to offer to help but then question their abilities? Furthermore, the person before us must possess some extraordinary abilities to have raised their strength to this level in the outer region. I'll give it a try, but I have to attend a wedding tomorrow. If I'm not even eligible to attend a wedding, then helping out is just nonsense. I have a way to do that. You just mentioned that when Sherman and her daughter aren't having a good time in the Wen family. Will her mother come to the wedding tomorrow? Brother Jiang, there's no need to worry about that. No matter how unpopular a daughter's mother is, she won't be denied the right to attend her daughter's wedding. Brother Ji, do you really have a way to get me into the wedding venue? Brother Jiang, you can rest assured. Actually, I have another identity. Brother Jiang, come with me, let's find a safe place to talk. Following closely behind, Jiang found the waiter, booked a room with him, and then led Jiang Yu upstairs to the room. Chapter 337 Jiang reveals her identity. Brother Jiang, my real identity is Jiang, the daughter of the current head of the Ji family, and also the twin sister of that beast Ji Jixia. What? Brother Ji, aren't you a man? Jiang Yu's face showed an exaggerated expression. He felt his acting skills deserved a perfect score of 100. Jiang saw Jiang Yu's reaction and was very satisfied. Humph, the other party reacted so strongly, which shows that her cross-dressing skills are excellent. If she doesn't take the initiative to tell him, the other person might remain completely in the dark. Thinking of this, Jiang couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. No, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I disguised myself as a man before coming out. Jiang was very proud of herself, believing that Jiang Yu really didn't realize she was disguised as a man. I see. Who did you say you were? Jiang? The princess of the Ji family? Jiang Yu had a look of sudden realization on his face. He felt that he could easily win the Oscar for Best Actor right now. Yeah, you didn't expect that, did you? I really didn't expect that. Jiang Yu deliberately remained silent for a while, making Jiang think that he was processing the shock of her voluntary exposure before asking in an uncertain tone. Ji Jixio is your own brother? Do you really want to ruin his wedding? Of course, a scourge like him, a beast, doesn't deserve to marry my good friend Sherman, Jiang said without a second's hesitation. Did he do something to you? Why do you hate him so much? Jiang Yu noticed that every time he mentioned Ji Jixio, the disgust and disdain in Jiang's eyes were genuine and undeniable. Because he had a terrible temper from childhood to adulthood, he often beat and scolded his subordinates, and some of them were even beaten to death. She would make a huge fuss and even attack her mother if she was only slightly reprimanded. The man would only show up after things got really bad. Every time he appeared, he always sided with that beast and never punished him. On the contrary, he would always scold my mother, saying that the child is just playing around. Can't you, as a mother, be more understanding and protective? Do you need to punish your own son for those lowly slaves? After several attempts, my mother simply stopped paying attention to that beast, and under that man's protection, he gradually developed a lawless personality. He frequently bullies men and women, committing all sorts of evil deeds. Calling him a beast would be an understatement. No wonder Jiang gets so angry every time Ji Jixio is mentioned, so that's what happened. Judging from this, it's not just Kojima who's a beast, but also his father. In this way, Jiang Yu would have no psychological burden regarding tomorrow's operation. What about the Ji family? That's your family. Aren't you afraid that by deliberately ruining the wedding, the entire Ji family will be hated by the Wen family? Don't worry, the Ji family is not weak either, and the Wen family wouldn't dare to make a move easily. Not to mention, the Lu family and the Wen family are sworn enemies and there is no possibility of an alliance. If they dare to make a move, they would only be giving the Lu family a free ride. Furthermore, given the current situation in Xinjiang City, a three-way division is the best outcome. If the Lu family is truly wiped out by their combined forces, how could the Ji family, under that man's control, possibly be a match for the Wen family? They'd likely be destroyed by the Wen family much earlier than expected. Jiang Yu agreed with Jiang's words. If the Ji family patriarch is truly as Jiang said, then maintaining the status quo is indeed the best course of action. Doesn't this mean that his attempt to disrupt the wedding tomorrow will actually help the Ji family? Damn it, he had no choice but to take action just to vent his anger from that morning. Fine, I'll help them out. I'll collect interest first, for example, from Jiang, Wen Sherman, and their mothers. Consider this as interest for tomorrow's transaction. We'll calculate the rest later. You're the head of the Ji family, right? I've already helped your Ji family, so it's reasonable for me to use your wife, daughter, and son's wife, isn't it? I understand. I'll definitely help you with this. Jiang Yu didn't ask Jiang how she got him into the wedding venue. She had already revealed her identity, so why did he need to ask? He followed Jiang inside. Who would dare stop him? Great! With you joining us, tomorrow's operation should go much more smoothly. The two then secretly plotted their plans for tomorrow for quite some time. Jiang has decided that, if possible, she will try to bring her mother along tomorrow. Although her mother and father maintained a good relationship on the surface, Jiang knew that they slept in separate rooms in private and had virtually no relationship with each other. If my plan can be perfectly executed tomorrow, wouldn't leaving my mother behind be harming her? This is something Jiang cannot accept. After the secret plot was finished, Jiang Yu continued to ask the questions he hadn't finished asking earlier. Yang, are there any items or blueprints for accelerators for sale in the city? The kind used to speed up spaceships and islands. After Jiang revealed her identity, the title, Brother Ji, could no longer be used, so she was addressed as Yang instead. When Jiang first heard this title, she felt a little awkward at first, but she did not deny it. I don't pay much attention to this, and I'm not sure about it either. Young Master Jiang, you can go and take a look at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the Myriad Demons Chamber of Commerce, and the Sun and Moon Chamber of Commerce later. Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? 10,000 Demons Chamber of Commerce? Sun and Moon Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Yu was surprised to find that these three chambers of commerce also existed in the core area. Did he know that there were also three chambers of commerce in Yuhai City, which was located in the outer region? Yang, could you tell me about these three chambers of commerce? These three chambers of commerce are among the three major chambers of commerce on the Old God Star, and they are almost ubiquitous throughout the core area. You could say that no matter which city you go to, young Master Jiang, you will see the presence of these three chambers of commerce. The core members of the Wanyao Chamber of Commerce are mostly people of the demon race. Besides these three guilds, young Master Jiang, you can also remember the Demon Heaven Merchant Guild, the Buddha Merchant Guild, the 100 Ghosts Merchant Guild, and so on. These places associated with demons, Buddhas, ghosts, and monsters are generally run by demons, monks, ghosts, or monsters, and the goods inside are mostly items corresponding to those demons. For example, goods sold by demons are mostly for demonic cultivators, while goods sold by monks are mostly for Buddhist cultivators, and so on. Since it was all just an introduction anyway, Jiang also introduced other important chambers of commerce to Jiang Yu. Whether you'll actually use it or not is another matter, just understand it first, and you might find it useful in the future. Could Yang continue to tell me about everything within the core area? The introduction just now was less than halfway complete. Jiang Yu believed that she knew much more. Young Master Jiang, if you are willing to help me escape with Sherman, this small matter is naturally no problem. Afterwards, Jiang continued to introduce the core area to Jiang Yu. That's about all I know. I don't know anything more. An hour later, Jiang told Jiang Yu everything she knew, giving him a deeper understanding of the core area. Chapter 338 Reselling. That's enough. Yang, you've told me so much, and I'm very satisfied with what you've learned at once. I'm very grateful to you. Tomorrow, after we successfully escape Xinjiang City, we can slowly learn about the rest. Young Master Jiang, let me show you around Xinjiang City next, and we can see if we can find any accelerator items or blueprints that you need. Then I'll have to trouble you. No trouble at all, I have nothing to do today anyway. The nearest place is the Myriad Demon Merchant Guild, let's go there first. You're a local, so we'll listen to you. Then, Jiang Yu and Jiang left the restaurant and headed towards the Wanyao Chamber of Commerce. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and Jiang Yu and Jiang stopped in front of a magnificent Chamber of Commerce gate. The maids guarding the guild were all animal-eared girls, including cats, dogs, foxes, and rabbits. They were also quite pretty and had decent figures, better looking than those in Cloudsea City. Welcome to the Myriad Demons Merchant Guild guests. Would you like us to accompany you and introduce you to the guild's products? Several maids greeted them. No need, we can just wander around on our own. Jiang refused without hesitation. Okay, please call us if you need anything. After leaving these words, the maids returned to their original positions. Let's go. Jiang was the first to enter the Wanyao Chamber of Commerce, followed closely by Jiang Yu. As soon as Jiang Yu stepped into the first floor of the Chamber of Commerce, a dense array of red and gold lights entered his eyes. So many demon cores? Jiang Yu glanced around and saw high-level red and gold demon cores of various attributes. As expected of a merchant guild run by the demon race, they have a lot of demon cores. Looking around, Jiang Yu was certain that the items on the 7th floor and above were all demon cores, while the remaining 3 floors contained other rare and precious materials. Those are all demon cores. The non-demon core products are over here. Jiang pulled Jiang Yu aside. Time-space stone, red; azure spirit flower, red; frost grass, red; Remania essence, red; earth spirit elixir, gold; primordial stone, gold; blood spirit grass, gold; soul infant grass, gold. One after another, red and gold quality rare and precious materials flashed past Jiang Yu. There were many kinds and quantities of items, but most of them could only be used for alchemy, weapon crafting, building construction, array formation, and auxiliary cultivation. Jiang Yu didn't see a single item that could be directly used to improve his strength. There were absolutely no fruits like the ascension fruit or the spirit mixture fruit. There are also no items that affect buildings, such as ascension tokens and random upgrade scrolls. What? Jiang Yu exclaimed, realizing he'd been tricked. It turns out that these kinds of items are so rare in the core area. There are ascension tokens being auctioned in the outer areas, but not a single one has been seen in the core area. After reflecting on the situation, Jiang Yu basically understood what had happened. Items like ascension tokens, ascension fruits, and mixed spirit fruits have always been awarded directly by the system or obtained from treasure chests. This led him to believe that these items were not rare and that they were found everywhere in the core area. But only now does Jiang Yu realize that it's not true at all. In the core area, these kinds of items are ridiculously rare. The reason they are so rare is because there are too many people in the core areas. Coupled with the high population density and massive demand, it's no wonder there's a shortage. Different demand levels result in different purchase prices. Of course, it's not just about demand, but also the number of spirit stones. People in the core area have too many spirit stones, so the prices of items are naturally higher. People in the outer area don't have many spirit stones, so the prices of items are too high for others to afford. For example, if the Ascension Spirit were sold in the outer areas, it would probably only fetch 1 or 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Let's say it costs 200 high-grade spirit stones. That's the most they'd be willing to spend. If you put it in the core area, you probably couldn't buy it even for thousands of high-grade spirit stones. That's the difference. So, even though I own the Ascension Fruit Tree, I'm still rich! Suddenly, he seemed to have become a rich man? The Immortal Ascension Fruit Tree bears dozens of Immortal Ascension fruits at a time. If he is willing to sell them, he can easily earn hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yu had just asked Jiang about the price of the Ascension Fruit, and Jiang's answer was, it averages over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The Ascension Fruit, which is worth less than 1,000 high-grade spirit stones in the outer area, is worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones in the core area. Who the hell would have thought that? Jiang Yu now understands even more clearly how much the previous system had taken care of them, the survivors. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given them all sorts of fruits that could directly improve their strength, or provided them with all sorts of outrageous building blueprints. Once you get to the core area, you'll understand the true value of the Ascension Fruit, the Spirit Mixing Fruit, and the Blood Restoration Fruit. Isn't that amazing? Young Master Jiang, isn't there anyone you find appealing? Seeing that Jiang Yu kept picking and choosing without making a decision, Jiang couldn't help but ask. The first floor is full of epic and legendary items, so the second floor should have mythical items, right? Jiang Yu wanted to put all the items he had handled into his backpack, but noticing that someone was watching him, he decided not to do so. If they dared to let you choose like this, they must be absolutely certain they could spot the thief. Jiang Yu figured he'd better not be reckless. Yes, the items on the second floor are mostly mythic level, and occasionally there are moonlight level items. There are no special requirements to go up to the second floor, right? It's not needed on the second floor, only on the third floor and above. Let's go up to the second floor and take a look. Jiang Yu and Jiang went up to the second floor. Many of the items on the first floor are also sold in the trading house, but at prices many times cheaper. Jiang Yu felt that he didn't need to waste spirit stones on these items on the first floor. After a while, when more survivors arrive at the core area, other types of items will naturally become more abundant and cheaper. Wait a minute, many of the items on the first floor are sold at the trading house, and at a lower price. Could he take the opportunity to resell them? Buy all the useful red and gold items from the trading post, then resell them to these merchant guilds at a higher price. Jiang Yu was confident they would agree as long as the price was lower than what they were selling for. That way, he can definitely make a fortune. This idea has great potential. We need to implement this quickly. Jiang Yu remembers that Xiao Fan started coming to the core area today, and it will take another day or two to travel to the Xiantian domain after arriving here. They only gave him 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days is more than enough. With so many people helping out on Panlai Island, it can be done in 2 or 3 hours. Next, Jiang Yu opened the Panlai Island group chat and sent them a message. Send them to buy up gold and colored items at the trading houses and auction houses. Tell them not to be stingy. As long as the listing and auction prices don't exceed twice the usual amount, buy them all. After buying them, he categorized them and put them into 2 or 3 spatial rings. After sweeping through and packing them up, he put the spatial rings back into his backpack. Then, Jiang Yu could take out the spatial rings from his backpack. You guessed it, even if the spatial ring contains items, it can still be retrieved into the backpack. However, this way, each ring will take up 1 space. Chapter 339 Time Space Accelerator. The second floor of the Wanyao Chamber of Commerce. Upon reaching the second floor, Jiang Yu first looked around to get a general overview. It was then discovered that the goods on the second floor were similar to those in the first place, with most being mythical level demon cores and only a small portion being other mythical level items. Young Master Jiang, here are 2 blueprints. Come and see if there's anything you need. Jiang beckoned to Jiang Yu. In front of her were 2 rolled-up sheets of paper. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Yu went over to take a look and first opened the drawing closest to him. Resurrection Pool Construction Blueprint. Color a building that brings the deceased back to life. Careful consideration is required before construction. After the resurrection pool is built. The Resurrection Pool Construction Blueprint is a good item, but the price is too high. Priced at a whopping 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, Jiang Yu pondered for a moment but decided not to buy it. Because he lacks resurrection stones, he still has a Resurrection Pool Construction Blueprint in his backpack that he hasn't used yet, and he won't need it for a while after buying it. The real reason is that the price is too high. In the outer area, it would probably only cost 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, but in the core area, the price is 10 times higher. No wonder Jiang Yu is reluctant to buy it. Close this drawing, put it back, and pick up another drawing. Space-Time Accelerator Composite Blueprint. Color. This accelerator can be expanded on spaceships and islands. After the expansion, the speed of spaceships and islands was increased. The expansion on the spacecraft increased its speed by up to 6,000 km per hour. Expanding on the island increases the island's travel speed by up to 3,000 km per hour. During travel, the space-time accelerator will protect the spaceship hull and the island itself from any damage caused by acceleration. Resources required for synthesis: 200 time stones, red, 20 primordial stones, gold, 50 immaculate energy crystals, gold, 50 mythical basic raw materials, rainbow, 1 celestial crystal, rainbow. Note 1. Space-time accelerators have special characteristics. Only 1 is effective per island and per spaceship. Even if 2 are built on the same island, only 1 will be effective. Note 2. The space-time accelerator is an independent accelerator and is not affected by other speed boosts on the island or the spaceship. Isn't this the accelerator he's been longing for? Although it has no other use besides the speed-up function, this alone is enough. With such a large area as Panlai Island, the accelerator can still accelerate up to 3,000 km per hour. That's incredibly awesome. Adding this speed to the original speed of Panlai Island, which is 2,000 km per hour, the speed of Panlai Island after expansion can directly reach 5,000 km per hour. At 5,000 km per hour, 1 night is enough to reach the Sea of Light. Even if you go to the so-called White Tiger City, you can arrive in about 10 days. As for the resources needed for crafting, there are enough in my backpack. Let alone 1, even 2 or 3, Jiang Yu can synthesize them. What excited Jiang Yu the most was that the notes at the end of the blueprints did not say that each blueprint could only be combined into one accelerator. This means that only he has enough resources to install such an accelerator not only on the island, but also on all the spaceships. It doesn't matter if it's unaffected by other items on the island or the spaceship. Simply accelerating the island by 3,000 km per hour and the spaceship by 6,000 km per hour is enough. It'll be enough for Jiang Yu to use for a very long time. Young Master Jiang, have you taken a fancy to this blueprint? Yes, with this accelerator, we'll be able to escape much faster. It's good that you have what you want. This blueprint costs 25,000 high-grade spirit stones. Young Master Jiang, do you have enough spirit stones? If not, I can help you buy it as a way of repaying you for your help. Isn't this inappropriate? Jiang Yu deliberately showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. There's nothing wrong with it. You've done me such a big favor tomorrow, so these spirit stones are nothing, Jiang Yu said, suppressing her heartache. Despite feeling heartbroken and reluctant inside, one must pretend not to care on the surface. 25,000 high-grade spirit stones, directly spending half of the spirit stones he had painstakingly accumulated over the past few years. However, in order to escape smoothly tomorrow, I have to be willing to do it, no matter how painful it is. Thank you very much. Jiang Yu found the fleeting hint of heartache in her eyes amusing, but he didn't refuse. Refuse? Impossible to refuse. Only a fool would refuse if someone offered to pay the bill. Jiang Yu made up her mind and readily found someone to pay the bill. This blueprint has been paid for, young Master Jiang can put it away now. The purchased blueprints for the space-time accelerator were handed to Jiang Yu. Thank you. I promise you won't be disappointed tomorrow. As he spoke, Jiang Yu put away the blueprints and sent a message in the Panhwaedit Island group chat, asking them to take out the blueprints and combine them into a space-time accelerator to be installed on Panhwaedit Island. As for Xiaoyi and Xiaoyin from the interstellar shuttle, Jiang Yu is not in a hurry to install them. Being in the core area, one might encounter blueprints for mythical or lunar-class spaceships someday. At that time, one can synthesize better spaceships for use, and it won't be too late to install accelerators. After putting away the blueprints for the space-time accelerator, Jiang Yu examined the other colored items. Immortal Crystal, colored, Resurrection Stone, colored, Mythical Grade Basic Raw Material 9 Heavens Mystic Iron, colored. Damn it, these are all rare resources that can be used to upgrade the island and build structures. I freaking want them all. Especially resources like Immortal Crystals, Mythical Grade Basic Raw Materials, and Mythical Grade Demon Cores, which are used for island upgrades. I really want to have a free purchase where I can come and go as I please. Seeing the watchful eyes of the maids and guards, Jiang Yu ultimately suppressed his idea of buying for free. Buying something for free is easy, but escaping alive is hard. It seems there is a way. Jiang Yu suddenly thought of his virtual interface sharing function. If he were to capture a slave one day, give him the backpack function alone, and then capture his family to threaten him, he would be fine. If you want your family to live, that's fine too. Just retrieve the goods from the merchant guild and put them back in your backpack. If you manage to leave alive, you'll not only live, but you'll also receive a great reward. This method might actually work. We can take all the items out of the backpack before taking action, so we won't have to worry about him turning against us. The method is despicable, but it is indeed a good one. Jiang Yu knew it would be easier to use the maids from Panhwaedit Island, but he wasn't heartless or a scoundrel to that extent. Jiang Yu wouldn't do something like deliberately sending his own people to their deaths just to gain resources. Although they were recruited, they were all living, breathing people with their own ideas, beautiful, and 100% loyal. Sending them to their deaths? That's worse than a beast. In a few days, when I have some free time, I'll capture some slaves and then figure out a way to let him try it out again. Jiang Yu suppressed his thoughts for the time being and reluctantly left the 10,000 Demons Merchant Guild with Jiang Yu. Chapter 340 The Key to the Starry Sky, Mysterious Fragments. If the prices of goods in the core area are the same as those in the outer areas, Jiang Yu will definitely buy some. But now their prices are generally at least 10 times higher than those in the surrounding areas, so forget it, his wallet can't afford to spend that much now. After leaving the Wanyao Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yang headed to the next major Chamber of Commerce, the Ryu Chamber of Commerce. The Sun and Moon Merchant Guild differs from the Myriad Demon Merchant Guild. The Sun and Moon Merchant Guild has very few demon cores. Most of its items are materials needed for alchemy, weapon crafting, and construction. However, it shares one thing in common with the Wanyao Merchant Guild: the goods in the guild are primarily intended for the native inhabitants. After purchasing several suitable items from the Sun and Moon Merchant Guild, Jiang Yu finally headed to the Four Seas Merchant Guild. The Sea Chamber of Commerce is still the same Sea Chamber of Commerce. The maids inside are dawdling while introducing the products, implying that there are other services available. Now Jiang Yu understood. No wonder the maids of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in Yuhai City were so flirtatious and eager to make more money. It turned out they were all from the same lineage. This is the prevailing atmosphere among chambers of commerce in the core areas. It's hard for it not to be the case in the outer areas. Upon entering the Sea Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Yu first took a stroll around the first floor and discovered that the goods offered by the Sea Chamber of Commerce were basically the same as those of the Ryu Chamber of Commerce. If you insist on finding a difference, it's that the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has some rare and precious materials that the Sun and Moon Chamber of Commerce doesn't, and vice versa. After purchasing some necessary items on the first floor, Jiang Yu got up and went up to the second floor. As soon as Jiang Yu stepped onto the second floor, his eyes were immediately drawn to a key-shaped object. It shouldn't be described as key-shaped, because it is originally a key. The purpose of a colorful key is self-evident. Has Lu Qin finally started opening the Moonlight treasure chest she received a few days ago due to the island upgrade? I picked up the key and took a look. Starry Sky Key, colorful, a special key containing the power of the stars. It is often used to open Moonlight chests, and can also open colored chests and diamond chests. Consuming one Starry Sky Key allows you to open a Moonlit treasure chest. Consuming one Star Key allows you to open 5 colorful treasure chests. Consuming one Star Key allows you to open 20 diamond chests. Star Keys used to open diamond chests, and colored chests cannot be used to open Moonlight chests. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yu automatically ignored the diamond treasure chest and the colored treasure chest that followed. Who would be so bored as to use a colorful Starry Sky Key to open a diamond treasure chest and a colorful treasure chest? What's the difference between using such a precious key to open diamond and colorful treasure chests and feeding golden pills to dogs? You have the Moonlit treasure chest? Seeing that Jiang Yu's gaze was fixed on the Starry Sky Key, Jiang couldn't help but ask. You noticed? Nonsense, ever since we went up to the second floor, your eyes haven't left that Starry Sky Key. Only a fool wouldn't notice, right? Jiang rolled her eyes, thinking that Jiang Yu's question was an insult to her. Does she look like someone who has no brains? Speaking of treasure chests like Moon's Radiance and Sun's Glow, do they spawn on the mainland of the Xiantian domain? Yes. But the amount is ridiculously small. For example, in our Xinjiang city, as far back as I can remember, there are probably only about 1,000 people who have managed to find treasure chests in the wild. Of these 1,000 people, the vast majority received the Moonlit treasure chest, while only about 100 were lucky enough to receive the Sunlit treasure chest. Our Xinjiang city has millions of people, and in the past 20 years, we have been constantly going out to search for treasures, but only 1,000 people have obtained Moonlight and Sunlight treasure chests. This shows how rare these treasure chests are. You're asking this because you're planning to go treasure hunting, aren't you? I did have that thought just now, but after what you said, I've stopped myself from thinking about it. Jiang Yu was not lying. Just now, he had indeed considered having Xena and the others pilot Panlai Island into the Xiantian domain. Panlai Island has a time-space accelerator, so the travel speed is fast enough. Even if someone targets you and you can't beat them, you probably won't be able to catch up either, so there's not much to worry about. After Jiang said that millions of people had only managed to find 1,000 or so Moonlight and Sunlight treasure chests in 20 years, Jiang Yu instantly lost all hope. However, we can still call them over. There's no need to summon Xinjiang City. I was planning to set off for the Sea of Light tomorrow after disrupting the wedding. Jiang Yu could have them drive Panlai Island directly to the Sea of Light, or find a place to wait between Xinjiang City and the Sea of Light. In this way, we can meet up with them when we head to the Sea of Light tomorrow. There are many uninhabited areas in the Xiantian domain, and they are quite large, so there is no need to worry about not having a suitable place to hide and wait. After communicating with Xena, Jiang Yu refocused his attention. Yang, here are 15,000 high-grade spirit stones. Go and buy the starry sky key for me. I'll see if there are any other items worth buying. Jiang Yu took out a spatial ring and handed it to Jiang. He had just checked the price of the starry sky key. It costs 15,000 high-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yu is heartbroken that even a single key costs so much. It's not that he's a miser who's too stingy. It's just that he's terrified of being poor. I don't want to spend money recklessly. But after finally finding a colored key that can open the moonlight treasure chest, I can't just not spend the money. No problem. Jiang took the spatial ring, picked up the starry sky key, and asked the maid to settle the bill. Mythical grade basic raw materials, mythical grade demon cores, mythical grade energy crystals, immortal crystals, and resurrection stones. One colorful item after another flashed through Jiang Yu's eyes. He wanted them all. During this time, Jiang had already completed the transaction with the maid and bought the starry sky key. The scene wasn't right, so Jiang Yu didn't take out the moonlit treasure chest and open it immediately. He planned to wait until he left the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce or found a relatively quiet place before opening it. Huh! What's this? As Jiang Yu looked around, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an unknown fragment, the materials of which were also unknown. Nameless fragment? There are 7 fragments in total. Collecting them may allow you to synthesize a priceless treasure. The fragment was entirely black, but what attracted Jiang Yu was not its color, but rather that it was different from the other items on the second floor. Other items have a faint flowing color around them, but this black fragment has no flowing color around it. This is clearly not right. Looking at its description, something seemed even more off. Although I don't know what this fragment is, just by reading its description, I know it's a good thing. Even though the indigenous people couldn't see the hints, they could roughly estimate its value and knew it was a treasure. They threw it on the second floor to sell it. That's quite impressive. Look at its price, it sells for 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, decided to ignore it all and buy it. You want to buy this fragment? Jiang looked at Jiang Yu in shock. Right. It costs 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you still want to buy it? I want to buy it. Are you crazy? And didn't you just come from the outer region? Where did you get so many spirit stones? The high-grade spirit stones I earned in the outer areas are mostly used up, and now most of what I have left are low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 341 Acquisition. Low-grade spirit stones, then you'll probably have to spend another 10 or 20% of those spirit stones to buy it. There's nothing we can do about it. Jiang Yu took the nameless fragment to pay the fee. Because he paid with low-grade spirit stones, he ended up paying more than 10% more spirit stones. It cost 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, but ultimately 340 million low-grade spirit stones to acquire it. No discounts were available. In their words, the membership he gained at the Yuhai City Sihai Chamber of Commerce was limited to the outer areas. Memberships in the outer areas are not shared with those in the core areas. To become a member in the core area, you need to spend more spirit stones. Xena, Master, all the red and gold items from the trading house and auction house have been purchased and organized. They are in those 3 separate space rings, each occupying 1 compartment. Not long after Jiang Yu bought the nameless fragment, Xena sent him a message. Jiang Yu, thank you for your hard work. Xena, it's not hard work, as long as I can help my master. Jiang Yu pats head. God knows how much of a sensation happened on the World Channel during this time. Jiang Yu made another move, aggressively acquiring various red and gold items, sparking much speculation among the public. The price was more than 2 or 3 times higher, and it was snapped up instantly. It was hard for anyone not to think about it. Jiang Yu's big move has made the World Channel lively once again. Some people are wildly speculating about why Jiang Yu bought so many red and gold items. Some people say that the core area has a high demand for resources, and the big boss is lacking these 2 levels of resources. Some people say that the top players obtain a synthesizer in the core area, which can combine items of 2 different levels into items of a higher level. Some people say that items in the core area are definitely more expensive, and that the big shots are making money by reselling. Some people say that the core area mostly contains items of moonlight grade or higher. Items like red and gold can no longer be considered high quality. Rather, they are rare and can fetch high prices in the core area. There are still people. In short, various speculations have emerged. Regardless of the guess, everyone understood one thing: the red and gold quality items they possessed were far more valuable than they had imagined. Otherwise, the big shots wouldn't be buying up items of these two levels so aggressively. This resulted in the complete removal of all gold and red level items from the shelves. They decided to figure it out before putting it on the shelves. As for how to figure it out, some people directly asked Jiang Yu, the big boss. Jiang Yu did not answer, which was entirely expected by everyone. That's normal. If they could really make a fortune from this, they wouldn't respond. Morally blackmailing a powerful figure? Given the figure's strength, no one dares to do that. Those who do are basically all dead. Those who are still alive, however, dare not take the lead in doing so. Given that the big boss has already given them enough hints during this period, they feel embarrassed to morally blackmail him. Unable to get an answer from Jiang Yu, everyone turned their attention to Xiao Fan. They remembered that boss Xiao Fan had said he was going to the core area today, and that it would probably only take 2 or 3 days to figure out what was going on. Later, a group of people named Xiao Fan appeared and asked him if he could help them figure out why boss Jiang Yu did what he did. Xiao Fan readily agreed. The main problem is that the gold and red level items on the trading market and auction house are either snapped up by Jiang Yu or taken down by everyone else, so he can't get any bargains. Since there's no way to get a good deal, it's better to agree, which will at least win over some people's goodwill. Jiang Yu was naturally aware of the sensation on the World Channel and the reactions from some people. He knows, but that doesn't mean he has to care. Upon receiving Xena's message, Jiang Yu opened his backpack and, sure enough, found 3 separate compartments containing 3 spatial rings. He took out his spatial ring, examined the items inside, and was overjoyed. There are a lot of items. After a cursory glance, there are probably tens of thousands of pieces. Tens of thousands of epic and legendary items. Jiang Yu certainly wouldn't have enough spirit stones to buy all of them. With the addition of the Nira family's assets, it would barely be enough. Jiang Yu didn't completely win over Jean Ling Yan, Milo Nila, and Mia Nicole, but he was pretty close. Now all that's left is for Jiang Yu to sneak into their room and take the initiative. My lord, are you going to sell everything in these 3 spatial rings to our 4 Seas Merchant Guild? The maid in front of Jiang Yu roughly examined the items in the 3 spatial rings, her hands trembling. Tens of thousands of epic and legendary items are nothing special, but the fact that these items came from one person's hands is truly astonishing. Are you starting the Chamber of Commerce, or are we starting it? Taking out so many items at once, anyone who didn't know better would think he used to run a trading company. Yes, all items in the spatial ring must be sold. Jiang Yu had instructed the women on the island to keep what they could use themselves, and what they could sell were things they didn't need or couldn't use for the time being. Sir, please come with me first. I'll settle you in first, and then I'll go and call our supervisor. The maid returned the 3 spatial rings to Jiang Yu with burning eyes, then led the way, taking Jiang Yu and Ji Yangyang up to the 4th floor and into a luxurious private room. Sir, please wait a moment, I will go and tell our supervisor about this. After Jiang Yu sat down, the maid bowed deeply and showed him everything he should and shouldn't have seen. After Jiang Yu had enjoyed the view, he still gave no instructions, and the maid reluctantly got up and left. She could have gone to see the supervisor later, but Jiang Yu hadn't given any instructions, so she had no reason to stay. Young Master Jiang, is it round? Big? Pretty? Jiang Yu's unwavering gaze made Ji Yangyang feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Yes, it's big, round, shiny, and beautiful. Jiang Yu answered subconsciously. Men! They're all the same! After angrily cursing, Ji Yangyang turned her head away. She knew that Jiang Yu was no one to her, and in a sense, they were strangers. She had no right to care about Jiang Yu, but she still felt uncomfortable. What kind of behavior is this? This kind of behavior? Jiang Yu suddenly pulled her into his arms and began to grope her. What are you doing? Ji Yangyang was startled at first, then began to struggle. An unusual sensation came through her body, causing Jiang to struggle less and less. As a result, she only struggled symbolically for a moment before letting Jiang Yu do as he pleased. She didn't know what was wrong with her, why she didn't resist this man she had only met a short time ago. But she knew that this was good, and if possible, she wanted the other person to continue. This is definitely not a place where we can continue. Jiang Yu was just having a bit of fun and had no intention of winning here. This is still someone else's territory. The manager here will be coming in soon. What if he's a man? Wouldn't we be at a huge loss? Chapter 342 for sale. Young Master Jiang, do you have a lot of items to sell? Why did the maid's expression change so dramatically just now? After playing around for a while, Jiang asked the question that had been bothering her. Still calling me Young Master Jiang? Jiang Yu casually pinched his cheek. If I can't call him Young Master Jiang, then what should I call him? Call me Dad. Upon hearing this, Jiang pupils dilated in shock. She stared blankly at Jiang Yu, and after 2 seconds she reacted and punched Jiang Yu hard with her pink hammer. I'm not enough for you, you even want to sleep with my mother? Bah! You lecherous scoundrel! Seeing Jiang seemingly genuine reaction, Jiang Yu was speechless. So, that's how you interpret those 2 words of mine? In retrospect, she seemed to have understood correctly, but honestly, when Jiang Yu said those 2 words, he was just teasing her, not at all what she thought, at least not just now. You don't really want to, do you? Seeing that Jiang Yu hadn't replied, Jiang asked again. How could that be? I've never even met your mother. How could I have been thinking that far ahead? Jiang Yu answered honestly. He hadn't actually thought about that question, so his answer was perfectly fine. That's for the best, you scoundrel. You haven't answered my question yet. Do you have a lot of goods to sell? You'll see for yourself. He placed the 3 spatial rings in his hand into hers. Jiang probed inside with her divine sense and was stunned. You scoundrel, where did you get so many epic and legendary items? You should have already guessed who I am, right? I'm not stupid. Jiang rolled her eyes. Some time ago, there were rumors that new survivors had appeared in the outer area and would come to our core area in a few days. From the moment you said you'd only been in the core area for a day or 2 after moving from the outer areas, I guessed you were a survivor. Good to know. I bought these items from them. The price was much lower than that of these merchant guilds, so I bought a batch to make some spirit stones. I see. Jiang nodded, seemingly understanding. You scoundrel, I've heard that every survivor has an island. You should have one too, right? Yes, they are waiting around the Xiantian domain, and they are currently heading towards the area between Xinjiang City and the Sea of Light. That's great. If everything goes smoothly tomorrow, we'll go stay on your island for a while afterward. Now, Jiang won't have to worry about having nowhere to go. At worst, she can wander around the core area with him and explore everywhere. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Squeak dash. The door to the private room opened, and a beautiful woman wearing a blue peony cheongsam and red high heels walked in. Hello, esteemed guest. I am Su Tingwen, the deputy store manager of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce Zhenjiangqing branch. The beautiful woman sat down in front of Jiang Yu, introduced herself, and then stated her purpose. I heard from Shaolian that you have tens of thousands of epic and legendary items that you want to sell. Is this true? Shaolian was looking for her supervisor, so why is it the assistant store manager, Su Tingwen, who has arrived instead? This was because Shaolian was halfway there when Su Tingwen happened to pass by. Seeing Xiaolian's anxious look, she casually asked, What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? After learning the whole story from Xiaolian, she decided to personally receive them. If what Xiaolian said is true, and a distinguished guest intends to sell tens of thousands of epic and legendary quality items to their Sihai Chamber of Commerce, then it would definitely be a huge deal. She wouldn't steal Xiaolian's credit, because as the main person in charge, her contribution was equally significant. With this achievement, she has a good chance of becoming a real store manager in the future. She then comforted Xiaolian, assuring her that she would not forget her contribution, before rushing to the private room. My name is Jiang Yu. Manager Su, you can take a look for yourself. Jiang Yu placed the 3 spatial rings in front of her, Su Tinwen picked it up, and miraculously probed inside, her breathing immediately becoming rapid. Distinguished guest, our Sihai Chamber of Commerce will buy all of these items. Our offer is 30% below the market price. As she spoke, Su Tinwen casually took out a red item. For example, this epic item, if the market price is 4 high-grade spirit stones, we are willing to offer 2.8 high-grade spirit stones, which is 2 high-grade spirit stones and 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, I can guarantee that the entire transaction will be conducted using high-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. I will not try to deceive you, my esteemed guest, with low-grade spirit stones. After speaking, Su Tinwen looked at Jiang Yu with burning eyes, waiting for his answer. Xiaolian wasn't exaggerating. There really are tens of thousands of items. If this deal goes through, she'll be one step closer to getting the title of assistant store manager. Is it only 30% less than the market price? After Su Tinwen finished speaking, Jiang spoke up before Jiang Yu could. It seems that Manager Su's sincerity is not that great. The Demon Merchant Guild is currently lacking items other than demon cores. I believe that if we take these items to the Demon Merchant Guild, they will definitely be able to offer us a more suitable price than here. Jiang words were not unfounded. Because the 10,000 Demons Merchant Guild was run by the demon race, most of its goods were demon cores, and the variety of goods was far less than that of the Sun and Moon Merchant Guild and the Four Seas Merchant Guild. Once Jiang Yu returns to the 10,000 Demon Merchant Guild and sells these goods to the people there, they will definitely offer higher prices than here in order to enrich the variety of goods. Are you the eldest daughter of the Ji family? It was only then that Su Tinwen noticed that the woman being groped in Jiang Yu's arms was Ji Yangyang. The moment Su Tinwen entered the private room, she saw Ji Yangyang in Jiang Yu's arms. However, due to some of Jiang Yu's actions, she assumed that Ji Yangyang was just one of his maids and did not pay any attention to her. It wasn't until Ji Yangyang turned to speak that she recognized her identity. It turned out to be the eldest daughter of the Ji family. Wasn't it rumored that the eldest daughter of the Ji family wasn't interested in men? So what's with this demure, love-struck look, always ready to go into heat? Also, your brother is getting married tomorrow, and you still ran out today? Or did you run out to find a man to play with? Have you figured it out? Knowing my identity, you should understand that I know a lot about Qingyang City. The acquisition price you offered is definitely not the highest. Ji Yangyang's tone was unusually certain. This is 20% below market price, which is the highest price our Sihai Chamber of Commerce can offer. If you are still not satisfied, then you two distinguished guests will have to look elsewhere. You need to understand that we can't guarantee that your items will be sold just because we've purchased them. Some items might end up being unsellable if no one buys them. Therefore, a price 20% lower than the market price represents the utmost sincerity from our Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Su Tinwen gritted her teeth and offered a new acquisition price. Chapter 343 Teaching Assistant, Making a Fortune. She felt a little regretful that Ji Yangyang was here. Otherwise she might have been able to successfully acquire the property at a price 30% lower than the market price. When she made her offer, Jiang Yu was clearly tempted. If that woman weren't Ji Yangyang and unfamiliar with the Chamber of Commerce's acquisition prices, she could have easily persuaded the other party to agree. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. That woman was Ji Yangyang, who was very familiar with everything in Qingyang City, and she couldn't earn more money even if she wanted to. That despicable woman. Jiang Yu turned to look at Ji Yangyang, who nodded slightly to him. The meaning is clear, you can agree now. This acquisition price is indeed very sincere. Even if we go to the Wanyao Chamber of Commerce, it will most likely be the same price, and it will be difficult to go higher. Okay, this price it is. You can have someone come in and count it. To put your mind at ease, we will count the items in front of you and keep a record of them. Su Tingwen's voice suddenly rose. Xiaolian, you can all come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the private room opened, and 10 maids, each with their own unique charm, filed in. Seeing so many people enter, Ji Yangyang felt a little shy and embarrassed to stay in Jiang Yu's arms, so she got down from his arms and sat down to the side. Su Tinwen briefly explained their tasks and began to give instructions. You 9 are responsible for retrieving items from your spatial rings and recording the prices at 20% below the market price of each item. For example, this epic item, which has a market price of 4 high-grade spirit stones, is recorded as having 3.2 high-grade spirit stones. After you finish recording, put the items in the middle, and then Xiaolian, you are responsible for taking this empty space description and putting it away again. If there's any item whose market price you're unsure of, feel free to ask me. Su Tinwen pointed to the center of the table in front of Jiang Yu and handed an empty spatial ring to Xiaolian. The meaning was clear. Everyone sat around the table. The first 9 people were responsible for recording the value of the items, and once they had recorded it, they would place the items in the center of the table for Jiang Yu to review, and then Xiaolian would take them back into her backpack. With their skills, recording the names and prices of items on paper is a piece of cake. They can do it just by thinking about it in their minds, without having to lift a finger. Jiang Yu is the same. He doesn't need to write by hand. He just thinks about what he wants to write, and the pen will automatically write it on the paper. Doing this might consume some mental energy, but it's just a simple record of writing a few words, so it won't consume much. Xiaolian has it even easier. She can simply put the recorded items back into her spatial ring without even thinking about it. Received! The 10 maids replied in unison. I have temporarily put away the spatial rings on their bodies. If you 2 guests are not at ease, you may search them. Su Tinwen turned her gaze back to Jiang Yu and Ji Yangyang, and before they could speak, she continued. Line up and come over so our distinguished guest can be searched. After the search, find a seat and we'll start recording. Yes, ma'am. The 10 maids lined up, and 2 of them walked up to Jiang Yu and Ji Yangyang, raising their hands to let Jiang Yu search them. No need, let's get started. I trust your Chamber of Commerce's reputation. Jiang Yu leaned back on the sofa without moving and refused outright. The credibility of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is questionable, but the fact remains that they couldn't detect any spatial aura on them. The spatial ring is made of materials containing spatial power, so it's impossible for it to be completely devoid of spatial power. Jiang Yu didn't sense any spatial power from them, which meant that their spatial rings had indeed been put away by Su Tinwen or placed somewhere else, in any case, not on their person. Since it's a request from our distinguished guests, then you should start counting now. Be quick, don't keep our guests waiting too long. Yes. The 10 people sat down around the table. Xiaolian sat close to Su Tinwen because she needed to put the items in the center of the table back into her spatial ring. Following Xiaolian, 9 sheets of paper and 9 pens appeared in front of the remaining 9 people, and the maids who needed to take notes began to get to work. One by one, the items were taken out from Jiang Yu's 3 spatial rings. After the prices were recorded, the maids placed them in the center of the table, and then Xiaolian collected them all. This scene unfolded right under Jiang Yu and Ji Yangyang's noses and within their consciousness. They couldn't possibly hide any of the items they wanted to. Seeing Ji Yangyang staring intently at their movements, and recalling how she had just lost a large sum of spirit stones because of her, Su Tinwen suddenly had an idea and smiled wickedly. She placed her hand on the table, and the table expanded outwards, covering everyone's lower bodies. At this point, unless you look down, even if you're sitting next to someone, you won't be able to see what's under their table. Facing the questioning looks from the crowd, Su Tinwen remained calm. The table was too small just now. If we encounter any large items later, it might not be able to fit them, so I had the table enlarged. Her reasoning seemed reasonable to everyone, so they didn't say anything and continued with their work. Worried that they might be secretly hiding something, Ji Yangyang kept her attention focused on the 10 of them. Su Tinwen took off her high heels, raised her 2 white and tender little feet, and placed them on Jiang Yu's thighs. Then she closed her eyes to rest. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback, lowered his head, and then looked up at Su Tinwen, who was resting with her eyes closed. 6. Time passed slowly, and the items were counted and recorded by the maids of the Four Seas Merchant Guild. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Jiang Yu's expression changed, but he regained his composure in a second. Su Tinwen withdrew her feet, which were covered in the life essence. You scoundrel, what's wrong? You seemed a little unwell just now. Ji Yangyang voiced the question that had been bothering her. In the past half hour, she had seen Jiang Yu's expression change more than once, but it would recover after a slight change, so she didn't take it to heart. This time was different. Jiang Yu's expression changed quite a bit. Although he recovered just as quickly, Jiang noticed it and asked out of concern what was on her mind. It's nothing. You know who I am. I was just chatting with other people who have the same identity as me, and I was a little shocked, which is why I reacted like that. No wonder. Jiang had no doubts. She knew Jiang Yu was a survivor, and she also knew that survivors could contact each other remotely through certain means. So it was normal for his expression to change when he was contacting other survivors. Another half-hour passed, during which Su Tinwen wiped her feet clean and stretched them out again. If it weren't so obvious, she might have already appeared under the table. Manager, we have finished counting, recording, and calculating. This is the final total. Please take a look. After counting and calculating the total, the maids presented the papers in front of Su Tinwen. Su Tinwen glanced at them all, got a general idea of what was going on, and then handed the 9 papers to Jiang Yu. Honored guests, please take a look. Jiang Yu took the document, examined it, and added up all the totals. The answer is, over 1.42 million high-grade spirit stones. I spent 1.8 to 1.9 billion low-grade spirit stones when I acquired these items, which is about 180,000 high-grade spirit stones. 180,000 became 1,420,000. They've made a fortune. Chapter 344 The Ji Family, Opening the Moonlit Treasure Chest. This is the benefit of information asymmetry, if other survivors reach the core area first. So it was they who made the money, not him. Jiang Yu exclaimed, "This is awesome! I've made a fortune! Honored guest, please wait a moment, I'll go get the money right away." Her feet, now coated with the life essence again, slipped into high heels, and she walked out of the private room step by step. A short while later, Su Tinwen returned and placed a spatial ring in front of Jiang Yu. Distinguished guest, all 1.42 million high-grade spirit stones are inside. Please check them. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Jiang Yu immediately transferred all the spirit stones inside to his backpack. Obtained 1,428,640 high-grade spirit stones. Comfortable. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Su Tinwen extended her right hand, grasped Jiang Yu's right hand, and squeezed his palm as she released it. If you have any surplus items you wish to sell in the future, please come directly to me. I guarantee I can give you a satisfactory answer. Also, this is our Sihai Chamber of Commerce membership card. With this membership card, our valued customers can enjoy a 10% discount when purchasing goods from our Sihai Chamber of Commerce. This membership card is valid at all Sihai Chambers of Commerce within the core area, so our valued guests don't need to worry about not being able to use it in other cities. Su Tinwen took out a dazzling membership card from her chest and handed it to Jiang Yu. Unfortunately, with my current permissions, this is all I can do. If I want to issue membership cards with higher discounts, my permissions are not enough. If I have any extra items to sell later, and I'm still near Xinjiang City, I'll come to you, Manager Su, first. Jiang Yu put away the membership card she handed him. This membership card is valid for all members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in its core area, so it will likely be useful in the future. I'll keep it safe for now. Xinjiang City Sihai Chamber of Commerce respectfully welcomes our distinguished guests once again. See you next time. After saying goodbye to Su Tinwen, Jiang Yu and Ji Yangyang left the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. After leaving the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the two realized that it was getting late. You scoundrel, do you want to stay at my Ji family's house tonight? Ji Yangyang hesitated for a moment, then whispered. That would make things easier for tomorrow's operation. Although her attention was completely focused on the maid who was taking inventory, she eventually noticed that Su Tinwen's gaze towards Jiang Yu was strange. That fiery, spring-like, impatient gaze. If Jiang Yu lived outside, she worried that the flirtatious woman would secretly seduce him to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. They used the pretense of being a distinguished guest who would bring great benefits to their Sihai Chamber of Commerce, provided him with free accommodation, and then committed illicit acts. To put my mind at ease, it would be better to bring him back to the Ji family home. Tomorrow is Ji Jixiao's wedding, and if she doesn't go back to the Ji family tonight, there might be some trouble. Won't they be discovered? Your Ji family is such a large clan, it would be very difficult for a stranger to sneak in, wouldn't it? Don't worry, you scoundrel. I dare say that, and I have a way to get you in. Okay, let's go then. Since Jiang had taken the initiative to invite him, Jiang Yu had no reason not to go. Instead of wasting an hour or two traveling back to Panlai Island, and then wasting another hour or two traveling back tomorrow, it's better to stay at the Ji family's house for the night. Come with me. Jiang led the way, with Jiang Yu following closely behind. Half an hour later, the two stopped at the foot of a magnificent and imposing fortress, which covered a vast area and resembled a small city. Come up with me while I get ready. Jiang took out a bridal sedan chair and pulled Jiang Yu into it. A few minutes later, the two stepped out of the bridal sedan chair. Jiang Yu was wearing a long black robe. This black robe belongs to Jiang. She used to wear it when she went out, and it carries her scent, which can help to conceal Jiang Yu's scent. Not only that, Jiang Yu also had several accessories that belonged to Jiang. You scoundrel, do you know how to become invisible? Yes, it will. If you know how, it will be much easier. Jiang's face lit up with joy. We won't need to do any of the previous preparations. Next, you will become invisible and conceal your aura while holding my hand. I will transfer my spiritual energy to you to further conceal your aura. With various methods, getting you into the Ji family will be absolutely no problem. Even if you're not by my side tomorrow, don't worry, there are so many people at the wedding tomorrow, no one will care about you being there. I see. Jiang Yu nodded, immediately concealing himself and hiding his aura, and took Jiang's right hand. Let's go. The moment he went invisible, he startled Jiang. She hadn't expected the other person to be so skilled at invisibility. They could become invisible right in front of her without her noticing at all. If it weren't for the touch in her palm, she would have thought Jiang Yu had teleported away. However, this is even better. The more proficient you are at stealth skills, the greater your chances of successfully entering. Jiang happily took Jiang Yu's hand and walked towards the back door. Relatively speaking, the security at the back gate is less stringent than that at the front gate. Greetings, miss! The moment Jiang appeared, the guards at the back gate immediately bowed. Jiang nodded as usual, said nothing more, and entered the Ji family home. With Jiang's help, Jiang Yu, who was invisibly hidden, was not discovered. Even after entering the Ji family, the array did not detect any unfamiliar presence from him. Jiang Yu followed Jiang into her villa without any obstacles or hindrances. It's a success! Entering the master bedroom of the villa, Jiang was overjoyed and pulled Jiang Yu to sit down on the large sofa. You scoundrel, you can deactivate your invisibility now. Here, as long as you don't intentionally reveal your presence, you generally won't be detected. Before Jiang could finish speaking, Jiang Yu's figure had already appeared. You scoundrel, don't you have the moonlit treasure chest and the starry sky key? Hurry up and take out the treasure chest and open it. Jiang said impatiently. Don't rush, I'll start it now. Jiang Yu also knew that Luo Shishir had a strong talent for luck. It was best to leave things like opening treasure chests, opening lucky bags, and using random upgrade scrolls, which were uncertain and depended on luck, to her. But this is the first moonlight treasure chest, and Jiang Yu wants to open it himself. For no other reason than that, he wanted to open the first treasure chest he received at each level himself. The second, third, fourth, and nth moonlit treasure chests are then given to Luo Shishir to open. Jiang Yu took out the moonlit treasure chest, which he had stored for several days, and then took out the starry sky key he had bought that afternoon. He inserted the starry sky key into the lock of the moonlit treasure chest. The previous items were white, green, blue, cyan, purple, orange, red, gold, and multicolored. Is there color above color, and if so, what color is it? Jiang Yu finally knows the answer today. Click dash. Jiang Yu gently pushed open the moonlight treasure chest. Chapter 345 Illusory Eyes. A bright, dazzling white light shone through the gap. However, the white light shining from even a tiny crack was so bright that Jiang Yu and Jiang had to look away. As the treasure chest opened, the gap widened, and the white light emanating from the moonlit treasure chest illuminated the entire room. The two people who had looked away were forced to close their eyes again. Half a minute later, the white light disappeared, and the two opened their eyes to look at the treasure chest. Jiang Yu had considered many colors, such as black, purple gold, and black gold, but he never expected it to be white. Returning to simplicity is what it means. You scoundrel, what's that? A pair of eyes? Something resembling a pair of eyes floated in the middle of the moonlit treasure chest. You opened a moonlit treasure chest and obtained one phantom eye, moonlit dot. Illusory eyes, moonlight after use, your eyes will awaken the illusory eyes. When making eye contact, you can use illusionary eye on the other person. If the other person's mental strength is lower than yours, you can forcibly pull them into an illusionary realm with a 100% success rate. If the opponent's spirit is higher than yours, there is a chance to successfully pull them into the illusion. The higher the opponent's spirit, the lower the success rate. The illusion lasts for a minimum of 5 seconds and has no maximum duration. If you intend to manipulate it, the content of the illusion will be formed according to your wishes. If you do not intend to manipulate it, the content of the illusion will be generated randomly. Moreover, once you awaken your illusory eyes, you will be immune to all illusions and all forms of mental control, such as enchantment, hypnosis, spirit control, fear, blindness, dizziness. These are the items from the moonlit treasure chest. 1 word, powerful. 2 words, very powerful. 3 words, incredibly powerful. 4 words, outrageously powerful. Jiang Yu immediately picked up the illusionary eye and used it on himself. You have successfully awakened the illusory eye. The next second, Jiang Yu felt his vision become clearer. Now, he can clearly see an ant even if it's 1,000 meters away, let alone 100 meters away. You can think of it as a pair of eyes. It awakened my illusionary eyes. Jiang Yu replied to Jiang, and then explained the specific information about the illusionary eyes to her. As he made the introduction, the idea that Jiang Yu had thought of before resurfaced. That is to put a colored hat on him in front of Ji Xiao. Tomorrow, he'll sneak into the bridal chamber and conquer Winsherman first. Then, when Ji Xiao finishes toasting and arrives, he'll turn his head and look him in the eye, pulling him into an illusion. They pulled him into a completely blank illusion, but did not shut out his ears. He can't see the specific situation, but he can hear the outside sounds. How can the other person be so angry that they vomit blood? Wow! You scoundrel, you're so lucky! You managed to get such a great item. These words came from Jiang heart. Over the years, most of the items obtained from opening the moonlit treasure chests in Xinjiang City have already been circulated, but she has never heard of anyone possessing such a valuable item as the illusory eye. Even the sunburst chest above the moonlight chest, she had never heard of being able to get such good stuff. She felt that the illusory eye obtained from Jiang Yu's treasure chest was more valuable than many items obtained from sunshine treasure chests. This is also why she remarked that Jiang Yu, that scoundrel, was incredibly lucky. You're really lucky. I've always been lucky, you'll see in the future. When is later? What do you think? I have no idea. Then I'll tell you when later is. The two then started joking around, and before long, Jiang was aroused by Jiang Yu's advances. As the saying goes, fallen flowers are not heartless things, they turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. 2.5 hours later, under Jiang Yu's earnest comforting, Jiang, who often suffers from insomnia, fell into a deep sleep, the kind that couldn't be woken up no matter how much she was called. How deep a deep sleep? It's like passing out. Having successfully coaxed Jiang to sleep, Jiang Yu, feeling bored, started browsing the World Channel and the Trading Post. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bedroom door, accompanied by a melodious voice. Yang, you silly girl, you went out to play and came back without even telling your mother. Yan Shujin's voice received no response. Jiang is already fast asleep, so who can respond? Should Jiang Yu be asked to respond? Knock, knock, knock. What's wrong with you, girl? You're not even answering your mother's questions anymore? You haven't gone astray as that scoundrel, have you? His voice was filled with anxiety and worry. Squeak dash. Seeing that there was no response, Yan Shujin took the initiative to open the bedroom door and come in. The moment the door opened, Jiang Yu had already hidden his clothes and covered himself under the covers. As long as she doesn't move the blanket, she generally won't be able to find Jiang Yu. In addition, Jiang Yu was covered in Jiang scent, making it difficult for her to discover that someone was under the covers. Why is it so messy? Upon entering the bedroom, Yan Shujin was shocked by its utter mess. And the smell is so strong, why don't they open the windows to let in some fresh air? Yan Shujin walked to the window, cursing and swearing, and opened it. Yang Yang! Yan Shujin called Jiang Yang's name again, but still received no response, so she had no choice but to walk towards the big bed. Why are you going to bed so early today, you little rascal? Approaching the bedside, seeing the mess on the bed and Jiang Yang fast asleep, Yan Shujin's heart softened. I don't know what this girl did when she went out. She went straight to sleep as soon as she came back, and she's sleeping so soundly. If you're going to sleep, why are you drooling? Yan Shujin reached out and wiped the drool from Jiang Yang's mouth, then laughed and scolded her. If Yan Shujin pulled back the covers, she would find that Jiang Yang's drool was everywhere. My daughter and I haven't slept together in a long time. Tonight I'll keep you company for the night. The thought suddenly popped into Yan Shujin's mind. She quickly took off her clothes and shoes and went to bed. However, the moment she pulled back the covers, she met a pair of bright, piercing eyes. Name Yan Shujin. Race human. Identity: first wife of the head of the Ji family in Jingyang City. Appearance: 96. Strength: 100. Physical fitness: 85. Agility: 95. Mental state: 80. Skills omitted. Loyalty, affection? Comment: is this a case of waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump? Interesting. It's reasonable that she has no equipment bonuses, since Yan Shujin is only wearing a thin nightgown. It wouldn't be reasonable for her to have any. You. After the initial shock, Yan Shujin had barely uttered a sound when Jiang Yu forcibly interrupted her. As time went by, Yan Shujin's behavior continued to change. Yan Shujin was internally cursing and fiercely resisting. Her cursing subsided, her resistance lessened, and she stopped cursing and made no further move. She began to open up, actively accommodating and completely letting go, actively demanding more. Her transformation was visibly rapid. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. With Jiang Yu's comforting words, Yan Shujin, who also frequently suffers from insomnia, successfully entered a deep sleep, just like Jiang Yang. They wouldn't wake up no matter how much I called them. Chapter 346. Staring at each other. 6 a.m. When Jiang Yang woke up in the early morning, she saw Jiang Yu and Yan Shujin on the bed. A scream broke the peace in the bedroom. Her call woke Jiang Yu and Yan Shujin from their sleep. You! Jiang Yang pointed her right finger at Jiang Yu and her mother Yan Shujin, who were still conjoined twins, and her face turned red with anger. She was so angry that she couldn't say a word. She had heard of this scenario many times, but now that it was happening to her, it was hard for her to accept for a while. Yan Shujin's mind went blank as soon as she woke up. The next moment, she thought of last night, her face turned pale, and she was extremely embarrassed. She was caught sleeping with her daughter's man in her daughter's bed. How is she supposed to face Yang Yang now? Yan Shujin and Jiang Yang looked at each other, speechless, either knowing what to do. Mother, how did you get here? In the end, Jiang Yang spoke first, her face still ashen. What kind of mess is this? It's one thing for me to steal food, but why is my mother stealing food too? You didn't come to tell me anything after you got home last night, and I was worried that something might have happened to you, so I came to find you. I knocked several times but you didn't respond, so I just opened the door and came in. When I entered the room, I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I went to the bedside and looked at you. And then, that's how it happened. When she was explaining, Yan Shujin avoided eye contact and didn't dare to look Jiang Yang in the eye at all. The main reason is that Jiang Yu left an indelible impression on her last night, making it difficult for her to make up her mind to let go. Having lived for decades, this was the first time she had ever so directly experienced the joy and happiness of sex. Sexual bliss that leads to the depths of her heart. What should we do now? Enraged, Jiang Yang pinched Jiang Yu's waist, causing Jiang Yu to grimace in pain. This embarrassing situation was all caused by this scoundrel. Hee, what should we do? Let me tell you. Jiang Yu stepped forward to comfort the two. 3 hours passed in a flash. With Jiang Yu's comfort, Yan Shujin and Jiang Yu reconciled and made up, and even called each other sisters from time to time. During this time, Jiang Yu also told Yan Shujin about their plans for the day. Yan Shujin's first thought upon hearing the two's plan was to refuse, but after Jiang Yu's persuasion, she eventually agreed. Given the current situation, if their actions today succeed, she will inevitably be implicated as well. Rather than staying alone in the Ji family home, she decided to escape with her daughter. Yes, that's right, escape with her daughter. Yan Shujin found a reason to convince herself. Besides, she had no feelings for that man, so she left without a second thought. She felt a little guilty towards her son, but when Yan Shujin thought about the bad things Ji Xiao had done in the past, her guilt lessened. My daughter has a point. Once the marriage alliance between the Ji family and the Wen family succeeds and the Lu family is eliminated, with Ji Xingyan's abilities, he will definitely not be able to protect this huge Ji family. Sooner or later, it will be swallowed up by the Wen family. History has repeatedly proven that a three-way balance of power is always better than a two-way balance of power. A three-way balance of power can last for a very long time, but once it becomes two, then soon only one will remain. Their actions today, in a sense, are for the benefit of the Ji family. These two reasons helped Yan Shujin, who had been hesitant, finally make up her mind. She can also use this opportunity to escape the Ji family and live her own happy life, killing three birds with one stone. Leave Yusini to me. As Wen Shimon's mother, she will definitely be there today. I'll just find an excuse to invite her out later. I'm leaving Sherman in your care. Yusini, whom Yan Shujin mentioned, is Wen Shimon's biological mother. In fact, she had a hunch that Yusini and Wen Sherman would likely suffer the same fate after being taken away by them. It would be a lie to say she didn't care, but she also knew that no matter how much she cared, she couldn't bring herself to stop it. Like rain after a long drought, she was completely won over by Jiang Yu. To be honest, deep down, she felt a little bit thrilled to share a bed with her daughter, daughter-in-law, and mother-in-law. Mother, why don't you go and pack your things first? He's already sent someone over to ask 2 or 3 times. If you don't go now, we'll be in big trouble if that person forces his way in. Jiang dressed with trembling hands. I just contacted Sherman, and after hearing our plan, she agreed 100%. She has already spoken to her mother about this, hoping to bring as many rare and precious herbs as possible with her. During her break, Jiang secretly contacted Wen Sherman. Upon hearing their plan, Wen Sherman agreed without hesitation. She was never really loved growing up and never enjoyed much of the treatment the Wen family gave her. Now, they were going to sacrifice her happiness and make her marry that beast Ji Xiao. She would rather die. Now that she finally has a chance to fight back, how could Wen Sherman possibly miss it? I look like a ghost now. I can't even walk steadily. How am I supposed to pack my things? Yan Shujin stood up and walked, but she limped. She glared at Jiang Yu with a charming look and said, It's all because of this beast. He used so much force and didn't even know how to be gentle with a woman. Mother, if I remember correctly, you were the one who kept asking us to speed up and increase the force. Before Jiang Yu could speak, Jiang exposed him mercilessly, earning Yan Shujin a death stare. You should take these 2 drops of life essence. Jiang Yu handed over the life essence, which was genuine life essence produced from the moon well. There are now more than 10 moon wells on Panlai Island. In case he gets seriously injured, Jiang Yu collected a few drops and carried them with him. In this situation, it wouldn't be a waste to use it, since neither of them had ever consumed the life essence produced by the moon well. While their bodies were recovering, their strength could also be increased. Of course, both drops are produced by the red moon well, and consuming them will only grant a +10 to all attributes. Life essence? Is it the life essence produced by the moon well? Yan Shujin was shocked by the life essence that Jiang Yu had taken out. I never expected that this man could even get his hands on something like this. She knew that the moon well was unique to the Shadow Elf race, yet Jiang Yu was able to extract the life essence. How could she not be shocked? Yes, it's from Jiang Yu's moon well. You should take it quickly. After receiving confirmation from Jiang Yu, Yan Shujin took a drop of the life essence and consumed it, as did Jiang. After consuming the life essence, their injuries and fatigue vanished, restoring them to their normal state, and their strength even increased significantly. Someone's here outside the courtyard to urge me on. I have to go now. Sensing that someone was approaching from outside the courtyard, Yan Shujin knew she had to leave. If she stayed any longer, the next person to come would likely be Ji Jingyan. When he discovers Jiang Yu's existence, he'll be in big trouble. I just let you pass, but you insisted on doing it again. Ji Yangyang pouted and started joking with Yan Shujin. Given how things are, she can't bring herself to face her mother with the same mindset as before. I'll settle the score with you after I escape. Yan Shujin glared at her fiercely, turned around and left the house, heading towards the gate of the courtyard. You scoundrel, let's hurry up and pack our things and get ready. It's up to you. Now you know I'm in charge? Why didn't you know that last night? It was getting dark late, and I thought it was you who had woken up, but I didn't expect it to be your mother. Humph. Nobody would believe your nonsense. Chapter 347 Trying It Out for You First. The auspicious hour has arrived. Please welcome the bride and groom to enter. In the blink of an eye, the wedding ceremony had begun. Ji Jixiao's face was beaming with a very warm smile. He had been eyeing Wen Sherman for a long time, and now that they were married, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted to her? During the wedding ceremony, when Ji Jixiao and Wen Sherman were about to become sworn brothers, Jiang Yu, led by Ji Yangyan, stepped into the bridal chamber first. You scoundrel, after you pull him into the illusion, you'd better bring Sherman out quickly, and then we'll escape immediately. Inside the bridal chamber, Ji Yangyang confirmed it once again. Last night, Jiang Yu activated his illusionary eye, which can pull people into an illusion. There's no reason for Ji Yangyang not to take advantage of this. After pulling Ji Jixiao into the illusion, Jiang Yu can then perfectly lead Wen Sherman away from the room, and then disappear into the shadows and leave the Ji family with her. Why not worry about Wen Sherman being discovered? Because she also has the ability to become invisible. If her method hadn't been somewhat difficult to implement, Ji Yangyang wouldn't have agreed to this situation of putting a lamb to the slaughter. With that lecherous man, he controlled Ji Jixiao in the bridal chamber, leaving himself and Wen Sherman alone in the room. Ji Yangyang didn't even need to guess what would happen inside. Don't worry, go wait in the next yard first, and I'll bring your good friend Wen Sherman over to find you. You'd better hurry up and not go too far. Ji Yangyang warned Jiang Yu with her death ray before reluctantly leaving the bridal chamber to wait in the neighboring courtyard. Sherman, as your best friend, I've been more than loyal to you. I helped you escape from prison and shared the same man with you, giving you an ecstatic experience. After today, you'd better thank me properly. Ji Yangyang muttered to herself. Although she had only known Jiang Yu for a day, she preferred to believe that Ji Jixiao could change her ways rather than believe that Jiang Yu was a gentleman who would not harm Wen Sherman. The main hall of the Ji family residence. The ceremony is complete. Lead them to the bridal chamber. After the wedding, Wen Sherman was escorted to the bridal chamber by the Ji family's maids, and Ji Jixiao couldn't wait to follow. However, just as he made a move, he heard Yan Shujin say, Jixiao, we can talk about the bride later. As the groom and the protagonist of today's wedding, you should go and toast everyone first. I will first escort my wife to the bridal chamber, and then my wife and I will come over to toast everyone later. Ji Jixiao frowned and refused without hesitation. If it weren't for the fact that today is his big day, an inappropriate time to lose his temper, and even more inappropriate to yell at his birth mother, he would have already started cursing. Damn it, didn't you see he was in a hurry to get into the bridal chamber? Do you think it's appropriate to interrupt him at this time? After you've finished your wedding night, are you sure that girl Sherman will still be able to get out of bed and come over to toast you? Wedding rules are rules, but people are flexible. First the toast, then the wedding night. After that, you can party as long as you want. The wedding customs here are different from those in Jiang Yu's Blue Star world. After the wedding ceremony, the bride and groom go to the bridal chamber first, and then toast the guests together. However, after each wedding night, only the groom would come out to toast, while the bride might be too tired or too full to do so. She was willing but unable. Those in the know understand that she had the strength but not the will. She was afraid others would know that her husband lacked the ability to fight, so she consciously didn't join in. Jixiao, your mother is right. Come over and offer the toast first, then go back to the bridal chamber. Ji Jingyan suddenly spoke, while winking at Ji Jixiao. He knew his son was already ruined by wine and women. He was worried that if his son came to offer a toast just 2 or 3 minutes after the wedding night, it would be a huge mess, and the Ji family would become a laughingstock in Jingyang City. Upon hearing her father say the same thing, Ji Jixiao's first reaction was to fly into a rage, but upon seeing his eyes, she instantly understood. Yes, offer a toast first, and then go over. By then, no one will know how strong you are or not. If we go there first, it will be over in 2 or 3 minutes. Staying in the bridal chamber for an hour or 2 is not a good idea. Listen to your father. After clarifying everything, Ji Jixiao went from table to table offering toasts. Yan Shujin and Yusini, who were at the main table, were already secretly making contact, looking for an opportunity to leave. On the other side, the door to the bridal chamber was opened by a maid from the Ji family. Young madam, this is the bridal chamber that the young master has prepared for you. Please go in and wait for a moment. After he finishes toasting, he will come to keep you company. When Sherman didn't say a word and walked straight inside. As soon as she stepped into the room, the door was immediately closed by a maid, who stood guard at the door, waiting for Ji Jixiao to arrive. However, as soon as the door closed, Jiang Yu appeared behind Wen Sherman and hugged her from behind. Jiang Yu was so bold because Ji Jixiao had built the room with special materials to prevent others from disturbing him. Once the door is closed, it completely blocks out the sound and the atmosphere inside the room. It was Ji Yangyang who told her this, which is why Jiang Yu was so bold as to show up. Ji Jixiao used to frequently bring various women home, or make advances on the maids around him, so he specially prepared this room. It could be said that Jiang Yu got it for nothing. You're the person Yang Yang was talking about? Feeling Jiang Yu's hands roaming around, Wen Sherman felt a little scared. Yes, it's me. Jiang Yu whispered in her ear, and she could clearly feel his breath. Yang Yang only told me you would take me away from here, she never said you would. Wen Shiman didn't say what came next, nor did she need to. Don't you want to put a cuckold on him right in front of him? Jiang Yu's devilish voice rang in her ear. When Jiang Yu said, You and me. Wen Sherman felt a strong sense of excitement. When Wen Sherman looked back, her inner resistance lessened considerably. He was so handsome, it didn't seem like it was impossible after all. Ji Jixiao, I'll try it on for you first, bride. Name, Wen Sherman. Race, human. Identity, daughter of the Wen family patriarch in Jingyang City. Age, 27. Appearance, 96. Strength, 55, plus 25 plus 15. Constitution, 46, plus 25 plus 15. Agility, 50, plus 25 plus 15. Spirit, 45, plus 25 plus 15. Skills omitted. Loyalty, affection? Review, Mao Bo. Outside the bridal chamber, Ji Jixiao, half drunk, staggered into the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, he shouted loudly to the maids guarding outside the bridal chamber. What are you all still doing here? Get out of the villa! Go wait for me there! Yes, young master. The maids dared not say anything, bowed, and walked toward the gate of the detached courtyard. After leaving the courtyard, I closed the main gate behind me. Based on Ji Jixiao's past behavior, they felt that this newlywed young mistress was probably in for a rough time. My wife, your husband is here. As she spoke, Ji Jixiao pushed open the door to the bridal chamber. Chapter 348, Leaving Jingyang City. With just a fleeting glimpse, Ji Jixiao immediately flew into a rage. He saw 2 figures in the room, one holding onto the table, and the other holding onto the first one. He knew without a doubt that the first one was Wen Sherman, his wife, but who was the other one? Ji Jixiao felt like her chest was about to explode. However, before he could make any further moves, he was instantly pulled into darkness by Jiang Yu's illusory pupils. His eyes lost their sight, but his ears could still clearly hear the sounds inside the room. Bang! A gust of wind blew by, the door behind him closed, and the sounds he heard became clearer. Young Master Ji Jixiao, do you still remember that lowly commoner who made way for you yesterday? Jiang Yu suddenly spoke, and although Wen Shiman's voice was louder, his voice still entered Ji Jixiao's ears clearly. It's you! You deserve to die! You lowly wretch, you deserve to die! Ji Jixiao's blind eyes were filled with hatred. You damned scum! I should have just run you over yesterday. Jiang Yu ignored Ji Xiao, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ji Xiao vomited blood several times due to anger. Each time he vomited blood, he immediately fainted. The blood on the ground was basically what he vomited. I'm so angry I could faint. However, every time he fainted, Jiang Yu would immediately insert a silver needle to wake him up in pain, and once he woke up, he would be pulled into an illusion by the illusionary eye. After several repetitions, Ji Xiao could no longer endure the torment. Her blood and qi surged, causing her to suffer severe injuries. For a time, no matter how much Jiang Yu stimulated her, she could not wake up. He won't die, but he'll definitely be crippled. Jiang Yu ignored him and focused on his own business. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu began to lead Sherman away. As they passed Ji Xiao, he casually took off the spatial ring from his hand. It was something that came easily to me. To prevent Ji Xiao from leaving any unknown marks on his spatial ring, Jiang Yu planned to transfer all the items in his spatial ring into his backpack. The moment he opened Ji Xiao's spatial ring, he saw that it was full of congratulatory gifts. What? Are these the wedding gifts that people gave us when we entered the wedding hall? What a good person! What a good person! Not only did he send gifts to Sherman, but he also gave gifts to other people. Jiang Yu forgave him. So many congratulatory gifts. I'm thrilled. I've really struck gold. After transferring all the items into his backpack, Jiang Yu returned his spatial ring to him. The thoughtful man even left Ji Xiao a low-grade spirit stone, a shimmering green hat, and a note. The note contained only 4 words: "Thank you for your hospitality." After leaving the bridal chamber and arriving at the courtyard, Jiang Yu did not go through the main gate, but instead led Sherman over the wall of the other courtyard to the neighboring courtyard. This courtyard belonged to Ji Yangyang when she was a child, but later Ji Yangyang disliked Ji Xiao and moved to another courtyard. After she moved out, the yard became empty. It was cleaned regularly, but no one lived there anymore. Today is different. Today, Ji Yangyang is waiting for her in this secluded courtyard. You bastards, you've finally come out! As soon as Jiang Yu and Sherman landed, Ji Yangyang came to greet them. As she spoke, she stared at Jiang Yu and Sherman. Sherman felt uncomfortable under her gaze and looked away to avoid eye contact. Jiang Yu didn't sense anything and looked directly into her eyes. Let's leave the Ji family first, and we can talk about the rest later. Come with me. Ji Yangyang snorted coldly, took one person in each hand, and made them disappear into the distance to leave the Ji family. The way out was easier than when Jiang Yu infiltrated the Ji family yesterday. After all, the Ji and Wen families were still immersed in great joy, and their guards were much more lax than usual. Jiang Yu and his 2 companions left the Ji family without any effort. Meanwhile, Yan Shujin and Yusini also made an excuse to leave the Ji family home. Ji Jingyan and the head of the Xinwen family agreed without much thought. Not only did they agree, they also gave them extra spirit stones, allowing them to buy whatever they wanted when they went out. The 2 families just became in-laws today, so it's only natural for them to visit each other more often. No matter how much the Wen family patriarch usually disliked Yusini, he still had to put on a show of respect on an occasion like today. Before long, the 5 people gathered at a bridal sedan chair not far from the Ji family's residence. Without any delay, the bridal sedan chair was controlled to fly towards the nearest city gate of Xinjiang City at the fastest speed. On the bridal sedan chair, Yusini didn't know how to face Jiang Yu. Seeing the other 3 people and Jiang Yu's appearance, she vaguely guessed something. It was unbelievable, but her 6th sense told her that it was true. Sensing that the atmosphere inside the bridal sedan chair was becoming increasingly awkward, Yusini suddenly spoke up to change the subject. Young Master Jiang, are you sure your spaceship is fast enough? If it's not fast enough, we're afraid they'll catch up with us the moment we leave. They also have their own spaceships, but their spaceships belong to their families and bear special markings belonging to their families. If they dared to take it out and use it, they would be discovered and chased down in no time, so they dared not use their own spaceship. Even without using a spaceship, once the matter is exposed, they will track us down along the slightest clues. It's only a matter of time. If his spaceship isn't traveling fast enough, he'll be caught sooner or later. Don't worry, I have another island. The island flies fast enough, so you don't need to worry about being caught. Moreover, my island is well defended. Even if they catch up, they won't be able to do anything to us. With the various buffs from Panlai Island, and the war goddess's phantom being twice as strong as him, Jiang Yu wasn't really worried. He would worry and be cautious once he left Panlai Island, but once he returned, it was his home turf. What kind of big families are the Ji family and the Wen family? They are just family forces in a small city on the outermost edge of the Xiantian domain. If he still has to act cautiously when he returns to Panlai Island, then what is the point of all his efforts? Before bringing them to Panlai Island, Jiang Yu felt it was necessary to make them obedient, otherwise he worried that they would be unhappy after arriving on the island. Yes, that's how it has to be done. Yan Shujin, Ji Yangyang, and Wen Sherman are almost done, so only Yusini is left. Jiang Yu got up and moved to a different spot. What are you doing? Why did you sit here all of a sudden? Yusini looked at Jiang Yu with a wary expression. The previous spot wasn't very good, so I came to this better spot. Please don't worry about it. No one present believed Jiang Yu's explanation. Do you think they would believe such a thing? Yan Shujin reacted the fastest and the most. After understanding Jiang Yu's meaning, she smiled. Do you think we'd believe that nonsense? That's just the truth, believe it or not, Shujin, do you believe it or not? I believe you. Yan Shujin turned her head and looked at Jiang Yu with a smile, completely unconcerned about his move to sit down. Look, she believes it, so what reason do you have not to believe it? Snort. Chapter 349 Return to Panlai Island. Half an hour later, the swaying sedan chair finally left Jingyang City and entered the wilderness. The bridal sedan chair that left Jingyang City did not have anyone get off. Instead, it floated in space. The interstellar shuttle, Shaoyi, flew out of the bridal sedan chair, its size constantly increasing until it finally carried the sedan chair and flew towards the Sea of Light. With the blessing of the 9 Yang spirit body, Jiang Yu could work hard without rest, and his recovery speed was ridiculously fast. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Under Jiang Yu's persuasive words and after his repeated assurances that they could come to him whenever they wanted, Yan Shujin, Yusini, and the other 2 women became completely infatuated with Jiang Yu. Having defeated the 4, Jiang Yu piloted his spaceship back to Panlai Island. In fact, Shaoyi had already arrived near Panlai Island 2 or 3 hours earlier. However, since he hadn't completely subdued the 4, Jiang Yu didn't return to the island immediately. Only after he had completely subdued them did he send Shaoyi to Panlai Island. Back on Panlai Island, Jiang Yu flew out of the bridal sedan chair. Yan Shujin, Yusini, and the other 3 did not want to go, but rather they were unwilling and unable to. Now they lie sprawled out in the bridal sedan chairs, their eyes lifeless, not wanting to move an inch. There are still a few people in the bridal sedan chair. Go and take her out and to an unoccupied bedroom to rest. Jiang Yu summoned several butterfly fairy maids and gave them instructions. The butterfly fairies were initially confused when they heard Jiang Yu's instructions, but they understood instantly when they drew back the curtain. The butterfly fairies flew into the bridal sedan chair, and one of them picked up a person and flew towards the unoccupied bedroom. The bridal sedan chair was completely damp. There was no dry place at all. The battle was fierce, and the master was incredibly strong. That was what every butterfly demon who saw the situation inside the bridal sedan chair thought. After settling the 4 of them in, Jiang Yu led Xena, who had jumped into her arms, to the fishing spot, with 3 little sprites on her shoulder. The bell rang quickly, and Jiang Yu immediately lifted the fishing rod. It revealed a jade treasure chest. Jiang Yu opened the jade treasure chest, and a beautiful human girl stepped out. She was 1.4 meters tall, and was still a lowly. Jiang Yu continued fishing and examined the wedding gift he had received from Ji Xiao. So many gifts, I wonder what treasures they contain. Since most of the congratulatory gifts were spirit stones, Jiang Yu counted the spirit stones first, and the answer came out quickly. Today he received the following number of spirit stones from Ji Xiao: over 220,000 high-grade spirit stones, over 12.6 million mid-grade spirit stones, and none low-grade spirit stones. In total, 450,000 high-grade spirit stones. Besides the spirit stones, there were over 100 other congratulatory gifts, most of which were epic or legendary in quality. There wasn't a single item below epic level. After all, today's wedding was a marriage alliance between the Ji and Wen families of Xinjiang City. Those qualified to attend the wedding were all of extraordinary status, so it was unlikely that they couldn't even produce an epic level item. Above the legendary level, there are 5 mythical items and 1 moon level item. The mythical grade items are Immortal Crystal, colored, X1, Flowing Rainbow Robe, colored, X1, Immaculate Fire Attribute Demon Core, colored, X1, Immaculate Water Attribute Demon Core, colored, X1, Blood Soul Blade, colored, X1. Jiang Yu put the immortal crystals and 2 demon cores back into his backpack without even looking at them. Flowing Rainbow Robe, colorful, made by the Fairy of 100 Flowers. It allows you to freely change the type of clothing after wearing it. After wearing, Strength plus 40, Constitution plus 40, Agility plus 40, Spirit plus 40. Feature 1. Wearer's Defense plus 40%. Feature 2. When the wearer is attacked, they will suffer a counterattack, returning 50% of the damage. Feature 3. The wearer's mental energy recovery speed is increased by 40%. It has only 3 characteristics, but it is still very strong. After wearing it, you can change the type of clothing at will. The person who created it is the Fairy of 100 Flowers. Jiang Yu felt that she looked a little familiar, as if he had seen her before. The ability to change clothes at will is definitely the same. He had obtained such equipment before, and someone on Pumlai Island used that equipment to change into all sorts of clothes in front of him every day. Jiang Yu couldn't possibly not remember that. What he couldn't quite remember was the crafter. Whether the 2 pieces of equipment were crafted by the same person, Jiang Yu had forgotten because he hadn't bothered to write it down. Jiang Yu didn't dwell on it too much, nor did he specifically look for that piece of equipment to compare it with. Instead, he placed the flowing rainbow robe in Tide Na's hand and looked at the next piece of equipment. They're all great products, there's nothing to be conflicted about. Blood Soul Blade, colorful. A certain evil cultivator, in order to forge this blade, captured people and bled them to forge it. This blade is imbued with a strong sense of resentment. Those with weak minds should use it with caution. After wearing, Strength plus 40, Constitution plus 40, Agility plus 40, Spirit plus 40. Feature 1. User's Life Steal plus 30%. Feature 2. User's Armor Penetration plus 30%. Feature 3. User's Attack Speed plus 30%. Feature 4. Severe Wound. The resentment of the dead is extremely deep. Those wounded by this blade will suffer a severe wound effect, reducing their own recovery and healing skills by 60%. The 4 characteristics don't provide as strong a boost as the Soul Eater Shadow Scythe, but they're still decent. Especially the final severe injury effect, which directly reduces recovery by 60%, is ruthless. With 2 more colorful pieces of equipment, Jiang Yu happily put them away, focusing his attention on the last moon-level item. It is a pill, a moon-level pill, the Heaven-Mending and Offspring-Promoting Pill. The Heaven-Mending and Fertility-Promoting Pill, Moonlight, primarily used to help the fetus in a pregnant woman's womb expand its meridians, enhance its cultivation talent, and make the fetus even more extraordinary. Jiang Yu strongly suspected that this pill was given by the Wen family, or by a family that had a good relationship with the Ji family, or perhaps by that scoundrel Ji Xingyang. A moon-level pill, or a pill that's beneficial to the fetus. Jiang Yu couldn't think of any other answer besides these. They had just gotten married, yet they had already thought about having children. They were so thoughtful. He happily accepted their offer. Whether I'll need it later or not, I'll just throw it in my backpack and put it away. Jiang Yu didn't know if the 5 mythical items and the moon-level item were all wedding gifts, or if Ji Jixiao already had 1 or 2 of them. All he knew was that he got off easy. Whether it's a congratulatory gift or something Ji Jixiao already had, it's all his now. Jiang Yu was overjoyed to have casually acquired 450,000 high-grade spirit stones, a moon-level item, and 5 mythical-level items. Ji Jixiao, thank you so much. Thank you for giving so much money and so many nice things to my wife, mother, sister, and mother-in-law. Also, your wife, mother, sister, and mother-in-law are all so beautiful. I wonder if Ji Jixiao will regret provoking him yesterday when she wakes up. If he hadn't provoked him yesterday, he wouldn't have thought of dealing with him, and therefore wouldn't have gotten so many good things. Jiang Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. It's a pity that his strength wasn't enough, otherwise Jiang Yu would have stayed at the Ji family to see how Ji Jixiao broke down after waking up. If not yet, it would be even better if Yan Shujin and Ji Yangyang knelt in front of Ji Jingyan. If I happen to pass through Xingyang City in the future, and I am strong enough, I might try locking up Ji Jingyan and his son Ji Jixu in the next room, while I take them to the other side, and then just leave it at that. The most urgent task is to head to the Sea of Light. Chapter 350 The Truth Exposed. On the other side, at the Ji family's residence. Brother Jingyan, you said those two women have been out for so long, why haven't they come back yet? The speaker was the head of the Wen family, and he looked quite annoyed. That damn woman, she went out for so long and didn't even reply to a message. Perhaps I was shopping too wildly and forgot the time. Brother Tianju, please calm down. I'll contact that woman right away and have her bring your wife back. Ji Jingyan then closed his eyes and began contacting Yan Shujin. Why isn't she responding? Ji Jingyan didn't contact Yan Shujin immediately. At first, he didn't pay much attention, thinking that she was busy and didn't have time to reply to him. Time ticked by, and the other party remained silent. Ji Jingyan's face gradually grew flustered, but even more so, it was filled with anger. That damn bitch, daring to not reply to him for so long, wait till you come back, I'll make you pay. Ji Jingyan's expression began to darken, and he became increasingly dissatisfied with Yan Shujin. He made up his mind that he would punish the other party severely when they returned. If you dare not reply to his messages today, will you dare to find another man behind his back tomorrow? Brother Jingyan? Can't you get in touch with him? When Tianju, the head of the Wen family, noticed the change in Ji Jingyan's expression and couldn't help but ask him about it. Perhaps something has delayed them, let's wait a bit longer. I'll also try to contact my wife. When Tianju sensed something was wrong and tried to contact Yusini. However, like Ji Jingyan, he also couldn't contact his wife. There's no way we can get in touch with them. Right now, they're probably still unconscious or asleep in some room on Penglai Island. It would be a miracle if we could even contact them. They have now taken on a certain shape. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Fine, fine! Damn you, when you come back, I'll make you understand who the real master of the Ji family is. If Ji Jingyan was only somewhat angry before, he can now be described as furious. No matter what your reason is, if you dare not reply to my messages, I must give you a good beating to teach you a lesson so that you won't dare to do it again in the future. Ji Jingyan said viciously. Ji Jingyan never even considered that Yan Shujin would take Yusini away. Why would she abandon her son and daughter and run away for no reason, especially since Ji Yangyang was her favorite child? Yan Shujin had no reason to abandon her and run away. Therefore, he guessed that the other party was tied up with something, or simply had no intention of getting a reply. Brother Jingyan, count me in! I'll teach that woman a lesson too, so she won't disobey. When Tianju chimed in. He never imagined that Yusini would escape. When Sherman was still in Ji Jixiao's hands, and he didn't believe that the other party would dare to escape. The two waited angrily in the main hall of the Ji family. After an unknown amount of time, a hurried figure rushed into the hall. Master! Master! Something terrible has happened, young master! Not good? Today, our Ji and Wen families have successfully formed a marriage alliance. That's wonderful! What's wrong with that? Slap him! Before he could finish speaking, Ji Jingyan interrupted him and vented his anger, which had been building up because Yan Shujin hadn't replied to his messages, on him, slapping him hard across the face several times. Slap! 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 The sound of the slaps was incredibly loud. If it weren't for my son's wedding day today, I would have taken your life. Tell me, what happened? Don't make such a fuss. Young master, he was attacked by someone and is seriously injured. Young madam, she was taken away by someone and her whereabouts are unknown. Smack! He had barely finished speaking when he was slapped again. This slap was even harder than the previous three, almost killing him. Useless thing! Why didn't you tell me sooner that something so serious happened? Leaving behind these words, Ji Jingyan rushed to Ji Jixiao's courtyard as fast as he could, with Wen Tianju close behind. When Sherman disappeared and Yan Shujin and Yusini stopped replying to their messages, an absurd thought suddenly arose in his mind. That is, Yan Shujin and Yusini took advantage of this wedding to take that brat Wen Sherman away, and Ji Yangyang was definitely involved as well, and there is a high probability that she was the mastermind. Wen Tianju knew her idea was utterly absurd, but she couldn't think of any other reason besides this one. But why? Isn't Ji Jixiao her son? How could Yan Shujin agree to do this? Wen Tianju couldn't figure out the reason. At this moment, he could only hope that his idea was wrong, otherwise, the Wen family and the Ji family would lose face big time today. If the Lu family seizes this opportunity to promote themselves in Jingyang City and Xiantian Domain, then the Wen and Ji families will be completely unable to hold their heads high in Jingyang City. Outside Jingyang City, it's fine if no one has heard of it, but once someone does, they'll be unable to hold their heads up anywhere. In less than a minute, Ji Jingyan and Wen Tianju arrived at Ji Jixiao's villa, followed by a large group of people. These people are not in a hurry to leave. They want to stay and find an opportunity to curry favor with the Ji and Wen families. They urged the two heads of the household to rush out of the hall and head towards the backyard, their gossip-loving hearts burning brightly as they immediately followed. Although it's unclear what happened, it wouldn't hurt to go and see for yourself. My dear Ji Xiao, what happened? Ji Jingyan didn't care about the wedding room or anything like that, and pushed open the door to enter. Upon entering the room, one first sees an extremely messy room, then Ji Jixiao lying on the floor, severely injured with empty eyes. Ji Jingyan rushed over to help Ji Jixiao up and fed him several healing pills. The medicine took effect, healing Ji Jixiao's external injuries. External injuries are easy to treat, but internal injuries are incredibly difficult to heal. Before long, Ji Jixiao's external injuries were almost completely healed, but he still had lifeless, empty eyes and remained motionless, as if he had lost all hope of survival. My son Ji Xiao, what happened? Tell your father quickly so that I can avenge you. Ji Jixiao's appearance caused Ji Jingyan immense heartache, and he felt an intense hatred for the still unknown murderer. Upon hearing the words, revenge, Ji Jixiao shifted slightly, her eyes gradually returning to their senses. Son-in-law, what happened? Where is my daughter, Wen Sherman? Wen Tianju's words instantly brought Ji Jixiao back to her senses. Father! Revenge! Revenge! That bitch Wen Sherman dared to find another man in front of me on our wedding night. I want revenge! I'll make them pay! Ji Jixiao's voice was filled with resentment. What? Ji Xiao, my son, what did you say? You're saying that bitch Wen Sherman dared to find a man in front of you. Ji Jingyan's brain exploded in an instant, and his angry and hateful gaze slowly shifted, staring intently at Wen Tianju. Patriarch 1. I demand an explanation from your Wen family for my son. Those scarlet, bloodthirsty eyes seemed to want to devour Wen Tianju alive on the spot. Brother Jingyan, calm down! Calm down! Although Wen Tianju was also furious about Wen Shimon's behavior, understanding the cause and effect of the matter was the most urgent thing to do. We should ask Ji Xiao's nephew about what happened first, and then talk about other things after we understand the situation clearly.